I sold all my properties just to buy a caterpillar. Everyone around me thought I was some eccentric young master from the land of abundance with peculiar tastes. Little did they know, a month later, the age of mutation would begin. Anyone suffering from illnesses would be enhanced by the new rules for more severe the illness, a higher the level of enhancement. Not only did people with 5 types of cancer instantly transform into bodies of immortal gold, capable of unleashing terrifying power with every move, but those with AIDS also awakened as flamethrowers, able to spread viruses rapidly and accelerate their cultivation speed exponentially. The caterpillar I bought, however, was a mutated tardigrade. Swallowing it would grant me an indestructible body capable of withstanding atomic bomb blasts and recovering stamina in just 5 seconds. At that moment, I carefully placed the tardigrade specimen into my backpack. I couldn't swallow it yet after all. The apocalypse was still a month away. What if its toxicity was too strong and killed me? That would be a huge loss. By the way, are there any other rare viruses that could trigger rapid evolution? Just as I was racking my brain, I suddenly remembered that in my past life, Superhuman, the princess of the Kun Mountain, had contracted HIV due to her promiscuous lifestyle, which led to her awakening as a plague bringer. She later led her family to a brief period of glory, but the idea of spreading viruses was a bit unsettling. The thought of crowded buses waiting for me to fertilize them was downright disgusting. Forget it, this path wasn't tea for me. I just couldn't get past the mental barrier. Hey, brother, hold up. I turned to see a bespectacled man in a black trench coat calling out to me. Who are you? I grew wary, tightening my grip on the backpack containing the tardigrade. The bespectacled man smiled and introduced himself. I'm Chang Shuo, the seller of the tardigrade. The seller? What do you want with me? Chang Shuo flashed a friendly smile. You spent so much money on this tardigrade, there must be a major biotech lab behind you, right? I narrowed my eyes slightly. My vigilance undiminished. What does this have to do with you? Don't be nervous. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. I work at a biological research base in the UK located within the Great Xia territory, where I can obtain many rare virus samples. This tardigrade was accidentally acquired during one of our experiments, and I secretly took it out. If you want some rare virus samples, you can come to me 500,000 per sample. No bargaining. How about it? After speaking, Chang Shuo fixed his gaze intently on me. I remained silent for a moment, quickly weighing the pros and cons in my mind. On one hand, these rare virus samples held immense value. Obtaining them might lead to unexpected abilities during future transformations. On the other hand, Chang Shuo's private sale of biological viruses was clearly shady. Could this drag me into unnecessary trouble? A bit of a headache. Suddenly, I realized something. In my past life, Lin Yuan, who had purchased the tardigrade, always seemed gloomy during interviews. It was because of Chang Shuo. After acquiring the tardigrade, Chang Shuo must have also approached him with a similar offer. However, Lin Yuan wanted tea from a biological lab and had no need for those samples, so he declined. But no one could have predicted the sudden onset of the pathogenic era. Fate, what as a true stroke of luck. This is it. Just moments ago, I was wondering where to get rare viruses, and now Chang Shuo shows up at my door. He said 500,000 per sample, but that's an outrageous price. I'm completely broke right now. Where can I get the money? I thought silently to myself. Seeing my prolonged silence, Chang Shuo grew somewhat impatient. If you think the price is too high, I can apply for a friendship discount 300,000 per unit. That's the lowest I can go. You know how strict British biolabs are about security. Sneaking stuff out comes with huge risks for me. After finishing his pitch, Chang Shuo shifted his gaze back to my face, studying my expression. My heart stirred. 300,000 is still a significant amount, though far better than 500,000. Yet even so, I couldn't scrape together that much. My eyes darted as I feigned hesitation and slowly said, Chang Shuo, it's not that I don't want to buy, but 300,000 is still a bit steep, especially since my demand is substantial. How substantial are we talking? Chang Shuo asked with growing excitement. How many types of viruses are there in your research facility? About 100 or so, most of which are rare and uncommon viruses. Chang Shuo pondered before answering. What if I wanted one sample of each? Could you get them for me? Chang Shuo paused slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. After a moment, he slowly replied, theoretically, I could get them, but with such a large quantity, the risk is too high. If you really need them, you'll have to pay half up front. No problem with that. I nodded in agreement. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll contact you when needed. Seeing my agreement, Chang Shuo was thrilled beyond measure. A big deal. This was truly a big deal. After Chang Shuo left, I took a deep breath, my mind racing. Over 100 viruses, each priced at 300,000, meant I needed at least 30 million. Such a huge sum couldn't possibly be covered by loans alone, so I had no choice but to try that method. My gaze sharpened abruptly. In my past life, while working as a forced laborer in the Hun Group as mines, I occasionally overheard the idle chatter of the overseers. They mentioned that the Liu group was collecting 10,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotuses from various locations, only to destroy them in mass. Back then, I speculated that the Tianshan snow lotus might be beneficial for Liu Ruyan's condition. The era of mutation hadn't arrived yet, and the Liu group was still searching globally for a cure for Liu Ruyan. If this speculation held true, all I had to do was sell this information to the Liu group Woon team to mean a massive influx of cash. Even if the speculation turned out to be wrong, it wouldn't matter. Liu Ruyan, in my past life, your Liu group condemned me to death through forced labor. In this life, if I genuinely help you and deprive you of the chance to awake, how would you view me then? The thought filled me with a strange excitement. I took out my phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, a clear female voice answered. Hello, this is the office of the chairman of the Liu group. How may I assist you? Tell Liu Kailong that I have a way to cure his daughter. I got straight to the point and said directly, "Oh, okay, please wait a moment." After a long time, a rather tired-sounding male voice resounded. "It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Please also come to my Liu clan group. I will send someone to pick you up." Good. Zhou Luo agreed. After the phone hung up, a large labor soon drove in front of Zhou Luo. Worthy of being Liu's group, I was able to find out where I was without even asking for a location. Zhou Luo sat in the car, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. But this was good, he couldn't wait for Liu's group to work faster. Immediately the disease change era was about to descend, and before that, he had a lot of things to go through, and it would be great to save time. The car traveled smoothly. It didn't take long before it drove to the downstairs of the Liu clan group. Zhou Luo also took the elevator leading to the chairman's office under the driver's guidance. Liu's group, inside the chairman's office. Liu Kailong sat in front of the table, his eyes looking towards the girl sitting in the wheelchair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window from time to time. The girl's looks were extremely beautiful, but her figure was thin and weak, making people feel sorry for her. She gazed out the window, her gaze calm, seemingly without sorrow or joy. "Ruyan, you hold on again, Dad will definitely find a way to cure you." Liu Kailong's voice was filled with guilt. The more he saw his daughter's expression as calm as this, the more pain he felt in his heart. Because he knew that this strange disease in his daughter's body was torturing her body all the time. 10 years ago, the strange disease in Ruyan Lu's body had just shown signs, and then she directly fainted in school from the pain. Received the news of Liu Kailong the first time to arrive, directly with Liu Ruyan to the Eagle Country treatment, but the entire treatment for 3 years, and finally returned to no avail. During this period, he also learned that Ruyan Lu was enduring severe pain comparable to childbirth every moment. In 3 years, Liu Ruyan lost consciousness in her legs. Now 7 years have passed, at this moment not only the legs, even the sensation of the arms have all disappeared. It could be said that if Ruyan Lu wasn't strong-willed, perhaps he would have been sent away in vain. Knock knock. The office door was knocked at this moment. Liu Kailong took a deep breath and shouted, "Come in." The main door was pushed open. Zhou Luo entered the office under the driver's lead. The first moment he walked in, Zhou Luo saw Liu Ruyan by the window, sitting in a wheelchair. With her beautiful face, coupled with her thin figure, she looked as quiet as a virgin. But Zhou Luo didn't think so at all. The moment he saw Ruyan Lu, his pupils could not stop shrinking. In his previous life, even though he worked in the mines day and night, he had heard of Liu Ruyan's resounding nickname. Ruyan Devil Emperor. These 4 big words were talked about by everyone in the world. 1 month after the sickness change era, Zhouhe City, located in the east of Jiangnan City, suddenly dropped a strange treasure from the sky, and countless strong people rushed there, wanting to grab the opportunity. But in the end, Liu Ruyan relied on her calamity saint body to kill her way through the crowd of strongmen and place the exotic treasure in her arms. If this was the only thing, then Ruyan Lu would not be worthy of the title of Demon Emperor. The key was that after Liu Ruyan had taken the treasure, she was so ruthless that she directly slaughtered all the living beings in Zhouhe City, using their heart's blood to sacrifice the treasure. This kind of tactic was truly a devil among devils. Some people speculated that the reason why Liu Ruyan could be so ruthless was mostly because of that strange disease that had tormented her. "If I can cure this woman, then I will have done a good deed." Zhou Luo withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at Liu Ruyan. This woman was completely arose with a strong poison, he didn't want to touch her mold. At the same time that Zhou Luo was sizing up Liu Ruyan, Liu Kailong was also sizing up Zhou Luo. After receiving Zhou Luo's phone call, Liu Kailong had people investigate Zhou Luo's background clearly. He graduated from an ordinary university and is currently working in a technology company. He is really an ordinary person. If you put it in the period of time when Ruyan Lu just had a disease, this kind of person came to say that he can cure Ruyan Lu, Liu Kailong definitely let him have as far as possible to roll. I put those top medical professionals not to find, and turn to believe you a brat? Isn't this a joke? But now Liu Kailong is already holding a dead horse as a living horse mentality. As long as Zhou Luo's treatment method wasn't too outrageous, he was willing to give it a try. "Speak, how are you going to treat my daughter?" He cleared his throat and asked Zhou Luo. "Before that, I want to confirm one thing. Zhou Luo smiled. Mr. Liu, if my method can really work on your daughter's illness, then the 100 million bounty should be able to be given to me, right? Of course, I have plenty of money, I'm just afraid that you're not qualified to take it. Lu Kailong impatiently waved his hand. Cut the small talk, either you directly say the treatment plan, or hurry up and leave, there are still a lot of people just like you waiting. Seeing this, Zhou Luo also stopped talking nonsense and directly said, your daughter's illness can be cured with Tianshan Snow Lotus. Tianshan Snow Lotus, then what? Lu Kailong lifted his eyes and glanced at Zhou Luo, his gaze unruffled. He had seen many people like Zhou Luo who came over and just reported the name of a medicinal herb, saying that it could cure Lu Ruyan. But of these people, none of them said that the herbs worked. Over time, Lu Kailong became somewhat numb. No more, just Tianshan Snow Lotus. Zhou Luo was also very dry and said with a confident face. Of course, this confidence was naturally feigned by him. The Tianshan Snow Lotus that the Lu group had collected and destroyed in a big way in his previous life, whether it had any effect on Lu Ruyan's disease or not was still an unknown. Everything was just his speculation. Okay, go get me a copy of Tianshan Snow Lotus over here, boil it up and let Ruyan drink it. Lu Kailong also did not talk nonsense, immediately let his secretary go to prepare the medicinal herbs. Although the Tianshan Snow Lotus thing had many fakes on the market and the genuine product was very rare, but this was not a problem for him at all. In the process of the secretary going to get the medicine, Zhou Luo's gaze glanced towards Ruyan Lu's direction from time to time. I really didn't expect that the formidable Ruyan demon emperor from her previous life would be so quiet before her awakening. Tisk, if this appearance was shown to those who were killed by the Ruyan demon emperor, they probably wouldn't believe it, right? Zhou Luo spat in his heart. The Lu Ruyan before the coming of the disease change era gave him too much of a sense of contrast. From the time he came into the office until now, Ruyan Lu had been calmly staring out of the window and not speaking. It was simply a far cry from the words demon emperor. 005. Huge amount of money arrived. Transaction virus. Zhou Luo didn't realize that while he was sizing up Lu Ruyan, Lu Kailong's eyes were constantly beating furiously. Damn it, how much longer is this kid going to look at my daughter? My daughter does look like a beautiful woman, but isn't it a bit too much for you to be looking at her like this without any concealment? Damn, later if your method doesn't work, see how I can clean you up. Lu Kailong roared in his heart. But on his face, he looked quite calm as if he was a nobody. After about an hour had passed, the secretary who went to get the medicine finally knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, the medicine has already been decocted, there is only Tianshan Snow Lotus in it, no other ingredients. The secretary placed a thermos cup in front of Lu Kailong. Lu Kailong picked up the cup and glanced at Zhou Luo before getting up and walking over to Lu Ruyan. He first took a sip himself, then poured a little more into the lid of the cup and handed it to Ruyan Lu's lips. Daughter, drink this and see if it has any effect. Aha! Lu Ruyan answered softly and then slowly drank the lid of the medicinal juice. Mr. Lu, please let Miss Lu drink all of it, otherwise the medicine may not be effective if it's too mild. Zhou Luo reminded from the side. I know, take it easy for now. Without looking at Zhou Luo, Lu Kailong continued to pour a small cup and then repeated what he had just done. In this way, it took almost 10 minutes before the cup leisurely reached the bottom. How is it, daughter, do you feel better? Lu Kailong put down the thermos cup, his eyes staring tightly at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's brows were furrowed at the moment, and a touch of redness gradually surfaced on the original face that was as pale as paper. My hand. Her ancient wellness eyes suddenly rippled, and her gaze suddenly looked towards her right hand. Lu Kailong also rushed to look along with his eyes, only to see that the right hand that had long since lost consciousness, at this moment even slightly lifted up. Really, it really works? Lu Kailong was shocked. He really didn't expect that such a hasty cup of Chinese medicine would really have an effect on his daughter's condition. After the shock, there was ecstasy. Ah, daughter, you are saved. Saved. Lu Kailong laughed aloud, his laughter echoing throughout the office. Zhou Luo on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at him as if he had been pretending to be a fine person, in reality he was also nervous just now. Luckily it worked. Zhou Luo's eyes flashed a flash of celebration. If there weren't people around right now, he would have to give himself a hard knock. Fortunately, when he heard this gossip at that time, he had memorized it by heart. Otherwise, those 100 or so viruses would have been difficult to deal with. Lu Ruyan gently waved her white right arm, a touch of unavailable delight appearing in her eyes. Immediately after, she tried mobilizing her left arm again, but this time it didn't work as she wished. The left arm was still placed on top of the wheelchair, without moving the slightest bit. Father, the left arm is not working yet. A touch of disappointment flashed in her tone. Lu Kailong hurriedly looked at Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, what's going on? Mr. Lu, take it easy. Zhou Luo lightly coughed twice, then continued, there is always a course of treatment, you only need to give Miss Lu the Tianshan Snow Lotus every day in the future, Miss Lu's illness will slowly recover. I see, I was the one who was in a hurry. Lu Kailong came to a realization. At this moment, he had completely trusted Zhou Luo. For so many years, Zhou Luo was the only one who had taken out a treatment plan that worked. Looking at Lu Keilong's trusting eyes, Zhou Luo suddenly felt like laughing a little. Not buddy, I just made up a sentence off the top of my head, and you really believe it. Although Zhou Luo wasn't sure why this Tianshan snow lotus could have an effect on Lu Ruyan's disease, the most important thing at the moment wasn't this. He licked his lips and said to Lu Keilong, well, since my treatment method is effective, isn't that $100 million bounty? Of course, I, Lu Keilong, am true to my word. With a wave of his hand, Lu Keilong directly said to his secretary, go, call 100 million into Mr. Zhou's card. Yes. The secretary quickly left the office. Inside the room, only Zhou Luo and Lu Keilong's father and daughter were soon left. Mr. Zhou, in the future, if my daughter's illness is truly cured, I will offer another 100 million in thanks. Lu Keilong said with great excitement. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, I will never forget your kindness to me. Lu Ruyan, who had always been a man of few words, actually spoke at this moment as well, her bright eyes and teeth looking towards Zhou Luo, her face filled with gratitude. No need, I should, as long as I can cure your illness. Zhou Luo's expression instantly became oddly incomparable and hurriedly said. This great demon Lu he couldn't wait to hide far away from, who wanted her to repay her? Even if Ruyan Lu's disease could really be cured before the disease transformation era, then when the disease transformation era passed, Zhou Luo would not hesitate to chop her up. Zhou Luo hadn't forgotten that he had died at the hands of the Lu clan in his previous life. Ding dong. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's cell phone, which he had been keeping in his pocket, rang. Taking it out, he found that it was a text message notification. The money had arrived. Zhou Luo's breath hitched as he looked at the long string of numbers on his bank card, and his heart was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. Damn, even if he had lived 2 lifetimes, he had never seen so much money. But he also quickly calmed down. The priority right now was to hurry up and contact Chang Shua so that he could get those 100 kinds of viruses out. If he was able to get these 100 kinds of viruses, then after the disease era arrived, wouldn't he have whatever he wanted? A mere $100 million would just be a string of useless numbers at that time. Mr. Lu, I still have things to do, so I'll leave you guys alone for now. Zhou Luo casually made an excuse and prepared to leave. Take care, Mr. Zhou. Lu Keilong arched his hand at Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, thank you. Ruyan Lu also looked at Zhou Luo with a grateful face. Looking at this scene, Zhou Luo almost couldn't hold back his laughter. When the Heavenly Tao sent out a hint the day before the disease change era descended, I wonder what kind of expression these two would have. Would they have the heart to kill him? Cough cough, take care of the two of you. Zhou Luo hurriedly left the Lu clan. He was truly afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would break on the spot and be arrested and questioned by Lu Keilong. After leaving the Lu clan group, without saying a word, Zhou Luo directly sent a message to Chang Shua. Money I have prepared, more than 100 viruses from your research base, I want a copy of all of them, can I get them? Not long after, the opposite side immediately sent a reply. No problem, then get the deposit ready, come to this address and trade offline. Immediately after, a string of addresses were sent to Zhou Luo's cell phone. Zhou Luo immediately went to the bank and withdrew a box of cash before quickly rushing to his destination. 006. The virus will mutate? There's such a good thing? Within the city of Jiangnan. In an upscale hotel. Zhou Luo placed the box filled with cash on the table, his eyes looked at Chang Shua on the opposite side. I brought all the deposits, I'll take a copy of all the viruses in your research base, no problem, right? Of course, no problem. Chang Shua's eyes were glowing. After going forward to open the box, looking at the full of cash inside, his heart was broken with excitement. Casually took 2 stacks out. After checking to make sure it was real money, Chang Shua hurriedly closed the box. His eyes also looked towards Zhou Luo's side. Give me 2 days, 2 days later or this time, this position, by then I will give you all the things you want. Zhou Luo had no problem with this. But he didn't directly let Chang Shua take the money and leave, instead he stopped him. Don't be in a hurry, before that, you have to show me the proof that you work at the research base, right? Otherwise, if you're a liar, who am I going to talk to? Chang Shua seemed to have expected Zhou Luo to say this, and immediately took out a card and an ID card from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Luo. This is my work card and ID card, check it yourself. Hearing this, Zhou Luo results in the 2 cards in Chang Shua's hand, first comparing the XIN information and photo on the ID card, confirming that there is no mistake with Chang Shua himself, before looking at the work card. Shan 8 Biopharmaceutical Research Base. Name, Chang Shua. Position, Head of Virus Vault Management. Chang Shua's work information was clearly written on it. After confirming that there were no problems, Zhou Luo returned the item to Chang Shua. Okay, then do as you say, 2 days later I'll come here with the final payment, and we'll pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Deal. Chang Shua nodded, and when he heard the word final payment, a flash of excitement flashed under his eyes again. This huge sum totaling $30 million, as long as he got his hands on it, he wouldn't have to worry about it for the rest of his life. As for, what if the company found out? Oh, he is not afraid of this. Recently, do not know for what reason, the company's internal management has long been in disarray, coupled with the virus library of each virus or retain more than one kind of samples. He is the same as taking a walk will not be noticed. Just when he was immersed in the joy of being able to feed and clothe himself for the rest of his life. Zhou Luo's voice pulled him back to reality once again. Right, there's something I need to talk to you about. My more than 100 kinds of viruses, can you put them all into a test tube? This request was something Zhou Luo had thought of long ago. After all, each of these viruses in the research base that Chang Shuo was in were all ruthless, so maybe they had just been swallowed into their stomachs, and they would burp themselves within an hour. Therefore, his plan was to take them all at the last minute when the disease era descended. And if he was going to do that, then surely he couldn't hold on to more than 100 test tubes and swallow them one by one when the time came, right? It would be best to just put them all together and eat them conveniently. But when these words fell on other people's ears, they became completely different. What? Changshua's entire body couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Immediately afterward, he looked at Zhou Luo with an extremely puzzled look. If we do this, then these viruses will lose their research value. Ah, you're a person from the Biological Research Institute, don't you even understand this? Moreover, if all of these 100-odd viruses are put together, it's very likely that they will undergo another secondary, or even several uncontrollable mutations amongst themselves. At that time, it's anyone's guess what the viruses will mutate into. Maybe a city will have to fall. Speaking here, a flash of fear flashed across Chang Shua's eyes. He was well aware of what devilish-level viruses were stored in the research base he worked in. What mutated Ebola, mutated new rabies, mutated smallpox, etc. No matter which one of them was taken out individually, it was an existence that the world talked about with fear. But now, Zhou Luo even let him put these accidentally can kill hundreds of thousands of people of the horror of the virus, all together to raise compulsion? My goodness, is this kid trying to exterminate the world? Chang Shua's eyes glanced at Zhou Luo for a few moments, secretly speculating in his heart. What do you care what I do? I'll give you money, don't you just do as you're told? Zhou Luo didn't feel scared because of Chang Shua's words. On the contrary, he was excited to no end. Mutation? There's such a good thing. Mutation was good, it had to be mutated. He couldn't wait for these viruses to get stronger and stronger. It would be best if these 100 or so viruses could mutate into an extremely terrifying super virus that would destroy the world in minutes, then he would be even happier. This. Chang Shuo was immediately choked. After a long pause, he nodded stiffly. No problem, then I'll do as you say. He had also figured out that anyway, after he got the money, he would directly go far away, and at that time, he would directly run abroad to Daxia, far away from this place of wrongdoing. At that time, whatever Zhou Luo wanted to do, it had nothing to do with him. As long as the money is in place. 2 days later, I won't see you there. Seeing the other party's promise, Zhou Luo was also relieved. The two left the hotel separately. These 100 or so viruses can definitely make my strength reach a very terrifying level. Even a top-notch powerhouse like the 5 cancerous Emperor Gu in his previous life would not be my opponent. Thinking of this, a flash of fighting spirit ignited in the bottom of Zhou Luo's eyes. In his previous life, he had been enslaved and driven by the Liu clan, working as a black slave inside a dark, unlit mine every day, and ultimately dying of depression. In this life, he would not let this happen again. He would take one step at a time and walk to the top of Blue Star. It's not enough, it's not enough. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp. These 100 or so viruses were certainly powerful. But Zhou Luo still felt uneasy. Blue Star had a huge population base, and naturally, many people suffering from various rare and terminal diseases existed. After the disease change era descended in the previous life, many strong people had instantly appeared all over the globe, one more fierce than the other. Top bigwigs at the level of Lu Ruyan and Gu Qianhua had also risen to the top. There are also some lucky people who originally did not have the disease themselves, but it was because of a burst of luck that they stumbled upon some supreme treasures, which led to a huge increase in strength. There were too many variables, and Zhou Luo really didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to dominate the world with just these 100 or so viruses. Since I've been reborn, I have to be the strongest, otherwise wouldn't I be letting down such a good opportunity? Zhou Luo licked his lips, he already had the next step planned in his mind. The virus piece, he had sort of collected it to the end. The factors that might make oneself stronger after the descent of the disease era could be more than just being sick. Chemical waste, nuclear sewage, and other things that ordinary people avoided were also able to make people sore. Just in time, there's a big chemical plant right here in Jiangnan City, go there and see if you can get a bit of chemical waste back. At that time, pour that chemical waste inside the virus test tube and shake it up a bit. The more Zhou Luo thought about it, the more excited he became. This is not to mention how energizing it is. Saying do it, Zhou Luo immediately came to the side of the road, called a cab and flew towards the chemical plant. 007. Real technology and ruthless work. At the chemical factory, after collecting the things he wanted. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. It soon came to the time of the deal that had been agreed upon with Chang Shuo. After Zhou Luo brought the other half of the cash to the hotel, he indeed saw Chang Shua, who had been waiting in the room for a long time. "I've brought the other half of the money, where's what I want?" Zhou Luo placed the box containing the money on the floor and gazed across the room. "Just this." Chang Shua carefully pulled out a small box before gently placing it on the table. He gently opened the box, and a sci-fi spiral test tube appeared in Zhou Luo's field of vision. "As per your request, I put in all 105 mutated viruses from our research base," Chang Shua said while also taking out a USB flash drive. "Inside here are the details of these 105 viruses, just this one, you keep it safe. If I lose it, I won't have anywhere to get it again." I know." Zhou Luo just glanced at that USB flash drive and moved his eyes away, his sight returning to that test tube. The transparent outer wall of the test tube was transparent, while the inner part was filled with a light blue-colored unknown liquid. It didn't seem to be anything special to the naked eye. However, Zhou Luo knew that what was contained inside this test tube was a divine medicine that could truly make a person ascend to God in one step. Seeing Zhou Luo staring at the test tube without saying anything for half a day, Chang Shua couldn't help but cough twice. "Ahem, I can say the ugly words in advance. You're the one who asked me to put all these viruses together. After you take it back, I can't guarantee that the original viruses inside will remain intact." Looking at Chang Shua's "don't come to me if something goes wrong" look, Zhou Luo couldn't help but want to laugh. "Don't worry, I definitely won't look for you." He closed the box and proceeded to put it into his pocket. Chang Shua then counted the cash in the box, and after there was nothing wrong with it, the transaction was considered a successful conclusion. "Then I'll leave first, I'll see you again if I have the chance." Zhou Luo left without looking back. Chang Shua was also ready to leave after getting the money. But when he glanced at the table with his sight, he found that the USB flash drive containing the virus details had not been taken away. "What the hell, the information can also be forgotten?" Chang Shua scratched his head. It was reasonable to say that what was contained inside this USB flash drive was much more important than the original virus. As a person from a biological research institute, how could he forget this important thing? It was really strange. "Forget it, I've got the money anyway, and everything else has nothing to do with me." Chang Shua shook his head, not prepared to meddle. He took the money and left the hotel right after him. Time passed slowly. Soon, there was only one last week left before the days of the disease era descended. At noon, inside an upscale apartment building in Jiangnan City. This was a house that Zhou Luo had rebought. "Your transnational express, please sign for it." The door to the room was knocked on. Zhou Luo opened the door, and after signing his name on the courier slip, he took this courier sent from Sakura country back inside. The nuclear sewage from Spoke Island has also arrived. Next, it's considered that everything is in order. All we need is the east wind. Unpacking the courier package, Zhou Luo couldn't help but hook a smile at the corner of his mouth after taking out the only small bottle containing nuclear sewage inside. This was a treasure that he had specially found someone to get from Sakura country's Spoke Island. 100% pure nuclear sewage. It was many times purer than the seawater those people from the Sakura country drank in their previous life. "With this stuff, when the disease change era descends, won't I be directly invincible?" Placing the bottles safely into the storage cabinet, Zhou Luo's heart couldn't help but rise with a touch of anticipation. Suddenly, Zhou Luo's cell phone, which was placed on the table, once again rang. Picking it up and realizing that it was an unfamiliar number, Zhou Luo pressed the answer button. Inside the phone came Qin Cici's slightly irritable voice. "Zhou Luo, what the hell is wrong with you? Calling you don't answer, are you pulling the plug on me? Also, the hospital fees, why haven't you paid them in the past few days? Is it because you think I'm a burden and don't want to save me, right, revealing your inner thoughts?" "Ha?" Listening to her impotent rage on the other end of the phone, Zhou Luo coldly smiled. "Qin Cici, we are over, don't bother me in the future, do you hear me?" Finished speaking. Before Qin Cici's grumpy and collapsing voice on the other end of the phone rang out, Zhou Luo then directly pressed off the hang-up. More than 100 mutated viruses, plus the water bear bug virus, and these nuclear sewage. I will definitely become the strongest person after the disease change era. Qin Cici, I really don't know what kind of expression you will have when you learn the truth at that time. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. 008. Beast King descending. A precursor to the disease change era. Ever since that day when he had gotten 100 or so viruses from Chang Shua, he still didn't stop getting stronger the rest of the day. Any method of becoming stronger that he could think of, he had specialized in collecting it. At this moment, his storage cabinet could be described as full of treasures. Closing the cabinet door, Zhou Luo walked over to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of iced cola from it, then returned to the sofa to watch the TV. Insert an emergency news. 10 minutes ago, the Eagle Country Copper Gate Bridge suddenly collapsed, causing unknown casualties. On the TV, the news presenter was reading the words of the report rapidly. There were some miscellaneous images interspersed in between. Although the images were blurry, they could vaguely distinguish that it was Eagle Country's famous Copper Gate Bridge. Only, the original majestic and spectacular Copper Gate Bridge was now broken from the center. It was as if it had been split open by something. The disease change era is really coming. After seeing this piece of news, Zhou Luo's entire body was energized. He remembered very clearly that the reason for the collapse of the Copper Gate Bridge in the Eagle Kingdom in his previous life was because of a king of foreign beasts that had descended on the Eagle Kingdom. The king of beasts was named Red-tailed Striker Scorpion, and because the disease change era had yet to officially arrive, his realm was only at the second realm perspective change realm when he first descended. Because of this, the Eagle Kingdom's military was able to use thermal weapons to kill it later on. But even so, Zhou Luo still clearly remembered that the red-tailed striker scorpion's descent this time directly led to 50,000 dead and wounded in the Eagle Kingdom. At first, the Eagle Kingdom had blocked the news everywhere, not wanting the existence of the red-tailed striker scorpion to leak out. What they didn't expect was that in today's network era, the information dissemination speed was extremely fast, plus the commotion caused by the red-tailed striker scorpion was really too big to be covered up. In just 2 days, various photos and videos of the red-tailed striker scorpion's battle with the Eagle Kingdom's military had been leaked, causing the entire blue planet to fall into a state of panic. After all, the red-tailed striker scorpion's huge body that was more than 10 meters tall and tens of meters wide, as well as the terrifying tail pincer that directly split the Copper Gate Bridge with a single strike was just too shocking. Great, none of my preparations have been in vain. Zhou Luo secretly clenched his fists. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of a possibility. That was, would he have returned to the normal world line after being reborn back this time? But now that this news came out, the uneasiness in Zhou Luo's heart was completely broken. It was done. The disease change era was, indeed, imminent. In a week's time, he would completely reverse his previous life's situation and become the strongest person in this world. 1 week later, the mutagenesis era is about to begin. In 24 hours, all humans will evolve. The more diseases and negative states in the body, the higher the level of evolution. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds until the beginning of the mutagenesis era. In the early hours of this day, this voice appeared in the minds of all humans on the blue planet coincidentally. The voice could not be heard as male or female, but it was majestic. Only a minute passed. The entire Blue Star's internet was instantly blown up. Did you guys hear a voice that said something about the disease change era about to open? Crap, so I'm not the only one who heard it? I thought I was hallucinating. The entire human race is starting to evolve? Is that true? The worse the disease, the higher the level of evolution, so I just got checked out yesterday for advanced lung cancer. Isn't that a saving grace? Bull. Late-stage lung cancer, you're not being saved, you're going straight to heaven. There were waves of discussions on the internet about the mutagenic era. This night, no one on the blue planet slept peacefully. Those who were originally healthy immediately beat their chests and hated themselves for not being sicker. The people who were originally entangled in diseases were overjoyed at this moment, shouting that God had eyes. At the same time, Zhou Luo's apartment building. Xin Cici, who had changed her cell phone number again, called again. Zhou Luo, did you hear that the disease change era is about to open? Ah, it's really God's eyes, knowing that I, Xin Cici, should not be destined to die. Speaking of which, do I still have to thank you? If you had agreed to a kidney transplant in the first place, I really would have been obliterated into obscurity. Zhou Luo, when the disease change era opens, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Listening to the slightly crazy tone on the other end of the phone, Zhou Luo's gaze was playful, but he immediately adjusted his tone and pretended to be pitiful. Cici, can you come out and meet me after the disease change era opens? On the other end of the phone, Xin Cici first froze, then laughed wildly. Zhou Luo, now you know you regret it? Fine, then I'll give you a chance. The day the disease change era opens, you come to my house, let me see your attitude of apologizing, and I'll think about whether or not to let you go. After saying that, she hung up. Looking at the darkened cell phone screen, Zhou Luo's expression returned to playfulness, and he let out a light laugh. Xin Cici, you probably think you're a hunter, don't you? Unbeknownst to you, after the opening of the disease change era, I will only become stronger than you, turning into an existence that you look up to. The hunter, it will only be me. 009. The Legion era opens. Lu's group. Inside the chairman's office. Damn. How could this Legion era suddenly descend? Ruyan Lu sat in her wheelchair, doubt and incomprehension written all over her face. Of course, there was also a touch of deep regret. Because according to what the heavens will said, after the opening of the disease change era, the more severe the disease in the body, the stronger it would become. And during this period of time when she was taking the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus's treatment, the disease in her body had already improved by close to 40%. In other words, after the disease era descended, her strength would be greatly reduced from what it was originally. Damn it, I blame that Zhou Luo. Blame him. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said angrily, I must kill him. Inside the room, Lu Keilong's face was also very unsightly. Had he known that this disease change era would come, he shouldn't have given Lu Ruyan the Tianshan Snow Lotus. But there was no way to regret it even if he wanted to now. Daughter, don't be anxious. Lu Kailong snorted coldly. This guy Zhou Luo is an ordinary person with a healthy body. When the disease change era descends, he will definitely be reduced to the bottom of the food chain. And even though you have a deficiency of disease in your body, a rare genetic disease of this level will allow you to become a strong person in a single leap. As soon as the disease change era opens, we'll capture Zhou Luo back, and then you can take as much revenge as you want. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu could only temporarily hold down the anger in her heart and nodded heavily. Good, father, I'll wait for that time. I will definitely make Zhou Luo regret coming to this world. Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo stayed in the house, with several very conspicuous bottles and jars on the table in front of him. The one that attracted the most attention was the test tube placed in the center. Nearly a month's time, the virus in here has definitely mutated to an unprecedented degree. Zhou Luo looked at that test tube with great excitement in his heart, only to see that the original blue liquid inside the test tube had completely changed to black at this moment. If he looked closely, Zhou Luo could still see something swimming in the black liquid. It looked like something was fighting inside. I wonder how many surprises you will give me. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, and after stabilizing his mind, his gaze went back to the several bottles next to him. Respectively, they were the original mutant water bear worm bought from the auction, the chemical wastewater loaded by Mingxing Chemical, the nuclear wastewater purchased on behalf of the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the deadly poisons he had collected from other sources. What with concentrated dichlorvos, Yunshan seeing hand green, deadly Ganges river water, and so on, anything that could make a person dog, Zhou Luo had almost collected it all. No matter which one, after being served by a normal person, they would definitely die with their legs in a stump. But for Zhou Luo, these are first-class treasure. The kind that couldn't be exchanged for any amount of money. Mix it up a bit, lest we don't have enough time later. Zhou Luo quickly mixed all the things contained in the several bottles in front of him. Soon, a vial filled with a dark green unknown liquid that emitted a foul odor appeared in his hand. Inside was a mixture of water bear worm protozoa, nuclear wastewater, chemical wastewater, and a host of unknown viruses. As for the test tube containing the mutated virus, he did not open it. For this test tube, Zhou Luo was prepared to take it alone. After doing all this, he sat silently in place, quietly waiting for the arrival of the disease change era. Time slowly passed. Distance to the opening of the lesion epoch, 1 minute and 31 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds until the mutagenesis era begins. Distance to the opening of the mutagenesis era, 1 minute. Last minute, it can begin. Zhou Luo was shaken. Without saying a word, he directly picked up the test tube filled with the virus first, and after opening it up, he violently poured that black liquid inside into his stomach. The moment the black liquid entered Zhou Luo's mouth, a fiery burning sensation first came from the base of Zhou Luo's tongue. Immediately after, a fiery stinging sensation came from everywhere, including the throat, esophagus, and up to the stomach. Not only that. After the pain in his stomach began to appear, Zhou Luo suddenly realized that cold sweat was already seeping out of his back at some point. At the same time, a burst of pain began to come from all parts of his body, which went from weak to strong, and in just a few seconds, the pain was so painful that it was on the verge of causing Zhou Luo to pass out directly. Hold on. Zhou Luo clenched his teeth, his forehead veins exposed. With great difficulty, he raised his arm, and after holding the bottle that had long been mixed with nuclear wastewater and other poisons, he poured all the liquid inside the bottle into his mouth. Perhaps it was because of the previous experience of that tube of virus. This time, Zhou Luo didn't feel much. This was because the intense pain from all parts of his body had sucked all of his attention away, leaving him no time to care about the faint stinging pain coming from his throat. If someone were to see Zhou Luo right now, they would definitely be startled by his current appearance. With his eyes protruding out, his face rising like a pig's liver, and the surface of his body covered with densely packed blood vessels, the entire person was like an evil spirit from hell. 10 seconds to the start of the mutagenesis era. 9 seconds to the start of the mutant era. 1 second to the start of the mutagenesis era. As the countdown came to the last second, it was as if heaven and earth had been brushed by a large invisible hand. All the humans suffering from diseases and pain were surprised to realize that the diseases in their bodies had disappeared at this moment. Not only that, they were also surprised to find that their bodies seemed to have become different. Those who suffered from lung cancer gulped huge amounts of spiritual chi between one breath and the next, and the strength of their bodies rose exponentially. Those with skin diseases had their epidermis become rock solid, invulnerable to swords and spears, and invulnerable to fire and water. There are also people who are born with disabilities in their legs, and at this moment, they only feel that their legs have an inexhaustible cow's strength, and they can directly jump out of a dozen meters high with a casual jump. The same with them. At this moment, Zhou Luo had already reversed from the painful state he was in just now. Infected with water bear worm virus gained the talent, indestructible body, rebirth of severed limbs. Infected with mutant rabies virus gained talent, brain operating speed increased by 1000%, comprehension increased by 1000%. Infected with mutated Ebola virus gained the talent, golden god's blood, blood of the great emperor, speed of absorbing aura increased by 10,000%. Infected with nuclear sewage gained talent, physical fitness increased by 1000%. Infected with. An increase effect appeared in Zhou Luo's body. The moment each of the increase effects appeared, Zhou Luo could clearly feel the strength of his body further. Detecting up to 138 individual negative states, reaching the 100 diseases, in the process of strengthening fusion. 0-10.100 diseases. Supreme talent. Fusion progress, 98%. Fusion progress, 99%. Fusion successful. The 9 Spectres Chaos Body. 9 Spectres Chaotic Body, all laws are inviolable, heavenly laws resonate, star marrow and jade bone, emperor's blood and sacred heart, dharma pupil and speech spirit, God's spirit transforms into emptiness. Boom! In an instant. Zhou Luo only felt an extremely strong and powerful energy erupt within his body. It was also at this moment that the aura centered around Zhou Luo and within nearly half of Jiangnan City began to shrink continuously. The spiritual qi formed a huge swirling current that continuously merged into Zhou Luo's body. As for Zhou Luo himself, at this moment, he had already become the eye of the wind of this spiritual qi storm. Initial realm 1, initial realm 2, initial realm 3. Zhou Luo's realm was climbing. In just a moment, he had directly arrived at the 9th level of the initial realm. But even so, Zhou Luo could still feel that he was still invoking the aura of heaven and earth. The vortex of spiritual qi still hadn't stopped, and was constantly converging towards Zhou Luo's body. Initial realm 9th level protean transformation realm 1st level. Boom! Zhou Luo's body shook. At this moment, his realm had already arrived at the 2nd realm pro-change realm. Sparing Lu Rian's calamity saint body in his previous life, breaking through to the prospective change realm had taken a week. And the current Zhou Luo, surprisingly, only took less than 3 minutes. No, it hasn't stopped yet. Zhou Luo once again held his breath. The dantian in his body that was like a black hole was still gulping madly. He could feel that the mere 1st level of the protean transformation realm was far from his current limit. Protean transformation realm 1st level, protean transformation realm 2nd level. Prodigious transformation realm 2nd level, prodigious transformation realm 3rd level. The 5th level of the transformation realm, the 6th level of the transformation realm. It wasn't until finally, Zhou Luo's realm stopped at the 6th level of the prodigious change realm that his dantian gradually leveled off. 6th level of the prodigious change realm. Zhou Luo slightly felt the terrifying strength within his body. He was certain that as long as he wanted to, with just a wave of his hand, the apartment building he was in would collapse in an instant. Is this the feeling of a strong person? Zhou Luo took a deep breath, the curve of his mouth curving upwards more and more. He was finally not the harmless lamb that had been slaughtered in his previous life. With the strength of the 6th level of the prodigious transformation realm, at this current stage, he was probably the only one so unique in the entire Grand Xia. Xin Sisi, as I recall, when you first awakened, you were only at the 3rd level of the initial realm, right? Tisk, can you last more than a single move in my hands? Just as well, let's let you disappear into this world later. Zhou Luo snorted. Rumble. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering, the apartment building under his feet suddenly became shaky. There were also several loud explosions coming from the outside world heatedly. It was as if a dozen grenades had exploded at the same time. It's it, the silver-armored Xuanjiao. Zhou Luo instantly understood what exactly had happened. It was also at this point in time in his previous life, when the disease change era had just opened. A silver-armored Xuanjiao of the 1st level of the prodigious transformation realm suddenly appeared near a boarding elementary school in Jiangnan City. Due to the fact that the disease change era had only opened not long ago, even humans who were suffering from serious illnesses before their awakening were only stuck in the initial realm at this moment. Thus, this sudden appearance of the silver-armored Xuanjiao directly caused countless deaths and injuries. I don't know how many families' children died in its hands. At that time, the order of the Grand Xia had not yet completely collapsed, and Zhou Luo had not been captured by the Liu clan, which had later risen strongly. And the location of this elementary school was near Zhou Luo's original residence, so to speak. Zhou Luo had almost witnessed this inhumane massacre with his own eyes. I remember that after the silver-armored Xuanjiao was killed in my previous life, its auger spine would transform into a silver spear, which is very powerful. It just so happens that I'm also lacking a weapon in my hands, so you're it. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, and in the next moment, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. At the gate of Sunshine Elementary School, the Jiangnan City police looked at the incomparably lurid silver-armored Xuanjiao in the sky, and all of their eyes flashed with a flash of gravity. At this time, it was nighttime, and the children of Sunshine Elementary School were all resting in their dormitories. If this silver-armored Xuanjiao in front of them was allowed to reach the dormitory building, there would be countless deaths and injuries. Fire first, attract the beast's attention, don't let it harm the children. Chen Dao, the leader of the leading action squad, immediately ordered, and the team members all picked up the guns in their hands upon hearing this, and opened fire at the silver-armored Xuanjiao in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Countless amounts of firepower poured out, but these bullets that could have easily killed the carbon-based creatures, when they touched the silver-armored Xuanjiao's epidermis, it was as if they had lost all their power, and they were directly bounced off. Not even a single scratch was left behind. Roar! However, their purpose was still achieved, and the silver-armored Xuanjiao's attention quickly shifted from the students. Its scarlet eyes looked towards the police team members at the gate, and a flash of disdain flashed across its eyes. A mere mole cricket, how dare you come to disturb my father's feeding? Die! In the next instant, the silver-armored Xianjiao flew over the police force like a swimming dragon and swept its jiao tail at the bottom. Snap snap. The speed of the jiao tail sweep was extremely fast. A group of team members could not react in time before they were hit. Those who spit out blood, those who fell to the ground, the team members who were originally fully armed were as wretched as they could be at the moment. Damn beasts! Chen Dao clenched his teeth as a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The team he was leading was formed temporarily after today's disease change era descended, and the team members were all awakened who were suffering from serious illnesses. But even so, the highest cultivation among them was only at the third level of the initial realm, completely incomparable to the silver-armored Xuanjiao in front of them. Team Chen, how long before the support arrives? Among the group of injured team members, a cleanly shaven chestnut-headed youth stood up, his gaze looking towards the captain. The bureau said that they have gone to ask people to mobilize the military firepower. It is estimated that it will take about 10 more minutes. Chen Dao replied after pondering for a moment. Currently, the entire Jiangnan city was unlikely to have a protean transformation realm powerhouse, therefore, if they wanted to deal with this silver-armored Xuanjiao, they could only use large-scale thermal weapons. The red-tailed striker scorpion that had appeared at the Eagle Kingdom's Copper Gate Bridge a week ago had already confirmed that although the strength of this kind of demonic beast at the prospective transformation realm was extremely terrifying, it still couldn't withstand the bombardment of large-scale thermal weapons. His task was only to do everything he could to stall the silver-armored Xuanjiao before the arrival of support and prevent it from making a move on the children of Sunshine Elementary School. 10 minutes? When the chestnut-headed youth heard this number, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Xianzai, what do you want? When Chen Dao saw this, his heart couldn't help but thump, and an ominous premonition immediately surged out. At this moment, the silver-armored Xianjiao in the sky was satisfied with its strike, no longer paying attention to this group of mole crickets that had lost their fighting power, and resumed flying towards the direction of the dormitory building. 011. The might of the 9 septic chaos body. The 10,000 laws do not invade. Team Chen, how many grenades did we bring? The chestnut-headed youth known as Qianzai did not answer Chen Dao's words, but asked in return. 13. Chen Dao subconsciously returned. Xianzai laughed and said to the captain, I was legally disabled before the opening of the disease change era, so I'll be in charge of attracting this beast's attention later on, then you guys throw your grenades at the beast at the same time. We'll directly blow up its ass. Chen Dao sniffed, but a flash of worry flashed across his eyes, but that beast is too powerful, you'll be in danger like this. Right, my sister is still in the dormitory, who will go if I don't go on this mission? Xianzai sniffed and just waved his hand casually, alright, I'm going to set off, don't let me down, otherwise I'll have to find you guys responsible. He said half-jokingly. Afterward, the corner of Qianzai's mouth then grinned. His eyes looked towards the silver-armored Xianjiao in the sky, and he roared, Bastard, your grandpa Qian, I'm not dead yet, why are you running? After saying that, he relifted the rifle in his hand and swept it again furiously at the silver-armored Xuanjiao in the sky. Bang bang bang. The attack that was like scratching angered the silver-armored Xuanjiao once again, and with a roar, it resumed flying towards Qianzai's direction. That's right, hurry up and come to your grandpa Qianmi. Xianzai laughed out loud, and at the same time when the silver-armored Xuanjiao flew, his whole figure leaped up to the roof of the guardroom at the main entrance like a spirit monkey. When the silver-armored Xuanjiao saw that Xianzai not only didn't run, but on the contrary, it came to provoke itself, it was instantly enraged. A faint silver light immediately emerged from its body, ready to properly teach this mole a lesson in front of it. But just as it flew in front of Qianzai's body, with less than 10 meters of height left from the ground, in the squad, the safeties of the 13 grenades were simultaneously pulled back and thrown towards the sky at the same time, in the direction of the silver-armored Xuanjiao. A violent flame then instantly exploded in the air. Rumble! The sound of the powerful explosion instantly spread throughout the entire Jiangnan city. Woo-woo! The silver-armored Xianjiao was blasted by this sudden strike, causing both eyes to go black, and the entire capital of the Jiao was drenched in blood. In particular, the pair of scarlet eyes were even more bloody at the moment. The intense pain stimulated the silver-armored Xianjiao, causing it to fly aimlessly in the sky. On Qianzai's side, due to his proximity to the silver-armored Xuanjiao, he was also affected. The bulletproof vest on his body was shattered and wounds were everywhere, but the smile on his face remained the same as before. He exerted his last ounce of strength and leapt back into the squad, shouting at Chen Dao and the others, Brothers, fire! Bang, bang, bang! Countless bullets flew towards the auger head that had its defenses broken, hitting the silver-armored Xuanjiao and causing it to wail miserably. At first glance, the situation seemed to have completely reversed. However, what Chen Dao did not expect was that after less than 3 minutes, the silver-armored Xuanjiao's bloody dragon head was already about to heal. The scarlet eyes reopened, and his gaze swept through the surroundings, eventually rediscovering Qianzai's figure on the ground. At this moment, Qianzai had already fallen into unconsciousness due to his excessive injuries. However, the silver-armored Xianjiao had no intention of letting him go. Roar! Only to see it let out a low roar. Its figure was like silver lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above the squad. ZZ. The silver-armored Xuanjiao's claws were half clenched in front of its chest, and a ball of light mixed with the terrifying power of thunder instantly began to gather. How can the recovery speed be so fast? Chen Dao's face was ashen. He could clearly feel that as soon as that ball of thunder struck, their entire squad would be wiped out. And at this moment, there were still 5 minutes left before the support arrived. Defeat was assured. Chen Dao's heart was unwilling. It was only at this moment that he truly realized what the opening of the disease change era meant. Strength, it all boiled down to strength. If he was also a powerhouse of the prodigious change realm, would he still be afraid of this little ogre in front of him? Chen Dao slowly closed his eyes. But after half a day, the imagined pain of being scorched by thunder did not come. Team Chen, someone is coming. At this moment, the excited voice of a team member on the side came out heatedly. Is the support arriving? Chen Dao's heart shook and he immediately opened his eyes, thinking that it was the army support that had arrived in time. However, when he opened his eyes, what happened in front of him made him freeze. Only to see that the bright moon hanging high above the sky. A figure was standing in mid-air, facing off against that silver-armored Xuanjiao. Roar! The silver-armored Xianjiao looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of anger. He hadn't finished teaching the group of ants on the ground. Why did a roadblocker pop up now? Looking for death. The silver-armored Xianjiao's mind moved, and the thunderballs in its hands had already converged. Only to see its 2 claws swinging, the thunderball was out of the blue, wrapped in the violent thunder power flying straight ahead. A trivial skill, it's just right to use it to test my 9 specters' chaotic body as well. The figure in midair was no other than Zhou Luo, who had rushed over after hearing the explosion. With his hands behind his back, his face was stoic in the face of the raging thunderball that was about to arrive in front of him, completely devoid of any fear. Boom! The thunderball flew at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of Zhou Luo in an instant. The berserk thunder power exploded in an instant, causing a thunder field full of destructive aura to instantly form around it. Roar! The silver-armored Xianjiao watched this scene, a look of satisfaction flashing across its eyes. This ball of thunder was a strike that was close to its full strength, and this human that popped up halfway could definitely not carry it. Next, it was the moment for it to enjoy its blood meal. The silver-armored Xianjiao wanted to turn around and leave. But right at this moment, a voice immediately came from behind it. You want to leave, did I agree? The silver-armored Xianjiao turned around violently. It only saw that the thunder field had slowly dissipated at this moment. And in the center of the field, the figure standing with its hands behind its back was still standing in it. The 9 specters' chaotic body, invulnerable to all laws. His face was smooth, his breathing was long, and there was no trace of injury. How can this be? The silver-armored Xianjiao was shocked. I've heard that your Jiao dragon spine is good. Since that's the case, then stay and use it as a weapon for me. Zhou Luo grinned, not giving the silver-armored Xianjiao any chance to react, and immediately slapped out his palm. A palm print that was about to approach the size of the entire silver-armored Xuanjiao suddenly appeared, slamming down on top of the silver-armored Xuanjiao's body in a swift and furious manner. Boom! The silver-armored Xuanjiao was directly slapped to the ground by this palm, and its huge body violently smashed into the unoccupied playground of Sunshine Elementary School, smashing out a huge pit. This scene directly dumbfounded everyone present. Whether it was the teachers, students, or the members of Chen Dao's squad who had rushed to support them, they were all dumbstruck. The silver-armored Xuanjiao, whose strength was so terrifying, couldn't even last a single round in Zhou Luo's hands? Who exactly was this person? 012, 1 strike seconds. Refining the silver Jiao gun. Roar! The silver-armored Xianjiao that was smashed down in the pit let out an unwilling roar, still wanting to get up and struggle. But Zhou Luo didn't give it a chance at all, directly coming over the silver-armored Xuanjiao and pinching it by 3 inches. Still want to struggle? Who gave you the courage? Zhou Luo faintly smiled, and then his right hand reached forward, and a large illusory hand held the head of the silver-armored Xuanjiao. Prick la! The large illusory hand violently exerted force, and the silver-armored Xianjiao was drawn out of its spine without the slightest bit of resistance. Only the headless auger body was left still swinging in the big pit, seemingly unwilling to die just like that. Buzz! The silver-armored Xuanjiao's spine gradually began to shrink after it was extracted, and eventually transformed into a bright silver spear along with its head. The head of the auger transformed into the head of the gun, and the spine of the auger was the shaft of the gun, and the entire gun was filled with a stern and murderous aura at first glance. Not bad, it really isn't a mortal product. Zhou Luo weighed the silver jiao gun in his hand twice, and was very satisfied in his heart. One must know that after the opening of the sickness change era, the factor that determined one's strength was not only cultivation. How many treasures one possessed was also a crucial factor in strength. Zhou Luo could still remember that in his previous life, there was no lack of people who were physically healthy and had mediocre talent, but it was because of their extreme luck that they obtained some heaven and earth treasures that led to their strength soaring and eventually dominating. Wanting to become the strongest person in the world, this kind of supreme treasure should never be spared either. Although the silver jiao gun cannot be called a supreme treasure, at this current point in time, it is still considered a rare treasure. Zhou Luo put the silver jiao gun behind his back, and his gaze turned to look at the Sunshine Primary School on the ground. After this big battle, Sunshine Elementary School could be said to be in a mess everywhere. However, the good thing was that the dormitory building piece was still intact, and the students were all safe and sound. When Zhou Luo looked at the group of children, the children similarly turned their gaze towards Zhou Luo. Countless pairs of eyes shining with childish innocence were filled with adoration at this moment. They were afraid that they would never forget what happened today in their entire lives. Zhou Luo swept a circle around him, and then he was ready to leave. The silver-armored Xian Jiao was dead, and he had more important things to do next. His figure gradually faded away. Only after he completely disappeared from the eyes of the crowd did Chen Dao react half a beat slower. He quickly dialed a call to the headquarters. "This is Chen Dao. The silver-armored Xuanjiao that appeared at Sunshine Elementary School has been resolved by a mysterious person's hand. Also, call an ambulance immediately, my team member's life is in danger. Be quick." After leaving Sunshine Elementary School, Zhou Luo brought his silver jiao gun and quickly returned to his apartment building. The next thing he had to do was to quickly refine this silver jiao gun in his hand. The first major opportunity that descended upon Jiangnan City after the opening of the sickness change era was the South Mountain Secret Realm in 3 days. Memories flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. The Southern Mountain Secret Realm was a great opportunity that was famous after the opening of the disease change era in the previous life. There were countless treasures in the secret realm, the most precious of which was an innate treasure called the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo clearly remembers that in his previous life, he obtained the 9 Suns 8 trigrams plate and was called the trigrams armor heavenly father by the world, Wu Qiyun, who was only a rookie in the initial realm before obtaining the 9 Suns 8 trigrams plate. It is because the time of the opening of the Nanshan secret realm is exactly the 3rd day after the advent of the era of disease and change. The world is still not clear about what this secret realm is actually something. Wu Qiyun purely rely on luck to get the 9 Yang Bagua disc. Otherwise, this can release the world's strongest defense formation gossip diffraction heaven formation of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc how will fall into his hands. Wu Qiyun was relying on the 8 trigrams diffractive formation in the 5 Great Beast King at the same time when the siege of Jiangnan City, with the strength of one person to resist the 5 Taboo Realm Beast King's full force attack and became famous by the world called Gossip Armor Tianzuan. Initial Realm, Pro-Change Realm, Divine Exotic Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Taboo Realm, these were the 5 major cultivation realms delineated by the will of heaven after the opening of the sickness change era. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, we must get our hands on it. A flash of color flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. At this note in his previous life, everyone was unclear about the importance of the secret realm. But he was different, he was a reborn person. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, he was determined to get it. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Luo's sight returned to the silver jiao gun in his hand. The mind moved. A thought popped out of Zhou Luo's mind and ran straight into the silver jiao gun. After the thoughts entered the silver jiao gun, the first thing Zhou Luo felt was a wave of hatred. Hee, this little jiao of yours is quite vindictive, even if it's already dead, it still doesn't want to fall into my hands? The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, his tone playful, but unfortunately, since you're in my hands, you must listen to my words. The words just fell. The silver-armored Xian Jiao consciousness that remained within the silver jiao gun was instantly crushed. This was the power brought to Zhou Luo by the 9 Sephirotic Chaos Body. The divine spirit transformed into a void. Without joking, there were absolutely no 2 people in the world today who could compare to Zhou Luo in terms of divine soul strength. After crushing the consciousness of the silver-armored Xuanjiao, Zhou Luo began to refine the silver jiao gun. Without the silver-armored Xuanjiao's obstruction, the refining process could be described as extremely smooth. After only half an hour, the silver jiao gun was branded with Zhou Luo's divine soul. At this moment, Zhou Luo truly felt that the silver jiao gun had become his. It was not too much to describe it as being driven like an arm. Very well, the silver jiao gun has been refined. Before preparing to head to the Southern Mountain Mysterious Realm, let's go and settle one thing first. Zhou Luo put the silver jiao gun away and then directly left the apartment. A few moments later, in a residential neighborhood, Zhou Luo quietly arrived in front of a family's door. Knock knock. Knocking on the door of the house. A woman with a thin figure and pretty face soon walked out. Zhou Luo, you really dare to come? Xin Sisi looked at Zhou Luo outside the door, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. The words had not yet fallen. She reached out of thin air and grabbed the cultivation of the third level of the initial realm, and her body erupted abruptly, wanting to grab Zhou Luo into the house. But the moment she touched Zhou Luo's wrist, however, she realized that no matter how hard she pushed, Zhou Luo unexpectedly did not move in place. Qin Sisi, do you think that the strength of your initial realm is very strong? Zhou Luo looked at the clown like Qin Sisi and sneered, saying that. His body shook, and the aura of the Protean transformation realm was revealed. A great sense of oppression directly enveloped Qin Sisi. Perspective change realm. Impossible, this is impossible. How could you be at the perspective change realm? How could you be an awakened? Qin Sisi stared at Zhou Luo with wide eyes, her face full of unbelief. As she remembered, Zhou Luo's body clearly didn't have any diseases. Qin Sisi, now I'm asking you, who should regret it? Zhou Luo looked at Qin Sisi with a playful face. Qin Sisi reacted quickly. The original vicious look on her face instantly became well-behaved at this moment, and even had a hint of flattery. Zhou Luo, why didn't you tell me earlier if you're so strong? Why would I tell you? Without waiting for her to continue, Zhou Luo directly interrupted, and after a cold laugh, a silver jiao gun appeared out of thin air in his hand. Do you think that it's necessary for a dead person to know so much? Saying that, the silver jiao gun in Zhou Luo's hand stabbed straight forward. The tip of the gun was like a silver mane, directly penetrating Qin Sisi's heart, splattering a splash of blood. Until the moment of death, Qin Sisi still had that fawning expression. Only, there was an extra touch of incredulity in her eyes, completely unaware of why Zhou Luo had suddenly become so decisive, going so far as to directly kill her. Until the very end. The divine splendor between Qin Sisi's eyes gradually dissipated as Zhou Luo pulled the tip of his gun out, his lean body thumping to the ground with a muffled sound. The first revenge, avenged. Next is you, Ruyan Lu. Zhou Luo shook off the blood from the tip of his gun and slowly left the place. 013. Crippled Calamity Saint Body. Ruyan Lu's mind collapsed. Just as Zhou Luo was working hard on his cultivation. Jiangnan City, inside the Lu clan group. Ruyan Lu had already left her wheelchair and was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling the aura of heaven and earth. Only after a long time did she slowly open her eyes. Damn Zhou Luo. If it wasn't for him, how could my Calamity Saint body be crippled to this extent? Ruyan Lu's stunningly beautiful face was covered in resentment at this moment. Although she had long been prepared in her heart that after the opening of the disease mutation era her physique would drop from the original. However, she did not expect the decline to be so great. She already knew that she was originally able to become the legendary Calamity Saint body, with her cultivation speed 1,000 times ahead of ordinary people. But now, several treatments of the Tianshan Snow Lotus had destroyed her Calamity Saint body, turning it into this crippled version of the Calamity Saint body. Today, the speed of cultivation had slowed down by half, not to mention that the various talents that belonged uniquely to the Calamity Saint body were also far away. If it wasn't for the fact that the most crucial talent of the Calamity Saint body, raising the dead, still existed, she would really have to explode in her mind. However, it was also because the Calamity Saint body was crippled that she could only use this talent once. After one time, it would be completely ineffective. Father, have you found where Zhou Luo is yet? As soon as she thought of this, Lu Ruyan became furious, and her gloomy gaze instantly looked at Lu Kailong on the side. Lu Kailong was stared at by Lu Ruyan in a somewhat sweaty manner, hurriedly shook his head and said, Our people have already found the place where he lived before, but that house has already been mortgaged out by Zhou Luo a month ago, and Zhou Luo hasn't gone back once in this period of time. Whether he's still in Jiangnan City or not is all a question. Lu Kailong's tone was a little uncertain. Then check his bank flow. Wherever he goes, he always needs money, right? Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth. She sort of hated Zhou Luo. Clearly at this moment, she was already able to rely on her Calamity Saint body to dominate in this newly arrived disease change era, becoming the strongest group of people in the world. But it was because of Zhou Luo that all of this was shattered. Even Ruyan Lu doubted if Zhou Luo had known that the disease change era would come, so he had come early to trap her. But this suspicion was too outrageous, so Ruyan Lu didn't think much about it. There's a problem on the bank side, our people can't get in touch, there's no way to check. Lu Kailong sighed. Ever since the disease change era descended, the world could be said to be in chaos. He could clearly foresee that it wouldn't be long before the order established in the past would all come crashing down. Strength was the hard currency in the future. For the matter of Zhou Luo destroying Lu Ruyan's Calamity Saint body, Lu Kailong also hated it to the extreme. If he could let him find Zhou Luo, he would never let it go easily. Just at this moment, the office door was suddenly knocked on. General Manager Lu, the person you are looking for, we have found him. At these words, both Ruyan Lu and Kailong Lu were both shaken in spirit. Quickly come in. Lu Kailong waved his hand. The secretary pushed the door in holding a laptop. On the laptop screen, a video was playing. In the video, a youth figure was standing in mid-air with his hands in the air, and opposite him was a huge silver-colored auger dragon. Immediately afterward, the youth in the video was seen casually waving a palm at the silver-colored auger dragon. A huge palm print appeared in mid-air and fiercely blasted on top of the dragon's body. The huge scaly dragon with extremely astonishing might was actually directly slapped into the ground just because of this palm. Next was the scene of the youth taking the dragon's spine. The video wasn't really clear, probably due to the shooting distance being too far away, but this scene still stimulated the eyeballs. Of course, the most crucial thing was that both Lu Kailong and Lu Ruyan recognized who the youth who had casually killed the auger dragon actually was. Zhou Luo? Lu Kailong's eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. Ruyan Lu's stunningly beautiful eyes were also filled with shock at this moment. Why is he so strong? Ruyan Lu's tone was very complicated. She had never expected that the incomparably healthy-looking Zhou Luo would become so terrifyingly strong after the disease change era had descended. It was completely much more violent than her Calamity Saint body. Although her current Calamity Saint body was a crippled version, Lu Ruyan could clearly perceive that even if her own Calamity Saint body was a full version, it was still absolutely no match for Zhou Luo on the video. Daughter, it seems that we can't go on according to the original plan. Lu Kailong clenched his teeth and said, since Zhou Luo is so strong, we can only go and please him and then slowly wait for an opportunity. No matter what, our Lu clan group has also cooperated with him, Zhou Luo, once, and I also returned $100 million to him. This is more or less a friendship. After hearing what Lu Kailong said, Lu Ruyan could only nod silently. She was not stupid and knew when to do something. Now that Zhou Luo was obviously many times stronger than her, if she wanted to take revenge, she could only wait for her own strength to improve and surpass Zhou Luo in the future. Until then, everything will be endured first. Lu Kailong saw that Lu Ruyan did not refuse, and his heart was relieved. He turned his head to his secretary. Go and find Zhou Luo's contact information for me. I'm going to personally visit him at home. Yes. The secretary answered and left. Outside the neighborhood, Zhou Luo was about to leave when the cell phone inside his pocket suddenly rang. Picking it up and looking at it, on it was clearly a call from the Lu group. Seeing this, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth slightly hooked up with a touch of playfulness, and immediately pressed the answer button. I'm Zhou Luo, what's the matter? Lu Kailong's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Great, it's really you Mr. Zhou, I'm Lu Kailong, I've been looking for you in recent days. Want to repay you for the favor of curing my daughter, finally let me find. Lu Kailong's voice sounded very excited. When Zhou Luo heard this, he couldn't help but also want to laugh a little. It just so happened that he had planned to make a trip to the Lu group and directly get rid of Ruyan Lu and Kailong Lu. This didn't come to his door by itself? Thinking of this, Zhou Luo then smiled and replied back, Mr. Lu, then how are you going to repay me? A response quickly came from the other end of the phone. The magnitude of your favor to our Lu group can't be said over the phone. Mr. Zhou, how about this, you tell me your address and I'll bring my daughter to visit you personally. Lu Kailong's words had just fallen. Zhou Luo then directly agreed, good, then I'll send you the location of my home, I'll wait for you. After sending the location of the apartment building, Zhou Luo then slowly walked back, ready to wait for the duo to come to his door. On the other end of the phone, after receiving the location sent by Zhou Luo, the corners of Lu Kailong's mouth were grinning up to his ears. My guess was right, Zhou Luo is indeed thinking of this friendship that our Lu clan has given him. To be able to hook up with a strong person of this level, my Lu clan group's future is definitely bright in the future. Lu Kailong was in a happy mood. He smiled and looked at Lu Ruyan. Daughter, let's go visit Zhou Luo together. You must remember, don't show your hatred in front of him, everything will wait for your strength to rise up before we take revenge. Lu Ruyan slowly nodded her head and lightly opened her vermilion lips. Father, I have my own measure, I definitely won't let Zhou Luo notice. That's good, there's no time to lose, let's move right away. Lu Kailong smiled faintly and brought Lu Ruyan to quickly leave the Lu clan group, heading towards Zhou Luo's residence. 014. The miserable Ruyan demon emperor. Half an hour later, Zhou Luo's room door was knocked on. Mr. Zhou, I'm Lu Kailong, I've come to pay you a visit with my daughter, Lu Ruyan. As Lu Kailong's voice rang out. Not long after, the door to the room was opened from the inside. Zhou Luo also appeared in Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong's line of sight at this moment. Mr. Zhou, you finally opened the door. After seeing Zhou Luo, Lu Kailong immediately piled a smile on his face. Looking at his appearance, Zhou Luo couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Before the disease era descended, the Lu clan group was one of the few largest corporations in Jiangnan City. No one would dare not give Lu Kailong face when they were out and about. But it was such a wealthy chairman who was groveling in front of himself at this moment, his face full of smiles. Zhou Luo secretly sighed, all of this could be brought about by strength. He thought and knew that it was definitely because he was photographed and posted online when he beheaded the dragon at Sunshine Elementary School, and Lu Kailong and the others saw it that they would come to themselves so actively. But this was good, Lu Kailong and Lu Ruyan taking the initiative to come to him was also considered to help him save a thing. Mr. Zhou, you. Lu Kailong saw that Zhou Luo didn't say anything for half a day, so he immediately wanted to use the rhetoric he had prepared earlier to get close. But before he could finish his words, he was immediately interrupted by Zhou Luo. Chairman Lu, you should have seen me kill that silver-armored Xuanju at Sunshine Elementary School before you looked for me, right? The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked into a playful smile as he directly opened the door and said. This directly screwed up Lu Kailong. However, he also reacted quickly, immediately picking up, Mr. Zhou, that scene of you beheading the scaly dragon is now all over the internet. It's really a teenage hero with a heroic appearance. Oh, then what? Zhou Luo continued to look at Lu Kailong, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Lu Kailong's heart thumped when he saw this. Could it be that he had said something wrong? Seeing that the scene was about to fall into awkwardness, Lu Ruyan at the side immediately stepped forward and looked at Zhou Luo with a smile. Mr. Zhou, you have saved Ruyan's life. These days, Ruyan has been thinking about how to repay you. But Ruyan, no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a method, so she thought of coming to ask you in person. As she spoke, Ruyan Lu once again took a step closer towards Zhou Luo. Her eyes gave a wink, her cheeks fluttered, and a pair of watery eyes stared at Zhou Luo. What do you say? How should Ruyan repay you well? Ruyan will definitely try her best to fulfill. A virginal fragrance came to his nose. Zhou Luo couldn't help but be staggered in his heart as he looked at Ruyan Lu in front of him. Worthy of being the Ruyan Devil Emperor, she would do anything to achieve her goal. If not for the fact that he was a reborn person, he would have been able to give Ruyan Lu this appearance to trick him into willingly being her subject under her skirt. After all, although Lu Ruyan was ruthless, her looks were recognized as the best in the world in her previous life. This woman must not be retained. Cough. Zhou Luo took a step back and coughed lightly twice, while his gaze also looked towards Ruyan Lu, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Speaking of repayment, I really do have something that I would like to ask you to help me with. What kind of favor? You can just say it, Ruyan will absolutely complete it. Lu Ruyan was instantly overjoyed, but her complexion remained unchanged, still the same look of a shy beauty everywhere. Since you're so sincere, then I'll be straightforward. A flash of coldness flashed across Zhou Luo's eyes, and his tone instantly became icy. I want to kill you. The words just fell. At some point in Zhou Luo's hand, a bright silver lance suddenly appeared. The tip of the spear was like the head of a jiao, and the body of the spear was like the spine of a jiao, and a regular person would be able to feel a sense of fierce killing intent just by looking at it. Lu Ruyan's heart also surged with a touch of ominous foreboding at this moment, just wanting to retreat, but in the next second, she felt that a touch of coldness suddenly appeared at the position of her heart. But the silver jiao gun probed forward, directly penetrating through Lu Ruyan's heart like no one's business. Several blood flowers were sprayed on the wall behind Ruyan Lu. Zhou Luo's speed was extremely fast, and it was only after Ruyan Lu's eyes gradually lost their luster that Lu Kailong on the side reacted to what had happened. Zhou Luo, you. Lu Kailong was shocked. He completely failed to understand why Zhou Luo had killed his daughter. And still, he had taken Lu Ruyan's life so relentlessly and so decisively. Could it be that his daughter had messed with him in some way? It was too late to think much. As Lu Kailong uttered those 3 words, the silver jiao gun had already been pulled out from the location of Lu Ruyan's heart. Immediately afterward, the gun had instantly turned around, and in a quick flash, it directly penetrated Lu Kailong's heart. Puff! The two fell straight backward. The walls of the corridor were already splattered with blood at this moment. Killing 2 people in a row took less than 10 seconds in total. The Lu group will cease to exist in the future. After doing all this, Zhou Luo's heart was more than happy. In private, he had already sort of avenged himself, eradicating the Lu clan that had abused him in his previous life. In public, he was also considered to have removed a great scourge from the heavens. In this life, there would never be another tragedy like the Chioha City tragedy in the previous life. After confirming that Lu Ruyan and Lu Kailong were truly dead, Zhou Luo didn't stay here any longer and directly left the house he just bought. The disease transformation era had already begun, and things like houses were no longer as important as they were before. As long as he was strong enough, he could go wherever he wanted. This house is dirty? I'm sorry, I'll just directly replace it with another set, it's just so arbitrary. About an hour passed after Zhou Luo left. In the corridor, that Lu Ruyan, who had originally lost her breath, suddenly blossomed a black light within her body at this moment. The black light quickly spread all over her body and began to repair every wound inside and outside her body. Within a short time, the wounds were all repaired. Ruyan Lu also slowly opened her eyes at this moment. The first thing that came into her eyes was Lu Kailong, who was dead to the side. There was also the wall full of bloodstains around. The memories in his mind also began to recover. Ruyan Lu's beautiful face gradually became distorted. Resentment, anger. All sorts of negative emotions began to brew in her heart. Zhou Luo. I, Lu Ruyan, will not share the same fate as you. She clenched her silver teeth, the corners of her mouth were oozing blood due to her exertion as she roared hysterically. At this time, the door to Zhou Luo's neighbor's room suddenly opened, and a bare-chested strong man came out. Who the hell is going crazy? Still not letting people sleep? As soon as he came out, this very impactful scene in front of him immediately made him freeze in place. Kill! Kill! People! The burly man hadn't had time to shout out. Lu Ruyan, then her eyes were cold, instantly came to the strong man, and her right hand pinched the neck of the strong man. Kazi! In the next moment, the strong man's cervical vertebrae was immediately pinched off. After killing one person, Lu Ruyan, however, didn't have any psychological burden at all and didn't even look at the strong man's corpse. She just came straight to Lu Keilong's corpse, silently picked him up, and whirled into the elevator. At the moment the elevator door closed. Out of the corner of Lu Ruyan's eyes, a tear of blood also quietly slipped down. Zhou Luo, you killed my father and caused my Calamity Saint body talent to fail. In the future, I will definitely make you feel my pain. Ruyan Lu muttered. 015. Wind and cloud. Innate supreme treasure clue. 2 days passed. Inside a house. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, and as he exhaled and inhaled, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi continuously converged into his body. Until it reached a critical point, Zhou Luo's dantian suddenly shook. Protean Transformation Realm 6th level. Protean Transformation Realm 7th level. A long breath was exhaled. Zhou Luo reopened his eyes. As expected, the 7th level of the prodigious change realm. Although the realm had broken through, Zhou Luo still felt a little dissatisfied. I can feel it, the efficiency of my 9 Pantheon chaotic body in gulping down aura is terrifying, but there just isn't a good breathing method to aid in the transformation. Zhou Luo shook his head with some regret in his heart. If there was a good breathing method, then his current realm would definitely be more than the 7th level of the prodigious transformation realm. The Southern Mountain Mystic Realm will be opening soon, let's hope that there will be an okay breathing method inside. Zhou Luo got up and straightened the dust on his clothes before heading straight out the door. After leaving the building he was in, Zhou Luo looked up towards the sky, only to see that not far away in the sky, a huge crack had opened up in the clouds, and countless channels of golden light were shining out from the crack. The location where the golden light shone was directly south of Jiangnan City, a large mountain known by the locals as Kun Mountain. That was where the South Mountain Mystic Realm would open. It's still early, let's first go online and see what happened in the world during the 2 days I was in seclusion. In this life, with the existence of me as a variable, I don't know if the development will still be the same as the previous life. Zhou Luo's mind moved, and he immediately picked up his cell phone. After looking at it for a while, his face couldn't help but flash with a touch of joy. It seems that it didn't lead to changes because of my rebirth. Zhou Luo smiled faintly. This could be considered a great thing for him. Since all the things in the world remained unchanged, his benefits as a reborn person could be far too great. Being able to predict some things in advance could bring him great benefits. There are still 5 major forces that have developed within the Great Xia. There's the Bailey Group with the Black Feather King in charge, and the Gu Clan of the Australian island with the 5 Viscera Immortal Body Gu Qianhua in charge. There's also the Skeleton Society where Skeleton Venerable Young Tianying is located, as well as the Great Xia Alliance. The only thing that's a little different is that there's less of the Lu clan, but there's an extra Jiangnan villa that was taken over by the Lu clan in his previous life, and is located in Jiangnan City where I am. Zhou Luo withdrew his cell phone, his gaze looking back in the direction of Kun Mountain. Nowadays, with the awakening of the 9 Spectres' chaotic body, his strength was already ranked number 1 in Daxia. It wasn't even too much to say that he was number 1 in Blue Star. None of these forces posed much of a threat to him. All he had to do currently was to go to the Southern Mountain Secret Realm and find Wu Qiyun, who had obtained the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc in his previous life. As long as he found Wu Qiyun, it would be equivalent to becoming the biggest winner of this Southern Mountain Secret Realm. It's time to set off. Zhou Luo withdrew his mind and then quickly walked in the direction of Kun Mountain. After his cultivation had reached the Protean Transformation Realm, his own physical quality could be said to be strong to an extremely terrifying degree. Even if one were to fly directly through the air, it wouldn't be any harder for them. However, the move of flying in the air was still too consumptive of one's body's spiritual qi, and unless it was like dealing with a foreign beast like the silver-armored Xin Jiao that flew in the sky, it wasn't particularly necessary. It'll be good when I reach the Divine Exalted Realm. At that time, I can just fly if I want to, and I don't have to think about the problem of consuming spiritual qi at all. Zhou Luo thought secretly in his heart as he sprinted towards Kun Mountain. About 20 minutes passed. Zhou Luo also finally arrived at the foot of Kun Mountain. At this moment, at the foot of Kun Mountain, a large number of people had already gathered. Zhou Luo only slightly swept a glance and judged that most of the people inside were awakened. How could there be so many people? The South Mountain Secret Realm, aren't there not even a few people going to participate in it? Looking at the huge crowd in front of him, Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart was a little puzzled. Just as he was thinking, the crowd not far away suddenly had a movement. The Bailey Group's people are coming. Crap, that walking in the forefront should be the Black Feather King's sister, Lu Yuer, right? That's her. I heard that the strange disease on the Black Feather King is inherited from the family, and although his sister's disease is a bit lighter than the Black Feather King's, it's still 60% of her strength. Listening to the discussion sounds coming from the people next to him, Zhou Luo also cast his gaze towards the front of that crowd. Among them, the one who attracted the most attention was the woman wearing a black gauze skirt. The woman didn't look very old, and was estimated to be only around 20. Black Feather King's sister? Zhou Luo looked at Lu Yuer, who was walking towards the side, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. He had indeed heard of such a person in his previous life. But it was by no means in the middle of this matter of the Nanshan secret realm. And there was definitely no shadow of the Bailey group in the South Mountain secret realm in his previous life. It seemed that the collapse of the Lu group had indeed caused some changes in the world line. But this was harmless. No matter who came, the biggest winner of this southern mountain mystic realm would only be him, Zhou Luo. This was because only he knew exactly who the person who had ultimately obtained the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc in this southern mountain mystic realm was. Wu Qiyun. As long as he was found, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc would change hands. 016. Bailey Group in Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo withdrew his sight from looking in Lu Yuer's direction and prepared to look for Wu Qiyun in the crowd. He had seen Wu Qiyun on television more than once in his previous life, so he knew exactly what he looked like. With the enhanced eyesight brought about by his current pro-change realm and 9 specters' chaotic body, as long as Wu Qiyun came to the scene, he would definitely not be able to escape Zhou Luo's eyes. Just as Zhou Luo was about to start looking for Wu Qiyun, suddenly, the crowd standing beside him quickly retreated towards the back. Soon, Zhou Luo's surroundings became empty, and he was the only one standing still. There was no other reason. Because the Bailey group led by Lu Yuer was about to approach this side. The people watching around them were all interested in making a path for the Bailey group to pass through. Zhou Luo was the only one still standing still, causing many people to look at him sideways. What's this kid gawking at? Other people's Bailey group are coming over, and he still dares to stop in front of them? Bull, this isn't pure rashness? Bailey group also dared to offend. The Black Feather King sweeping Taishan City also did not happen for a long time. Fight. It's just as well that I've seen the Bailey group's methods. Brothers, come over quickly, don't freeze. The onlookers immediately started whispering. There were good people who watched the fun, not only talking on the sidelines, but also waiting for the Bailey group to make a direct move. There were also those who couldn't stand to watch hurriedly shouting for Zhou Luo to come over. These voices naturally all fell on Zhou Luo's ears. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. In his previous life, he had suffered enough because of his lack of strength. In this life, after returning from rebirth and awakening the 9 specters' chaotic body, if he still had to back down at every turn, then Zhou Luo felt that he could find a block of tofu and hit his head. From the day he was reborn, Zhou Luo had secretly sworn in his heart. In this life, only others would give in to him. The words of persuasion from the surrounding well-wishers did not make Zhou Luo move a single bit. It was only in this moment that the people from the Bailey group had already arrived in front of Zhou Luo. When the leader, Lu Yuer, saw that Zhou Luo stood still and did not move in the slightest, and did not even look at their Bailey group, her cool eyes could not help but narrow slightly. You don't have long eyes, dare to stop our Bailey group's road, is it? A lean man following beside Lu Yuer immediately stepped forward, ready to give Zhou Luo a good lesson. But Lu Yuer directly reached out to stop him. Stand back. Lu Yuer's vermilion lips lightly opened, and the lean man immediately stopped in his tracks. However, looking at his face, he was still somewhat unconvinced. Lu Yuer didn't care about him, she just silently took a step forward and came to Zhou Luo, asking, which side of the forces Mr. from? Just a loner. Zhou Luo spoke indifferently. Once these words came out, the people watching around them couldn't sit still again. I thought this kid was also a member of some big power, daring to block the Bailey group's path, but it turns out he's a loner? Damn, this is tired of living, dare to act like this. You don't say, really give him to pretend, but the consequences? Can be on. Pretend a persecution, the small life to load in, this business really lose it. After Lu Yuer heard Zhou Luo say that she was alone, her violet eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Immediately afterward, she turned her head and waved her hand at her men, regardless of him, let's go. Yes. The men under her command obeyed. With Lu Yuer taking the lead, a group of people immediately split into two and traveled through Zhou Luo's side. This move directly made the surrounding people look dumbfounded. Lu Yuer actually spared him? Really? When did the Bailey group become so soft that they couldn't even cure a boy who blocked the road? The crowd was all puzzled. One must know that yesterday, news had also come from Taishan City that the Black Feather King had led the Bailey group and directly swept away all the large and small forces in Taishan City proper. Anyone who was unwilling to belong to their Bailey group was ruthlessly suppressed. The 100 Miles group, which had such a tough approach, had even spared Zhou Luo, who had blocked their way. Today? What is this situation? Seeing that Lu Yuer did not intend to find trouble with herself, Zhou Luo could not help but look at her one more time. If Liu Yuer had dared to let her men make a move just now, then he would not hesitate to directly suppress all of the Bailey Group's people. However, since Liu Yuer didn't do so, then Zhou Luo was also happy to be idle. The people of the Bailey Group soon all walked past Zhou Luo. Just at this moment, above the sky in the distance, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, the black shadow grew larger and larger from far to near, eventually transforming into a handsome man who appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Sister Yuer. The man had just gotten close to the ground when he directly shouted at Liu Yuer. Immediately afterward, he landed directly beside Liu Yuer. It's the Jiangnan Villa's third young master, Ruan Yanfeng. Sure enough, Jiangnan Villa has also come. I told you, with this kind of vision in Kun Mountain, how could Jiangnan Villa, as a major local power, not move? I heard that before the opening of the disease change era, Jiangnan Villa and Bailey Group are old friends. I didn't expect this to be true. Good lord, then the situation for the other few major powers isn't too good. The onlookers immediately recognized the handsome man's identity. Sister Yuer, how come you're the only one who came over today? Where's your brother him? After Ruan Yanfeng landed on the ground, he asked Liu Yuer with a smile. My brother, he has other important matters to deal with, so I'm the only one who came over. Liu Yuer's tone was as flat as water, seemingly not buying this attentiveness from Ruan Yanfeng. However, Ruan Yanfeng didn't care at all. He just nodded slightly and said, "That's good. My family also sent only me over to check on the situation in Kun Mountain, so now we can join forces between the two of us as well." After saying that, he then turned his gaze towards Zhou Luo, who was not far away, the corner of his mouth hanging up a smile. Sister Yuer, I saw everything that happened just now. This guy dared to block your path. Why don't I go and help you teach him a lesson? Liu Yuer couldn't help but frown at his words. Before I came here, my brother warned me that it's better to do more than less, so don't you worry about this matter. Don't worry, Sister Yuer. I already broke through to the 6th level of the initial realm yesterday. Although my strength is not as good as your brother's, it's still no problem to teach a brat a lesson. Ruan Yanfeng made what he thought was a dashing smile. You wait for me here, I'll go and return. After saying that, he didn't care if Liu Yuer agreed or not, and walked straight towards Zhou Luo. Seeing this, Zhou Luo could not help but frown slightly. He had thought that he could have some peace and quiet just now, but in the end, such a licking dog suddenly appeared. However, it was fine. Since this Jiangnan Villa's young master Ruan was looking for death, he didn't mind sending him on his way. Turning back, he would destroy the Jiangnan Villa as well. In this way, won't the line of events coincide with the previous life? I'm such a genius. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly as he turned his head to look at Ruan Yanfeng, who was walking towards him. 017. Thunderous measures. Directly killed in seconds. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ruan Yanfeng quickly walked in front of Zhou Luo. I'm in a good mood because I saw Sister Yuer today. Ruan Yanfeng's pair of slender eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Zhou Luo and said indifferently, I'll give you a chance to choose. If you want to live, go and kneel and apologize to my Yuer sister, and I'll spare your life. If you don't want to live, then I will kill you. Ruan Yanfeng's tone was flat. However, after the people present heard his words, none of them had cold sweat seeping out from behind their backs. Everyone's gazes all looked towards Zhou Luo at this moment, wanting to know how he would choose. But most people actually had an answer in their hearts. It was definitely the choice to kneel down and apologize. As long as Zhou Luo wasn't a fool, then that was the only way to choose. Otherwise, choosing to die? Hey, I told you that pretending to be a pussy would be struck by lightning, right? Just now it was still sitting there motionless, just not giving way to the Bailey Group. Now it's good, not kneel down or wait for death. Let's see if he's still pretending to be a pussy in the future. The group's faces all changed into an expression of watching a good show. Ruan Yanfeng couldn't help but slightly tickle the corners of his mouth as he listened to the comments of the people around him. This was the effect he wanted. Now that the disease change era had arrived, their Jiangnan Mountain Villa, as the most powerful force in Jiangnan City, had to properly establish its authority. When he came to view this Jinan Mountain vision, he was properly instructed by his elder brother that no matter what happened in Jinan Mountain today, he had to make some big noise. Let the world all know the name of their Jiangnan Villa. In the future, to see their Jiangnan Villa people have to be respectful, or today's Zhou Luo was the end. This is his real purpose. The matter of giving way was just an excuse. Is there no third option? Zhou Luo looked at the arrogant Ruan Yanfeng in front of him and faintly asked. No, kneel down, or die, choose one. Ruan Yanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart already unhappy. It's already good enough that I can let you kid have a way out, but as a result, you still want to bargain? He decided that if Zhou Luo didn't know any better and didn't kneel down right away, then he would directly strike to kill him. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, Ruan Yanfeng only felt a gust of coolness coming from his chest. Looking down, he realized that Zhou Luo's hand had somehow produced an additional lance that was bright silver in color. The tip of the lance had already penetrated at his heart. You. Ruan Yanfeng's eyes widened as he opened his mouth to say something, but a stream of blood steeply gushed out from his throat. His pupils began to gradually dissipate, and in just milliseconds, he had already lost his life. But Zhou Luo pulled the silver jiao gun out of Wang Yanfeng's chest and instantly flung it towards the ground. The blood that was stained on the tip of the gun was all flung to the ground, refreshed. He looked at Wang Yanfeng, who was collapsed on the ground in front of him, his eyes lifeless, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Then I'll tell you what the third option is, and that is me killing you. The entire foot of Kun Mountain, only his voice echoed at this moment. Everyone present had been deeply shocked by the scene that had occurred before their eyes. It was too fast. It was really too fast. Zhou Luo's process from the moment he took the gun until he killed Wang Yanfeng had only taken less than a second. It wasn't even clear how Zhou Luo took out the silver jiao gun. At this moment, the hearts of the people present were already filled with shock. Each and every one of them looked at Zhou Luo with eyes as if they were looking at a monster. The few people who had been mocking Zhou Luo just now were as quiet as a cicada, not daring to make the slightest movement for fear that Zhou Luo would turn around and find them in trouble. Not far away, Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes at this moment also only had shock and doubt left in them. Who exactly is Zhou Luo? Just now, her line of sight had been on Zhou Luo and Wang Yanfeng's bodies without moving away. With her current cultivation of the 7th level of the initial realm, she should be considered to be in the highest cultivation bracket amongst the people present. She should also be among the group of people whose cultivation level was near the peak after the current disease change era had just opened. But even so, she still didn't see how Zhou Luo actually shot to kill Wang Yanfeng. Without a single movement of pulling out the gun, it was as if the eyes were closed and opened. The tip of the silver jiao gun had already penetrated Wang Yanfeng's heart. It is really horrible like this. Lu Yuer felt 10,000 times more fortunate for her choice just now at this moment. It was fortunate that she didn't act like a fool and had to make Zhou Luo get out of the way. Otherwise, she was pretty sure that the person lying there right now had a huge probability of not being Wang Yanfeng, but herself. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Zhou Luo's mind moved, and the silver jiao gun in his hand suddenly began to shrink, and was eventually put into his sleeve. This was one of the effects of the silver jiao gun's refinement, being able to change its size according to Zhou Luo's mind. It was just like the great sage's golden hoop cudgel. The crowd present was again deeply shocked as they watched this effect that was just like magic. This kind of function, before the arrival of the mutagenesis era, they had only seen it on TV novels. How is it that once the mutagenesis era opened, this kind of function that only existed in myths appeared in reality? Feeling the shocked eyes of the people around him, Zhou Luo's heart was very calm. This function of changing size was actually not rare. It was just that the disease change era had just opened now, and most people still didn't know about it. The real ones in this world, those saint weapons, were able to be directly incorporated into the body. This was much more awesome than changing size. Just like the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc inside the South Mountain Mysteries, it had this function. After taking the silver jiao gun back into his sleeve, Zhou Luo then continued to start searching for Wu Qiyun's figure. Calculating the time, there were only the last 10 minutes left before the opening of the Southern Mountain Mysterious Realm. Wu Qiyun must be hiding in the crowd at this moment. He had to be found, or else such a good opportunity to obtain the innate supreme treasure would just be missed. I wonder if it was a coincidence. As Zhou Luo looked his gaze into the crowd, he happened to see a familiar face. Only to see in the crowd not far from Zhou Luo, a lean old man with a goatee was sizing up Zhou Luo. After seeing Zhou Luo turn his gaze towards himself, the goatee hurriedly averted his eyes, fearing that Zhou Luo would notice him. But it was already too late. Found it! Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. This old man with the goatee was the Wu Qiyun he was looking for. In his previous life, this old man hadn't been on the interview program of the Grand Xiao Alliance, so this face had long been deeply remembered by Zhou Luo. After finding Wu Qiyun, Zhou Luo didn't keep staring at him, but rather averted his gaze as if he had just casually swept a glance at Wu Qiyun. Sure enough, after Zhou Luo averted his gaze, Wu Qiyun breathed a deep sigh of relief in his heart. There was no way around it, the strength that Zhou Luo had displayed just now was simply too terrifying. That killing without blinking an eye was also something unheard of in the era of peace. If he was targeted by such a ruthless person, then he would not want to continue to join in the fun, but rather quickly slip away. 018. Mountain Guardian Divine Beast. The final winner? Things returned to calm. After Wang Yanfeng died, no one dared to look down on Zhou Luo anymore. No one even dared to approach Zhou Luo. This led to the fact that the foot of Kun Mountain, which was originally crowded with people, was very unnaturally left out as an empty space at the moment. There was nothing else on the open space except for Zhou Luo and Wang Yanfeng's corpses. Zhou Luo was naturally happy to be free. Although this was a little more conspicuous, there would be no one else who dared to come and find him in trouble. Not far away. As Lu Yuer looked at Zhou Luo, who had a calm face and a calm gaze looking ahead at Kun Mountain, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. After pondering for a moment, she lightly moved her lotus steps and slowly walked towards Zhou Luo's direction. Miss. A henchman at the back wanted to open his mouth, but was immediately disliked by Lu Yuer with a look. Very quickly, Lu Yuer came to Zhou Luo's side. "This sir, Yuera was rude just now, and has specially come to make amends to you." She slowly opened her mouth, her voice clear and proper imperial voice. Seeing that Lu Yuera had actually come to apologize to him, Zhou Luo could not help but look at her one more time. This woman was not simple. Obviously, she didn't provoke herself just now, but at this moment, she came to find herself to apologize under the gaze of so many people. Purpose? Zhou Luo could naturally see that Lu Yuer wanted to come and make friends with herself. However, Zhou Luo didn't want to get involved in anything else at the moment. First get the innate treasure 9 yang 8 trigrams disc and then say, "Alright, you go." Zhou Luo waved his hand, signaling Lu Yuer to leave. When Lu Yuer saw this, her face surprisingly did not show half a bit of dissatisfaction, but instead, she nodded her head slightly. Yuer takes her leave. After saying that, she went back on her own. In this scene, the big guys watched but their eyes were glaring out. Cowardly, the young princess of the Bailey group came over to apologize to him, and he really wasn't polite at all. If you were as fierce as others, you could too. Is this a strong man? You guys say, which one is more powerful between him and Lu Yuer's brother, the Black Feather King? What's there to think about? It must be the Black Feather King. The others, the Black Feather King, is recognized as one of the top 5 strongest people in Grand Xiao nowadays, and even though this guy doesn't know his name, if he's really powerful, how could he not have any fame at all? You're also right. A burst of discussion reached the ears of Lu Yuer, who had just returned to the Bailey group. She did not deny this statement. In her opinion, although Zhou Luo was strong, he was definitely not as powerful as her own brother. The strange speed with which Zhou Luo had just killed Ruan Yanfeng was something that her brother could do even if he came. After Lu Yuer returned to the Bailey group, everyone's attention, too, gradually moved away from Zhou Luo and her, and returned to the Kun Mountain above the strange change in front of them. As time slowly passed, the golden divine light that broke out from the clouds was about to cover all of Kun Mountain. Zhou Luo picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. The last 3 minutes. He took a deep breath, and his gaze slightly glanced at Wu Qiyun in the crowd. Only to see that Wu Qiyun was just like everyone else present, looking at the Qi Nanshan in front of him that had been plated with a golden coat, his eyes filled with shock. This kind of scene would never have been possible before the opening of the disease change era. Initial realm 2nd level, just stepped into the ranks of the awakened, the speed shouldn't be too fast. Zhou Luo secretly observed Wu Qiyun's cultivation level. In his previous life, Wu Qiyun had only said that he had obtained the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc in the southern mountain mystic realm, and did not give out the specific details. Therefore, Zhou Luo still had to be slightly wary. It would be embarrassing if Wu Qiyun had some strange abilities that were not known to anyone, causing him to lose his stare. Boom! Just as Zhou Luo was pondering, a loud boom suddenly sounded above the sky. The clouds were instantly dispersed by an extremely expansive golden light, and immediately, the entire Kun Mountain was enveloped. Immediately after that, the earth beneath everyone's feet suddenly began to rumble and shake. The large Kun Mountain also slowly began to change with the vibrations. However, in a moment's time, Mount Chinan unexpectedly split into 2, revealing a crack like a heavenly gate. The crack was filled with golden divine light, and people outside the scene couldn't see the scene inside at all. But everyone present could feel it. Inside this crack, something extraordinary was definitely hidden. Charge! I don't know who took the lead and shouted. Immediately following that, everyone at the foot of the mountain rushed towards that crack as if they were desperate. Among them was Wu Qiyun. It's moving! Zhou Luo quickly noticed this and also immediately went along with the crowd. Nope, to be precise, he followed behind Wu Qiyun and walked towards the crack together. However, he did not lean too far forward. Just kept a distance of less than 10 meters with Wu Qiyun to ensure that he wouldn't lose him. As for Wu Qiyun, probably because of his thin body, he was unable to squeeze past the other strong people and was left behind in the group. Just as everyone was rushing towards the crack like crazy, suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared within the crack. Immediately following that, the black shadow slowly walked out from the golden light. The crowd also saw its appearance clearly. A huge python with a pitch black body. This giant python was tens of meters long, and its waist was even thicker than a concrete pillar. When it first appeared, it twisted its huge body and instantly arrived in front of the crowd. Immediately after, it opened its bloody mouth, and its body just slightly probed towards the front. 5 or 6 lucky people then immediately fell into the bloody mouth and were swallowed by the python, living and dying without knowing. Run! Run! There's a monster! Everyone was frightened. Those who originally rushed in the forefront, at this moment, they even turned their heads and ran, hating that they didn't grow 4 legs. But there were also some bold ones among them. Isn't it just a snake? It's all awakened, what's the point of being afraid of it? All come with me, slaughter this beast, and then go inside that heavenly gate to find the treasure. These words really inspired quite a few people who were originally preparing to escape. They stabilized their positions and prepared to work together to resist this giant python. However, in the next second, that giant python just flicked its tail. The group of awakened who wanted to slaughter the python were all sent flying dozens of meters away, killed on the spot. The others who survived, without even thinking about it, turned around and ran. This also included Wu Qiyun. This scene was all caught in Zhou Luo's eyes. Sure enough, this mountain guardian divine beast has still appeared, exactly the same as in the previous life. Zhou Luo's gaze flickered as he looked at the giant python that was massacring the crowd in front of him. He could remember that this python had killed a lot of people in the southern mountain mystic realm. It was also because of its appearance that the first batch of people who came to Kun Mountain suffered heavy casualties, and none of them were able to break through its defenses to enter the South Mountain secret realm. It wasn't until later that the Great Summer Alliance heard the news and sent strong people to support them, and after the people combined their efforts to kill this giant python, the South Mountain secret realm was finally open for real. However, what exactly happened during this period? Wu Qiyun, such an inconspicuous awakened person, why was he able to become the winner of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams played in the end? All of this still had to be witnessed by Zhou Luo himself. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo silently took a few steps back, his gaze fixed on Wu Qiyun. As long as Wu Qiyun made any movement, he would immediately follow. 019. Great Summer Alliance. Overestimating himself, Liu Yuer. The crowd retreated like a tidal wave, and soon all of them returned to the foot of Kun Mountain. But the mountain python is still chasing after them, and every minute that passes, a dozen people will die under the python. The original number of that crowd was frantically receding. I don't know if it's a blessing in disguise. Wu Qiyun, who had been squeezed at the back of the crowd at the beginning, could be said to have the advantage of escaping at this moment. After he returned to the foot of the hill, he quickly found a large tree to use as a cover and hid behind it. After entering the cover, he also probed and glanced towards the direction of the python from time to time. But what he didn't know was that not far from him, there had been a pair of eyes quietly observing his every move. On the other side, after the mountain guarding python entered the crowd, it immediately unfolded its ferocious side. With a casual flick of its tail, it was able to directly whip a large number of unlucky people to death. With another mouth, several more people were swallowed alive by it. The people who had rushed towards the Heaven's Gate without a second thought were already regretting it to the extreme at this moment. At the back of the crowd, the Bailey group, who hadn't chosen to charge along with the crowd in the beginning, were now in an extremely safe position. As Liu Yuer looked at this crazy picture of carnage in front of her, there was no trace of pity in her eyes. Instead, her eyes narrowed slightly as if she was pondering something. After a long while, she turned her head to look at the Bailey group crowd behind her and softly said, "You guys wait for me at the same spot, I'll go meet this little worm." "Miss, this is too dangerous. Can't go." "Yes, miss, if anything happens to you, how are we going to explain to young Master Blackfeather?" As soon as she opened her mouth, there were immediately voices of opposition. But Liu Yuer didn't care at all. "No matter, my ability is similar to my brother's. If I want to run, this little bug can't catch me." "But I don't want to repeat the same words for a second time. I brought you here not for you to veto my orders." There were also people who wanted to persuade, but they were immediately disliked by Liu Yuer. Now, those few people who had just leaped forward to try to persuade immediately shut their mouths. Liu Yuer didn't freeze either, only to see her mind move, and a pair of wings full of black feathers were suddenly stretched out behind her back. The next moment, with a slight flap of her wings, her entire body flew directly towards the python's location. The commotion caused by Liu Yuer was great. It caused Zhou Luo, who was not far away, to notice it as well. Is this the ability that is homologous to the Black Feather King? Zhou Luo carefully observed the pair of black feather wings. Being in Nine Spectre's chaotic body, Zhou Luo's eyes had already been endowed with the ability of Dharma Pupil Speech Spirit. With just one glance, he could directly see through the power characteristics of the pair of black feathered wings. Speed, pure speed. No wonder people in his previous life always said that the fastest person in the world belonged to the 100 Miles Group's Black Feather King. Even this pair of crippled version black feather wings awakened by the Black Feather King's sister could make her so fast. Then how fast the Black Feather King himself, whose condition was even more severe and who had awakened his full body black feather wings, could not even dare to think about it off. After Liu Yuer swooped down and dashed across the sky above the mountain guarding python, only to see her drive her black feathered wings and give a slight flap at that giant python. Swoosh swoosh. Dozens of black feathers suddenly whistled out, shooting directly towards the giant python. After touching the appearance of the mountain guarding python, these black feathers were not blocked in their entirety like the other people's attacks, but instead, they directly pierced through the python's scales and dug deep into the flesh. Hiss. The mountain guarding python's body convulsed in pain, and immediately, murderous intent erupted from that icy snake pupil, and with a fling of its tail, it directly lashed out at Liu Yuer in midair. But Liu Yuer's speed was faster than it. At the moment when the snake's tail was about to hit her, she dodged in a flash. Swoosh. After dodging this attack, Liu Yuer once again used that move from earlier, and dozens of black feathers once again pierced into the python's body. It looked as if Liu Yuer had the advantage. This scene also caused a flash of hope to rekindle in the eyes of the other people who were still escaping. If Liu could directly resolve this giant python, then wouldn't they be able to enter that door? Looking at that giant python's wailing appearance as it was zapped, Zhou Luo silently shook his head, purely scraping the bottom of the barrel. He was very clear in his heart. Although this giant python looked like it had been beaten up miserably, but in reality, these two waves of attacks from Liu had only caused it that much pain at best. It was still far from being injured. As expected, after Liu had attacked several times in a row, the giant python seemed to be completely enraged, emitting a blood-red aura all over its body, just as if it had entered a berserk state. Phew! With a cracking sound, a tail swipe that was several times faster than before was directly whipped towards Liu. This time, Liu wasn't as calm as she was just now, and she obviously couldn't react, and only hurriedly tried to dodge the snake's tail when it was about to reach her face. But it was too late. Although it didn't directly hit Liu, this attack also landed solidly on top of Liu's wings. Splat! Liu's entire body was directly jerked down from the air and fell to the ground with a thud. The black gauze skirt was immediately covered in dirt, and blood could not help but seep out from the corner of her mouth. Miss! The crowd of the Bailey group rushed to surround them. Liu got up with great difficulty. Her already pale face was even more bloodless at this moment, as fragile as a wind-supporting willow. Retreat, quickly retreat. She just wanted to open her mouth to speak. The next moment, that giant python had already swum to a position less than 10 meters away from her. The bloody mouth opened in an instant and pounced straight towards Liu. A flash of despair and regret flashed across Liu's eyes. She had overestimated herself. Similarly, she had also underestimated the strength of this giant python in front of her. In the end, it was still the disease transformation era that had just opened, and her experience in dealing with foreign beasts like the python was still too little. Just as she was despairing, a black shadow suddenly appeared 3 inches from the python's body. Bang! The black shadow stored up a fist and directly blasted out at the right position. The giant python instantly acted as if it had been attacked to its vitals, its entire body convulsed, and its open bloody mouth quickly closed. Hiss! Its body twisted and instantly retreated a distance of hundreds of meters, and immediately, a pair of ice-cold snake pupils stared deathly at the extra figure. It's someone from the Great Summer Alliance. Zhou Luo also cast his gaze over and immediately recognized the identity of the person who had struck. It was an inch-haired strong man wearing a special uniform. This uniform was the official uniform of the Grand Xia Alliance. In his previous life, Zhou Luo also had some connections with the Grand Xia Alliance, so he recognized him at a glance. The people from the Grand Xia Alliance have indeed arrived, exactly the same as where the development was heading in the previous life. Zhou Luo glanced in Wu Qiyun's direction again. Wu Qiyun was still hiding behind that big tree, probing towards the location of the battlefield in front of him, and still had no intention of leaving. It seems that the change should only happen after entering the Southern Mountain Mystic Realm. Zhou Luo originally thought that Wu Qiyun had triggered some special switch that caused him to enter the Southern Mountain Secret Realm early, and that was why he had obtained the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, a supreme treasure, by virtue of his own ordinary strength. Now that he looked at it, he guessed that this fellow was just pure luck. After entering the Southern Mountain Mysterious Realm with the others, he didn't know what he had done and mistakenly broke into the storage place of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and took it away. In that case, there's no time to waste then. Zhou Luo's eyes were cold. The reason why he hadn't made a move to resolve this giant python was because he wanted to observe and watch Wu Qiyun. Now that the results had come out, he didn't need to observe anymore. Hurrying up to resolve this giant python and releasing Wu Qiyun into the Southern Mountain Mysterious Realm was the important thing. Next, it was his turn to strike. 0:20.1 person, 1 shot. Seconds again. The battle on the field was still intense. After Liu retreated from the field, the python fought back and forth with that strong man from the Grand Xia Alliance. However, as time slowly passed, anyone with eyes could see that the strong man was still at a disadvantage. The strength of that mountain guarding python was really beyond the expectations of everyone present. Not only was it strong, but it was frighteningly strong. It was definitely a Protean transformation realm exotic beast. Damn it, this python is also too damn fierce. After being smacked by the python's flinging tail, causing him to retreat a dozen steps back in practice, the strong man had already begun to curse in his heart. His name was Chu Han Yun, and he was a top powerhouse in the Jiangnan City Daxia Alliance, with a strength at the 8th level of the initial realm. After hearing that a foreign beast python had appeared in Qinan Mountain, he was immediately sent over by the Jiangnan City headquarters to assist the crowd in solving it. He had thought that as the strongest person in the Jiangnan City Grand Xia Alliance, he would be able to easily solve this giant python, but now it seemed that it was not the same thing at all. Let alone solving the giant python. He himself was on the verge of being solved by the giant python. Just a moment ago, he had sent a message to the headquarters for help. The headquarters had also told him that they had already sent a thermal weapons unit towards this side, and it was expected to wait for another 10 minutes or so. But where could he last more than 10 minutes? On the other side, Liu Yuer could also tell that Chu Hanyun would soon be unable to support himself. She clenched her teeth, her gaze looking towards Zhou Luo's direction. In her opinion, of all the people present, if she were to pick someone who could have a battle with this giant python, it would only be Zhou Luo. However, she had been secretly observing Zhou Luo since just now, and realized that he didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. It seems like we won't be able to get inside this mutated Kun Mountain this time. No, have to hurry and get out of here. Once the people of this Grand Xiao Alliance can't hold it together, I'm afraid I'll have to account for it here as well. We have to hurry back to inform my brother. This vision of Kun Mountain is not simple at first glance. Maybe there is some great opportunity hidden inside. Liu Yuer was already planning to have her men take her away with them. But just at this moment, the figure in her eyes that had been standing in place suddenly moved. He's going to make a move? Liu Yuer's heart shook. Only to see that not far ahead, after Zhou Luo had the intention to strike, he directly pulled out the silver jiao gun in his sleeve. The next moment, he had then arrived at the top of the python's head while holding the silver jiao gun. The giant python, which had just gained an advantage from its battle with the burly man, at this moment, saw another bug come to its side, and a flash of disdain flashed across its snake pupils. Immediately after that, it then casually swung a tail whip towards Zhou Luo's position in the sky. The snake's tail tore through the air, whistling towards Zhou Luo at an extremely fast speed. Watch out! On the ground, after Chu Hanyun, who had occasionally gotten a chance to catch his breath, saw the scene, he hurriedly roared at Zhou Luo, wanting to warn him. But the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Above the sky, Zhou Luo looked at the upcoming attack, his face extremely flat, without a hint of fear. Sculptor's little skill. He only gently raised his hand and waved it. The large snake tail was instantly like a kite with broken strings, and was directly slapped back. The mountain-guarding python even felt a sharp pain from its tail. It was even more intense than when the burly man had just struck 3 inches with his fist. Hiss. A pair of vertical pupils stared dead at Zhou Luo in the sky. The mountain guardian python was thinking about how to return the favor. But it immediately noticed a hint of something wrong. Where was the person? Where was the person who was just above its head? It was gone. The snake pupil quickly reacted, its sight constantly sweeping across the surroundings, but it still did not find Zhou Luo's figure. Just as the python was wondering, a rather magnetic voice came from directly above its head. Stop looking, I'm here. Hiss. The giant python spat out its snake letters and immediately opened its mouth to try and spray venom at Zhou Luo. This venom was its best trick, capable of instantly melting a protean transformation realm powerhouse of the same realm as it. However, it had not yet had the time to cast it. Zhou Luo, who was standing above the python's head, directly stabbed the silver jiao gun in his hand downwards. But the silver jiao gun entered like nobody's business, instantly stabbing the giant python's snake head from top to bottom. Rumble rumble. The mountain-guarding python's body continued to twist and turn, making a mess at the foot of Mount Chinan in a matter of breaths. However, the silver jiao gun in Zhou Luo's hand remained unchanged as if it was fixed in its skull. Until a channel of black blood flowed out along the tip of the silver jiao gun. The python's body, too, gradually lost its vigor. The light in those vertical pupils also began to gradually dissipate. In just a moment, the mountain-guarding python had already lost its breath of life. A foreign beast at the early stage of the sickness transformation era is still too weak. It's simply not enough for me to strike. Looking at the cold python corpse under his feet, Zhou Luo's right hand exerted a slight force, and the silver jiao gun was withdrawn from the python's head. No, I should say that I'm too strong. The corner of his mouth slightly curled into a smile. In this life, he had also experienced what it meant to be strong. He himself was no longer a weakling with no hands like in his previous life. Dead. Dead? On the ground, Chu Hanyun's 2 eyeballs almost glared out when he saw the python die. This foreign beast that had almost killed himself just moments ago was actually gotten rid of by Zhou Luo in 2 strokes? There wasn't even the slightest bit of resistance. It was completely crushed. Is there even such a person in Jiangnan City? Chu Hanyun hurriedly looked at Zhou Luo, and the more he looked, the more familiar he felt that Zhou Luo looked. Wasn't this the mysterious man who had killed the silver-armored Xuanjiao that had appeared in the sky above Sunshine Elementary School a few days ago? Surprisingly, it was him. After recognizing Zhou Luo's identity, Chu Hanyun was instantly not surprised. It was at the time when the prodromal change era had just opened. Most of everyone's strength was still at the early stage of the initial realm, and facing that silver-armored Xuanjia whose strength was at the prodromal change realm, it could only be resolved with a powerful thermal weapon. But just when the support from their Grand Xiao Alliance was about to arrive, Zhou Luo's sudden appearance directly dumbfounded everyone, including their Grand Xiao Alliance's chief commander. A single person had directly hand-torn the nearly invincible silver-armored Xuanjia. That image was simply too terrifying. After the incident, although Zhou Luo directly chose to leave, the Grand Xiao Alliance was still looking around for Zhou Luo's figure. I didn't expect to let myself meet him today. Lu Yuer's heart was also filled with shock after seeing Zhou Luo directly resolve the mountain guardian python with a single shot. This picture, why did it feel like deja vu? It seemed exactly the same as when Zhou Luo killed Huan Yanfeng with a single strike, right? It was as if he had kicked a dog on the side of the road to death. With a casual shot, he directly finished off this terrifying python of the prodigious transformation realm. It's me who underestimated him too much. Lu Yuer's heart had already redefined Zhou Luo's strength. She felt that Zhou Luo's strength might be on the same level as her brother's. 021. Entering the Secret Realm. Wu Qiyun's Secret. Chapter 21, Entering the Secret Realm. Wu Qiyun's Secret. After Zhou Luo killed the mountain guarding python, everyone else at the scene was frozen in place, having been completely and deeply shocked by Zhou Luo's strength. So much so that no one had realized that they could enter the southern mountain secret realm until now. Zhou Luo couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at the group of people frozen in place. This can't be done. Looking at the current situation, if he didn't go into the southern mountain secret realm first, then the others probably wouldn't enter either. But one still had to follow Wu Qiyun. How should this be? Zhou Luo was caught in a dilemma for a while. But soon, he thought of a solution. There was no hesitation. Zhou Luo directly flew towards the golden crack in Qinan Mountain that was like a heavenly gate. The crowd also all reacted after seeing his movements. Now that the only roadblock python had been killed, wasn't it the best time to enter that heavenly gate? What were they waiting for? Charge! For a moment, everyone regained the fervor they had at the beginning and rushed towards the front. Wu Qiyun was naturally among them. The duo of Lu Yuer and Xu Hanyun only hesitated for a little while before they finally chose to follow and enter the Qinan Mountain. It wasn't long. The ones who ran fast had already managed to step into the range of the Qinan Mountain's golden crack and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. It was as if there was another space behind this crack. Some of the more cautious people originally had some hesitation in their hearts, but seeing that many people had followed them in, they then all gritted their teeth and entered the golden crack together. And just as everyone rushed headlong into that crack, what no one noticed was that in a bush not far from the crack, Zhou Luo was hiding. That's right, he didn't choose to directly enter the southern mountain mysterious realm. Instead, he pretended to step into the golden crack, but hurriedly withdrew back when he was at the critical point, finding a hiding place to conceal himself. The purpose was to wait for Wu Qiyun to arrive and enter the southern mountain mysterious realm with him. Coming! Suddenly, Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. Only to see that not far ahead, Wu Qiyun, who was positioned at the back of the group, had finally arrived near the crack. Looking at the huge crack in front of him that was emitting a golden light, a rare flash of greed surfaced on Wu Qiyun's old face that was shrewd at first glance. As a smart person, Wu Qiyun knew very well that after the opening of the disease change era, strength was everything. And as a bottom tier amongst the awakened, he must go in and participate whenever such a vision that might harbor great opportunities appeared. Otherwise, one would be reduced to fish and meat for the rest of one's life and be slaughtered. Buzz. Wu Qiyun did not hesitate. Following behind the crowd, he stepped directly into the secret realm. And the next moment he entered the secret realm. Zhou Luo had also moved, entering the southern mountain secret realm with Wu Qiyun at almost the same time. There was a flash of white light before his eyes. Anyone who stepped into the rift had already entered within the southern mountain mysterious realm at this moment. Zhou Luo was the same. After sight was regained, Zhou Luo looked around and realized that he was in a dense forest just like the other people who had come in together. Not far ahead, there was a large open space on which was a tower-shaped building with an ancient appearance. Other than that, there were no other recognizable objects, only a patch of trees. The people who had been teleported here were currently looking around, their faces filled with curiosity. After observing the surroundings and realizing that there was no danger, many people coincidentally placed their eyes on the small tower. It was obvious. This tower was the most important area of this mysterious space. If there were any great opportunities, there was a high probability that they would be hidden within this tower. Some of the bold ones no longer stayed where they were, but walked in the direction of the tower. As someone led the way, others followed. Zhou Luo, who had teleported in along with Wu Qiyun and was currently at the back of the group, couldn't help but have a flash of novelty in his eyes. Is this within the southern mountain secret realm? Although the 4 words, Nanshan secret realm, had been heard by Zhou Luo in his previous life to the point where his ears were calloused. But no matter what, it was something he had heard from other people's mouths. But this time, it was different, it was him personally entering it. This tower, it should be that Faust Tower, right? Zhou Luo looked towards the tower-shaped building in front of him. The Faust Tower was the most important building in the southern mountain mysterious realm. There was nothing else inside the tower, only a hall on the first floor and a rotating staircase that led to the top of the tower. It sounded as if it was plain and ordinary. But it was this staircase that stopped everyone who participated in the South Mountain secret realm in their previous lives. Regardless of whether they were ordinary awakened or geniuses with top talent, none of them were able to step into the top of the tower from this staircase. This matter, too, became a regret in the hearts of all the geniuses in the previous life. This was because the southern mountain mystic realm never appeared a second time after this one. What exactly would happen after ascending to the top of the tower, no one knew. But even so, Wu Qiyun still obtained the innate treasure 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc from inside the South Mountain secret realm. When someone asked him later if he had climbed to the top of the floating pagoda, he shook his head and denied it. But when he was asked to say how he had obtained the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, he kept his mouth shut. He went to the Faust Tower. Zhou Luo's eyes suddenly twitched. He only saw Wu Qiyun, who was not far away from him, was following the large group towards the direction of the floating pagoda at this moment. Didn't this guy say that he hadn't climbed the Faust Tower? Zhou Luo was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Wu Qiyun had used some method unknown to others to get to the top of the tower and then refused to say so himself? It was very possible. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo immediately quickened his pace. The two of them entered the floating pagoda one after the other. Just after stepping into the middle of the hall of the floating slaughter tower, Zhou Luo then saw that there were already many people trying to go up that staircase. After all, the tower could be considered empty except for this rotating staircase, so one could think that there must be something good hidden above the staircase. No, how come I'm getting more and more unable to walk? But the group of people who ascended the stairs realized a very serious problem. With every step they took upwards, they found their feet getting heavier and heavier. Until finally they couldn't even lift their legs if they wanted to. But if the thought of giving up arose and one wanted to back up, one found that one's thighs could move freely again. Aren't you guys a little too weak to step over this bit of stairs? A small number of people, however, seemed as if they didn't feel the pressure, looking at the other ones who stopped at a dozen or so floors and couldn't walk as if they were looking at retards. They didn't care about the others who stopped where they were and just rushed towards the top of the stairs. Below the stairs, Zhou Luo took in this scene in his eyes. Is this the legendary staircase? The people in his previous life had already analyzed this staircase within the floating pagoda to the point of clarity. The higher the talent, the higher the number of flights of stairs one could ascend. There was a complete disregard for any other factors in this, what with willpower, mental strength, and so on being useless at all. I wonder if Wu Qiyun's 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was not acquired within this floating pagoda as he said. If what he said is true, then after following him to get the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc later, won't I be able to come and ascend the tower as well? Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something. With his own 9 pantheon chaotic body that had converged over 100 negative states in exchange, wouldn't it be easy to ascend this floating tower? It all depends on whether what Wu Qiyun said is true or not. He's up. Zhou Luo's gaze condensed. Ahead, Wu Qiyun had already arrived at the bottom of the stairs, his face filled with an expression of eagerness to try. 022. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc arrived. Under Zhou Luo's gaze, Wu Qiyun quickly ascended the stairs. When he walked the first few steps, Wu Qiyun was still relaxed and at ease, with no hint of discomfort on his face. But it wasn't until he arrived at the 15th floor. Wu Qiyun suddenly felt that the amount of qi he had to use to try to take a step was several times more than before. In the end, his entire being stayed at the 19th floor. It was clear that he was only one step away from the 20th floor. But he couldn't even clench his teeth and desperately try to lift his leg to the point that his face turned red. Grass! Wu Qiyun violently burst out a foul mouth. He gave up. Although he gave up, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness as he looked towards the top of the floating pagoda. It was obvious that he only needed to go up a staircase, and it was very likely that he would reverse his fate, but how could he not fight for it? Wu Qiyun was extremely remorseful. He slowly backed up and eventually walked down the stairs and back into the hall. But he didn't want to just give up either. Instead, he turned his head towards the gate of the floating pagoda, wanting to go to the dense forest in the wilderness to see if there were any chances. Oh, I didn't realize that the words he said in his previous life were true. Zhou Luo couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. If he said that, then wouldn't it be very possible for him to get 2 great chances on this trip to the southern mountain mysteries? I really didn't expect that the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate wasn't even the biggest chance in the South Mountain secret realm. Then what exactly is on top of this floating pagoda? Zhou Luo decided that after getting the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc later, he must go up to the top of the tower to take a look. However, the most important thing right now was to hurry up and follow Wu Qiyun. After leaving the floating pagoda, Wu Qiyun found a direction by feel and directly drilled into the dense forest. What exactly is this place? How could there be such a big piece of heaven and earth hidden inside Chinan Mountain? Damn, the first half of my life was really in vain. I should have come to Chinan Mountain earlier to take a look. Wu Qiyun walked through the forest while observing his surroundings. Until he went 300 meters deeper ahead. Roar! Suddenly, a fierce beast's roar came from behind, sending Wu Qiyun into a tremble. Looking back, he realized that not far behind him, at some point, there was an additional foreign beast. This beast was stocky and looked extremely similar to a tiger, but there was a long unicorn horn at the center of its brow. Run! Wu Qiyan didn't even think about it and immediately panicked and chose a direction to flee. At the back, the beast was naturally in hot pursuit. Wu Qiyan was after all an awakened even if he was weak, and at this moment, as he desperately fled, he exploded with a speed that did not belong to his age at all. But the speed of the beast is also not slow, steadily chasing behind Wu Qiyan. Very quickly, Wu Qiyan suddenly realized that a cave had appeared not far ahead. The entrance to the cave was very narrow, and Wu Qiyan made a preliminary judgment and realized that even he would have to turn sideways to get inside. If he could get inside, then the beast behind him would definitely not be able to come after him. He had escaped from death. Wu Qiyan was in an excited mood, and when he came to the entrance of the cave, he immediately drilled in sideways. As expected. After he went in, the tiger-like beast really couldn't get in. After wandering around the entrance for a while, the beast walked away resentfully. Inside the cave, Wu Qiyan did not choose to leave through the cave entrance after realizing that the foreign beast had left. Instead, he turned his head and looked inside the pitch-black cave. Wander around inside, maybe we'll find it again? Wu Qiyan thought silently in his heart. He walked towards the interior of the cave. It was very dark inside the cave, except for the few rays of sunlight that shone in from the cave entrance. There was no more light source. However, this was not difficult for Wu Qiyan, who was a modern man. He immediately took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight. The cave was immediately illuminated. Wu Qiyan also saw the structure of the cave clearly. The cave was not big, estimated to be only a few dozen square meters. The only entrance and exit in the cave was the crack that Wu Qiyan had entered. After illuminating the entire cave, Wu Qiyan's gaze was immediately attracted to one thing. Only next to the wall in the deepest part of the cave, there stood a half-meter high stone platform. Above the stone platform, there was a bagua disc. What is that thing? Wu Qiyan just wanted to go get that piece of bagua disc. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. This thing turned out to be here. Wu Qiyan was immediately startled and trembled. He hurriedly turned around and realized that a person had come in behind him at some point. Moreover, this person was very familiar to him. It was the same terrifying man who had killed the giant python in Kun Mountain. The moment he saw Zhou Luo, Wu Qiyan's complexion was ruthless, and he immediately pounced straight towards that bagua plate regardless. Although he didn't know why Zhou Luo was following him. But the words Zhou Luo just said also let him know one thing. This piece of 8 trigrams disc is definitely not simple. If he could get his hands on it. The moment this thought just came to mind, Wu Qiyan was surprised to find that he could no longer move. Looking back, he realized that Zhou Luo was grabbing the back of his collar, and the huge force coming from his clothes made him unable to move. Still quite clever, worthy of being a trigram, a heavenly father. However, the owner of this 8 trigrams disc is no longer you. Go on your way in peace. While Wu Qiyan's face was filled with fear and incomprehension, the silver jiao gun in Zhou Luo's hand had already pierced through his chest. Wu Qiyan's eyes gradually turned gray. He eventually died silently. Plop. Zhou Luo flung Wu Qiyan's corpse aside. You are also a person who deserves to die, so don't blame me for being ruthless. He looked at Wu Qiyan's corpse and muttered. Although Wu Qiyan in his previous life had participated in several actions to resist the Fey King. But he himself wasn't a good thing, a purely lustful man. If it was purely horny, there was nothing to say. After all, there were not many men who were horny. But the object of this old man's lust was some very young girls. This kind of person, death is not worth it. Zhou Luo didn't care about Wu Qiyan anymore. Instead, he looked above the bagua disc on that stone platform. The hallowed innate treasure, the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc, would even appear in such an inconspicuous cave. Zhou Luo walked forward and without any hesitation, directly picked up the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc. The moment he touched the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc, a golden light suddenly flashed violently on that originally dusty bagua plate. Immediately afterward, Zhou Luo realized that his spiritual energy was being gradually sucked up by the bagua disc in his hand. However, the amount sucked up was not much, so Zhou Luo only frowned slightly and did not choose to let go. A moment passed. The bagua disc gradually calmed down. This is recognizing the master successfully? Zhou Luo also suddenly realized that he already had an inexplicable connection with the bagua disc. It is said that such innate treasures have their own consciousness and will also recognize their owners. Now it seems to be true. Zhou Luo's heart was filled with joy. Nowadays, he was considered to have his first innate supreme treasure. In his previous life, Wu Qiyan, a mediocre body, was able to stand at the peak of the world with just a 9 yang 8 trigrams plate, earning the title of Guojia Tianzun. Nowadays, Zhou Luo not only had a perverted physique like the 9 netherworldly chaotic body, but also obtained an innate treasure like the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc. Who else in the world could be stronger than him? Now that the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc has arrived, it's time to make a trip to the floating pagoda. Let me see what exactly is hidden at the top of this floating pagoda. Zhou Luo's mind moved, and the 8 trigrams disc was directly put inside his body. Without hesitation, he turned around and left the cave, heading towards the location of the Faust Tower. 023. Ascending to the top of the tower. When Zhou Luo had just left through that narrow cave entrance, suddenly, a gust of wind came from his side, and the tiger-shaped beast that had chased Wu Qiyun into the cave appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. You beast is quite smart, knowing to guard at the entrance of the cave. 9th level of the initial realm, your strength is barely enough, let's take you to shallowly test the defense of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo's mind moved. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc instantly appeared in his hand. Only a mysterious reddish-yellow halo bloomed from the center of the 8 trigrams plate, and immediately after that, 8 large characters appeared around Zhou Luo's body. Xian, Tui, Li, Jin, Sun, Kan, Burgundy, Kun. The 8 large characters haloed by ink formed an eggshell-like protective shield, firmly protecting Zhou Luo in the center. The next moment, the tiger-shaped alien beast's full-strength claw slammed onto the protective shield. Only a buzzing sound was heard. This claw was actually directly bounced off. Not even a single fluctuation appeared on the shield. Worthy of being an innate treasure. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up and immediately took the opportunity of the tiger-shaped beast being recoiled to directly settle it with a single shot. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was also taken back into his body. It's a pity that this foreign beast's realm is too low to utilize the maximum power of the 8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo secretly said it was a pity. However, he could probably feel it from that one moment just now. At this moment, even if a divine anomaly realm Fey beast popped out, the 8 trigrams disc would still be able to protect him. Moreover, as one's realm increased, the more powerful the Bagua disc became. Like Wu Qiyun in his previous life, with his own realm at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, he had resisted the attacks of 5 forbidden realm foreign beast kings. This was already enough to show how terrifying the defense of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was. If only this treasure also had the attribute of attack. Zhou Luo shook his head inside before quickly walking towards the direction of the floating pagoda. He only had one thought right now. Hurry up and take a look at the top of the floating slaughter tower before leaving the southern mountain mysterious realm. Inside the floating slaughter tower, many people were gathered in the hall inside the tower, and their eyes were filled with regret as they looked towards the stairs in the tower. They had all gone to the staircase first to try their hand at it, and ultimately recognized their level and returned without any success. At this point in time, there were very few people still challenging the stairs. However, every single one of them was an extremely talented awakened. Chu Han-yun and Lu Yuer were among them. The duo had entered the southern mountain mysterious realm by walking at the end of the line, and thus were also the last group of people to enter the floating pagoda. After entering the buttress tower, the first thing the two did was to look for Zhou Luo's figure. But after asking a circle of people and no one saw Zhou Luo, they planned to challenge the staircase to see what was going on. At this moment, the duo had already walked to the 36th floor of the staircase one after another. Looking up from the hall, one could see that the duo's position was just stuck halfway up the floating tower. From here it could be inferred that the total number of floater tower stairs was estimated to be 72 floors. It's getting more and more strenuous. On the steps, Chu Han-yun and Lu Yuer could feel it getting tougher and tougher with every step forward. Especially Lu Yuer, whose own realm talent was a head weaker than Chu Han-yun's. The step to the 36th floor had used up almost all of her strength. However, Lu Yuer did not give up easily. With her silver teeth clenched tightly, she used all of her strength to finally stay at the 38th floor, and then she was unable to advance an inch. It can only go so far? Lu Yuer's heart was unwilling. Especially when she saw Chu Han-yun powering up to step onto the 39th floor, her heart became even more regretful. If she had known that the reason the visions appeared in Shinan Mountain was because of the opening of the secret realm, then she definitely would have convinced her brother, Lu Feiyu, to come and participate instead of coming over herself. This wave was definitely a big loss. Lu Yuer's gaze looked towards the end of the staircase above her, and she secretly said in her heart that it was a pity. However, upon seeing that Chu Han-yun was still struggling to step onto the 40th floor, she felt much more comfortable in her heart. This was because she knew that Chu Han-yun was definitely just like her, and would not be able to reach the top floor either. In that case, the Grand Xiao Alliance would be just like her Bailey group, unable to take the chance at the top of the tower. One's own failure was certainly terrifying, but the success of others was even more disturbing. If I can't get it, you can't get it either, so it's acceptable when you think about it like this. Lu Yuer breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to give up, suddenly, some movement came from behind her. Looking back, Lu Yuer was instantly confused, only to see the bottom of the stairs. A familiar figure was using one step as 3, flying across the layers of steps and coming up towards her side. Please make way, I'm in a hurry. In less than 30 seconds, Zhou Luo had already arrived by Lu Yuer's side. Hearing these words, although Lu Yuer was still a little confused, she subconsciously gave Zhou Luo a seat. Immediately afterward, Zhou Luo easily crossed over to her side as if he wasn't restricted by any resistance. Still using one step as 3, he directly stepped up to the 41st floor. Chu Han-yun, who was still on the 40th floor and was clenching his teeth in preparation for his sprint to the 41st floor, also looked dumbfounded at this moment. Not buddy. You don't feel a bit of pressure? He looked at Zhou Luo, who was walking as if he was flying between the steps, and let out a sole question. Pressure? Where's the pressure? It's easy. Zhou Luo directly answered Chu Hanyun with his actions. After dropping such a sentence, he then took another step and immediately leapt from the 41st floor to the 44th floor. The entire movement flowed with ease. It was a stark contrast to Chu Hanyun, who had made himself sweaty and red in the face in order to step onto the 41st floor. I'm playing Nima. Chu Hanyun was directly humanly stupid. He knew that Zhou Luo was strong, but how could he be strong like this? Other than that, right now, the sickness change era had only just opened a few days ago, and he himself had already arrived at the 8th level of the initial realm. The rate of advancement at this realm was already the first tier in Jiangnan City. Moreover, according to the statistics of the Great Xia Alliance headquarters, his talent was considered good even when looking at the entire Great Xia. But even so, within this Faust Tower, he himself was directly killed by Zhou Luo in seconds. The 41st floor, which he hadn't even stepped on with all his might, Zhou Luo had crossed over in a single step. It was as if the staircase under his feet had no limitations on him at all. Chu Hanyun was a little unbalanced in his heart. But no matter how unbalanced he was, Zhou Luo's back gradually began to disappear from his eyes. Only seeing Zhou Luo's fast movements, after stepping onto the 44th floor, he still didn't stop and rushed towards the top of the tower with his legs. Not long after, Zhou Luo had already stepped through the last 72 floors without the slightest stop in between. This is the top of the floating pagoda? Zhou Luo stepped onto the top of the tower, and the only thing that appeared before him was a secret room. On the floor in the center of the secret room, a subtle formation diagram was being engraved. And in the center of the formation diagram stood a small, stumpy pillar. The top of the pillar was empty, and this shape Zhou Luo seemed to have seen somewhere. Isn't this the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate? Zhou Luo frowned slightly and walked over to the pillar, observing it for a while and realizing that the empty part coincided with the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate. Can it be that the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc is the key to unlocking the opportunities within this floating pagoda? Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. He first chose to go and follow Wu Qiyun to get the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, which was really the right thing to follow. Otherwise, if he had chosen to go straight to the tower, I'm afraid that he would only be able to shed empty tears towards this pillar in front of him. 024, 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc complete body. After discovering that the position of the pillar empty out was exactly the same as the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, Zhou Luo did not hesitate and directly summoned the 8 trigrams disc out of his body. Immediately following that, he directly stuck the Bagua disc into that gap. Not to mention, the 8 trigrams disc was really tightly fitted after being stuck in. Buzz. In the instant that the Bagua disc and the pillar merged into one, Zhou Luo feet of the arcane formation suddenly began to operate. The entire chamber was instantly filled with dense light. Seeing this, Zhou Luo hurriedly took a few steps back and left the range of the formation. It was still unclear what exactly this formation was. Zhou Luo would not take his own safety as a gamble. Soon, under Zhou Luo's gaze, the formation gradually condensed around a dazzling energy lightball like a giant sun, and eventually converged into the Bagua disc at the top of the pillar. Within the secret room, it gradually returned to calm. 8 trigrams disc after absorbing that round of giant day, the disc body surface even more a flow of red halo, extraordinary. Zhou Luo walked forward, first took his hand and gently touched the body of the gossip plate, wanting to test the test. But found that the gossip disc on their affinity seems to rise a little more. Zhou Luo was completely relieved. He directly retrieved the Bagua disc and whirled around to feel its changes. I understand. After a long time, Zhou Luo's face had become ecstatic. After this 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc had absorbed that round of giant sun, it had unexpectedly gained an additional function. Anti-injury. It could rebound the attack as much as it could to the person who had struck. Moreover, Zhou Luo was able to use his aura to increase the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, enabling it to rebound more damage than it originally did. A divine skill. Zhou Luo's breathing became a little short. He was certain that the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc that he had heard of in his previous life definitely did not have this claim of still being able to rebound damage. Otherwise, Wu Qiyun wouldn't have been given a very mocking nickname by his nemesis Turtle Shell Heavenly Father. It seems that in his previous life, Wu Qiyun didn't even ascend the floating pagoda, and the reason why he obtained the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was also because he happened to meet it by chance when he was being chased by that foreign beast in the dense forest. No wonder when someone asked him about the process of obtaining the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc he kept his mouth shut. This kind of shameful thing, change me I won't say anything. Zhou Luo instantly figured everything out. This was really a surprise. Originally, the defensive power of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was extremely terrifying, and now it had added another means of offense. It was worthy of being an innate treasure. After Zhou Luo put the Bagua disc inside his body, he looked around and realized that there was nothing else in the chamber, so he turned back towards the tower. On his way down the tower, Zhou Luo discovered that Chu Hanyun had actually stepped onto the 42nd floor and was recuperating, preparing to sprint towards the 43rd floor. Good perseverance, friend, but I must remind you, the things at the top of the tower can all be taken by me, there's no point in you ascending it. Seeing as he was a member of the Grand Xiao Alliance, Zhou Luo kindly reminded him of this and immediately descended the stairs past him. Looking at Zhou Luo's departing back, Chu Hanyun's mind almost collapsed. I thank you. With a smile on his face, he gritted his teeth and shouted at Zhou Luo. Immediately afterward, he had no more intention of climbing the tower and directly turned his head to give up. This was still an egg to climb. The chance had all been taken away by Zhou Luo, so if he didn't leave again, wouldn't he really become a clown? When Chu Hanyun went downstairs, he realized that Zhou Luo's shadow had long since disappeared without a trace, and after asking the people next to him, he realized that he had directly left the floating pagoda as soon as he came down. We must go back and investigate this person's identity. It's best to pull him into our Grand Xiao Alliance. Chu Hanyun secretly made a decision in his heart. On this trip to Kun Mountain, the strength Zhou Luo had displayed was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Jiangnan City. I'm afraid that even the Jiangnan Mountain Villa had been better than that. Jiangnan Villa, on the other hand, had already rejected the invitation of the Grand Xiao Alliance, clearly wanting to set up their own business, and their attitude towards their Grand Xiao Alliance was also very subtle, so it would not be impossible for both sides to fight in the future. Under such circumstances, what their Grand Xiao Alliance could do was to try their best to enlist all the lone wolf powerhouses located in Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo clearly fit this characteristic of a lone wolf powerhouse. After this person's awakening, he first beheaded that silver-armored Xuanzhou and protected Sunshine Primary School, and then he came to Kun Mountain to save my life, so he should have a good impression of our Great Xiao Alliance. Chu Hanyun muttered. In his heart, he had already begun to think of what methods he could use to pull Zhou Luo into the Grand Xiao Alliance. And not far from him, in the crowd of the Bailey group, Lu Yuer's thoughts were also much the same as his. Just now, when she had seen Zhou Luo walking as fast as he could above the stairs of the Faust Tower, she had already realized that she had ultimately underestimated Zhou Luo. His strength, I'm afraid, was already located at the peak of the Grand Xia, on the same level as her brother. This kind of person, even if he should not be drawn in, he must not be offended. When he returned, he must investigate Zhou Luo's origins and think of ways to curry favor with him. After leaving the floating pagoda, Zhou Luo then started exploring the dense forests in all directions by himself. In his previous life, the South Mountain's secret realm had only been open for an hour, and then everyone within the secret realm had been teleported out. Right now, there were only the last 20 minutes left before the hour was up. Although it wasn't much time, it was enough for Zhou Luo to search the surrounding area. This secret realm is magical, and I don't know how it was formed. After exploring the entire secret realm, Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh. He had almost completely understood the nature of this Southern Mountain secret realm. This Southern Mountain mysterious realm was nothing more than a piece of special space that wasn't too big or small. Seeing that he could no longer find anything special, Zhou Luo began to meditate in place, ready to wait for an hour to pass before the Southern Mountain secret realm sent himself out. Time passed slowly. An hour's time also came quietly. Only a white light suddenly flashed in the sky, and the surrounding scene gradually dissipated. When his vision returned, Zhou Luo realized that he had already returned to the foot of Mount Qinan. Looking towards Mount Qinan, he found that the golden crack that served as the entrance to the secret realm had disappeared at this moment. Mount Qinan had changed back to the same appearance it had at the beginning. The Nanshan secret realm is over, it's time to go back and impact the divine different realm. Zhou Luo got up from the ground. Although the current him was already extremely powerful, he still didn't dare to slack off. This was because he knew that just a month after the end of the Southern Mountain mysterious realm, it was the time for the great reshuffle of this world. Beast King's descent, Supreme Treasure's appearance, and power struggle. Although the dangers were constant, likewise, the chances were getting bigger and bigger. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Of course, during this month's time, one of the things that caused Zhou Luo to be most concerned about was still that breathing method that could be called the number one in the world. Before that, hurrying up to break through the realm to the divine alien realm is the hard truth. As long as I reach the divine anomaly realm, only then will I be able to securely take that breathing technique. Zhou Luo muttered. The breathing method was the thing he needed most at the moment, and he would never give it away easily. 025. Ruyan Lu's conditions. The king of the Fey beasts descends? In the Jiangnan villa, inside an extremely luxurious parlor. Bang! After Wan Qingtian listened to his men's account of what had happened over at Qinan Mountain, he immediately couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and violently slammed the table to pieces. Asshole! How dare you kill my son? Zhou Luo, I want you dead. Wan Qingtian gritted his teeth, his face becoming distorted with rage. He really didn't expect it. At the beginning of the opening of the sickness change era, there was actually someone whose strength was able to kill Ruan Yinfeng in seconds so easily. Moreover, this person was even in Jiangnan City. It was thought that with Ruan Yinfeng's strength, sending him to check out the visions of Qinan Mountain was considered foolproof. After all, in the 3 days since the opening of the mutation era, their Jiangnan villa had already cleared most of the forces in Jiangnan City. Logically speaking, there was absolutely no way that a strong person like Zhou Luo should have appeared out of nowhere. What a miscalculation. On the sofa in the parlor, a stunningly beautiful figure was sitting on it, with a cool and evil aura, causing the henchman who had come to report the news to be unable to resist looking twice. After Wan Qingtian finished his anger, the stunningly beautiful figure lightly opened her vermilion lips and spoke, Wan Zhuangzhuang Master, I told you earlier that there is a supreme powerhouse hidden within Jiangnan City. If you had listened to me, your young master wouldn't have died so easily. This woman was none other than Lu Ruyan. After burying her father, Lu Kailon, Lu Ruyan immediately sought out Jiangnan Villa. For no other reason, Ruyan Lu deeply understood that if she wanted to take revenge, it was still far from enough to rely solely on her crippled version of the Calamity Saint body. And Jiangnan Villa was the best helper in her eyes. It's too late, everything is too late. After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Wan Qingtian couldn't help but regret to the extreme, his eyes turning red. Ruan Yanfeng was the second most talented of his 3 sons. If he was given more time to grow up, he could definitely become a mainstay of Jiangnan Villa in the future. But all of this was ruined because of Zhou Luo. Lord Ruanzhuang, now you can consider those conditions I said before, right? Ruyan Lu looked at the extremely regretful Wan Qingtian very calmly. Help me mend my crippled Calamity Saint body, and then I will join forces with you to eradicate Zhou Luo. As long as I kill him, I will leave Jiangnan City, and your Jiangnan Villa will remain the leading force in Jiangnan City without any changes. How about this condition? Finished speaking, Ruyan Lu's beautiful eyes then stared tightly at Wan Qingtian, waiting for his answer. I promise you. Wan Qingtian took a deep breath and after some thought, he directly agreed. Now that the Southern Mountain Mysterious Realm had ended. From Zhou Luo's performance in the Southern Mountain Mysterious Realm, one could tell that this person was definitely a top-notch powerhouse at the prodigious transformation realm. As the person with the highest realm in Jiangnan Villa, Wan Qingtian himself was currently only at the first level of the perspective change realm. He knew very well that if he relied on himself alone, he was afraid that it would be very difficult to complete his revenge. This was because according to the intelligence, Zhou Luo had gotten a mysterious chance within the Southern Mountain Mystic Realm's floating pagoda. He didn't know what this chance was, but he also understood that Zhou Luo's strength would definitely skyrocket quite a bit after taking this chance. In this situation, he was in desperate need of an ally to join forces against Zhou Luo. Ruyan Lu was a good candidate. She also had a blood feud with Zhou Luo, and her own talent was not low. Just the crippled version of the Calamity Saint body was able to support Lu Ruyan's cultivation to the 7th level of the initial realm in just 3 days, so if this Calamity Saint body was made up, Wan Qingtian didn't even dare to think how terrifying it would be. Don't worry, I'll have someone go all out to find a way to replenish your Calamity Saint body. After your Calamity Saint body returns to its full form, the 2 of us will directly join forces and kill Zhou Luo by surprise. Wan Qingtian immediately clapped his hands together, his eyes filled with anger towards Zhou Luo. That's very good. When Ruyan Lu heard this, the corners of her mouth also hooked up into a smile of soul-stirring beauty. What the duo did not notice was, during their conversation, outside the parlor, there was a shadowy-looking youth standing, his fists clenched, his eyes filled with anger and grief. After standing outside the door for a while, he seemed to have made up his mind about something and immediately turned around to leave. On the other side, after leaving from the Southern Mountain Secret Realm, Lu Yuer directly left Jiangnan City, preparing to hurry back to the Bailey Group and tell her brother, the Black Feather King, all the things that had happened in Qinan Mountain. On the other hand, Xu Hanyun quickly returned to the headquarters of the Great Summer Alliance in Jiangnan City and reported the matter to the Sub-Alliance Master. Pull in. Such a talent must be pulled in by all means. After hearing this, Jiangnan City's Sub-Alliance Master Wang Lin immediately waved his hand, his eyes filled with a desire for talent. There was no way, their Grand Xia Alliance was really too short of people right now. Although it was an official organization, all the awakened under the sky who had some talent wanted to set up their own businesses, and not many were willing to come to their Great Summer Alliance. Of course, the most important reason was not that the conditions offered by the Grand Xia Alliance were bad. Rather, there was an unchanging rule within the Grand Xia Alliance, which was that one could not harm innocent civilians, nor could one go and do something that would harm the heavens and the earth. This rule was followed by almost everyone when it was a peaceful era. But now, once the disease change era opened, everything was different. Those who had awakened once and gained great power were simply unwilling to abide by this old era's iron rule anymore. In addition, most of the awakened people were seriously ill, and during the long years of fighting against their illnesses, many of them had long since become psychologically distorted. These types of people would be even less likely to join the Great Summer Alliance. Even if they didn't go to set up their own sects, most of them would choose to join a few other major forces. Of course, this was not the only consideration in Wang Lin's desire to draw Zhou Luo in so much. Just today, a piece of news came from the icy land in the northern border of Grand Xia. In the early hours of the morning, An incomparably powerful Fey Beast King suddenly appeared in the city of Desert Water, and the Desert Water City Grand Xiao Alliance combined a group of powerful people to fight back, but they still didn't last more than an hour under that Beast King. In just 1 hour, the city of Desert Water was completely wiped out. Even the horrifyingly powerful thermal weapons developed before the opening of the mutagenesis era had no effect on the Beast King. The entire city was reduced to hell after the loss of the Grand Xiao Alliance. The scene was so gruesome that the person who had luckily escaped from the report couldn't help but tremble as he recounted it. Wang Lin was afraid that such a Fey Beast King would suddenly appear in their Jiangnan city as well. If it did appear, they would definitely not be able to resist it with the strength of their Grand Xiao Alliance alone. Thus, he had to save for a rainy day. Prepare everything possible before such a thing happened. He didn't want to see his native Jiangnan city fall to that doomsday-like scene. Thinking of this, Wang Lin directly put on his jacket and said to Chu Hanyun, "Hanyun, go. I'll go with you to visit this Mr. Zhou." Chu Hanyun was instantly startled. "Alliance Master, you want to personally go with me?" "Of course, this will reflect the sincerity of our Grand Xiao Alliance." Wang Lin nodded and immediately took large strides towards the conference room door. "There's no time to lose," quickly set off. 026. Invitation from the Grand Xiao Alliance. Zhou Luo's decision? Jiangnan City. Inside a residence. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground and was gulping in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. A moment later, only a crisp click sound could be heard from within his body, as if a certain shackle had been broken. Zhou Luo's realm suddenly skyrocketed. The 9th level of the prospective transformation realm. Phew! After stabilizing the realm within his body, Zhou Luo exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He opened his eyes, and his gaze was filled with surprise. The power of this 9 sepulchral chaos body is far beyond my imagination. There was no obstruction at all when breaking through the realm, just like water flowing into the water. Zhou Luo was well aware of how terrifying this trait was. In his previous life, I don't know how many people were stuck in a realm where they couldn't advance an inch and couldn't break through by any means. Rarely were those geniuses with extremely good physiques the same. But the current Zhou Luo didn't have to worry about this kind of problem at all. If he wanted to break through, it was completely as simple as breathing. This was still the case when he didn't have a breathing technique. If he had the breathing method, then Zhou Luo wouldn't even dare to think about how fast he could cultivate. Someone? Suddenly, Zhou Luo frowned. He detected 2 auras approaching right outside the door. One of them, he was still somewhat familiar with. Not long after, the door of the house Zhou Luo was in was knocked on. A familiar voice came from outside. "Mr. Zhou, it's me, Chu Hanyun." After hearing that the person coming was indeed Chu Hanyun, whom he had met at Kun Mountain, Zhou Luo could not help but raise his eyebrows. Looks like it's the Great Summer Alliance's people who have come. After a moment's thought, it became clear to him the purpose of Chu Hanyun's visit to him. Zhou Luo got up and went up to open the door. Standing outside the door, besides Chu Hanyun, there was also a face that Zhou Luo was very familiar with. "Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you, this is..." Chu Hanyun's face was delighted when he saw Zhou Luo come out, and he just wanted to introduce Wang Lin to Zhou Luo. But before he could open his mouth, Zhou Luo took the first step and said, "So it's Alliance Master Wang." He hadn't read much about Wang Lin in his previous life. As the sub-leader of the Jiangnan City Daxia Alliance, this person acted very righteously, especially in the area of treating civilians. He did extremely well and did not have a bad reputation. So Mr. Zhou knows me? Wang Lin was a bit surprised. He remembered that he had never dealt with Zhou Luo before. However, he didn't care too much about it. After all, he was the alliance leader of the Jiangnan branch of the Grand Xiao Alliance, so it wasn't surprising that Zhou Luo knew him from somewhere else. "Since Mr. Zhou knows me, that's fine." Wang Lin didn't intend to beat around the bush and directly opened the door. "Mr. Zhou, I came over this time on behalf of the Grand Xiao Alliance and want to invite you to join us. You can absolutely rest assured in terms of conditions and treatment, it's definitely in accordance with the level of division ally. Of course, if you don't want to be in charge, you can also choose to just hang a false name." Wang Lin directly spoke out the conditions of pulling Zhou Luo together in his head, without half a reservation. He knew very well that facing a strong person like Zhou Luo, sincerity was definitely the most important step rather than hiding it. After listening to Wang Lin's narration, Zhou Luo, however, still shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't have any thoughts of joining any power for the time being." To be honest, the conditions Wang Lin gave were already very high. The treatment of a sub-alliance lord was already considered to be in the top tier amongst the Grand Xiao Alliance. In terms of power alone, to be able to directly become the lord of a city, how many men's dreams were there under the heavens? Furthermore, in terms of resources, the Grand Xiao Alliance also promises that as long as the future output of all kinds of heavenly treasures, magic weapons, are first enjoyed by the major sub-alliance masters, it can be said that the Great Summer Alliance can give all give. However, these still couldn't impress Zhou Luo. Although Zhou Luo had a good impression of the Grand Xiao Alliance and recognized the Grand Xiao Alliance's style of acting, he himself currently had no intention of joining any of the forces. Zhou Luo's most important thing at the moment was only one thing: improving his strength. He had the unique information gap of a reborn person, being able to know the various events that were about to happen and the various supreme treasures that were already about to appear. At this point in time, it would definitely not be a good choice to go and choose what power to join. Like this? Wang Lin's eyes also flashed with a flash of disappointment after hearing Zhou Luo's decision. Although he had thought about this possibility in his heart, after actually seeing Zhou Luo reject it, Wang Lin was still a little frustrated. However, he quickly adjusted. Mr. Zhou, I still have an ungrateful request. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Luo. If Jiangnan City suffers a crisis one day, can I ask you to help our Grand Xiao Alliance? As long as you agree, those conditions I just mentioned will count just as much, and whatever you want, our Grand Xiao Alliance will fulfill it as much as possible. After saying that, Wang Lin stared closely at Zhou Luo, a touch of apprehension in his expression. What are you saying? Zhou Luo saw this, but he couldn't help but frown. Seeing him like this, Wang Lin couldn't help but have a flash of disappointment under his eyes. Sure enough, it still doesn't work? But just as this thought popped up in his mind, Zhou Luo's voice came out once again. I am a native of Jiangnan City. If Jiangnan City suffers a crisis, if I don't stand out, who will? These words came out. The frustration in Wang Lin's heart was swept away. He looked at Zhou Luo, his gaze gradually becoming ecstatic. Mr. Zhou is righteous. Looking at Wang Lin's agitated appearance, Zhou Luo could not help but feel a burst of amusement. He waved his hand. Alright, if there's nothing else you guys can leave, I still have to cultivate. Alright then, we won't bother. Han Yun, let's go. Wang Lin immediately understood, and without dragging his feet, he directly led Xu Han Yun away. On the road. Xu Han Yun couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect this Mr. Zhou to agree. Wang Lin couldn't help but smile at his words and said, I knew as soon as he was able to say those words that this Mr. Zhou is definitely a person of deep understanding. There are really still more people with faith amongst us in Xia. After saying that, he sighed again. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to truly pull him into our Great Xiao Alliance. The duo gradually walked away. On the other side. Inside the house, Zhou Luo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched as a sigh could not help but flash across his face after Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun's silhouettes gradually disappeared downstairs. The Great Summer Alliance. Is a pity. Thinking back to his previous life, the Grand Xiao Alliance had been declining under the pincer attack of several other forces. Although they acted in a very righteous manner, and they all treated the commoners extremely well. But in a chaotic world, others don't care if you are righteous or not. Strength is the most convincing thing. The reason why he promised the Great Summer Alliance that he would step in at a critical moment in the future was also because of a favor from his previous life. In his previous life, a Beast King had descended on Jiangnan City, and he had suffered the repercussions. It was the Grand Xiao Alliance that stepped in and saved him in the midst of the disaster. In this life, it was also a way to return this favor. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time. It's almost time. There are still 3 days until the Taishan Mansion opens. A flash of anticipation passed through Zhou Luo's eyes. The Taishan Mansion was the place where the world's strongest breathing method known as the Dai Zhongzhenhai technique came out in the previous life. This breathing method is extremely powerful, and it is said that when the practitioner breathes in, his body's spiritual energy surges like the waves of the deep sea, and he can cause mountains to shake when he exhales. The rhythm of the breath of the great adult resonates with the earth's veins, raising their hands and feet with 5 mountains to suppress the momentum of the sea, and legend has it that the cultivation to the pinnacle can be fixed with a breath of 100 miles of the tsunami. This top breathing method should be used for me. Zhou Luo was determined to take this breathing method. No one could stop him. 027, I'll be a good person today. While Zhou Luo was still cultivating inside the house. Not far from the outside of the small detached villa he was in, on a hillside. Found you, Zhou Luo. Dare to kill my brother, I will make you pay for it. The shadowy man who had just hidden outside the door of Ruan Prime's parlor to eavesdrop was currently holding a military telescope and observing the house through the glass. He was no other than Ruan Yanfeng's elder brother, Ruan Shanlin. After learning that his younger brother, Ruan Yanfeng, had been killed, Ruan Shanlin, who usually loved his younger brother extremely, almost didn't pass out from anger. Especially when he was about to go to his father, Ruan Qingtian, and was about to discuss his revenge strategy with him. Then he heard Ruan Qingtian and Lu Ruyan's ploy, which seemed to be that they didn't intend to take revenge right away, but rather they needed to wait slowly. How does this work? Ruan Shanlin thought that at this time, the disease change era had just opened, and even if Zhou Luo was stronger, could he be stronger than a heavy heat weapon? It was absolutely impossible. Therefore, he went behind Ruan Qingtian's back and secretly mobilized a group of elite troops hired by Jiangnan Villa after the opening of the disease change era, and came to seek revenge on Zhou Luo. Behind him, a dozen heavily armed men were each holding a heavy sniper rifle with powerful firepower, lying on the ground, their muzzles coincidentally aimed at Zhou Luo through the glass. In the sky, an Eagle Country imported military helicopter loaded with heavy machine guns was perched over Ruan Shanlin. The muzzle of the gun was still aimed at the house where Zhou Luo was. Not only that. About 100 meters away from Ruan Shanlin. Two powerful and domineering tanks and armored vehicles had already finished loading ammunition, just waiting for Yuan Shanlin to give the order. The villa building where Zhou Luo was located would instantly turn into dust. In order to deal with Zhou Luo, Yuan Shanlin could be said to have pulled out all of his own Jiangnan Villa's reserves. Especially these two armored tanks. When the disease change era had opened, it could be said that their Jiangnan Villa had spent a lot of money in order to get these two tanks. Young master, is it open fire? Beside Yuan Shanlin, the commander of this group of elite troops immediately opened his mouth and asked. Seeing that everything was ready. The corners of Yuan Shanlin's mouth hooked up slightly, and a flash of madness flashed in his eyes. Zhou Luo, go to hell and make amends to my brother. Fire! Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Yuan Shanlin gave an order. A dozen heavy sniper rifles suddenly opened fire at the same time, and large-caliber armor-piercing bullets capable of directly piercing through steel shot towards Zhou Luo's brow with flames. Not only that. The military helicopter hovering in the sky, its guns were also rotating at high speed at this moment. The tank on the ground, its gun holes immediately spewed out two streams of flames. In just a moment, the small detached villa where Zhou Luo was located was directly blasted into broken walls. Dust filled the sky. Ha ha ha, Zhou Luo, messing with Jiangnan Villa, if you don't die, who will? Third brother, big brother, I've taken revenge for you, Zhou Luo will be there to accompany you soon. Yuan Shanlin couldn't help but let out a wild laugh, and after laughing for a while, he lost his voice and cried. But not long after he finished these two sentences, the commander at the side suddenly stared wide-eyed. Young master, something's not right. Only to see the location of the villa building, the dust in the sky gradually dispersed. Amidst the ruins, a figure was gradually revealing itself. Jiangnan Villa. I had planned to wait until I got the breathing method, then I would go to solve you guys. But I didn't expect that you guys had to seek death. Zhou Luo held the 9yang8 trigrams disc in his hands, his body covered with a black and white shield, his eyes filled with killing intent. Just now, in the moment Yuan Shanlin's troops opened fire, he had already sensed that something was wrong, and decisively offered up the 9yang8 trigrams disc to protect his body. As a result, at this moment, Zhou Luo, not to mention being injured, under the protection of the 9yang8 trigrams disc, his clothes didn't even get a bit of dust on them. Still careless. A flash of regret flashed across Zhou Luo's eyes. He should have gone straight to Jiangnan Villa to resolve this trouble after coming out of the southern mountain mystic realm. Although he was not injured at the moment. But being disturbed from his cultivation was not a good thing either. Especially since he had just found a residence that he couldn't live in at the moment. After resolving the trouble later, he would have to find a place to stay again. What a waste of time. No. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo suddenly brightened up. I'm going to exterminate Jiangnan Villa, what else do I need to find a place to live? Wouldn't it be fine to live directly inside the Jiangnan Villa? Zhou Luo's thoughts were instantly clear. He looked towards Yuan Shanlin on the distant hillside, the corner of his mouth curved up. Come to avenge your own brother's death, right? No problem, since you two brothers love each other so much, I'll be the good guy and let you two be reunited soon. So that you don't have to suffer the pain of lovesickness again. In the distance, Yuan Shanlin instantly broke out in cold sweat behind his back when he saw Zhou Luo's gaze looking at him. Just now, after seeing Zhou Luo peacefully resisting a round of fire from his own troops, he almost doubted his life. To know, even a prosperity transformation realm powerhouse would have to die with a grudge after this round of fire. How did Zhou Luo carry it off? Not only was he skeptical, the commander beside him was looking at Zhou Luo like a monster. Before today, if someone had told him that he could withstand a dozen heavy sniper rifles, a heavy machine gun, and 2 heavy artillery without dying, he would have thought that this person was crazy. But today, Zhou Luo did it. This round of fire bombardment came down. The villa building where Zhou Luo was located was shattered beyond recognition. But he himself was standing there unharmed, just like a person who was fine. Is this scientific? The commander gulped, his heart filled with fear. Continue firing. If he can survive the first round, I don't believe he can survive the second. Yuan Shanlin clenched his teeth and immediately issued an order. The commander, hearing him say this, also immediately reacted and immediately gave orders to the troops. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Countless streaks of fire bloomed once again. The exact same firepower is just now once again covered towards Zhou Luo. Good timing. Seeing this, Zhou Luo not only did not choose to dodge, instead, he just stood in place, waiting for the attack to come towards him. Buzz. In a millisecond, countless bullets had already landed on top of the shield unfolded by the 9yang8 trigrams disc. But the moment they touched the shield, only the Bagua disc body in Zhou Luo's hand suddenly bloomed with a crimson light. The next moment, all the bullets that landed on the shield, as if they were controlled by some kind of great power, they directly reversed their direction and flew straight towards the location where they were shot from. Poo poo poo. The dozen or so snipers lying on the ground had their eyebrows penetrated by their own bullets, and their pupils gradually spread. In the sky, the alloy shell of that military helicopter was also instantly shattered into a sieve, and the body instantly burst into flames, falling straight towards the ground. The fate of those two tanks with heavy firepower was even more miserable. Only a rumbling sound was heard. The two tanks immediately exploded, and the drivers inside were instantly left without a corpse. This team of well-equipped elite troops with sufficient firepower were all extinguished. 028, the might of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Lu Ruyan running away? Listening to the explosions coming from the surroundings, Ruan Shanlin and the commander, both of them, were completely confused at this moment. What's happening? What the hell is happening? Our attacks, why are they all bouncing back? The commander held his head in his hands, his face filled with shock. He didn't understand. Really didn't understand. More so, he had never thought that this troop under his command, which was so well equipped, would one day die under his own hands. I kill myself? The commander was on the verge of going crazy. Ruan Shanlin had also been completely confused at this moment. He turned his head to look at the dozen or so snipers around him who were all shot in the brow, feeling like he was in a dream. Why? Ruan Shanlin only had strong regret in his heart at the moment. He shouldn't have hidden it from Ruan Qingtian and come privately to seek revenge on Zhou Luo. Because he had truly not expected Zhou Luo to be so terrifying. Not only did he resist the 2 rounds of bombardment from his own men stiffly, and also, during the second round, he directly killed everyone on his side already. What was the difference between this and a god? Just when the duo were still in shock, Zhou Luo's figure had already arrived in front of them. Jiangnan Villa, right? He held the silver jiao gun in his hand, the tip of the gun aimed at Ruan Shanlin's throat. Tell me the location of your lair. Ruan Shanlin came back to his senses. He looked at Zhou Luo and suddenly laughed like he had lost his mind. Impossible. I will never betray. The words were not even finished. The silver jiao gun directly stabbed through Ruan Shanlin's throat. Blood slid down the tip of the gun. The commander at the side had almost pissed his pants in fear at this moment. Don't kill me. He sat down on his butt and looked at Zhou Luo with fear in his eyes. Having lived in the peaceful era for too long, he was still facing real death for the first time today. To be able to betray Xia and bring his own troops to defect to Jiangnan Mountain Villa, he was not a hero himself, so he was naturally greedy and afraid of death. Yes, but you have to tell me where Jiangnan Mountain Villa's lair is? Zhou Luo gave him a contemptuous look. I'll say. Jiangnan Villa's location is in Sycamore District, where there is a large private estate. Without saying a word, the commander directly gave out the location of Jiangnan Mountain Villa. The next second, the silver jiao gun similarly penetrated his throat. The commander's eyes went gray and died with hatred. After resolving the duo, Zhou Luo did not hesitate and immediately carried the silver jiao gun towards the location the commander had spoken of. Today, he would definitely step on Jiangnan Villa. No one would be able to stop him. Jiangnan Villa. Inside the parlor. After Ruan Qingtian heard the report from his men, he immediately rose up in anger. What did you say? That boss kid has transferred our troops out? This disobedient thing, he dares to hide such a big thing from me? Ruan Qingtian exploded with anger. He knew even when he thought about it that Ruan Shanlin had mobilized his troops and must have gone to seek revenge on Zhou Luo. As a father, he knew very well the character of this son of his. A grudge was never reported in a daily newspaper, let alone the grudge of killing his brother. At this time, another handsome man who looked 7 times similar to Ruan Qingtian walked into the parlor. He was none other than Ruan Haiyun, the second oldest of the 3 Ruan family brothers. Ruan Haiyun smiled and said to Ruan Qingtian, "Father, big brother, he did this after much deliberation. Now that the disease change era has just opened, how strong can that man Zhou Luo be even if he is strong? The firepower of the troops under our hands isn't ordinary, even a strong person of the prodigious transformation realm would have to fall under those 2 cannons, not to mention the fact that more than just 2 tanks have been deployed?" Hearing him say that, Ruan Qingtian also gradually calmed down. However, his tone was still angry. "You kid, don't excuse your big brother there. I know that he was able to mobilize his troops without saying a word, and there must have been your cooperation in there as well. When he comes back, I'll teach you a lesson together." Ruan Haiyun was not afraid of what he said, he just sighed and said, "As long as I can avenge my 3rd brother's death, father, my big brother and I are willing to suffer any lesson you want to teach us." "Humph. You've said all the good words." Ruan Qingtian couldn't help but snort coldly at the sight. Although he was angry with Ruan Shanlin and Ruan Haiyun for acting this way, he also understood the feelings of the 2. If he didn't know that Zhou Luo was powerful, he certainly would have wanted to go directly to Zhou Luo to seek revenge. After all, the Ruan Yanfeng who was killed by Zhou Luo was not someone else, but his son. After seeing that his father, Ruan Qingtian, did not really mean to blame, Ruan Haiyun was also relieved in his heart. He quickly turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan who was sitting on the sofa. Beautiful, too beautiful. Beautiful to the point of being thrilling. Ruan Haiyun had long heard that the eldest miss of the Lu group was an absolutely beautiful beauty under the sky. Seeing it for the first time today, the rumors were indeed good. Just as he was brewing the desire to go up and greet Ruyan Lu, he only saw Ruyan Lu get up from the sofa and said to Ruan Qingtian, "Wan Zhuangzhuang master, may I ask where the restroom is?" Ruan Qingtian was about to answer. Ruan Haiyun, who was beside him, then hurriedly said, "Miss Lu, the toilet is in the middle of the hall, why don't I take you to it?" But before she could finish her sentence, she was directly rebuffed by Lu Ruyan. "No need, I'll just go by myself." After saying that, she lightly moved her lotus steps and left the parlor. Until Ruyan Lu left. Ruan Haiyun's eyes still remained at the location of the front door. Seeing this, Ruan Qingtian on the side couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Don't look, Ruyan Lu has already entered into a partnership with my Jiangnan villa. No matter how you say it, we're all grasshoppers on the same rope. In the future you'll have plenty of opportunities to get close to her." Father is right, I was out of line. Ruan Haiyun also immediately came back to his senses, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But what they didn't know was, after Ruyan Lu left the parlor, she didn't go to the so-called toilet. Instead, she directly avoided everyone's sight without saying a word and quickly left the Jiangnan villa. After leaving the confines of the Jiangnan villa, Ruyan Lu didn't even think about it and directly selected a direction and quickly darted away. Damn Ruan Shanlin, what's wrong with doing anything but taking the initiative to mess with that lunatic? Ruyan Lu cursed Ruan Shanlin as she ran. She knew very well, those so-called elite troops that Ruan Shanlin had brought with him definitely couldn't hurt Zhou Luo. Not only that, it was an unknown whether Ruan Shanlin was still alive or not right now. After killing Ruan Shanlin, Lu Ruyan was very sure that Zhou Luo would definitely come straight to Jiangnan Villa. Staying at Jiangnan Villa is just waiting to die. Rushing to run away was the right way. It was so hard to find a glimmer of hope to replenish the Calamity Saint body, and it's just gone. Lu Ruyan was furious. Originally, according to her estimation, relying on the huge power of Jiangnan Villa, it wouldn't take more than a few days to help her replenish her Calamity Saint body. But who would have thought that this Ruan Shanlin would be so indolent? It was truly a case of not being able to accomplish anything, but being able to defeat everything. It seems that I have to find a new power that can help me patch up my Calamity Saint body. Ruyan Lu thought as she flew out of the boundaries of Jiangnan City. 029, single-handedly. Jiangnan Villa extinction. Inside the Jiangnan Villa parlor, Ruan Qingtian's father and son were chatting while waiting for Ruan Shanlin to return. They were completely unaware that Ruyan Lu had already taken advantage of the excuse of going to the toilet to escape. Counting the time, it should be soon. Ruan Haiyun glanced at his watch. At this point, an hour had passed since Ruan Shanlin had set off with his men. This time was enough to blast Zhou Luo to death. I hope big brother he can bring back Zhou Luo's corpse left intact. Ruan Haiyun's eyes flashed with a chilling color. Daring to kill third brother, it will be hard to relieve the anger in my chest if I don't hang him on the gate of our Jiangnan villa for 7 days and 7 nights. Ruan Qingtian sniffed but let out a cold laugh. That's probably impossible. Under that level of fire coverage, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find even a single bone of Zhou Luo. That's also true, that would be a real pity. Ruan Haiyun sighed. But the moment he said these words, a voice suddenly came from outside the door of the parlor. A pity? I don't feel that way. Who? Both father and son looked vigilantly at the location of the parlor door, only to see the next second, a familiar silhouette suddenly broke through the door and landed straight in the center of the parlor. Big brother? After seeing this person's figure clearly, Ruan Haiyun was first delighted. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. The one who flew in was indeed his big brother, Ruan Shanlin. Only, the current Ruan Shanlin had a large hole stabbed out of his throat by something, and blood had soaked the upper half of his body. His eyes were even more dead, his unfocused pupils were just staring straight at Ruan Haiyun. It was creepy to see. Big brother. Ruan Haiyun's joy turned to sorrow, and the anger in his chest erupted steeply. Ruan Qingtian's face was also gloomy to the extreme, his gaze heatedly looking towards Zhou Luo who had already appeared at the gate. Zhou Luo, you seek death. He clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with naked killing intent. I brought back all of Ruan Shanlin's corpses for you guys, and even if you don't thank me, you still want to kill me? Is this your Jiangnan Villa's hospitality? Zhou Luo smiled faintly, and the words that came out almost didn't make Ruan Qingtian and Ruan Haiyun angry. Killing my 2 sons in a row, do you, Zhou Luo, really think that I, Ruan Qingtian, am a soft persimmon for you to pinch? Since you dared to come here today, then stay forever and give my sons a burial. Ruan Qingtian's complexion was ruthless. In the next moment, a majestic and incomparably terrifying aura abruptly erupted from his body, completely undoubtedly the strength of the prospective transformation realm. Only a single step was seen from Ruan Qingtian's feet. The entire person then instantly disappeared in place, followed by appearing in front of Zhou Luo. Arms bending like a full bow, berserk spiritual energy gathered crazily at the peak of Ruan Qingtian's fist, eventually blasting out. Bang! This fist, which had almost exerted its full strength, heavily smashed on top of the black and white shield that had appeared out of thin air around Zhou Luo's body, emitting a shocking loud sound. Break it for me. Ruan Qingtian was disdainful in his heart. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen this type of shield type of magic treasure or talent after the opening of the disease change era. But without exception, none of them could carry his strike. This broken shield of Zhou Luo, also absolutely. The thought had just appeared in his mind. Ruan Qingtian realized that something was wrong. He realized that not only did his punch not cause any damage to this black and white shield of Zhou Luo's, not even a little fluctuation appeared. Ah! Before Ruan Qingtian could react to what was going on, he felt a counter-quake force coming from his arm. This force of recoil was completely no less than the punch he had just thrown, directly shattering the bones in Ruan Qingtian's right arm. This is all that the Jiangnan Mountain Villa's lord of the villa can do? You can't do it either. Zhou Luo stayed within the shield, looking at Ruan Qingtian in front of him like a clown. Pooh! Ruan Qingtian was so furious by these words that his body trembled, and when he didn't hold back, he spewed out a mouthful of old blood. As the lord of Jiangnan Villa, the leader of the 5 major forces of the Great Xia after the opening of the disease change era, he had never been mocked like this before. Father, I've come to assist you. Inside the room, after Ruan Haiyun saw his father, Ruan Qingtian, fall into a disadvantage, he immediately wanted to step forward to help. But before he could even make a move, he saw a cold aura gradually enlarging in his eyes. But the silver Jiao gun shot straight through Ruan Haiyun's chest, eventually inserting itself into the wall. Ruan Haiyun's body gradually collapsed without another sound. Adults are fighting, why are children interfering? Zhou Luo casually waved his hand, recalling the silver Jiao gun, and then looked at Ruan Qingtian, whose face was already red in color, who was following him. Ruan Zhuangzhuang master, what do you say? Zhou Luo. I, Ruan Qingtian and you, do not share the same fate. Ruan Qingtian's eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to directly break Zhou Luo into pieces. In just 1 day's time, 3 of his sons were gone just like that. And the murderer was the same person. Such a blood feud was already about to engulf Ruan Qingtian's sanity. But in the end, he wasn't overwhelmed by hatred. Ruan Qingtian, who still had his senses, knew that he alone would never be Zhou Luo's opponent. Ruyan Lu, come out and help. Otherwise you won't be able to escape either. He only heard him yell out to the outside of the parlor, wanting to make Ruyan Lu follow him out. But after a long time, there was no response outside the door. Lu Ruyan. Don't be a shrinking turtle, if you don't join me in striking, both of us won't survive. Ruan Qingtian yelled at the door again. But still no one responded. Seeing this, Ruan Qingtian's heart was abruptly startled, and cold sweat was seeping out from behind his back. Is it hard to believe that? Ruyan Lu ran away a long time ago? A guess instantly surfaced in his mind. Ruyan Lu? As Zhou Luo listened to this name that Ruan Qingtian shouted out, his brow suddenly frowned slightly. What kind of situation was this? Wasn't Ruyan Lu killed by him? How could she still be alive? This Ruyan Lu you're talking about, isn't she the daughter of Lu Kailong of the Lu clan? A flash of coldness flashed across his eyes as he questioned Ruan Qingtian. Ha ha, it's her. You shouldn't have expected it, she's still alive. Until Ruyan Lu had already run away past. Ruan Qingtian also understood that the probability was that he would not survive today, and immediately betrayed Lu Ruyan. If you don't become a son, I won't let you live well either. Ruan Qingtian immediately told how Lu Ruyan survived. Lu Ruyan had already told him all of these things when she approached him in order to show her sincerity, so it wasn't too difficult to repeat them. I didn't expect, the Calamity Saint body actually has 2 lives, really I was careless. A flash of realization flashed across Zhou Luo's eyes. In his previous life, he only knew that the Calamity Sacred body had an extremely fast cultivation speed and high talent, but he was not clear that this thing could still be resurrected once. This characteristic of the Calamity Saint body, Lu Ruyan must have hidden it as a bottom card in his previous life, so it was normal for him not to know about it. But after getting the news of Ruyan from Ruan Qingtian's mouth, Zhou Luo casually shot a gun, directly piercing through Ruan Qingtian's heart, ending his life. Jiangnan Villa, too, completely existed in name only at this instant. 030. Honoring the god of killing. Mount Tai's mutation, the earth's fiendish chi. After resolving Ruan Qingtian, Zhou Luo gazed out of the window, a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. Worthy of being the Ruyan Demon Emperor, acting with exceptional caution, I ran away first before I even came myself. But there's no harm in that, even your full version of the Calamity Saint body from your previous life is already no threat to me, let alone a crippled version? Zhou Luo emptied his thoughts, not intending to continue dwelling on it. Since Ruyan Lu had already run away ahead of time, it was estimated that she had already left Jiangnan City by this time. If he wanted to go after it, it would only be a needle in a haystack, a futile endeavor. But this does not mean that Zhou Luo will not kill Ruyan Lu. In the future, if he knew some clues about Ruyan Lu, he would still go ahead and kill Ruyan Lu. Pray that you yourself better not let me find it. Zhou Luo retrieved the silver Jiao gun and immediately began to clean up the remaining forces of Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Now that there were still the last few days left before the Taishan Manor opened, he had to seize the time to break through the Divine Anomaly realm in order to securely take the Dai Zhongzhenhai technique. In this situation, Zhou Luo didn't have any extra time to waste on Lu Ruyan. The news of Jiangnan Villa's destruction quickly spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. When the world heard about the collapse of Jiangnan Villa, their first reaction was disbelief, thinking it was a joke. However, after seeing those who had the heart to find the corpses of Ruan Qingtian's father and son near the Jiangnan Villa and took pictures of them, they were immediately shocked. Crap, this corpse is Ruan Qingtian himself, I've seen him before. Ruan Qingtian is really dead? Who killed him? Who's so awesome? Jiangnan Villa is also too miserable, as the top 5 forces, even in the disease change era, just opened a few days before the demise of. Does anyone know who did this? It's too scary. Hey, I have a friend who knows the inside story. Things are actually like this. Jiangnan Villa, the 5 most recognized forces in Daxia after the opening of the mutiny era, is just gone? Moreover, I don't know who inquired about the inside information and told the whole story. Zhou Luo, single-handedly, first killed Ruan Yanfeng, then killed Ruan Shanlin, and finally kicked open the door of Jiangnan Villa, killing Ruan Qingtian and Ruan Haiyun. This terrifying and incomparable battle record immediately shocked all the melon eaters. Is it really true that a single person directly picked over one of the 5 major forces? This Zhou Luo is also too bullish. Who would dare to mess with him back there? I don't know where this big brother's cultivation realm has reached. I'm afraid he's not already in front of all of mankind, right? I'd like to call him the Jiangnan god of killers. On the internet, the topic of Jiangnan Villa's destruction was hotly discussed. There were even good people who gave Zhou Luo a nickname, honoring him as the Jiangnan killing god. There was nothing else. It was really Zhou Luo's means that were too decisive, too ruthless. At the drop of a hat, he directly wiped out the Jiangnan Villa's entire family. What is this if not the god of murder? It was truly as terrifying as it was. On this day, Zhou Luo's name had been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. At the same time, far away in Taishan City, within the Bailey Group, Lu Yuer had also seen the news about Zhou Luo and Jiangnan Villa on the internet. Zhou Luo unexpectedly struck so quickly, directly destroying Jiangnan Villa. Lu Yuer's small mouth was slightly open, her heart filled with shock. After she had seen Zhou Luo's strength, she had already expected that one day Jiangnan Villa would fold in Zhou Luo's hands. After all, Ruan Yanfeng didn't know what to do but had to provoke Zhou Luo. He couldn't even stop himself and ended up with a dead body. As soon as Ruan Yanfeng died, it also meant that Zhou Luo and Jiangnan Mountain Villa had completely tied the knot. But the problem was, Zhou Luo's strength was too terrifying and had far exceeded Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Therefore, in Lu Yuer's opinion, Zhou Luo would definitely be the winner with the last laugh. But what she didn't expect was that it all happened so quickly. She had returned from Jiangnan City on the front foot, and then she received the news of Jiangnan Villa's destruction on the back foot. This person must not be messed with. Lu Yuer labeled Zhou Luo as someone who must not be messed with in her mind. In the future, if someone from her own Bailey group was ungrateful and messed with Zhou Luo, she would definitely, without saying a word, first waste all of that person's limbs and then carry him to apologize to Zhou Luo. I wonder how brother's strength compares to his. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Lu Yuer's mind. She walked out of the room and asked the butler at the door, "Has there been any news from Taishan's side?" The butler respectfully replied, "Back to Miss, 10 minutes ago, the young master already managed to break through to the 3rd level of the Protean transformation realm by absorbing the earth-devouring chi emanating from Mount Tai. It is expected that within 2 days, he will be able to break through to the 4th level of the perspective transformation realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she continued to ask, "Has the origin of those earth-bane chi been investigated clearly?" "Not yet, but our people are on the verge of tracing it back to the source. It seems to be emanating from the bottom of Mount Tai's ground. But it is not yet known what exactly is emanating the earth-devouring chi." The butler replied. "Good." Lu Yuer lightly nodded her head and re-entered the house. Her gaze looked out the window, and a flash of worry couldn't help but flicker in her eyes. Just yesterday, Mount Tai, the head of the 5 mountains located in the eastern part of Taishan City, and the origin of the name of Taishan City Mount Tai, was suddenly enveloped by a dense mass of earth-devouring chi. As the largest power in Taishan City, the Bailey Group naturally sent their people to investigate at the first opportunity. However, their people discovered that not only was this earth-devouring chi harmless to the human body, but on the contrary, they were able to absorb it for their own use and substantially increase their cultivation level. After getting this news, her brother, the Black Feather King, then directly went to Taishan Mountain to retreat without saying a word. The speed of cultivation also exceeded everyone's expectations. In just a day's time, the Black Feather King broke through from the 2nd level of the perspective transformation realm to the 3rd level of the perspective transformation realm today. It always feels like something big is about to happen. Lu Yuer sighed slightly. In these recent days, news of Beast Kings descending came from all over the world. The appearance of every Beast King represented the destruction of a city. What she was most worried about was whether or not this vision in Mount Tai would be a precursor to the Beast King's descent. If it was, then they, the Bailey group, would suffer a catastrophe. Should we contact Zhou Luo? Lu Yuer's heart stirred. This earthly fury chi was naturally an unrivaled treasure that could make one's realm soar. However, this news was currently known to no one other than their Bailey group. If they told Zhou Luo about this matter and also shared the earth-severing chi with him, did this count as befriending Zhou Luo a bit as well? Anyway, there was a lot of this earthly fury chi, and it was simply impossible to absorb it all by just relying on her brother alone. Moreover, by allowing Zhou Luo to come to Taishan City, if a Fey King really appeared in Taishan in the future, then their Bailey group would also have one more helper, wouldn't they? Thinking of this, Lu Yuer immediately brightened up. Immediately afterward, she left the room. This matter still needed to be reported to her brother. If her brother's side agreed, then she would immediately go and contact Zhou Luo. Dialing the phone. After Lu Yuer told Lu Feiyu about her concerns and the idea of contacting Zhou Luo. On the other side of the phone, only a flat voice came out. Yuer, your worries are not unreasonable, let's do as you say. Good, then I'll go now. Lu Yuer's heart was overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, she immediately found the newly added Zhou Luo number inside her contacts and dialed it. 031. Entering Mount Tai. The origin of the Earth's fiendish chi? Jiangnan Villa. Inside a secret room. As Zhou Luo listened to Lu Yuer's voice on the other end of the phone, he couldn't help but flash a flash of surprise in his eyes. There's still this kind of good stuff in the Earth fiend chi. No wonder in his previous life, the Black Feather King was clearly inferior to Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan in terms of his talent in the piece of cultivation speed, but he was the first one to break through the divine anomaly realm among the leaders of the five forces, so it turns out that there is a reason for this earthly fate chi. Zhou Luo suddenly came to a realization. Mr. Zhou, how are you considering it? Do you want to come to our Taishan city? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yuer saw that Zhou Luo hadn't said anything in half a day, so she asked after him again as if she couldn't wait. Then thanks to Ms. Lu's kind invitation, I'll move after I'm done with the matter at hand. Zhou Luo did not refuse and directly agreed to Lu Yuer's invitation. He would have needed to cultivate as quickly as possible until he broke through to the divine anomaly realm right now, and there was simply no reason to refuse the goodwill that Lu Yuer, or the Bailey group, had unleashed on him. To be able to take out and share such a valuable earthly fury chi, the Bailey group could be said to have given enough sincerity. This favor, he, Zhou Luo, took note of it. That's great, please contact me directly when you arrive in Taishan City and I'll send someone to pick you up. Seeing Zhou Luo's promise, Lu Yuer's tone added a touch of joy. She had seen Zhou Luo's strength before, and if a Fey King really appeared in Taishan at that time, then Zhou Luo's presence would undoubtedly be one of the greatest guarantees. The phone quickly hung up. This Earth's fiendish chi has come at the right time. After I finish absorbing the Earth's fiendish chi and break through the divine Fey realm, the time for the Taishan mansion to open up should also be here. At that time, with my cultivation realm of the divine anomaly realm, there is absolutely no one in the Great Xia who can compete with me for the Daizhongjin high skill. Zhou Luo slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, then immediately got up and set off in the direction of Taishan City. After only half a day, Zhou Luo had already arrived at the foot of Taishan Mountain. Looking around, the majestic Mount Tai was indeed just as Lu Yuer had said, and at this moment, it was completely surrounded by a dark red mist. This is the earthly fury chi? Zhou Luo felt it a little, and could indeed detect the presence of aura in the dark red mist. And it was still an incomparably pure aura. So pure. Could this be caused by the Daizhongjin high skill? A guess suddenly surfaced in Zhou Luo's mind. One must know that the main function of the so-called breathing technique was actually to purify the aura of the heavens and earth for the awakened to be able to absorb it more easily. A good breathing technique was equivalent to a divine weapon on the path of cultivation. Like Zhou Luo, having a top-level physique like the Nine Ghosts' chaotic body without a good breathing method, it was just like Lubu riding a dog. Although the lower limit wasn't that low, it certainly wasn't comparable to Lubu riding a red rabbit horse. Looking again at the pure spiritual chi hidden within these earth-devouring chi in front of him, it was exactly the same as the spiritual chi purified by the breathing method. I'm afraid that this is what the Daizhongjin high technique is doing. Zhou Luo was even more certain of his guess in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but become a little excited. Such a pure aura from just a created vision, what about if one had practiced the Daizhongjin high skill itself? The #1 breathing technique under heaven was truly worthy of its name. Mr. Zhou. At this moment, Lu Yuer's voice came from behind Zhou Luo. Turning around, he found that Lu Yuer had already brought her butler to find him. Mr. Zhou, my brother is cultivating in the depths of Mount Tai at the moment. I've already spoken to him in advance, so you can just go in directly. During this period I will be guarding the outskirts of Mount Tai, helping the two of you to protect the law. If there is any movement, I will notify you at the first opportunity. After walking to Zhou Luo's side, Lu Yuer then lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "Then Zhou Mao will not be polite." Zhou Luo didn't make a fuss, and after saying thank you to Lu Yuer, he directly drilled into the earth-severing chi. The moment he entered the earth-severing chi, Zhou Luo only felt that the pores of his body were opened up, greedily breathing in the pure spiritual chi around him. Cool. In just an instant, Zhou Luo felt his cultivation level grow slightly. This was still the case when Zhou Luo hadn't started his formal cultivation and had only entered the range of the Earth's fateful qi. If he had directly started formal cultivation, Zhou Luo wouldn't even dare to think about how fast that speed would be. Is this what it feels like to have a top-notch breathing technique? Zhou Luo took a deep breath. The idea of taking the Dai Zhongzhenhai technique in his heart became more and more determined. There was no hesitation. Zhou Luo continued to advance until he stepped into the depths of Mount Tai and reached the realm where the Earth's fury qi was the most dense. Then he directly sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. The nine-phenomenal chaotic body, operating at full speed. Buzz. The moment Zhou Luo started cultivating, a tidal wave of energy composed of earthly fiendish qi was immediately raised in the surroundings. The tide surged and flowed, eventually forming a huge whirlpool that hovered around Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo was just like the vortex's center, crazily devouring the incoming earth-severing qi. Zhou Luo's cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. In just less than 5 minutes, he had arrived at the middle stage of the 9th level of the prodigious transformation realm. The vortex of earth-severing qi that surrounded him still did not stop, but instead grew larger and larger, gradually attracting all of the hundreds of meters of earth-severing qi in a radius. Such a vision immediately startled the Black Feather King Lu Feiyu, who was also cultivating deep within Mount Tai. What's the situation? Lu Feiyu opened his eyes, his gaze looking towards the huge vortex of earthly fury qi in front of him, a flash of doubt flashing through his eyes. However, after he thought of what his sister had just told him, that Zhou Luo had already entered Mount Tai, he understood everything. But soon, new doubts instantly appeared in his mind. How did he make such a commotion? This speed of gulping down spiritual qi, could it be that the talent he has awakened is similar to Gu Qianhua? Lu Feiyu secretly guessed in his heart. However, he did not dwell on it too much, but cleared his thoughts and quickly entered the cultivation state again. This earthly fury qi was very precious, so he could absorb a little more if he could grab the time to do so. Who knows if there will be any more earthly fury qi in a few days. Lu Feiyu continued to exhale the earth-bane qi around him. A small vortex soon appeared around him. This vortex was similar to the vortex caused by Zhou Luo, but the scale was quite a bit smaller. The difference was as great as the Milky Way compared to the solar system. Time passed slowly. Lu Feiyu was cultivating with a deep heart, but he suddenly frowned. Why does it feel like the aura in the Earth's fate qi has become thin? He opened his eyes in doubt. It was fine if he didn't open them, but as soon as he did, his entire body froze. Only to see the surroundings. The vortex of earthly fate qi that Zhou Luo had gathered was on the verge of enveloping the entire Mount Tai. And Lu Feiyu, who was in the range of the vortex, suffered an undeserved disaster. All of the surrounding earth-severing qi was snatched away by Zhou Luo, and Lu Feiyu desperately absorbed it, only to leave behind only a thin strand of earth-severing qi. Not, buddy? You cultivate as you cultivate, how come you still snatched my earthly fury qi away? Robber. Lu Feiyu man was numb. He swore that he had never wanted to call the police so much in his life as he did today. 032. Breaking through the divine alien realm. The Black Feather King's mind collapsed. Zhou Luo was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. His eyes were tightly closed at the moment, and his nine ghosts' chaotic body was running at full speed, with every pore and drop of blood in his body greedily devouring the surrounding earthly fate qi. His cultivation level also rose, instantly arriving at the late 9th stage of the prodigious transformation realm. It was only one final step away from breaking through the divine anomaly realm. Until the aura in the Dantian reached a critical point. Boom! Zhou Luo's body shook as an extremely powerful aura instantly spread out in all directions. Divine anomaly realm, achieved. Finally a breakthrough. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes, and immediately waved his hand incomparably casually at a large tree 100 meters away. Lotus. Only a sharp air-breaking sound rang out. The big tree that was as thick as 5 people hugged was actually directly cut off at the waist, and the incision was smooth and light. Divine anomaly realm, a thought of killing opportunity in the heart, every move hides divine anomalies. Once I had to look up to the realm, this life is only a few days, I am already standing here. A majestic aura of a glimpse of the mountains arose in Zhou Luo's heart. If there were no accidents, he would most likely be the first person to break through to the divine anomaly realm at this current point in time. Even the head of the Australian island Gu family, the head of the 5 major forces, that Gu Qianhua, whose 5 internal organs had transformed into immortals, didn't have the same speed as him. Although I've already broken through to the divine alien realm, I still need to be more steady. Zhou Luo quickly put away the arrogance he was emitting. He was well aware that the first explosive period after the opening of the diseased change era had yet to arrive. At that time, countless supreme treasures would appear one after another, geniuses from all walks of life would emerge, and beast kings would even appear one after another. Although the divine alien realm was not weak, it was still far from being invincible. After all, the lowest realm of a beast king alone was the divine anomaly realm, and the spirit transformation realm was not rare at all. Continue cultivating. Zhou Luo cleared his thoughts and prepared for the second round of cultivation. This earthly fury chi was a good thing, he couldn't afford to waste it before he got his hands on the Dai Zone C suppression technique. Let me see, how many levels of the Divine Fey realm can this earthly fury chi help me break through to? Buzz. With a familiar buzzing sound, the earth-devouring chi in the surroundings once again converged towards Zhou Luo. At the same time, Lu Feiyu, who had just gotten a respite from Zhou Luo's hands, was currently grasping and absorbing the surrounding earth-severing chi. It was so hard to watch the terrifyingly huge vortex stop, he didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. Just when Lu Feiyu was immersed in his cultivation, his brows suddenly furrowed again. It can't be. Lu Feiyu secretly said something bad in his heart. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the familiar huge vortex had begun to converge again. I'm fixing. Lu Feiyu was almost about to spit out Fenfeng. What's the situation? Didn't it stop just now? How come it started again now? Lu Feiyu's mind was about to collapse. He thought that Zhou Luo had finished absorbing enough earthly fury chi and was preparing to break through to the next stage. But how did Zhou Luo start absorbing earthly bane chi again just after a short while? Could it be that in this short period of less than a few minutes, Zhou Luo had already finished his breakthrough? Impossible, right? The corner of Lu Feiyu's eyes jumped straight up. One must know that when he had just broken through from the second level of the Protean Transformation Realm to the third level of the Protean Transformation Realm some time ago, it had taken him nearly half a day. This speed was still fast. On those with average talent, just breaking through a weight in the initial realm would take a huge amount of mental energy. A short time would be a week or two, and a long time would be months, or even years. Does this guy not have any bottlenecks at all? Lu Feiyu was crying in his heart. He was even a little regretful now. Shouldn't he have promised his sister to go and call Zhou Luo over? If he wanted to cultivate now, he could only go and grab the thin earthly fury chi that was wandering outside the vortex. This made it seem as if he was eating the leftovers of Zhou Luo's leftovers. No. This is eating leftovers. A sense of sadness rose in Lu Feiyu's heart. To think that he was the Black Feather King, the leader of one of the 5 recognized forces of the Great Xia. Now, even reduced to eating other people's leftovers to live. Just as Lu Feiyu's thoughts were flying around, he fiercely realized that the earthly fury chi that enveloped Taishan Mountain was disappearing at a rapid pace. Taishan is almost finished being sucked. Lu Feiyu was abruptly startled and immediately didn't dare to slow down, rushing to do his best to absorb the thin earth fiend chi scattered from outside the maelstrom. The 4th level of the prospective transformation realm is just a little bit away. No matter what, break through first. Eating leftovers is fine, anyway, if you don't say anything, no one else will know. Lu Feiyu clenched his teeth and ran his dantian with all his might. 1 hour later, only to see the dantian in Lu Feiyu's body shake, the realm instantly came from the 3rd level of the prospective transformation realm to the 4th level of the prospective transformation realm. After breaking through the realm, Lu Feiyu didn't intend to continue cultivating in Mount Tai. There was no other reason. He looked at the huge vortex that was still gulping down the earth-devouring chi, and his forehead was filled with black lines. It couldn't be snatched, it simply couldn't be snatched. This Zhou Luo was simply not human-like. The speed at which he absorbed the earth-severing chi was also too damn fast, ridiculously fast. No wonder his sister always mentioned Zhou Luo to him after she came back from Jiangnan City. This guy was indeed perverted. Ugh, let's go down the mountain first. He directly stood up and prepared to return to the foot of Mount Tai to meet up with his sister. After he arrived at the foot of the mountain and left the range of the earth's fiendish chi, Lu Yuer, who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a long time, immediately greeted him. Brother, why did you come out so quickly? Lu Yuer looked at Lu Feiyu, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Didn't he say that he had to stay inside until the earthly fury chi disappeared? Isn't this coming out a little too fast? Cough cough, the earthly fury chi within Taishan Mountain doesn't know what the reason is. It's becoming thinner and thinner now, so I came out earlier. Lu Feiyu coughed awkwardly twice, then immediately added, but I also used this to break through to the 4th level of the Protean Transformation Realm. It's still a small gain. So that's how it is. Lu Yuer nodded with seeming understanding. As she looked above Mount Tai, she could indeed clearly see that the earth's fiendish chi was gradually dissipating. However, wasn't there still a lot left now, and wasn't it a bit of a waste to go directly? Lu Yuer's mind popped up with such a doubt. However, seeing that her brother seemed to have no intention of continuing this topic, she pressed this doubt back. Right, brother, where is Mr. Zhou? Why didn't he come out with you? Lu Yuer asked again. Hearing her sister mention Zhou Luo, Lu Feiyu immediately rolled his eyes in his heart. You girls still have the nerve to mention Zhou Luo? You're the one who brought the ghosts into the village. If it wasn't for Zhou Luo, I'd still be inside enjoying the earth's fury right now. I just went to check. He's in the middle of a breakthrough right now. He'll come out when he's done. Although he belabored Lu Yuer, Lu Feiyu still found an excuse to put it off. Then let's wait for Mr. Zhou together. Lu Yuer didn't suspect anything and just nodded with a smile and said, Good, I also want to see what kind of character this Mr. Zhou is. Lu Feiyu did not refuse. Instead, he cast his gaze deep into Mount Tai with interest. Previously, his impression of Zhou Luo only rested on the word powerful in Lu Yuer's mouth. But now, he really wanted to meet Zhou Luo, to see what kind of person this pervert who had absorbed almost all of the earthly fury chi that covered the entire Mount Tai was. 033. Mount Tai's vision. The secret realm opening early? Deep within Mount Tai. After Zhou Luo had completed the last great circumference, the earth fiend chi that covered the entire Mount Tai was finally dissipated. Divine Anomaly Realm second level. Opening his eyes, Zhou Luo felt the realm within his body and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. In less than a day's time, his cultivation had come from the 9th level of the prodigious transformation realm to the 2nd level of the divine anomaly realm, and this earthly fiendish chi could not be faulted. Without this earthly fiend chi, if he wanted to break through to the 2nd level of the divine alien realm, I'm afraid it would have taken him at least half a month. It's time to go down the mountain. After slightly stabilizing his realm, Zhou Luo walked towards the bottom of the mountain. He soon arrived at the foot of Mount Tai and also saw Lu Yuer and Lu Feiyu who were waiting at the foot of the mountain. Mr. Zhou, you came down. After seeing Zhou Luo, Lu Yuer was the first to welcome her. When she saw Zhou Luo for the first time just now, she could clearly feel the change in Zhou Luo's body, which was very different from the person he was before entering Mount Tai. Can it be that Mr. Zhou's realm has already broken through to the late stage of the protean transformation realm? A thought that struck her as terrifying sprang up in Lu Yuer's mind. This sickness change era had only begun a few days ago, and her brother, Lu Feiyu, as one of the most gifted group of people in Grand Xia, was now only able to reach the 4th level of the perspective change realm, considered to have one foot in the middle stage of the perspective change realm. But Zhou Luo, directly over the Linchang realm middle, arrived at the Linchang realm late. I'm afraid that the 3rd step to the divine exception realm is almost there, isn't it? Ms. Lu, this is. Zhou Luo returned a smile, and then his gaze turned to Lu Feiyu, who was standing beside Lu Yuer, and asked curiously. Mr. Zhou, this is my brother Lu Feiyu. Lu Yuer made a small introduction. So it's the Black Feather King, I've heard a lot about you. Zhou Luo slowly nodded his head. He already had a guess the first time he saw Lu Feiyu. After all, the looks of this brother and sister duo were not exactly the same, but there was a 7 or 8% resemblance. Where, it's me who has long admired Mr. Zhou's great name. Ever since my sister came back from Jiangnan City, she has been reciting your name, and today, Mr. Zhou's cultivation is truly unfathomable. Lu Feiyu's tone was very modest. However, because of the geomantic chi of the party, there was always that hint of a grudge in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Luo when he spoke. There was no way the earth-severing chi that could have steadily allowed him to break through to the late stage of the perspective transformation realm had all been snatched away because of Zhou Luo's arrival, which no one else would be able to accept. Lu Feiyu was already considered to be in a good state of mind, and didn't intend to pursue anything at all, only that there would be more or less some grumbling in his heart. Zhou Luo also detected this ray of subtle grudge gaze. Originally, he was still a little puzzled, but after a little thought in his heart, he understood the reason. He paused and then spoke. Brother Lu, I'm offended by what happened just now. In the future, if the Bailey group needs any help, as long as it's within Zhou's ability, I will definitely help. Zhou brother said this can be out of place, I and you at first sight, which can be divided so clearly between friends. Ha ha ha. Lu Feiyu was overjoyed when he heard Zhou Luo say this, using the earthly fury chi to exchange for such a friend as Zhou Luo. This deal wasn't a loss. It could even be said to be a blood profit. After all, Zhou Luo was a ruthless person who could single-handedly kill through the Jiangnan villa. This battle record could be said to be the most luxurious until the opening of the disease change era. While the two were talking, Lu Yuer on the side was a little confused. What is this situation? What exactly happened just now? How come these two became good friends in less than a few words? Is this the friendship between men? Can't understand at all. Just when Lu Yuer was puzzled. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed. The ground underneath her feet began to shake as if an earthquake was approaching, and so did the majestic Mount Tai, as countless rolling stones lifted a long dragon of smoke and slid down from the top of the mountain. Dust immediately filled the entire sky as if the end was coming. What's going on? Lu Feiyu and Lu Yuer were both startled, their gazes simultaneously looking high above Mount Tai. Only to see that on the Jade Emperor's peak, which was covered by a sea of clouds, at this moment, there was actually a great golden light, coloring the surrounding sea of clouds into a golden yellow. A heaven and earth vision. It's a heaven and earth vision. Lu Feiyu's eyebrows were immediately filled with gravity. At this moment, once the heaven and earth vision appeared, it meant that something big was going to happen in Taishan Mountain. Thinking about it in a good way, it could be a secret realm like Jiangnan Qinan Mountain. But if it is to think of the bad side, it may also be the arrival of the Beast King. If it is the latter, then the entire Taishan city will face a devastating blow. The current disease change era had only just opened, and even a human like him whose realm strength was at the peak was not capable of facing a Fey Beast King whose minimum was the divine anomaly realm. Lu Yuer also understood this, and her eyes were filled with sorrow as she looked towards the Jade Emperor's peak. Unlike the duo's trepidation. After Zhou Luo saw the vision above the Jade Emperor's peak, instead of panicking, his face was filled with surprise. The Taishan mansion is going to open early. I didn't expect that after I absorbed the earthly fury chi cleanly, I would be able to induce the Taishan mansion to open early. Truly the heavens have helped me. Zhou Luo's heart was ecstatic. In his previous life, the precursor to the opening of the Taishan mansion was the appearance of a light gate above the Jade Emperor's peak. Humans who stepped through the door of light would be directly transported into the underground of Mount Tai, entering the legendary Taishan Prefecture's territory, and the secret realm that hid the world's #1 breathing method, the Daizongjin High Technique, Taishan Prefecture. Of course, it also had a familiar name, which was the Underworld. Listening to those who had left peacefully from the secret realm of Taishan Mansion, the first thing they faced after just stepping into Taishan Mansion was tens of thousands of evil ghosts from hell. Although the strength of each of the evil spirits was at the first level of the initial realm, they were superior in number, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were still top experts from the 5 major forces like the Black Feather King amongst those who had participated in the Taishan secret realm at that time, most of them would have had to lose their lives in the hands of these endless numbers of evil spirits. Brother Zhou, let's leave here first. Lu Feiyu withdrew his gaze towards the Jade Emperor's peak, wanting to take Zhou Luo and Lu Yuer to leave Mount Tai. There was no other reason. At the moment, no one knew what the visions on Mount Tai represented, and he didn't want to gamble on whether it was the king of Fey beasts descending. First, he would hurry to leave the confines of Mount Tai and observe from afar for a while. Good, then let's go. Zhou Luo also understood what Lu Feiyu meant. However, he did not directly point out that there was no danger in Mount Tai this time, but chose to follow Lu Feiyu and leave together. This was because from the beginning of the appearance of the visions at the Jade Emperor's peak until the Taishan mansion was precisely open, there would still be 3 days of brewing in between. After 3 days, it was the time to enter the Taishan mansion. He also happened to take advantage of this 3-day buffer to properly stabilize his cultivation, and later try to see if he could impact the 3rd level of the Divine Anomaly realm. 034. The top forces gathered together. The meeting at the Jade Emperor's peak. The news of the appearance of a vision on Mount Tai quickly spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. At first, everyone speculated if it could be the Beast King descending. After all, 2 Beast Kings had already descended on the territory of Grand Xia during this period of time, and with the appearance of a vision on Mount Tai, everyone was as worried and scared as a bird with a bow. Even some of the awakened who were in Taishan City had rushed to Lin City on the night of the day they learned of the news, fearing that they would be affected. There was no way, the Beast King was simply too terrifying. The Beast King that descended on Desert Water City was still alive today, and with the current battle power of the human race, there was simply no way to take it. The Great Summer Alliance has also tried to use powerful thermal weapons, but these Beast Kings seem to be born with an immunity to thermal weapons, completely different from the human awakened. The damage caused by thermal weapons to them can be described as pitifully small. The only thing that could really hurt them seemed to be the aura used by the awakened. It was a good thing that this Beast King stayed where it was after destroying the city of Desert Water as well as the 3 surrounding cities, with no intention of traveling elsewhere for a short period of time. Otherwise, it was feared that the casualties caused would be more than several times higher than what it was now. While the news was spreading rapidly, time was also slowly passing. By the time the next day rolled around, the suspicions in everyone's hearts had been put down a lot. This was because, in the past, when those 2 Beast Kings descended, the visions produced only lasted less than half a day at most. However, the visions on Mount Tai had lasted for a full day, and there were no traces of the Beast King's descent at all. This meant that the vision on Mount Tai was most likely the new secret realm. Ever since the news of the Kun Mountain secret realm broke out, I don't know how many awakened who hadn't gone to participate slapped their thighs in regret, hating why they hadn't gone. If they had gone, would the chance on the floating pagoda have gotten to them? Of course. The most crucial reason was still that some people had obtained many chances in the dense forests within the secret territory of Kun Mountain. From the smallest to the exotic fruits that were able to enhance one's talent and cultivation, to the largest to the ancient spiritual treasures, all those who did not die on the Faust Tower had more or less gained something. And this Kun Mountain secret realm and the casualty rate is also exceptionally low, can be said to be basically no danger. Who wouldn't want to participate in such a good thing? Therefore, when there was still no Beast King in Taishan on the 2nd day, those awakened who were eager to give it a try moved to Taishan City. Some of the more cautious awakened still wanted to wait and see, but after the 3rd day when there was still no sign of the Beast King, everyone was completely unable to sit still. Countless awakened ones flocked towards Taishan City. Various big forces within the Grand Xia also sent people there. Among them, the 3 major forces other than Jiangnan Villa and Bailey Group also arrived in Taishan City on the 3rd day, sitting and waiting for the opening of the Taishan secret realm. The Skeleton Society, Gu Clan, and Grand Xia Alliance, the 3 major forces that had come to participate in the Taishan secret realm, were all the strongest among them. Yang Tianying, who was known as Skeleton Zun, Immortal's Body Gu Qianhua, and Mountain River Split Chui Lingfei. Without exception, all 3 of them had long since stepped into the prospective transformation realm, with Gu Qianhua, who possessed 5 immortal viscera, being at the highest realm, having already arrived at the 4th level of the prospective transformation realm. According to the original trajectory, the one with the fastest cultivation progress amongst the 5 forces should be Lu Feiyu, who had absorbed the earthly fury qi. However, now that the earthly fury qi had been intercepted by Zhou Luo, Lu Feiyu's cultivation level had lagged behind that of Gu Qianhua. Now, apart from the annihilated Jiangnan Villa, the rest of the 4 forces of the Great Xia gathered at Taishan Mountain plus Zhou Luo's presence, it could be said that it was a good time. Time came to the 4th day. At this time, the golden light emanating from the Jade Emperor's peak on Mount Tai had already dyed the sky for tens of miles around into a golden color. The awakened who had come to participate in the Mount Tai secret realm had already filled up the entire Mount Tai. And above the platform in front of Jade Emperor Peak, Zhou Luo and the 2 siblings of the Liu family had already arrived here early to wait for the Taishan house to open. It wasn't just them. Skeleton Society's Yang Tianying, Gu family's Gu Qianhua, and Great Xia Alliance's Chui Lingfei had also each led their people to the Jade Emperor top together. Zhou Luo stood beside Lu Feiyu, his gaze sizing up the 3 of them. Gu Qianhua looked like an old man who was about to die, but the difference between him and other senile old men could be seen by looking at his upright body, which did not resemble that of a person of his age, as well as the stern gaze that flashed through his eyes from time to time. Chui Lingfei, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man who looked plain and ordinary, without any recognizable features, and it was difficult to find him out in the crowd. However, this was the man who was currently the top awakened combatant in the Grand Xiao Alliance, and had evolved the concept of not being able to recognize a person's face to the extreme. The 2 of them were very recognizable. Zhou Luo had seen them on TV and the news in his previous life. However, it was the first time Zhou Luo had seen Yang Tianying of the Skull and Bones Society. A head of long hair, a shadowy look, a lean body like a skeleton, and a large tattoo on the back of his hand. He looked like a punk. But Zhou Luo is clear, this guy is not a simple generation. In terms of ruthlessness, Yang Tianying was even more terrifying than Lu Ruyan, who had been named the Ruyan Demon Emperor in his previous life. It was said that it was because Yang Tianying was caught by a gangster big brother that he had offended before the opening of the disease change era. That big brother had someone step on Yang Tianying's limbs 1 foot at a time, and then used a special means to crack all the bones in Yang Tianying's body, and also gave him special medicines that caused excruciating pain. What that gangster didn't expect was that Yang Tianying hadn't been tortured to death, but instead endured until the opening of the disease era. Such inhuman torture, directly Yang Tianying's psychology completely distorted. Until the mutagenesis era evolved the bones in his body into the supreme jade bone, completely sublimated, he directly tied up that gangster, and then captured his whole family one by one, and applied the torturous means that made people talk about it. Since that day, Yang Tianying's style of behavior has become extremely perverted and vicious. Together with his subordinate skeleton will also gradually follow suit. What with things like killing entire families, it was really normal to put it on them. As I recall, the Dai Zong Si suppressing technique seems to have been taken by him. Zhou Luo sized up Yang Tianying, secretly pondering in his heart. It was said that the Daizong Jinhai knowledge was seen by the people when they entered the Taishan mansion and broke through the 3 gates and entered the core area of the Taishan mansion. Among them, the reason why Yang Tianying became the final recipient of the Daizong Jinhai knowledge was because of the special nature of the supreme jade bone in his body, which gave him a unique advantage in one of the passes, and he obtained it after entering the core area ahead of the crowd. It's a pity that with me around this time, the Daizong Si suppressing technique will only be in my possession. Zhou Luo's mind gradually smoothed out. His 9 netherworld's chaotic bodies similarly had the characteristic of Star Marrow Jade Bone, which was not at all inferior to Yang Tianying's Supreme Jade Bone. In addition, the 9 septic chaos body also gave him the talent of Dharma Pupil speech spirit, so no matter what the barrier was, he was able to see through it at a glance. On top of the Jade Emperor, the golden light in the sky gradually gathered, and eventually, under the gaze of countless gazes, it transformed into a golden light door. At the sight of this light door, the breaths of everyone present couldn't help but stutter. The Taishan mansion has opened. Zhou Luo's complexion stared. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. 035. The arrogant Yang Tianying. The moment the light door appeared, there was already a burly man who couldn't wait and wanted to be the first to enter the Taishan Mountain secret realm, directly rushing to the front of the group, even crossing over the 4 major forces such as the Bailey group. I've already been absent from the Chinan Mountain secret realm, this time I must be at the forefront of the Tai Mountain secret realm. The chance inside might be mine. That burly man's mind had been taken over by greed, and he didn't notice a killing intent coming from behind him in the slightest. Lot. In the next instant, one could only see skeleton Zun Yang Tianying's figure move, and he had already arrived behind the strong man when he was not even aware of it. Immediately after that, Yang Tianying's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and his right hand directly stabbed forward, instantly penetrating the strong man's chest. Pooh! The strong man violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, turning back with a face full of incredulity. The vitality in his body was rapidly fading. He did not expect until he died. What exactly did he do to provoke Yang Tianying, causing him to come out to kill himself? In your next life, grow some memory and never walk in front of me. Yang Tianying's eyes were incomparably cold, and after faintly spitting out a sentence, he casually pulled his right hand out of the burly man's chest, blood splattering everywhere. The burly man's body also fell down obediently, his eyes full of unwillingness looking towards the light door in front of him. The entire process was strangely fast, and Yang Tianying didn't have any hesitation when he did it. It was as if the person he killed was not a human being, but an earth chicken and wild dog. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. The disease change era had only opened a few days ago, and at this point in time, most people's mentality had yet to detach themselves from the peaceful society. Thus, seeing Yang Tianying kill people so recklessly could be considered a severe shock to their hearts. Yang Tianying, what are you doing? Among the crowd, Chui Lingfei, who was the representative of the Grand Xiao Alliance, immediately couldn't sit still and immediately stood out and shouted at Yang Tianying, killing in public. Do you really think that there is no king's law in this world? King's law? Ha ha ha, what kind of joke are you talking about? Yang Tianying let out a cold laugh, not having the slightest bit of reverence for the Great Xiao Alliance that had its back to the officialdom. Instead, there was an extra touch of mockery in his tone. The chaotic world has arrived, your Great Xiao Alliance can't even take care of yourselves, and you still have the heart to talk about the king's law with me? In this world, strength is the king's law. Yang Tianying hit the nail on the head. Although Chui Lingfei was angry in his heart, he couldn't find any reason to refute it. Ever since the opening of the disease change era, their Grand Xiao Alliance had been doing their best to try to maintain the original social functioning. But it was all a useless endeavor. The social order was only normal on the first day of the mutagenesis era. After that day, murderers killed, arsonists set fires, and all sorts of bad events came one after another, and the entire Xia is not right, I should say that the entire Blue Star has become a pot of porridge. This is the torrent of the times, no one can resist. All of you listen to me. Yang Tianying didn't bother with Chui Lingfei anymore, but instead turned his head and turned his gaze to everyone present. In the future, if anyone dares to offend me, Yang Tianying, or mess with my skull and bone society, this person will be the downfall. This time in the Taishan secret realm, only I, Yang Tianying, can be the first to enter, anyone else who comes will die. After saying that, Yang Tianying then took big steps towards that light door. And the crowd that was originally stupidly eager to move, was actually shocked by his words and froze in place, not daring to take a step forward in the slightest for fear of touching Yang Tianying's mold again. Chui Lingfei also did not have the intention to move. Yang Tianying carries the supreme jade bone, in the aspect of combat strength is extremely powerful, the same realm can be called invincible. On behalf of the Great Summer Alliance, he came here, the only goal is the opportunity in the Taishan secret realm, there is no need to be superfluous to deplete the strength of their own side. It wasn't just Chui Lingfei. The thoughts in the hearts of Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu were also the same. Since this young Tianying was acting so wildly, then let him be wild. Anyway, it wasn't as if the first one to enter the secret realm would get the chance. The Kun Mountain secret realm proved this very well. Just as the crowd was about to watch young Tianying enter the light door, Zhou Luo, however, suddenly moved. Only to see him take large strides, staring at the countless shocked gazes as he walked straight towards the direction of the light gate. And with an extremely fast speed, in just a few breaths, he had already caught up with young Tianying and arrived in front of him. Brother Zhou. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu was first stunned, then hurriedly opened his mouth to call out to Zhou Luo, but Zhou Luo's speed was too fast, and he had already surpassed young Tianying before he could finish his sentence. The rest of the crowd was even more puzzled. Is this person crazy? How dare a madman like young Tianying mess with him? Just now that guy's downfall, this kid didn't see it. This young Tianying purely kills without blinking an eye. Still don't avoid its sharpness? Courage is commendable. The second body is about to appear. No, this person I look very familiar. Remembered, this guy is not that god of killing? God of killing? You mean that Zhou Luo who wiped out the entire Jiangnan villa by himself? It's really him. Crap, the god of killers is also not a good to mess with the main. These two people touch together, afraid that it is not going to be a big deal. Oh. The crowd murmured. Some sharp-eyed people had already recognized Zhou Luo's identity, and it was the Jiangnan killing god that had been rumored a while ago. Just one person had directly ed over one of the 5 major forces, Jiangnan Villa. It was truly terrifying. Zhou Luo, you want to cross me? After Yang Tianying saw Zhou Luo cross himself, a flash of hostility appeared on his face and his tone was cold to the extreme. He naturally recognized Zhou Luo's identity as well. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't even say a word right now, but would directly make a move. However, Zhou Luo's strength was enough to scare him. Jiangnan Villa's overall strength was considered to be at the bottom of the list amongst the 5 major forces, or else it wouldn't have been destroyed by the Lu clan before. However, if he wanted to destroy the entire Jiangnan Villa with the power of one person, Yang Tianying asked himself, this kind of thing he wanted to do would take a lot of effort. Hearing Yang Tianying's words, Zhou Luo stopped his steps and looked at him with a bland expression. This Taishan secret realm is not your home. Is it possible that I still have to ask for your consent if I want to be the first to go in? Zhou Luo, I'm not going to bully you about anything else. If you give me face and let me step into the light gate first, the Skull and Bones Society, will be friends with you. If not, I won't be blamed for taking action. Yang Tianying lowered his voice and said. He had already put his words out just now. If he really let Zhou Luo grab in front of him, then this would be a big loss of face. Moreover, he was only jealous of Zhou Luo. It didn't mean that he didn't dare to make a move against him. If you really don't give face, then don't blame me. After hearing these words from Yang Tianying, Zhou Luo not only didn't agree. Instead, he even said with a disinterested look on his face, then hurry up and do it. Don't talk about all this nonsense, I'm in a hurry. You seek death. Yang Tianying was completely enraged and immediately did not hold back, directly grabbing a claw towards Zhou Luo's heart. 036, I'll let you pick up your ears. Bang! The claw that was wrapped in a strong killing intent was directly stopped by a silver spear when it traveled to mid-air. Yang Tianying's claw and Zhou Luo's silver jiaogun touched together, but also issued a sound of gold and iron. This was the effect of Yang Tianying's supreme jade bone. Every inch of his bones and joints were like divine weapons, hard and extremely sharp at the same time. Ordinary spirit martial arts, how can they stop my attack? The corner of Yang Tianying's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile after seeing the silver jiaogun in Zhou Luo's hand. In the next second, his figure stormed, and his powerful claw winds attacked towards Zhou Luo like splashing rain. Zhou Luo's expression remained unchanged. The silver jiaogun in his hand flickered and moved around, blocking all the attacks. Yang Tianying, whose realm was only at the perspective change realm, could not escape the eyes of Zhou Luo, who had already reached the divine variety realm, with his every movement. Although Zhou Luo perfectly neutralized each of Yang Tianying's attacks. However, he realized that the body of the silver jiaogun in his hand had begun to gradually become unable to withstand it, and it seemed like it was about to shatter under this rain of claw strikes. Worthy of being a supreme jade bone, the battle power is indeed strong. Zhou Luo sighed in his heart. In fact, it was very simple for him to deal with Yang Tianying, directly offering the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate. Yang Tianying would not be able to injure him in the slightest, and he would have to be constantly worried about being revolted. The reason why he didn't do so was that he wanted to try out his current strength. Now that a round of exchanges had taken place, Zhou Luo had felt out that he was almost crushing Yang Tianying when he beat him. As long as he wanted to, he could immediately and directly make Yang Tianying lose in a sorry state, without any power to fight back. But what Zhou Luo didn't expect was, he hadn't even made a move yet, and the silver jiaogun in his hand was already on the verge of not being able to hold on. It's not an innate treasure after all. Zhou Luo secretly shook his head. It seemed that in the future he would have to find himself a handy weapon. At any rate, it had to be above the level of a spiritual treasure, and it would be even better if it was an innate supreme treasure. This silver jiaogun in his hand was already on the verge of not being able to keep up with his pace. How long can that broken gun in your hand last? Yang Tianying's attack continued. While he struck out towards Zhou Luo, he also taunted from time to time, as if the one who currently had the upper hand was not Zhou Luo, but him, Yang Tianying. Indeed, it won't last long. Zhou Luo smiled coldly, then without any further hesitation, he directly left Yang Tianying's attack range with a violent retreat. Want to run away? District God Slayer, nothing more than that. Yang Tianying thought that Zhou Luo was going to be unable to hold on, and immediately said with a playful face. But after the next second passed, he realized that he was wrong. Because not only did Zhou Luo not leave, he instead raised the tip of his gun and aimed it straight at his throat. I still have a use for this gun, so I won't be messing around with you for now. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the long spear in his hand struck out. Suffer death. With a loud shout. The tip of the silver jiaogun had already arrived before Yang Tianying's throat. Yang Tianying only felt that he was locked by an overriding killing intent, and his body seemed to be drained of energy, making it difficult for him to move. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. When the silver jiaogun pierced into Yang Tianying's throat, it only broke through the skin and was then stopped by the throat bone. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. The people present all thought that Yang Tianying was going to die in Zhou Luo's hands, but they didn't expect that the gun in Zhou Luo's hands couldn't pierce Yang Tianying's throat bone. Ha 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 ha. Yang Tianying suddenly let out a loud laugh. He looked at Zhou Luo with a provocative face, his tone full of playfulness. My entire body is supreme jade bone, my sword and gun are invulnerable, unusual weapons simply cannot kill me. Zhou Luo, I admit that you are powerful, but what's the use? Ha ha ha. Just as he was laughing recklessly and wildly. Snap. Suddenly, a voice resounded once again. Only, this time, the sound was no longer that crisp sound of gold and iron clanking together, but rather, it was even more dull than the previous day. Snap. Before the crowd could react, followed by the same sound. Yang Tianying's face, I don't know when there were already 2 more slap marks. And the person who had struck was no other than Zhou Luo. What's the use? Let me show you what's the use. Zhou Luo opened his bow left and right, and gave Yang Tianying's skinny face a wild smack. Slap slap. The slaps rained down on Yang Tianying's face, directly making Yang Tianying dizzy and confused. So what if I can't kill you? I'm asking you, so what if I can't kill you? Pick up your ears, I'll let you pick up your ears. Slap. Another wild smack. Yang Tianying's 2 faces, along with his 2 ears, instantly became swollen like a pig's head. Bang! Until finally, Zhou Luo kicked Yang Tianying in the chest, directly sending Yang Tianying flying tens of meters away. The entire process directly stunned everyone present. An unknown number of gazes glanced back and forth at Zhou Luo and Yang Tianying's bodies, shock written all over everyone's faces. Is this right? Wasn't Yang Tianying the person at the peak of his strength in the Great Summer? How was he beaten by Zhou Luo into this ghostly state? Completely no power to fight back. This is really the face has been swollen. Waste. After a cool beating, Zhou Luo immediately let out a cold laugh, directly dropping a word that made Yang Tianying so angry that he raised 5 Buddhas to the heavens, and then stepped into the light door in a dashing manner. After his figure gradually dissipated from the light door, Yang Tianying, whose teeth were on the verge of crunching, slowly climbed up from the ground and looked at the light door with eyes that were sinister to the extreme. Zhou Luo. I must kill you. It is necessary to torture you to death. His voice was as chilling as the evil ghosts of hell, and he couldn't help but creep out the bones of the people around him. After putting down his harsh words, Yang Tianying didn't choose to stay here any longer, but directly turned his head and left Mount Tai. The secret realm in Mount Tai might certainly be a great opportunity, but there was no way for him to go in and fight with others in his current state anymore. Not to mention that Zhou Luo was still inside. If he went in, wouldn't he be looking for a fight? Waiting for Yang Tianying to completely leave. Only then did the crowd present gradually react. We can enter the secret realm now. No one will stop us anymore. Brothers, charge. In an instant, the crowd rushed towards the light door as if it were a mountain. Among them, the 3 parties, the Bailey Group, the Gu Clan, and the Grand Xia Alliance, rushed the fastest and instantly stepped into the light door range, disappearing in the eyes of the crowd. At the same time, deep in the underground of Taishan Mountain, Zhou Luo, who had been teleported in long ago, was currently staring tightly at the ancient city in front of him. Above the gate of the ancient city, there were 3 large characters with dragons flying above it. Taishan Mansion finally came in. Zhou Luo slowly exhaled a breath, his heart already somewhat impatient. Now that Yang Tianying, the recipient of the Daizong Jinhai technique in his previous life, had already been beaten away by him, hanging him out to dry, no matter how unafraid of death he was, he wouldn't dare to come in and compete with himself for the chance. In other words, the biggest variable on his way to obtaining the Daizong Jinhai technique had already disappeared. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile. I'm really sorry. The final winner of the Taishan Prefecture's secret realm this time has been booked by me again. 037.10,000 ghosts. The 3 levels of the Taishan Prefecture. A moment passed. As a white light flashed around them, those awakened who had followed behind Zhou Luo and entered the light gate together were also transported into the secret realm. What a depressing feeling. After the crowd had a clear look at the scene within the secret realm, their first feeling was the ultimate oppression. The airtight dome, the messy and barren landscape full of strange rocks, and the ancient city in front of the black pressurized. Everywhere was eerie. Taishan Mansion? Could this be the legendary Netherworld? Among the crowd, Gu Qianhua frowned when he saw clearly the 3 big characters engraved on top of that city wall. As the oldest person present, he had seen a lot and naturally understood the gold content of the 3 big words, Taishan Mansion. After he reminded him of this, all the people present were startled in their hearts. The 4 big words of the underworld were familiar to any Dixia person. Now they had actually stepped into the underworld themselves? Then were they still alive? Everyone rushed to check their bodies. However, everyone soon realized that no changes had occurred in their bodies. I always feel that this time, the secret realm will be very different from the one in Qinan Mountain. In the Grand Xia Alliance, Chui Lingfei observed the towering city wall in front of him, and his heart instantly became angry with a bad premonition. The biggest danger in the Qinan Mountain secret realm was the foreign beasts that lurked in the dense forests, but those foreign beasts were not numerous, so the level of danger was extremely small. But this time, the Taishan Mansion, however, how he looked at it was wrong. The towering city wall that stood in the darkness looked as if it was an abyssal maw that would devour all those who stepped into it. Screw this, what bull netherworld, it's probably just a front to scare people. There must be great opportunities hidden inside this ancient city. I'm not afraid of any ghosts or gods. Some people with explosive temperament couldn't sit still, and after cursing a bunch of times to give themselves courage, they directly walked towards the city gates. The bold awakened still occupied the majority. At this moment there was a person to take the lead. The rest of the people also have what Netherworld said behind their heads, followed behind that person to walk towards the city gate position together. Let's go too. Chui Lingfei saw that the crowd had already begun to move, so he himself no longer hesitated. However, Gu Qianhua and the Lu Feiyu siblings did not make a move, as if they wanted to take another look at the situation. Brother Zhou, do you think there is any danger in the middle of this Taishan mansion? Lu Feiyu walked to Zhou Luo's side and asked at him. In his opinion, Zhou Luo was the biggest winner of the Kun Mountain secret realm, the final recipient of the chance at the top of the floating pagoda, and should have his own insights on places like the secret realm. I'm not sure. Zhou Luo shook his head and did not say what he knew. According to the memories of his previous life, the first level of the Taishan Prefecture, 10,000 ghosts, should have taken place here. But after all, he was too weak in his previous life, and he hadn't really participated in the Taishan Prefecture's secret realm. He had only heard about it from hearsay, so he still had to observe carefully. Although his current strength could completely boast the crowd, with those dark experiences in his previous life, Zhou Luo was still acting very steadily. Seeing Zhou Luo shaking his head, Lu Feiyu also did not ask more questions and just continued to shift his attention to that Taishan Mansion's gate. If Cui Lingfei's group of people, who were in the lead, entered the Taishan Mansion unharmed, then he would not hesitate to follow up with his own Bailey group's people. But if something went wrong, that would be another story. It wasn't long. Under Cui Lingfei's leadership, the group of people quickly arrived at the city gates. This gate is actually closed, how should I open it? When they were in the distance, they couldn't see clearly because the light was too dim, but now, once they came close, the group realized that the gate of this Taishan mansion was actually tightly closed. Open what? We are not the same as before, or unarmed mortals, directly combined efforts to break it open is not finished? Someone in the crowd laughed coldly, and then directly threw a punch at that huge city gate. Bang! A loud sound was emitted. The city gate stood firm, not causing any damage at all by this punch. So hard? The person who threw the punch couldn't help but frown at the situation, and then he turned his gaze to the crowd. Everyone, follow me and make a move to open this gate. Good. These words immediately drew the approval of the crowd. Just as everyone was about to join forces and make a move, suddenly, the tall city gate, which was tightly closed, suddenly emitted a strange creaking sound. The city gate slowly opened inwards. However, when the crowd under the city wall saw this scene, there was not the slightest bit of joy on their faces. Instead, they were filled with fear. When the city wall was completely opened, what appeared in the eyes of the crowd was a large swath of abyssal evil ghosts. Withered bones and jagged, green-faced fangs, these evil ghosts surrounded by black mist churning like a boil, grievances condensed into a viscous miasma, even the surrounding wind issued a mournful whimper. There really are ghosts. Among the crowd, there are timid people who have already been scared to the point that their legs are soft, and their voices are terrified. But to be able to come here, most of the people are very calm. See this group of black and blue evil ghosts, although the heart cannot avoid fear, but still observed, the strength of these evil ghosts are basically in the initial realm of a heavy. Don't be afraid. The strength of these ghosts is not high, are the initial realm 1, our combined efforts will be able to sweep them all back. Cui Lingfei, as the leader, immediately waved his hand and led his men of the Great Summer Alliance forward to charge first. Possessing a strength close to the middle stage of the prodigious transformation realm, Cui Lingfei could be said to be chopping up these evil spirits. With a single casual strike, several evil spirits died at his hands, powerless to resist. That's right. Let's all strike together. Seeing that these evil spirits were so easily killed by Cui Lingfei, the crowd no longer hesitated and followed suit. The scene instantly became chaotic. These evil ghosts were indeed not very strong, and under the crowd's attack, their numbers were decreasing rapidly. But soon, everyone discovered a hint of abnormality. The miasma released from the explosion of the bodies of these evil ghosts after their deaths seemed to be able to affect their sanity. What the hell are you hitting me for? Evil ghost, suffer death. I'm a human, can you see clearly? As time passed, there were already many people on the field who had their minds eroded by the miasma, and they were actually striking out at their sidekicks. Quite a few people simply didn't expect this to happen, so they were directly attacked by the sneak attack and were seriously injured. On the contrary, inside the Taishan mansion, those evil ghosts were like a constant stream, one batch of dead, and then another batch reappeared. In this way, the human side, which was still in a crushing situation just a moment ago, completely fell into a disadvantage. I understand. From afar, Zhou Luo, who had been observing the battlefield, had a definite idea in his heart at this moment. In his previous life, he had always heard about the great casualties caused by the first level of Taishan province to the awakened ones, and he was still somewhat unconvinced. After all, they were all a bunch of little kids in the first level of the initial realm. Even if they were more in number, they could still withstand everyone joining hands? Now it seemed that the factor that caused great casualties to the awakened ones was not the evil ghosts themselves. Rather, it was the miasma poisons they released after their deaths. These miasma poisons are indeed tricky, the slightest carelessness will lose one's mind. Zhou Luo gazed towards Cui Lingfei in the middle of the battlefield. Despite being the strongest person on the field, his eyes were gradually turning red under the overlapping effects of this heavy miasma poison. If some more time passed, he was afraid that his mind would also lose its grip, and at that time, he would in turn become the greatest accomplice of the evil spirits. It's time for me to make my move, break through this first level as soon as possible and get the Daizongjin high skill. Zhou Luo looked calm and directly offered his 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Other people were afraid of these miasma poisons, but he wasn't. With the 9yang8 trigrams disc in place, these miasma poisons couldn't even get close to him and would all be isolated outside the shield. 038, the second level. The 5 senses inverted array. The moment the 9yang8 trigrams disc opened, Zhou Luo took a step out and headed directly towards the direction of the battlefield. Since Brother Zhou has already made his move, then wouldn't it be unjustifiable if I were to remain a spectator? Seeing this, Lu Feiyu immediately had no intention of continuing to watch the battle. Yuer, stay here and wait for me, I'll go help Brother Zhou. He instructed Lu Yuer before heading off alone. This miasma poison was really bizarre. Even Lu Feiyu himself could not guarantee that he would not be affected, so he would never let Lu Yuer fall into such a dangerous situation. The time has come. In the distance, Gu Qianhua saw that the top combatants of this trip to Taishan Mountain had struck one after another, and he no longer hesitated, sacrificing a pagoda shaped like a lingerie and joining the battle. Boom boom boom. With Zhou Luo's trio joining in, the human side that had gradually fallen into a disadvantage instantly reversed its form, pressurizing those evil spirits to the point where they couldn't even get out of the gate. One of the most notable people is Zhou Luo, only to see him hanging a 9yang8 trigrams disc behind his head, black and white colors around his body constantly flowing. The silver jiao gun in his hand will take away a few evil ghosts every time he swings out. The miasma emitted by those evil ghosts after their deaths, in contact with the black and white shield, will be like a mouse seeing a cat, retreating more than. In just a few short minutes, Zhou Luo's side was left empty, and the ground was filled with the ashes of the evil spirits after their deaths. So strong. Seeing this scene, everyone present sighed in their hearts. They had been shocked when Zhou Luo had defeated Yang Tianying in a crushing form above the Jade Emperor's peak just now. However, at that time, Zhou Luo had not offered up the 9yang8 trigrams disc. Now that the 9yang8 trigrams disc was out, Zhou Luo's battle power had increased by an unknown amount. Could that 8 trigrams disc be the treasure he obtained within the floating pagoda? It really is a great chance. Someone stared at Zhou Luo's 9yang8 trigrams disc, a flash of greed flashing across the bottom of their eyes. But soon, this greed was replaced by reason. Joking aside, after the incident with Yang Tianying, who would dare to mess with Zhou Luo? What was the difference between that and looking for death? This time, in the Taishan secret realm, there must also be a treasure similar to that Bagua disc. If I can obtain it, won't I also be able to stand at the top of the Great Summer just like him? The crowd's minds were alive, and they quickly focused their attention on the Taishan secret realm. Thinking about this, everyone worked harder and harder. Everyone wanted to finish resolving these pestering evil spirits as soon as possible so that they could truly enter the Taishan mansion to scavenge for opportunities. Very quickly, the tens of thousands of evil ghosts were rapidly decreasing. Among them, the one who had gotten the most credit, besides Zhou Luo, was that Gu Qianhua who had sacrificed the pagoda. 5-colored divine light bloomed from the Linglong pagoda, and with a wave of Gu Qianhua's hand, a divine light brushed down directly towards the masses of evil spirits. All the evil spirits that touched the divine light were instantly reduced to ashes in a matter of millimeters. Having just finished resolving a large number of evil spirits, Zhou Luo's eyes also noticed a large number of evil spirits. Zhou Luo's gaze at this moment also noticed Gu Qianhua, who was holding a pagoda. 5-colored Linglong pagoda. He instantly recognized the origin of this pagoda. It was one of the strongest treasures in the hands of Gu Qianhua in his previous life. It was rumored that this 5-colored Linglong pagoda was originally one of Gu Qianhua's bunch of collectibles, and after the disease change era descended it suddenly shone with divine light, revealing the might of an innate supreme treasure, and was directly refined by Gu Qianhua directly for his own use. Although it's the same innate supreme treasure, it's still inferior to my 9yang8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly shook his head. The 5-colored Linglong pagoda was the master of killing, and with a brush of divine light, flesh and bones would be hard to survive. However, the 9yang8 trigrams disc is the strongest defensive treasure in the world, as long as the cultivation of the holder of the disc is not too backward, can be the 5-colored divine light to block all. Moreover, Zhou Luo's current hands of the 9 Suns 8 trigrams plate is a complete body, not only invincible defense, but also can return all attacks. It was many times more powerful than the crippled version of the 8 trigrams disc that Wu Qi Yun had in his previous life. It's a pity that the greatest opportunity within this Taishan mansion is the Daizongzhenhai skill. There is no innate treasure hidden here, or else I will have another sharp weapon in my hands. Zhou Luo emptied his thoughts and stopped thinking about anything else. Instead, he turned his head and focused on cleaning up the evil spirits. It wasn't long. The evil ghosts were eliminated under the concerted efforts of the crowd. During this time, Cui Lingfei was still too exposed to the miasma poison too early, and lost his mind for a moment in the middle, turning his head to attack the companions around him. However, it was fortunate that Zhou Luo was closer and noticed Cui Lingfei's vision earlier, and stepped in to control him. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much just now. If you hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid this matter would have become a demon in my heart. After the battle ended, Cui Lingfei came to Zhou Luo's side and sincerely thanked him. No need to thank you, it was just a show of hands. Zhou Luo shook his head slightly and did not say anything more. At this moment, the evil ghosts had all been removed, and the first level of the Taishan mansion, 10,000 ghosts toward the sect, had been broken, and all he wanted to do now was to hurry up and enter the second level so that he could quickly get his hands on the Daizongjinhai skill. When we leave this place, Mr. Chui will come back to the door to say thank you. Seeing this, Chui Lingfei also arched his hand and left, no longer bothering him too much. Inside the city gates. After the evil ghosts died off, the scene in the Taishan mansion finally appeared in everyone's eyes. It was a huge square that covered an extremely wide area. The plaza was incredibly empty, without any debris piled up on it. It looked like it was permeated with an inexplicable bizarre atmosphere. Why is it so empty? This is different from what I thought. It's not right, it's very wrong. This square is definitely fraudulent. After the surrounding crowd saw this empty square, a flash of doubt flashed across their eyes. In their eyes, this Taishan mansion, which looked like an ancient capital city, should also have a scene of buildings in its gates. But the first sight they saw when they entered Taishan mansion was such an oddly large square. Think also no, this square must have problems. However, there was no other way to go in front of them, and if they wanted to continue to go deeper, they could only step onto the square. Unlike the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. After Zhou Luo saw this square, a name instantly surfaced in his mind. Second level, 5 senses upside down grand formation. The 5 senses upside down formation. The formation was as its name suggested. Anyone who stepped into this formation would have their 5 senses completely lost. Forward may be to the left, right may be to the back. What the eye see, what the ears hear, and what the nose smells are all false. If you want to pass the barrier, you can only hold on to your heart and realize where the eye of the formation is, and then break it open. Wasn't that guy Yang Tianying just ahead of everyone at this level? Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something. In his previous life, the reason why Yang Tianying became the recipient of the Daizongjinhai technique was because in this second level, he found the formation eye first with a speed ahead of everyone else, and instantly broke the formation. And his method is extremely rough, is to rely on their own strength of the supreme jade bone, with their own feeling of force slamming. You let me forward I forward, let me backward I backward, simply do not care about the other, to the end really let him blindfolded on the direction of a formation I, will be directly crushed. Oh, this time there is no Yang Tianying, then I will be the fastest person to break the formation. The Dharma pupil speech spirit given to me by my 9 sepulchral chaos body is able to see through all formations, and things like breaking formations are really a snap. Zhou Luo's mind moved, and immediately stepped into the square first in front of everyone's gazes. 039.13 steps to break the formation. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. The god of murder has gone up. Is he not afraid of a trap above this square? How dare he be so reckless? You're stupid, with strength like the god of killers, what traps is he afraid of? Have you forgotten how he killed those evil spirits just now? When the surrounding crowd saw Zhou Luo enter the square ahead of the others, they immediately started talking. Gu Qianhua and the others also looked sideways when they saw Zhou Luo's move. Soon after, the moment Zhou Luo stepped into the middle of the square, only a buzzing sound was heard. The entire square suddenly revealed a mysterious formation, and the crowd retreated more than a few steps back when they saw this. There really is a trap. What kind of formation is this? The range is so large that it covers the entire square. There is no way forward. If you want to continue, you can only enter within the formation. The 5 senses upside down formation covered the road ahead as well, and everyone quickly understood that if they wanted to continue deeper into the Taishan mansion, they would have no choice but to break through this formation in front of them. Hold on, let's see how he responds first. Someone with a meticulous mind intended to first observe how Zhou Luo, who was already in the formation, was doing. If Zhou Luo couldn't even do anything about this big formation, then they could only look on and retreat. Joking aside, if even a powerhouse of Zhou Luo's caliber couldn't get through, then did they have any hope? In the crowd, Lu Feiyu's expression was also slightly grave when he saw Zhou Luo step forward. Brother Zhou unexpectedly took the lead. Or not, if there is danger inside the formation, I can also save him outside the formation. He had already made preparations in his mind. As long as the situation was not right later, he would immediately go forward to receive Zhou Luo out. In the middle of the big formation. The moment Zhou Luo entered the formation, he felt that his 5 senses were instantly stripped away. It was like a dream in front of his eyes, seemingly real, but in reality, it was entirely a scene given by the 5 senses upside down grand formation. The same was true for the ears and nose, and what he heard was also illusory. Zhou Luo took a tentative step forward, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was not advancing at all, but stepping to the left. Again, he stepped forward, this time to the right. Zhou Luo knew that he was testing this upside down formation, but the others were completely unclear and only thought that Zhou Luo was breaking the formation. First to the left, then to the right. I remember. The crowd secretly memorized Zhou Luo's every movement in their minds, fearing a wrong glance. What a 5 senses upside down formation. On the stage, Zhou Luo stopped all movements after 2 shallow trial steps. At this moment, he could clearly feel that if he did nothing and calmed his mind, he would be able to perceive a correct path in the underworld. This should be the normal method of breaking formations. Zhou Luo already understood everything and immediately stopped suppressing the power of the Dharma pupil speech spirit within his body. Only to see a flash of golden light faintly flashing between Zhou Luo's pupils, followed by the scene in his eyes changing instantly. From the original 5 senses inverted array given by the illusion, instantly changed to the original appearance of the square, and under the feet of the array pattern is clearly visible, a number of key array eye is clearly in front of the eyes. After seeing the location of the formation eyes, Zhou Luo no longer hesitated, and directly stepped towards one of the formation eye locations. With the support of the Dharma pupil speech spirit, even if Zhou Luo was affected by the upside-down formation and walked in the wrong direction, he could quickly adjust his angle according to the position of the formation eye. In just 13 short steps, he stepped directly into the formation eye. The moment he entered the eye of the formation, Zhou Luo only felt that the sense of direction he had been deprived of had instantly returned to his body, and was already completely free from the interference of the 5 senses upside-down grand formation. The entire process could be described as extremely easy, taking less than 3 minutes even. Brother Liu, I'll go first and wait for you guys ahead. After clearing the barrier, Zhou Luo turned back and waved his hand at Lu Feiyu's location, then he walked straight towards the depths of Taishan Mansion. Good. Lu Feiyu, who was called by his name, was a bit confused at the moment and only reacted after a long time. There was no other reason. It was really because Zhou Luo's process of passing the barrier was too simple. Simple and somewhat abnormal. To know the formation above this square, just by looking at it, he felt that it was incomparably subtle and was definitely a top-notch ancient wonder formation. Logically speaking, for a formation with such a great power, it should be very laborious to break it, right? How did it take less than 3 minutes for Zhou Luo to break it? Can it be that this formation is just a false appearance, but in reality, it is extremely simple? Lu Feiyu's mind immediately came up with such a conjecture. He was not the only one. The rest of the crowd saw Zhou Luo leaving the formation so easily. In their hearts, they also began to jump up and down. This formation is also too bluffing, it looks so intimidating, but in reality, other people passed it in a few minutes. No, I have to hurry up and get over there as well, or else all the opportunities within the Taishan mansion will be taken by the god of murder. If he eats meat, I have to follow and drink some soup as well. That's right, this formation is so simple, let's see me break it easily too. Ha, I memorized every step the god of murder took just now, I just need to simply reproduce it, and the speed of breaking the formation will definitely be faster than the original owner. Countless people who were bursting with confidence instantly did not stay in place either, and took a step into the scope of the upside-down formation. However, there were also some more cautious people who did not act impulsively and continued to stay in place to observe. Soon, these people who stayed in place to observe realized that something was wrong. Why were the people who had entered the upside-down formation circling around in place? Circling even if, but also from time to time with their own side of the people bumped into. The people inside the formation were even more confused. It's not right. I followed every step Zhou Luo took, this has been repeated several times, how come I haven't gotten out yet? Moreover, it's clear that there's a wide road in front of me, but after taking a step, it's as if I'd been hit hard by someone? The crowd was puzzled in their minds. Outside the formation. After Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua and the other experts saw the scene inside the formation, they realized in their hearts that the reason why Zhou Luo passed so easily just now wasn't because of any grand formation. It was entirely because Zhou Luo was too bullish. Looking at this group of ordinary people who had entered the grand formation, they still hadn't understood what had happened until now. It's a good thing I wasn't the first one to go in, otherwise it would take half a day just to figure out the logic of how this formation works. Lu Feiyu was secretly happy in his heart, he had already figured out what the effect of this formation was, the great probability was to lose one's direction in 5 senses, so that one did not know where his path was. If he also entered the big formation along with those people following behind Zhou Luo, it would take quite some time to figure out this logic. It's time to go in, we can't lag behind brother Zhou too much. You are with me, if I break the formation first, I will meet you outside the formation. Lu Feiyu did not hesitate and directly led Lu Yuer into the formation. Gu Qianhua did the same. Just as everyone was concentrating on breaking the formation. Deep within the Taishan mansion, Zhou Luo had arrived within an extremely grand hall. This is the 3rd level? Zhou Luo looked around, only to find countless futons placed within the hall. And all of these futons had been given an extremely nice name in their previous lives. Enlightenment futons. The 3rd level of this Taishan mansion was to test one's enlightenment. Anyone who sits on a futon, a wordless heavenly book will appear in his mind. The stronger the enlightenment, the more words will appear in the book. When all the words in the wordless heavenly book have appeared, the book will reveal its true form as the Daizhongjianhai technique. And enlightenment was often linked to talent, so in his previous life, young Tianying had relied on his own already powerful talent, plus the time advantage that the Supreme Jade Bone had given him at the 2nd level, to directly become the recipient of the Daizhongjianhai skill. A test of enlightenment. What's the difference between this and giving it away for nothing? Zhou Luo smiled faintly and without any hesitation, he directly sat on the bushel closest to him. Among the host of traits of the nine pantheon chaotic body, the imperial blood sacred heart would represent the ultimate enlightenment. This third level was completely at Zhou Luo's fingertips. 040.Woyus Sutra. A truly top-notch breathing technique? The moment he sat on the futon, a wordless heavenly book appeared in Zhou Luo's mind. This isn't right, is it? However, Zhou Luo's eyes did not show the elation that should have appeared. Instead, he was somewhat confused. What about the said wordless heavenly book? Isn't this all words? Only to see that on top of the so-called wordless heavenly book, there were many small words densely engraved. Zhou Luo disbelievingly flipped a few times, only to find that every page was the same. What's the situation? According to the normal flow, shouldn't he be allowed to crack this wordless heavenly book and then obtain the Daizhongzhen high skill? Now that the wordless heavenly book had words, how else could it be cracked? If he can't crack the wordless sky book, then what about his Daizhongzhen high skill? Zhou Luo Run was a bit numb. But soon, he realized that there was a hint of something wrong. No, what's written above this book seems like it's also a breathing technique. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. After scrutinizing it some more, a touch of ecstasy gradually grew in Zhou Luo's eyes. What's written here is actually the Five Mountains scripture. As detailed in the heavenly book, this Five Mountains scripture was the superior technique of the Daizhongzhen high skill, and the so-called Daizhongzhen high skill was the evolution of the Five Mountains scripture. And only those with excellent talent and enlightenment would be able to observe the Five Mountains Sutra on top of the futon. In his previous life, no one had observed the Woyus Sutra on top of the futon, and even more so, no one knew that this Daizhongzhen high skill, the so-called #1 breathing technique in the world, was actually only a small part of the Woyus Sutra. What an unexpected ah! Zhou Luo secretly sighed. He originally thought that the Daizhongzhen high skill was already invincible, but he didn't expect that there were still experts. He simply swept a few glances at this Five Mountains scripture and was able to perceive the supreme power of this breathing method. The Five Mountains scripture was divided into 9 levels. When practiced to the first level, one can carry the shadow of Tarzan on the back and step on the Big Dipper to crack the ground by 3 inches. At the third level, one can comprehend Mount Hua's sword Chi Cloud Sea, condense supreme sword intent, and fly flowers to pierce through gold and jade. Fifth, refining Hangshan fire of the spirit of the earth, spit between the burning river dry sea. 7, weight body of Hangshan 10,000 years of cold marrow, call the 9 ghosts of the cold tide, over the palm of the ice seal 3,000 miles. If practiced to the 9 major perfect, can be melted through the essence of the Songshan mountain veins, flesh and blood resonate with the veins of the earth, standing that is not Zhou Mountain. Such a powerful technique, it should be used for me. Zhou Luo pressed down the excitement in his heart and immediately began to comprehend the Five Mountains scripture. The Enlightenment Pope was not giving away the Five Mountains scripture so simply. Within 1 incense burner, that is, half an hour, if Zhou Luo could not fully comprehend the Five Mountains scripture and successfully practice it to the first level, then this Five Mountains scripture would forever dissipate between heaven and earth. Such a powerful breathing method naturally had spiritual awareness. If the person with the highest talent and enlightenment in the world couldn't practice it within an incense stick, then it would rather not come out of the world than be entrusted to the mediocre. Inside the main hall, it was as quiet as ever. Zhou Luo sat on top of the futon, his breath beginning to float regularly. The Five Mountains scripture was being comprehended by him bit by bit. At the same time, within the 5 senses upside-down formation, the people who stepped into the formation first had already begun to understand the rules of this upside-down formation. As for Lu Feiyu and the others who stepped in after them, they had long since begun to comb their hearts and silently comprehend the guidance from the underworld. Their progress was much faster, with Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua especially leading the way. Both were less than 10 meters away from their nearest array eye. About 10 minutes passed. The two finally stepped into the range of the formation eye, and their distorted 5 senses instantly returned to normal. 100-mile group's little guy, I'll go first, you take your time to receive that little girl. Gu Qianhua didn't make any stops after breaking the formation and directly walked towards the depths of Taishan Mansion. Lu Feiyu, on the other hand, stayed where he was and began to think of ways to guide Lu Yuer, who was still trapped in the formation. After all, he was a top daxia talent, and with Lu Feiyu's reception, after only 3 minutes, Lu Yuer managed to break the formation as well. Yuer, let's go find brother Zhou together and see how things are going on his side. Without saying a word, Lu Feiyu brought Lu Yuer and then also entered the depths of the Taishan Mansion. Due to the fact that the Lu Feiyu siblings' talent favored speed, although there was a 3-minute delay, Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua actually arrived outside the Great Hall at the same time. Little fellow, so fast? Gu Qianhua was a little surprised in his heart. He had already been rushing with all his might, but he didn't expect to still be caught up by Lu Feiyu. However, he didn't think too much about it and quickly turned his attention to the Grand Hall. I saw Mr. Zhou. Lu Yuer was very sharp-eyed, and with a glance, she saw Zhou Luo, who was currently sitting on top of a futon. What is this futon? On the side, Gu Qianhua was observing the piece of futon within the Great Hall, his eyes showing a puzzled expression. Could it be that the chance is hidden within this futon? Lu Feiyu made a small meditation and did not hesitate for too long, directly leading his sister to step into the main hall, ready to follow Zhou Luo's example and sit on the futon. Gu Qianhua was also the same. Since Zhou Luo had already sat on the futon, it proved that this futon was most likely where the chance was. Even if there was no chance in the futon, it would most likely be the key to cracking the next level. In short, just follow Zhou Luo's example and sit on it. However, the three of them were just about to pat their asses and sit down. Suddenly, the futon Zhou Luo was sitting on violently blossomed with several channels of light, enveloping the entire hall. A moment later, the light gradually converged. And Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. I've become it. The joy in his eyes was incomparable. The first level of the Woyue Sutra had already been practiced by him. After practicing it, that heavenly book had drilled into Zhou Luo's mind, equivalent to having recognized him as his master. Hee, you guys are here too. Zhou Luo got up from the futon and turned his head to see that the three of them, Lu Feiyu, were staring at him with a confused look on their faces, so he smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, what are you?" Lu Feiyu looked odd. Just now when he saw Zhou Luo's seated futon appearing with a vision, a wave of speculation arose in his heart. It couldn't be, they had already come late, right? Just like what his sister had described within the floating pagoda, the chances within this Taishan mansion had already been taken by Zhou Luo? If that was the case, then there was no need for him to continue sitting on some futon to waste time. Brother Lu, I can only say that there are mysteries above the futon. Zhou Luo shook his head and did not explain too much. Although the Five Mountains scripture had already been taken down by him, the Daizong Jinhai skill still existed in the futon. If Lu Feiyu was able to comprehend faster, he would still have a chance to get the Daizong Jinhai secrets. Although it wasn't as good as the Woyue Sutra, it was still a top breathing method in the world. I understand, thank you Brother Zhou. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu did not hesitate and directly sat on the futon and began to comprehend. Since Zhou Luo had said so, he naturally wouldn't doubt it. Seeing this, Lu Yue and Gu Qianhua also hurried to follow suit, and the three of them quickly began to immerse themselves in the heavenly book. The greatest opportunity within the Taishan mansion has already been obtained by me, so I'm not going to bother competing for the other small camps and benefits. Zhou Luo was already preparing to leave the Taishan mansion's secret realm. Admittedly, there were still many divine weapons and heaven and earth spiritual treasures hidden within this Taishan mansion waiting to be discovered by those who had the destiny to do so. But those things were already completely useless to the current Zhou Luo. He had already reached the peak of his talent and enlightenment, and no matter what exotic fruits that enhanced his talent, they would not be able to help him go any further. As for divine weapons, Zhou Luo vaguely remembered that the strongest weapon that was unearthed in the secret realm of Taishan province in his previous life was on the same level as the silver jiaogun that he was currently holding. Besides, it was too much of a waste of time to go looking for these things, and it was not worth Zhou Luo's time at all. What Zhou Luo needed most right now was to find a quiet place to properly cultivate the Woyue Sutra. This hall is definitely not suitable. Lu Feiyu, three people are just the first wave. Not long, those awakened within the upside down formation will pour in, then it will be noisy. The silver jiaogun really can't keep up with me at the moment. Zhou Luo secretly shook his head. On the Jade Emperor's peak, although he was able to press Yang Tianying with absolute strength, he did not have a handy weapon in his hand to be able to decapitate him. A weapon capable of decapitating the supreme jade bone would only be possible with an innate supreme treasure. While the innate supreme treasure he currently held was only the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, and did not have a weapon in this category. It doesn't matter, there isn't much time left until the day the Taya sword comes out. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart had already made plans. Since he had been reborn, he had naturally chosen his weapon a long time ago. And as the Taya sword, which had an extremely heavy killing aura amongst the innate treasures, was exactly the right choice for him. 041. Beast King's Descent. Chu Hanyun's Determination. While Zhou Luo was diving into his cultivation. Inside the city of Jiangnan, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun stood in front of a virtual panoramic military map. Their complexions were both grave. On the map, several alien beasts with bodies as huge as small mountains were entrenched in a mountain range. If Zhou Luo was present, he would have instantly recognized that this mountain range was not somewhere else, it was none other than Qinan Mountain. Han Yun, the crisis of our Jiangnan city's survival has already arrived. Are you prepared to die? Wang Lin's gaze was resolute as he looked at Chu Han Yun and said, "Long ago." Chu Han Yun's expression was firm, his gaze unshifting. As a Daxia person with faith in his heart, Chu Han Yun had already prepared to die for Daxia the moment he joined the Daxia alliance. What's more, it was now that his native homeland was suffering from a crisis. These foreign beasts that had suddenly appeared in Qinan Mountain an hour ago, each and every one of them had the strength of the Protean transformation realm. If it was just this, then Jiangnan City was far from a life and death situation. The key is, after these foreign beasts appeared in Qinan Mountain, they did not go around destroying, but gathered around and seemed to be waiting for something. And this phenomenon was more than familiar to the Great Summer Alliance. What these Fey beasts were waiting for was none other than the Fey Beast King. In Jiangnan City, a Fey Beast King was about to descend. The moment he received this news, Wang Lin immediately notified the people to relocate away from the entire Jiangnan city. The farther away from Jiangnan city, the better. Even the few neighboring cities around had to leave. Otherwise, after the king of Fey beasts descended, it would not only affect Jiangnan city. Even the several surrounding cities would be attacked. However, the number of people in Jiangnan city was so large that even if they were notified, they would not be able to evacuate all of them in a short period of time. According to past experience, there was still one last hour left for the Beast King to descend. This hour was the last chance for their Grand Xiao alliance. Kill these few foreign beasts. Otherwise, when the Beast King descended, then these powerful foreign beasts of the Protean transformation realm would become the strongest helpers of the Beast King. It would add a lot of trouble to the entire Grand Xia. On Mr. Zhou's side, did you get in touch? Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, then opened them again and looked at Chu Hanyun and asked. As early as when he learned of the Beast King's descent, he had contacted Zhou Luo. But he couldn't get in touch at all. Zhou Luo's cell phone couldn't receive a signal at all. Later, the investigation learned that Zhou Luo had traveled to Taishan City 3 days ago and was now in the Taishan secret realm. Not yet, Mr. Zhou should not have left from the secret realm yet. Chu Hanyun shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. This time, the secret realm has lasted for such a long time. It seems difficult to wait for Mr. Zhou's assistance. Wang Lin sighed. The Kun Mountain secret realm had only lasted for an hour, but now 3 hours had passed since the Taishan secret realm had opened. Zhou Luo was again the person he could think of who was most likely to help Jiangnan City resolve this crisis. Now that Zhou Luo couldn't be contacted, they could only rely on themselves in Jiangnan City. Notify the military region and prepare to mobilize all heavy firepower to exterminate these beasts together. Wang Lin didn't dwell on the matter for too long and directly gave the order. Yes. Chu Hanyun immediately went ahead to notify the military region. Soon, the military region's firepower was already prepared, just waiting for Wang Lin to give the order. Fire! With a wave of Wang Lin's hand, a round of missiles were fired with a flourish, exploding deep within Kun Mountain. Rumble! Deafening sounds rang out, and the entire Kun Mountain range was suddenly filled with dust. But after the smoke and dust dispersed, the few foreign beasts that were at the exact center of the explosion were actually unharmed at this moment. How is this possible? Wang Lin was shocked. The power of this round of missiles was already enough to destroy a small mountain, and it was more than enough to deal with the demonic beasts of the prospective transformation realm. But a round of firing down, not only did these foreign beasts not die, they didn't even have a single injury on their bodies. Why on earth? Alliance Master, there seems to be protection around these foreign beasts. Chu Hanyun realized that something was wrong and directly shouted. Wang Lin sniffed and hurriedly looked, and sure enough, he saw a thin layer of milky white shield around that foreign beast. The color of this shield was completely consistent with the aura that was brewing in the center of the foreign beast. Could it be that the Beast King is sheltering them? A flash of despair flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. Since the opening of the disease change era, the Beast Kings that had descended on Blue Star were at the lowest level of the Divine Alien Realm. And it wasn't even a simple Divine Alien Realm, most of them were in the late Divine Alien Realm. At this realm, unless it was a large-scale and indistinguishable thermal weapon like a nuclear weapon, the rest of the ordinary thermal weapons could not hurt them at all. If this shield was really emitted by the Beast King, then their plan was going to go down the drain. Currently, the people of Jiangnan City had yet to be completely evacuated, so if nuclear weapons were used, then innocent people would surely be killed or injured. This kind of thing went against human decency and was not the intention of their Grand Xiao alliance. Continue firing. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and ordered again. Boom, boom, boom. The second round of missiles were soon all fired. When the dust cleared, the shield was still intact. Continue. To clean the last missile for me. Wang Lin didn't believe it. Boom, boom, boom. In the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, the missiles stored in the military region were completely empty, and none of the layer of shield was damaged in the slightest. Wang Lin's face was desperate. There had never been a day when he felt so powerless. Chu Hanyun on the side was the same. There was a silence in the command room. After a long time, Wang Lin's fingers trembled as he touched the medallion at his chest, his lips moving. Hanyun, go, leave Jiangnan City. Although Chu Hanyun had long since shown his determination to fight until death, at the last moment, Wang Lin still could not bear it. Chu Hanyun was very young and talented. As long as he was still alive, there were still infinite possibilities in the future. He did not want to see such a young man sacrificed here. However, Chu Hanyun did not respond to Wang Lin. He simply stood in place, his gaze unwavering. Silence was the best answer. Wang Lin let out a long sigh, his tone complicated. Hanyun, good job. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. But soon, he also adjusted his emotions. Since this is the case, then you and I will fight side by side today. Even if we can't kill these beasts, we'll still skin them. Wang Lin's eyes showed a ruthless color. As a Dixia person and a Dixia soldier, this ruthlessness came with his bones. I can die, but the enemy doesn't want to live well either. This is the soul of a soldier. Taishan Mountain Range. As the golden light gate between heaven and earth gradually dissipated, everyone who had entered the Taishan secret realm was teleported out at this moment. Among them was Zhou Luo. Lu Feiyu looked at Zhou Luo beside him, always feeling that the aura on Zhou Luo's body had undergone a subtle change. But let him say it carefully, yet he couldn't understand where it had changed. He asked Zhou Luo, "Brother Zhou, where are you planning to go next? Back to Jiangnan City?" "Well, the secret realm has ended, so it's time for me to go back to my cultivation." Zhou Luo nodded slightly. Just a moment ago, he had already cultivated the Woyues Sutra to the point of integration. At this moment, with every breath he took in and out, it contained the power of the 5 mountains, long and powerful. Moreover, with the top-notch breathing method of the 5 Mountain Sutra, Zhou Luo realized that his cultivation speed had increased qualitatively. In just the 2 hours he had just spent in the secret realm, he had directly broken through to the 3rd level of the divine anomaly realm. It was much faster than when he absorbed the earthly fiendish qi. "Then I won't stay much longer, Brother Zhou, take care. Mr. Zhou, Yuer takes her leave, please be sure to come back and sit with our Bailey group again when you have the chance in the future." Seeing that Zhou Luo's intention to go had been decided, Lu Feiyu didn't intend to force him to stay and directly left with Lu Yuer. Gu Qianhua also did not stay in Taishan City. This time, he gained a lot from the Taishan mysterious realm. The Daizong Sea suppressing technique was obtained by him, and at this moment, he had to hurry back to the Ao island to practice his breathing method. Soon, the surrounding people gradually dispersed. Zhou Luo also left the range of Mount Tai, but his cell phone was ringing non-stop at this time. A beast king has descended in Jiangnan City? Could it be, it's that guy? After reading the messages sent by Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun, Zhou Luo's complexion changed. In his previous life, he was the one who was almost affected and died because of a beast king that descended on Jiangnan City, and it was the Grand Xiao Alliance that saved him. But now, he was already strong enough to deal with it. It's just as well, I'll also try to see how strong I am nowadays after practicing the Woyues Sutra. By the way, beat that guy up again, painfully. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed swiftly towards Jiangnan City. 042. Zhou Luo struck. The might of the Tarzan shadow. If it's really it, then the timing seems a bit off. On the road, Zhou Luo's mind was puzzled to the extreme. This was because according to the course of his previous life, there was no beast king that descended on Jiangnan City within 3 months after the opening of the disease change era. That beast king that had nearly killed him in his previous life had descended during the 4th month. But now, a strange change had occurred. Could it be because I was reborn and triggered a butterfly effect? Zhou Luo secretly guessed in his heart. This was the only possibility. After all, before he was reborn, Wu Qiyun had not replenished the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc from within the floating pagoda. The number 1 breathing technique in the world was also not the present-day Woyues Sutra, but the Daizong Sea suppressing technique. If it's really him, would his strength still be at the spirit transformation realm? Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his heart. In his previous life, that beast king descended 4 months later, and his strength was already at the spirit transformation realm, which was terrifying. His current strength was more than enough to deal with a divine alien realm beast king, even if it was in the late divine alien realm. However, if it was at the spirit transformation realm, it would be a bit tricky. But it didn't mean that it couldn't be fought at all. Now that his Woyues scripture had been cultivated to the 1st level, his combat power was vastly different from what he had before entering Mount Tai. Defense: this piece has the 9 suns 8 trigrams disc. Attack: this piece has the 5 mountains scripture 1 weight brought by the great power of Taishan. With both offense and defense, he was able to fight even at the spirit transformation realm. Unfortunately, if the Taiya sword was already in my hands, then even if it was the spirit transformation realm I would be able to cut it down. Zhou Luo sighed darkly. What he lacked the most right now was an innate supreme treasure that majored in attacking and killing. But this kind of thing could not be forced. After all, the place where the Taiya sword was located, Mount Li, would not be open until a few more days, so now he could only wait. Jiangnan City. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun had already arrived in the sky above the Qinan mountain range. In front of them were the 3 beasts. Behind the duo, there was no one else. The rest of the people from the Great Summer Alliance in Jiangnan City had also been driven away by Wang Lin. Some people didn't want to leave, but they were directly knocked out by Wang Lin and forced to pull them away. There was no other reason, simply because their strength was too low. They were still in the initial realm, and to these foreign beasts that had already reached the prodigious change realm, they were completely just giving away food, posing no threat whatsoever. Letting them go was Wang Lin's responsibility for their lives. Moreover, standing up against this kind of realm's powerful enemies was originally his and Chu Hanyun's duty, who made them the only 2 people in the Jiangnan City Daxia Alliance who had reached the Protean transformation realm. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Rift Falcon, Gold-tailed White Wolf, Earth-shaking Black Bear. Wang Lin's heart sank slightly as he looked at the 3 foreign beasts in front of him. As early as when these 3 foreign beasts appeared, he requested the headquarters to pull out their information. There were many fey beasts that appeared one after another after the opening of the disease change era, and these 3 fey beasts were considered to be a very common breed. However, they were limited to the initial realm. The ones in the prodigious change realm were currently the first time Wang Lin had seen them. Han Yun, I'm known for my speed, so I'll hold off the Rift Falcon and the gold-tailed white wolf first, and you go deal with the earth-shaking black bear. Kill the earth-shaking black bear as soon as possible so you can come and support me, is that clear? Wang Lin immediately ordered the strategy. Chu Han Yun nodded heavily, no problem. The earth-shaking black bear was the lowest realm among these 3 foreign beasts, only at the first level of the protean transformation realm. Chu Han Yun, on the other hand, had also broken through the first level of the prodigious transformation realm and had a weapon to add to it, so it was only a matter of time before he wanted to kill this earth-shaking black bear. Of course. All of this was based on the premise that Wang Lin would be able to hold back the Rift Falcon and the golden-tailed white wolf. If either of these 2 foreign beasts took time out to help the earth-shaking black bear, then Chu Han Yun would be in a crisis. Since we're ready, let's go together. Wang Lin barked out an order, and together with Chu Han Yun, the 2 of them rushed towards the shield. Although this shield had a very strong defense against thermal weapons, it was defenseless against the intrusion of aura, and as long as one was awakened, they could easily enter. Within the shield, the 3 beasts clearly understood this and quickly took up a defensive stance. After entering the shield, Wang Lin first engaged the Rift Falcon, and then immediately pulled the golden-tailed white wolf into the fray, completely denying the golden-tailed white wolf the opportunity to support the earth-shaking black bear. And Chu Hanyu lived up to his expectations, beating the earth-shaking black bear to a standstill in his encounter with it. To be able to kill these 3 heads before the Beast King descends, it's more or less doing something right. Wang Lin felt a sense of relief in his heart after seeing that the earth-shaking black bear was about to fall. Although they couldn't defeat the Beast King, if they could kill these 3 minions, it would be considered a fight. Just when Wang Lin felt that the situation had been finalized. Hiss. Suddenly, the land underneath the earth-shaking black bear's feet began to tumble. Immediately afterward, a crimson scorpion tail drilled out of the earth and stabbed straight at Shu Han-yun. Shu Han-yun did not expect this, and as he dodged in a panic, the earth-shaking black bear drilled an opening and slapped his palm on his chest. But blood spurted out of Shu Han-yun's mouth, and his aura dropped rapidly. The owner of that scorpion tail also drilled out from the ground, and it was none other than the red-tailed striker scorpion that had appeared in the Eagle Kingdom earlier. There's even a 4th head. Wang Lin's complexion was shocked and his heart despaired. He had never expected that there would be another foreign beast hiding under the ground. With this, the situation had instantly reversed. Dogs, even if I die, I'm going to change one. Shu Han-yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. When Wang Lin saw this, a wave of sadness rose in his heart. He knew that Shu Han-yun was going to use the move of self-detonation to exchange for the life of the earth-shaking black bear, who was already severely injured. 1 life for 1 life. The earth-shaking black bear seemed to have sensed the danger as well and wanted to retreat. However, Shu Han-yun's speed was faster than it. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived beside the earth-shaking black bear. Let's go on the road together. Shu Han-yun clenched his teeth and was about to mobilize his Dantian aura to explode himself. But just at this moment, a loud cry came from the distance. Wait! Shu Han-yun looked around at the sound, and a flash of hope instantly appeared in his eyes. Mr. Zhou! The person who came was none other than Zhou Luo. Under the expedited rush, Zhou Luo had finally returned to Jiangnan City. It's just a few beasts, why bother? The scene just now, Zhou Luo had also seen it all in his eyes. Shu Han-yun was a person he had a good impression of, and didn't want him to be sacrificed just like that. You go first, I'll deal with these beasts. Zhou Luo waved his hand, and Shu Han-yun felt himself being wrapped in a vast force, sending him directly out of the battlefield. This move was also one that Zhou Luo had just learned. After practicing the first level of the 5 Mountain Sutra, he found that he could combine Tarzan greatness with the divine anomaly realm, and could mobilize everything with a wave of his hand. Mr. Zhou's cultivation. After being sent out of the battlefield, Shu Han-yun was somewhat shocked in his heart. If he remembered correctly, this kind of thing could only be done by the divine anomaly realm, right? It was hard to believe that Zhou Luo had already broken through the divine anomaly realm. He didn't wait for him to think more. Wang Lin in the battlefield was even more ecstatic when he saw Zhou Luo arrive at this moment. Mr. Zhou, I'll help you hold back the Rift Falcon and the gold-tailed white wolf, and I'll leave the other 2 to you. He roared and continued to intertwine with the 2 beasts. Zhou Luo heard this, but the corner of his mouth was slightly smiling. Why bother? He waved his hand at Wang Lin once again. Wang Lin, who was fighting with the Rift Falcon and the gold-tailed white wolf, was also directly wrapped in a wave of vastness and sent to Chu Han-yun's side. Mr. Zhou, what are you? Wang Lin was a little confused. Why was he sent out? Could it be that Zhou Luo wanted to fight 4 in 1? Zhou Luo didn't explain. Instead, he looked down condescendingly at the 4 foreign beasts, his eyes filled with killing intent. No matter what the reason is, since you have descended to Jiangnan City, you can only blame yourselves for your bad luck. Today, let you all die here and turn into nutrients for the soil of Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo's body shook, and a vast aura instantly spread all around. Behind his back, a towering mountain shadow appeared. The shadow of Mount Tai. Go! Zhou Luo raised his hand and waved. The shadow of Mount Tai behind him instantly erupted with supreme might, directly crushing towards the 4 foreign beasts. 043. Strong suppression. The heavenly frost thunder horde descended into the world. The majestic Taishan shadow erupted with a roar, wrapped in vast greatness, and directly suppressed the 4-headed foreign beasts. Roar! The 4-headed foreign beasts only felt as if their heads were being crushed by a real Tarzan. Their bodies could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground, but they still could not alleviate the pain of being crushed, screaming miserably. However, the 4 beasts didn't seem to have given up yet, trying to resist Zhou Luo's strike with all their strength. A mere prodigious transformation realm beast, also wanting to call my bluff? Seeing this, Zhou Luo frowned, and immediately stopped holding back, his body's aura flowing at full speed, and the shadow of that majestic Tarzan became more and more solid. Bang! In the next instant, those 4 prodigious transformation realm beasts unexpectedly could not resist the pressure and their bodies instantly burst apart, the beasts' blood splattering almost the entire Kun Mountain. What kind of strength is this? Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were both dumbfounded. These were 4 protean transformation realm foreign beasts, not some initial realm cats and dogs. Just a moment ago, these 4 foreign beasts had nearly killed the 2 of them. But now, Zhou Luo had just casually struck out, but he had directly killed these 4 beasts. They didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance left. After killing these 4 foreign beasts, Zhou Luo withdrew his surrounding qi, and the Taishan shadow gradually dissipated in mid-air. The 5 mountains scripture is truly powerful. He secretly marveled in his heart. The might of this Tarzan shadow condensed through the 5 mountains scripture was simply not comparable to ordinary breathing techniques. Just practicing to the first level had such great power. Then if one practiced to the 9th grade perfection, reaching the realm of flesh and blood resonating with the earth's veins, and the place where one stands is the unconventional mountain, what kind of scene would it be? Would it be possible that without even using his own hands, just one breath, these 4 beasts would all be suppressed? Between thoughts, Zhou Luo had already arrived beside Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun. After the big battle just now, the 2 of them had already sustained many injuries. Especially Chu Hanyun, his internal injuries were so severe that his breathing had become disorganized. Many thanks to Mr. Zhou for stepping in. However, after the duo saw Zhou Luo's arrival, they still respectfully performed a clasped fist salute. They knew very well that if Zhou Luo hadn't made a move today, then they would all have died here. There wasn't any other possibility. With 3 progenitor realm alien beasts, they could still fight with them. But 4 heads, they were truly unable to fight. That red-tailed striker scorpion was too sinister, and had actually hoodwinked everyone by hiding under the ground. No need to thank me, Jiangnan City is originally my hometown, so naturally, I can't allow them to go unchecked here. Zhou Luo shook his head and did not say much. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze towards the still brewing milky white aura not far away, and a flash of gravity flashed across his eyes. I observe that this Beast King's aura is becoming more and more solidified, I guess it's about to descend, a big battle is inevitable later. You guys are seriously injured, it's better for you to retreat farther away first, lest you suffer the repercussions. Zhou Luo admonished the duo. This Beast King that was about to descend was still unknown what realm it was. If it was the Divine Anomaly realm it was fine, it was only slightly tricky. But if it really was the Spirit Transformation realm, then Zhou Luo could only fight it with all his might. At that time, the fallout caused by the battle would definitely not be small. He also didn't have the heart to go through the idea of preserving the duo when he was at full strength. It wasn't easy to fight a Beast King across a large realm, and if he still had second thoughts, he was afraid that he would end up dead. Yes. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were very obedient, and they were well aware of the reasoning behind it, immediately leaving Kun Mountain in quick steps. Waiting for the duo to leave. Zhou Luo then took a deep breath and prepared to fully concentrate on dealing with the Beast King that was about to descend. Rumor has it that a handful of special Fey Beast Kings all carry an innate spiritual treasure, and the more special ones even have an innate supreme treasure to add to it. If one can kill them, they will be able to obtain the treasure, and even take out the Beast King Dan from their body, which can enhance their cultivation after taking it. When he thought of this, a flash of excitement flashed under Zhou Luo's eyes. This world's supreme treasures were divided into 3 levels: Hotian supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and innate supreme treasures. For the current Zhou Luo, he could no longer look at the Hotian supreme treasure, and only the innate spiritual treasure was worthy of his current strength. Thus, if he could obtain an innate spiritual treasure that primarily attacked killing and destruction in the hands of this Beast King, it would also temporarily make up for his lack of the Taya sword. Not to mention the Beast King's Dan that could enhance his cultivation. Within the milky white shield, the Beast King's aura was continuously condensing. It wasn't until dark clouds covered the sky and howling winds filled the sky. It was only then that the aura was finally replenished. Boom! In an instant, the milky white shield was gradually covered in ice, and then it directly exploded, with countless sharp ice cones shooting out in all directions. Zhou Luo was also in the range of the ice cones, but he had already prepared himself and directly offered up the 9yang 8 trigrams plate, blocking all the ice cones that shot towards him. Where are my people? This father has descended, why don't you come out to greet them? At the location of the breath, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Luo followed the voice and a huge silvery white figure immediately appeared in his gaze. 100 feet tall, shaped like a qilin, its body was silver white, and the ends of each of its floating hairs were covered with centuries of arcane ice, but between the twin horns on its forehead flashed with thunder full of destructive aura. Skyfrost Thunder Harvest? Surprisingly, it's not him. Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with astonishment as soon as he took a good look at the figure. In his previous life, the beast king that had descended upon Jiangnan City was named the Red Flame Lizard Worm, not the Skyfrost Thunderhawk. However, the beast king, Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, it was not as if Zhou Luo had never heard of his deeds. He had already descended on the Blue Star before Zhou Luo was even reborn. It was only that the place he had descended was not in Grand Xia, but in the west. The time wasn't that early either. The commotion caused at that time was not small, directly destroying a country and shocking the world. Everyone in the western countries were at risk, and the heads of the countries met overnight, eventually deciding to mobilize the strongest people in their countries on the next day, supplemented by powerful firepower to fight against the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest together. In the end, the battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights, with countless divine anomaly realm powerhouses falling, and even one spiritualization realm powerhouse being killed, before the Frosty Thunder Horde was killed. This was only because the Heavenly Frost Lightning Horde had just descended, and its strength was only at the Spirit Transformation realm. If he were to give it time, when he evolved to the Taboo realm, then he wouldn't even know how many disasters he would cause to Blue Star. Who killed my people? Just between Zhou Luo's thoughts. That Frost Lightning Harvest also realized the reality that the 4 foreign beasts that were supposed to come to greet him were already dead. The blood of the beasts that roamed the mountains was the best proof of that. Human, were you the one who killed my people? The violet gold-colored pupils of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde shifted to Zhou Luo. There was no other reason, Zhou Luo was the only one for tens of miles around, who else could it be if not him? It's me, so what? Zhou Luo was not afraid in the slightest, locking eyes with him, his tone bland. A mere human blood meal, how dare you lay your hands on this honored people, you deserve to die. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's aura was no longer concealed, and it instantly erupted out. The powerful pressure of the Spirit Transformation realm instantly covered the entire Kun Mountain. It really is the Spirit Transformation realm. Zhou Luo's complexion changed slightly, but there was still no fear in his heart. He had remembered that the supreme treasure held in the hands of this Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was the topmost innate spiritual treasure, the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead, which had the power to command thunder. Its killing power was even more needless to say. The Spirit Transformation realm powerhouse that fell into the hands of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde in his previous life was killed by this item. Although it's not a weapon, it's just enough to make up for the gap of not having a killing treasure in my hand. Zhou Luo was already eager to try it out. It was just as well that he also took this opportunity to try out what level of strength he had reached after practicing the Woyue Sutra. 044. Change of plans. Zhou Luo's surprise. Inside a military camp that was extremely far away from the Kun Mountain range. It's a Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King. In the command headquarters, Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun's eyes were filled with shock when they saw the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk above the real-time image that had been sent back through the satellite in the sky. Why is it a Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King? Wang Lin's eyes showed despair. He admitted that Zhou Luo's strength was indeed strong. However, it was only at the Divine Alteration realm. It was naturally more than enough to deal with those few prodigious transformation realm foreign beasts. However, this Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest in front of him was a genuine Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King. Between the Divine Exotic Realm and the Spirit Transformation Realm, it was an entire large realm span. No, we can't just let Mr. Zhou go to his death. Wang Lin's complexion was ruthless, and a decision had already been made in his heart. Alliance Master, you are thinking. Chu Hanyun seemed to understand something, and his complexion also became grave. That's right, I'll immediately go notify the headquarters and request the use of nuclear weapons. At such a young age, Mr. Zhou is already at the Divine Anomaly Realm cultivation. If we give him some more time, it's only a matter of time before he even reaches the 5th level of the realm announced by the will of heaven, the Taboo realm in the future. Such a heavenly pride, we must not let him die so easily at the hands of the Beast King. This is definitely a great loss for our Grand Xia. Wang Lin nodded heavily and said, his tone dripping with determination. Currently, the people of Jiangnan City had already been evacuated almost to the end, and launching another nuclear weapon at this moment would not affect the masses. But the downside was that it would pollute the environment. But now that Zhou Luodu was in a life and death crisis, what was polluting the environment? Chu Hanyun listened silently on the side and did not speak. He also agreed with Wang Lin's point of view. Even if Zhou Luo hadn't agreed to join their Grand Xiao alliance, he was clear through these few times of getting along that Zhou Luo was definitely not one of those lawless devils once he had strength. The existence of this kind of person was the fortune of their Grand Xia. He absolutely could not be allowed to die like this. Allied Lord, then I will go and inform Mr. Zhou to leave the battlefield as soon as possible, lest he be affected by the nuclear weapons. Xu Hanyun immediately said. Good, I will also confirm the launch time with the headquarters to ensure that it won't affect Mr. Zhou, so go now. Wang Lin nodded in agreement. Kun Mountain Range. A mere divine anomaly realm human, seeing this honor still dares to come forward, courage is commendable. Seeing that not only did Zhou Luo not run after he unleashed his spirit transformation realm might, he even leapt forward a little, the heavenly frost thunder horde snorted coldly and said. Just as well, then this honored one will let you die a painful death today. A flash of blue metaphysical light suddenly flashed through the pupils of the heavenly frost lightning harvest, and in the next instant, a 10-mile radius was immediately covered in frost. The blizzard that filled the sky devastated the area, and the place where the snowflakes fell instantly condensed into solid ice. 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, open. Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not hesitate in the slightest and directly offered up the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Oh? You still have such a treasure? When the heavenly frost lightning harvest saw that the snowflakes were all blocked by the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, a flash of greed flashed in its eyes. A mere human, how can you deserve such a supreme treasure? If I kill you, this treasure is also mine. Xian Ice Transformation Sword, go! With a command from the heavenly frost thunderhawk. The countless snowflakes in the sky instantly changed forms and transformed into countless firm ice swords, stabbing at Zhou Luo like a blistering wind and rain. Bang bang bang. The ice swords kept landing on top of the shield formed by the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, and the cracking sounds were endless. However, the Bagua shield was not broken, and merely became thinner. Sculptor's little skill. Zhou Luo sneered, then continued to inject aura towards the 9 Suns 8 trigrams disc, and the shield returned to its original state. Good treasure, good treasure. Instead of losing heart, the heavenly frost thunderhawk was even more excited at the sight of this scene. In his eyes, the stronger this treasure of Zhou Luo's was, the more benefits he would be able to get after he killed Zhou Luo later. He didn't even think that he would lose the battle. After all, Zhou Luo was just a human of the divine anomaly realm. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't any different from a bug. But what the heavenly frost thunderhawk didn't realize was this. After that round of attacks of his own just now, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate that hung high behind Zhou Luo's head, the black and white colors on it gradually lost their balance, and the black increased slightly. Just laugh, I'll make you laugh later. Zhou Luo couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he looked at the happy appearance of the heavenly frost lightning harvest. He was accumulating the power of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc's counterattack through heavenly frost lightning harvest's attack. When he had accumulated it to a certain extent, he would directly release it and catch heavenly frost lightning harvest off guard. Zhou Luo knew very well that as a divine anomaly realm, if he wanted to kill the heavenly frost lightning harvest at the spirit transformation realm, he would have to use the power of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. If this strike was successful, the heavenly frost lightning harvest would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, Zhou Luo would then rely on the power of the 5 mountains scripture to directly strike to suppress the heavenly frost lightning harvest and kill it. Until then, he only needed to concentrate on running the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and accumulating his might. However, there was a variable in this. That was the supreme treasure that heavenly frost lightning harvest possessed, the 9 tribulation thunder extreme bead. If the heavenly frost thunder snake unleashed the 9 tribulation thunder extreme bead with all its might, there was a high probability that Zhou Luo's 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc would not be able to support it. After all, there was an entire great realm difference between the two. If Zhou Luo was currently in the late divine anomaly realm, then there was no need to worry about this, but Zhou Luo was currently only in the early divine anomaly realm. We can only take a gamble. Zhou Luo said secretly in his heart. Soon. The next frost attack from the heavenly frost thunder harvest had arrived. It was still blocked by the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, which shocked the Skyfrost thunder horde. This treasure is surprisingly so powerful that it can block 2 of my attacks without damage? The heavenly frost lightning harvest looked at the intact 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, as well as the black and white shield, and sighed in his heart. It seems that one has to sacrifice that treasure. The heavenly frost thunder horde no longer hesitated. The purple thunder between his 2 horns suddenly became violent, followed by a small round purple bead gradually emerging. Thunder covered the surface of the small bead, and a violent aura instantly filled the entire Kun Mountain range. Rumble. Above the sky, a streak of thunder exploded in a heck of a way. This 9 tribulation thunder extreme bead was in the hands of the heavenly frost thunder horde, and it was actually able to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon. Such divine might. Zhou Luo looked at the 9 tribulation thunder extreme bead, his heart grave. In the next moment, he operated the aura in his body to replenish all of the residual energy of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. The 9 apocalypse thunder extreme bead being sacrificed was a disaster and an opportunity. As long as he could resist 3 times, then the energy he had accumulated would directly live full and he could unleash it. Rumble. In the sky, thunder was still exploding. The 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Beat on top of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest's head was also about to unleash its first attack. Right at this moment, a voice that only Zhou Luo could hear suddenly sounded in the distance. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Luo followed the voice and realized that Chu Hanyun had unexpectedly run back at some point. What are you doing here? Zhou Luo frowned and immediately grabbed with a large hand, and Chu Hanyun was directly brought within the shield by him. Mr. Zhou, please run away. Our Alliance Master has already asked for instructions upwards and is prepared to use nuclear weapons to deal with this Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King. If you don't hurry and leave, you will also suffer from the waves of nuclear weapons. Chu Hanyun was very efficient and directly told the whole story of his and Wang Lin's plan. Zhou Luo heard the words, but he couldn't help but stare. In the next moment, he looked overjoyed and immediately said to Chu Hanyun, "Go back and tell your Alliance Master to not have any concerns and directly launch the nuclear weapons." Ah, Mr. Zhou, but in that case, the nuclear weapons will also affect your. Chu Hanyun was filled with disbelief. What I want is to ripple to me. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, directly uttering a sentence that made Chu Hanyun puzzled. Why? Chu Hanyun still wanted to ask, but Zhou Luo didn't give him the chance, directly throwing him thousands of meters away with a hand. Do as I say, don't worry about me, I have my own considerations. After sending Chu Hanyun away, Zhou Luo's gaze then returned to the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. His heart was filled with joy at this moment. There had been a change in plans. Originally, he still needed to rely on the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest's attacks to recharge his energy. But there was no need for that now. As long as the nuclear weapon was successfully launched, that would not only cause a lot of damage to the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, it would also directly build up a huge amount of energy for his 9 Yang 8 Trigrams shield. At that time, he would only need to launch it to seriously injure the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde. 045. Accepting the Beast King as a mount? Alliance Master, Mr. Zhou told us to ignore him and just launch the nuclear weapon. After returning to the command headquarters, Chu Hanyun reported directly to Wang Lin. Are you sure you heard correctly? Wang Lin was filled with shock and disbelief after hearing this. This was a nuclear weapon. It was extremely lethal, capable of directly inflicting heavy damage or even killing a divine exalted realm beast king. This was not alarmist talk. A while ago, a divine alien realm beast king that descended on the border of the Eagle Kingdom was directly destroyed by the Eagle Kingdom's military utilizing a small-yield nuclear weapon. This incident also gave humans a wake-up call. The divine alien realm and above beast kings are not immune to all thermal weapons, like the extremely powerful nuclear weapons can cause them harm. However, nuclear weapons were after all a double-edged sword, and no one would easily use them unless they were forced to. Like Wang Lin, this time is a typical compulsion. If not to save Zhou Luo, he would not have gone to apply with the headquarters. As a result, now Zhou Luo even asked himself to use nuclear weapons to bomb him. Isn't this a joke? Allied Lord, it's true, that's what Mr. Zhou said, telling us not to mind him, he has his own plans. Chu Hanyun wiped his cold sweat. He also very much did not understand Zhou Luo's intention. Well, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth. Then do as Mr. Zhou said, I'll immediately request the headquarters to launch nuclear weapons immediately. Allied Lord, will this be possible? Chu Hanyun still had misgivings, but Wang Lin directly waved his hand. Since Mr. Zhou said so, he definitely has his own intentions. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. After saying that, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and directly contacted the headquarters. Seeing this, Chu Hanyun could only press the doubts in his heart and chose to trust Zhou Luo. Very quickly. After receiving the news, the headquarters of the Grand Xiao Alliance immediately projected a nuclear weapon towards the location of the Kun Mountain range. The warhead cut through the clouds and flew towards the direction of the Kun Mountain range at an extremely fast speed. Kun Mountain range. Zhou Luo's surroundings were already a mess. Just now, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest had used the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead to launch an attack. The destructive thunder had almost turned the surroundings into a scorched earth. However, under the protection of the 9 Yang 8 Trigrams disc, Zhou Luo remained intact. Ha ha ha, human, are you all defense and no offense? That treasure of yours is indeed powerful, but how long can you support it with just your divine anomaly realm cultivation? Why don't you offer it up with both hands, and I might consider sparing your life and accepting you as a junior brother. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest laughed wildly as he unleashed his attack. In his eyes, all of this was just a useless endeavor on Zhou Luo's part. After all, the difference in strength between the two was right there. No matter how strong the defense of the 9 Yang 8 Trigrams disc was, it could not make up for it. Not to mention that he still had the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead in his hand. Being a little brother? It's a bit interesting. Zhou Luo couldn't help but flash a thoughtful look in his eyes when he heard the words of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest. What? Heart moved. Then why don't you quickly hand over the treasure? Seeing this, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde thought that Zhou Luo had been moved by his words, and his eyes couldn't help but light up, immediately stopping his attack. If Zhou Luo really gave up resistance as he said and handed over the 9yang8 trigrams disc, he would indeed spare Zhou Luo's life. After all, as a beast king descending into this world for the first time, if he could have a strong human to help him run errands, that would still be great. But he thought wrong. Zhou Luo had absolutely no intention of being anyone's little brother. Rather, he wanted to take the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest as his own little brother. Accepting a beast king as a junior brother, why didn't I think of such a thing before? Running back and forth between Jiangnan City and Taishan City these past few days doesn't consume much of my aura, but to be honest, one is quite tired. How refreshing would it be to have a mount? The more Zhou Luo thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Even the expression on his face when he looked at the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was a little off. A beast in the form of a Qilin like the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow would be just fine to be used as a mount. Human, what do you mean by that look? The Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow also observed Zhou Luo's eyes. He was very angry in his heart, as this was not the first time he had seen this kind of look. Before descending to the Blue Star, when he was still in the Ancestral Star, he had understood the meaning of this look. This brat, to think that he wants to take me as a mount? Deceiving harvest is too much. A purple bolt of lightning blossomed out of the pupils of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk Herculeanly, his heart raging with rage. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being merciless. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle, and the 9 Tribulation Thunder extreme bead between his two horns suddenly erupted with divine might. Just at this moment, in the distant sky, a nuclear warhead cut through the clouds and had already come to the sky above Kun Mountain. Incoming! Zhou Luo's spirit could not help but tremble upon seeing this nuclear warhead. Immediately after, he then operated the aura in his body, charging the energy of the 9yang8 trigrams disc to its peak. What is this thing? Skyfrost Thundercloud also saw this nuclear warhead flying towards him, and it was clear that this nuclear warhead didn't have half the aura of spiritual energy on it, but it made him feel incomparably fearful. In his haste, the Skyfrost Thunder Horde hurriedly mobilized the 9 Thunder Extreme Bead, forming a thunder barrier in an attempt to ward it off. The next instant, boom! The nuclear warhead smashed incomparably and accurately on top of that thunder barrier of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde. An earth-shattering roar erupted. The entire Kun Mountain range began to shake, and a huge mushroom cloud also appeared clearly in midair. All the creatures within the explosion range were affected, and were instantly melted into dust by the blazing heat. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest only felt that the barrier it had managed to form was shattered in an instant, and the next thing that followed was the searing heat coming from its skin. The burning heat lasted for several minutes in total. When the smoke and dust formed by the explosion was gradually blown away by the gale, the aura of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was no longer as vigorous as it was just now, and instantly became much more sluggish. But this still didn't kill him. It might have looked like the Skyfrost Thunder Horde was dying from the nuclear weapons, but in reality, what he suffered were just a few superficial injuries, not even serious injuries. Human, I will kill you today. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest was furious to the extreme. He had never been in such a sorry state today. Not far away, Zhou Luo, who had the 9yang8 trigrams disc protecting his body under the explosion of this nuclear warhead, did not have the appearance of being injured. The most critical thing is, hanging behind Zhou Luo's head of the 9yang8 trigrams disc, at this moment is the energy boiling, bursting out hot light. The time has come. Zhou Luo did not want to talk nonsense with the Skyfrost Thunder Harvest. After sensing that the 9yang8 trigrams disc was ready, Zhou Luo immediately moved his mind, and the 9yang8 trigrams disc flew into the air. The 9yang Bagua disc was flying into the air. A reddish-yellow divine light like the sun shot out from the center of the 8 trigrams plate, and fell straight towards the position of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Snake. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde's heart was overwhelmed with horror at the sight of this. He completely did not expect that this treasure in Zhou Luo's hands would even be able to launch an attack. Moreover, the might of this divine light was clearly going to surpass that nuclear warhead from just now. Not good. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest gave a dark cry of misfortune. But it was already too late as the divine light flew towards him, and in milliseconds it had silently landed on top of his body. 046, I still like your untamed look. There was a great terror between life and death. When the divine light landed on top of his body, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest didn't hesitate and directly released the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead between its two horns. The 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead floated into the air and instantly erupted with supreme might, as countless destructive thunderbolts directly met the divine light. Rumble! Another burst of ground shook. The entire Kun Mountain range trembled because of the battle between Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Bang! However, it took an incense stick of time. The 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead first couldn't hold on any longer and could no longer release its purple destructive thunder, eventually losing its splendor and quietly falling. Without the resistance of the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead, the Red Sun Divine Light overwhelmed the entirety of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Roar, roar, roar! The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde only felt unbearable pain all over its body, and the breath in its body dropped by leaps and bounds, instantly becoming shriveled. Until the divine light ended. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was already seriously injured. However, with his cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, he still had the power to fight at this moment. Human, without that treasure, I'll see how you'll face me. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest looked at Zhou Luo, already hating him to the point of gnashing his teeth. A mere divine anomaly realm had forced him into such a state. It was truly a disgrace. If those Beast King friends of his knew about this, how would he live with himself? He must skin this human, eat his flesh and drink his blood. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to resolve the hatred in his heart. However, soon enough, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest realized that he was wrong. Only to see Zhou Luo put away the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, which had already burned out, and came to the sky above the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest alone. He looked down at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Snail on the ground, his tone carrying a touch of playfulness. Heavenly Frost Thunder Snail, right? I, Zhou Luo, am not a bad person, give you a chance to live. Are you willing to be my little brother for me to use at my disposal? Yellow-mouthed child, don't even think about it. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was furious, and immediately wanted to fight Zhou Luo to the death. But the next moment, Zhou Luo's body suddenly erupted with a vast greatness, and an incomparably lofty Taishan silhouette emerged behind him. Only to see him raise his hand and slap it. That Taishan shadow then crushed towards the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest with supreme might. Creak, creak, creak. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest looked horrified and immediately resisted with all its might, but how could he, who was already severely injured, beat the full state of Zhou Luo? With the bones in his body gradually emitting a strange sound of not being able to support him, Heavenly Frost Thundercloud was already sweating like a pig. If this continued, he would really die. At the moment of life and death, Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde immediately roared, "Big brother, please spare my life." Oh! A flash of surprise flashed across Zhou Luo's brows, and he immediately withdrew the Tarzan shadow. The next moment, only a plopping sound was heard. The front legs of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde suddenly fell to the ground and bowed to Zhou Luo. Big brother is above, little brother has met big brother. An incomparably humble voice sounded at the same time. I still like your untamed appearance. When Zhou Luo saw this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up slightly. He had really thought that the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was going to fight to the death just now. As a result, this fellow was also too spineless, kneeling down when he said so. With this speed, even he almost didn't react. Big brother is joking, little brother was just confused in the head just now, how could he be unruly? Since he had already knelt down, Skyfrost Thunderhawk simply gave up the last bit of his face and said in an incomparably flattering manner. There was no way, Zhou Luo's strength was simply too terrifying, he truly couldn't fight. Who would want to die if they could live? Besides, in the Ancestral Star, examples of kindred spirits giving others mounts abound. Skyfrost Thunderhawk silently consoled himself in his heart. Alright, get up. Zhou Luo had a head full of black lines and was somewhat speechless. How come he didn't know that this Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had this side in his previous life? Oh right, the humans in his previous life didn't seem to give him the chance to kneel down at all. Thank you, big brother. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde hurriedly got up from the ground. Zhou Luo slowly descended, and was not afraid of Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's sudden reversal and sneak attack. Right now, Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest state was already very weak, and as long as he dared to give birth to any thoughts of resistance, he would be directly detected by Zhou Luo. At that time, Zhou Luo would not give him another chance and would directly suppress him. As for what if the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest suddenly wanted to rebel after recovering its full strength? Zhou Luo had naturally thought about this kind of thing a long time ago. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was seriously injured at the moment, and if it wanted to recover to its peak, it would take at least a month or more. By that time, Zhou Luo had the support of the Five Mountain Scripture, and his cultivation might have already broken through the spirit transformation realm. He had been able to beat Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk like this when he was in the Divine Elemental realm, let alone when he reached the spirit transformation realm. These were not problems at all. After Zhou Luo landed on the ground, he slowly walked over to the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme bead on the ground that had lost its luster and picked it up in his hands. This bead, can it still be restored to its original state? Zhou Luo asked as he looked towards the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. Of course, by simply placing it between my 2 horns, the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme bead will be able to replenish its energy, and it won't take more than half a month for it to be restored to its original state. Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde replied respectfully. This 9 Apocalypse Thunder Extreme bead was the accompanying treasure of their Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow clan. As long as it wasn't completely shattered to the point where it couldn't be coalesced, he had a way to make it recover. Not bad, then this bead will be given to you to brew. Zhou Luo nodded his head in satisfaction and casually tossed the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme bead to the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde hurriedly received it and instantly placed it back on top of its head. The moment the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme bead returned to its place, the body of the bead regained a trace of its divinity. Zhou Luo also let go of his heart after seeing this sight. It seemed that this Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was quite honest and didn't lie to himself. Since this was the case, let's give this 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme bead to him to recover first. Wait until when he needs to use it himself, then let him take it out. In the future, after obtaining the Taiya sword, he wouldn't need this 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme bead. It was not a waste to just hand it back with the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. Then, Big Brother, where should we go now? The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde didn't know what was going on in Zhou Luo's mind and asked with some apprehension. Where to go? Oh, of course it's home. Zhou Luo faintly smiled, then directly leapt forward and sat on the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, pointing in a direction. Big Brother, you sit firmly. Set off immediately. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was also very sensible, and without saying a word, it carried Zhou Luo towards the location he pointed out. Inside the command center, the smoke and dust from the nuclear warhead explosion still filled the sky. As a result, the satellite image of the Grand Xia Alliance was obscured by the dust, making it difficult to see the specifics of what was happening in the Chinan Mountains. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun paced back and forth in the command room, their hearts more anxious than one another. Allied Lord, since the nuclear bomb exploded, there has been no more movement coming out of the Chinan Mountain range after just a moment of earthquakes. Do you think something could have happened to Mr. Zhou? Chu Hanyun was the first to sink his teeth into it and asked with a worried look on his face. Don't think too much, all we can do now is wait for news. Wang Lin shook his head and spoke. Although his words were like this, his mood was similar to Chu Hanyun's. Even if this matter was done according to Zhou Luo's request, if something really went wrong with Zhou Luo, then Wang Lin would be incomparably self-blaming. To know, the person who should have been damned should have been him, Wang Lin. If Zhou Luo hadn't arrived in time to save himself and Chu Hanyun, the two of them might have perished in the hands of those foreign beasts. The atmosphere in the command room was dull for a while. Suddenly, Chu Hanyun's brows furrowed as he looked at the satellite image with a slight change in color. Allied Lord, what do you see there? He hurriedly called Wang Lin over. Wang Lin quickly came before the screen, and his expression suddenly became grave. Only to see above the screen, a gigantic beast-shaped figure gradually stepped out of the dust-covered Chinan Mountain range. When it completely stepped out of the range of the dust and revealed its true body in the screen, both Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun's complexion changed drastically. It's the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde. Could it be Mr. Zhou? A wave of despair instantly flashed through the duo's hearts, as well as a strong sense of regret. Especially Wang Lin. Splat. He directly slapped himself hard, regretting to the extreme. I'm so stupid that I would let the nuclear weapon detonate along with Mr. Zhou. Wang Lin clasped his head with both hands, agonized beyond measure. He hated that the person who died in the explosion was not Zhou Luo, but himself. But at this moment, Chu Hanyun pulled him. Alliance Master, something's not right, look who's sitting on the back of that Skyfrost Thunderhawk? Wang Lin was pulled back to reality by Chu Hanyun's voice. His eyes followed suit as he looked at the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde. 047. The Humble Beast King. The special ability of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde? After taking a good look at the person sitting on the back of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, Wang Lin's entire body was dumbfounded. Is that Mr. Zhou? His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Blinking hard several times, he thought that he had misread the situation, but no matter how he looked at it, the person riding the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was undoubtedly Zhou Luo. Not only that, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest that was being ridden by Zhou Luo didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting, and even looked at its expression of enjoyment. What kind of situation is this? Just now, Zhou Luo was still fighting with the Heavenly Frost Thunder Han. How is it now reversed so quickly? The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk has directly turned into Zhou Luo's mount. Wang Lin's heart was shocked beyond measure. Chu Hanyun was also shocked beyond words. That was until the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde gradually approached the command headquarters. Alliance Master, that Fey Beast King is coming to us, quickly leave. It's too late if we don't leave. The other members of the Grand Xia Alliance at the command headquarters immediately sounded the alarm, and there were others who directly entered the command room, wanting to escort Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun away. However, Wang Lin's words directly caused them to freeze in place. It's fine, this is a friendly army. Friendly army? The people present were wide-eyed and filled with incomprehension and doubt. Due to the Skyfrost Thunderhawk's body being too tall, the view of its back could not be seen at all without going through the satellite picture in the command room. Therefore, in their eyes, it was clear that a Beast King was about to attack the command center. Moreover, Wang Lin's words were still very outrageous. Ever since the first Beast King appeared on Blue Star, it had caused countless deaths and injuries to humans. How could an enemy like this be a friendly force? But Wang Lin was, after all, the alliance leader of the Jiangnan division. The crowd didn't dare to disobey what he said. Wang Lin also saw their doubts. Spinning around, he smiled and explained, "Don't worry, this Beast King has already been taken in as a mount by our great Xia powerhouse and won't harm us." Accepted as a mount? These words, again, directly shocked the perceptions of the people present. Taking a Beast King as a mount, what kind of story was this that only existed in heavenly knights and earthly tales? This was a Beast King. An existence that could destroy a city at the drop of a hat. When did we, the people of Grand Xia, come up with such a strong person who could take the Beast King as his mount? At the same time, on the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest, Zhou Luo looked at the command headquarters that was already approaching, so he said to the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, "Little Horde, you're too big, can you get smaller?" "Of course I can. Big brother, I'll get smaller right away." The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest directly accepted the title Little Hao Zi and instantly gradually shrunk that 100 feet tall body into a height of 3 meters. In this way, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Horde looked like a special exotic beast horse with a huge body size. Although its body size had become smaller, the pair of horns that were like true dragons and the frosty aura that constantly emanated from its surroundings still highlighted the Skyfrost Thunder Horde's identity as a Beast King. Truly, there really is someone riding on the body of a Beast King. What the Alliance Master said is actually true. Who exactly is this person? It seems a bit familiar. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest shrunk. Only then did the people of the Grand Xia Alliance truly see Zhou Luo riding on him clearly. They also finally realized that what Wang Lin had just said was true and had not lied to them. Taking a Beast King as a mount, such a thing truly existed. "Mr. Zhou." Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun greeted them at this moment. The duo glanced at the incomparably majestic Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Regardless of how low the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde's posture was in front of Zhou Luo, in their eyes, this was a genuine Beast King. It was still a Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm. An existence that the world talked about. "Human, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." When the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde noticed that Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were sizing themselves up, and their eyes were still quite odd, they were instantly displeased. In a flash, the Beast Kings might instantly press down on the two of them. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun were startled. Although the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was seriously injured, it was after all at the Spirit Transformation Realm cultivation level, and just slightly exuding a little bit of aura could make the two of them at the prospective Transformation Realm unable to hold on. "Little Hausi, be honest or I'll slap you to death." Seeing this, Zhou Luo let out a cold snort. This newly received little mount still had a temper on him, daring to strike out at others without his consent? If it was in disobedience, then he didn't care if it was a pity or not, he would directly suppress it. "Yes, big brother. Big brother, I was wrong." The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest felt the biting killing intent coming from its back and instantly winced, withdrawing the breath it had released. The pressure on Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun instantly disappeared without a trace, and by the time the two of them came back to their senses, their backs were already wet with cold sweat. "Are you guys alright?" Zhou Luo looked at the duo and asked. It's fine. Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun hurriedly shook their heads. At the same time, the duo was even more shocked in their hearts. This Beast King actually listened to Zhou Luo so much? After the nuclear warhead explosion just now, what exactly happened in the Chinan Mountains that could make Zhou Luo tame this Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk so well? Well, this time, the crisis in Jiangnan City has been lifted, so I'll take my first step and I'll leave the closing to you guys. Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not say anything more, and after dropping a sentence, he drove the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow towards the location of Jiangnan Villa and stepped into the air. Looking at Zhou Luo and the Skyfrost thunderclouds fading back, the shock in Wang Lin and Chu Hanyun's hearts still hadn't dissipated. 10,000 fortunes, truly 10,000 fortunes. After a long time, Wang Lin could not help but sigh. Yes, if Mr. Zhou hadn't arrived in time today, and even the entire Jiangnan city would probably have been ruined. Chu Hanyun also nodded his head vigorously. Mr. Zhou is so powerful, having him around is also a blessing for our Grand Xia. Wang Lin smiled faintly, his eyes filled with joy. In fact, in the past few days after the opening of the disease change era, the international situation was changing dramatically every single day. One of the most intense conflicts was between Grand Xia and the Sakura country next to it. Due to the fact that the Sakura country was taking nuclear wastewater on a per capita basis, the average combat power was extremely powerful, and almost every single one of its nationals was an awakened. During this period of time, they hadn't missed out on hitting the Grand Xia kingdom. Now that Daxia had produced a Zhou Luo, then they no longer had to worry about what waves the Sakura country could make. If your average strength is awesome, can any of you tame a Beast King? You can't, but we have someone in Grand Xia who can. On the other side, after Zhou Luo drove the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk back to the Jiangnan Villa, he was ready to start his closed-door cultivation. Now that he had the Woyue Sutra, a top-notch breathing method, his cultivation speed would definitely soar. Every minute and every second was too precious to waste. But when Zhou Luo was about to officially start his seclusion, instead, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest approached him. "Big brother, can I go out for a stroll on my own during the days you're in seclusion?" Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk looked at Zhou Luo with an expectant face and asked, "You want to go out for a stroll by yourself? Where to?" Zhou Luo was a little curious. I'm not injured, so I want to go outside to find if there are any exotic fruits that can help me recover from my injuries, or else just relying on myself to recover from my injuries is just too slow." Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked at Zhou Luo with a pitiful look on his face. At the same time, he was a little apprehensive in his heart, not knowing if Zhou Luo would agree. "You can still find the strange and exotic fruits on your own? Is it hard to believe that you still have the ability to perceive strange and exotic fruits?" Zhou Luo frowned slightly. "Yes, this ability is found in many Beast King species, and our Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk is one of them." Speaking of this, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde instantly looked proud. After all, this kind of ability wasn't something that anyone could have, even some Beast King species with top strength were envious. "Interesting. Then you go, but I can remind you that you will only be given 5 days. Come back by yourself after 5 days or suffer the consequences. Do you hear me clearly?" Zhou Luo didn't refuse and directly agreed. He wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk directly running away. After this retreat, his strength would definitely surge by a large margin. At that time, wouldn't it be casual to try and find a Skyfrost lightning harvest that was so conspicuous? "Alright, big brother." "Thank you, big brother." After receiving the promise, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was instantly overjoyed and flew away in a puff of smoke. "I didn't expect this fellow to have this kind of function, it really gave me a surprise." After the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk left, Zhou Luo couldn't help but flash a look of contemplation in his eyes. One must know that after the opening of the disease change era, the entire Blue Star would undergo a sea change with time. All sorts of heavenly treasures, exotic fruits, and heaven and earth spirit mines would appear one after another. At times like this talent of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde would come in handy. But that was all for later. Zhou Luo shook his head and emptied his thoughts, then turned around and entered the quiet room to begin his formal seclusion. 048. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest Small Mind. Lu Ruyan's Hope? While Zhou Luo was in closed-door cultivation, thousands of miles away from Jiangnan City, in the headquarters of the Skull and Bone Society, Yang Tianying's pair of incomparably sharp eyes stared intently at the stunning beauty sitting across from him, a flash of skepticism flashing through his eyes. "You have a life and death grudge against Zhou Luo. I don't doubt that matter, but how do you prove that you have the value that I would invest in?" On the sofa, Lu Ruyan's complexion remained unchanged as she locked eyes with Yang Tianying without the slightest fear. "Whether or not there's value, you'll know once you see it." The words just fell. Ruyan Lu's body then instantly erupted a calamitous aura. The temperature of the entire parlor instantly dropped a lot, and an aura of death gradually spread all around. "This physique is indeed extraordinary." Yang Tianying could not help but light up at the sight. Between geniuses, they were all able to sense each other. He could clearly sense that Ruyan Lu's physique wasn't much worse than his own supreme jade bone. However, since it was a crippled version, there was still a difference in might between the two. This was not a big problem though. As long as he could repair it, then Lu Ruyan would be a great help to himself. Zhou Luo dared to insult him like that in front of the world, and was already his mortal enemy, someone who must be killed and never spared. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Lu Ruyan, who had a father-killing grudge against Zhou Luo, was naturally a great help to him. "How is it, this physique of mine, is it enough to work with you?" Lu Ruyan withdrew the calamity breath that she had released, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Tianying as she waited for his answer. Soon after escaping from the Jiangnan villa, he had heard the news that skeleton Zun Yang Tianying had been slapped in public by Zhou Luo. After learning the news, Lu Ruyan found the headquarters of the skeleton gang at the first opportunity. She knew very well that with Yang Tianying's rumored ruthless character, he was already immortal with Zhou Luo at this point. If she could cooperate with him, then it was very likely that her own revenge plan would be able to succeed. "Of course it's enough." Yang Tianying smiled and agreed without fail. Moreover, he immediately said something that made Lu Ruyan's breathing become much sharper. "I happen to know that there is a heavenly treasure that is about to appear that is capable of repairing any injuries in the body, so I think it will be no problem to use it to supplement your Calamity Saint body." "Where is that thing?" Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes instantly widened. She couldn't miss such a good opportunity. It's in a small mountain 30 miles to the north." Yang Tianying smiled faintly. "But don't be in a hurry, I have long ago sent someone to keep an eye on the growth of that treasure around the clock. Now there is still 1 day left until that treasure matures. Wait until 1 day passes, then I will go with you to pick that treasure and give it to you to consume." "Good. It's only 1 day, I can afford to wait." When Ruyan Lu heard this, she temporarily pressed down the excitement in her heart. "Miss Lu, then to celebrate the success of our cooperation, how about we have a toast?" Yang Tianying raised the wine cup in front of him and said to Lu Ruyan. As he spoke, his eyes roamed back and forth over Lu Ruyan's body without fear. There was no other reason. The truth was that Lu Ruyan was too beautiful, not even like something on earth. Any man would not be able to resist looking at her. If Ruyan Lu was an ordinary person, then he was afraid that he would be overbearing now. But after all, Ruyan Lu was a partner in the future who would work together to deal with Zhou Luo, so Yang Tianyin pressed down on the evil fire in his heart. Good, then I'll ask President Yang for more guidance. Ruyan Lu guffawed and raised her cup across the room, then drank it all in one go. At the same time, after leaving the Jiangnan villa, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow flew directly towards a direction with a very clear goal. The scent of that location, there is definitely a heavenly treasure about to mature. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest stared at the northwestern direction, its heart joyful to the extreme. He had discovered this scent ever since he left from Kun Mountain. After some projections in his mind, it was about thousands of miles away from Jiangnan City. But it wasn't a problem. With his speed, he would be able to arrive in a day's time. As long as he could take this heavenly treasure, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest had great information to be able to recover its strength. In that case, there would be no more need to wait bitterly for as long as a month. When I recover my strength, do I still need to go back? While rushing along, the Heavenly Frost Thundercloud couldn't help but ask itself in its mind. Forget it, it's better to go back. That kid isn't an ordinary person at first glance, his growth rate might be even faster than mine. If I run away this time, I'll be screwed when I encounter him next time. In the end, after much deliberation, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk still decided to return to Zhou Luo's side. After all, Zhou Luo's strength was too terrifying, just being at the Divine Anomaly Realm was able to suppress him, a Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King. If he grew up and reached the Spirit Transformation Realm, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Moreover, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk had its own considerations. Following such a great Buddha as Zhou Luo, he might be able to get some light as well. A day passed quickly. That morning, Ruyan Lu arrived inside a mountain range that was off the beaten path under the leadership of Tianying Yang. After slowly going deeper, Ruyan Lu realized that there were many members of the Skull and Bone Society who were currently gathered in a forest. In the center of the woods, there was a spirit fruit that emitted a pure aura. This spiritual fruit was silver-white in color, but the vines were pitch black, and the combination of the two was not incongruous, but instead gave people a sense of what was rightfully theirs. This is the yin-yang fruit. The two of them landed in front of the spirit fruit, and Yang Tianying then introduced it. Lu Ruyan looked at the yin-yang fruit in front of her with a bland expression, but her heart was already excited. She could feel an incomparably vast breath of life from the yin-yang fruit. If she was able to take it, she would definitely be able to repair her Calamity Saint body. How long before this yin-yang fruit matures? Ruyan Lu asked. Yang Tianying pointed to the place where the yin-yang fruit was connected to the vines. See here, when this smear of black color fades away completely, this yin-yang fruit should be completely ripe. It's estimated that it won't take long, at most an hour. Lu Ruyan looked over, and indeed found that there was still a trace of blackness remaining at the root of this yin-yang fruit, only the range was extremely small, so it looked like the entire fruit was silver-white in color. 1 hour. Good, I know. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath and waited silently. She knew very well that she couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. As long as she could repair her Calamity Saint body, she was willing to wait as long as it took. Soon, an hour of time passed. That yin-yang fruit also finally faded away, the last trace of black color, and fully ripened. The moment it matured, an extremely powerful breath of life instantly filled the entire mountain range. The grass that had just sprouted instantly rose up after this breath of life, growing to half a man's height. The surrounding trees grew even more astonishingly, and the entire mountain range was instantly enveloped by countless giant trees. How could there be such divine might? Yang Tianying could not help but be shocked at the sight. He still underestimated the effect of this yin-yang fruit. On the other hand, Ruyan Lu was overjoyed, and at this moment, she no longer hesitated and was ready to pick the fruit and take it. But just at this moment, not far above the sky, a violent shout came from the sky. Human, put down that yin-yang xian fruit. 049. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk seizing the exotic fruit. Who is it? Upon hearing this bellowing voice, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying both turned around at the same time and followed the sound, only to see the distant sky. A beast with 2 horns on its head, dark clouds treading on snow, and shaped like a qilin was stepping into the air in their direction. Who else was it if it wasn't the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest? Beast King. Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying recognized the identity of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde with a single glance. With this kind of might, what was it if it wasn't a Beast King? Not good, he's running towards this yin-yang fruit. Lu Ruyan was shocked, and then she couldn't think of anything else, immediately reaching out to try to remove the yin-yang fruit. This yin-yang fruit was her hope to recover her Calamity Saint body. She couldn't give it away like this. She could not give it away like that. She had to take it when the Beast King arrived. But her speed was no match for the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Even if she was seriously injured, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde of the Spirit Transformation Realm was not something that Lu Ruyan could touch. In just a moment, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest had already arrived in the sky above the yin-yang fruit. Only to see him take a shot through the air, the yin-yang fruit that was still on top of the vines helicoptered up into the sky and landed in his hand. Humans, this yin-yang xiangui is mine, no one can snatch it away. Ha 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 ha. After the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest obtained the yin-yang fruit, it laughed wildly and made a gesture to leave. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying also felt the strength of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde. Spirit Transformation Realm. A Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King. A flash of despair surfaced on the faces of the two. One must know that Beast Kings could always be in existence that killed without mercy and could destroy a city with a snap of their fingers. For humans, they would not show any mercy. Now that a Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King had descended, they wouldn't even think of running. But soon, the duo realized that something was wrong. This Beast King is injured? The strength has fallen to the late progenitor transformation realm. Yang Tianying was keen enough to notice the fact that the Skyfrost Thunderhawk was injured. When Ruyan Lu heard this, the original look of panic and despair on her face instantly melted away. President Yang, if you and I join forces together, we may not be unable to deal with an injured Beast King. After killing him, the chance on his body will belong to you, and the yin-yang fruit will still belong to me. How about that? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flashed as she proposed. Yang Tianying's complexion was delighted at his words, and he immediately agreed without hesitation. Then do it. Although Ruyan Lu's Calamity Saint body was crippled, her cultivation speed was still not slow, and at this moment, she had already arrived at the first level of the prodigious change realm. With her assisting in the battle, then they might not necessarily not have the power to fight this severely injured Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King. It was even very likely that they would be able to kill it. One must know that every Beast King could contain some supreme treasure. Now, Ruyan Lu had taken the initiative to give up the supreme treasure and leave it to herself. If he could obtain it himself, then his strength would definitely skyrocket. Then cooperating with Lu Ruyan, who had restored her Calamity Saint body, Zhou Luo's greatness of revenge was not a problem. A mere two protean transformation realm humans, how dare they hit their ideas on my head? The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk also immediately understood the duo's thoughts. Surprisingly, they wanted to kill themselves and take back the yin-yang fruit while also taking away their treasures. It was truly whimsical. Although he himself was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced. But no matter what, it wasn't something that two little bugs of the prospective transformation realm could provoke. There's no point in talking more, do it. Yang Tianying was extremely decisive, and after reaching an agreement with Lu Ruyan, he directly struck out. The supreme jade bone in his body erupted with supreme might, and his entire person looked as if he was wrapped in a diamond. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and threw a punch at him. With the Supreme Jade Bones enhancement, this punch was extremely powerful, and it attacked towards the Heavenly Frost Lightning Horde like a crackerjack. Good physique. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde could not help but flash a flash of surprise in its eyes at the sight of this, but it quickly reacted and immediately released its Heavenly Frost Chi to blast against it. Bang! Yang Tianying's punch smashed heavily on the Heavenly Frost Chi, almost shattering the Heavenly Frost Chi as much as it could. But after all, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was at the Spirit Transformation Realm cultivation level, and even if it was a severely injured body, the Heavenly Frost Chi released was not something the Prosperity Transformation Realm could touch. Not long after, Yang Tianying then sensed a burst of coolness coming from the peak of his fist. Immediately after, this coolness becomes more and more icy cold, and there is the momentum of spreading to the whole body, scared him hurriedly retract this fist. This opening gave Heavenly Frost Thunderstorm an opportunity. The Heavenly Frost Chi instantly transformed into several ice arrows and directly shot towards the various vitals of Yang Tianying's body. Bang, bang, bang. Several crisp sounds rang out. These ice arrows were shattered by the Supreme Jade Bone after piercing 3 inches into the skin of Yang Tianying's vital locations. But even so, they caused considerable damage to Yang Tianying. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed. Damn it, is this a Beast King of the Spirit Transformation Realm, obviously already seriously injured, but his strength is still terrifying. The injured Yang Tianying flew back, silently running his aura to stop the blood loss, while secretly saying in his heart that it was not good. At this time, Lu Ruyan, who had been brewing an attack just now, struck out at this moment. Bastard, return my yin-yang fruit. Only heard her clearing her voice. A calamity chi instantly erupted around her body, and a palm print then directly blasted out at the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. It's actually the Calamity Saint body? The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest could not help but be shocked in his heart after seeing this palm. This time, he didn't use his Heavenly Frost Chi to fight against this palm as he did just now, but instead, he dodged to the side in general. However, this palm print followed him like a shadow, until there was no more place to hide. Skyfrost Thunder Horde only used its Skyfrost Chi to meet the enemy. Prick la prick la. Heavenly Frost Chi in the palm print collision moment will be like ice meets fire, actually fast melt up. Not long after, the Skyfrost gas will melt away. On the other hand, the palm imprint only became a little smaller, and immediately afterward, it continued to blast towards the Heavenly Frost Thunderstorm. Worthy of being a Calamity Saint body. A flash of gravity flashed across the eyes of the Heavenly Frost Thundercloud when he saw this. Ruyan Lu's Calamity Saint body was a very top-tier physique even if it was placed on his ancestral planet. The calamity chi it released was capable of obliterating everything, very terrifying. But your human cultivation is still shallow, and you can't utilize the true strength of the calamity saint body. It's not even close to being used against me. The heavenly frost lightning harvest's heart crossed. Immediately, it no longer hesitated and directly operated all the aura in its body, all of which was injected into the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead. Rumble. The originally dull and lightless 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead brightened up, and with it, the sky was covered in dark clouds as a shocking thunderbolt exploded. At the same time, a purple thunderbolt with a destructive aura shot out from the 9 Heavens Thunder Extreme Bead. The target was, precisely, the palm imprint formed by the calamity chi. Boom! The moment the thunderbolt came into contact with the palm print was directly pierced through and then dissipated between heaven and earth without any resistance. And after resolving this palm print, the purple thunderbolt's target remained clear, shooting straight towards Ruyan Lu's direction. Not good. Ruyan Lu was startled and immediately wanted to escape. But where could she be faster than the purple thunderbolt that the heavenly frost thunder snake had almost used its full power to catalyze? Bang! Only a loud bang was heard. The purple lightning exploded on Ruyan Lu's body. Lu Ruyan was seriously injured on the spot and fainted. Since you guys didn't manage to leave me behind, I can take this yin yang fruit with me. Seeing this, the heavenly frost lightning harvest no longer hesitated and immediately laughed out loud before stepping into the air and going far away. Want to go? Leave me behind. Seeing this, Yang Tianying also understood that the heavenly frost thundercloud had reached the end of its strength and immediately wanted to go forward to keep it. But at this time, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. Turning back to look, the purple thunderbolt hadn't dissipated, but was running straight towards him. Bang! There was another loud bang. Yang Tianying's body fell from a high altitude, becoming moribund and fainting just the same. Boss, are you alright? The members of the Skeleton Guild on the side rushed to meet them, and the scene was instantly thrown into chaos. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow, on the other hand, had long since run 100 miles away. 050. Zhou Luo emerges from the gate. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde showed its loyalty. Several hours passed. Lu Ruyan woke up after tossing and turning, realizing that she was already lying on top of a hospital bed. Cough cough. Ruyan Lu sat up and couldn't help but cough twice. Under the fine feeling, she realized that the injury she received this time was extremely serious. If she wanted to recover, it would take at least half a month. This was still thanks to the merits of her Calamity Saint body. If it wasn't for the Calamity Saint body, a few months wouldn't necessarily be good enough. Yin Yang fruit. The moment she thought of the Yin Yang fruit that had been taken away, Lu Ruyan was so angry that her teeth itched. Obviously, she was so close that she would be able to repair her Calamity Saint body. But she didn't expect that a Beast King would kill out halfway and take it away. In the future, never let her know who that Beast King really was. Otherwise, when her cultivation level was high, she would hunt it down to the ends of the earth and kill it. Miss Lu, you're awake. At this time, another voice sounded in the ward. Lu Ruyan looked at the voice, only to realize that there was also a hospital bed next to her, and Yang Tianying was lying on top of it. Yang Tianying's appearance was even worse than hers. His whole body was wrapped in bandages like a dumpling, like a mummy. This was due to the fact that before being blown away by that purple lightning, Yang Tianying's body was also pierced in many places by the heavenly frost chi. Seeing him like this, Lu Ruyan felt better in her heart. However, she still couldn't forget about that yin yang fruit and hurriedly asked Yang Tianying, President Yang, can there be a second one of that yin yang fruit? Naturally there is. Yang Tianying smiled faintly, a sentence that directly caused Lu Ruyan to get excited. There really is more? Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. She thought that the yin yang fruit was already an orphan. After it was taken away this time, the next time she wanted to find it, she didn't know that she would have to wait until the monkey years and months. But now, Yang Tianying even said that there was another one? Looking at it that way, then her Calamity Saint body was still expected to be repaired? Of course, our skeleton society has also found a place where the yin yang fruit grows, but this one has a longer maturation period, so it's estimated that we'll have to wait for as long as half a month before it matures. Yang Tianying nodded his head and said. However, when he said this, his tone was clearly a bit needy. In reality, there was only one place where the yin yang fruit grew, and it was right there where he had taken Lu Ruyan today. However, when the Skeleton Club found the place, there was already a yin yang fruit ripening, which he had picked and collected, waiting to use it when he had the chance in the future. If he didn't already have one, he wouldn't have so decisively agreed to give it to Lu Ruyan once she had found it. Who would give up such a treasure so easily? But the current situation forced him to do so. The second yin yang fruit had gone down the drain, and he was seriously injured, so if he didn't hurry to take the second one out to Lu Ruyan to repair the Calamity Sacred Body, then when would he be able to take revenge on Zhou Luo? Ruyan Lu did not hear the wrongness in Yang Tianying's tone. At this moment, she was already immersed in joy. Time passed slowly. 5 days had already passed. Jiangnan Villa, inside the quiet room. Zhou Luo finished running the last circumference and then exhaled a long breath of turbid air. 7th level of the Divine Anomaly realm now. Feeling his own strength, Zhou Luo couldn't help but slightly tickle the corners of his mouth. With the Woyue scripture, this cultivation speed was different. In just 5 days, he had come from the 3rd level of the Divine Anomaly realm to the 7th level of the Divine Anomaly realm. A full span of 4 realms. After the Divine Anomaly realm, the difficulty of breaking through each level was multiplied. Like in his previous life, Gu Qianhua, Lu Ruyan, and other strong people with top cultivation talents, they were stuck in the Divine Different realm for several months before breaking through the Spirit Transformation realm. And he had reached the late stage of the Divine Anomaly realm in only a week's time. It was simply no different from opening. Mount Li is about to open, it's time to get out of the gate. Zhou Luo emptied his thoughts and got up to leave the quiet room. 5 days have come and gone, I wonder if the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest will keep its promise? Holding the thought of probing, Zhou Luo walked out of the hall and came outdoors. Soon he saw that a huge figure was lying on the ground with its eyes tightly closed. It was none other than the Skyfrost Thunder Hollow. Not knowing if he had sensed Zhou Luo's presence, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde opened its eyes in a split second. Big brother, you've come out of the gate. After he surveyed Zhou Luo up and down, he was immediately shocked in his heart. It had only been 5 days that had passed, but Zhou Luo's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Divine Anomaly realm? To know, wasn't he only at the early stage of the Divine Alien realm before he closed down? In just 5 days, the progress was surprisingly so great. How's it going? How's your search for the exotic fruits going? Zhou Luo also saw the surprise in his eyes, but didn't say much, instead asking with a smile. Of course I found it. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk hummed twice in triumph, and then he shook his body, releasing an aura. Oh. Surprisingly, it has really recovered. Zhou Luo felt the aura of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. This fellow had actually recovered his full strength. Moreover, looking at the state of that 9 Tribulation Thunder extreme bead on his forehead, it seemed to have gotten much better as well. Big brother, is there something you have to do this time out of the gate? The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest hurriedly showed its loyalty. If it's not something important, just leave it directly to me. You continue your seclusion, I promise to help you handle things in a round and complete manner. Zhou Luo's cultivation speed had completely shocked the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. If the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest had any grudges against becoming Zhou Luo's mount before, it had completely disappeared by now. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde wasn't a fool, of course it knew how important it was to follow the right person. With a talent like Zhou Luo's, as long as he was allowed to continue developing, he would definitely become a dominating existence in the future. Following him, there would be many benefits in the future. I do have something to do, but this matter can't be handed over to someone else, I have to make a trip myself. Zhou Luo smiled. This Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was also considered to be sensible, so he was relieved. Let's go, join me in a trip to Mount Li. Without saying a word, Zhou Luo immediately sat on the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Big brother, you sit firmly. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was also happy to do so, directly carrying Zhou Luo towards the location of Mount Li. 3 days earlier. Heaven and earth anomalies occurred in all parts of the Blue Star, and countless secret realms came out one after another. Everyone had also begun to familiarize themselves with such things as secret realms. As for Mount Li, it also suddenly began to vibrate one night, and someone saw a lofty and brilliant hall appear on top of Mount Li. This matter instantly shook the entire Grand Xia. Anyone in Daxia knew exactly what Mount Li was. It was the resting place of the first emperor of the ages, the first emperor. It was also called the place of the dragon's breath by later generations. Now that Mount Li is shaking and the appearance of a secret realm is beginning to appear, almost all of the awakened people in Daxia want to come and join in the fun. Not only that. The news had even spread overseas. Awakened beings from other countries had also crossed the oceans to come to Grand Xia, just to get a piece of the Mount Li secret realm. And today, it was also the day that the visions of Mount Li appeared completely. 051, Mount Li opens. The arrogant Sakura Kingdom. Outside of Mount Li, it was overcrowded. Strong people from the major powers of the Grand Xia, as well as those overseas powers that had come across the ocean, were all gathered here at this moment. As the representative power within the Great Xia, the Bailey Group was naturally among them. Lu Feiyu scanned the surroundings and realized that he did not see Zhou Luo's figure, so he turned his head to look at Luyuer. This Lixian Mountain mystic realm is about to open, why hasn't Brother Zhou come yet? Luyuer shook her head. I'm not sure, I just contacted Mr. Zhou and he said that he had just left the house and was on his way here. Alright. Lu Feiyu sniffed and projected in his mind, from Jiangnan City to Dali Mountain, the journey in between was not close. Even if he was known as the #1 person in Great Xia in terms of speed, he would still have to spend several hours to catch the road. On the contrary, looking at the progress of the visions of the imperial tombs in Mount Li, he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before they opened. It was very likely that Zhou Luo would not be able to catch up. Emptying his thoughts, Lu Feiyu continued to look at the location not far away, occupied by those overseas forces. This Lishan Imperial Mausoleum is originally a secret realm that belongs to my Grand Xia. These overseas barbarians even want to come and get a piece of the pie. It's simply outrageous. Lu Feiyu snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with the meddling of these foreigners. Lu Yuer, who was beside him, also sighed. Their strength is not weaker than our Grand Xia, especially the ones from the Cherry Blossom country, otherwise our Grand Xia people could have joined together and driven them out of the territory. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu also shook his head helplessly. Due to the fact that the vision of Mount Li was too large and famous, the opening of this secret realm was spread extremely widely throughout the world. It also attracted many foreign awakened people to come and participate. Many of them were renowned powerhouses in their own countries, with cultivation levels at the Protean transformation realm not inferior to the people of Daxia at all. It was helpless. Obviously, it was about the first emperor's Lishan Mountain secret realm, but it had to be meddled with by outsiders. If the first emperor knew about it, he was afraid that he would have to be directly angry and come alive. Lu Feiyu felt deeply powerless. At this time, a figure walked not far away. Little friend Lu, this time, the secret realm of Mount Li is of great importance. I would like to unite the forces within our Great Xia and compete with that group of foreigners within the secret realm for the opportunity. What do you think? Lu Feiyu turned his head to look and realized that it was Gu Qianhua who had come to find him. After thinking about it, he immediately agreed. In that case, it couldn't be better. I'm willing to join. Lu Feiyu already had this idea, and now that Gu Qianhua had led the way in gathering the crowd before him, he was naturally happy to join. Ha, that would be great. I've just gone to find Shui Lingfei of the Great Summer Alliance. He's also willing to cooperate with us. Gu Qianhua laughed out loud, very pleased with Lu Feiyu's joining. It's a pity that the Skull and Bones Club didn't come today for some unknown reason, or else if we could unite with them, the strength of our Great Xia people would definitely be on a higher level. Speaking here, Gu Qianhua seemed to think of something else and asked again, right, how come I didn't see any sign of the god of kill today? Little friend Lu, you should be very familiar with the god of killing, right? Where did he go? If the god of killing is also willing to join forces with us, then our chances of winning will be great. Hearing Gu Qianhua's question, Lu Feiyu also shook his head helplessly. Brother Zhou is on his way here, but as I observe the time, I'm afraid it's too late. That's too bad. Gu Qianhua also couldn't help but feel sorry at his words. Zhou Luo was in existence that could crush and hang Yan Tianying, and with him missing, the strength of that great Xia power would be missing by a large margin. At the same time that Gu Qianhua was enlisting the forces of Grand Xia, those overseas forces that had come to Mount Li had also discovered this. The Great Xia people are so stingy, wanting to join forces against us in the secret realm, not wanting us to obtain the opportunity. No, if this goes on it might really be their way, we need to join forces as well. Among them, the Eagle Country people reacted the fastest, and immediately followed suit, and also began to gather the overseas forces into a group. The gathering went very smoothly, and everyone agreed to join forces against the Grand Xia after entering the secret realm. But when the Eagle Country people found their way to the head of the Sakura Country, they were defeated. The representative of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Korigasuk, snorted coldly, not caring at all about the Daxia's joining forces. A mere Daxia person, even if they join forces, what kind of waves can they turn? Kazukawa Kuan and I are both at the 5th level of the Protean transformation realm, enough to suppress all the Great Xia people. These words instantly won the approval of Kawada Kazukawa, who was at the side. Gasuk Kuan is right, we don't need to join forces. The chance of the first emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom, we, the Sakura Kingdom, are determined to obtain it. Then don't beg for our help when the Great Xia people strike at you later. The representative of the Eagle Kingdom, Mike, was not a good-tempered person either, and seeing that this Sakura Nation person was so ill-advised, he immediately walked away with a cold snort. In his heart, he also silently spat. This country surrounded by nuclear wastewater had really hardened up a lot after the opening of the disease change era, and even dared to use this kind of tone towards himself. In the past, when Sakura Nation saw their Eagle Nation people, which one of them didn't lower their voice and nod their head? Mike huffed and puffed. Opposite the duo, Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu and the others also saw this scene. This Cherry Blossom Kingdom is really arrogant, how dare they not put our Great Xia in their eyes? Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a touch of coldness rising in his eyes. To say that the most hated in this group of barbarians, it would inevitably be this group of Sakura Country people. But who would have thought that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, whose original strength was not considered to be top-notch, was instantly born after the opening of the disease change era, and was also arrogant along with it? Definitely can't let this group of Sakura Nation people taint the chance of the first emperor. Gu Qianhua was also very displeased, and there was a murderous intent in his tone. This is inevitable. Shui Lingfei's tone was resolute, without any sign of backing down. If the Cherry Blossom Country people really got their hands on the first emperor's chance, this kind of thing would make one feel sick just thinking about it. It would be difficult for every Daxia person to accept. Time passed slowly. The splendid hall on top of Mount Li also became more and more solid. This meant that the Lishan Mountain secret realm was about to open. But just at this moment, above the sky in the distance, a sound of wind and clouds stirring came from the sky. What is that? Lu Feiyu was the first to hear it and immediately looked around at the sound, dumbstruck. At these words, everyone present also looked towards the sky, only to see that thousands of meters away above the sky, a foreign beast shaped like a qilin, with an icy cold aura emanating from its body, was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Wherever this foreign beast passed by, the surrounding clouds were all blown apart by the airflow, emitting bursts of sonic booms. Is that the Fey Beast King? How could the Fey Beast King appear at this time? Quickly run, the strength of this Fey Beast King is definitely above the divine Fey realm. If you don't run again, you're waiting to die. The crowd was immediately startled. Lu Feiyu and a group of other Xia powerhouses, as well as a group of powerhouses from overseas forces, did the same, instantly preparing to run away. Although it wasn't clear why there would be a Fey Beast King running towards Mount Li here. But the best option at the moment was to hurry and escape. But right at this moment, someone suddenly realized that something was not right. Look guys! On that Beast King's back, isn't there someone else sitting there? 052, I'm not discussing with you guys. Are you crazy? How can there be a person sitting on the back of the Fey Beast King? I'm crazy Nima, there is a person sitting on that back. Open your eyes and take a good look. The crowd once again looked in the direction of that Fey Beast King. At this time, this unknown Beast King was already approaching Mount Li. As a result, everyone was able to get a clear view of the scene on his back. It was really just as the man said just now, a man was sitting on the back of the Beast King with an indifferent expression. Isn't that the God of Slaying? Someone instantly recognized Zhou Luo. It really is him. It's the God of Killing. My God, the God of Slaying is actually sitting on the back of the Beast King. Did he take this Beast King as a mount? Terrifying, too terrifying. After seeing that it was Zhou Luo, the crowd that originally wanted to escape stopped in their tracks. Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua and Shui Lingfei were all confused at this moment as well. It's actually Mr. Zhou? Lu Feiyu's face was full of incredulity as he looked straight in Zhou Luo's direction. The God of Slaying, to be able to sit on the back of the Beast King? Could it be that he really? Gu Qianhua, on the other hand, shifted his expression, not knowing what he was thinking. If it's true, then Daxia is expected. Shui Lingfei was different from both of them. The first thing he thought of was something. If Zhou Luo could really tame the Beast King, then wouldn't that mean that the Beast King that appeared within the Great Xia in the future would be much less harmful? In that case, then the people of Grand Xia wouldn't have to be scared every day. Wasn't this exactly what their Great Xia alliance was pursuing? On the other hand, when the overseas forces saw that the Grand Xia people stopped halfway through their run and were pointing at the Beast King in the sky, they immediately felt that something was wrong. It wasn't until they heard what the Grand Xia people said clearly that the overseas forces were shocked beyond belief. The Great Xia people are so terrifying that they can tame the Beast King? I have to send, our country just descended a Beast King a few days ago, and it took the strength of our country to kill it. How is this possible? Liar, absolute liar. There's no way the Great Xia people are this strong. Many overseas forces were shocked and then accepted the reality. However, the people of the Cherry Blossom country were the most disbelieving and questioned the authenticity. However, this move of theirs was looked at by the other overseas forces as fools. Still a liar. What kind of liar could convince the Beast King to let himself ride on his back? You cheat one for me to try. Not long after, Zhou Luo had already arrived over Mount Li on the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Everyone, goodbye. He looked towards Lu Feiyu and the others below and greeted them with a smile. Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Lu Feiyu took a step forward and looked at the Frost Lightning Harvest with a shocked expression. As the Frost Lightning Horde approached today, they also felt it out. This was completely a spirit transformation realm Beast King. Oh, this is the little brother I collected by the way after returning to Jiangnan. Zhou Luo patted the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's head and said, Little Housie, say hello to Brother Lu. Hello, I'm Big Brother's newly adopted little brother. Skyfrost Thunderhawk wasn't shy either and actually greeted Lu Feiyu. This scene directly dumbfounded everyone present. Not buddy, how do you tune in? Can you teach me? This is a spirit transformation realm Beast King. How do you feel so humble in front of Zhou Luo? Said let greetings, you really hit Shouldn't all Beast Kings be incredibly violent and have an extremely heavy killing aura? You, hello? Lu Feiyu was obviously stunned as well, slowing down for half a day before holding back a sentence. None other. It was really that this matter was too shocking to his three views. Since the opening of the disease change era, any mention of the word Beast King represented endless destruction and killing. But now, a spirit transformation realm Beast King was actually accepted as a junior by a human. This is also too terrifying. Zhou Luo scanned around and his gaze quickly landed on the gathering ground of those overseas forces not far away. In a flash, a coldness flashed across his eyes. In his previous life, the people who had obtained the first emperor's supreme treasure, the Taya sword, were not the people of Xia, but this group of overseas barbarians. This matter had always been a regret in the hearts of the people of Xia. The great Xia ancestral dragon, the first emperor's personal sword, had been taken away by the barbarians, which was the biggest joke in heaven and earth. But the people were powerless to deal with it. Because the one who took away the Taiya sword was the Sakura kingdom, which had become a powerful nation after the opening of the disease change era. If Zhou Luo remembered correctly, the person from Sakura who obtained the Taiya sword was named Kawada Kazukawa. Originally, this Kawada Kazukawa was a first-class powerhouse in the Sakura kingdom, and after obtaining the Taiya sword, his strength was even higher, directly reaching the peak of the Sakura kingdom. However, in this life, Zhou Luo would definitely not let this kind of thing happen. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth could not help but slightly hook up. Because he hadn't even planned to let these barbarians enter the imperial tomb on his trip to Mount Li today. The place where the great Xia ancestral dragon had long rested, how could you and the other barbarians step into it? Little Hao Zi, go there. Zhou Luo patted the heavenly frost thunderhawk, signaling him to head towards the group of people from the overseas forces. What is the god of slaying going to do? On the Grand Xia side, when the crowd saw Zhou Luo make such a move, they all guessed his intentions in their hearts. Oh bugger, that spirit transformation realm beast dynasty is coming our way. What does that man want? To let the beast king eat us? Would it be possible to repair? What makes the people of Daxia able to flaunt their power so much? On the other hand, the side of the overseas forces were somewhat unable to sit still, watching a spirit transformation realm beast king coming towards them, but any individual would be afraid. What's more, this beast king was still on the great Xia side. Soon, Zhou Luo and the heavenly frost thunder horde arrived above their heads. Zhou Luo scanned the circle, and his eyes quickly landed on the very iconic-looking Sakura nation man. The Sakura countryman was flabbergasted by Zhou Luo's glance. However, due to the might of the heavenly frost lightning harvest, none of them dared to speak. A reversal of their previous arrogance. Zhou Luo faintly averted his gaze, then looked at everyone and spoke, "All of you listen to me. The Imperial Mausoleum at Mount Li is the long sleeping place of our great Xia first emperor, and only we, the great Xia people, can enter. I'll only give you all 10 minutes to quickly leave the surroundings of Mount Li, or else I won't be blamed for making a move." Zhou Luo's voice was not loud. However, when it fell on the head of every person from the overseas forces, it was as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, and the might pressed them to the point that they couldn't breathe. On what grounds? Since the secret realm is open, it means that everyone is able to participate. How can you great Xia people have it all to yourselves? After a long moment of silence, an awakened from the Maple Leaf Country immediately spoke up, his face full of defiance. With him taking the lead, the foreigners who already had grievances in their hearts then expressed their dissatisfaction as well. That's right. The secret realm is a Blue Star public resource, we are all Blue Star people, we are all qualified to enter. Haven't you Grand Xia people always prided yourselves on being a state of etiquette? How can you do something so stingy? Let us in. Protests followed one after another. Seeing this, Zhou Luo, who was sitting on the back of the heavenly frost thunder harvest, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly as killing intent flared up in his eyes. The next instant, only to see him raise his hand and press. An incomparably lofty Tarzan silhouette instantly surfaced, then pressed towards the Maple Leaf Country awakened who was leading the charge. Bang! That Maple Leaf Country awakened could not resist Zhou Luo's divine exotic realm strength, and after being enveloped by the Tarzan shadow, he instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Those who stood near him were directly splattered with blood. Bang bang bang! Zhou Luo hadn't stopped yet, only to see him casually wave his hand, and the other few people who were screaming the loudest also exploded. The surroundings were dead silent. Fear was written all over every single face. After doing all this, Zhou Luo's face remained flat. He looked ahead, his tone cold. I'm just informing you, not discussing with you. Understood? 053. Jin killing. None of you will be able to leave today. After the dead silence, all of the overseas forces awakened, couldn't help but move their feet back. Everyone looked at Zhou Luo as if they had seen the devil. It was too frightening. The few people who had been killed by Zhou Luo just now were all powerful individuals who had stepped into the prodigious transformation realm. But even so, they were no match for Zhou Luo. With a casual raise of the hand, they were directly pressed to death. Without any resistance. When did Great Xia produce such a terrifying character? At this moment, no one dared to stand up and voice their protests anymore. All of the overseas forces that had come today to prepare for the Lixian Mountain Mystic Realm only had one thought in their minds at this moment. Hurry up and run. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom was the same. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as they were just now. The two of them, Koragisuk and Kawada Kazukawa, both quickly retreated with their heads lowered, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible with their own people. But right at this moment, Zhou Luo's devil-like voice sounded beside their ears. The others can leave, but you guys have to stay. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the entire room instantly looked towards Zhou Luo's direction. Those other overseas forces, after seeing that it was the people from the Sakura country that Zhou Luo was talking about, let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, the people from the Sakura country were not calm. This, gentlemen, our Sakura country voluntarily withdraws from this secret realm, so we won't stay any longer. With a fawning face, Koregisuk nodded his head and said, voluntarily withdraw? Sorry, I didn't allow you guys to withdraw. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and no sadness or happiness could be seen on his face. However, these words directly dumbfounded the people present. With a face of disbelief, Koregisuk said, Sir, then what you mean is that we, Sakura country, can go and participate in the Lishian secret realm? Kawada and Kawakawa at the side were also shocked. According to reason, the relationship between their Sakura country and the Great Summer was absolutely incompatible. Why did this person in front of them so forcefully let the other countrymen leave, but left their Sakura country alone? Can't it be that? An outrageous to the extreme thought brewed in Kawada Kazukawa's mind. The way he looked at Zhou Luo also became completely different. From the fear and respect at the beginning, it instantly changed to disdain. If he remembered correctly, was a person like Zhou Luo, according to Dacia, not called a traitor? After figuring it out, Kawada Kazukawa then instantly felt the pressure on his body disappear. He smiled and was thinking of opening his mouth to talk to Zhou Luo when he realized that Zhou Luo was the first to speak. No, you'd have the wrong idea. I didn't think that I'd allow you guys to be able to enter the Lishian secret realm either. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile. What I mean is that none of you people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom will be able to leave today. Saying that, the Taishan shadow reappeared behind Zhou Luo. The monstrous might directly locked onto all the people of the Sakura Kingdom present, and in the next moment, only Zhou Luo raised his hand and waved it, and the Tarzan shadow devastated and pressed towards the direction of the people of the Sakura Kingdom. Bang bang bang! The Sakura nation awakened who had a slightly weaker cultivation directly could not carry the pressure, and were instantly shattered into a bloody mist. On the other hand, those awakened who had stepped into the Protean transformation realm were still able to put up a fight, but only after less than 10 seconds, they too were instantly suppressed. The two of them, Koregisuk and Kawada Kazukawa, were instantly enraged at the sight of the situation, their eyes reddening as they stared at Zhou Luo. Great Xia people! Are you doing this because you want to declare war on our Sakura country? Zhou Luo's methods were truly too terrifying. In less than a short minute, the few Sakura Kingdom henchmen they had brought along with them were directly slapped to death, leaving only the two of them. With this kind of strength, if Zhou Luo were to make a move against them, I'm afraid it wouldn't take much effort. Therefore, they could only use this method, trying to make Zhou Luo stop. However, Zhou Luo did not eat this at all. Without even being in the mood to reply to the duo, he directly raised his hand and pressed. The Tarzan shadow instantly enveloped the duo. Koregisuk and Kawada Kazukawa only felt as if they were being pressed by a huge ship of 10,000 tons, every inch of their body was trembling, and they were about to be unable to withstand it. Even if they tried their best, they could not resist at all. Great Xia people, your methods are so cruel that you will definitely trigger the public's anger. Our allies in the Sakura Kingdom, they won't let you off the hook either. Kawada Kazukawa hissed through gritted teeth. But the next moment, bang bang! The Tarzan shadow directly suppressed the two of them without any obstruction. At this point, none of the 9 people from the Sakura country who had come to participate in the Lishian Mountain mystic realm this time had survived. And the overseas forces not far away who had taken in all of this scene in their eyes were all silenced one by one. The eyes that looked at Zhou Luo were completely looking at demons. Too terrifying, too frightening. Completely unconcerned with the threat of the Sakura Kingdom, he suppressed everyone without saying a word. Even a feeling of a rabbit dying was born in all of their hearts. Quickly leave. Hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. Can't stay long. They did not stay too long. After seeing all of the Sakura Nation's people fall, they quickly left Mount Li as well. After they left, the gazes of the people of Grand Xia, who looked at Zhou Luo, also became different. There was fear, admiration, and envy. But what was not missing from every single person's eyes was the deep reverence. There was nothing else, it was really that Zhou Luo's strength had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Between the lifting of his hands, he had suppressed the Sakura Kingdom's strongest man. One must know that before Zhou Luo's arrival, they had all formed an alliance to deal with this group of overseas forces. Now that they looked at it, what was there to ally for? This group of overseas forces, one by one, had been scared away. There was no one left to compete with them for the opportunities within the Lishian mysterious mountain. Among the crowd, the two siblings, Lu Feiyu and Zhou Luo, who were the closest to Zhou Luo, were incredibly happy at this time. It was fortunate that they had previously used the earthly fury chi to establish a line with Zhou Luo. Otherwise, if they were to put it in the present, if they wanted to befriend Zhou Luo, the price they would have to pay would probably be dozens of times more. After all, with a powerhouse of this level, it could be said that there were countless people who wanted to befriend him. Gu Qianhua, on the other hand, silently looked in Zhou Luo's direction, a flash of thought in his eyes. How did he feel that the Taishan void that Zhou Luo used when he struck out was from the same source as the Daizong Si suppressing technique that he had obtained from the Taishan mysterious realm? Could it be that Zhou Luo had also cultivated the Daizong Jinhai skill? But it shouldn't be. According to his understanding, the only copy of this Dai Zong Jinhai skill should have been obtained by him. This is really strange. Chui Lingfei, on the other hand, was completely different. Every now and then, he glanced in the direction of Zhou Luo in the Heavenly Frost Thunderstorm, his face unable to hide his eagerness. Mr. Zhou is so powerful, I think he must be able to solve the few Beast King's plagues within my great Xia. When the secret realm is over, I will go to him and ask for his help. But if I ask for Mr. Zhou's help, what treasure should I take out in return? Chui Lingfei's mind flew through these questions. On the other side, after Zhou Luo confirmed that all the overseas forces had left, he returned to the Skyfrost Thunderhawk. Big brother, so you humans are all so ruthless against your own kind as well? I thought you were all ironclad. Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked at the puddle of blood in the distance, a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Zhou Luo sniffed but gave him a blank look. Don't talk nonsense, those people I just killed are not considered humans. But I looked at them and they were clearly. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest just wanted to retort, but realized that Zhou Luo glanced at himself faintly and instantly closed his mouth. It was at this moment. In the distance, at the top of Mount Li. That grand golden hall suddenly blossomed with a divine light at this moment. Immediately afterward, the Mount Li underneath the crowd's feet also began to vibrate. The Mount Li secret realm is about to open. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they all put what had just happened behind them. Who wouldn't want to obtain the chance left behind by the first emperor? 054. Entering Mount Li. After seeing that the Mount Li secret realm was already in an open state, Zhou Luo was ready to go. But at this time, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk on the side said, Big brother, I'm afraid I can't accompany you in this secret realm. Why? Zhou Luo frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. I can feel that there is a will in this secret realm that does not allow us fey beasts to enter, otherwise our lives will be in danger. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest returned truthfully. Just now, when the Lixian Mountain mysterious realm was completely open, he had indeed felt this will from the location of that splendid golden hall. This will was so terrifying that even he, a beast king of the spirit transformation realm, did not dare to easily confront it. Is that so? That's fine, just wait for me outside. Although Zhou Luo had some doubts in his heart, he could also see that the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was not telling lies, so he agreed. Okay. Skyfrost Thunderhawk nodded heavily. However, I still have to give you a task. You have to pay attention at all times when you stay outside. If the group of people who just left want to sneak back into the secret realm, there is one that counts as one that they all kill for me, got it? Zhou Luo looked at the direction those overseas forces escaped from in the distance, and then he instructed the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. Big brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to come back quietly, I will definitely make them look good. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest agreed to this with alacrity. Seeing this, Zhou Luo no longer hesitated and directly walked towards the top of Mount Li. As the crowd ascended to the top of the mountain, the splendid and majestic hall instantly emitted a divine light, wrapping everyone in it. When the crowd came back to their senses, they realized that they had somehow arrived in the middle of a leafy mountain range. This is another Mount Li? Some people immediately realized that this mountain range that the crowd was stepping on under their feet had the exact same alignment as Mount Li. However, this other Mount Li did not have any traces of architecture from the technological era. What is that city? Another person saw that in the middle of a lush plateau in front of this Mount Li, there was actually an ancient and simple city sitting in front of it. Moreover, the largest hall in this city was actually the same as the splendid hall at the top of Mount Li. Can't it be that this is the first Emperor's Xian city? Among the crowd, Gu Qianhua was the first to recognize the origin of this city. It was the same as the Xian city built by the first emperor in the ancient books. It seems that the chance left behind by the first emperor is in the Xian city. The crowd immediately realized this as well, and they all headed in the direction of that ancient city. Zhou Luo was silent, only setting off with the crowd. With the memories of his previous life, Zhou Luo and was very clear about the name of this city. It was not the Xian city that Gu Qianhua had guessed. Rather, it was another palace that had a deep connection with the first emperor, the Afang Palace. That world's most powerful killing weapon, the Tai sword, was located in the Afang Palace. The crowd is very fast. In just a few minutes, they descended Mount Li and came before the palace. At this time, everyone also got a good look at the plaque on that great hall, with 3 big words written in Dragonflight Afang Palace. It's actually Afang Palace? Gu Qianhua frowned slightly, his heart incomparably surprised. One must know that this Afang Palace was burned to the ground by a great fire in the history of the Grand Xia. However, the history books were divided on who burned the Afang Palace. One of the most recognized by the world is the king of Xiangyu. A good Afang Palace, as the book said, the extreme extravagance. Looking at the palace in front of him, which only exists in legends, Gu Qianhua could not help but sigh. Indeed, as rumored, just by standing at the gate, one could detect the splendor of this Afang Palace. Carved beams and painted buildings, pots and pans of jade and stone, vermilion roofs and blue tiles, and extravagance. In the words of the later generations, it is the luxury and inhumanity. Moreover, this Afan palace in front of the hall above also stands a lot of terracotta warriors and horses. These terracotta warriors can be completely different from the terracotta warriors you see in the museum outside. There is no corrosion of the breath of the years, each terracotta seems to emit a killing gas, a pair of clay made of eyes alive, just one more look, can feel a sense of oppression. And this group of terracotta warriors in the most attention, is the first of the terracotta elephant. This terracotta elephant is completely different from the other, the body is not only wearing heavy armor, behind the back of a powerful halberd, completely a general appearance. Just when the crowd intends to continue to appreciate. Suddenly, a sudden change. That figurine elephant with a halberd on its back, its body suddenly erupted with a murderous aura, and its eyes made of clay unexpectedly turned up. Awake! Immediately afterward, this general figurine actually spat out human words, and after a command, all the terracotta warriors on the field also awoke. Kill! The general terracotta warrior picked up the halberd behind his back, killing intent instantly filled the surroundings. At this time, the crowd also saw the strength of this group of terracotta warriors. It's actually the late stage of the prodigious change realm. Gu Chenhua's eyes flashed with a touch of gravity. The strength of that group of ordinary terracotta warriors was each at the late stage of the initial realm, and with a large number of them, it was definitely a not-so-small battle force when coalesced. This general terracotta warrior, on the other hand, was undoubtedly at the late stage of the prodigious change realm. It wouldn't even be too much to say that it was the peak of the protean realm. It was only a step away from the divine alteration realm. Everyone was pumped up. The gazes that looked at this group of terracotta warriors were all incredibly grave. Formation. Only that general terracotta warrior shouted once again. In a flash, countless terracotta warriors lined up and directly listed a military formation. This made the crowd even more shocked. This group of terracotta warriors and horses would even use formations. How could they be so spiritual? What was it that was giving it? Kill! The general terracotta warrior bellowed once again. Kill! The rest of the terracotta warriors actually followed suit and shouted, their voices shaking the heavens, killing in every direction. The words just fell. The killing formation listed by the terracotta warriors and horses directly attacked towards the crowd. The general figurine elephant was charging forward, a halberd dancing like a tiger, engaging Gu Chenhua and the others in battle. However, Zhou Luo did not participate in the battle. He just stood on the side, silently observing the general figurine. It wasn't that Zhou Luo was standing idly by, but he was waiting for the right moment. In his memory, this general figurine held the key to opening the Afan Palace in his hands. When the battle situation was in a state of anxiety, this general figurine would take the initiative to sacrifice the tiger symbol, adding to his own combat power. If Zhou Luo were to strike now, then with his strength, I'm afraid that he would be able to suppress it in an instant, and by then, it's not certain if the tiger symbol would even appear. Therefore, Zhou Luo was waiting for that general figurine to sacrifice the tiger talisman that opened the gate of the Afan Palace before striking out to finish it off. Soon, the battle situation fell into a scorching heat. This group of terracotta warriors were not weak in their own right, each one of them was in the late initial realm, and now that they had the killing formation to add to their strength, they could be considered extremely strong and difficult to deal with. But the awakened person's side after all, there were many people, and the situation gradually began to favor the awakened person. On the general terracotta's side, although his own strength was at the peak of the prospective transformation realm, under the combined efforts of Gu Chenhua, Lu Feiyu, and Cui Lingfei, he still had difficulty resisting the pressure and was losing ground. Fu! Seeing that the situation was not right, the general figurine then made an all-out effort to force back the three Gu Chenhua, and then immediately shouted. In the next instant, a tiger talisman that emitted a dense red light emerged from his body. 055 seized the tiger talisman. One move to kill. After the tiger talisman was conjured up, the dense red light that surrounded it spread out in all directions. Wherever the terracotta warriors were swept by this red light, their realm was directly elevated to the first level of the protean transformation realm. Coupled with the killing formation, the situation was instantly reversed. The general figurine was even more terrifying, his strength directly broke through the prodigious realm and reached the divine realm. Under the halberd swing, Lu Feiyu's trio gradually found it difficult to support. It's time to strike. Zhou Luo looked at this scene, so he stopped watching from the sidelines. He took a step out and casually explored his hand at the mid-air tiger talisman and pocketed it. When the general figurine saw that the tiger talisman had been seized, he immediately turned his gaze full of murderous aura towards Zhou Luo, and after sweeping away the three Lu Feiyu people with a single strike, he came straight towards Zhou Luo. Kill! The halberd blade with a cold light pointed straight at Zhou Luo's throat, and the speed was even faster than that. When the Lu Feiyu trio on the side saw this move, their eyes could not help but flash through a flash of gravity. They asked themselves, if this strike landed on their heads, there was a high probability that they would not be able to parry it. However, Zhou Luo was different. The moment this general figurine struck, he directly raised his hand and pressed. The vastness of the Taishan earth vein qi directly transformed into a large hand, pressing the entirety of the general terracotta warrior dead above the ground. No matter how much it resisted, it could not move. The tiger symbol is out, you are useless. Looking at the general's figurine struggling on the ground, Zhou Luo's tone was extremely flat. In the next moment, the large hand directly crushed the general figurine to pieces. After doing so, Zhou Luo again looked at the patch of soldiers and maids. Only to see him raise his hand and wave it, the towering shadow of Tarzan emerged from behind him, directly spanning across to the sky above the soldiers and maids. Boom! The shadow of Tarzan directly pressed down without any obstruction, and the soldiers and maids were unable to support such a great force, and immediately turned into pieces of clay on the ground. This scene directly numbed the crowd present. They had just been fighting with this group of soldiers and maids, and almost didn't fight. But when it came to Zhou Luo's hands, with just a slight wave of his hand, he directly resolved them. Is this still a person? The three of them, Lu Feiyu, were all a little stunned at the moment. That general figurine, the three of them teamed up to fight for half a day and were unable to take it down. But in Zhou Luo's hands, it was like a toy, crumbling with a pinch. Not human, too not human. Brother Zhou's strength, I can't understand it more and more. Lu Feiyu shook his head slightly, sighing immensely in his heart. Gu Qianhua didn't say anything, but one could detect the shock in his heart just by looking at his eyes. Shui Lingfei, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. In his eyes, for someone like Zhou Luo, who had a clear distinction between good and evil, the stronger his strength was, the better it definitely was. After resolving the group of terracotta warriors, Zhou Luo didn't hesitate and directly took the tiger symbol and stepped inside the Alhambra Palace, heading towards that main hall. Seeing this, the crowd also rushed to follow. Stepping into the city, the deeper Zhou Luo went, the more he realized that something was wrong. Obviously, looking outside the city, the Safong Palace carved beams and painted buildings, extremely luxurious. But as soon as he walked in, he could clearly notice that the building inside was very plain, and it would not be wrong to say that it was plain. But this is not the key. Zhou Luo realized that the city was filled with many heavy crossbows. The construction of these heavy crossbows was so complex and precise to the extreme that even Zhou Luo of the technological era was incredulous. In addition to the heavy crossbows, there were also some mechanisms similar to cannons that were very appalling. Rumor has it that this Afan palace should be poor and extravagant. Why is it such a scene after coming in? What kind of extravagant palace is this? It's clearly a solemn city full of organs. Zhou Luo was very puzzled in his heart. In his previous life, he had only heard of the process of the Lishan Mountain mystic realm, and had not heard of these details. At the back, Gu Qianhua observed the various buildings within the city and could not help but frown as well. It's not right, it's very wrong. Why would the first emperor use the appearance of luxury to hide his face, yet place so many great killing weapons inside this Afan palace? In this, there must be some secret hidden. Gu Qianhua whispered to himself. The crowd continued to go deeper. It wasn't until they reached the gates of that glorious main hall that they stopped. That stone trough, is that the tiger talisman from earlier? Someone with a sharp eye noticed at a glance that a tiger-shaped stone slot was left on top of this gate. This tiger-shaped stone slot, on the other hand, was exactly the same shape as the tiger talisman that the general figurine had offered earlier. Obviously, if one wanted to open this gate, that tiger symbol was the key. Zhou Luo was also very clear about this. He walked forward and embedded the tiger symbol into the stone slot. Buzz. The moment the tiger symbol was embedded, the stone slot began to operate, and the main hall gate slowly opened. When the gate was fully opened, the crowd froze once again. Inside this grand hall that had a glorious appearance, it was surprisingly plain to the extreme. There weren't any decorative ornaments or luxurious gems. There was only an extremely empty hall, as well as a black cloud floating in mid-air above the hall. What is this thing? Someone looked at the black cloud and questioned. This black cloud was extremely strange. It just floated in mid-air, the gas flowed non-stop on its body, but did not have the slightest leakage. It was something completely unseen. Could this be the chance left behind by the first emperor? But I don't see this thing as any kind of treasure either. Not to mention treasures, this air mass looks strangely scary. Ahem, why don't we take a closer look first? The crowd murmured. There was also someone who wanted to get a little closer to observe, but was directly pulled back by his friend. You stupid ghost, no, this thing has no lethality. If there is lethality, you do not know how to die. Being reminded of this, the person who was just about to get closer directly wimped out. Looking at the crowd's puzzled and frightened appearance, Zhou Luo just secretly shook his head in his heart. This black cloud was not a treasure, nor was it what that person had just said was lethal. It was constructed with only pure to the extreme aura. But this aura was different from ordinary auras. According to Gu Qianhua in his previous life, this aura was transformed by a certain great power in the ancient past who transformed ordinary aura into an extremely special aura cloud. It was very picky about one's talent. If it was an ordinary person who did not have any cultivation or talent, the aura would not be absorbed at all. However, if those with the best talent in the world came, the speed of absorption would become extremely fast. The chance left by the first emperor was related to this cloud. Whoever is the first to absorb this cloud of aura to a certain level will be able to enter a dark door and obtain the Taiya treasure sword. Of course. In addition to the Taiya sword, there is also a chance left by the first emperor within that dark door. However, in his previous life, Kawada and Kawakawa, who entered the dark door and obtained the chance, never mentioned it to outsiders, so no one knew what he had obtained in addition to the Taiya sword. Now Kawada Kazukawa is dead. The one with the best talent within this Afan palace was undoubtedly Zhou Luo. Let me see what the chance left behind by the first emperor is. Zhou Luo slowed his mind down and directly stepped under the cloud mass. Boom! Only a tremor was seen in Zhou Luo's body. The Nine Spectre's chaotic body was running at full speed, and every inch of cells in his body began to greedily devour the aura within that cloud. Like a heavenly cloud pillar, the black spiritual chi within the cloud mass surged towards Zhou Luo like it didn't need any money. 056. Taiya sword. Mysterious iron pill. With Zhou Luo taking the lead. The rest of the crowd instantly understood that this black cloud was the test of the Afan Palace. Immediately following, the crowd then stepped forward and also followed Zhou Luo's example and began to inhale the aura in this black cloud mass into their bodies. Why is this aura so strange? It's as if it's resisting me. Resisting? How come I don't feel it? Where is the resistance? I feel that this black aura is clearly more kin than ordinary auras. Some people absorbed for a while and were surprised to find that the aura within this black cloud was completely different from the ordinary aura outside, and was very difficult to absorb. However, there were others who felt that this aura was more kindred than ordinary auras, and that the absorption speed was faster than ordinary ones. Now, everyone also had an idea of what the rules of this test were. Talent. The higher the talent, the faster the speed of absorbing the black aura would be. After thinking clearly, on most people's faces, a look of disappointment immediately appeared. Although the awakened who were able to come to the Lixian secret realm, when looking at the entire Grand Xia, were all existences with excellent talent. However, the person who entered the Lixian secret realm with them this time was Zhou Luo. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look at Zhou Luo. Sure enough, they realized that the speed at which Zhou Luo absorbed the black aura was many times faster than them. If one said that everyone's acquisition of aura from the black cloud was like a trickle of water, then Zhou Luo was like a giant wave through the sky, extremely efficient. Even Gu Qianhua, who was known to be the fastest cultivator among the three, sighed to himself when he saw Zhou Luo's absorption speed. Fortunately, someone had discovered in time that this black aura had the effect of enhancing one's physique if it was refined in time after absorption, so everyone no longer hesitated and immediately began to absorb it. Time passed slowly. After about 5 minutes had passed, Zhou Luo could feel that the black aura storage within his body had reached its extreme. It's time. He opened his eyes and got up before walking towards the only dark door within the Great Hall of the Avalanche Palace. After arriving in front of the dark door and injecting all the black aura in his body, the dark door instantly opened with a wave of shaking, revealing a plain and elegant secret room. In the secret room, a long sword with a black body and layers of cloud dragon patterns engraved on the scabbard was placed on the table. At a glance, Zhou Luo recognized that this sword was the rumored first emperor's sword, the Taiye sword that was known as the world's most powerful killing weapon. However, after sweeping the Taiya sword, Zhou Luo's eyes were quickly attracted to another object. Only to see that on top of the table. In addition to the Taiya sword, there was also a pitch-black iron pill placed in a small box. The iron pill stood quietly in the box, looking no different from an ordinary small iron ball. However, Zhou Luo could sense that a murderous aura permeated around this iron pill. What is this thing? Zhou Luo's brows furrowed slightly. He had never heard of the existence of this iron pellet. Could it be that this iron pellet was another chance left behind by the legendary first emperor? In his previous life, after Kawada and Xuan had entered the dark room, they had stayed until the closure of the Lixian secret realm. After coming out from the secret realm of Mount Li, he didn't stay in Daxia too much, and even ignored the fellow traveler, Koira Gisuk, and directly left Daxia alone and quickly returned to Sakura country. It was as if he was hiding some amazing treasure in his body. Although Kawada and Kawakawa later exposed the Taiya sword to the eyes of the world when they later fought with the Dixia awakened, if it was only the Taiya sword, it was completely insufficient for Kawada and Kawakawa to be so cautious. Under suspicion, Zhou Luo took a step forward, wanting to take the iron pellet in his hands and observe it quietly. But the moment he touched the iron pill, beside his ears, a roar instantly rang out. Kill! Protect His Majesty! Xiangji, you collude with outsiders, can you stand up to this world? Before his eyes, a scene emerged. A man, clad in a mysterious black dragon robe, holding a taiye, stood in front of the fire-lit Afan Palace Hall, with the tip of his sword pointing straight ahead. Opposite him, on the other hand, stood a stout man with long hair draped over his shoulders, his face so covered in blood that it was impossible to see his face. All around them, the corpses of dead soldiers were scattered. Blood soaked the ground, like a piece of abyss. The sound stopped abruptly. The picture also came to an abrupt end. Only Zhou Luo, holding that iron pill, was filled with gravity. Is that the first emperor? Zhou Luo took a deep breath. It was obvious that the person clad in a mysterious black dragon robe couldn't possibly be the second person other than the first emperor. And opposite him was the rumored overlord Xiangyu. At that point in time, the Athen palace was on the verge of being reduced to ashes. What exactly happened at that time? Zhou Luo was incredibly puzzled in his heart. He tried a few more times and realized that he was no longer able to obtain any more information from the iron pill, so he had no choice but to keep it in his bag. This iron pellet was definitely not simple, so when he went out, he would find a good opportunity to study it. Zhou Luo had a hunch that the value of this thing might be even more precious than the Taya sword. No wonder Kawada and Xuan were so cautious after coming out of Mount Li in their previous lives. Zhou Luo let out a cold snort. It was fortunate that the inheritance of the first emperor in this life was not obtained by the Sakura kingdom. After retrieving the iron pill, Zhou Luo then reached out and lifted the Taya sword into his hand. Clang! Drawing the sword out slightly, the Taya sword emitted a crisp buzzing sound. A gust of biting cold light also came out from the slightly exposed blade. Good sword! Zhou Luo could not help but sigh. He had yet to refine the Taya sword, but he could feel a stern intent from it. If he were to refine it and turn it into his own innate treasure, the power would be absolutely amazing. Just in time, this secret room will be used to refine you. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, and he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine the Taya sword. Inside the hall, the black cloud that was condensed from aura had gradually shrunk and was about to dissipate. When the crowd saw Zhou Luo enter the secret room, they could not help but secretly shake their heads. Sure enough, this great opportunity within the Lixian mountain mysteries had still allowed Zhou Luo to get it. Although they hadn't gotten it, they had more or less enhanced their physique a bit through the aura in the black cloud. It seemed that they would have to go and wander outside later, perhaps they could find other opportunities. Someone had already started to move. The number of people in the hall was decreasing rapidly. And on the other side, the news of the opening of the Lixian secret realm had already spread throughout the country and even the entire Blue Star. If a secret realm alone had opened, the spreading speed naturally wouldn't be so fast. The key was that this time, all the overseas forces that went to the Lixian secret realm to get a piece of the pie were surprisingly driven away. Furthermore, all of the people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had also died at the entrance of the secret realm. This matter directly shocked the entire Grand Xia. In the headquarters of the Skull and Bones Society, Yang Tianying and Lu Ruyan naturally got the news. Both also knew that the person who had driven away a group of overseas forces as well as subdued all 9 people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo's strength is far higher than we thought. Yang Tianying's brows furrowed darkly as he looked at Lu Ruyan, who was sitting across from him, his expression incomparably grave. Lu Ruyan's face was equally unsightly. The stronger Zhou Luo's strength was, it meant that the more difficult it would be for her to take revenge. However, she still did not give up. Thinking that after her Calamity Saint body was repaired, she would go back to the secret realm to mix up her chances, and she wouldn't necessarily be overtaken too much by Zhou Luo. At that time, with Yang Tianying joining forces again, it wasn't completely impossible to have a battle. I heard that this time, there was also a Beast King that appeared in Mount Li and was subdued by Zhou Luo? Ruyan Lu looked at Yang Tianying and asked. Indeed, that Zhou Luo didn't know what method he used to subdue a Beast King. Yang Tianying sighed, then added, just not clear what kind of that Beast King is, what does it look like? However, well, since it can be conquered by Zhou Luo, it is estimated that the cultivation is not high enough to go anywhere. It is estimated that it is the lowest tier of Divine Anomaly Realm Beast King. Can we get a picture? Ruyan Lu asked again. After all, knowing the enemy and knowing ourselves is the best way to win 100 battles. If we know that Beast King's information earlier, we'll have a way to cope with it in the future. Well, I've also thought about this matter and have already sent my men to collect it. Yang Tianying nodded. At this time, the door of the parlor happened to be knocked on. President, we've found the Beast King's information. Yang Tianying's eyes lit up and he immediately said, quickly bring it over for me to see. 057. Blue Star shook. The countries joined forces. The henchman pushed the door in. After handing Yang Tianying the picture of the Beast King on his cell phone, as well as the message, he retreated. Let me see, what kind of Beast King is this, that it can be subdued by Zhou Luo? Yang Tianying opened the file with a curious mind. In the next second, his entire body was dumbfounded. Frozen in place, he didn't say a word for half a day. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the sofa, couldn't help but slightly furrow her eyebrows and asked, what's wrong? Why do you have this kind of expression? Hearing this, Yang Tianying finally came back to his senses. You, look for yourself. However, he didn't explain, but just handed his cell phone to Ruyan Lu with an incomparably strange expression. After Lu Ruyan took it, she just glanced at the photo, and her entire body was confused as well. How could it be him? Lu Ruyan's silver teeth clenched as her eyes were filled with anger and shock. The Beast King that Zhou Luo had subdued was unexpectedly the one that had robbed her of the yin yang fruit last time. I told you, how could a Beast King suddenly appear near my skeleton society and come straight for the yin yang fruit? Yang Tianying took a few deep breaths, his expression equally furious. It seems that this was entirely instructed by Zhou Luo. He's the one who had the Beast King come to snatch the yin yang fruit, fearing that you would finish repairing the Calamity Saint body. Yes, that must be it. It must be him, Zhou Luo, who instructed this. Lu Ruyan was furious, her petite body trembling more than ever, and the gaze she directed at the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk on that cell phone was itching to flay it. But soon, she thought of something else and her complexion suddenly rejoiced. You say, if Zhou Luo is doing this, does it mean that he is afraid of my Calamity Saint body? Ruyan Lu looked towards Yang Tianying with a joyful expression. Yang Tianying nodded heavily after pondering. That's definitely the case. It must be because your Calamity Saint body has a restraining effect on him. Otherwise, think about it, he had no grievances with you before, and even your Lu clan group gave him a large sum of money. Why would he want to silence your father and daughter after the opening of the disease change era? In this, it must be the cause of the Calamity Saint body. Yang Tianying said this. Ruyan Lu instantly figured everything out. Previously, she was always puzzled as to why Zhou Luo had suddenly struck out at her family, but now everything was explained. Zhou Luo, I didn't expect you to have something to be afraid of. The fire of vengeance in Lu Ruyan's eyes could no longer be held down. When my Calamity sacred body is fully repaired, you can pray that you don't fall into my hands, or else I'm bound to torture you to death in 100 ways. Yang Tianying's mood was also instantly much better. Zhou Luo's strength was simply too strong, and the pressure he had to endure if he wanted to take revenge was too great. Now that he had finally found Zhou Luo's weakness, how could he not be happy? It seemed that he had to find a reason to take that yin-yang fruit to Lu Ruyan in advance. The news of Zhou Luo's expulsion of all the overseas forces quickly fermented amongst a group of overseas countries, especially the Sakura country. After learning of this news, the emperor of the Sakura country was immediately so furious that he directly slapped the table in front of him to pieces. Baka Yalu. This Zhou Luo is simply a devil. How dare he lay hands on my people? This son is so vicious, I will make him pay. The 9 people from the Sakura country who were sent to Dasha to participate in the Lishan Mountain Mystic Realm this time were all Sakura country's extremely gifted awakened ones. Especially Koragisuk and Kawada Kazukawa, both of them were from the great family of Spoke Island, growing up drinking Spoke Island water, and were extremely talented. Now that all 9 of them were dead and none of them had returned, it had already caused a great loss to Sakura country. Quickly, go and contact the president of the Eagle Kingdom for me. And the Maple Leaf Nation and the Iron Tower Nation. Tell them that a demon like Zhou Luo will definitely be a major scourge in the future if they let him continue to live. Immediately convene a meeting of the Federation to join forces to crush Zhou Luo. The Heavenly Emperor immediately ordered and had his men contact a group of overseas powerheads. Zhou Luo must be made to pay the price. After the rest of the overseas powerheads received the news from the Sakura country, they also agreed with the Emperor's proposal. They were also all clear that if a person of Zhou Luo's character was left unchecked, then none of them would be able to enter the Great Summer's secret realm in the future. It had to be eradicated. Soon after, a piece of news instantly exploded on the internet. The presidents of various countries have decided to join forces to crush the Grand Xia, unless the Grand Xia voluntarily hands over Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo has already violated the public order of human society, killing people continuously in public with brutal means. The countries have already issued a statement that it is necessary to eradicate him. The news spread extremely quickly. Throughout the entire Grand Xia, the news about Zhou Luo was already almost unknown to everyone. Within the Skull and Bones Society, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying almost didn't jump up from the ground in joy when they saw the statement released by the countries on the internet. Great! This Zhou Luo fellow has acted arrogantly and domineeringly, and he is finally getting his comeuppance. Yang Tianying had a cold smile on his face. He couldn't wait to watch the countries directly kill Zhou Luo so that he wouldn't have to make a move. A man's madness has its own heaven to collect. Lu Ruyan also sneered, but she was still a bit unconvinced. It's a pity, I don't know if he can last long enough for me to personally do it. If I don't kill him myself, it's still hard to resolve the hatred in my heart. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianying couldn't help but smile. I think it's hard. With so many countries joining hands to crush him, what can he do even if he is strong? It simply won't last more than a few days. While the two were talking, the Lishan secret realm was also gradually approaching its end. As the secret realm ended, the crowd was teleported out one after another. At this time, Zhou Luo had also long since refined the Taiya sword into an innate supreme treasure of his own. Now, I also have 2 innate supreme treasures. Zhou Luo bid farewell to Lu Feiyu and the others and rode the heavenly frost lightning harvest on the road back to Jiangnan Villa, while silently calculating in his heart. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc master extreme defense, while turning into a full body, it also had the ability to attack unexpectedly. But after all, it was a passive attack, so it was still not perfect. But now that the Taiya sword was under his control, this shortcoming had been compensated for. Coupled with the power of the 5 Mountains Sutra, Zhou Luo was now frighteningly strong. In the world today, no one should be able to be stronger than me. Zhou Luo smiled confidently. However, he did not become arrogant because of this. He knew very well that during the time after the opening of the Lishan secret realm, there were many beast kings of the spirit transformation realm and even the taboo realm that were going to descend on Blue Star. At the same time, there were secret realms showing up everywhere in the world, and strong people would spring up like rain. If he became complacent and stagnant on this, he would be surpassed sooner or later in time. At this time, Zhou Luo's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he found that it was Lu Feiyu calling him. "Brother Lu, what's the matter?" After answering, Zhou Luo said to the other end of the phone, "Brother Zhou, it's not good. Look at the news. What's going on?" Zhou Luo frowned slightly. "You're wanted by the Federation. They've teamed up and are coming to Great Xia to crush you." Lu Feiyu was succinct and concise, and in 3 or 2 sentences, he told what had happened during this period of time. After Zhou Luo finished listening, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but slightly hook up a smile. It was really unexpected that this action of his would cause such a big commotion. It was really looking up to him. "Brother Zhou, why don't you find a place to hide for a while? Come to my Taishan city alive. I guarantee that no one will be able to find you in a short period of time," Lu Feiyu said anxiously on the other end of the phone. He knew that Zhou Luo's strength was strong, but no matter how strong it was, it couldn't be stronger than so many countries joining forces, could it? Therefore, he wanted to use Bailey Group's power in Taishan City to protect Zhou Luo well and get through this period of time safely. "Brother Lu, thank you for your kindness, but well, I'm used to staying in Jiangnan City. I don't want to go to another city for the time being." Zhou Luo was a little touched in his heart when he heard this, but he still refused it. "Why?" "Brother Zhou, don't be impulsive. I've heard that the Federation is no joke this time. They are many and strong." Lu Feiyu was puzzled. "Ha, it doesn't matter. If they want to come, let them come." A touch of coldness flashed between Zhou Luo's eyes. "Come one, I'll kill one. Come a pair, I'll kill a pair. Until I kill them, until no one dares to come, no one dares to commit a crime." 058. Zhou Luo's decision. Immortal Island preparation. Zhou Luo's words deeply shocked Lu Feiyu. He really didn't expect that Zhou Luo wouldn't have the slightest fear of the Federation strike. Even, listening to his tone, he was vaguely excited? Lu Feiyu did not understand why Zhou Luo was so grounded. Although it was one thing to be powerful, but this was the Federation after all. The superpowers on the Blue Star were all in there, not to mention the scattered small countries. Zhou Luo, this was to use the power of one person against the whole world? Well, Brother Zhou, since you've already thought about it, then I won't persuade you much. After a long moment of silence, Lu Feiyu sighed and said with a bitter smile, "However, if you change your mind during this period of time, you can contact me at any time. I will definitely help you." The phone hung up. Zhou Luo looked at the phone that went silent and couldn't help but shake his head. In his previous life, he had heard that Lu Feiyu of the Bailey Group was a righteous person, and once because one of his men was bullied by the people of the Skull and Bones Society, he immediately led a group of brothers to kill the Skull and Bones Society to get a statement. In that battle, Lu Feiyu, who had absorbed the Earth's fiendish qi, was very powerful and fought with Yang Tianying for several hours, eventually forcing Yang Tianying to send his men to Lu Feiyu with both hands. Once he made contact with Lu Feiyu in this life, it was true. Picking up his cell phone, Zhou Luo began to look at the news about the Federation that was all over the internet. Just a moment ago, the Federation had issued a threat to the Grand Xia Alliance, forcing the Grand Xia Alliance to take the initiative to hand over Zhou Luo. However, the Daxia Alliance did not agree. Instead, it refused sternly, stating that it would not give up any of the Daxia people, and if the Federation had a problem with it, then the Daxia Alliance would deal with it to the end. The attitude was so tough that the Federation was subdued. The Federation, a nest of snakes and rats. After Zhou Luo briefly swept a few eyes, a cold smile could not help but appear on his face. In his previous life, due to the Great Xia's vast landmass and profound inheritance, countless secret realms had sprung up crazily after the opening of the diseased change era. This instantly attracted a group of overseas forces led by the Eagle Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom. They made up reasons in different ways to try to get the Grand Xia Alliance to give up a portion of their land, but they were all rejected. In the end, they even directly tore their faces off and joined forces against the Grand Xia Alliance. It was simply shameless to the extreme. If the Confederation really dared to make a move this time, then Zhou Luo didn't mind letting them properly realize their mistake. There is still a month long to the day when the Immortal Island appears. During this time, let's first make a breakthrough in the Five Mountains scripture. Zhou Luo shook his head, emptied his thoughts, and prepared to return to the quiet room to cultivate the Five Mountains scripture in seclusion. Immortal Island was a great opportunity that belonged uniquely to Grand Xia after the opening of the sickness change era. In a month's time, an island in the sky would emerge above the Great Xia Summer Peak Mountain, which the world would call the Immortal Island. At that time, only those whose cultivation had reached the spirit transformation realm would be qualified to set foot on the Immortal Island. In his previous life, Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, Yang Tianying, Lu Ruyan, and Shui Lingfei were the first to break through the spirit transformation realm and set foot on the Immortal Island, where they stayed inside for 7 long days. By the time they came out, every single one of their cultivation levels had progressed drastically. Among them, Lu Ruyan and Gu Qianhua, who had progressed the fastest, had actually reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It was just one step away from the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm. At that time, many people had asked them what exactly was on Immortal Island, but none of them were willing to say. Thus, Zhou Luo had to prepare for everything in advance. It would be best to cultivate the 5 Mountains Sutra to more than the 3rd level and master 2 visions before then. That way, if he encountered any danger on Immortal Island, he would be able to deal with it calmly. Little Hao Zi, I'll be in seclusion for a while, so keep the door for me, got it? Before preparing for his seclusion, Zhou Luo greeted the Skyfrost Thunderhawk outside the door. Don't worry, big brother, I'll definitely keep an eye on the door for you. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest nodded repeatedly. Zhou Luo was very satisfied and then prepared to begin his seclusion. But at this time, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk outside the door added, Big brother, wait a moment, I sense someone entering the mountain village. Someone? Who is it? Zhou Luo frowned. This guy still looks a bit familiar. I've met with you there at Mountly. Do you want to come out and take a look? The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest's tone was a little uncertain. Zhou Luo also had no choice but to walk out of the quiet room and look in the direction that Heavenly Frost Thundercloud had mentioned. Shui Lingfei? After seeing the looks of the visitor clearly, Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What was the person from the Great Summer Alliance doing here looking for him? Could it be that it was because of that matter of the Federation? Zhou Luo was a little curious. Immediately, he walked towards the Jiangnan Villa's gate. Shui Lingfei, who was hesitant to go in at the gate, saw Zhou Luo come out of his own accord and his face immediately became happy. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry for taking the liberty of coming to disturb you. He stepped forward and said with a smile. Immediately after, Shui Lingfei then glanced at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde behind Zhou Luo before asking, Mr. Zhou, I came here this time to ask you if you have any special methods of dealing with creatures like Beast Kings? Of course, our Grand Xia Alliance doesn't ask for advice for nothing. If you're willing to tell, we can take the Heaven and Earth Shen Huang fruit in exchange. After Shui Lingfei finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Luo and waited for his answer with apprehension. Seeing him like this, Zhou Luo also instantly understood everything. It turned out to be that after he had subjugated the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, he had made the people of the Grand Xia Alliance think that he had used some special method. However, this was normal. After all, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was a spirit transformation realm beast king, and so far, there had never been a case of him being subdued by someone, and he was the first one. And the Heaven and Earth Shen Huang fruit that Shui Lingfei had just mentioned was an extremely special heavenly treasure. After taking it, it was able to grow one's talent with a marvelous effect, even allowing an ordinary person to instantly turn into an awakened person. But at the same time, it is also extremely rare, and only grows on top of one of the treasure trees in one of the deep mountains in Tianjing. Every 3 months, the tree only bears one fruit, and no method can be used to intervene. Now that the disease change era has just opened, this Heaven and Earth Shen Huang fruit should be the only one in the world. Its value is incalculable. To be able to take out the Heaven and Earth Shen Huang fruit, it was evident that the Great Summer Alliance was sincere. How about it, Mr. Zhou? Are you still satisfied with this condition? Shui Lingfei added, of course, if you think it's less, our Grand Xia Alliance would like to give out 2 Heaven and Earth Shen Huang fruits, but this second one, we may have to wait until 3 months later to deliver it. 2? You guys are really willing to use 2 Heaven and Earth Shen Huang fruits in exchange for my method? Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. He truly did not expect the Grand Xia Alliance to offer such a large bargaining chip. Of course, you don't know that recently, the Beast Kings within the Great Xia have appeared frequently, and the people are in deep water. But our current strength is completely insufficient to deal with those powerful Beast Kings. If we can find a way to deal with them, then I don't know how many ordinary people can be spared. This kind of thing, if we, the Great Summer Alliance, don't do it, who will? Shui Lingfei's tone was flat, but it was characterized by a deep determination. 059. Beast Tide in Dongshan City. Immortal Island's secret key? Looking at Shui Lingfei's firm and unshakable demeanor, Zhou Luo couldn't help but have a touch of admiration emerge in his heart. After 2 lifetimes, the Great Summer Alliance's style of acting remained the same and had never changed. Zhou Luo shook his head and said, unfortunately, the method you want, I really don't have it here. He was willing to cooperate with the Grand Xia Alliance. But in the final analysis, the reason why he was able to subdue the Heavenly Frost Thunderstorm was all due to his strength. In other words, he had hardwired the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde to subdue it. What special methods simply did not exist. Is that so? Alright then. After receiving Zhou Luo's answer, Shui Lingfei's eyes obviously grayed out a lot. However, they immediately recovered as before. Mr. Zhou, I bothered you a lot today. Mr. Chui will make amends to you, so I'll say goodbye first. After saying that, he was ready to leave. But at this time, the cell phone in Shui Lingfei's pocket suddenly rang. After picking it up and answering it, his face suddenly changed. What? Beast Tide? How could a foreign beast tide suddenly break out? I know, I'll go over right away. Zhou Luo, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but frown when he heard the words Fei Beast Tide. He immediately called out to Chui Lingfei, who was ready to leave. Wait, the tide of foreign beasts you just mentioned, did it appear in Dongshan City? Chui Lingfei turned back to Zhou Luo. That's right, it's Dongshan City, how do you know? Doubt was written all over his face. He had only just learned about this beast tide, and he didn't name the location when he called just now, so how could Zhou Luo accurately name the location? Don't worry about how I know it first, this beast tide, I'll go with you, how about it? After receiving an affirmative reply, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel happy in his heart and continued. The beast tide in Dongshan City was a big news in the previous life. That was the first beast tide that appeared in Blue Star after the opening of the disease change era. The commotion was so great that it directly destroyed Dongshan City and even spread to several surrounding cities. At the core of the beast tide were two beast kings of the spirit transformation realm, extremely powerful. However, the point in time when this wave of beast tide broke out in the previous life was half a month later, when there were already quite a number of late divine anomaly realm powerhouses within Dasha. After the crowd had fought bloody battles for 3 days and 3 nights and completely ended the beast tide, they found 2 secret keys from within the leading 2 foreign beast kings. In the end, these 2 secret keys fell into the hands of Gu Qianhua and Lu Ruyan. Although neither of them said what the secret keys were for, the crowd deduced from the matter of the Immortal Island that appeared later on that this secret key was definitely related to the Immortal Island. Otherwise, why were they the 2 with the greatest harvest among the several people who had stepped into the Immortal Island? These 2 secret keys were in Zhou Luo's intentions from the start. He didn't expect this beast tide to appear early. Mr. Zhou, are you sure you want to go with me? I just learned that the initiators of this beast tide seem to be 2 beast kings of the spirit transformation realm. Chui Lingfei's heart was first delighted when he learned that Zhou Luo wanted to go together, but he still spoke clearly to Zhou Luo about the pros and cons. A spirit transformation realm beast king, or 2, plus countless other beasts, this was no joke. Even if Zhou Luo was able to subdue the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, it would be difficult to resist against such a powerful group of foreign beasts. What, you're still unwilling if I want to help? Zhou Luo sniffed and couldn't help but look at Chui Lingfei with a playful expression. This guy was also too honest. He even told himself about the existence of the 2 spirit transformation realm Fey beast kings before he even set off. Is he really not afraid that he won't go directly? Willing, of course I'm willing. Chui Lingfei instantly didn't know what to say and smiled bitterly. Alright, it's just 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings, they can't threaten me. Zhou Luo didn't say anything more and immediately patted his shoulder. It's not too late, let's set off first, a late step could result in many more deaths. Good. Seeing this, Chui Lingfei's heart was immediately filled with emotion, and he immediately prepared to leave with Zhou Luo. You still want to use walk? Come up. However, Zhou Luo, who had already sat on the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest, directly called out to him, shouting for him to sit up with him. Chui Lingfei froze at that moment, looking at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow. He couldn't help but be a little nervous. Can this me sit? The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was also a little dissatisfied at this time. Big brother, I am a beast king, also has dignity, not anyone can. All can what? Zhou Luo directly glared at him. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk instantly shivered, then looked at Chui Lingfei in front of him. What are you kid froze, didn't you hear my big brother call you up? Said, also do not wait for Chui Lingfei move, even directly a claw will be scooped up, put on his back. Chui Lingfei. Sit tight, we'll leave right away. Zhou Luo looked on wanting to laugh, and immediately gave an order, and the 2 of them flew towards the distance. Great Xia, Dongshan City. Outside the city, there was a war. The dense swarms of foreign beasts were charging towards the urban area of Dongshan City as if they didn't want to die. And outside the city, rows of main battle tanks were constantly firing their guns, and hundreds of soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Dasha military region were holding 95 rifles and firing constantly towards the alien beast swarm. Although on the surface, it seemed like the Grand Xia side had the advantage. After all, the cultivation level of most of these alien beast swarms was the initial realm, which was not a high realm, and the hot weapons were able to inflict a considerable amount of damage on them. However, they couldn't resist the fact that there were too many of them, so many that they couldn't be seen at a glance. Where the hell did this herd of beasts run out from? Ghost knows, where is such a big place for them to hide in this eastern mountain? Damn it, once this disease change era opens, any damn thing can happen. Bang bang bang. The soldiers cursed angrily as they exchanged fire with the group of alien beasts. Put. At this moment, within the beast hide, a long thorn was suddenly ejected, directly penetrating several soldiers' eyebrows. Old Jiang. Little Pang, what happened to you? The several soldiers next to him just wanted to go forward to check the situation, but in the next second, several long thorns shot out again, completely ending the lives of this small group of people. Deep within the beast hide, a foreign beast shaped like a hedgehog slowly stood up, possessing protean transformation realm strength, and those long thorns just now were the work of it. Rumble. On the ground, several tanks opened fire once again, and the powerful firepower directly tore apart all of the crowd of alien beasts. But soon, a mutant black bear with a huge body suddenly leapt up and slapped its palm directly on top of one of the tanks. Bang! The main battle tank that had thick armor and resisted pressure of hundreds of tons was directly flattened by a slap, and then exploded on the spot. And look at that black bear, after the explosion, it didn't even have the slightest injury. Instead, it turned its gaze back to the several main battle tanks beside it, wanting to make a move. Divine Alien Realm Foreign Beast. From afar, the commander of the command headquarters saw the scene through the satellite image, and his complexion instantly became grave. The Divine Alien Realm was no longer something that could be dealt with by ordinary thermal weapons. Even a great killing weapon of the level of a main battle tank would have a hard time dealing fatal damage to it. Among this beast tide, there are even divine Fey realm existences. Those two beast kings of the spirit transformation realm have yet to make a move. A flash of despair flashed across the commander's eyes. He knew very well that this black bear was definitely not the only divine anomaly realm beast in the beast tide. Other than it, there were definitely many more, only they had not revealed themselves. Dongshan is going to die. The commander let out a long sigh. At this moment, the deputy at the side added, "I've already contacted the Alliance headquarters, and the headquarters said that Major General Chui is in the nearby Jiangnan city, and he's already on his way here." Major General Chui? Upon hearing this name, a flash of hope flashed in the commander's eyes, but it quickly dissipated again. In his opinion, even if Chui Lingfei arrived, with his strength, he would indeed be able to coordinate with the military's powerful firepower to decimate these divine anomaly realm alien beasts. However, let's not forget that the initiators of this beast tide were two beast kings of the spirit transformation realm. How could Chui Lingfei alone possibly cope with it? 060. The danger of East Mountain. Spirit transformation realm beast kings. It seemed that he could see the commander's worries. The deputy immediately said at this time, according to the news coming from Major General Chui's side, he brought one more person with him this time. Oh? Who is it? Could it be the Black Feather King? Or is it Elder Gu? The commander raised an eyebrow, somewhat curious. Those who could make Chui Lingfei bring them along were definitely not ordinary people. Yang Tianying of the Skull and Bones Society had a perverse style of behavior and would definitely not help the Grand Xiao Alliance. Then, the candidates were only these two. Neither. But his deputy's words made him froze. The person that Major General Chui brought is that God of Kill. God of Kill. Zhou Luo? Hearing those two words, the commander's eyes went wide. Immediately afterward, a touch of ecstasy surfaced on his face. He was naturally clear about Zhou Luo's strength. Very powerful, even Yang Tianying was able to crush him, and his cultivation was estimated to have broken through the divine anomaly realm. Moreover, news had also come from the side of Mount Li that Zhou Luo had subdued a spirit transformation realm beast king, so it was evident that he definitely had his own means of dealing with foreign beasts. If Zhou Luo had come along, then this crisis in Dongshan City would most likely be lifted. Great, the god of killers. Nay, Mr. Zhou is truly a blessing to our Xia. The commander was so happy that he was walking back and forth in the command center, his expression excited. However, his deputy's words poured cold water on him again. Sir, Mr. Zhou is certainly powerful, but there are two spirit transformation realm beast kings in this beast tide. We can't afford to be careless. I suggest that we immediately apply to our superiors for another batch of powerful firepower to come over and cooperate with Mr. Zhou. After hearing what he said, the commander also gradually calmed down and nodded his head heavily. You're right, in that case, pass on my orders and immediately go apply for mobilization of the Dongshan's formation and firepower to cover the beast tide. Before Rear Admiral Chui and Mr. Zhou arrive, try to cut down the strength of the beast tide as much as possible. Yes. The deputy led the order and left. Dongshan City was close to the East China Sea, and there was an aircraft carrier called the Dongshan on standby in the base at all times, which had unrivaled firepower in a range that was just enough to cover the place where the beast tide had erupted. Under normal circumstances, the Dongshan would not be easily mobilized, but now is the time of life and death of Dongshan. When not to use it at this time? Soon. With the commander's order, the formation of the Dongshan began to sail out of the base. Countless guns were instantly aimed at the position of the beast tide, and the fighters on the carrier also took off with full firepower. Rumble. As the cannons roared, the number of the beast tide was receding with the naked eye. Deep within the beast tide, the two beast kings with huge bodies that exuded incomparable might were very angry at the moment. Damn humans, these magic treasures of theirs are too weird. What should we do? Among them, the earth-vein molten rhinoceros clad in lava-covered armor grunted twice in dissatisfaction, in a very bad mood. The East Mountain formation was not even on the ground, it was attacking the beast tide offshore at a distance of 10 kilometers, and there was no way for them to destroy it even if they wanted to. Simple, since they want to use their magic treasures to consume our strength, we'll directly launch an attack with all our might. Just exterminate the city at hand. The other illusory moon silver wolf, who was clad in silver moonlight and incomparably holy, let out a cold smile, its sharp gaze pointing directly at Dongshan City. Good idea. In that case, let's do it. The earth-vein molten rhinoceros very much agreed with the illusory moon silver wolf's idea, and immediately gave an order, and all the foreign beasts began to attack Dongshan City as if they didn't want to die. They, on the other hand, were not sitting at the back at the moment like they were just now. The two beast kings of the spirit transformation realm, together with the tide of beasts, slowly walked towards Dongshan City. Inside the command headquarters. The commander also noticed this. Those two spirit transformation realm beast kings that hadn't moved were already about to strike. Damn it, they want to blitz East Mountain. The commander could see their purpose at a glance, but felt very powerless. The spirit transformation realm beast king, they currently did not have a perfect method of dealing with it. The only thing that could cause damage to it was nuclear weapons. However, this time was different from Qinanshan. The location of the beast tide outbreak was too close to the downtown area of Dongshan City, and nuclear weapons could definitely not be utilized. Otherwise, it would only cause an even greater disaster. On the battlefield, the alien beasts went crazy, attacking one after another, making it difficult for the soldiers guarding Dongshan City to cope. Coupled with the successive appearances of several divine alien realm alien beasts, it further caused the Great Xia side to show signs of rout. In the sky, several fighters kept firing towards the wave of beasts, but they were all stopped by the earth vein molten rhinoceros raising a monstrous lava. Along with the missiles launched from the Dongshan fleet, they all exploded in the air. Without the help of the Dongshan fleet. On the ground, the soldiers of the military region were already unable to resist. A thick despair surfaced in the hearts of the people. Damn, still can't defend? The commander looked at this scene, his eyes turning red. He had never felt so powerless before. This beast king of the spirit transformation realm was too powerful, and with just a slight outburst, he was able to neutralize the attack of the Dongshan fleet. Rear Admiral Cui and the others, how long until they arrive? The commander clenched his teeth and asked his deputy. Right now, their only hope was to expect Shui Lingfei and Zhou Luo to arrive immediately to join the battlefield. Otherwise, I'm afraid Dongshan City wouldn't last more than an hour. Sir, I sent a message with Major General Cui 10 minutes ago, but he did not reply. The deputy's tone was also full of heaviness. When the commander heard this, his face gradually changed, and eventually a flash of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Inform down, hold on to Dongshan City at all costs. We'll fight to the death. Yes. The deputy gave a standard military salute and immediately headed to the battlefield. But the next moment he stepped out of the door, his eyes suddenly widened. Sir, look over there. The commander sniffed and immediately looked along with where he was pointing. Only to see the sky above not far away. A black shadow gradually enlarged in their eyes. Eventually, a beast king shaped like a griffin appeared in everyone's eyes. And on the back of the unicorn beast, two people were sitting. One of them was Cui Lingfei, the Major General of the Grand Xia Alliance. Major General Cui, it's Major General Cui, they've arrived. The deputy was overjoyed and looked excited. Good timing. Good timing. The commander was also incomparably excited. Now that Cui Lingfei and Zhou Luo had arrived, there was finally hope for their Dongshan City. In the sky. Zhou Luo and Cui Lingfei were sitting on top of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk, looking at the ominous swarm of foreign beasts in front of them, and both of them looked a little gloomy. Mr. Zhou, it seems that this beast tide is even more serious than I imagined, and it's about to break through the Dongshan City defense line. Cui Lingfei observed the battlefield, his tone filled with worry. Zhou Luo also cast his gaze towards the battlefield, and with a glance, he saw the two most notable figures. Sure enough, it's them, Earthpulse Molten Rhinoceros, Illusory Moon Silver Wolf. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. This was completely consistent with the information he knew from his previous life. Those two secret keys that related to the Immortal Island were also precisely within their bodies. This trip hadn't been in vain. There's no time to lose, let's join the battle directly. He smiled faintly, and then commanded the Skyfrost Thunder Harvest, Little Harvest, move forward at full speed in the direction of the battlefield. All right. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk answered, and immediately accelerated his speed, rushing straight towards the beast-tide battlefield. 061. Sword Chopping Fire Dragon, the might of the Taiya sword. The figure of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde flying in the distance quickly attracted almost all the gazes on the battlefield. Seeing another spirit transformation realm beast king appear, despair gradually surfaced in the eyes of the soldiers. But soon, a voice rang out from the individual radios that each wore. Do not panic. This beast king is a friendly army, don't fire at him. These words immediately shocked everyone. A question surfaced in everyone's mind at the same time. When did we have a beast king as a friendly army? Isn't a creature like a beast king very violent? However, this doubt only surfaced for a moment before it was swept away by them. On the battlefield, the superior's order was everything. Since the command had sent word that this beast king was a friendly army, then he was a friendly army even if he wasn't. In an instant, the morale of the soldiers in the room rose a lot. The despair that remained in their eyes just now instantly disappeared. A spirit transformation realm beast king becoming a friendly army, this could undoubtedly provide them with great help. Perhaps, this was the crucial turning point. In the sky. You guys go deal with those divine alien realm beasts, leave those two spirit transformation realm beast kings to me, is that alright? Zhou Luo said to Cui Lingfei, his tone very calm. It was as if these two spirit transformation realm beast kings were some kind of cats and dogs that were not even in his eyes. No problem, but Mr. Zhou, these are two spirit transformation realm beast kings, do you really not need our help? Chui Lingfei immediately agreed, but there was still some doubt in his expression. Hee, you don't need to worry about this, just leave it to me. Zhou Luo smiled faintly and didn't explain too much. Seeing this, Chui Lingfei could only nod his head in acquiescence. Soon, he leapt down and directly entered the battlefield, cooperating with the Dongshan City military to deal with the Beast Tide. As for the Beast Tide, after the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros and the Illusory Moon Silver Wolf saw the arrival of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, a flash of doubt flashed across the eyes of both of them. Skyfrost Thunderhawk, how did you appear here? And you even brought two humans here. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros snorted coldly and issued a question. The Illusory Moon Silver Wolf also stared at the Skyfrost Thunderhawk with grim eyes, his expression filled with viciousness. Why did you appear here? Oh, of course, I came to collect you all. Skyfrost Thunderhawk was too lazy to explain, and immediately let out a cold laugh as a response. This sentence directly pissed off the two Beast Kings. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, it seems that you have betrayed our Beast Clan. Since this is the case, there is no need to say more. I have yet to eat the meat of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk clan. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros and the Illusory Moon Silver Wolf licked their lips at the same time, looking at the Skyfrost Thunderhawk with greed in their eyes. In their opinion, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was at the same spirit transformation realm cultivation level as the two of them, 2 against 1, how could they lose? As for Zhou Luo. Oh, a divine realm human, what can make waves? Griffin is just an ant. Little Hao Zi, you go fight the Phantom Moon Silver Wolf, and leave this rhinoceros to me. Zhou Luo naturally understood their gazes, but he didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he instructed the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. No problem, big brother. Leave it to me. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde responded, and then without saying a word, he tangled with the Illusory Moon Silver Wolf. The frosty cold aura, the purple thunderlight, and the illusory silver moonlight were intertwined, flickering back and forth continuously. Just the energy that escaped was able to kill a prodigious transformation realm demonic beast at will. Within a 100-meter radius of the two, it was instantly empty. Human, you want to fight me one-on-one? On the other side, the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros saw that Zhou Luo was walking towards him, and his gaze was filled with coldness. A mere divine alien realm dared to come and challenge himself, simply not putting himself in his eyes. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros decided that he would definitely torment Zhou Luo later on, letting him know what was called disparity. Listening to the disgruntled tone of the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly and did not pay any attention to it. Without saying a word, he directly drew out the Taiyao sword at his waist, and the tip of the sword that emitted a stern and chilling intent pointed directly at the Earth Vein Melting Rhinoceros. What did I expect? It turns out to be an innate supreme treasure in hand. Upon seeing the Taiyao sword, a flash of fear flashed across the bottom of the Earth Vein Melting Rhinoceros' eyes, but it quickly dissipated and transformed into greed. However, wanting to equalize the disparity in realm with just an innate supreme treasure is not even close. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros shuddered, its forehooves stepped on the ground, and the ground around it instantly cracked, erupting into a path of fiery lava that attacked towards Zhou Luo like several fiery dragons. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros laughed coldly in his heart. This attack of his was very terrifying, even if it was the Illusory Moon Silver Wolf and the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde of the same transformation spirit realm, they would have to back off for 3 points. The human in front of him would definitely not be able to carry this. Zhou Luo also felt the terrifying energy contained in these fire dragons. However, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his heart. He was not even prepared to offer up the 9 Yang A trigrams disc. Clang! Only a sword sound rang out. Zhou Luo swung out a sword, and the Taiyao in his hand instantly erupted with a solemn aura, chopping straight towards the direction of the fire dragon. The moment the sword light swept past the fire dragon, several fire dragon inflammation pillars, without any resistance, were instantly sliced in half, eventually scattering all over the place. Zila Zila! Hundreds of meters in a radius were instantly turned into lava-scorched earth, and ear-piercing burning sounds continuously resounded. Worthy of being an innate treasure, it was able to cut through my fire dragon inferno pillar. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros watched the scene as a flash of gravity flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He had still underestimated the power of an innate supreme treasure. Or perhaps, the innate supreme treasure in the hands of this human in front of him was not an ordinary innate supreme treasure. Among the crowd of supreme treasures, it was also a top-notch existence. Between thoughts, Zhou Luo did not give the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros a chance to catch its breath, and the Taiyao sword in his hand swung out again. A sword light instantly chopped towards the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros. The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros reacted in time, summoning 3 layers of lava shields before stopping the sword light. Worthy of being a spirit transformation realm beast king, it is indeed tricky. Seeing this, Zhou Luo could not help but sigh in his heart. His current realm was still too low, and he hadn't been able to break through the spirit transformation realm. If he didn't have the Taya sword, a supreme treasure, in his hand, he was afraid that he would have to rely on the 9yang 8 trigrams disc again, just like that previous battle with the Skyfrost Thunder Horde. Shaking his head and emptying his thoughts, Zhou Luo once again drew his sword entangled with the earth vein molten rhinoceros. At the same time, far away in the Overseas Federation headquarters, a piece of news flew in. What? A beast tide has erupted in Great Xiao's Dongshan City, 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings have appeared, and Zhou Luo is there as well? Inside the federal conference room, the group of heads who had just been discussing how to deal with Zhou Luo instantly sat down after learning the news. Especially the Sakura Kingdom's emperor. Good opportunity. This is definitely a good opportunity. The emperor slammed the table and got up to look at the crowd. Everyone, I propose that we immediately launch missiles towards Dongshan City right now to strangle Zhou Luo in the midst of the beast tide. Good idea. Worthy of a heavenly emperor. These words immediately won the approval of many countries. However, the head of the Eagle Kingdom frowned and asked, "No, the implications of this matter are great. We originally went to crusade against Zhou Luo in the name of avenging the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but if we launch the missiles towards Grand Xiao regardless, won't they get a hold of us? You have to know that Daxia has a close relationship with the Manhwaed in the Congo continent, especially the Congo continent. They are simply born diseased era awakened. It will be difficult for us to deal with them." These words instantly poured cold water on those who had just agreed. The head of the Eagle country was right. The Great Summer country had traditionally been friendly with a bunch of countries in the Congo continent. And after the opening of the disease change era, the Congo continent was even more terrifying than the Cherry Blossom country, with almost everyone having very powerful forces. After all, on their side, all kinds of diseases are already rare, and even diseases like HIV and Ebola are commonplace. It was scary and could not be messed with. The conference room fell silent for a moment. The emperor suddenly looked puzzled, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a cold smile and said, "How can we be caught in the act? You guys think, what's going on in Dongshan City right now? And where is Zhou Luo now?" When the head of the Eagle Kingdom heard this, he frowned and said, "Of course, a beast tide has broken out, and Zhou Luo is resisting it." "That's right." The emperor's expression was grim. "We're just trying to help Great Xiao eradicate the beast tide. Isn't it normal to accidentally kill a few people under the missile bombardment? Zhou Luo dying in there can only be blamed on his bad luck. Our big deal is to apologize to Xia. What do you guys think?" When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. Immediately after, the corners of the Eagle Kingdom head's mouth also slightly hooked up. "Good. Emperor, your idea is very good." After saying that, he then stood up as well, a coldness flashing in the bottom of his eyes. "With the outbreak of the beast tide in Great Xiao's Dongshan City, how can we, the Federation, stand by and do nothing when danger strikes? Everyone, join me and immediately provide firepower assistance to our friends in Xia." 062. Shameless Federation. Daxia was shaken. After making the decision, the several countries that were previously driven away by Zhou Luo immediately made a call to the military department, ordering the immediate launch of ICBMs towards the location of the beast tide in Dongshan City. Among them, the Sakura country was the most impatient. After the emperor gave the order, the Sakura nation's military ministry immediately began to take action. Bang bang bang. With a loud bang, several intercontinental missiles that were so powerful that they were capable of flattening a small mountain flew towards the direction of Dongshan City at an extremely fast speed. After the Cherry Blossom country acted, the remaining few countries didn't freeze either, waiting until the launch was complete. The people then sat in the conference room and pulled up the high-precision satellite images, looking at the location of the beast tide outbreak in Dongshan City with a playful expression. Zhou Luo, daring to kill my Sakura Kingdom subjects, this is already the most merciful way for you to die." The corners of the Sakura Emperor's mouth hooked up slightly, his smile written with cruelty. However, looking at the bottom of his eyes, there was still a touch of regret left. If Zhou Luo could land on his body, then he had 10,000 ways to torture Zhou Luo to ease his heart's hatred. Opposite him, the face of the head of the Eagle Kingdom was also full of smiles. Although this time, Zhou Luo did not directly provoke their Eagle Kingdom's head. However, the fact that Xia had produced such a ruthless person really made it difficult for him to sit still. Being able to get rid of it early was definitely the best. Dongshan City. In the offshore area, amongst the fleet of the Dongshan, a member of the Navy major located within the command room of the Dongshan was currently looking at his second-in-command with a grave expression. "Are you saying that the fleet sensed ICBMs launched from the locations of the Sakura country, the Eagle country, the Maple Leaf country, and other countries? Are they crazy? To strike at this time of the day, and just press on?" The major's tone was filled with anger. He was truly surprised that these countries would even add fuel to the fire when Dongshan City suffered such a catastrophe as the beast tide. Although the situation between the countries had been very tense since the opening of the disease change era, it was understood that it would erupt sooner or later. But it couldn't be this soon. It was still at such a critical point as the outbreak of the beast tide. "Major, we calculated based on the ballistics that they were targeting the core of the beast tide, not Dongshan City itself. And just a moment ago, the Federation also issued an international statement saying that a beast tide had broken out in Dongshan City, and that these ICBMs of theirs were here to help us, Xia, solve the beast tide, and that they were not looking for anything in return. The deputy hurriedly told what he knew, fearing that the major would get angry again. As expected, the major's anger dissipated a lot after hearing these words. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. Are they that kind? The major frowned slightly, and immediately said, have the instruments detected what type of ICBM they launched, and does it have a nuclear warhead on it? It has been detected, the missile did not carry a nuclear warhead on it, and the explosion would only cover the entire beast tide, with no ripple effect on Dongshan City. The deputy immediately returned. Upon hearing this, the major became even more skeptical in his heart. These overseas forces had always been thieves against their great Xia. This time, they suddenly said that they were going to strike, and they hadn't even hit the idea of rippling into Dongshan City, which was very wrong. But soon, he figured it out. Screw this, I know what they're up to. The major slammed the table and raged, these sons of ES must be trying to take out our military region's defense against the beast tide along with them. But why are they doing this? All this fanfare just to destroy our Dongshan City's military? The deputy was also very angry when he heard this, but soon issued a question. Damn, you forgot that Major General Chui and Killing God Zhou are also in there. The major's face was very ugly. It must be because of what happened over at Yoshin some time ago. These dogs from the Federation hold a grudge against Zhou Killing God and are taking this opportunity to retaliate. If these ICBMs successfully explode within the beast tide, Zhou Killing God will definitely not be able to resist. What a good calculation. After listening to the major's analysis. What then? The deputy instantly panicked. He also knew the importance of Zhou Luo to Grand Xia. Although Zhou Luo was not an official person of Grand Xia, he had helped the Grand Xia alliance several times to solve the alien beast disaster. This was enough. If Zhou Luo was blown up, it would definitely be a great loss to them, the people of Xia. Inform the entire fleet to turn on all air defense measures and do their best to intercept all the missiles. And then give me the opportunity to contact the alliance headquarters right away and tell them to turn on the air defense system of Dongshan City, quickly. Immediately. The major immediately gave the order, and the entire fleet of the Dongshan immediately went into full speed. It was too late to go and inform the people on the battlefield to evacuate. One could only try their best to intercept these missiles. After receiving the news, the military headquarters in Dongshan City also immediately turned on its air defense measures. The intercontinental missiles flew at an extremely fast speed. Within a short period of time, they had arrived in the air above the near sea of Dongshan City. At this moment, the air defense gun formations of the Dongshan fleet had already been waiting for a long time. After these ICBMs approached, a group of air defense guns opened fire simultaneously. Bang bang bang. With a loud bang. In the sky, a brilliant firework with a deathly aura burst out. But the number of these ICBMs was too much. The limited anti-aircraft guns on the East Mountain fleet simply couldn't intercept them all. There were still many fish that missed the net and flew towards the depths of the beast tide. At this time, the air defense measures within Dongshan City also began to fire. Just like the Dongshan fleet, the air defense measures in Dongshan City tried their best, but still only intercepted 80% of the missiles. The last 20% that remained had already reached the airspace above the beast tide. These beasts. Inside the command room of the Dongshan, the senior colonel watched the scene and was suddenly enraged. In his heart, he even felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They had done their best. This group of people from the Federation was too shameless to launch so many ICBMs at once. How was this the number of missiles launched to help Great Xia eradicate the beast tide, as they claimed? It was clearly to destroy everything on the battlefield of the beast tide. Who? Above the beast tide battlefield. Everyone, at this moment, heard a breaking sound coming from the sky. The crowd subconsciously looked up, only to see swarms of intercontinental missiles that were flying towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. How? Why are there so many missiles? Who launched them? Who is it? I didn't receive a retreat order. Crazy? Is this going to kill us all? The soldiers were all in a rage at the sight, their tones full of unwillingness, despair, and anger. Zhou Luo and Chui Lingfei, too, saw this scene. What's the situation? Zhou Luo frowned. The number of these missiles were already capable of destroying everything around them. At that time, if they exploded, none of the people present would survive. No, it definitely wasn't launched by the headquarters. It's definitely someone else. Chui Lingfei looked up at the sky with disbelief, his tone full of skepticism. But right now, there was no room for him to question. The warhead that represented destruction and death was already about to land. The critical moment. Zhou Luo clenched his teeth, his eyes crossed, and immediately sacrificed the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. All the aura in his body was injected in an instant. 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, unfold. 063. After the explosion, the Beast King fell. Rumble. A mountainous explosion resounded outside of Dongshan City. The heat wave generated by the explosion even whisked across the entire Dongshan City. Inside the city, countless people looked at the direction where the explosion was generated and froze for a moment. Soon, a burst of crying sounds came from the crowd. My son. Dad, ooh. Husband. The people who were crying were all the families of the soldiers who participated in the defense of this beast tide. With such a huge explosion, it was impossible for anyone to survive. And when the beast tide broke out, the East Mountain City Military Ministry had already told them they would not launch the missiles unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that the missiles had exploded, it was evident that the troops who had gone to defend against the beast tide had already died 9 deaths. At this time, inside the Dongshan City military headquarters, a middle-aged man with white hair and a resolute face silently shed 2 lines of turbid tears. Generals, it is I who have wronged you. His fists clenched as he looked at the direction from which the explosion came, his eyes filled with grief. Alliance Master Sun, what should we do next? Next to him, a man with equally red eyes spoke with difficulty. Wait for the aftermath of the explosion to dissipate, immediately send people to the front line to search for any surviving wounded. East Mountain City's Dasha Alliance, Sub-Alliance Master Sun Lian clenched his teeth as he gazed into the distance, the direction where the missiles had flown from. I will definitely make this group of beasts pay for this. At the same time, above the offshore. After watching the explosion occur, the first colonel of the Dongshan watched as his entire body sat paralyzed in his position as if he had deflated. His eyes were equally red. The deputy beside him also had eyes full of hot tears, with deep hatred hidden underneath them. A bunch of dog scum. His teeth were about to be clenched, and he couldn't wait to go and skin those who launched the missiles right now. This time, there were several thousand people who were resisting the beast tide outside of Dongshan City. None of them were the son of a certain mother, the father of a child. Some were in their prime, youthful years. Some had already entered middle age, and were the pillars of the family. But now, just because of a group of vicious animals, all dead. Command room, silence. Everyone, all at this moment silence. Soon, the dust from the explosion gradually dispersed. At this time, the deputy suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at the screen, and his speech became shaky. Major, look. These words were like a thunderbolt thrown on a calm sea, attracting the eyes of everyone in the command room. Even the major, together, looked at the satellite image. On the battlefield, a black and white energy shield with subtle words floating on it enveloped the soldiers on the entire battlefield. It seemed that the attack was too severe. The shield was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. And at the center of the shield, Zhou Luo stood there, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, exhausted. However, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Blocked it. Zhou Luo smiled. Before the missile exploded. He then used all the aura in his body to expand the range of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc to the maximum. Known as the innate treasure with the greatest defense, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc really did not let him down. The power of the missile explosion was isolated from the shield. The only ones that were affected were the hordes of foreign beasts. Damn, don't let me know who launched these missiles. Zhou Luo cursed. The one who did this kind of thing was simply crazy. No, it was too light to even describe it as madness, it was completely animal. It was obvious that they didn't take the lives of the soldiers as their lives, and wanted to destroy them along with the alien beasts in the beast tide. Buzz. With a buzz, the shield cast by the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc gradually dissipated. Zhou Luo, on the other hand, turned his gaze towards the 3 huge figures not far away. Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros, Phantom Moon Silver Wolf, and Skyfrost Thunder Horde. Due to the fact that before the explosion, Zhou Luo had only allowed the shield to cover the human side. Therefore, along with the Skyfrost Thunderhawk, it was also affected by the explosion. However, as beast kings of the spirit transformation realm, their physical strength naturally needed no introduction. After the explosion, surprisingly, they still had their last breath and did not die. Little Harvest, it's really hard for you. Zhou Luo looked at the dying Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and then turned to the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros and the Illusory Moon Silver Wolf. Human, what do you want? The Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros, which had a thick skin and was still conscious, asked breathlessly when it saw Zhou Luo walking towards its side. What can I do? Of course it's to take your life while you're sick. Zhou Luo sneered, and the Taya sword was already sheathed in his hand. With one stab of the sword, the thick armor of the Earth Vein Molten Rhinoceros was directly pierced through. The tip of the sword ran through its heart without any obstruction. But after doing so, Zhou Luo pulled out the Taya sword, splashing a splash of blood. Immediately afterward, he walked over to the unconscious Phantom Moon Silver Wolf and sealed its throat with a sword. 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings fell. Afterwards, he found 2 silver-colored keys from the bodies of the 2 and slipped them into his pocket before withdrawing the Taya sword. Until then. Only then did the soldiers above the battlefield, including Cui Lingfei, come back to their senses from the explosion just now. Zhou, Mr. Zhou. Cui Lingfei just wanted to speak. But soon, the soldier's mountainous calls overpowered his voice. God of killing. Many thanks to the god of killing. Gratitude was written all over every soldier's face. They knew very well that it was Zhou Luo who saved them just now. If it wasn't for Zhou Luo, then they would have been dead by now, without a doubt. Hearing a burst of shouts coming from behind them, Zhou Luo turned his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he nodded slightly towards the crowd as a way to receive the thanks. Expanding the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc over such a large area had consumed him greatly. If he didn't have the 9 sepulchre chaos body to add to it, I'm afraid that it would take a month to fully recover. However, even with the 9 septic chaotic body, it would still take 3 days. 3 days was not a short period of time for him. It was enough for him to break through a small realm. Even if the cost was great, Zhou Luo still did it. The reason, naturally, needed no introduction. Although he wasn't a great person, he couldn't do nothing about the lives of these thousands of compatriots. At this time, Cui Lingfei walked over quickly, his face filled with rage. Mr. Zhou, I just learned that these missiles were launched by the Federation. And to say something about fighting the beast tide for our Grand Xia, I think it's simply fart. Cui Lingfei's tone was extremely angry. When Zhou Luo heard this, a flash of morose coldness flashed under his eyes as well. The Federation. He instantly figured out that the Federation's intention for doing this. It was definitely aimed at himself. It was to use the excuse of exterminating the beast tide to kill himself in the process. Moreover, Zhou Luo could guess with a little thought that among them, the Sakura Kingdom was definitely the one that contributed the most. Even, this idea might have been proposed by them. Simply animals to the extreme. For the sake of revenge, they didn't care that there were still several thousand people other than him on this battlefield. I will make them pay. Zhou Luo took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart. This revenge, he had to avenge. Not a single person from the Federation would be able to escape. 064. Sincerity. Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Fruit. The matter of the beast tide had come to an end. Zhou Luo checked the injuries of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. This time, after enduring the explosions of so many ICBMs, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk could be said to be bruised all over. It was a bit more severe than the one he caused earlier. Big brother, you must take revenge for me. Little brother, I will follow you in my next life. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was lying on the ground, his tone was very weak and he had a pitiful look. After saying that, he rolled both of his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hurry up and get up, who are you pretending to be dead for? He checked, although this guy was heavily injured, he wasn't so bad that he would die. After all, he was a beast king of the spirit transformation realm, his body strength was still online. But after Zhou Luo finished speaking, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk still didn't move. Really dead? Seeing this, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth couldn't help but hook up slightly, then he said with a regretful face, alas, it was so hard to collect a little brother, I didn't expect it to get cold so quickly. That. Brother Cui, you do me a favor, bury this guy, remember to tamp the soil. After saying that, Zhou Luo was ready to get up and leave. But at this time, a movement came from under his feet. Cough cough. Ouch, me, I'm still alive? The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's eyes returned to normal, and he staggered to his feet with a celebratory look on his face. Zhou Luo couldn't help but want to laugh in his heart when he looked at him like this. A hallowed beast king, but he was even selling his pity. If this was spread out, it wouldn't be laughed off. Alright, tell me, just how badly are you injured? Zhou Luo said to the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk without any good humor. Back to big brother, it's alright this time, give me a week's time and I'll be able to recover. Skyfrost Thunderhawk said resentfully. A week? I see that you weren't injured more severely than last time, how did you recover so quickly? Zhou Luo frowned, puzzled in his heart. Because this time, my 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead was not traumatized and can absorb the energy inside to help me recover from my injuries. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest said in a naive voice. I see. Zhou Luo nodded, not realizing that this 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead had this kind of function. But thinking about it, it was normal, this thing was after all the companion spirit treasure of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, and in the hands of the honored one, it would naturally be able to exert many strange effects. Pack up and prepare to return to Jiangnan. Zhou Luo didn't say much, this beast tide had been resolved, the most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and cultivate to improve his strength, then prepare to participate in the upcoming Immortal Island's secret realm. At this time, Cui Lingfei approached him. Mr. Zhou, are you free? Our Grand Xia Alliance would like to have a chat with you. Yes, go ahead. Zhou Luo nodded and looked at Cui Lingfei. Cui Lingfei smiled, please wait for a moment, Sun Lian, the sub-league master of Dongshan City is on his way, he will be here soon. After he finished speaking. It didn't take long before a middle-aged man with gray hair appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. Mr. Zhou, hello. Sun Lian shook Zhou Luo's hand with a smile as soon as he came up, looking at Zhou Luo with a gaze full of gratitude. If Zhou Luo hadn't stepped in just now, all of the Dongshan City soldiers present would have been left with no bones left. Such a great favor, he naturally kept it in his heart. Alliance Master Sun, what is it that you are looking for me for? Looking at the enthusiastic Sun Lian, Zhou Luo asked curiously. It's like this, Mr. Zhou, have you ever considered joining our Great Summer Alliance? Sun Lian didn't sell himself short and directly stated his intentions. After saying that, he then looked at Zhou Luo apprehensively, waiting for his response. Haven't some of you already approached me before? I don't want to join any power at the moment. Zhou Luo shook his head and said. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first, the last time was the last time. Seeing this, Sun Lian hurriedly said, the headquarters has already communicated with me. If you agree, the headquarters can give you the official position of an honorary general, and you usually don't have to take care of any chores, and won't interfere with your freedom. Moreover, you will also have the same fire control rights as a great general, and the command level is on par with, and prioritized over, that of a sub-alliance master. After saying that, Sun Lian also waved his hand at the deputy behind him, signaling him to come forward. The deputy stepped forward, holding an exquisite mahogany locket in his hands, and opened it up. A small fruit that was pale yellow in color, with a Xianhuang aura emanating from its circumference was lying in it. This heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit is our thank you gift for helping us resist the beast tide. Whether you agree or not, please be sure to accept it. After saying that, the deputy handed the heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit in front of Zhou Luo. Looking at this heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit in front of him, Zhou Luo could not help but hesitate a little in his heart. Without a doubt, the sincerity of the Grand Xiao Alliance was very sufficient. Even if he did not agree to join, he still offered the heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit. Good treasure. The eyes of the heavenly frost lightning harvest on the side widened when it saw the heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit. This kind of heaven and earth treasure was a good thing even if it was placed in the ancestral planet. Zhou Luo ignored his unimpressive look and after some consideration, he still nodded. Alright then, I'll accept your conditions. But let me make it clear, I'm just hanging around and have the right not to accept anyone's orders. This is natural. Seeing Zhou Luo agree, Sun Lian was overjoyed and nodded his head. What they wanted was also not wanting Zhou Luo to truly become a part of the Grand Xiao Alliance. This official position of honorary general, with great power and listening to tunes but not declarations, was unprecedented in the Grand Xiao Alliance. The reason why it was taken out and handed over to Zhou Luo was that the ultimate goal was actually to make Zhou Luo turn into an ally of the Grand Xiao Alliance rather than a member. The headquarters knew very well that a top powerhouse of Zhou Luo's level would never easily join a certain force. In this way, having him turn into his ally was considered the best outcome. After giving the heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit to Zhou Luo, Sun Lian and the others did not stay long and quickly left. With the end of this beast tide, they still had to take care of the finishing touches. Although that ICBM did not harm the soldiers because of Zhou Luo. However, there were quite a few soldiers who had been injured, or even killed, during the battle with the beast tide. The pacification of the families still needed to be done by them. After Zhou Luo obtained the heaven and earth Xianhuang fruit, he didn't stay too long in Dongshan City either. The 2 secret keys were already all in his possession, and the beast tide had all been resolved, so this trip to Dongshan could be said to have been successfully completed. Now, it was time for him to return to Jiangnan City and properly shut down. Of course, Zhou Luo hadn't forgotten what the Federation had done. When he broke through to the taboo realm and was able to tear apart a nuclear warhead with his hands, he would let those bastards from the Federation know what it meant to regret. This time, it wouldn't be long. At the same time, far away across the ocean, inside the conference room of the Federation, the signal interference from the ICBM explosion had finally disappeared at this moment. Everyone, too, had a clear view of the situation at the location of the beast tide in Dongshan City. They're surprisingly fine? The head of the Eagle Kingdom looked at the screen with an unbelievable face full of shock. The explosion of so many ICBMs was enough to flatten a small mountain, and even the Spirit Transformation Realm Beast King couldn't escape. However, why were these great Xia people all still alive and well? 065. The face of the Federation. Great Xia was enraged. Inside the conference room, there was an uproar. The heads of the other powers were also filled with incredulity when they saw the satellite footage. My hair, are these great Xia people made of iron? No, even if they were made of iron, they would all melt instantly at the high temperatures generated by the explosion, right? Could it be that the ICBMs we projected were fake? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They must have used some kind of sorcery. Among them, Emperor Sakura was the most furious, his face full of gloom that seemed to be dripping with water. He looked to the head of the Eagle Kingdom. Mr. President, is there any way to obtain the footage within the beast tide at the time of the explosion? Our people are parsing it, we need to wait for a while. The head of the Eagle Kingdom took a deep breath and said. When everyone heard this, they all sank down and began to wait as well. Not much time passed. The parsed screen was finally presented in the eyes of the crowd. On the screen, the pieces of ICBMs that had crossed the air defense guns and landed at the location of the beast tide exploded without a doubt. However, everyone could also see clearly that before the explosion, a layer of black and white energy shield instantly enveloped everyone on the Grand Xia side. Zoom in. Zoom in. The Emperor said as he slapped the table, his eyes staring dead at the screen. The screen went back and zoomed in. The crowd also all looked at it at this moment. Before the explosion occurred, a figure suddenly stood out and offered out a piece of the most arcane 8 trigrams plate, followed closely by the black and white shield that appeared. And this figure, everyone present also recognized. Zhou Luo. What exactly is the treasure in his hand? The Heavenly Emperor gritted his teeth, looking at the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc with both doubt and greed in his eyes. Being able to carry down the explosions of so many intercontinental missiles, the strength of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc no longer needed to be said. It was definitely a rare treasure in the world. Damn it, how did the Great Xia people get so lucky that a treasure of this level could appear in their country? The head of the Eagle Kingdom was so angry that he slammed the table, the jealousy in his tone undisguised. What now? Zhou Luo wasn't killed, and when he grows up, he'll definitely be a big trouble for us. And with him around, how can our people enter the Grand Xia in the future? How can we compete with them for the secret realm opportunities? This madman has said that in the future, as long as he's around, our people won't be able to participate in the Great Xia's secret realms. The crowd said one thing to each other and began to worry about what would happen in the future. What's the hurry? If we fail this time, there's still the next time. Right now, Zhou Luo hasn't completely grown up yet, we still have a chance. The most urgent thing is for everyone to brainstorm and think about how to kill Zhou Luo next, instead of wasting time here. The head of the Eagle Kingdom began to pacify the crowd. When the crowd heard this, they also calmed down. The head of the Eagle Kingdom was right. Although Zhou Luo was powerful, he was still far from being unable to deal with him. As long as they got rid of him as soon as possible, they would still have the chance to get their hands on the Great Summer's secret realm. The Great Xia had a vast landmass and a far-reaching inheritance, and in this short period of time since the opening of the disease change era, the secret realms that had appeared had almost caught up with all of their countries. Such a good resource could not be left to the Great Xia people to enjoy exclusively. They must be made to spit it out. While Zhou Luo was returning to Jiangnan, on the internet, a huge wave had already been created because of the matter of the beast tide. Among the loudest discussions was undoubtedly the matter of the Federation taking it upon themselves to launch ICBMs towards Dongshan City. For the Federation to do so was completely dehumanizing, and it had no face at all. Countless Daxia people had spoken out, demanding that the Federation give a statement. Among them, Daxia officials also issued an international statement, severely condemning the Federation's behavior. However, the Federation showed no remorse for this. It even openly stated that they had launched the missiles out of humanitarianism and solely for the purpose of aiding Dongshan City. For this reason, it also demanded that the Great Summer Alliance issue a thank you. The moment this news came out, it almost didn't make the top management of the Grand Xia Alliance angry. It was simply shameless to the extreme. But there was no way around it. The countries involved in the matter of the beast tide this time accounted for 70% of the total Federation. They knew that they were outnumbered, so they weren't afraid of Great Xia's retaliation at all. They could only bite their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. At the same time, while the discussion on the internet was loud and clear, privately, the Federation had also already discussed a countermeasure against Zhou Luo. By the Eagle country to take the lead, the federal countries have taken out the top scientists, began to research and development of an easy-to-carry, and the outbreak of extremely powerful micronuclear weapons. And then send a top strongman to enter the territory of Daxia, lurking and waiting for the right moment. When the weapon was developed, it would be sent to the territory of Daxia, and this assassin would detonate it and get rid of Zhou Luo. This plan was named Operation Dragon Slayer by the Federation. The secrecy level of Operation Dragon Slayer was extremely high, and only the top executives of the several countries involved could access it. Daxia. Skeleton Society, inside the secret room. Ruyan Lu sat on the ground, a calamity chi flowed around her, and the aura of death permeated the surroundings. After a long time, she opened her eyes, and the calamity chi around her was withdrawn. And her pupils had already changed from the original brownish-black color to an incomparably deep pitch black. It was as if it was a black hole, and one would have to fall into it just by looking at it. Calamity Saint body, finally repaired. Lu Ruyan felt the changes within her body, and a large stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. As early as just now, when the latest news of the beast tide was transmitted back to the Skull and Bone Society, young Tianying found a reason to give another yin-yang fruit to Lu Ruyan. He originally thought that the swarms of ICBMs could kill Zhou Luo and avenge him, but he didn't expect Zhou Luo to survive by relying on the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate. Young Tianying had no choice but to hurriedly repair Lu Ruyan's Calamity Saint body and brew up the revenge properly. Click. The door of the secret room was opened. Yang Tianying looked at Lu Ruyan, who stepped out from within the secret room, and a touch of shock couldn't help but flash across the bottom of his eyes. The Lu Ruyan at this moment could be described as very different from before. In the midst of the coldness, a few points of evil charm had been added. Moreover, young Tianying could clearly detect the change in Lu Ruyan's surrounding breath. The aura unintentionally revealed by the Calamity Saint body was not the least bit weaker than his own supreme jade bone. The bet was right. Yang Tianying was secretly happy in his heart. With such a powerful Calamity Saint body, coupled with his own supreme Jade Bone, the two major physiques joined forces and were not afraid of not being able to deal with Zhou Luo. The two looked at each other and smiled, a touch of grimness surfacing at the corners of their mouths at the same time. Miss Liu, just now, someone from the Federation contacted me, saying that there is something they want to talk to us about Zhou Luo. What do you think? Yang Tianying smiled as he looked towards Lu Ruyan. Oh? I didn't expect the people from the Federation to find us so quickly. In that case, why don't we go and meet? Lu Ruyan was looking forward to it. Thinking about it, she knew what the people from the Federation were looking for them for. It was naturally best to have an extra helper. Not to mention a behemoth like the Federation? Good, then please follow me, we'll go together. The corners of Yang Tianying's mouth hooked up slightly, and he immediately got up and left the secret room with the two of them, Lu Ruyan. 066. Simultaneous breakthrough. 5 Mountains Sutra Triple. Jiangnan Villa. Within the quiet room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. The Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit was clearly held in his hand. Rumor has it that the Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit not only has the effect of enhancing one's qualifications, but it can also be used for one to aid in cultivation and to perceive the breathing methods. It is a heavenly treasure that is not to be trifled with. Looking at the Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit in his hand, Zhou Luo pondered for a while before directly taking it. In terms of qualifications, his 9 netherworlds chaotic body was already at the top of the blue star, so the probability was that the Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit wouldn't be able to enhance it. What he was looking at was the latter too. Aiding in cultivation, it already accelerated the comprehension of the breathing method. His current realm was the 7th level of the Divine Anomaly realm, and he was only one step away from the Spirit Transformation realm. Moreover, because of the 9 Pantheon chaotic body, his breakthrough was unhindered. As long as the aura in his body reached the boundary, everything would fall into place. With this, the Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit was very useful. Even more crucial was the speed of realization that the Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit provided for the breathing method. Currently, his Woyue Sutra had already been cultivated to the 1st level, and he could clearly feel that it was not far from the 2nd level. After taking the Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit, and then cultivating for a period of time, he might be able to directly break through to the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, he would be able to sense the Huashan sword intent, and his strength would then be on a higher level. Taking a deep breath. After the Heaven and Earth Xin Huang fruit entered his stomach, it quickly began to decompose into pure Xin Huang Qi. Zhou Luo hurriedly mobilized this Xin Huang Qi, causing it to flow through his limbs and bones. Gradually, a portion of the Xin Huang Qi began to transform into an aura that was even more pure than the earthly Fate Qi and began to sink into the Dantian. The other part, on the other hand, began to nourish Zhou Luo's spiritual sense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Luo instantly began to comprehend the 5 Mountains scripture. Time passed slowly. Half a month passed quietly. Within the quiet room, Zhou Luo sat withered on the ground, his breath extremely weak. If someone was beside him, they might even have to think that Zhou Luo was about to fall. So cool. Outside the window, a gust of wind blew by. It was twilight spring, and the ginkgo landscape trees planted within the Jiangnan villa were blown down by this gust of wind with countless fallen leaves that floated in front of the window. Suddenly, inside the quiet room, Zhou Luo's breath condensed, and immediately, an overpowering and extreme aura erupted from him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword chi that were hard to see with the naked eye instantly swept through the entire quiet room, and the ceiling, walls, and the floor were suddenly scratched with marks. The small window was also instantly shattered, along with the fallen leaves outside the window also instantly turned into pieces. An aura of solemnity that did not belong to spring instantly filled the entire Jiangnan villa. What's the situation? Someone is fighting their way in? The Skyfrost Thunderhawk guarding the outside of the quiet room was instantly like an enemy, and hurriedly got up to observe the surroundings. It's me. At this moment, at the door of the quiet room, Zhou Luo's voice came. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest turned his head to look and found that Zhou Luo had already come out of the gate at some point, and was currently looking at himself with a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Big brother, what are you? Skyfrost Thunderhawk carefully observed Zhou Luo and found that Zhou Luo's realm had unexpectedly broken through the Spirit Transformation realm at some point. Not only that, Skyfrost Thunderhawk could also detect that there was a sword intent that was sharp to the extreme, yet with a hint of etherealness like a sea of clouds, if at all, dispersing out from Zhou Luo's body in all directions. How many days have passed since my seclusion? Zhou Luo did not answer the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, but instead turned to ask. It has been half a month. Heavenly Frost Thundercloud answered honestly. He could clearly feel that Zhou Luo's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even with himself, he was no longer a match at all. I'm afraid that only those existences of the taboo realm would be able to battle against one another. Half a month? Zhou Luo couldn't help but flash a look of contemplation in his eyes when he heard this. Immediately afterward, he looked at the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and asked, during this half a month, did anything major happen? The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde thought for a moment and then replied, "Big brother, just 2 days ago, I felt a very large aura fluctuation coming from the west. I don't know if there's some kind of supreme treasure that has come out of the world." West? Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately took out his cell phone and checked the recent news. After a long time, the corners of his mouth gradually hooked into a smile. Sure enough, the Immortal Island has already appeared. 2 days ago, an island suddenly appeared out of thin air on Kun Mountain, in the extreme west of Daxia. Looking from the ground, the island was full of greenery and immortal aura, incomparably mysterious. Some people took astronomical telescopes and wanted to peep at the specific scene inside the Immortal Island, but they found nothing. The mist that lingered around the Immortal Island was as if it had a shielding effect, and even the high-precision satellites of the Grand Xia Alliance were unable to probe it. After the appearance of the Immortal Island, some good people also tried to fly a helicopter to enter the island. But when the helicopter close to the Immortal Island within 10 miles, even out of nowhere from the island flew out of a haze, the helicopter instantly detonated in the air, destroyed. So far, no one dares to come forward to offend. Even unusual passenger planes have changed course, avoiding the Immortal Island flight, for fear of being involved. However, the crowd still did not give up exploring the Immortal Island. Countless speculations appeared on the internet. But in the end, everyone still agreed that this Immortal Island was most likely a great secret realm that was about to open, with countless opportunities. Even the overseas countries were extremely concerned about this, all wanting to come in and get a piece of the pie. This point in time is exactly the same as in the previous world, and it hasn't been advanced like the beast tide. That is to say, there are only 10 days left until the day the Immortal Island truly opens. Zhou Luo looked at his cell phone, pondering. After reading the news about Immortal Island, he checked up on the other news. During the half-month that he was in seclusion, a lot of things had happened. Many secret realms, large and small, had appeared all over Blue Star, and quite a few people had gained the opportunity to become a strong party. Moreover, just 3 days ago, Gu Qianhua had shown up on a secret realm on the Australian island, his cultivation having reached the middle stage of the Divine Anomaly realm. As for Lu Feiyu and the others, they had also broken through the Divine Alien realm, but they were still in the early Divine Alien realm, not as fast as Gu Qianhua. After all, Gu Qianhua's 5 viscera immortal body originally had a fast cultivation speed, plus the Dai Zhongzhenhai technique's boost. It wasn't surprising that he was so far ahead of the crowd. In addition to these things happening within the Grand Xia, the thing that caught Zhou Luo's attention the most was a big piece of news from overseas. Ever since the opening of the disease change era, between the countries overseas, there had been constant civil unrest. Finally, a week ago, the civil unrest completely erupted. Countless countries had changed their faces, including the top countries like the Woolly Bear country, the Eagle country, the Ganges country, and the Cherry Blossom country. After the outbreak of the civil unrest, the forces of each country quickly reorganized. Eventually, the 4 major powers were formed. The Sacred Court Church, which ruled almost the entire West, including the Manhwaed Kingdom, the Stellar Company, which was encircling the entire American continent, the Brahma Heaven, which completely dominated the Ganges continent, and the Shadow Group, which was located on Sakura Island. The Congo continent was the only one that was still in a state of chaos at the moment, with various warlords dominating the continent, and no one was able to come forward to unify the continent. The 4 major forces were dividing up the world and were extremely powerful. Moreover, in each of these forces, there were the world's top divine anomaly realm powerhouses. However, what was interesting was that the original heads of the other countries had basically all perished in the civil unrest. Only the emperor of the Cherry Blossom country and the president of the Eagle country, surprisingly, remained at the helm of the Shadow Group and Stellar Corporation. This matched perfectly with Zhou Luo's memories from his previous life. If I remember correctly, after a while, these guys are going to send someone to look for an opportunity to enter Immortal Island, right? The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly. In his previous life, after these forces learned of the Immortal Island's emergence, they had sent people into Daxia, wanting to enter the Immortal Island. But what they didn't expect was that when the Immortal Island opened, it actually only received people from Daxia, and they simply didn't have the qualifications to enter, ultimately returning without any success. This matter, at that time, almost didn't make them angry. And in this life, Zhou Luo had already thought about it. As long as this group of people dared to appear in Grand Xia, come one, he would kill one. If a group comes, he will kill them. This is also considered to be an early collection of interest from the East Mountain Beast Tide's revenge. 067, Eye of Death. Stellar Corporation Plan. However, I'm afraid that this matter won't be able to be done by me alone. Zhou Luo pondered for a while, then immediately called Wang Lin, the Great Summer Alliance's subleader in Jiangnan City. The two had met once before in Kun Mountain, so they were familiar with each other, and it didn't take long for the call to successfully get through. General Zhou, do you have something? On the other end of the phone, Wang Lin asked with a smile. The news of Zhou Luo's joining the Grand Xia Alliance had long been spread within the Grand Xia Alliance. There were even quite a few people in the outside world who had learned of the news. Thus, it was completely excessive for Wang Lin to call Zhou Luo a general. Alliance Master Wang, have you heard about the Immortal Island recently? Zhou Luo didn't sell himself short and said directly, when the Immortal Island comes out, those overseas forces will definitely be eyeing it and might be about to sneak into Grand Xia. I want to ask you to keep an eye on them for me. As long as someone enters the territory of Grand Xia, tell me immediately. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin immediately agreed, no problem, I will report this matter to the headquarters. As long as there is a breeze outside, I will immediately report back to you. Then thank you very much. Thank you for nothing, General Zhou, this is all what we should do. Wang Lin said smilingly. Now almost a month had passed since the opening of the disease change era. The situation was becoming more and more dire, with the overseas countries merging into 4 major powers, and they were not optimistic within Grand Xia. At this moment, Zhou Luo was willing to come forward to share the pressure from overseas for Grand Xia. They couldn't be happier. Alright, I'll hang up then. Zhou Luo hung up the phone. In terms of intelligence, of the major forces in Grand Xia, one still had to look at the Grand Xia Alliance. With them keeping an eye on them, those people from the overseas forces would definitely not be able to escape. After organizing his thoughts, Zhou Luo turned his head to look at the Skyfrost Thunderhawk again. How is your injury? How much have you recovered? Big brother, I've completely recovered. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Horde replied immediately. It seemed to be afraid that Zhou Luo would not believe it, and immediately released the aura belonging to a spirit transformation realm beast king. Not bad, then let's go and stroll outside. Zhou Luo nodded in satisfaction and immediately sat on the back of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. After gaining benefits from the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang fruit, Zhou Luo realized that if cultivation was assisted by this extremely high-quality heavenly material, it was much more efficient than relying on himself alone. Thus, he was prepared to rely on his memories from his previous life to collect all those heavenly materials and geomaterials that were about to come out recently. Alright big brother, sit tight you. As soon as Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk heard that he was going to go out, his 2 round eyes immediately widened. This half a month he had been guarding the outside of the quiet room without moving an inch, almost not suffocating him. Now that he finally had the chance to go out and get some air, he was overjoyed. Only to see the air currents surging around the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, it immediately soared into the sky and stepped into the air. At the same time, far away on the other side of the ocean, within the Stellar Company on the American continent, in the long table of the conference room, the original head of the Eagle Kingdom, Contans, was sitting in the main seat, and on both sides were the various executives of the Stellar Corporation. Recently, an air island appeared in the territory of Dacia. I think everyone must have gotten the news, right? Contans swept his gaze across the crowd and then continued, that airborne island is definitely a super large secret realm. Our professionals have analyzed that this time, this air island, I'm afraid that the chances hidden within are greater than all the secret realms that have appeared on the Blue Star since the opening of the disease change era. I think that we, Stellar Corporation, must participate in it so that we can retain our position as the Blue Star Overlord. What do you all think? After saying that, he crossed his arms and placed them in front of the table, waiting for the crowd to answer. I have no opinion. I have no opinion either. The executives raised their hands to state their position. Not a single person objected. Obviously, they were also clear about the importance of Immortal Island. After all, none of the secret realms that had appeared previously were locations that had originally existed on Blue Star. This island in the air, on the other hand, was a complete outsider that appeared out of thin air on Tianfeng Mountain. One must know that Tianfeng Mountain was known as the highest mountain in Blue Star, nearly 10,000 meters above sea level. This air island, however, was even higher than Tianfeng Mountain, almost close to the atmosphere. This was something unheard of in human history. It was evident that this immortal island was terrifying. Very well, since all of you have agreed, then you should also know how difficult this matter is. Half a month ago, a man called Zhou Luo within the Great Xia killed all the people sent by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to participate in the Lixian Mountain Mystic Realm. And he also let it be known that in the future, he would kill whichever overseas force dared to set foot in Grand Xia and taint its secret realm. Zhou Luo is a person who is very strong and acts very ruthlessly. This statement is definitely not a joke. Therefore, if we want to enter Immortal Island, we must find a way to resolve Zhou Luo. After a few words were spoken, Contan stood up and waved his hand at the bodyguard guarding the conference room door. The bodyguard understood and stepped forward to open the door, welcoming in a white man in regular clothes. The man was very thin, his cheeks sunken like a sickly ghost, but his eyes held a hostility that sent chills down one's spine. Alex? What's he doing here? Oh by God, I'm going to stay away from him. Who called this maniac here? When the crowd saw the man enter the conference room, a flash of fear flashed across their faces. Alex was an experimental subject in a human laboratory secretly set up by the former Eagle Kingdom. This person had thick skin and flesh, and was able to survive being injected with many viruses, and his life capacity was very strong. However, staying inside the laboratory that was illuminated by bright incandescent lights 24 hours a day, day and night, Alex had a little problem mentally. After the arrival of the disease era, Alex massacred the entire lab in one night. After coming out of the lab, The surrounding villages, too, did not escape his hand. Within a day, dozens of miles around were reduced to hell. However, after the senior management of the Eagle Kingdom learned of his existence, they immediately sent someone to communicate with him and used extremely high conditions of treatment to make him become a fighter of the Eagle Kingdom. And now that the American continent had changed, Alex had logically changed into a member of Stellar Corporation. Currently, his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Anomaly realm, located at the top of the blue star. Everyone, please calm down. Contans pressed his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. He then continued, a week ago, we had already delivered the micronuclear weapon to Siding, who had already entered the territory of Great Xia. That miniature nuclear warhead was very powerful, capable of instantly destroying all living creatures within a 500-meter radius, enough to be used to kill Zhou Luo. However, according to our assessment, Ziding's strength is completely insufficient to use the nuclear warhead in front of Zhou Luo. Therefore, I planned that Alex would enter the territory of Daxia with great fanfare to attract Zhou Luo's hand, and then Ziding would cooperate in the dark to detonate the nuclear warhead and kill Zhou Luo. When he said this, the corner of Contan's mouth then slightly hooked up, as if he saw the scene of victory. But immediately, an executive asked a question, Contans, have you forgotten that Zhou Luo has a treasure with strong defense? That treasure can resist the explosions of several intercontinental missiles, and if he is allowed to use it, it would be difficult for a nuclear warhead to kill him. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Contan's mouth enlarged even more. Don't worry, for this matter, I have long considered it. 068. The dragon slaying program was launched. Xianqing Sacred Fruit. As far as I know, the treasure in Zhou Luo's hand should be the so-called innate supreme treasure according to the people of Daxia, and there are people within our stellar company who possess it as well. For this innate supreme treasure to be used even once, it has to consume an enormous amount of energy. Last time, Zhou Luo used the treasure to save thousands of people, it definitely depleted a lot, and by now it has recovered at most 50% of its effect. And with Zhou Luo's strength of that divine anomaly realm, relying on an innate treasure that only has 50% of its power, it definitely can't carry the explosion of a nuclear warhead. Contan said with great confidence. But there were still some people who were uneasy. Contans, then what if that innate supreme treasure of Zhou Luo's recovers completely? Wouldn't we have lost all our efforts? You're wrong. Contan straightened his collar, a touch of arrogance flashing in his eyes. My plans, they never go wrong. Alex, it's time to bring out that thing. These words came out. The gazes of the crowd all looked towards Alex. When Alex heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a grim smile, and a tennis ball-sized object had appeared in his hand at some point. And when the crowd saw this object, they were all startled. The Eye of Death. There's even a Death God's Eye. When was it developed? The Eye of Death was the latest miniature nuclear weapon developed by Stellar Corporation. Don't look at its small size, but it used the latest technology inside, concentrating the explosive power of 1,000,000 tons equivalent, very terrifying. What was sent to Siding's hand was a Death's Eye. Everyone, one Eye of Death may not be able to kill Zhou Luo. But what about two? Contans let out a loud laugh, his face filled with a playful look. When the crowd saw this, the corners of their mouths also revealed a smile. As expected of you, Contans, your consideration is indeed long-term and thoughtful. Since that's the case, I'm relieved that our stellar company will be great in the end. Too shady, Contans can play without cutting? Sentences of praise resounded in the conference room. The corners of Contan's mouth were also growing upwards at this moment. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, since all of you approve of my plan, then I, Contans, will announce it at this moment. Dragon Slayer plan, officially launched. Zhou Luo will surely die at the hands of our stellar corporation. Contans waved his hand with great vigor. Alex was also escorted by his bodyguards and boarded a plane to Daxia. At the same time, in the territory of Daxia, in one of the strongholds of the Skull and Bones Society, Ruyan Lu and Tianying Yang arrived at a guest room, and their faces were filled with joy. Mr. Sidon, are you saying that Stellar Corporation has officially launched the Dragon Slayer plan? Yang Tianying looked at a hawk-nosed man on the sofa and asked expectantly. That's right, our company has a very perfect plan this time. This person Zhou Luo will definitely die in our hands. Ziding smiled faintly, his tone was full of confidence. Oh? That would be great. I wonder if Mr. Ziding can reveal what this Dragon Slayer plan is. Yang Tianying was curious. However, Ziding directly vetoed him. Mr. Yang, this plan is extremely confidential and cannot be revealed. All you guys need to know is that in less than 2 days, Zhou Luo will die, and in your Daxia's words, it will be the death of the body and the disappearance of the Tao. Ziding smiled and stood up with a very mysterious expression. Then forget it, as long as we can kill Zhou Luo, everything is just worth it. Yang Tianying was also very sensible and did not ask more questions. It's just a pity that I can't personally break him into pieces. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, felt pity. Her hatred towards Zhou Luo was already to the extreme. Not being able to do it herself, she still felt that something was missing. Alright Mr. Yang, Miss Liu, thanks to your Skull and Bones Society for cooperating and secretly guiding me to Daxia, this will help us very much in our Dragon Slayer plan. I also have to say goodbye to you too. Within 3 days, you will hear the news of Zhou Luo's death with your own ears. Sidon made a very gentlemanly thank you salute. We await the good news. Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying nodded, their expressions filled with anticipation. Great Xia, in a large mountain in the south. A huge tree with a precious aura glow was standing at the top of the mountain. Underneath the tree, an elephant-headed, snake-bodied beast was perched underneath the tree, its gaze fixed on an exotic fruit that grew between the branches of the precious tree. The foreign fruit was green in color, dense breath permeated on its surface, and the entire deep mountain could smell a clear fragrance if nothing else. Suddenly, the beast was abruptly startled and turned its head to look at a place, as if it was facing a great enemy. But just in the moment it turned its head, a cold white sword chi whistled past. The huge elephant head, without warning, slid off its body and rolled tens of meters on the ground before it managed to stop. Even a foreign beast in the late divine anomaly realm can be killed in a second with a single sword. Big brother is mighty. Immediately afterward, a naive voice rang out from the forest. Clang! Zhou Luo, who was sitting on the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest, smiled as he sheathed the Taya sword in his heart. He realized that after cultivating the 5 Mountain Sutra to the 3rd level and comprehending the Huashan sword intent, he was also able to gather his sword intent in external objects. And he just happened to have the Taya sword, an innate treasure. It was like a fierce general being given a good horse, a perfect match. When the two were combined, their power was completely increased exponentially. Let's go take a look at that fruit. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest slowly walked underneath the precious tree. Zhou Luo looked up with a very satisfied gaze. It really is the Shenqing sacred fruit. Shenqing sacred fruit, this thing could have caused quite a storm in his previous life. After taking it, it could instantly enhance divine sense, and it would also grant a permanent clear ears and eyes effect. After this, any illusion spells of the same realm would be completely ineffective against the taker. However, this effect was considered dispensable to Zhou Luo. After all, he already had the 9 specters' chaotic body, and all the illusion arts in the world could be broken at a glance. However, this Shenqing sacred fruit was able to increase his perception of the breathing technique for a short period of time, and it was precisely because of this that Zhou Luo had come to take it away. By the looks of it, there's still some time before it matures, so it's just time to rest for a while. Zhou Luo observed for a while, and then he sat down cross-legged, preparing to utilize the scap to cultivate the Wuyue Sutra. Big brother, this foreign beast, can I eat it? At this moment, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk on the side came up and carefully asked. What, this foreign beast is special? Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. This entire journey, he and Skyfrost Thunderhawk hadn't killed many foreign beasts. But Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had never made this kind of request. And now, looking at Skyfrost Thunderhawk's look of impatience, could it be that there was something special about this elephant-headed, snake-bodied foreign beast? He, big brother, you don't know, this fellow is rare on our side. Skyfrost Thunder Snake laughed and replied, it's named Boss Snake. Boss Snake's meat is extremely beneficial to our fey beasts. Not only can it enhance your physique after eating it, but it can also enhance your cultivation talent. It can be hard to find. I see, then you eat it, don't waste it. Zhou Luo nodded at his words. He knew very little about fey beasts, since the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest wanted it so much, just give it to him. Speaking of which, he, as a big brother, hadn't given much of a reward to Skyfrost Thunderhawk yet. Instead, it was that time in East Mountain when Skyfrost Thunderhawk had almost lost his life. This Boss Snake would be considered compensation. Many thanks, big brother. After receiving Zhou Luo's permission, Skyfrost Thunderhawk was extremely excited and ran to the Boss Snake's side, opening its mouth and started tearing and swallowing. And it was at this moment that the cell phone in Zhou Luo's pocket suddenly rang. Picking it up, he found that it was Wang Lin calling. Could it be that there was news from the overseas forces? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow and immediately pressed the answer button. General Zhou, Stellar Corporation has made a move. An hour ago, one of their private planes has taken off and is heading towards our Grand Xia. After getting through, Wang Lin immediately said, Oh? What kind of people are sitting inside the airplane? Zhou Luo asked with interest. Stellar Corporation secrecy is done very well. We don't know exactly who it is, but the scouts have sent word that the person is a senior member of Stellar Corporation, very strong, and is presumably rushing towards you. Wang Lin's tone was a bit grave. I know, when the plane lands, send me the location, no problem. Of course, we have sent someone to keep an eye on it at all times. As long as the plane lands, the location will immediately be sent to your cell phone. The phone hung up. Looking at the blacked-out cell phone screen, Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a touch of coldness flashing under his eyes. I didn't expect that the first one to sit up was actually Stellar Corporation. But it doesn't matter, since they dared to come, I will let him have no return. 069.to land is to kill. Stellar Corporation's devil. It didn't take long. On Zhou Luo's cell phone, he received a precise location message. A photo of an airplane was also sent along with it, confirming that it was Stellar Corporation without error. Little Harvest, get ready to depart. After Zhou Luo briefly scanned it, he turned his head and said to Skyfrost Thunderhawk. At this moment, Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had just devoured the boss snake and immediately ran over after hearing Zhou Luo's call. Hee, the effect of this boss snake is actually so strong? Zhou Luo was surprised to find that the aura of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was much stronger than just a moment ago. Hee, this is still just the initial effect of the boss snake's meat. When I finish digesting it completely, my realm will definitely break through the 4th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm and step into the middle stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest said with an excited face. Zhou Luo was also satisfied with what he heard. The reason why he had spared the life of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk in the first place and accepted it as his little brother was also because he had considered this aspect of its potential. According to this growth rate, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest to reach the late stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Even breaking through the Taboo Realm would only be a matter of time. Let's go, time waits for no one. Alright. Zhou Luo retrieved his mind and immediately sat on the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, and the two quickly flew towards the west. The landing point chosen by the Stellar Company's airplane was a city located near the Heavenly Peak Mountain, named Polar Mountain City. The city of Pole Mountain was sparsely populated, but since it was in the vicinity of the Heavenly Peak Mountain, there were many large, flat roads, which were extremely suitable for an airplane to land on. Buzz. A Boeing airplane, after speeding down the runway for some distance, came to a steady stop. The hatch opened and Alex slowly stepped out, reaching the ground. Looking up into the distance, the hefty Heavenly Peak Mountain, the top of which was cloudy and full of meaning, completely deserved the title of being called the first peak of the Blue Star. However, at this moment, on the Heavenly Peak Mountain, a huge airborne island was just floating in the air, looking extremely incongruous. Is that Immortal Island there? The company really didn't lie to me, there must be a huge treasure hidden inside. Alex licked the corners of his mouth. The Stellar Company had already promised him that as long as the dragon slaying operation was successfully completed and Zhou Luo was killed, he would be the first person to enter the Immortal Island. Just as he was admiring the rootless island in the air, not far away suddenly came a man, a staff member of the runway where the airplane had landed. Hello, which airline is your airplane? We didn't get the message that you were going to land. The staff member stepped forward to find Alex and inquired. Alex withdrew his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "Are you sure you didn't receive it?" "Of course, please tell me where you are coming from, we need to register." The staff member nodded. "Oh, sir, that's a shame." The corners of Alex's mouth quirked up slightly, and he suddenly smiled. But only a tearing sound was heard. The staff member's chest was still penetrated by a hand that was pitch black and like a demon's claw. Sticky blood slid down from the fingertips. The staff member's face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes gradually darkened immediately afterward. As for the originator of everything, Alex only drew out his right hand lightly, a faint smile still hanging on his face. "I'm sorry, I'm a person who never likes to register, so I'll have to give you a hard time." Everything happened quickly. The several groundskeepers in the distance were already so frightened at the moment that they couldn't move a muscle. It was only after a long time that the crowd reacted and hurriedly turned their heads to run. Murder! There's a madman! There's a madman! The crowd ran while screaming in terror. When Alex saw this, a flash of excitement actually flashed under his eyes. "Gentlemen, why are you running? Am I that scary to run at the sight of me? Please. All stay." He licked his lips and his entire body disappeared once again. What followed was the fall of the few ground crew members one by one. Until in the entire runway, only Alex was left. "Alex!" At this moment, a blond man on the airplane hurriedly ran down and angrily said to Alex, "What are you doing? Our target this time is only Zhou Luo. We haven't completely torn our faces off with Daxia yet. Have you thought about what consequences this will lead to?" "Shut up." Alex slowly turned his head, his gloomy eyes instantly causing the blond man to tremble. "I don't care what happens to the company's relationship with Daxia, so what if it tears them apart, isn't it sooner or later? And you, if you dare to talk too much again, I'll kill you." Alex sneered, the killing intent in his tone undisguised. The blond man sniffed before gradually reacting to the fact that the guy in front of him was not a normal person. He was a demon with countless blood on his hands. Reasoning with him was no less than talking to a cow. Moreover, this cow was still a mad cow. Not being killed by a head would be considered his own good luck. Right at this moment, in the distant sky, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Alex looked up and found a black shadow the size of a grain of rice gradually enlarging. "Zhou Luo, it's coming." After seeing clearly who the visitor was, a touch of impatience had appeared on his face. Immediately after, he took out his cell phone and sent out a message. About 1,000 meters away from him on a mountain, a hawk-nosed man's pocket vibrated at this moment. "Dragon has arrived, the plan begins." Siding glanced at his cell phone, the corners of his mouth gradually hooked into a smile. Above the sky. Zhou Luo leaned down to look at the ground, and as soon as he entered his eyes, there were several corpses of Dasha faces that had fallen together. And not far away, there stood a white man who was as thin as a consumptive ghost. Landing. A coldness flashed under Zhou Luo's eyes as he said indifferently. The Skyfrost Thunder Harvest also sensed Zhou Luo's emotions and quickly landed on the ground. With a slight leap, Zhou Luo arrived in front of Alex. You're from Stellar Corporation? These people, were you the ones who killed them? He looked at Alex, his tone could not be heard as sad or happy. Ha, it's right that I killed them, is there a problem? Alex's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. What, this makes you angry? Oops, that's really embarrassing, Mr. Zhou Luo. Actually, this matter can't be blamed entirely on me. I just wanted to say hello to all of you just now. Who would have thought that you Dasha people are so fragile that you'd die in one go? But it doesn't matter, our stellar company always puts people first. We will give you a reasonable compensation fee, $10,000 a person, how about it? Ha ha ha. Towards the end, Alex actually couldn't help himself and laughed loudly. The mocking intent in his tone was already needless to say. When Zhou Luo heard this, he still couldn't see any expression on his face. He just swept a circle around him, and then he continued to speak. Stellar company, only you came? Isn't it obvious? Alex shrugged. Since that's the case, then there's nothing I have to ask. Zhou Luo slowly nodded his head, a sudden flash of morose coldness in his eyes. And you can go die. 070. Ethereal sword. The eye of death arrived. Before the words fell, a crisp buzzing could be heard. Clang! A cold white sword light filled with a solemn killing aura instantly chopped towards Alex. Alex's heart was startled, a strong aura of death surfaced in his heart the moment Zhou Luo drew his sword. He leapt sideways, trying to dodge the terrifying sword light. But unfortunately, it was ultimately a step too slow. Plop! A pillar of blood shot up into the sky. One of Alex's right arms was directly chopped off and flew into the sky. Oh by God! Farking squid! Alex's teeth chattered in pain, and his eyes shifted from the casualness of a moment ago to panic. Zhou Luo's strength was strong, something he had heard about long ago. Before departing from Stellar, Contans had also instructed him to be careful. However, he hadn't taken these words to heart at all. After all, his realm of strength was the pinnacle of humanity today, the third level of the divine alien realm. No matter how strong Zhou Luo was, he was still only in the divine alien realm, right? Both were in the divine alien realm, why should he be afraid? But by now, Alex suddenly regretted it. Should have listened to Contans and not been too arrogant. To think that you can still talk, it seems that you still don't have enough pain. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Alex's terrified expression and swung his sword again. It was a surprise. This sword was different from just now. If that sword just now was a sword of extreme killing, this sword was a sword of nothingness. Make people can't see, can't touch. It was as if one was in an illusion. However, Alex actually felt an aura of death that he had never felt before. It was even more intense than the one just now. The eye of death. Alex couldn't care less, and immediately wanted to inject energy into the death god's eye that he carried with him to detonate it. However, the moment this thought surfaced in him, the vision, then, gradually rose into the air. Until it descended again, and the sky swirled around until it turned into boundless darkness. Alex, whose body was separated from his head and whose eyes were filled with a strong sense of unwillingness, fell in this way. Zhou Luo didn't even look at the horrified expression on Alex's face, only casting his gaze towards the headless corpse. He just now seemed to be trying to inspire something? Zhou Luo had just felt that fluctuation of Alex's spiritual energy. It was as if there was some kind of organ trap hidden inside his body, trying to trigger it. Taking 2 steps forward, Zhou Luo began to rummage through Alex's body. Not long after, he indeed found an object the size of a tennis ball. This is the Eye of Death? Upon seeing this thing, a flash of surprise instantly flashed across Zhou Luo's eyes. The reputation of this thing, he hadn't heard much about it in his previous life. It was a miniature nuclear weapon that the Stellar Corporation had gathered the top scientists of the original Federation and developed together. It was extremely lethal, with a full 1,000,000 tons of yield, capable of instantly destroying a city. Even a beast king of the taboo realm would find it difficult to resist. However, this thing is extremely difficult to manufacture, and it is said that there are only 3 of them within the Stellar Corporation. I really didn't expect that. In order to deal with me, I would even be willing to use the Eye of Death. Stellar Corporation, I really underestimated you. Zhou Luo surveyed the Eye of Death in his hand, a touch of coldness flashing under his eyes. If this thing exploded, even the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc could not guarantee complete resistance. The top weapon that had been used on the Forbidden Realm Beast King in his previous life had been taken out in advance and used on himself, really making Zhou Luo cry and laugh. Luckily, I didn't keep my hands open just now, or else I was afraid that I would have to suffer a big loss for once. Zhou Luo shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. But it's good, now that the Eye of Death has fallen into my hands, I can be considered to have a great killing weapon that is no less than an innate treasure. Zhou Luo said secretly as he pocketed the Eye of Death. The strength of this thing's container was very high, and the nuclear substance inside had an extremely strong stability, making it the pinnacle of Stellar Corporation's work in this aspect of technology in its previous life. If you wanted to trigger it, you had to use aura, otherwise it wouldn't detonate even if it fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Buzz. Just as Zhou Luo was pondering. In the distance, the Boeing airplane's engine suddenly began to operate, seemingly rushing to get away from this place of wrongdoing. Almost forgot about you. A cold light flashed under Zhou Luo's eyes, and he didn't even bother to pull out his Taiyao sword, directly merging his fingers as a sword and pointing out of thin air. A cold white sword light then instantly brushed past the Boeing airplane. Rumble. Only to see a flash of fire rush into the sky, the Boeing airplane that was just about to take off exploded on the spot. Everything was just a breath away. This scene, naturally, also fell into the eyes of Shiding, who was thousands of meters away. At this time, Ziding, his back was already wet with cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with panic. Devil! Devil! His lips were trembling from fear, and then without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran. According to the company's plan, it should have been Alex who first started a war with Zhou Luo, dragging him down, and then he himself detonated the Eye of Death in the dark. But now, Ziding only felt that the company was wrong, so wrong. This Alex, how could he possibly stall Zhou Luo? 2 moves, even 2 moves did not last, and died directly with hatred. Zhou Luo's speed was too fast. Ziding had just used all his strength to try to see his moves clearly, but he still couldn't see them clearly. Even Alex didn't even have time to detonate the Eye of Death on his body before he died in Zhou Luo's hands. Everything was too fast. Zhou Luo's strength was far beyond their imagination. Must report this news to the company. We have underestimated Zhou Luo, too much. Ziding roared in his mind as he ran. The news quickly traveled back to Stellar Corporation. Inside the presidential conference room, Contans listened to the news from his secretary, his knuckles rhythmically tapping on the table. Everyone, I think, this person, Zhou Luo, may have gone beyond the scope of what our Stellar Corporation can resolve, and we must apply for external assistance. What do you think? After thinking for a long time, he looked at the people present and asked in a deep voice. That's right, we have underestimated Zhou Luo too much. His strength, he may have already broken through the spirit transformation realm. One of the executives nodded, agreeing with Contan's statement. When he spoke of the spirit transformation realm, his tone was still clearly a bit disbelieving. When the crowd heard this, there was also a moment of silence. Spirit transformation realm, this realm was just too unbelievable for them. After all, the strongest one within their company was currently only at the 6th level of the divine anomaly realm. This was still with all sorts of resources piled on top of each other. Other than their stellar company, the Sacred Court Church, the Shadow Group, and the Brahma Heaven, their top combatants were probably at this level as well. But now, in the middle of Grand Xia, there was actually someone who had already broken through the spirit transformation realm? This was like developing a weapon. You were excitedly happy that you had just hand-rubbed out a smoothbore gun, but then you learned that your competitor's atomic bomb test explosions had all been blown up. Who could stand that? Immediately contact the Sacred Court Church, the Shadow Group, and Brahma Heaven. Open a transoceanic meeting. Without the slightest hesitation, Contans immediately slapped the decision. Immortal Island absolutely could not be easily spared, and if he wanted to enter Immortal Island, he had to eradicate Zhou Luo first. Moreover, even if there was no Immortal Island, this person, Zhou Luo, must not be retained. His existence had already seriously affected the interests of their 4 major forces. This son must be killed. 071. The 3 major forces joining forces. Shui Lingfei's decision. That night, an interoceanic meeting quietly opened. However, the only forces participating in the meeting this time were the Sacred Court Church, the Shadow Group, and Stellar Corporation. Why isn't Brahma Heaven attending? Could it be that they don't care about Immortal Island at all? Before the meeting opened, Kantan's brows furrowed into a frown, his heart filled with puzzlement. The secretary at the side explained, Brahma Heaven's side said that they had important matters to deal with during this recent period, so they didn't send anyone to attend. Important matters? What matters can be more important than Immortal Island? Have these San gone insane from drinking the Ganges River water? Kantan's was very incomprehensible. The people on Brahma Heaven's side had always been very greedy, and it was reasonable to say that it was absolutely impossible for them to miss out on the Immortal Island's secret realm that had appeared in Great Xia this time. But now, they had unexpectedly refused to participate. It was strange, there was definitely a secret in there that couldn't be known by others. Send someone over to Brahma Heaven to investigate, remember, be secretive and don't alert the snakes. Kantan's immediately ordered. Immediately afterward, he walked inside the conference room. On the large screen, Archpriest Harry of the Sacred Court Church, as well as the Emperor of the Shadow Group were already in place. Seeing Kantan's enter, the Emperor couldn't help but snort coldly, Kantan's, is there any news from the Brahma Heaven? Why did you make us wait so long? Contan shook his head. I've already contacted their people, their side is not prepared to participate in this dragon-slaying program. Not participating? Oh, that's good then, after we kill Joluo, we'll be able to share one less chance. The Heavenly Emperor did not reveal any emotions such as disappointment when he heard this, instead, he had a disinterested look on his face. Heavenly Emperor, this kind of thinking is not desirable, Joluo's strength is very strong, and if Brahma Heaven does not participate, our chances of winning will not be as high. Contan said seriously, having just suffered a big loss at Joluo's hands, he was now very cautious. In response, the Heavenly Emperor just laughed coldly and did not reply. In his opinion, Contan's was completely being afraid of the well rope for 10 years once bitten by a snake. You, a stellar corporation, might not have gotten any favors at Joluo's hands. But now, it was the three top powers, the Shadow Group, the Sacred Court Church, and the Stellar Company, working together. With this lineup, it was more than enough to go to war directly with the Grand Xia Alliance. Would they still be afraid of a Joluo? Mr. Contans, can you tell us your plan now? At this moment, High Priest Harry, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Of course. Contans nodded, and then a coldness flashed under his eyes. My idea is that each of our three major powers will send out a strong person above the third level of the Divine Anomaly realm. The time, it will be set at the end of the meeting. These words came out. Immediately, he was confronted by Archpriest Harry. Mr. Contans, I have a question. You said that your stellar company had already sent a Divine Alien Realm third-tier powerhouse over there, but he was easily killed by Joluo in seconds. Joluo has this kind of strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill 3 awakened of the same realm? Also, don't forget that Joluo has a death sight developed by your stellar company in his hand. When Harry finished speaking, Contans didn't deny it either. Of course, 3 Divine Anomaly Realm 3rd degree powerhouses would definitely not be able to defeat Joluo head-on. However, who said we have to fight Joluo head-on? The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. We only need to enter Daxia with great fanfare, and at this critical juncture, we will definitely induce the official Daxia alliance to step forward. At that time, we will then begin to stir the situation into a pot of porridge, causing the Grand Xia alliance to be overwhelmed, and Joluo will absolutely be unable to resist appearing. At that time, the assassins that our stellar company has arranged within Grand Xia will appear at the same time as Joluo and detonate the other Eye of Death, causing Joluo to fall on the spot. As for your worries, Mr. Harry, they are completely redundant. We only need to pick a densely populated city to land in, and according to Joluo's character, he definitely won't use the Death God's Eye. The only ones who can use the Eyes of Death are us. The advantage is mine. A plan was spoken. Harry and the Heavenly Emperor duo both nodded as well. Not bad, your plan is indeed very well thought out, let's do as you say. The Heavenly Emperor immediately agreed. However, Archpriest Harry still asked, but in that case, won't the Eye of Death that we detonate also affect hundreds of thousands of people? In that case, we and the Great Summer Alliance would be immortal. So what? Contan sneered, Mr. Harry, let me just ask you one thing, that piece of land in Grand Xia, does your Sacred Court Church covet it? Archpriest Harry did not reply back. But silence meant an affirmation. After the opening of the Disease Change era, the world where the most secret inheritances had appeared was Great Xia. To say that it wasn't coveted would definitely be a lie. Moreover, not to mention after the opening of the Disease Change era, even before it opened, that land was the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the Blue Star countries. Ha, it seems like you're acquiescing, Mr. Harry. The corner of Contan's mouth hooked up slightly. So what if we don't die with the Great Summer Alliance? That's not a bad thing. The big deal is that our several powers will then join forces and completely tear our faces off with them. At that time, that precious land that is littered with inheritance mysteries, it's still not up to us to decide how we want to divide it? What do you two think? Contans crossed his arms and looked at the two with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. I have no opinion. The Emperor laughed coldly. What Contan said was something he had wanted to do for a long time. It was too late to support it, how could he oppose it? As for Archpriest Harry, he first raised his right hand and made a gesture in front of his chest, tightly closed his eyes and said, Amen, the Lord will forgive me for what I have done. Ha, it seems that both of you are fine with it, so I declare that the plan officially begins. Contans immediately got up and thundered, this matter must be fast, meet at Chang'an City. 10 minutes later, 3 airplanes, respectively, took off from Stellar Corporation, the Shadow Group, and the Sacred Court Church. The targets were all a superb city in Daxia, Chang'an City. This operation was very publicized and undisguised, and the Great Xia Alliance received the news just as the planes took off. Inside a conference room at the Chang'an City branch of the Grand Xia Alliance, Chui Lingfei, as a major general of the Grand Xia Alliance, was also the top combatant within the Grand Xia Alliance, and his duty was to sit in Chang'an City. After receiving the news, he immediately held an emergency meeting. Stellar Corporation, the Shadow Group, and the Sacred Court Church, these 3 forces suddenly rushed towards this side of Chang'an City. They definitely don't have good intentions. Have you found out exactly who they sent? Chui Lingfei looked at his deputy and asked. Checked clearly, and they didn't keep this a secret. The deputy immediately replied, the one sent by the Sacred Court Church is one of their bishops, while the Shadow Group sent a captain, and the Stellar Corporation also sent a high-ranking person. All three are at the third level of the Divine Anomaly realm, very powerful, the visitors are not good. Upon hearing this, Chui Lingfei's gaze flashed with a flash of gravity. 3 Divine Alteration Realm Triple Awakened, this was undoubtedly a powerful threat. Within their Grand Xiao Alliance, including him, there were only 2 awakened who had broken through the Divine Anomaly realm. It seems that we can only ask for help. Chui Lingfei gritted his teeth, picked up the phone and dialed out. 072, defenseless. The Sacred Court Church was powerful. 10 minutes passed. Chui Lingfei hung up the phone with a disappointed face. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu surprisingly opened their seclusion for the Immortal Island, neither of them can participate. Am I going to ask the Skull and Bones Society for help? Chui Lingfei was torn in his heart. The Skull and Bones Society, acting in a manner that was always against the tenets of their Great Summer Alliance. But more or less, they were also a force within the Great Xia. Now that Stellar Corporation, the Shadow Group and the Sacred Court Church were making this move, it was obvious that they were coming from a bad place. It was likely that they would cause a devastating blow to Chang'an City. Forget it, what do we care about face at a time like this? Chui Lingfei gritted his teeth and immediately got in touch with Yang Tianying. But when he made his intentions known, he only reaped a cold laugh. The phone hung up immediately. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up for them. Chui Lingfei shook his head and let out a long sigh. It was to be expected that the Skeleton Society would refuse to help. It seems that we can only disturb General Zhou? A flash of hesitation flashed in Chui Lingfei's eyes. Headquarters had instructed that if it wasn't a critical matter, try not to disturb Zhou Luo. Because they were also clear that although Zhou Luo had ostensibly joined the Grand Xiao Alliance, the two were actually in a cooperative relationship. Just as Chui Lingfei was hesitating. Outside the door, a soldier suddenly barged in. Major General Chui, the people from the 3 major forces have arrived. So fast? Chui Lingfei was shocked, this speed was far faster than he thought. Contact General Zhou for me, tell him that Chang'an City is in trouble and request him to be able to help. I'll go check out the situation first. Chui Lingfei also did not have time to think too much, and immediately instructed his deputy before following the soldier out of the conference room. Seeing this, the deputy also hurriedly dialed Zhou Luo's number. The 3 airplanes swept over Chang'an City in turn, their hatches opening directly in the air. The 3 divine alien realm powerhouses did not hesitate to leap down from the hatch and step into the air. Having reached the divine anomaly realm, they were already able to stay in the air for a long period of time. Here, is this the Great Xia's Chang'an City? Among them, Bishop Matthew, who had come on behalf of the Sacred Court Church, said as he looked down at Chang'an City below. Sure enough, it's Great Xia, the land is huge, it's a piece of feng shui treasure. Another man with a thin figure and thieving eyes also exclaimed. The greed in his tone was even more undisguised. He was a leader of the Shadow Group, named Takagi Yu. On the other hand, Wayne, a senior member of the Stellar Corporation, sneered and said, no matter how prosperous this city is, in an hour, it will be reduced to ashes. Amen. Hearing this, Matthew hurriedly drew a gesture on his chest. When Takagi Yu, who was on the side, heard this, a flash of gloating couldn't help but flicker in the bottom of his eyes as well. Let you Xia is much of a human, so what can you do? It's still not going to be taken down by yourself and the others and become a possession. The 3 of them slowly descended from a high place. Until they were about to reach the ground, when suddenly, a figure came from afar. 3 of you, coming uninvited is not what a gentleman would do. Chui Lingfei stepped into the air and arrived in front of the 3 people, his eyes filled with gravity. Please hurry up and leave, so as not to affect the relationship between our Great Xiao Alliance and you. He could tell at a glance that these 3 people were indeed, as the intelligence said, all of them were at the 3rd level of the Divine Anomaly realm. If they fought, they were definitely no match for them. One could only try to persuade them to leave first. Mr. Chui, I know you. After Wayne saw Chui Lingfei's arrival, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile. Doesn't your Xia pride itself on being a hospitable country, and this is the kind of attitude you have when we come to visit? When Chui Lingfei heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. If you are guests, we will naturally welcome you, but whether you all have come to visit or not, I think you must be very clear in your own hearts. So that means you are not welcome? Wayne sneered, and then looked at Matthew and Takagi Yu. Both of you, he said that we are not guests. What do you think should be done? Matthew lowered his eyebrows and was silent. Takagi Yu, on the other hand, let out a grim smile, cruelty flashing in his eyes. Since we feel that we are not guests, let's do something that fits our status. The words just fell. Gao Miyu then disappeared out of thin air and came in front of Chui Lingfei in the twinkling of an eye. A dagger, at some point, had already appeared in his hand, and a sickening aura emanated from the cold blade. Poisonous. Chui Lingfei secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and immediately sidestepped to avoid this knife. But soon, Takagi Yu's next blade came right after it, pointing straight at the vitals of Chui Lingfei's throat. Think I'm easy to bully? Chui Lingfei was also enraged, his body's aura violently erupted, and he slapped his palm directly at Gao Muyo. A palm imprint that was so rigid and fierce to the extreme, it suddenly collided with the dagger in Gao Muyu's hand. Gao Muyu was forced back a few steps by this powerful force, along with the wrist holding the dagger slightly tingling. "My two companions, what are you waiting for?" He snorted coldly, his eyes looking towards Matthew and Wayne. Matthew was filled with compassion as he slowly stepped forward, a scripture appearing out of thin air in his hand. "Judgment is coming, says the Lord." A command was given. In the sky, a golden sword appeared and hung above Chui Lingfei's head. Cold sweat instantly broke out behind Chui Lingfei's back, and his eyes were filled with gravity. At the side, when Takagi and Wayne saw this, a flash of surprise and greed flashed in their eyes at the same time. That scripture in Matthew's hands was actually still an innate spiritual treasure. The sacred court church was truly not to be underestimated. The golden sword fell violently. Wayne didn't freeze either, and immediately launched an attack towards Chui Lingfei together with Gao Muyo. Under the siege of the three. It didn't take long before Chui Lingfei was already covered in scars. His breath, too, was gradually disorganized from the smoothness at the beginning. "Damn it, the thing in this old bald donkey's hand is too strong, it can't be supported at all." Chui Lingfei looked at the scripture in Matai's hands, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. The aura in his body was already going to be depleted. Within 3 moves, he would be defeated. At that time, he had no idea what would actually happen in Chang'an City. He is already at the end of his strength, let's all join hands and kill him. Seeing this, Takagi immediately let out a cold smile and threw the dagger in his hand violently. However, the dagger flew halfway, but was suddenly intercepted by Wayne. "Wayne, what are you doing?" Takagi looked at Wayne in disbelief. "Mr. Takagi, have you forgotten what we came for?" Wayne glanced at Takagi and whirled around to throw the dagger at him. "Oh, I almost forgot, thanks to Mr. Wayne for reminding me." As if waking up from a dream, Takagi slapped his head and hurriedly apologized. And on the other side, Matthew also stopped his hand movements. When Chui Lingfei saw this, his heart was filled with doubt. Why haven't you guys done anything yet?" He looked towards the three and asked angrily. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose from his heart. "Bishop Matthew, can you tell Mr. Chui to shut up for now?" Wayne directly ignored Chui Lingfei and instead turned his head to Matthew. "The Lord said to keep your mouth shut." Matthew flipped the scripture in his hand and a golden light heralded Chui Lingfei's mouth closed. Chui Lingfei's eyes were glazed over, he seemed to have understood that these 3 people's purpose. And just at this moment, in the distant sky, a figure gradually appeared. "Let go of him, or you will all die." Zhou Luo stood on the back of the heavenly frost lightning harvest, looking at the 3 of Matai with a gaze full of coldness. Upon seeing Zhou Luo appear, at this moment, Chui Lingfei's eyes were surprisingly not the elation they should have been. Instead, they were thick with regret and panic. He opened his mouth forcefully, as if he was trying to tell Zhou Luo something. However, due to his mouth and tongue being sealed, he could only let out a whimpering sound. He now knew why these 3 people did not kill him. The goal of these 3 people coming to Daxia was only one from the beginning to the end. That was Zhou Luo. 073. Since they have come, let them all stay. Upon seeing Zhou Luo arrive, underneath Wayne's eyes, a flash of undetectable excitement flashed. Fish, hooked. He forcibly suppressed this excitement in his heart and turned to look at Zhou Luo. "Mr. Zhou, don't sound so intimidating, anything can be discussed." Wanting us to let him go, naturally it's not impossible, but it depends on what conditions you can afford to offer. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if he was really trying to negotiate with Zhou Luo. The 2 of them, Matai and Takagi, stood by Chui Lingfei's side. As long as Chui Lingfei made any movement, they would immediately strike. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze swept between the 3 of them, then he looked at Chui Lingfei. At this moment, Chui Lingfei knew that he couldn't say anything, so he gestured frantically at Zhou Luo with his eyes. Zhou Luo also read his eyes, telling himself to run quickly. The situation is not right. Zhou Luo's heart felt bad, and he immediately expanded his divine sense, observing the surroundings. With the blessing of the 9 netherworld's chaotic body divine spirit transforming void, the range of his divine sense was several times wider than that of an ordinary person. It was easy to sense the dangers around him. "What conditions do you want?" Thus, he pretended to be negotiating and carefully scanned the thousands of meters in a radius. As expected, as his divine sense covered an alleyway in Chang'an City at his feet, he discovered a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation that was out of place. After carefully probing, the face of a man with a hawkish nose appeared in his mind. And in this person's hand, he was holding an object that he was extremely familiar with. The Eye of Death. What a stellar corporation, to bring out another death god's eye to put me to death. Truly seeking death. A flash of intense killing intent flashed under Zhou Luo's eyes. He had wanted to make some good preparations and come out after attending the Immortal Island mysteries before liquidating these overseas forces. Who would have thought that this group of people had come 3 times to look for trouble, and they had all used such vicious means? Not to mention themselves. If this eye of death exploded here, then the entire people of Chang'an City would be affected. Hundreds of thousands of lives would die as a result. This is just a preliminary estimate. If the ongoing damage from the nuclear weapons is counted, the number will only be higher. It seems that they have to be liquidated in advance. Zhou Luo secretly said in his heart. What conditions? Oh, Mr. Zhou, I know that you are very powerful and have participated in many secret realms, getting a lot of opportunistic treasures. I don't want much, just hand over the things you obtained last time you participated in the Lishan secret realm, and I'll let him off the hook. Wayne didn't know that Zhou Luo had already understood their plan and was still pretending to negotiate. At the same time, his right hand, which was hidden in his pocket, silently and unnoticed pressed a button. A message was instantly sent to Sidon's contact. Going to do it. The corners of Ziding's mouth hooked up slightly as he finally waited for this opportunity. This time, the operation was bound to not fail. At the same time, Zhou Luo also observed Siding's movements on the ground. He just wanted to step in and stop this. The Lord said, "Let there be light." Zhou Luo, if you dare to kill someone from my great cherry blossom empire, I will let you be buried here today. Mr. Zhou, it looks like our negotiations will have to be suspended for now. But at the same time, the three of Wayne suddenly stormed out, three powerful and incomparable attacks bombarding towards Zhou Luo at the same time. These three attacks could not actually cause much damage to Zhou Luo. But that wasn't their goal. As long as they could stall Zhou Luo, everything would not be a problem. The Sacred Court Church had given Matthew a disposable defense treasure, capable of protecting the three of them, as well as Ziding, from the damage of the explosion after the Eye of Death exploded. At that time, the only people who would die would be Zhou Luo, as well as the Dasha people in Chang'an City. A very perfect plan. Zhou Luo was also held back by these three attacks as they wished. Ziding, who was hiding in the shadows, also stormed up at this moment, stepping into the air and rushing towards Zhou Luo. Just when everything was moving in the direction Wayne thought it would. Suddenly, the strange beast under Zhou Luo's feet moved. The Skyfrost Thunderhawk in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, its speed was not at all something an awakened in the divine exotic realm could see. In just an instant, it dashed to the top of Ziding's head. Immediately following, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk's tail flung out, and a tail whip that was not wrapped in any spiritual energy but weighed hundreds of tons, fiercely lashed at Ziding's body. The corners of Ziding's mouth still maintained a smile of scheming success. But the next moment, his body, which had been hit by the tail whip, instantly exploded and turned into a pool of blood mist. When he reacted, only his head was left of his entire body. Until the very end, his eyes gradually lost their luster and dimmed, dying in peace. Everything happened so fast. So fast that there wasn't even a breath of time. Sidon, who held the Eye of Death in his hand and was the centerpiece of the Dragon Slayer plan, died. The Eye of Death, on the other hand, fell out of thin air and was finally caught by the Skyfrost Thunder Hollow. Well, be careful, but don't blow up. The Heavenly Frost Thundercloud collected the aura of his entire body and carefully cupped it in his hands. He had heard Zhou Luo say that if this thing exploded, the energy generated could directly destroy a city. Even a beast king of the taboo realm would not be able to benefit from this thing. This scene, at the same time, fell into the eyes of the three of Wayne. How did this happen? How did you find out about sighting? Who leaked it? The excitement in the bottom of Wayne's eyes instantly disappeared at this moment, and was replaced by a flash of extreme panic and shock. The Dragonslayer plan should have been foolproof. Ziding's role in the Dragonslayer program was known to no one except for a few of Stellar's top executives, as well as Ma Tai and Gao Muyu, who were involved in the program. And looking at the actions of Zhou Luo and his Beast King mount just now, it was obvious that they had learned of Ziding's existence in advance. It was definitely someone who had leaked the information. Wayne's reddened eyes immediately looked towards the duo of Gao Muyu and Ma Tai. But Takagi Yu and Matthew, at this moment, were also confused. Mr. Wayne, don't talk nonsense. What good does leaking secrets do us? Takagi Yu was also shocked and said angrily at Wayne. After Wayne thought about it carefully for a while, this was indeed the truth. He was also clear that right now was not the time for infighting. As soon as Sighting died, the dragon slaying plan had already been declared null and void. At this moment, what they should be thinking about should be how to leave Dasha, not quarreling. Bishop Matthew, please plant the holy fruit in this person's body. Wayne immediately said to Matthew. Holy fruit was a means developed by the Holy Court Church. The person who had the holy fruit planted in his body would be under the full control of the Sacred Court Church, and could go to his death without hesitation if he wanted to die. Now Wayne knew very well that if he wanted to leave alive from Zhou Luo's hands, he had to threaten with a hostage. And the best hostage was Cui Lingfei. Be pious, says the Lord. Matthew was also clear about this, and immediately turned over the scriptures, wanting to plant the holy fruit in Cui Lingfei's body. But just at this moment, a cold white sword she suddenly chopped from afar. But a pillar of blood suddenly rose up into the sky. Along with it, there was also Bishop Matthew's head. On his face, he still maintained the expression he had at the beginning of the incantation, and his mouth hadn't even closed yet. Daxia is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Since you've come, then all of you stay. In the distance, Zhou Luo held the Taiya sword as he slowly walked towards the three of them. A strong fear appeared in the hearts of Wayne and Takagi Yu. 074. Contans, right? Collecting you has come. Stand still. Don't move. Takagi Yu's complexion was vicious as he arrived at Chui Lingfei's side in a flash. The dagger in his hand was also immediately placed across Chui Lingfei's neck. With just a little force, an unhealable wound would appear on Chui Lingfei's throat. Seeing this, Wayne at the side also immediately gained a sense of confidence and forced himself to calm down. Mr. Zhou, if you let us go, we promise not to harm him. Otherwise, Major General Chui's life won't be saved. This is also a big loss to your Great Summer Alliance, you have to think about it. After a few words, Wayne then also retreated to Chui Lingfei's side. At this moment, Ma Tai was dead, and the confining force that bound Chui Lingfei's mouth and tongue had also abruptly disappeared. Chui Lingfei looked at the two of them, and a cold smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. You two want to hold me for ransom? No way. After saying that, he then turned his gaze towards Zhou Luo. General Zhou, don't mind me, just kill them directly. One of my lives for two of theirs, they are the ones who are losing out. Shut up. Wayne was shocked and instantly slapped Chui Lingfei in the face, causing him to spit out blood. He was truly afraid that Chui Lingfei had talked Zhou Luo into killing them regardless. In that case, their lives would really be gone. After slapping this slap, Wayne once again looked at Zhou Luo. Mr. Zhou, I promise you in the name of Stellar Corporation, as long as we are released, Major General Chui will definitely be sent to the territory of Daxia unharmed. Also, regarding Bishop Matthew's death, we will also go and help you negotiate with the Sacred Court Church. After listening to what Wayne said, on Zhou Luo's face, he still couldn't see much expression. Only to see him speak faintly. Do you think that you guys have the qualifications to bargain with me? What do you mean? Wayne couldn't help but panic in his heart when he heard this. An ominous premonition instantly surfaced. Seeing this, Takagi Yu, who was holding the dagger, couldn't help but gulp as well. He pressed the dagger even closer to Chui Lingfei's throat and looked at Zhou Luo. I'm warning you, don't be impulsive, or I can't guarantee his life. But the words just fell. Only to see that behind Zhou Luo, an incomparably lofty shadow of Mount Tai suddenly appeared. The mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, and there were geese flying through the clouds in an indistinct manner. But the next moment, this massive Taishan silhouette actually surfaced directly above them. An extremely terrifying force instantly bound the hands and feet of Wayne and Takagi Yu. The two desperately struggled, and after using all their strength, they were still unable to move. The head of the 5 mountains, suppressing everything. Zhou Luo, whose cultivation was already at the spirit transformation realm, conjured up a shadow of Mount Tai that was enough to completely suppress Wei Yan and Gao Muyu, who were at the 3rd level of the divine anomaly realm. Against the duo's terrified eyes, Zhou Luo slowly arrived in front of them. I said, you guys don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. But a sword chopped through. 2 large and good heads flew into the air. The dagger in Takagi Yu's hand also fell in response. This scene directly stunned Chui Lingfei. General Zhou. Zhou, you broke through to the spirit transformation realm? His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Zhou Luo and asked, what else could it be besides the spirit transformation realm to be able to kill 3 divine anomaly realm 3rd tier powerhouses so easily and leave the other party powerless to fight back? Just broke through not long ago. In response, Zhou Luo merely smiled. Regaining his freedom, Chui Lingfei hurriedly stood up. After that battle just now, his physical strength was already about to reach its limit. Nowadays, even maintaining in the air was a little too much for him. I'll leave it to you guys to clean up here, hurry back. Zhou Luo also saw his state and immediately said, good. But what about you, where are you going? Chui Lingfei nodded and then asked curiously. Me? Zhou Luo smiled faintly, his gaze looking into the distance, and said, I'm going to take care of a bit of trivia. After saying that, he then took a step and leapt onto the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Little Hao Zi, go to Stellar Company. Alright big brother. But wait, where is this Stellar Company? The American continent. Where is the American continent? Big brother, you forgot, I'm not a local beasta. Zhou Luo was somewhat speechless, pointing out a location. Alright big brother, you sit tight. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest hurriedly fluttered and flew away. At the back, Chui Lingfei, who had heard these conversations, was somewhat confused. General Zhou, what is this trying to do? Single-handedly, going to Stellar? No, this matter has to be reported upwards in a hurry. Chui Lingfei couldn't care about the injuries in his body and panicked as he ran towards the Chang'an City headquarters. Across the ocean, inside Stellar Corporation, Contans was sitting on the president's desk, while his gaze was fixed on the computer screen in front of him. He was waiting for the news from Wayne's side. The Dragonslayer plan is very well thought out, and nothing should go wrong. He took a deep breath as his gaze looked out the window. Stellar Corporation's headquarters was located next to Central Park, with an extremely high location and a very wide view. Looking outward from the president's room was an endless blue sky. The disease change era is truly a great opportunity for me. The corners of Kantan's mouth hooked up slightly and a confident smile appeared on his face. As the former president of the Eagle Kingdom, he was extremely powerful, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the most powerful person in Blue Star. But he still wasn't satisfied. After all, no matter how high the power was, he could only be the head of the Eagle Kingdom. And his goal could be more than that. Now that the disease change era had arrived and the world was in chaos, he took this opportunity to unite with many ancient families and establish the Stellar Corporation. His initial goal in establishing the Stellar Company was to unify the Blue Planet. Daxiao was only the first target. Later on, the Shadow Group, the Sacred Court Church, and the Brahma Heaven would all come in order. Thinking about this, Kantans picked up the coffee on the table and gently took a sip. But the moment the coffee entered his throat, his pupils contracted violently. What is that? Only to see outside the window, amidst the endless blue sky, a dark shadow that gradually enlarged in his eyes. In the end, the face of a beast king that was incomparably familiar to Kantans and had long been seen countless times in the intelligence appeared in his eyes. And on the back of this beast king stood a young man. The man was holding an ink-green longsword, his broken hair was blown away by the strong wind, and within his pitch-black pupils, there was a touch of killing intent that made Kantans tremble with fear. Alert! Red alert! Without hesitation, Kantans instantly slapped a red button on the table. In an instant, the entire Stellar Corporation's building all sounded an alarm. But none of this could stop Zhou Luo's arrival. The top-grade bulletproof glass with excellent thickness and a laminated layer in the center was chopped open by a sword. The howling wind blew into the president's office. It also completely messed up Kantan's exquisitely tended hair. Kantan's right? Junior Master Zhou Luo, I've come to collect you today. A voice as demonic as a demon sounded in Kantan's ears. What came along with it? There was also a sword light that could not be seen clearly, as if it did not belong to this world. 075. Chopping the grass to get rid of the roots. There was a flash of cold light. Kantan's head shot up into the sky. Until it landed, there was still a strong look of disbelief on his face. Tick-tock tock-tock. At the same time, the red button that was just pressed by Kantans immediately caused the entire Stellar Corporation to initiate a red alert state. Ear-piercing alarms resounded throughout the entire sky. Bang! The door of the president's office was kicked open by a group of loaded security personnel. Shat! What kind of person are you? How dare you break into our Stellar Company? The security captain pointed his gun at Zhou Luo as soon as he entered and said angrily. But as soon as he finished the sentence, his entire body was confused. Because he saw it, the body of Kantans that fell on the ground. Oh, by karma! Mr. Kantans, you actually killed Mr. Kantans. He had an unbelievable face, looking at Zhou Luo as if he had seen the devil. The former president of the Eagle Kingdom, the single-handed founder of Stellar Corporation, the first Stellar Corporation president, Kantans, had died just like that. It was too crazy. The security captain knew at the first moment that this was no longer something he could handle. Fire! Stall until backup arrives. He immediately ordered, and several large-caliber automatic rifles then began to pour fire towards Zhou Luo. The weapons used by the security team were rifles that the Eagle Kingdom had specially improved for the Awakened after the opening of the disease change era. The bullets were made from special alloys with full penetration. Even an Awakened of the Pro-Change realm would not be able to carry the same shot from so many gun lines. 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, counter. Seeing this, Zhou Luo not only didn't dodge, but instead stood still and allowed the bullets to shoot towards him. A layer of shield like an eggshell, black and white in color, simultaneously unfolded around his body. Buzz buzz. The bullets, after coming into contact with this shield, even directly shot back in the opposite direction. My hair, what is this thing? The security team was shocked by this scene, but the speed of the bullets was extremely fast, and there was no more time left for them to react. In the next instant, the entire security team was killed by the bullets they shot themselves. The entire president's office was littered with corpses. After resolving these people, Zhou Luo still had no intention of leaving. Since he had come on this trip today, it was only natural that he would completely destroy Stellar Corporation. It was completely insufficient to kill only one person, Kantans. With him dead, Stellar Corporation could completely find someone else to take over the position of president. To kill, one had to kill all the top executives of the entire Stellar Corporation. Only then would Stellar Corporation be considered truly finished. Little Harvest, just wait for me here for now, I'll be right back. Zhou Luo turned his head and barked at the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Skyfrost Thunderhawk's size was too large to move around in the middle of this steel and concrete. Therefore, it was better to have him wait where he was. What happened next, he alone would be enough. Yes, big brother, all as you wish. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was obedient and immediately agreed. Seeing this, Zhou Luo turned his head and left as well. The ear-piercing sound of an alarm echoed throughout the building. Stellar Corporation, within the office area on the first floor that was specially constructed for the top management. Several Stellar Corporation executives were already sweating a bit. Damn it, how did that Joe Luo suddenly run to the Americas? Is he crazy? Contans has surprisingly already been killed by him, and the surveillance has detected that he is heading our way. Where's Luis? Why aren't Luis and the others coming yet? Several executives cursed as they quickly activated their defenses and closed all the roads leading to this level. But they knew very well that this could at best only delay them for a while. And the Luis they had just spoken of was the person with the strongest strength in Stellar Corporation. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Divine Anomaly realm, and he was without a doubt the top combatant. And he also held the innate treasure Jade Pure Glazed bottle, which contained glazed holy water that was capable of stripping away everything. This treasure was a collection that a rich man from the former Eagle Kingdom had plucked from the Great Xia, which was worth a lot of money, and after the opening of the Sickness Transformation era, it unexpectedly soared directly into an innate supreme treasure. On the day the vision was revealed, the tycoon himself evaporated, and only this Jade Pure Glazed bottle was obtained by the Eagle Kingdom officials. What exactly happened in it, no one knew. Just as the crowd was nestled inside a secret room, fearful and scared. Suddenly, the door of the secret room was knocked on. Luis? Is that you, Louis? One of the executives was instantly overjoyed at the sight. The secret room was very secretive and only the top management of Stellar Corporation knew about it. Being able to find this door, the person outside the door should be their savior. But when he finished this sentence, no response came from outside the door for a long time. An unsettling premonition also immediately erupted in the hearts of the crowd. As expected. The next moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone, are you still not opening the door? If you don't open the door, I'll go in. The voice was in the Xia language, and the key was quite magnetic, sounding very warm. However, after the people inside the secret room heard it, they all died. No, it can't be. Joe Luo, how did you find this secret room? There are traitors, there are traitors. Mom messes with Fark. Oh by God, can you save me? A group of suited and oiled executives had completely disregarded their image at this moment. There were even people who started praying to God. Outside the door, Joe Luo listened to the rustling sounds inside, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an icy smile. How did he know about this secret room? That was of course thanks to his sensory ability that was far beyond normal. Still not opening the door, huh? It seems that you all aren't as gentlemanly as I thought you were, not even coming out to greet your guests when they come to the door. Joe Luo had a smile on his face, and without hesitation, he immediately waved his hand casually. The door to the secret room, which was made of high-strength alloy, was immediately sliced open like tofu. The crowd of Stellar Corporation executives nestled inside were clearly exposed to his eyes. Gentlemen, the cat and mouse game is over. The corner of Joe Luo's mouth hooked up slightly as he swung out his sword. No, you can't kill me. Please, let me go, I have a lot of money, I'm willing to give you anything. A group of executives were still planning to beg for mercy. However, just as the words were uttered, they felt a coldness at their necks. Immediately afterward, they lost consciousness. The entire secret room had become like hell. Snap snap. Right at this moment, an untimely sound of applause suddenly rang out from behind Joe Luo. Turning his head to look, he found that several white men had walked out. Excellent, Mr. Joe Luo, good kill. Among them, the man who applauded slowly stepped forward, a smile on his face. Mr. Joe Luo, thank you very much for doing what I wasn't able to do. Once these people die, no one will be able to compete with me for the position of president anymore. The man's tone had an undisguised elation in it. And Joe Luo, too, remembered who this guy was. Louis. In his previous life, the most powerful battle force in Stellar Corporation. Before he broke through the taboo realm, the Stellar Company had never revealed anything about him. But as soon as he broke through the taboo realm, he came out of the world to fight with the 2 taboo realm priests of Brahma Heaven. Relying on the Jade Pure Glazed bottle in his hand, he fought with the 2 of them to a draw. After this battle, Luis' name resounded throughout the entire Blue Star. The reports at the time were all over the place because before him, no one had ever been able to fight 2 taboo realm powerhouses to a draw. After knowing the identity of the visitor, Joe Luo did not have the slightest worry either. If that Louis who had broken through the taboo realm in his previous life were to be released over here, he might be a little wary. But now, it was completely different. Joe Luo looked at the confident Louis and couldn't help but smile along with him. Mr. Louis, you don't think that Stellar Company can still exist in this world after today, right? 076. Innate Supreme Treasure. Jade Pure Glazed Bottle. Mr. Joe Luo, what do you mean by that? Louis sniffed and the smile on his face increased. Could it be that you want to kill us as well? Wouldn't you think that this matter is too whimsical? He didn't have the slightest bit of fear, even if Joe Luo had just today beheaded the 3 divine otherworldly realm powerhouses sent out by the Stellar Corporation, the Sacred Court Church and the Shadow Group. After all, those 3 people didn't have an innate treasure like the Jade Pure Glazed vase in their hands. Moreover, he wasn't coming over alone this time. These 5 people beside him were all Divine Anomaly Realm awakened. Although they weren't as high as his Divine Anomaly Realm's 6th level, they were all around the 2nd level. Together with himself, 6 against 1, with the Jade Pure Glazed Vase boosting them, how could they lose? Thinking about this, the smile at the corner of Lewis's mouth became even more rampant, but he didn't directly make a move. Instead, he kindly persuaded, Mr. Joe Luo, I don't really want to fight with you. If you leave right now, I can turn a blind eye and pretend that this matter didn't happen today. But if you are stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, a jade white-colored glazed bottle had appeared in his hand. It really is a jade pure glazed vase. Joe Luo looked at the glazed vase and a flash of color flashed in his eyes. This thing was a genuine innate treasure, not an ordinary latter-day spirit treasure or something like that. It was just right that after killing this guy, he would take this jade pure glazed bottle along with him. In that case, he would have another safeguard. It was also considered an unexpected blessing of this trip to the Americas. Mr. Zhou, I advise you to think carefully. If you really fight, you definitely won't be able to take advantage. Lewis also detected Joe Luo's intentions towards the jade pure glazed vase and immediately reminded in a cold voice. Even the smile on his face was instantly converged. At the same time, the 5 Divine Anomaly Realm powerhouses that had come with Luis also revealed their auras at this moment. An inexplicably powerful pressure began to permeate between the entire floor. Joe Luo looked at these 6 people, his face still bland. He slowly raised the Taiyao sword in his hand, the tip of the sword aimed at Luis, and said in a cold voice, Don't talk nonsense, do it. Hee, since Mr. Joe wants to die so badly, then I'll fulfill you. A touch of cruelty flashed across Lewis's face, and with a command, the 5 surrounding Divine Anomaly Realm powerhouses moved at the same time. At the same time, he also instantly offered up the jade pure glazed bottle and a drop of pure white and flawless, but upon closer inspection, it seemed as if millions of colors were floating within it. The glazed holy water immediately drilled out from the mouth of the bottle. Boom! 5 powerful attacks roared towards Joe Luo. They knew very well that there was a huge gap between themselves and Joe Luo, and they might not last more than 3 moves. Therefore, the 5 of them simultaneously poured their full strength into this move, striving to injure Joe Luo. Even if they couldn't injure him, they still had to delay time for Luis, allowing the glazed sacred water to take effect. 5 miscellaneous fish. Joe Luo was also clear about what they were thinking, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a cold smile. The thought was good. But unfortunately, his strength was completely beyond what these people could predict. Let's not talk about whether or not they could injure him. Even if they were to delay, they would not be able to delay at all. Clang! Only a crisp sword sound was heard. A misty sword chi, like a light wind, quietly brushed across the necks of the 5 people. The next moment, 5 great heads rolled to the ground. There was no time for any reaction. How could it be so strong? Lewis's eyes widened when he saw this scene. However, he did not stop his hand movements because of this, and had already urged the glazed holy water to its peak. A single drop of glazed water even split into 10 million drops at this moment, spreading all around Joe Luo, surrounding him in his entirety. Jade pure glazed bottle, gather. Lewis recited words under his breath, and he was actually speaking the language of Great Xia. The words just fell. Those 10 million drops of glazed holy water were like boiling, roaring and converging towards Joe Luo's location. Good treasure. Joe Luo's complexion moved, and without hesitation, he offered the 9 yang 8 trigrams plate, protecting his entire self within the shield. Prick la. 10 million drops of glazed holy water all hit the 9 yang 8 trigrams shield, emitting an ear-piercing corrosive sound. With just this one strike, Joe Luo clearly noticed that the energy of the 9 yang 8 trigrams shield had been consumed quite a bit. Worthy of being a jade pure glazed bottle, worthy of being an innate treasure. The glazed holy water, touching is injurious, rubbing kills. Eliminating skin and transforming bones was only in an instant. Moreover, the technique of turning this drop into 10 million drops is also extremely difficult to fight. What is this thing that can block my jade pure glazed vase? Lewis was instantly nonplussed when he saw that the glazed holy water was blocked by the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc. He had been in a state of seclusion during this time, so he had no information that Joe Luo still had the 9 yang 8 trigrams disc, an innate treasure. Looks like you're surprised? Looking at Lewis's panicked appearance, Joe Luo couldn't help but slightly tickle the corner of his mouth. Don't be complacent, my jade pure glazed bottle hasn't used its full power yet. Lewis also already understood that the one that blocked the attack of the glazed sacred water was the other innate treasure on Joe Luo's body. However, he did not give up on it either. Because, not only was the jade pure glazed bottle powerful in killing and injuring, it also had a very crucial characteristic. It was capable of storing glazed holy water. On weekdays, he had instilled spiritual chi from time to time to help the jade pure glazed bottle brew glazed holy water. Now, in addition to the drop of glazed sacred water that he had just used up, there were another 3 drops inside the bottle. 1 drop can't hurt you, what about the 3 drops? Lewis's complexion was ruthless as he once again offered up the jade pure glazed bottle. 3 drops of glazed holy water that were exactly the same as just now were clearly flowing out from the mouth of the bottle. This time, that treasure of yours will definitely not be able to stop it either. Zhou Luo, you didn't leave when I told you to, you had to consume my glazed sacred water, and now you've gotten your wish. However, your life will have to be accounted for here as well. Glazed sacred water, scatter. Luis gave an order. The 3 drops of glazed sacred water then instantly dispersed in all directions. It was different from the 1 drop of glazed sacred water just now. At this moment, the 3 drops of glazed sacred water dispersed at the same time, actually turning into a rain mist. Gather. Luis did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. A mist of water that covered an extremely wide area was like a maggot on a tarsus, frantically gathering towards Zhou Luo's position. In just an instant, there was no more room for Zhou Luo. He was wrapped by the glazed holy water. Seeing this, Luis could not help but grin at the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had already won. The innate treasure in Zhou Luo's hand, even if it was more powerful, would not be able to withstand the simultaneous attack of the 3 drops of glazed holy water. And once that supreme treasure lost its effect, the countless drops of glazed holy water would instantly melt Zhou Luo into white bones. Prick la prick la. An ear-piercing sound resounded continuously. Zhou Luo's 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was about to be consumed. However, Zhou Luo, who was located within the shield, did not have a trace of worry on his face. He looked at the laughing Luis in the distance and couldn't help but follow suit. What do you think I'm waiting for by standing still for half a day? Zhou Luo's mind moved. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield instantly flashed with a flash of arcane light. The uncountable glazed water mist instantly reversed at this moment and shot towards Luis' position. Luis? Luis was shocked and turned his head, wanting to escape. However, the speed of this glazed water mist was simply too fast, and he was simply too late. Ah! A heartbreaking roar resounded throughout the entire floor. 077. Kill Luis. Stellar Corporation perished. The moment the glazed holy water touched Luis' skin, it was as if it had touched extremely corrosive king water, and the skin melted away. In less than a second, Luis, who was still alive just now, had already turned into a white bone. Not even a single drop of blood remained. The only thing that remained intact was the jade pure glazed bottle, which was still lying on top of the floor. What a terrifying treasure. Zhou Luo walked forward and picked up the jade pure glazed vase and couldn't help but sigh. The effects of this jade pure glazed bottle really didn't match its name. However, it is now mine. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly as he put the jade pure glazed bottle away, preparing to refine it once he returned to Daxia. Once Luis died, the entire Stellar Corporation was considered to have completely come to an end. All of the top management were finished being beheaded by Zhou Luo today. Things have ended, it's time to go to the next stop. A coldness flashed under Zhou Luo's eyes. He hadn't forgotten. Joining forces with Stellar Corporation, there was also the Sacred Court Church and the Shadow Group. The Sacred Court Church was put aside first. Because of the intricate terrain of the Nordic continent, the Sacred Court Church had many branches, so it was not a good idea to wipe out all of them. And the Shadow Group is different. Sakurajima was such a tiny bit of a microscopic place, Zhou Luo would have spent less than an hour even if he had strolled around over there. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo then went straight back to the president's office that had broken windows and leaked on all sides. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow, too, had been waiting here for a long time. Big brother, you're back. Seeing Zhou Luo come in, the Skyfrost Thunder Horde, which was originally resting on the ground, immediately stood up. Go, follow me on a trip to Sakura Island. Zhou Luo smiled, and then the two of them stepped into the air in the direction of Sakura Island. After he left, the rest of Stellar Company's employees and junior managers took the valuable things within the company and quickly ran away. And it was also at this time the news that all of Stellar Corporation's top executives had been killed and that there was no one left in power within the company instantly spread throughout the entire internet. As soon as the news was spread, the entire human race on the Blue Star was shaken. Oh my god! Stellar Corporation is actually finished just like that? I can't believe it. Who did this? I just want to know now, which great god is it that could do such a thing? Someone filmed a man riding a powerful beast king, directly breaking through the glass and entering Stellar's president's office. Who the hell is this person? Who else could it be? The one who can use a beast king as a mount, aside from the one from Disya, the entire Blue Star can't find the second person, right? The news spread like wildfire. In the Grand Xia Alliance, Chui Lingfei, who had learned of this news, couldn't help but be dumbfounded as a whole. General Zhou actually really destroyed Stellar Corporation? His face was filled with disbelief, and his heart was shaken beyond belief. He had seen with his own eyes that Zhou Luo had said that he was going to make a trip to Stellar Corporation. However, he had never thought that Zhou Luo would be able to wipe out Stellar Company outright. He also thought that Zhou Luo was going to negotiate with Contans to keep his hands off it. As a result, who would have thought that Zhou Luo's trip would directly wipe out Stellar Corporation in one fell swoop? That was the stellar company that was encircling the entire American continent, with countless strong people within the company, and even the Grand Xiao Alliance was ashamed to be inferior to it. Zhou Luo, a man and a beast, single-handedly, directly destroyed it? Too terrifying. The same as Cui Lingfei. Yang Tianying and Lu Ruyan, who were located in the Skeleton Club, were already sweating at this moment. Impossible, impossible. How could Zhou Luo be so strong? What makes him so strong? Ruyan Lu clenched her silver teeth as her entire face became distorted. She had thought that she would be able to take revenge after she recovered her Calamity Saint body. Things had indeed progressed as she had expected. After restoring the Calamity Saint body, it only took less than half a month for her cultivation to reach the 4th level of the Divine Anomaly realm. This speed, even Yang Tianying was ashamed of herself when she looked at it. However, what she had never expected was that Zhou Luo's strength was far beyond her prediction. A single person had wiped out one of the largest forces on the blue planet, the Stellar Corporation. What kind of revenge is this? How to avenge? President Yang, what should we do now? Lu Ruyan's face was filled with unwillingness as she looked to Yang Tianying on the side. Yang Tianying's heart was also incomparably shaken at this moment. Being asked this question, he immediately came back to his senses and looked towards Ruyan Lu. Miss Lu, I suggest that we hurry up and leave Daxia now. Zhou Luo's strength is no longer something we can deal with, and with this fellow acting too ruthlessly, he might take the initiative to find us and kill us when he returns to Grand Xia. If we want to take revenge now, we can only flee overseas first and wait for an opportunity. Yang Tianying said with a trembling tone. Lu Ruyan was also silent for a long time after hearing this. Yang Tianying was right. Right now in front of them, there was only one path to run. Run quickly, run as far away as possible. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Then, go! Ruyan Lu made the decision with difficulty. Now that the Immortal Island was present, everyone knew that there were great opportunities hidden inside. She naturally also wanted to go in and get a piece of the pie. However, she didn't expect that Stellar Company would be so indisputable, not to mention getting rid of Zhou Luo, and even being directly exterminated herself. The plan had already fizzled out. If he wanted to live, he could only hurry up and leave Daxia. Go to the Stellar Continent. That's the safest place. Lu Ruyan was quick thinking and immediately pointed out the escape location. Just now, there were 3 major forces that had joined forces against Zhou Luo. The Sacred Court Church, the Shadow Group, and the Stellar Corporation. These 3 forces were spread across the Nordic continent, Sakura Island, and the American continent. Now that the Stellar Company had been destroyed, it was only a matter of time before the latter 2 were approached by Zhou Luo. Therefore, if one wanted to escape, the best option was the Stellar Continent where Brahma Heaven, who had not participated in this siege of Zhou Luo, was located. Yang Tianying sniffed and instantly figured this out as well. There's no time to lose, let's hurry up and set off, otherwise it'll be too late when Zhou Luo returns. The 2 of them clicked together and immediately left the Skull and Bones Society without moving. Before the other members of the Skull and Bones Society were even aware of what had happened, their president had already fled out of Daxia. Sakura Island. In the middle of a beautiful mountainous landscape, a mansion and castle that was very characteristic of the Sakura Kingdom. The headquarters of the Shadow Group was located here. But the strange thing is, inside the castle at the moment, there was surprisingly no one. Who? In the sky, the Skyfrost lightning harvest slowly landed. Zhou Luo looked around, and not a single figure of a member of the Shadow Group could be found. Where have they all gone? Zhou Luo didn't believe it, and immediately brought the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and turned over the entire castle. Along with the various basements and secret doors, all of them were searched for, and not a single person was found. Is this because they all ran away in advance after hearing the news from Stellar Company? Zhou Luo couldn't help but think of a possibility. It instantly made him cry and laugh. Fine still has to be on this group of ghosts fine Zhou Luo sneered, not in a hurry. He could run for a while, but he couldn't run for a lifetime. He could remember clearly that after the opening of the Immortal Island, immediately after Sakurajima's Mount Fuji would erupt. At that time, Sakurajima would usher in their greatest opportunity. It was impossible for the people of the Shadow Group to let it go. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to wipe out this group of devils. Big brother, the people are gone, where are we going now? Skyfrost Thunderhawk asked in a naive voice. Back to Daxia. Zhou Luo exhaled a breath and said immediately. Although he hadn't been able to smooth over the Shadow Group as well. However, there was still quite a lot of harvest from this trip out. This jade pure glazed bottle was still waiting for him to refine it. When this jade pure glazed bottle was completely refined, he would take that Xianqing sacred fruit and start the second round of seclusion. Striving for his cultivation to break through the late stage of the spirit transformation realm before the Immortal Island opened. Immortal Island, what exactly is hidden inside? Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of thought flashing across his complexion. The few people who had entered the Immortal Island in his previous life were completely unwilling to reveal what was inside the Immortal Island. What secrets were hidden inside that made them secretive? 078. Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest's request for orders. Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus. One person and one beast returned immediately. When Zhou Luo returned to Jiangnan Villa, the news of the Shadow Group's escape had already spread throughout the 5 lakes and all corners of the world. This matter was so big that it couldn't be covered up at all. After all, for a large Shadow Group to suddenly become empty, anyone would feel strange. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Luo had been seen appearing on Sakura Island, there was speculation that the Shadow Group was absolutely afraid of Zhou Luo's retaliation, so they ran away overnight. Once this news spread, the people of Sakurajima instantly became the laughingstock of the entire world. The people of Sakurajima could only break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. There was no way to refute it. There was no way, it was just too humiliating. At least the Shadow Group was also known as one of the 5 major forces of the Blue Planet, alongside the Grand Xia Alliance, Brahma Heaven, and the still existing Sacred Court Church. But who would have thought that it was such a behemoth that ran away overnight because it was afraid of a single person? In an instant, the people of Sakurajima were reduced to the bottom of the contempt chain on the internet. How much more suffocating it had to be. And just as the discussion on the internet was in full swing, Zhou Luo had already returned to Jiangnan Villa. Big brother, are you going into seclusion? Seeing Zhou Luo preparing to step into the quiet room without saying a word, Skyfrost Thunderclap hurriedly asked. That's right, what's wrong? Zhou Luo stopped and looked at the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. Big brother, then can I go out during this period of time? Skyfrost Thunderhawk asked tentatively. As if he felt that this statement was a little inappropriate, he hastily added, don't misunderstand big brother, I'm not going out to be playful, it's because I've sensed that there are a lot of heavenly treasures being revealed in this land. My perception can be spiritual, I can help you go and find those heavenly materials and treasures and bring them back to help you cultivate. After saying that, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest looked at Zhou Luo with an expectant expression. What he said was indeed the truth. Ever since the Immortal Island had appeared, some heavenly materials and geomantic treasures had continuously popped up throughout the entire Grand Xia territory. These heavenly treasures were very precious, each one of them was worth a fortune, and were extremely helpful to cultivation. And the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was able to sense the location of these treasures, so it was a complete treasure hunter. If he could bring back these heavenly treasures, it would definitely be extremely helpful to Zhou Luo. But well, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest also had its own little thoughts. The cultivation of the beast race is not too different from that of humans. Gulping heaven and earth aura, using and swallowing heaven and earth treasures, these 2 ways can increase the cultivation level. However, there was another method that humans could not enjoy. It was to devour other special exotic beasts, thus increasing their cultivation. The boss snake that we met last time was an example. And this kind of special beasts are usually the guardians of certain heavenly treasures. That was why the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde couldn't wait to go out. Nowadays, there were heavenly material treasures sprouting up everywhere within the Great Summer, and there were definitely quite a few foreign beasts like the boss snake. If he could meet 2 or 3 of them, it would be more effective than him practicing hard for a few months. After listening to the claims of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. This matter was good. One must know that there was still almost half a month before Immortal Island opened. In such a long period of time, 1 Shenqing sacred fruit would definitely not be enough for him to consume. If he could have more heavenly treasures to assist him, then his cultivation speed would definitely advance a step further. No problem, go ahead. Zhou Luo immediately agreed. However, he also instructed, but you remember, the time shall not exceed 10 days, and you must return after 10 days, got it? Half a month later, the Immortal Island opened. Having the Skyfrost Thunder Harvest return within 10 days was also a time Zhou Luo had left for himself to digest the heavenly treasures. Don't worry big brother, I promise to return within 10 days. Seeing Zhou Luo's promise, Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow was instantly overjoyed. Go! Zhou Luo smiled and did not say anything more. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow fluttered and flew away. After seeing him leave, Zhou Luo also returned to the quiet room and began to sit down cross-legged. In his hand, there was already an extra jade pure glazed bottle, as well as a Shenqing sacred fruit. Let's refine you first. Zhou Luo glanced at the jade pure glazed bottle and immediately began to refine it. The dense spiritual chi soon filled the entire quiet room. On the jade pure glazed bottle, the aura left behind by Luis was also gradually weakening. 9 days passed quickly. In the extreme north of Grand Xia, in the middle of a jungle covered in snow, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk fluttered its wings as it traversed over the jungle. In these 9 days, he had already found 3 heavenly treasures for Zhou Luo. Each one of them was quite beneficial to cultivation. And true to his expectations, he had met symbiotic foreign beasts in 2 of the places where the heavenly materials and treasures grew and devoured them. Now, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. This speed, it could not be said to be anything less than terrifying. East? No, it should be north. That's right, this is it. He slowly flew in one direction until he reached above a lake that was completely frozen with solid ice. The surface of the lake was almost completely covered by solid ice, but oddly enough, there was a small piece of unaffected water at the center of the lake. Above the surface of the water, there was a crimson-colored lotus flower floating. Crimson Flame Ice Heart Lotus. Surprisingly, it's it. Upon seeing this lotus, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk immediately widened its eyes. This treasure, even in the ancestral planet it's rare to see. If we give it to Big Brother to take, then his cultivation will definitely be able to break through to the late transformation spirit realm in one fell swoop. Together with the other 3 heavenly treasures, reaching the Forbidden Realm is also possible. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was filled with excitement, but he didn't directly go down to pluck it. Instead, he circled around and realized that there were no other foreign beasts before slowly landing. Such a good treasure, but there are no symbiotic foreign beasts, how strange. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest was a little disappointed, but it didn't think much about it, and fluttered down to the side of the Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus. Ha! It hasn't fully matured yet, let's wait for a while then. After observing the Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus for a while, Skyfrost Thunderhawk realized that it wasn't fully mature. This kind of treasure, it was better to wait for it to mature in order to utilize its best effects. Thus, he prepared to wait silently. But just as he let his guard down, a gust of wind that was strong enough to tear through the air then blew towards the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow. Dangerous! The Skyfrost Thunderhawk reacted at the first opportunity and narrowly avoided the blow. When he looked back, he realized that 2 Fey Beast Kings with the same strength as him had appeared behind him at some point. Xingxiao Chongming, Xianxian Kueyu. Upon seeing these 2 foreign beasts, Skyfrost Thunderhawk's face instantly became grave. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, this Red Flame Iceheart Lotus is ours, get out of the way quickly. Seeing that the sneak attack didn't work, Xingxiao Chongming said in a cold tone. I didn't know this treasure had an owner, so I'll leave now. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was very angry. Just now that strike, if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have more or less landed a serious injury. But right now, these 2 Fey Beast Kings were powerful. If they really fought, he couldn't take advantage of the situation in his single form, so he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Stand still. You are not allowed to leave. But just as the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest was about to leave, that Xianhen Kueyak suddenly opened its mouth. What do you mean? The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest turned its head, its expression filled with vigilance. You have other heavenly treasures on you, right? Hand them all over and then leave. The Xianxian Frost Kueyak snorted coldly and said. Impossible. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was instantly enraged at his words. These 3 pieces on his body were meant to be returned to Zhou Luo to deliver, and could never be handed over to someone else. If you don't hand them over, don't even think about leaving. Xingxiao Chongming's tone was icy cold to the extreme, and his attitude was very tough. The words just fell. Xingxiao Chongming then spread his wings and instantly blocked the Skyfrost Thunderhawk's path of retreat. The auras of 2 mid-spirit transformation realm beast kings instantly erupted from their bodies. Seeing this, the eyes of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest were already filled with gravity. Are you guys really going to press this hard? He looked towards the 2, his tone icy cold. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill him, and the things will be ours just the same. The Xianhen Kueyak didn't want to say much, and immediately raised both hooves and took a step out. An extremely cold and icy wave of coldness slapped towards the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. 079. Dare to bully my little brother? Seeing that the Xianhen Di Kue Nyo was launching an attack towards itself, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest's heart sank, understanding that this battle was largely unavoidable. You 2 are bullying people too much. I already have no intention of fighting for it, but you still want to force me into a dead end. He let out a furious roar, and then he decisively sacrificed the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead. Rumble. Countless purple thunderbolts erupted from the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead, instantly vaporizing that icy cold wave. Ow! Just after dissolving the attack of the Xianxiao Kuenyao, a crisp bird song immediately came from behind him. Xingxiao Chongming bent down and sprinted towards the Skyfrost Thunderhawk, his 2 sharp claws tearing through the air and pointing straight at the vitals. The speed of this critical strike was extremely fast, and the Skyfrost Thunderhawk had no time to react, and could only form a frost shield in front of itself, trying to fend it off. Bang! A claw wrapped in powerful might easily shattered the frost shield, and then left a deep claw mark on the back of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. On top of the claw mark, there were even threads of green flames emerging, burning the flesh. The Skyfrost Thunder Snail's teeth chattered in pain. The most powerful thing about the Green Sky Heavy Lightning Clan was their pair of sharp claws, which not only contained the power of being able to tear through the void, but also had the ability to attach its own burning heart inflammation, making it very difficult to deal with. Now that he had been struck by the Green Sky Heavy Lightning, the Skyfrost Lightning Harvest had completely fallen into a disadvantage. If the fierce battle continued, there would only be one outcome: to fall. No, I can't die like this. It's so hard to recognize a big brother with excellent talent. In the future, his achievements will definitely not be smaller than those guys in the clan. I definitely can't give up just like that. A flash of flesh pain flashed across the eyes of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. With his gaze, he slowly looked towards the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Beat in mid-air. It can only be done. A sigh passed. In the eyes of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, a look of viciousness flashed through. He looked at Qingxiao Chongming and Xin Mei Kue Niao and let out a cold smile. You two bullying dogs, I'll take note of today's revenge. In the future, it will definitely be returned 100-fold. The words just fell. The 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Beat in mid-air then instantly erupted with a dazzling purple lightning. The next instant, a deafening explosion sounded. Not good, he's going to let the intrinsic spiritual treasure self-detonate. Dodge. Qingxiao Chongming was the first to react and quickly spread his wings and retreated. The Xianxiao Kue Niao wasn't so lucky, there was no time to escape, and he could only use his physical body to fight it off. Boom! The sky was filled with purple lightning, almost covering the entire lake. Even the layer of solid ice that covered the lake was instantly melted by the high temperature carried by the lightning. This sight lasted for a full 10 minutes. Until the purple lightning slowly dissipated, the surroundings were already a mess. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, on the other hand, had long since disappeared. Damn it, let him escape. After an explosion, most of the feathers on Qingxiao Chongming's body had fallen off. However, due to his timely reaction, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. But the Xianxiao Kue ox was a different story. His entire body was scorched black by the electricity, almost shedding a layer of skin. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body were even more affected, and his injuries were so severe that he simply couldn't recover well without 10 days and half a month. Damnable Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest, don't let me find you next time. The Xian Di Kue Niao let out a low roar, its tone full of killing intent. And at this moment, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest had long ago taken advantage of the time when the 9 Heavens Thunder Extreme Beat exploded itself and fled to hundreds of miles away. Luckily, I swallowed 2 precious beasts before, and my realm reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Otherwise, I might have really planted myself there today. Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked back in the direction of the red flame Iceheart Lotus, still having some palpitations in his heart. At the same time, he was even more distressed in his heart. The 9 Heavens Thunder Extreme Bead was his companion spiritual treasure, nourished with spiritual chi day and night, and had long since become attached. Now that the 9 Heavens Thunder Extreme Bead was lost, he could not be said to be sad. But fortunately, none of the heavenly treasures that Big Brother wanted were lost. Let's find a way to get a treasure in the future. Hiss. It hurts. The Green Sky Heavy Brightness clan's innate burning heart inflammation is really difficult to deal with. How long does this have to burn? The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde forced itself to endure the pain coming from its back and fluttered its wings before flying towards the location of the Jiangnan Mountain Villa. Jiangnan Villa. Within the quiet room. 9 days had passed, and with the aid of the Shenqing sacred fruit, Zhou Luo's cultivation growth rate could be described as terrifying. Now, it had already broken through to the 5th level of the spiritualization realm, and was only 1 step away from the 6th level. But suddenly, a muffled sound came from outside the window. It seemed to be the sound of some heavy object crashing to the ground. Zhou Luo's eyes snapped open, then he slowly walked out of the quiet room. Little Hao Zi? How did you become like this? Just as he stepped out, Zhou Luo saw the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk that had collapsed on the ground, breathing out more than in. Looking closely, he realized that there was also a claw mark on its back that looked like some kind of avian. Around the claw mark, there was also a small mass of green-colored flame that was burning. Big Brother, the heavenly material you wanted, I brought it back. Seeing Zhou Luo come out, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest immediately pulled out 3 pieces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and handed them in front of him. Zhou Luo frowned slightly, and with a little probing, he realized that the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was in a very bad state at this moment. And the culprit, most likely, was that strange green-colored flame. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo hurriedly mobilized his body's spiritual chi to extinguish the flame. As a result, he didn't expect this flame to be very difficult to deal with, and it came back from the dead several times in a row. It almost consumed half of Zhou Luo's spiritual chi before it was finally extinguished. Who made you like this? After doing this, Zhou Luo looked at the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and asked. In his tone, there was a touch of hidden anger hidden in his voice. No matter what, Skyfrost Thunderhawk was also his own little brother. Now that his little brother was being bullied so miserably outside, wasn't it a slap in his own face? When Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk saw that Qingxiao Chongming's innate burning heart inflammation had been erased, he was instantly overjoyed. This thing hadn't tormented him much. However, in response to Zhou Luo's question, he still forced himself to act dashingly and said, "It's fine, Big Brother, but it's just some wind and frost." Speak human. Zhou Luo rolled his eyes, his heart was speechless. All injured into what kind of, but also some frost. Ooh, Big Brother, I was beaten up by 2 dogs. Seeing this, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest also couldn't help but show his original form, and his tone instantly became aggrieved beyond measure. Next, he recounted the entire process with a sniffle and a tear. It was only then that Zhou Luo also realized what had actually happened. A mere two-spirit transformation realm beast kings dare to bully my little brother? Living out of patience. A murderous intent rose in Zhou Luo's heart. Without saying a word, he immediately got up. Let's go, little Housey, big brother will help you take revenge. Skyfrost Thunderhawk was startled. Big brother, those are two spirit transformation realm beast kings, and their cultivation levels are both in the middle of the spirit transformation realm. I'm too injured right now to help much. His worry was not without reason. The two mid-spirit transformation realm beast kings were extremely powerful, and joining forces was simply not something that a spirit transformation realm cultivation could deal with. Only a taboo realm would be able to decimate the two. However, Zhou Luo was not afraid at all. Nowadays, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, which was similarly located in the middle stage. And he also had the 5U Sutra, the 9 Yang 8 Trigrams disc, the Taya sword, plus the jade pure glazed bottle that he had just obtained to add to his strength. His strength had far exceeded that of an ordinary spirit transformation realm powerhouse. These two beast kings, he had full confidence in killing them. It was just as well that after killing them, he could also dig out the beast king Dan in the two's bodies in passing, and give it to the heavenly frost lightning harvest to repair its injuries. In addition to that red flame ice hard lotus, Zhou Luo was also coveting it. With it, along with the 3 heavenly treasures that Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had brought back, breaking through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm wouldn't be a problem. Even rushing through the taboo realm was not impossible. Looking at the hesitant Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, Zhou Luo, without saying a word, immediately asked, I'll just ask you, do you still want to take revenge? Yes, of course I do. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde nodded its head repeatedly. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, and he immediately rose up in the air. Then why don't you hurry up and follow? 080.2 Spirit Transformation Realm Beast Kings? One of me is sufficient. Above the icy lake, Qingxiao Chongming and Xianmei Kuei were currently standing guard next to the red flame ice heart lotus. It's getting close, it's going to mature soon. The Xianmei Kuei stared at the red flame ice heart lotus, and in his heart, he couldn't wait. Now that he was affected by the 9 Tribulation Thunder Extreme Bead self-explosion, he was already severely injured. And the red flame ice heart lotus was just enough to repair his injuries, as well as further his cultivation. Everything, just waiting for the moment of maturity. It was the same as the Xianxiao Kuei. There was also some hidden anticipation in the gaze of Qingxiao Chongming as he looked towards that red flame ice heart lotus. However, at the same time, when his gaze swept over the Xianmei Kuei, a touch of hidden killing intent would also flash under his eyes. This red flame ice heart lotus was something that he had discovered together with the Xian underworld Kuei. At first, it was agreed that one person would take half of it after it matured. However, the red flame ice heart lotus was a rare existence amongst a host of heavenly treasures, and was extremely valuable. Such a treasure, of course, Qingxiao Chongming wanted to take it all for himself. But the Xianmei Kuei is very powerful. If he really fights, he can't take advantage. Now that Xianmei Kuei was seriously injured, it gave him a good opportunity. The reason why he didn't make a move just now and waited until now was because the Xianmei Kuei also had a companion spiritual treasure called Xianmei Heaven Shaking Horn. If he fought head-on, when the Xian Underworld Kuei sacrificed the Xian Underworld Heaven Shaking Horn, it would end in a lose-lose situation. Therefore, he had been waiting for an opportunity. Later on, as long as he waited for the red flame ice heart lotus to mature, the Xian Underworld Kuei would definitely be bent on picking it, thus letting its guard down. At that moment, it was the best time to strike. When he thought of this, Qingxiao Chongming took a deep breath and waited silently. Suddenly, Qingxiao Chongming's expression changed, and his gaze instantly looked into the distance. There, a familiar figure was slowly zooming in. It's the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow. How dare he come back? After seeing clearly who the visitor was, Qingxiao Chongming instantly let out a cold laugh. The Xianxian Kuei also hurriedly got up when he heard this, a flash of anger flashing across his eyes as he looked in the direction of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde. This time, I definitely won't let him get away again. No, there is a human next to him? But soon, Qingxiao Chongming realized that something was wrong. He saw that next to the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest, there was actually the figure of a human man. Is that the helper he found? What a disgrace, to find humans as helpers in this land. The Xianxian Kuei snorted coldly, his tone very disdainful. A flash of sarcasm also flashed across Qingxiao Chongming's eyes. In their eyes, the indigenous humans on the Blue Star were all trash, without exception. There might be individuals among them who were powerful, but they were far inferior to their Beast King clan. As the Qingxiao Chongming and Xianmei Kuei sized up Zhou Luo's gaze, too, swept between the two. Little Housey, were they the ones who injured you? He said to the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, his tone flat. That's right, big brother, it was them. Skyfrost Thunderhawk nodded, and then hurriedly admonished, Big brother, you have to be careful of that stinking bird. His claws contain the innate burning heart inflammation of the Qingxiao Heavy Brightness clan, and as long as it is contaminated, it will follow as if it were a maggot on a tarsus. That stupid cow shouldn't be underestimated either. That unicorn horn at the tip of its nose is called the Xuanhe heaven-shaking horn. It's an innate spiritual treasure. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest recounted the information he knew in turn. Zhou Luo heard this, but there was not much worry on his face. That Xing Xiao Chongming's innate burning heart inflammation was indeed tricky. Even Heavenly Frost Thundercloud had to avoid 3 feet when he met it. But for him, it wasn't a problem at all. As for the Xuanha Kue Nyo's Xuanha heaven-shaking horn, it was even less of a threat. It was only an innate spiritual treasure. On his body, he had a full 3 pieces of innate supreme treasures. The duo slowly approached the icy lake. Heavenly Frost Thunder Horn, how dare you find a person to help you take revenge? What a disgrace to our Fey Beast clan. On the surface of the lake, Xing Xiao Chongming looked towards the Skyfrost Thunderhawk, his tone filled with sarcasm. The Xuanxiang Kueino followed suit and grunted, since you still dare to come back, then I will let you all be buried here today. This time, you won't have a chance to escape. Looking at the arrogant 2 Beast Kings, Zhou Luo's face didn't change as he signaled to the Skyfrost Thunderhawk, go wait for me at the back. Yes. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was very obedient and immediately backed up to 1,000 meters away. On the field, there was then only Zhou Luo and the 2 eyeing Beast Kings left. Oh? You actually want to come against us alone? When Xing Xiao Chongming saw this, a coldness could not help but flash through his eyes. How much was this looking down on them? At this time, Xing Xiao Chongming had also probed Zhou Luo's realm clearly. 5th level of the Spirit Transformation realm, about the same as him and the Xianxiao Kueyu. But even so, how could a mere human dare to be so arrogant? It was surprising that he chose to go forward alone, completely not putting himself in his eyes. I am alone, and that is already enough. In response, Zhou Luo only smiled faintly, his tone lacking the slightest bit of the pressure of facing 2 Beast Kings alone. Arrogant to the extreme. Seek death. The violent temper of the Zuanhanmai Kue ox had already been unable to hold back, and it even took the first step to strike. Bang! With a stomp of its hooves, a sharp sword formed by Xian Underworld Cold Chi instantly stabbed towards Zhou Luo. The air that the sword cut through was all affected by the Xuanhe Cold Chi, condensing into a sheet of frost, cold to the extreme. Sculptor's little skill. Zhou Luo didn't panic and raised his hand the moment the Xuanhe Cold Chi was about to touch him. A ponderous Taishan silhouette appeared from behind him. Endless vastness erupted from the shadow of Tarzan. As soon as the Xian Di Cold Chi encountered this vastness, it was like a mouse seeing a cat and could not withstand it and exploded in the air. Tarzan's shadow, the most masculine and rigid, can break all the yin and evil. And this Xianmei cold gas is the most pure in evil things. What kind of means is this? The Shen Underworld Kue Nyo's heart was abruptly shocked after seeing his attack being easily neutralized. He could sense that this Tarzan shadow conjured by Zhou Luo was simply his complete nemesis. Don't be careless and directly strike with all your might. This human is not simple. Xing Xiao Chongming felt a pang of misfortune in his heart and immediately spoke. There's no need for you to remind me. The Xianxiao Kue Nyo snorted coldly, and a greenish-black halo suddenly emerged from its entire body. In the next instant, the greenish-black halo converged on top of that unicorn, and the unicorn that originally looked plain and uneventful actually erupted with a terrifying aura at this moment. Xianmei Heaven-Shaking Horn. Out! The Xianmei Kue Nyo roared lowly, and the unicorn horn even directly detached from the skin and flew straight up into the sky. At this point, the Xianmei Kue Nyo's head no longer had any extra horns. The Kue Nyo originally had no horns, and this was the true face of the Xianmei Kue Nyo. Let's attack together and kill it. Xing Xiao Chongming also gathered his innate burning heart flame on top of his claws, and once his wings were vibrated, he shot towards Zhou Luo like a signal arrow. The green-colored flames left a trajectory in the air, pointing straight at Zhou Luo's vitals. The top of the Xianmei Heaven-Shaking Horn was also clearly directed towards Zhou Luo, like a missile. 2 attacks that were enough to seriously injure or even kill a strong person at the Spirit Transformation Realm attacked towards Zhou Luo at the same time. Good timing. Zhou Luo's eyes lit up, and there was no intention of retreating in his complexion. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp buzzing sound, the Taiya sword was sheathed in response. It just so happens that there's no one to practice with me after my breakthrough, so I'll take the 2 of you to test my current strength. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile. He held the Taiye sword in his hand and slashed out at the Xing Xiao Chongming and Xianmei Heaven-Shaking Horns. A sword light as white as a cold moon appeared out of thin air. 081. The might of the 3 swords. Swallowed and refined. The sword light invincibly chopped towards Xing Xiao Chongming and Xianmei Heaven-Shaking Horn. The one who bore the brunt of the sword light was Xing Xiao Chongming, who was the fastest. The moment he was confronted with this sword light, Xing Xiao Chongming only felt like he was being stared at by an overwhelmingly ferocious beast, and a coldness rose all over his body. Not good, run. At this moment, this was the only voice in Xing Xiao Chongming's mind. But everything was already too late. The moment this thought popped up, the sword light had already arrived in front of Xing Xiao Chongming. But a wing strewn with fiery red feathers fell down with a flourish. The blood of the beast erupted from the sky, spilling all over the ground. Ow! Qing Xiaochongming let out a long whistle, his voice as miserable as it could be. For avian beasts, wings were undoubtedly the reliance for survival in the world. Moreover, the wings were covered with dense muscle nerves and had extremely strong perception. Now, one side of the wing was chopped off. Intense pain surged into Qing Xiaochongming's mind like a monstrous wave. The entire face became distorted due to the pain. Phew! After the sword light chopped off one side of Qing Xiaochongming's wings, it did not stop there. Instead, it continued to chop towards the Qianxian heaven-shaking horn. Like a missile flying towards Zhou Luo, the Zuanhenge heaven-shaking horn did not even intend to back down after meeting this sword light. A force that was pure to the extreme erupted from the Shenhendi heaven-shaking horn, as if it could really shake the heavens and earth. With this huge force, the Xian underworld heaven-shaking horn ended up colliding with this sword light chopped out by Zhou Luo. Bang! Only a deafening sound was heard. The Xiandi heaven-shaking horn was actually in a stalemate with this sword light. The collision of the two powerful forces caused the surrounding winds to howl. It was as if the entire space was about to be torn apart. A mere human, nothing more than that. The Shenmei Kuei-Nyo, who was maneuvering the Shenmei heaven-shaking horn, could sense that this sword light chopped out by Zhou Luo was on the verge of dissipating. Immediately afterward, he then filled the Xian underworld heaven-shaking horn with his full strength of spiritual qi, wanting to break through this sword light and shatter Zhou Luo's entire being. Zhou Luo also sensed his thoughts. Naive. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled coldly. What do you think this sword of mine is? A desperate effort. It's nothing more than a strike that I casually wielded. The words just fell. The Taiya sword chopped out once again. Another sword light, once again, appeared out of thin air. How is it possible? Upon seeing this scene, the two eyes of the Xiandi Kuei-Nyo blared round. He could not have imagined at all that this terrifying sword could be used a second time by Zhou Luo. Lotus! An ear-piercing whistling sound rang out. The second sword light quickly clashed with the Xian underworld heaven-shaking horn. This time, the Xian underworld heaven-shaking horn clearly appeared to be in a state of strain. After only a few seconds of fighting, it couldn't support itself, and the powerful force disappeared abruptly. The entire Xianmei heaven-shaking horn also gradually lost its spirituality. No. Impossible, indigenous humans, how can it be so strong? The Xian underworld Kuei Ox was filled with disbelief, its body shaking like a sieve. However, the sword wielded by Zhou Luo didn't care what he thought in his mind, it just chopped straight towards him. Poof! The Xianmei Kuei-Nyo, who was already seriously injured, was not capable of resisting in the slightest. The sword light devastated him and split his entire body in two. The Beast King's blood instantly spilled over the entire lake. The lake that was originally covered with ice and as holy as snow was now drenched in blood, just like a purgatory. The Xianmei Kuei-Nyo fell. Your turn. Zhou Luo's gaze had already looked towards Qing Xiaochongming. Being looked at with such a glance, Qing Xiaochongming actually felt that his soul was trembling. It was too terrifying. Ever since he had descended into this heaven and earth, he had never felt this way before. Human, I am also willing to submit to you, the same as that frost lightning harvest. Let you drive me. Under the trembling of war, Qing Xiaochongming even directly gave up the idea of resistance and instantly bowed down. However, Zhou Luo only smiled coldly. Your willingness to submit to me is your business. And I, for one, have no intention of letting you live. The words just fell. The third sword quietly swung out. Qing Xiaochongming's head, which was filled with disbelief, suddenly flew up out of thin air. Until it landed, his eyes were still mixed with endless unwillingness. The two spirit transformation realm Fey Beast Kings had disappeared into the heavens and earth. Only two corpses were left behind. Little Hao Zi, you can come over now. After doing so, Zhou Luo casually returned the Taiya sword to its sheath and shouted to the Skyfrost Thunderhawk at the back. As for the heavenly frost lightning harvest at this moment, he was frozen in place, not moving for half a day. His entire beast was dumbfounded. The Qing Xiaochongming and Shenmei Kuei-Nyo, who had almost killed him just now, had both been killed by Zhou Luo. The entire process was strangely fast, not even 5 minutes. And Zhou Luo. He only wielded 3 swords. One sword chopped off the wings of Qing Xiaochongming, causing him to be seriously injured. 2 swords destroyed the divine might of the heaven-shaking horn of Shenmei, killing the Shenmei Kuei-Nyo. With the third sword, Qing Xiaochongming's head flew up and finally ended. With the power of 3 swords, he unexpectedly killed 2 spirit transformation realm beast kings. This kind of terrifying strength was something he had never seen before. Little Harvest, what are you doing? Why don't you come over? In a trance, Skyfrost Thunderhawk heard Zhou Luo calling him again. Only this time did he come back to his senses and hurriedly came to Zhou Luo's side. Big brother, you are truly divine. Bullish. After brewing for half a day, he only stammered and stifled out this sentence. Alright, the Beast King Dan of these 2 guys, it's yours, to repair your injuries. Zhou Luo ignored the heavenly frost lightning harvest's admiration and immediately said. Really, big brother? These two Beast King Dawn really belong to me? Skyfrost Thunderhawk was even more shocked at his words. Two Beast King Dawn of the Spirit Transformation Realm were worth as much as the Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus. Such a valuable thing, and Zhou Luo was so easily dividing it amongst himself? You've called me big brother, who will I give it to if not you? Zhou Luo glanced at him. Can it be that you don't want it? Then you said so earlier, in that case. Yeah, I want it, why wouldn't I want it? Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk hurriedly said, Big brother's reward, of course little brother will accept it. Thank you big brother. After saying that, he farted towards Qing Xiao Chongming's corpse, ready to take out the Beast King Dan. And Zhou Luo wasn't idle either. He strolled onto the lake surface and came next to the Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus. At this moment, the Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus was fully mature and was emitting a tantalizing fragrance. Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus, together with the other three heavenly treasures, I wonder what realm it will allow me to break through to. Zhou Luo smiled faintly and reached out to pluck the Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus. The moment the Red Flame Ice Heart Lotus was plucked, the solid ice covering the entire lake unexpectedly melted in an instant. Even the surrounding cold air became much hotter. Let's refine it here. Zhou Luo looked around, preparing to refine these four heavenly treasures right here in this forest. There were less than 5 days left before Immortal Island opened. And the process of refining the heavenly materials and treasures would take some time. Zhou Luo had to rush to refine all 4 heavenly materials and geomancers before the Immortal Island opened. Every second was precious. Little Hao Zi, help me protect the law. Zhou Luo gave an order and immediately sat cross-legged. All right. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, who had just finished taking the 2 Beast King Dawn, also rushed over. 082. Immortal Island opens. Weird light curtain. 5 days later. In the extreme west of Daxia, on Tianfeng Mountain. That immortal island, which was surrounded by clouds and mist and floated in the sky all day long, suddenly stirred. A milky white aura fluctuation centered on the immortal island and quickly spread to the entire Grand Xia. Within Grand Xia, almost everyone who was paying attention to the immortal island received the news of the sudden change in the immortal island at this moment. At that moment, the awakened within Grand Xia moved to Heavenly Peak Mountain. At the same time, far away in a forest in the far north, Zhou Luo also sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Immortal Island has opened. He opened his eyes, and a streak of color flashed across his eyes. After waiting for many days, this day had finally arrived. As the most mysterious secret realm in his previous life, what exactly was on top of this immortal island, he was finally able to go and see it with his own eyes. What was it that would make Lu Feiyu, Gu Qianhua, and the others break through from the early stage to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm directly after they went in? And, when the world asked, they kept their mouths shut about everything within the immortal island. Big brother, you're out of the gate? Just as Zhou Luo was pondering, the voice of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde suddenly came from the side. The moment Zhou Luo opened his eyes, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde sensed it. That's right, little Hazel, you did well this time, these 4 heavenly materials played a big role. Zhou Luo said with a smile. In these 5 days, he had already taken all of those 4 heavenly materials and geomancers, and the effect was very good. His realm had already broken through to the current 8th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, reaching the late stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm. This speed was terrifying. If it was spread out, one would not know how many people would be frightened. Big brother, this is all what I should do. Getting complimented by Zhou Luo, Skyfrost Thunderhawk was very happy. After all, he had decided to follow Zhou Luo wholeheartedly, so the stronger Zhou Luo was, the more right his choice was. How about you, have you refined your cultivation after taking those 2 Beast King pills? Zhou Luo asked again. He, big brother look. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk let out a naive smile, and then he released an aura. 6th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm? Not bad, not bad. Zhou Luo nodded. This progress was not as fast as his own, but it was still very good. After all, before taking the Beast King Dan, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was still severely injured. Of the 2 Beast King Dan, at least one of their utility had been used to repair the injury. In the future, he would have to find a way to get a little bit of Beast King Dan for Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest to eat. This big brother's strength is progressing so fast, his little brother can't be left behind either. After organizing his thoughts for a while, Zhou Luo raised his head, his gaze looking towards the west. Let's go to Heavenly Peak Mountain, and see what exactly the Immortal Island is. Yes. One person and one beast set off towards the Heavenly Peak Mountain location. Below Heavenly Peak Mountain, a pure white curtain of light, centered on the Immortal Island, almost shrouded the entire Heavenly Peak Mountain. The awakened who came to Heavenly Peak Mountain, preparing to participate in the Immortal Island's secret realm, were all stopped by this light curtain. Hell, what's the meaning of this barrier? We're not allowed to go in? What's going on with the secret realm this time? It's completely different from before. Let me go in. Ah. In the crowd, a burst of complaints rang out one after another. There were also people who tried to force their way through the light curtain, only to be directly bounced off by a powerful force. Look over there, the Black Feather King is here. There's also Gu Qianhua and Major General Cui coming. At this moment, several voices suddenly rang out from the crowd. The crowd looked into the distance, and sure enough, they spotted the figures of Lu Feiyu and the others. Black Feather King, Gu Qianhua, and Major General Cui, all three of them aren't here. What about Skeleton Zune? He's not going to come? Skeleton Zune? Brother, how outdated is your news? People are running away straight away. Now I don't know which place overseas they are hiding in. I was in seclusion a few days ago. I don't know these things. Skull Zune really ran away? Yes, the entire skeleton society is almost disbanded now. Someone inquired about Yang Tianying's whereabouts, but was immediately met with ridicule. Some time ago, Yang Tianying ran away overseas, and the news that the Skeleton Association was leaderless had long spread frantically across the internet. Some people speculated that Yang Tianying must have been afraid of Zhou Luo, so he simply ran away. After all, Zhou Luo's record of destroying Stellar Corporation alone was too terrifying, anyone would be afraid. And Yang Tianying had long had problems with Zhou Luo, so it was only normal that he was afraid of Zhou Luo going forward to retaliate. Just as the crowd was discussing, Lu Feiyu and the others also came before that light curtain. Not allowing people to enter? It's a bit interesting. Looking at the milky white light curtain in front of him, a flash of curiosity passed through Lu Feiyu's eyes. Immediately afterward, he tried to take a step forward, wanting to try whether this light curtain was shutting everyone out as the others had said. But when he took this step forward, the expected obstruction didn't happen. Instead, he entered with great ease. This scene directly stunned everyone present. How is it possible? The light curtain failed? How was the Black Feather King able to enter? We couldn't even get in just now. Whatever, I'll give it a try. Some of the impatient ones immediately followed Lu Feiyu's maneuver and stepped into the light curtain range. But the moment he took one foot, bang! The light curtain shook violently, directly bouncing him to 100 meters away, spitting out blood. Seeing this, the other awakened who wanted to try also hurriedly withdrew their minds. Why is this happening? The crowd was puzzled in their minds. On Lu Feiyu's side, Gu Qianhua and Cui Lingfei also began to try to enter the light curtain. As a result, the duo, like Lu Feiyu, were completely unimpeded. Very easily, they stepped inside the light curtain. This made the group even more puzzled. As Lu Feiyu watched this scene, a flash of conjecture couldn't help but appear in his heart as well. He, Gu Qianhua, and Cui Lingfei had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm some time ago. Among the three, Gu Qianhua had the highest cultivation, at the second level of the spirit transformation realm, while he and Cui Lingfei were both at the first level of the spirit transformation realm. So was it possible that this light curtain only allowed awakened ones above the spirit transformation realm to enter? Outside the light curtain, the crowd was still arguing. After many people saw that Gu Qianhua and Cui Lingfei had both managed to step inside the light curtain as well, their hearts rose up to give it a try. They felt that they must have been going about it the wrong way. There were even people who shouted through the air to Lu Feiyu and the others, requesting them to inform them of the method to enter the light curtain. Lu Feiyu was so annoyed by this chorus of voices that he immediately spoke aloud. Everyone, listen to me. From what I've seen, the probability is that this light curtain is meant to isolate awakened people below the spirit transformation realm. Only those whose realm has reached the spirit transformation realm can enter, so you guys shouldn't waste your time. Hearing him say that, the large group outside who were still prepared to try to enter were instantly confused. Only those at the spirit transformation realm could enter? This condition, wasn't it a bit too high? At this point in time, only someone with excellent talent like Lu Feiyu could possibly break through the spirit transformation realm. Everyone else, most of them were just hovering between the protean transformation realm and the divine anomaly realm. What's more, to this day, they still stayed in the initial realm and struggled. After Lu Feiyu shouted like this, the field was indeed much quieter. Some people showed regret and were unwilling in their hearts. After all, for a secret realm as special as Immortal Island, everyone knew that it was definitely not simple. Losing the qualification to participate would not be pleasant for anyone. However, they did not choose to leave directly. Instead, they planned to stay where they were and wait for Lu Feiyu and the others to come out. They also wanted to see what great fortune Lu Feiyu and the others would obtain after coming out from the inside of this immortal island that was restricted to the spirit transformation realm. At this time, someone suddenly heard a whistling sound coming from above the sky behind them. Looking up, they found that it was actually a familiar face that was riding a beast. It's the killing god. The god of slaying is here. What killing god? That's called General Zhou. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zhou Luo rode the heavenly frost thunder harvest and slowly landed outside the curtain of light. 083. Immortal Island Secret. Extreme Spirit Pool? General Zhou, you've come. Cui Lingfei was the first to welcome him and arched his hand at Zhou Luo. Last time, Zhou Luo saved his life from the hands of the three major forces, a favor he had been waiting to thank in person. You've also broken through the spirit transformation realm? Zhou Luo nodded at him, and then a flash of surprise flashed under his eyes. The last time he saw Chui Lingfei, he was still in the divine alien realm. And he had also been injured by the three major forces such as Stellar Corporation, so it was reasonable to say that his cultivation shouldn't have progressed so quickly. Headquarters didn't want me to miss this opportunity, so they gave me a lot of resources to break through to the spiritualization realm. Chui Lingfei also understood Zhou Luo's doubts and scratched his head in embarrassment. I see. Zhou Luo was dazed. Thinking about it, now that the Grand Xia Alliance was in decline, with Chui Lingfei being such a top-tier combatant, it was impossible to let him miss out on this Immortal Island's secret realm. Brother Zhou, once you're here, we happen to be all together, why don't we go up to Heavenly Peak Mountain to explore? Lu Feiyu also walked over at this moment and greeted Zhou Luo. Good, let's set off before it's too late. Zhou Luo nodded and agreed. Before he left, Zhou Luo also turned his head to the Skyfrost Thunderbolt and instructed, just stand guard outside the light screen, and whenever you see any people from overseas forces coming over, kill them all. Understood. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's face was filled with a look that said, don't worry, big brother. Seeing this, Zhou Luo also left in peace. A group of 4 people quickly ascended to the top of Heavenly Peak Mountain. When the group reached the top of the mountain, they were surprised to find that there was a mysterious spell formation engraved on the top of the mountain. At the center of the spell formation was a white light that shot up into the sky, pointing directly at the Immortal Island in the air. By the looks of it, this should be the teleportation formation to the Immortal Island. Gu Qianhua said as he gazed at the Immortal Island in the sky. The duo, Lu Feiyu and Chui Lingfei, also agreed with him. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go up first. Zhou Luo took a step and directly entered the range of the spell formation. Seeing this, the remaining 3 rushed to follow. Buzz. The moment all 4 entered the spell formation, the spell formation suddenly began to operate, and the surrounding scenery instantly became blurry. A sense of weightlessness also Herculeanly struck Shan Luo's heart. When this sense of weightlessness disappeared, Zhou Luo realized that he was already in a dreamy scene. The fog locked the green peaks, and the clouds entangled the jade trees. After truly stepping into the Immortal Island, he realized that the white mist that haunted and wrapped the Immortal Island all day long was actually revealing a haze of light that appeared and disappeared at times. A good piece of fairy scene. The aura here is extremely dense. Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his expression filled with surprise. The remaining 3 also detected that the richness of the spiritual qi within this Immortal Island was at least 4 or 5 times higher than the outside. If one could cultivate within this island, that speed would definitely soar. Just as the crowd was immersed in excitement, suddenly, a woman's figure with a fluttering immortal robe appeared on a leisurely path ahead. Gentlemen, welcome to Immortal Island. The woman's skin was like condensed fat, her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and her nose was slightly arched, living like an absolute beauty. As soon as she opened her mouth, the surrounding plants and trees all seemed to come alive. You are. Gu Qianhua's 3 people's breath caught in their throat when they saw this woman. Their eyes were filled with shock. Beautiful, just too beautiful. They had never seen such a beauty on the blue star. Even so, this woman's beauty was somewhat unreal. I am the lord of this island, you may call me Yusu. The woman said with a smile. So it's Fairy Yusu. Among the 3, the youngest of the 3, Lu Feiyu, was already red in the face at this moment and arched his hand at Yusu and said. Gu Qianhua and Chui Lingfei weren't much better, although they weren't as out of sorts as Lu Feiyu, the 2 of them were still filled with shock in their eyes. All of this was caught in the eyes of Zhou Luo who was on the side. Something is wrong, something is very wrong. Zhou Luo stared closely at the woman named Yusu, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Right now, there was only one question in his mind. In the secret realm, there would even be humans? This was something he had never heard of in his previous life. Could it be that the reason why Gu Qianhua and the others kept their mouths shut about the affairs of the island after coming out of the Immortal Island in their previous lives was because of this woman? But why? Zhou Luo pondered. He always felt that this woman named Yusu had eccentricities everywhere. Even more so, the entire Immortal Island had become bizarre. Everyone, since you have already boarded the island, you are all guests. As the island's master, I naturally have to give you all a good reception, please follow me. Yusu's voice disrupted Zhou Luo's thoughts. Raising his eyes, he found that Yusu had already turned around and walked towards the leisurely path and gestured for the crowd to follow. Seeing this, Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu and Chui Lingfei followed without thinking. Only Zhou Luo lingered in place for a moment, but immediately chose to follow anyway. No matter what oddities are in it, let's go and take a look first. Since Gu Qianhua and the others were able to come out of the Immortal Island safely in their previous lives, and their cultivation has also risen greatly, there are definitely opportunities within this island. Maybe, it's just that I'm too sensitive. Zhou Luo silently comforted himself in his mind. However, he still retained a vigilance. Soon, the crowd then followed Yusu and arrived next to a pool of water that was filled with white mist. Everyone, this pool of water is called the Spirit Pool. Yusu stood beside the pool and introduced to the crowd, the pool water in the spirit pool is liquefied from extremely dense spiritual chi, and the spiritual chi content in it is 1,000 times higher than that of the outside world. There isn't much that can be entertained on the island, so this spirit pool, consider it a small token of appreciation, please enjoy it. After all of you have absorbed the spirit pool, I will bring you to the island's main hall to rest. Yusu made a gesture of please. The moment these words came out, the three of them, Lu Feiyu, couldn't help but hesitate a little. Fairy Yusu, such a precious spirit pool, just give it to us? Of course. Yusu nodded, her expression bland. Of the three, Gu Qianhua first came to the edge of the spirit pool, and after carefully feeling it, he indeed found that the pool was filled with extremely dense spiritual chi. Other than that, there was nothing else. Then, I'll thank Immortal Yusu for this. Gu Qianhua was most impatient and immediately jumped into the pool. He had awakened the body of an immortal and had an extremely strong affinity for aura, absorbing it strangely fast. A treasure like the spirit pool would be extremely helpful to him. Seeing that Gu Qianhua had already entered the spirit pool first, Lu Feiyu and Chui Lingfei also no longer hesitated and immediately followed to enter. On the shore, only Zhou Luo was soon left alone. Seeing Zhou Luo's lack of movement for half a day, Yusu couldn't help but smile and say, "This gentleman, do you think it's not too convenient for me to be here? Since that's the case, then I'll take my leave first, and come back to receive you all when you've finished absorbing." After saying that, Yusu also really left. Seeing this, Zhou Luo felt even more odd in his heart. Such a treasure, to give it away? He was somewhat incredulous. The opportunities within this immortal island were a little too simple to obtain. Compared to other secret realms, I don't know how much simpler it was. This woman is very strong, she should be a Forbidden Realm powerhouse. If she had bad intentions, she could have done it when we boarded the island. Why would she have to bend around so much? Let's enter the spirit pool to cultivate first. This pool water is indeed a top-notch treasure that cannot be wasted. But the absorption process should not be taken lightly either. Thoughts flashed through Zhou Luo's mind. If Yusu really plotted against him later, then it wasn't as if he didn't have the means to counteract it. His realm was already at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, and he was only 3 small realms away from the taboo realm. Furthermore, with the support of innate treasures such as the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and the top-notch breathing method of the Woyue Sutra, Zhou Luo already had the strength to fight with the taboo realm. Therefore, there was no fear at all. Immediately following, he then also leapt into the spirit pool. And just the moment Zhou Luo entered the water, in the distance, Yusu, whose face was as calm as water, suddenly revealed a smile. "I thought you were more vigilant, but I didn't expect that you were also something that was mesmerized by chance. The fish have already taken the bait as much as they can, Yuzhen, it's time to make your move." The words just fell. A fluttering male-like figure then walked out from the shadows. He looked at Yusu and smiled, "Yes, senior sister. 084. Spirit slave seal. Huge trap. Senior sister, these 4 people should be the strongest people in this land, in the country called Great Xia today, right?" After that man called Yuzhen walked out, he said to Yusu with a smile, "That's right, as long as we succeed in planting the slave seal into their divine consciousness, mastering the entire de Xia is a matter of time." Yusu lightly nodded her head and said, "That's really great, as long as we can successfully control this land of de Xia, then the palace master will definitely reward us heavily." Yuzhen said expectantly, "Well, the Brahma Lotus sect has already gradually taken control of that power called Brahma Heaven. If we, the floating palace, don't make a move, then it will all be too late. It wasn't in vain for me to make floating immortal island appear and make such a big commotion." The corners of Yusu's mouth hooked up slightly, her heart was satisfied. Immediately following that, she looked at Yuzhen and said, "All right, hurry up and do it." "Yes." Yuzhen led the order, and her hands immediately pinched out a spell. In the next instant, 4 vaguely appearing streams of light then directly scurried out and drilled into the minds of Zhou Luo and the others in the spirit pool not far away. The moment they entered the spirit pool, Zhou Luo then felt the pores of his body open up instantly. An extremely comfortable feeling surged through his heart. It really is a good rich spiritual chi. He was delighted in his heart. The richness of the spiritual chi within this spirit pond was far beyond his imagination. The analogy of exceeding the outside world by 1,000 times, as Yusa said just now, was even a bit too low for him. If I can absorb this entire spirit pool, I might be able to break through the forbidden realm in one fell swoop. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and immediately began to run the absorption. Around him, a small vortex instantly appeared, and countless spiritual liquids madly surged into his body. This absorption efficiency was far faster than Lu Feiyu and the others. Even Gu Qianhua, who had transformed his 5 organs into immortals and was known as the body of an immortal, hadn't caused such a great commotion. At the same time, the 5-Yu Sutra was also constantly operating within Zhou Luo's body. Not only was Zhou Luo's speed of absorbing aura fast, even the efficiency of converting aura into cultivation was much faster than others. This was the power of a top-tier physique coupled with a top-tier breathing method. But just as Zhou Luo was gulping down the surrounding spiritual liquid, Suddenly, a spiritual fluctuation broke into his divine sense. What is this? Zhou Luo's body shook and his heart was on alert. After the spiritual fluctuation broke into his divine consciousness, it actually began to carve a subtle imprint within it. That woman is indeed unsettled. Zhou Luo instantly understood the purpose of this imprint. If he succeeded in carving it, then he would suffer the carver's control and become a slave. Break it for me! Zhou Luo shouted angrily in his heart, and a figure identical to Zhou Luo suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. The figure slashed out with a sword, and that spiritual energy did not have the slightest room for resistance, and was directly chopped into pieces. Zhou Luo, who possessed the nine-specter chaotic body, the strength of his divine sense was no longer something that could be compared to ordinary people. The divine spirit transforming into a void was not something to be trifled with. After chopping apart this spiritual energy, Zhou Luo violently opened his eyes. What met his eyes was not Yusu's figure. He hurriedly looked at the three people beside him, Lu Feiyu. At this moment, the three people's faces were no longer as peaceful as they were at the beginning. Instead, they were in agony. It was as if they were fighting something. Sure enough, they'd been hit as well. With a glance, Zhou Luo could tell that the trio's current state was precisely fighting that spiritual energy in their sea of consciousness. But they didn't have Zhou Luo's terrifying mental power. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long before they would be planted with that slave mark. And although Zhou Luo had awakened early, there was nothing he could do about it. He hadn't practiced the Dharma about divine sense, so he could only passively resist and couldn't take the initiative. I've long felt that you might be the variable, and now it seems to be true. At this time, the duo of Yusu and Yuzhen had also appeared beside the spirit pond. As Yusu looked at Zhou Luo, the kindness on her face that she had at the beginning had long since disappeared, and instead, she was filled with murderous intent. You were actually able to break my Luofu Temple's Dao slave seal. It seems that your spiritual power is not simple. Yuzhen took a step forward at this moment, looking at Zhou Luo with eyes full of curiosity, as if he was looking at a guinea pig. I didn't think that this trip would even find such a treasure as you. Not bad, not bad. After I kill you later, I would like to see what exactly is hidden in your divine sense. You are the caster of this slave seal? Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's face did not change too much. He just coldly looked at Yuzhen and asked. Although he could not help Lu Feiyu's trio break the slave seal. But if he could kill the caster of this slave seal in advance, then everything might be solved. Oh? Looks like you want to save them? Yuzhen also saw Zhou Luo's thoughts. He couldn't help but have a disdainful smile on his face. You're thinking well, killing me will indeed interrupt the planting of the slave seal. But don't you think that's a bit whimsical? His tone was full of playfulness. The way he looked at Zhou Luo was as if a top hunter was hunting weak prey. It was the look of a superior, treating an inferior. It didn't put Zhou Luo in his eyes at all. Whimsical? Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and the Taiya sword was already sheathed at his waist. He looked at the duo of Yusu and Yuzhen, his tone filled with killing intent. Not only will I kill you, but I will also make you all spit out your origins to me honestly. The moment Yusu and Yuzhen appeared, Zhou Luo knew that Yuzhen's cultivation level was the same as Yusu's. Both were in the taboo realm. Two major taboo realm powerhouses. This power was enough to dominate the world when placed in the outside world. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he was vaguely excited. Ever since he broke through the spirit transformation realm, he hadn't really had a good battle. Now, there was finally a chance. The two Forbidden Realm experts should not let him down. Furthermore, Zhou Luo was also very curious as to what the origin of the Yusi duo was. And what was the Luo Fu Hall that they were talking about? These, however, were names he had never heard of in his previous life. Good guts. How dare you use a sword in front of me? This sword of yours is not bad, kill you and it will be mine. When Yuzhen saw Zhou Luo draw his sword, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile. At some point in time, a long sword had also appeared in his hand. Only, this sword in his hand, just by looking at it, was one weight weaker than Zhou Luo's Taiya sword. At the top, it was at the level of an innate spiritual treasure. Thus, the gaze of Yuzhen looking at the Taiya sword in Zhou Luo's hand was filled with greed and desire. Clang! Zhou Luo did not say anymore, and while Yuzhen was speaking, the Taiya sword had already cut out a cold white sword light. The sword light cut through the air, emitting a whistling sound, as if it was going to chop the entire space into pieces. This sword was one of Zhou Luo's rare full-strength strikes. After the Woyue Sutra broke through the third level and comprehended the Huashan sword intent, Zhou Luo could use everything as a sword. At the same time, he could also attach sword intent to his weapon, and the higher the grade of the weapon, the stronger the sword intent. Under the combination of the two, Zhou Luo's sword had actually broken through the range of the spirit transformation realm and had reached the power of the Forbidden Realm. 085. Sword power like a dragon. Yuzhen fell. Not good. This kid is weird. Seeing this sword light that surpassed the spirit transformation realm and reached the taboo realm, Yuzhen's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. He wanted to use his stance to avoid it, but the speed of this sword light was simply too fast, and it was surrounded by an inscrutable ethereal meaning, making it impossible to predict its trajectory. In a hurry, Yuzhen could only raise his sword to meet it and chopped out in the direction of the sword light. Bang! The two sword lights collided together, erupting into an appalling might. The air currents around them all became furious, getting caught up in all of them. Ka-ching! After a few seconds had passed, only a crisp shattering sound could be heard. The sword wielded by Yuzhen was actually directly chopped apart by Zhou Luo. The cold white sword light cut through the air like a bamboo streak and continued to advance. However, in the end, it was still delayed for a few seconds by that sword of Yuzhen's, and it found an opportunity to dodge away. Senior sister, you strike with me. Yuzhen, who had escaped, lifted his breath and immediately drank to Yusu. He had already seen that Zhou Luo's strength was not at all what he had imagined. If he didn't go all out, he would probably be killed in return. However, the latter had already made his move long before he had spoken. Boom! Yusu had already arrived behind Zhou Luo at an unknown time and blasted out a palm at its back heart position. That soft and boneless slender jade hand, at this moment, it actually erupted into an extremely thick and majestic palm force, terrifying to the extreme. The speed of this palm was extremely fast, even the strongest of the taboo realm had difficulty reacting. 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Zhou Luo obviously sensed this, but he did not panic at all. With a thought in his mind, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc instantly emerged from the back of Zhou Luo's head. A black and white colored shield directly wrapped Zhou Luo as much as it could. Bang! Yusu's palm slapped solidly on top of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield. A strike from a taboo realm powerhouse with almost all of his strength was enough to shatter most defensive magic treasures. But what Zhou Luo had in his hand was the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc. Among the innate treasures, the strongest in terms of defense. After the 8 trigrams shield was struck, only the surface fluctuated for a split second, and then turned calm immediately afterward. 2 innate supreme treasures? Seeing that her palm was perfectly blocked by the 9 Sun's 8 trigrams disc, Yusu couldn't help but widen her eyes. But before she could be surprised, she realized that a force that was exactly the same as the palm she had just blasted out came from the Bagua shield. This outburst was something that Yusu had not expected at all. Under carelessness, her entire body was actually directly blasted out and injured. Senior sister. Seeing that Yusu was injured, Yuzhen's face steeply turned vicious. Immediately afterward, endless killing intent flashed in his eyes, and a green aura erupted from the long sword in his hand. A mere spirit transformation realm native, how dare you injure my senior sister? You will definitely die today. Yuzhen's body was suspended in the air, her robes being blown by the gusty winds around her. Before the words fell, countless sword shadows slashed towards Zhou Luo like a wind blade. This time, Yuzhen had already exerted her full strength. As the strongest person in the taboo realm went all out, the innate spiritual treasure in Yuzhen's hand unexpectedly began to emit a mournful cry that could not withstand it. When Zhou Luo saw this, a flash of gravity flashed under his eyes. This attack was even more powerful than that palm of Yuzhen's just now. However, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc could still withstand it. However, this would also lead to one result, which was that the energy of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was gradually exhausted. If it was one-on-one, then Zhou Luo could have not had to think so much. But this time, it was him alone facing 2 taboo realm powerhouses. Moreover, these 2 were clearly not ordinary taboo realms, their strength should not belong to the early taboo realm. Most likely, they had already reached the middle or even late stage of the taboo realm. This meant that Zhou Luo had to leave out a means of defense to deal with the possible undercards of the 2. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc was his only means of defense, and it absolutely could not be wasted just like that. Between thoughts, countless sword shadows had already leapt to him. Woyue Sutra, rise. Zhou Luo's body shook, and a Taishan shadow appeared behind him. Immediately following, this Tarzan shadow enlarged more and more until it enveloped a circle of several hundred meters. Suppress me. Zhou Luo's breath was like a beating drum, and the top breathing method, the Woyue Sutra, was running at full speed at the moment, and a powerful force of suppression instantly enveloped the surroundings. Bang bang bang! The several sword shadows that Yuzhen had slashed out were actually unable to withstand this powerful suppressive force at this moment, and they all exploded in the air. How could this happen? Yuzhen's face was filled with disbelief. This was his full strength strike, which also contained a subtle sword intent. Even an early stage of the taboo realm would fall. But Zhou Luo, a local native whose cultivation was only at the spirit transformation realm, was able to defuse it? Next, it's my turn. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth grinned, and the Taiya sword in his hand suddenly emerged with a golden light. The dragon patterns on the sword body were actually as if they were alive at this moment, and were traveling between the blade. A vast aura emerged from the Taiya sword. As the first emperor's personal sword. Accompanying the first emperor for countless years, a dragon's chi had long been nurtured within the sword. This dragon chi was the key to the Taiya sword becoming an innate treasure. How can you dodge this sword? Zhou Luo's chi flowed within his body, and a majestic aura kept surging into the Taiya sword. That golden light on the body of the Taiya sword was also gradually huge. In the next moment, the Taiya sword suddenly hummed. The sword light was like a true dragon as it chopped towards Yuzhen like clouds and mist. Yuzhen wanted to escape, but he realized that it was as if he was being affected by some kind of greatness, and his body couldn't move at all. The shadow of Tarzan, suppressing everything. The moment Zhou Luo swung this sword, he simultaneously allowed the power of Tarzan to converge on Yuzhen. It was enough to keep him imprisoned in place for a few seconds. The true dragon did not stop at all, and its body directly chopped Yuzhen into pieces. The blood that filled the sky turned into a rain of blood dripping down. Before dying, Yuzhen did not expect that he would be beheaded by the people of the Blue Star. Above the only remaining head, unwillingness was written all over his face. A mere forbidden realm, nothing more than that. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth grinned. Combined with the blood staining his body, he looked as if he was a madman who had walked out of hell. You actually killed my senior brother. How dare you? In the distance, Yusu slowly got up, the injuries in her body having finished recovering. She stared deathly at Zhou Luo, her face filled with hatred. I killed him, so what? Zhou Luo looked at Yusu, his face full of playfulness. Not only will I kill him, I will also kill you. Later on, I will send you to be reunited with him. Zhou Luo held a sword in his hand and walked towards Yusu. When Yusu saw this, a cold smile appeared on her face. Don't pretend, you are at the end of your rope at this moment. The revenge of my senior brother, I will personally report for him. The words just fell. Yusu's hand also produced a 3-foot thin sword, waving the sword light towards Zhou Luo. 086. Jade Pure Glazed Bottle. Seeing Yusu take the initiative to strike, Zhou Luo immediately concentrated and fought head-on with him. For a moment, sword shadows rose around the spirit pond. Countless gusts of wind brought up by the sword shadows whistled in the surroundings. Bang! The moment the two swords collided, both of them simultaneously retreated. I'll see how much longer you can hold out. Yusu's eyes narrowed slightly, her body's aura growing more and more massive. Zhou Luo looked at her, no sadness or joy could be seen on his face. Yusu was right. Just now, in order to decapitate Yuzhen, Zhou Luo had indeed used all his strength. However, because of the existence of the 9 sepulchral chaos body, the recovery speed was extremely fast, and it did not reach the point of aura depletion. However, if he were to struggle on with his recovery speed alone, he wouldn't be able to decapitate Yuzhen as well. However, Zhou Luo's means were more than that. He still had one more great killing weapon that he had not used. The Jade Pure Glazed Bottle. This innate treasure had not been used since Zhou Luo obtained it from Lewis. As a result, the glazed holy water in the glazed bottle had also been brewing. Now, 2 drops of glazed sacred water had been brewed in the bottle. If these 2 drops of glazed sacred water were all used, they would at least be able to beat Yusa to the point of minor injuries, or even serious injuries. But this was not what Zhou Luo wanted. 2 drops was not enough. At least 3 drops were needed to achieve an effect that Zhou Luo was satisfied with. However, if he wanted to increase the glazed sacred water to 3 drops in a short period of time, he would have to pour a large amount of spiritual chi into it. In this situation now, not to mention a large amount of spiritual chi, even a small amount of spiritual chi, Zhou Luo couldn't even take it out. Yusu was pressing step by step and would not give him any chance at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo's gaze could not help but look towards the spirit pool not far away. If we utilize the spirit pool. A flash of color flashed under Zhou Luo's eyes. Immediately afterward, he took advantage of the gap between his fight with Yusu and directly jumped into the spirit pool in a single leap. Want to run? Too late. Seeing this, Yusu thought that Zhou Luo was going to run away and immediately chased after him with a cold smile. But before she could step into the spirit pool, she noticed that the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc behind Zhou Luo's head erupted with a red-colored halo. Immediately after that, the black and white-colored shield surfaced once again. Only, this time, the shield did not just protect Zhou Luo like before. Instead, it enveloped the entire spirit pool. Yusu was blocked by this shield and could not step into the spirit pool at all. I forgot that you still have this treasure. Yusu snorted coldly, her tone full of disdain. But even if you rely on it, how long can you last? Yusu was very, very clear. Just now, her palm, although it did not shatter the 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield, it definitely caused a considerable amount of consumption. Zhou Luo, a spirit transformation realm, simply could not utilize the full power of this innate treasure. It would only take a minute at most for her to break through this shield. But this thought had just popped up in her mind. She then realized that Zhou Luo had actually sat cross-legged directly in the spirit pond and began to absorb the spirit liquid within. With the 9-specter chaotic body and the 5 mountains scripture running at full speed, the entire spirit pool even directly formed a huge vortex, and the spirit liquid in the spirit pool directly ignored Lu Feiyu and the others, converging towards Zhou Luo's body. What are you trying to do, make a breakthrough on the verge? What a whimsy! Yusu could not help but sneer at the sight. She could see that Zhou Luo's realm was at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, only 1 step away from the taboo realm. But breaking through the taboo realm was not that simple. For a normal person, it was simply impossible for them to successfully break through the taboo realm in such a short period of time, even if they had a spirit pool to add to it. However, because of the experience she had just had, Yusu was still wary of Zhou Luo in her heart. After all, the image of Zhou Luo beheading Yujin just now had really brought too much of a shadow to her. No matter what, this brat could not be allowed to succeed. Boom! When she thought of this, she no longer hesitated, and in an instant, she had already struck out. This time, Yusu learned to be smart. In order to avoid being counter-injured by the Bagua shield, she purposely didn't directly touch the Bagua shield. Instead, she switched to using palm print attacks. Countless palm imprints, like a blizzard, bombarded the Bagua shield. At the same time, every time Yusu struck, she also deliberately paused for a while, dodging the Bagua shield's counterattack before striking again. Although this avoided being counter-injured by the Bagua shield, it also slowed down the speed of Yusu's strikes. This made Yusu very irritated. However, it was good that Yusu was strong, and although her speed was slower, the Bagua shield was already starting to hold up with the naked eye. Inside the spirit pool, Zhou Luo absorbed the spirit liquid while keeping an eye on the Bagua shield's energy. No, at this rate, there's still not enough time. Zhou Luo made a slight estimation and realized that the energy of the Bagua shield was simply not enough to support him until the third drop of glazed sacred water was successfully brewed. However, he simply couldn't leave right now, and had to spend his entire mind on the jade pure glazed bottle. Between thoughts. Inside the spirit pond, Lu Feiyu and the others woke up leisurely at this moment. The three of them opened their eyes, and what met their eyes was the layer of black and white shield shrouded in the sky. As well as Yusu, who was isolated on the periphery of the shield and was continuously striking out at the shield. What is this situation? Upon seeing this scene, the hearts of the three of them were startled at the same time. Just now, after they stepped into the spirit pool, they began to absorb the spirit liquid inside. However, after absorbing it for a while, they suddenly felt an intrusion of spiritual energy within their sea of consciousness. After fighting against it for half a day, the three of them gradually lost consciousness. It was completely unclear what had happened. But Zhou Luo's mood at the moment was different. After seeing the three people wake up, Zhou Luo's heart was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Three of you, I'm too late to explain the reason. After the Bagua shield is broken by Yusu, please help me fight for a while." After saying that, he said no more words and began to run the jade pure glazed vase with all his might. After hearing what Zhou Luo said, Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua were still a little confused at the moment. But they weren't stupid either. Soon enough, they roughly guessed the reason. "Brother Zhou, I will definitely try my best to help you buy time." Lu Feiyu was the first to agree, his gaze fixed on Yusu outside the shield. "Don't worry, General Zhou." Chui Lingfei, on the other hand, spoke briefly before standing up, ready to move at any time. Gu Qianhua, on the other hand, was silent and pondered for a moment before nodding silently as well. A minute passed quickly. The 9yang-8 trigram shield, which was painstakingly supported, had gradually become disorganized at this moment. Bang! In the end, under one of Yusu's palm imprints, the 8 trigrams shield was clearly broken open. The 9yang-8 trigrams disc hanging behind Zhou Luo's head also lost its luster at this moment, and hit into Zhou Luo's body. "3 early-stage harmonized spirit realm, also want to stop me?" After breaking through the 9yang-8 trigrams shield, Yusu arrived above the crowd. She looked at the three people underneath, Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei and Gu Qianhua, her eyes filled with disdain. She knew very well that Lu Feiyu and their strength was completely incomparable to Zhou Luo. Otherwise, they would have already broken the spiritual slave seal made by Yujin just like Zhou Luo. Whether we can stop them or not, we'll know after the fight. Facing Yusu, who exuded the aura of the taboo realm, Lu Feiyu took a deep breath and unfurled the black wings behind him. Chui Lingfei, on the other hand, remained stoic, but a layer of greenish-gray aura had surfaced on the outside of his body. Gu Qianhua also had an additional small tower in his hand, his eyes fixed on Yusu, ready to strike at any time. Ridiculous to the extreme. Since you guys are so self-absorbed, I'll let you know how big the gap is between the taboo realm and the spirit transformation realm. Yusu looked at the three people who were poised to attack, her tone cold. She let out a clear cry, and the thin sword once again appeared in her hand. For a moment, killing opportunities rose up on the field. 087. Zhou Luo strikes. The might of the jade pure glazed bottle. Yusu's swordsmanship was very different from Yujin's. If Yujin's swordsmanship was like that of a falcon, extremely fast while still attacking towards the vitals with every move, then Yusu's swordsmanship was like a cunning snake waiting to strike. Between the swings of the thin sword, countless swordlights emerged. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to realize that many of them were false moves. And between the false moves, there would be a deadly killing move mixed in from time to time. They were all crashing so hard. Numerous swordlights continuously chopped towards the three of them. Lu Feiyu maneuvered the black wings on his back and dodged continuously in mid-air. He was extremely fast and was able to react to most of the swordlights. However, there were still some sword lights that unexpectedly chopped at him from all directions, so he could only grit his teeth and resist. Black Feather King, let me help you. Shui Lingfei stepped in at the critical moment, dodging to Lu Feiyu's side with a flash, and blasted his fist out in front of him. A majestic greenish-gray aura erupted, directly blasting those sword lights that were about to hit Lu Feiyu to smithereens. A mere mole cricket, how dare you resist? Seeing this, Yu Su's face became even colder. Just now, it was only a sword that she had casually waved out, not using her full strength at all. Originally, I still wanted to take the three of you as slaves and let you live. I didn't expect that you guys would want to accompany that kid to die together so much. Very well, I'll satisfy you. Yu Su's tone was filled with killing intent, and before her words fell, the thin sword in her hand rolled up a sword flower in the air. Subsequently, the sword light that covered the sky came roaring out, almost surrounding the three of them. Lu Feiyu. Damn it, is the taboo realm so powerful? After Lu Feiyu saw the appearance of this sky-covering sword light, the gaze in his eyes was already about to turn into substance. The sword in front of him, he might be able to rely on his speed to dodge most of it. But this time, the density of the sword lights were comparable to a spider's web, leaving no room for him to dodge at all. Moreover, each of these sword lights could contain a strike from a Forbidden Realm powerhouse. If one was hit, there would only be one consequence, being sliced into pieces. Let me do it. At this moment, Gu Qianhua, who hadn't made a move, immediately took a step forward. The Linglong Pagoda in his hand was already different from a moment ago, blossoming out with 5 dense divine lights. 5-colored Linglong Tower, brush. Gu Qianhua threw it with one hand, and the small Linglong Pagoda flew straight up into the air. Immediately after, 5 different colors of divine light burst out from the tower, enveloping the entire surrounding sky and earth. The surrounding roiling sword light, being illuminated by this 5-colored divine light, actually annihilated one after another. It was as if it had never appeared in this heaven and earth. Another innate supreme treasure? Upon seeing this 5-colored Linglong Pagoda appear, Yu Su's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. No wonder the Hall Master values this barren land so much. I didn't expect a small place to have so many innate supreme treasures come out at the same time. That's good, as long as I kill you all, then all these treasures can be mine. Yu Su's face was filled with greed. Gu Qianhua's 5-colored Linglong Pagoda was indeed very strong. But Gu Qianhua was, after all, at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, so he simply couldn't utilize the full power of the Linglong Pagoda. Within 3 moves, she was absolutely certain that she could break it. Between thoughts, Yu Su had already struck again. The thin sword in her hand was like a long snake, so fast that it almost twisted. Gu Qianhua maneuvered the 5-colored Linglong Pagoda, gradually dissolving Yu Su's attacks. However, as the third wave of attacks arrived, Gu Qianhua had clearly detected that the 5-colored Linglong Pagoda began to gradually become dimmer. Eventually, it completely lost its light and hid into Gu Qianhua's body. What a waste, it's a waste to have an innate treasure in your hands. Yu Su sneered, her tone filled with sarcasm. Gu Qianhua heard this and didn't get angry because of it, but there was clearly an extra touch of gravity in his eyes. Nowadays, the 5-colored Linglong Pagoda could no longer be used in a short period of time. As for the duo of Lu Feiyu and Shui Lingfei, in order to resist that move of Yu Su's just now, they had already consumed most of it. If they were to rely on themselves alone, I'm afraid that they would be decapitated by Yu Su in less than 10 seconds. The gap between the Forbidden Realm and the Spirit Transformation Realm was simply too great. Not to mention that Yu Su was not an ordinary taboo realm. Time to hit the road. Yu Su coldly spat out 4 words. In the next moment, she had already arrived in front of the 3 with her sword and swung it out. Gu Qianhua's body shook as a Taishan shadow appeared behind him. He was going to use the Daizong Jinhai technique to make a last-ditch effort. Oh, it's exactly the same gong method as that kid. No, there's still a bit of a gap. Wanting to stop me with a stump? Ridiculous to the extreme. After seeing the appearance of this Tarzan silhouette, Yu Su's face first showed a flash of doubt, but soon saw clearly the nature of the Daizong Jinhai technique, and immediately let out a cold laugh. Bang! In the next second, the sword light collided with the Tarzan shadow. Without a doubt, the Tarzan shadow that Gu Qianhua had conjured up could not withstand this sword of Yu Su's, and was directly lazily severed. It eventually gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. And then, Yu Su struck one after another, the second sword chopping towards the 3 people at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, a touch of despair gradually surfaced on the faces of the 3 Gu Qianhua. Still couldn't do it? The 3 of them, they had already put their best foot forward. But they didn't expect that they wouldn't even last a minute in Yu Su's hands. The gap was just too big. In a trance, Shui Lingfei turned his head, trying to look in Zhou Luo's direction. We've done our best, I hope that after we die, you can avenge us, General Zhou. This was the last thought in his mind. However, after he turned his head, he realized that the place where Zhou Luo was originally located was actually empty at the moment. What situation? Shui Lingfei's pupils contracted violently. It was also at this moment that he heard a crisp sound of metal clashing beside his ears. Bang! Looking back, it was discovered that Zhou Luo had somehow appeared in front of Yusu. The Taya sword in his hand had also clearly collided with the thin sword in Yusu's hand. Oh? You're not going to be a shrinking turtle anymore? When Yusu saw Zhou Luo appear, she just wanted to sneer a few words. However, Zhou Luo did not have the heart to talk to her at all. After making a move to stop Yusu, he quickly retreated towards the back. Yusu was just about to figure out what was going on when she realized that 3 drops of flowing water appeared out of thin air in front of her eyes. Jade pure glazed bottle, scatter. Zhou Luo pinched his spell, and the 3 drops of glazed holy water instantly exploded in the air, forming a dense water mist that surrounded Yusu's entire being in the center. What is this thing? Yusu's heart was startled. A strong sense of crisis surfaced in her heart. Immediately afterward, the corner of her eyes glimpsed that a smile surfaced on Zhou Luo's face at this moment. At the same time, a mantra had already been recited from his mouth. Jade pure glazed vase, gather. A command was given. As if it was a pardon, the water mist formed by countless small water droplets simultaneously gathered towards the center. And at the center of the water mist was none other than Yusu herself. 088, kill Yusu. World secret story. No good. The moment she saw the water mist gathering towards her, Yusu realized that something was wrong. Without saying a word, she immediately urged her entire body's spiritual energy to form a spiritual shield around herself. Stab, stab, stab. The water mist kept slapping on top of the shield, emitting a heart-rending corrosive sound. In just an instant, the spiritual shield was already shaking and was about to shatter. The volume of the water mist had only decreased by less than 30%. Bang! In the end, after a crisp sound rang out, the shield could no longer support itself and shattered. Ah! Immediately afterward, there was Yusu's heart-rending howl of agony. The vitality in her body was rapidly stripped away by the glazed holy water. Until he was about to die, the water mist around him suddenly stopped, no longer gathering towards Yusu. Return. Zhou Luo took out the jade pure glazed bottle and immediately drank. The remaining water mist was then gathered into the bottle. After a careful inspection, he found that there was still half a drop of glazed holy water left in the bottle. Not bad, there's still a little left. Zhou Luo smiled and put the glazed bottle inside his body. Immediately afterward, he turned to the side of the dying Yusu, who had completely lost her ability to resist. Leaving Yusu breathing, Zhou Luo naturally had his purpose. His purpose was to find out the origins of the two of them, as well as what exactly was the Luofu Temple and Brahma Lotus sect that they were talking about. Zhou Luo had a vague premonition. He might be about to touch the ultimate hidden secret of this world. He vaguely remembered the image that had surfaced in his eyes earlier when he had entered the secret realm of Mount Li and obtained that small pitch black ball from within the secret room. The first emperor stood in front of the temple with his sword and angrily asked Xiang Ji why he was colluding with outsiders. What exactly is this outsider referring to? Could it be the Luofu Hall and the Brahma Lotus sect that Yusu and Yujin were talking about? After all, these two names, Zhou Luo had never heard of them at all in his previous life. Coupled with the fact that after Gu Qianhua and the others came out of the Immortal Island in the previous life, they never mentioned anything about the affairs of the island, so they must have already been planted a slave seal by Yujin and were under their command. With all of this, Zhou Luo only felt that there was a great conspiracy. Want to live, or want to die? Zhou Luo took a step forward, looking down at the dying Yusu and asked, "You think I don't know that you have no intention of letting me go at all?" Yusu said coldly. In her tone, however, there was a touch of self-deprecation mixed in. She had ultimately underestimated Zhou Luo in this land. Surprisingly, someone with the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm could defeat both her and her senior brother. Kill me if you want to, that innate treasure of yours has already corrupted most of my cultivation. Even if I survive, my realm will fall to the prosperity transformation realm. In that case, what's the point of living? It would be better to die. Yusu's eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Zhou Luo. Suddenly, without knowing what suddenly came to her mind, the corner of her mouth unexpectedly hooked up into a cold smile. "You are very strong, that is indeed a good point. But even if you can kill me, you can't escape death, it's just the difference between sooner and later. The Brahma Lotus sect's people have already laid plans in this world long ago, and also sent the Fey Beast clan. Not only that, if you kill me and my senior brother, our Luofu Hall will still send people to descend. Not to mention, aside from our Luofu Palace and the Brahma Lotus sect, there are other forces that have been staring at you, and once they look for an opportunity, they will descend together. It won't be long before this land you grew up in will fall into our hands, leaving no room for resistance. All you can do is wait in fear for death." Yusu's tone grew more and more excited. It seemed that she had already seen the scene where Zhou Luo and the others were killed. Originally, the injuries in her body were very serious. At this moment, after a few words, she had actually breathed in less and out more, until she completely lost consciousness and the vitality in her body dissipated. Waiting for death? Oh. Zhou Luo let out a light laugh and silently sheathed the Taya sword. He did not relive his life to wait for death. Yusu and Yuzhen, weren't they people from the Luofu Palace? But they still died in their own hands. If the Luofu Palace dares to send someone else, he will kill one of them. Sent a group, he will kill a group. Until he kills until he is afraid, kills until his soul is destroyed. As for that whatsoever Brahma Lotus sect, it was the same. General Zhou, what should we do now? At this time, Chui Lingfei walked up and asked Zhou Luo, his face full of gravity. Lu Feiyu and Gu Chenhua, who were on the side, did not look too good either. They had all heard clearly what Yusa had said just now. Although there had been a period of unconsciousness, the three of them only needed to do a little projection in their minds to come up with a rough result. Seemingly, there is an unknown force that has set its sights on Grand Xia. Or rather, staring at the entire blue star. Moreover, the strength of this group of people was so terrifying that top powerhouses like Yusu and Yuzhen, who were in the middle to late stage of the Forbidden Realm, were surprisingly only worthy of being used as errand boys. What to do? Hearing Chui Lingfei's question, Zhou Luo didn't have the slightest expression of worry on his face as he grinned at the three of them. Yusu and the others have completely fallen, and only a few of us are left on the entire Immortal Island. I see that this Immortal Island is not small in scope, and since there can be this spirit pool on the island, there must be another one, or maybe more. Instead of being scared here, why don't you join me and go to the island to look for other opportunities? What do you all think? These words were a reminder to Chui Lingfei and the others. Brother Zhou is right, no matter what their origins are, what we can do now is to raise our strength. Lu Feiyu nodded in agreement. Chui Lingfei and Gu Chenhua, the gloomy color in their eyes also dissipated immediately. A strong sense of crisis had already vaguely appeared in the hearts of all three. This sense of crisis was something that had never existed before today. They didn't want to be like today again, not having the slightest ability to resist after meeting the likes of Yusu and Yuzhen. If Zhou Luo had not stepped in, they were afraid that they would have fallen long ago. In that case, what are we waiting for? Zhou Luo smiled, and then he stopped quickly stepping into the air towards the depths of the Immortal Island. Seeing this, the three of them, Lu Feiyu, also followed. Very quickly. Zhou Luo and the others finished their investigation, and the Immortal Island indeed hid other opportunities. Just the spirit pool alone, there were 2 additional pieces. On top of that, there were quite a few heavenly treasures on the island, all of which were plucked by Zhou Luo and the others. The three of them, Lu Feiyu, hardened all of the heavenly materials and geomancers that they had plucked and gave them to Zhou Luo. They also took the initiative to let Zhou Luo absorb both of those spirit pools. After all, Zhou Luo had just saved their lives. Such a favor had to be repaid. However, Zhou Luo didn't accept it completely. He let out a piece of the spirit pool and left it for the three of them to absorb together, while he himself still had a piece of the spirit pool all to himself. Zhou Luo was very clear. Those words from Yusu just now were no ordinary intimidation. In the future, if these forces really invaded Blue Star, then he alone would definitely not be able to cope. There had to be a few people to help him share the pressure. Lu Feiyu and the three of them were the best candidates. All of them are from Daxia, and their character is very good. Not to mention that Lu Feiyu also took the initiative to share the Earth's Fury Chi with Zhou Luo before, and this time the spirit pool is even a compensation for him. With Zhou Luo giving the word, Lu Feiyu and the others had no choice but to accept. They stayed in the spirit pool while Zhou Luo headed towards another spirit pool. When he came to the sky above the spirit pool, Zhou Luo looked down at this piece of spirit pool under his feet and made a slight estimation in his heart. This entire spirit pool, along with those heavenly materials and treasures, is enough for me to break through to the Forbidden Realm. Moreover, it is highly likely that I will cross over to the early stage of the Taboo Realm. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo couldn't wait and directly leapt into the pool. Within a breath, the entire spirit pool boiled like a tidal wave, and a large amount of spirit liquid converged towards Zhou Luo. 089. Breaking through the Forbidden Realm. Out of the Immortal Island. The morning light was faintly bright. A day passed, and in the spirit pool, there was no more spiritual liquid left. The aura within Zhou Luo's body was very different from before he entered the spirit pool. Forbidden Realm. After absorbing this pool of spiritual liquid, coupled with the various heavenly materials and treasures found on the Immortal Island, Zhou Luo's cultivation had long since broken through the Taboo Realm. Not only that. After breaking through to the Taboo Realm, he still didn't stop. The breath in his body was rapidly climbing. Until after breaking through a critical point. Zhou Luo's cultivation, too, had officially arrived at the 4th level of the Taboo Realm, stepping into the middle stage of the Taboo Realm. With my current strength, I can completely kill Yusu and Yuzhen together head-on. Zhou Luo felt the majestic aura in his body and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Taboo Realm that was out of his reach in his previous life was nothing in today's eyes. I just don't know what kind of existence is after the Taboo Realm. Zhou Luo remembered, again, the Luofu Palace and the Brahma Lotus sect that Yusu had spoken of. The Taboo Realm could only serve as cannon fodder on their side. Then how strong was the real strength behind them? Still can't slack off. Zhou Luo slowly got up and brushed his sleeves. As Yusu had said, the Brahma Lotus sect had long ago laid out their plans on the Blue Star, and even the foreign beasts that had appeared all over the Blue Star were their handiwork. One would think that there must be people like Yusu among them who had arrived at the Blue Star. Moreover, the location was in the Brahma Heaven, which was not far from Great Xia. This necessitated vigilance. The Brahma Heavens people were already not quite normal, and now that they had mixed into the Brahma Lotus sect, one would never know what they would do. After leaving the range of the spirit pool, Zhou Luo realized that Gu Qianhua, Lu Feiyu, and Cui Lingfei had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Zhou Luo come out, the three of them immediately stepped forward. General Zhou, you have broken through to the Forbidden Realm? Cui Lingfei just wanted to greet Zhou Luo, but he violently realized that the aura on Zhou Luo's body was not right. This aura that was emanating, if anything, was far higher than the spirit transformation realm. Other than the Forbidden Realm, what else could it be? Well, it's also dipped into the light of the spirit pool, barely reaching the middle stage of the taboo realm. Zhou Luo nodded and said. For a moment, the three of them did not know what to say. The spirit pool did contain a lot of spiritual qi. However, with so much spiritual qi, not just anyone could absorb it all and transform it into their cultivation. Zhou Luo was able to break through from the spirit transformation realm to the middle stage of the Forbidden Realm in one night. His physique was definitely not simple. I'm afraid that it would be even more terrifying than Gu Qianhua's immortal body. Brother Zhou is truly formidable, I am truly ashamed of myself. Lu Feiyu let out a bitter smile. He had only broken through to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm after sharing a spirit pool with the duo of Cui Lingfei and Gu Qianhua and absorbing all of the spirit liquid in it. Compared to Cui Lingfei's spirit transformation realm 6th level and Gu Qianhua, who had the fastest growing cultivation, the gap between the spirit transformation realm 7th level that he had broken through to was still not small. Not to mention comparing it to a monster like Zhou Luo. Since you are all here, I also happen to have something to tell you. Zhou Luo looked at the Lu Feiyu trio, his tone becoming much more serious. As you all know, the entire Immortal Island is the handiwork of a power named Luofu Temple. And their purpose, for no other reason, is none other than Xia, or Blue Star. Now that an external enemy is present, I feel that we, the Grand Xia, must unite in order to deal with the disasters that may come at any time in the future. What do you guys think? After saying that, he then turned his gaze towards the three of them, Lu Feiyu. However, his words were mainly addressed to Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua. After all, Cui Lingfei was a person of the Great Xia Alliance, and he himself had long since become an honorary general of the Great Xia Alliance, being on the same front. Of course. After Lu Feiyu heard this, he agreed without even thinking about it. In fact, I've been thinking about this matter for a long time. Nowadays, when the foreign enemy is present, if we, the people of Daxia, don't hurry up to twist into a single row and are still fighting separately, I'm afraid that we won't end up in a good place in the future. When we leave the Immortal Island, I will announce to the public that the Bailey Group has formed an alliance with the Great Xia Alliance. After he finished speaking, Gu Qianhua, who was at the side, also nodded. That's exactly what I intend to do as well, and when I return to Ao Island, I will also immediately announce to the world that the Gu clan has formed an alliance with the Grand Xia Alliance. In the future, if a foreign enemy comes to commit a crime, we, the Gu clan, will never be stingy with our efforts. Seeing the duo being so sensible, Zhou Luo could not help but feel much more at ease. In that case, let's hurry up and leave here. Zhou Luo smiled and said. The crowd immediately headed towards the location of the teleportation array to enter Immortal Island. After stepping into the teleportation array, the familiar feeling of weightlessness instantly came. After a few seconds passed, the crowd was back on the ground. And at this moment, the vicinity of the Immortal Island barrier had long been filled with people. Those who had come here were those who had heard that the Immortal Island could only be entered by those at the Spirit Transformation Realm, and had rushed here out of curiosity. They all wanted to see with their own eyes what Zhou Luo and the others had obtained from the Immortal Island after they came out. After all, this was a secret realm that only Spirit Transformation Realm powerhouses could enter. The chances inside wouldn't be bad by any stretch of the imagination, right? General Zhou and the others have come out. The moment Zhou Luo and the others were teleported out, they were immediately seen. After someone shouted, countless gazes instantly looked over. My goodness, look at the Black Feather King, he's actually broken through to the middle stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm? Major General Cui is also in the middle stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Gu Qianhua is actually at the late stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm? What kind of great opportunity is there inside the Immortal Island? Because the Lu Feiyu trio did not deliberately conceal themselves, the crowd could see their cultivation levels in an instant. However, when their gazes turned to Zhou Luo, the group was somewhat puzzled. Can you guys sense General Zhou's cultivation? How come I can't feel it? I can't see through it either. General Zhou appeared to be at the late stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm before he entered the Immortal Island. Should he have broken through the Forbidden Realm by now? These words came out. The originally incredibly noisy crowd was as quiet as suffocation for a few seconds. Immediately afterward, it exploded again. Taboo Realm? General Joe actually broke through to the taboo realm? Terrifying as hell, the taboo realm is already the peak of humanity, right? General Joe should be the first awakened in the world to break through to the taboo realm, right? Truly a blessing for my Grand Xia. The crowd was filled with voices of exclamation and admiration. Among them, there were also quite a few people who felt grateful. After all, they were still very clear about Zhou Luo's character. Not long after the sickness change era had opened, he had saved an entire elementary school of children from the hands of the silver-armored Xin Jiao. He also forced back all the overseas forces by one person when the Lishan secret realm opened, allowing only the people of Grand Xia to enter the secret realm. Not to mention saving so many people in the Beast Tide in Dongshan City later on. Zhou Luo's breakthrough into the taboo realm was really justified. If it were anyone else, they would have feared that they would still feel sorry for him. This was the reputation that Zhou Luo had made within the Grand Xia over so many days. Who wouldn't admire such a hero? 090. Nordic variants. Terrifying man. At the same time as the Immortal Island mysteries ended, far across the ocean in the Nordic continent, the headquarters of the Holy Court Church, inside the main church, Tokugawa Taro, the former Sakura Emperor and current supreme leader of the Shadow Group, was kneeling before the bishop's throne with an old man with white hair. On top of the bishop's throne sat a man with deep eyes. Next to the man, there was also a curly-haired man in a black robe. If someone were to see this scene, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop. Because, that white-haired old man kneeling on the ground with Tokugawa Taro, who else could it be but the current Pope of the Holy Court Church Peter VI? The Pope of the Holy Court Church, along with the supreme leader of the Shadow Team, was so humble that he willingly knelt on the ground. So who exactly was that man sitting on top of the bishop's throne? When I first came here, I really need you natives as helpers in my hands, and I can promise you that I will spare your lives. However, you must be planted with spiritual slavery by me, are you willing? Augustus, who was sitting on the bishop's throne, looked down at Tokugawa Hui and Peter VI, and spoke faintly. The tone was very flat, without any unnecessary emotions. However, in the ears of Tokugawa Taro and Peter VI, it was as terrifying as a demon's whisper. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva. With the corner of his eye, Tokugawa Taro swept a glance at the corner of the church. There, corpses had been piled up. Inside, there were their Shadow Group's Spirit Transformation Realm powerhouses, as well as several Spirit Transformation Realm Grand Priests from the Sacred Court Church. But without exception, they were all killed by the black-robed man standing next to the bishop's throne. The process was so crisp and clean that not even 5 minutes of time was used. Obviously, the strength of this black-robed man had already reached the legendary Forbidden Realm. Even higher. If this was the case alone, then it wouldn't be enough to make Tokugawa Hui and Peter VI so humble. The key was Augustus, who was sitting on top of the bishop's throne at this moment. If that black-robed man was a demon so powerful that it was frightening, then Augustus was like a monarch in hell. He drove the demons, and his body, consciously or unconsciously, exuded a superior's majesty. Just sitting there was enough to make one tremble with fear. Sir, I promise. Tokugawa Taro didn't hesitate and immediately nodded his head in agreement. At the same time, his waist bent even deeper, as if straightening up a little would anger Augustus and lose his little life. I also promise. Peter VI, who was on the side, froze when he saw how quickly Tokugawa Hui agreed, and then hurriedly answered as well. Very well, I'm a person who never likes to force others. Since you guys agreed, then let's begin. Augustus smiled, and immediately waved his hand. In the next moment, the black-robed man next to him stepped forward, ready to start planting spiritual slavery seals on the two of them. Hearing these words, Peter VI couldn't help but feel a touch of bitterness in his heart. Saying something about never being willing to force others, but the question was, did they have a choice? Obviously, if he dared to say a single word of no, he would immediately be like the pile of corpses in the corner of the church, lying in the coffin on the spot. Oh no, not even qualified to enter the coffin. Buzz. The black-robed man came in front of the duo and pressed his hands against the top of their heads. In an instant, a majestic spiritual energy broke into their minds and entered the divine sense. About 10 minutes passed. The black-robed man slowly withdrew his hands and returned to the bishop's throne. And at this time, Tokugawa Hui and Peter VI had already been planted with a complete spiritual slave mark in their divine consciousness. From now on, as long as the black-robed man or Augustus gave the order, even if they were to let the two jump off a cliff, then they would never hesitate. On weekdays, when the spiritual slave seal was not activated, the duo would still be able to move freely. However, the price was that no thoughts unfavorable to the black-robed man and Augustus could appear in their minds. Otherwise, it would be perceived by them. Lord. The moment they regained consciousness, Tokugawa Taro and Peter VI almost simultaneously shouted respectfully at Augustus and the black-robed man. In their tone, they were filled with awe. Well, next, you guys tell me about the situation in this land. Augustus nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he opened his mouth to order. Of course, let me be the one to narrate it to you, my lord. Tokugawa Taro was the first to agree, and immediately began to tell Augustus about it. It included the current distribution of the major forces on the blue star, the number of strong people, and so on. When he finished, Augustus's eyes couldn't help but flash a color of playfulness. Interesting, before the opening of the Legion era, as you call it, there were actually so many small countries on this land. Waiting until the opening of the disease change era before gradually merging into the 5 major powers, that's really something. Augustus rubbed his chin, then immediately looked at Tokugawa Teru. By the way, you just said that your shadow group originally resided on top of a sea island, but was forced to leave by a person? Who is this person and what strength is he? After saying that, Augustus stared intently at Tokugawa Teru. He was curious. According to what Tokugawa Fai had said, the shadow group was the topmost force on the blue planet anyways, so how could they be forced to such a point by a single person? They even abandoned their home and fled to the Nordic continent overnight to join the sacred court church. Hearing Augustus mention this matter, in Tokugawa Hui's eyes, a flash of hatred immediately flashed. But immediately after, a flash of ecstasy appeared on his face. My lord, that person is called Zhou Luo. It's a top powerhouse amongst the Great Summer Alliance. His talent is terrifying. He had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm when the strongest strength of our people was only at the divine anomaly realm. Moreover, just before you descended, we just received news that after he came out of a secret realm within the Great Xia, his cultivation realm had unexpectedly broken through to the taboo realm. It's still the middle stage of the taboo realm. If you want to rule the blue star, then this person is definitely a scourge that must be eliminated, and staying one more day will lead to a change. Tokugawa we spoke sharply, immediately revealing Zhou Luo's details. He couldn't wait for Augustus to immediately strike and kill Zhou Luo. It would be best to eliminate the Great Xia Alliance together as well and occupy the Great Xia's land. After all, he himself had already submitted to Augustus and become their slave, so what makes you Zhou Luo any better? What makes Great Xia any better? It was necessary to pull them all down. Is that so? Inside your natives, there is even such a person. It's really interesting. The corners of Augustus' mouth hooked up slightly, and a murderous intent flashed under his eyes. He knew what Tokugawa Hui was thinking. It was nothing more than wanting to use his hand to help him take revenge and relieve his heart. But he also didn't care at all. After all, Tokugawa Fai was right. If he wanted to completely control this land, then Zhou Luo was definitely someone who had to be gotten rid of. In a month's time, from the initial realm, reaching the taboo realm. This speed of growth, even he felt a little shocked. Even among the Heaven's Embers Crusaders behind himself, this kind of genius was rare to see. There was absolutely no way to give him any more time. Captain Mike, a task for you. Thinking of this, Augustus then turned his gaze to the black-robed man at the side. Follow him and make a trip to Daxia to bring back that person called Zhou Luo and plant a spiritual slave mark. If he fights to the death and is unwilling to come over, then just kill him. His tone was very cold, without a trace of emotion. When Mike heard this, he bent over and respectfully said, Yes, Legion Commander Augustus, my subordinate will definitely fulfill your mission. 091. Another breakthrough. Intelligence from the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow. Great Xia, within the Jiangnan Mountain Villa. After returning from Heavenly Peak Mountain, Zhou Luo had been immersed in cultivation. Outside the quiet room, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhide was lying on the ground, lazily surveying the surroundings. Inside the quiet room, on the other hand, there was silence. The only sound that could be heard was the gusts of thunder between the rising and falling of Zhou Luo's chest when he was running the Woyue Sutra breathing technique. After a few more moments, the sound of Zhou Luo's breathing gradually became dull, as if an earth vein was roaring. Buzz! The last breath flowed. Zhou Luo's body shook, and his eyes suddenly opened. The breath in his body was actually another level above the 4th level of the taboo realm. 5th level of the taboo realm. I didn't expect that there was still a portion of medicinal power left in my body amongst those heavenly treasures. This trip to the Immortal Island is really quite rewarding. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smirk. When he reached the Forbidden Realm, he could clearly perceive that there was a great gap between each level. It was several times higher than the Spirit Transformation Realm. To be able to break through a weight in such a short period of time, without the help of external forces, I'm afraid that it would take a lot of time. It's time to consider breaking through the 5 mountains scripture. There's still a bit of a gap from the 5th weight. Zhou Luo pondered furtively. The 5 mountains scripture was undoubtedly one of his most powerful means at the moment. Whether it was the power of Tarzan in the 1st grading, or the Huashan sword intent in the 3rd grading, each one taken out individually was equivalent to an innate treasure. Not to mention the greatness that could be sensed by the 5th, 7th, and 9th weights at the back. And more crucially, the abilities gained from practicing the 5 Mountains Sutra were equivalent to greatness attributed to oneself. Unlike that innate treasure, it could be influenced by external factors. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo got up and left the quiet room. After returning to Jiangnan, he had been practicing cultivation, and now he was just in time to come out for some air. Big brother, you made another breakthrough? Outside the door, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest's eyes widened when he saw Zhou Luo walk out and felt the aura emanating from Zhou Luo's body. How long has it been? Full stop. It's only been a day, right? Zhou Luo's realm, unexpectedly, had directly broken through from the 4th level of the taboo realm to the 5th level of the taboo realm. Originally, Zhou Luo's direct breakthrough to the 4th level of the taboo realm after coming out from the Immortal Island had shocked him enough. Now that he took a look, he was still surprised too early. Little Harvest, I have something to ask you. Seeing the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, Zhou Luo suddenly thought of something, so he asked, do you know about the Brahma Lotus sect? Previously, Yusu had said that the reason why the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and these foreign beasts had descended on the blue planet was that the Brahma Lotus sect was the one who was fueling it. If one asked the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow, one might be able to obtain some clues. Brahma Lotus sect? Never heard of it. The Heavenly Frost Thundercloud shook its head after pondering for a while. You don't know? That's really strange. Zhou Luo raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Big brother, why are you asking this? Has this Brahma Lotus sect messed with you? Skyfrost Thunderhawk asked in disbelief. It's like this. Zhou Luo laughed and then whirled around to explain to Skyfrost Lightning Harvest. However, after hearing this, Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest actually fell silent directly. Only after a few moments did he slowly say, Big brother, after thinking about it, it seems like it's really possible that we, the Fey Beast clan, could have been gotten over by that laborious Brahma Heavenly Lotus sect. Zhou Luo sniffed and couldn't help but become interested. Oh? Tell me in detail. Afterward, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest explained the cause. It turned out that before descending on the Blue Star, the Fey Beast clan, including the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, lived on a planet called the Ancestral Star. Not only was there a race of foreign beasts on it, but there were also humans on it. Unlike the original Blue Star, all the living beings on the Ancestral planet were able to cultivate by gulping down the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, taking a very different path from that of the Blue Planet. The technological development was very backward, about less than 1/10 of the level of the Blue Star. However, they had researched quite deeply in the area of cultivation before descending on Blue Star. One day, the Ancestral Star suddenly came a group of extra heavenly forces and found the Fey clan, claiming that they were able to send the Fey clan to a planet that was the same as the Ancestral Star, full of spiritual chi and filled with heavenly treasures. Moreover, the humans on that planet had even just started cultivating. This made the foreign beast clan very moved. This was because on top of the Ancestral Star, there were simply too many living beings who were able to cultivate. Most of the resources were controlled by powerful beings, or human forces, leaving other beings who wanted to go further without the slightest chance. Thus, a group of foreign beasts, including the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest, directly agreed to that heavenly foreign power. What followed was a descent to the Blue Star. Big brother, that group of people is probably the people of the Brahma Lotus sect that you mentioned, but when I was in the Ancestral Star before, I had never heard of this name. This Brahma Lotus sect is definitely not a force of my Ancestral Star. Heavenly Frost Thundercloud assured with conviction. I see. What about the Luo Fu Hall? Have you heard of it? Neither have I. I see. Zhou Luo drifted off. It seemed that this group of forces that wanted to invade the Blue Star came from a very mysterious source. Surprisingly, even the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was not clear about its origin. However, this did not matter. With his current rate of strength growth, Zhou Luo was confident that he could handle everything. Right, I have another question. Are there any other realms above the Forbidden Realm? Zhou Luo looked at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest again and asked seriously. Since the ancestral planet that Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was located amongst was a planet that had specialization in aura cultivation, then they must have a deeper understanding of this. Of course they do. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest nodded and continued, as far as I know, above the Forbidden Realm, there are 3 other major realms, which we generally refer to as the Celestial 3 Realms. The first one is the Shackle Realm. When you reach the Shackle Realm, you cultivate in a completely different way than when you are in the Taboo Realm. The Shackle Realm is divided into 5 sub-realms, or 5 shackles. Every time you break through a yoke, it will allow the strength to increase several times. The improvement is very great, but the difficulty of its breakthrough has also risen, and it's a lot tougher than the Taboo Realm. Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest slowly narrated. After hearing this, Zhou Luo was not shocked by the difficulty of the breakthrough from the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest's mouth. Instead, he was very excited. High difficulty was good. He liked high difficulty. Zhou Luo hadn't forgotten that his own 9 netherworlds chaotic body had a very heaven-defying ability within it. No matter which realm he broke through, he would not encounter any obstacles. The difficulties in the eyes of normal people were not a thing at all in his eyes. What about after the Yoke Realm? Zhou Luo continued to ask. After the Yoke Realm, it is called the Broken Realm. Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow said leisurely, the Broken Realm only has 3 sub-realms, divided into 3 levels of heaven, earth, and man, and the difficulty between each level is even more difficult than that of the Shackle Realm. After arriving at the Broken Realm, one will be able to travel the void and travel between the major planets, but due to the difficulty, even above our ancestral star, there are only a handful of people who have reached the Broken Realm. Speaking of this, a flash of longing could not help but flash across the face of the heavenly frost lightning harvest. Traveling the void, somewhat interesting. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently memorized it in his mind. Immediately afterward, he then continued to look at Skyfrost Thunderhawk and asked, "What about after the Broken Realm?" 092. Stellar Alchemy Pill. Mike descended into Daxia. After the Broken Realm, it is called the Golden Dan Realm. Skyfrost Thundercloud said with a serious face. Moreover, when he spoke of the Golden Dan Realm, the longing that he had felt just now was gone from his face. Instead, it was replaced by a deep awe. Golden Dan Realm? Zhou Luo couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing the name of this realm. Wasn't this a name commonly used in the talking books of all sizes on the Blue Star? Big brother, could it be that you know about the Golden Dan Realm? Seeing Zhou Luo's face look out of place, Skyfrost Thunderhawk immediately asked curiously. That's right. Zhou Luo didn't hide anything and told what he knew. But after hearing this, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest laughed. So that's how it is, you Blue Star people are really imaginative. Although you didn't completely guess the divine might of the Jindan realm, the essence isn't too far off. The Jindan realm that we are talking about is not by a cultivator condensing a Jindan in his body on his own. Rather, it is seeking a stellar-level planet in the infinite universe and refining it into a golden Dan within the body. Question mark. Zhou Luo slowly snapped out a question mark. Refining a star into an internal golden Dan. You call a star a golden Dan? It seemed to have seen Zhou Luo's surprise. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest couldn't help but laugh as well. Big brother, to be honest, on the upper side of the ancestral star that I came from, in the tens of thousands of years, there has only been one person who has broken through to the Jindan realm. This realm is so terrifying that one can destroy a star with a raise of the hand. A dozen or so shattering realms wouldn't be enough for a single Golden Dan realm powerhouse to beat up. To be so powerful? Zhou Luo couldn't help but sigh at the words. But thinking about it, it was also true that all of them were able to refine a star into a Golden Dan, so how bad could their strength be? Thinking of this, Zhou Luo then continued to ask, then how many sub-realms are there within the Golden Dan realm? Big brother, this I don't know. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest scratched its head, revealing an apologetic expression. To be able to learn that there was the Jindan realm above the Broken Realm was thanks to the ancestral star's only great power who had broken through the Jindan realm. But what mysteries lay within the Jindan realm was not something that an ordinary person could know. All right. Zhou Luo nodded and did not say anything more. The three realms above the Forbidden Realm, one sounded more mesmerizing than the other. Especially the final Golden Dan realm. Refining a stellar into a Golden Dan within his body, this was something that Zhou Luo would not even dare to think about in the past. As a result, there was actually someone in this world who had actually done it. Raising his hands and throwing his feet to meteorize stars, how great was this greatness? Zhou Luo's heart ignited a fighting spirit. He had the 9 septic chaos body, so he might not be unable to break through the Jindan realm in the future. I just don't know, what is the realm of the strongest person within that Luofu Hall and Brahma Lotus sect? Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered furtively. At this time, a sudden commotion came from the Jiangnan Villa's gate. General Zhou. Are you there, General Zhou? Something big has happened. Listening to this voice, it seemed to be Chu Hanyun's. Little Hao Zi, go and check out the situation. Zhou Luo frowned slightly at the words, and then immediately greeted the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, and the two of them immediately walked towards the gate location. Upon arriving at the gate, Chu Hanyun's figure was indeed seen. What happened? Zhou Luo looked at his eager appearance, so he asked. General Zhou, just now, the Shadow Group's Emperor Tokugawa Teru brought a very terrifying black-robed man into Daxia and went on a killing spree in the city of Extreme Mountain, killing many civilians. Rear Admiral Cui, the Black Feather King, and Elder Gu Qianhua went to stop them when they got the news, but they didn't realize that the black-robed man's strength was extremely terrifying, and he seemed to have already broken through the taboo realm. Rear Admiral Cui and the others were unable to defeat them and were about to lose. After Chu Hanyun finished his speech, his tone was filled with pleading. I implore General Zhou to take action. I know, I'll go now. Zhou Luo sniffed and agreed without any hesitation. At the same time, a flash of morose coldness flashed across the bottom of his eyes. The people from the Shadow Group, how dare they come to Daxia to make a demon? Truly, they were impatient to live. However, since they had come, it was just as well to save themselves some effort. First get rid of Tokugawa Hui, and then go along to wipe out the Shadow Group. This group of beasts, none of them would be able to run away. Little Harvest, set off. Zhou Luo leapt up and gave the order right away. Knowing that things were urgent, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk flew towards the Extreme Mountain city at full speed without any hesitation. In the sky above the city of Kun Mountain, Lu Feiyu, Cui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua stood in the air, their gazes all looking towards the man in black robes in front of them. And beside him, there stood an old acquaintance, the former emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, as well as the current supreme leader of the Shadow Group, Tokugawa Teru. At this moment, the eyes of the three of them, without exception, were filled with gravity. At first, they originally thought that the black-robed man brought by Tokugawa Tara was a strong person in the shadow group. But after they fought with him, they realized that they were too wrong. Only one face-to-face. The three of them were directly injured by the black-robed man. Such a terrifying strength, they had only seen it in Yusu on top of the Immortal Island that day. This black-robed man was, after all, also a taboo realm powerhouse. Moreover, looking at Tokugawa Hui's attitude towards him, it was practically humbled to the dirt. It was not at all like the position that the Shadow Group's supreme leader should have. Instead, it was like the servant of this black-robed man in front of him. Or the most lowly kind of status. I'll give you one last chance, tell me, amongst your desya, that person called Zhou Luo, where is he? Mike had his hands behind his back, his pale golden pupils looking down at the Lu Feiyu trio, his tone cold without a trace of emotion, and mixed with a touch of chilling killing intent. He came to Daxia with only one thing. Find Zhou Luo and bring him to the Legion Chief. Other than that, he did not care. Don't even think about it. Chui Lingfei sniffed and instantly spat angrily. His eyes were filled with boiling rage as he looked at Mike. This madman in front of him had massacred civilians as soon as he arrived in Extreme City. The number of people who died at his hands was no less than 4 figures. The city of Extreme City, which originally had a small population, was now reduced to a hellish scene. Since you guys don't want to talk about it, there's no harm in that. The corner of Mike's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a cold smile. After I kill the 3 of you later, I will slaughter this entire city underneath. If Zhou Luo doesn't come out yet, I'll go and slaughter the second city. Until your entire country is destroyed. His tone was very relaxed, as if he was talking about a normal thing. However, after Chui Lingfei and the 3 of them heard this, they couldn't help but clench their fists. This kind of thing absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Lord Mike is wise. As long as we kill the Desya people one by one, Zhou Luo will absolutely be unable to resist coming out. Tokugawa Hui hurriedly flattered at this moment. At the same time, his eyes towards Lu Feiyu and the others were filled with gloating and malice. The idea of slaughtering the city was something that he brought up. The purpose was simple, it was to force out Zhou Luo. However, it also contained his selfishness. He just wanted to watch the way the people wailed as the great summer fell. After all, as the highest leader of the Shadow Group, he had been reduced to serving as a servant to someone. How could Daxia be better off? It had to be worse than him. 093. Huge gap. Gu Qianhua's despair. Dechuan Hui, you beast. Chui Lingfei glared angrily, his eyes itching to peel off a piece of skin from Dechuan Hui. He had already understood that this man named Mike that Dechuan Hui had shouted at was most likely a force outside of the Blue Star, just like Yusu and the others. But Dechuan Hui, this dog, even colluded with foreign enemies and brutalized the Blue Star people together. Truly killing him 10,000 times would not relieve his hatred. Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua, who were on the side, looked at Dechuan Hui with killing intent in their eyes. Feeling these 3 naked gazes that wanted to kill him, Tokugawa Hui himself didn't care at all. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. He was now already Mike's servant. And he was all too aware of Mike's strength. In the Sacred Court Church, the image of Mike alone decapitating all of the Shadow Group and the Sacred Court Church's spirit transformation realm powerhouses was still fresh in his mind. It was simply impossible for Lu Feiyu and the others to survive from Mike's hands. Even if it was Zhou Luo, he could only be crushed when he came. Be angry, the angrier you are, the happier I'll be when I watch you struggle and suffer later. Dechuan Hui said with a face full of distortion. Mike then looked at Dechuan Hui at this moment and said, You, go to this city at the bottom and kill all the people inside, don't leave a single one behind. Yes, Lord Mike. Tokugawa Taro immediately became well-behaved, and after bowing respectfully, he slowly descended towards the city of Polaris. You're not going anywhere. When Chui Lingfei saw this scene, he was immediately enraged and stepped forward to stop him. Although Dechuan Hui's strength was not as good as Mike's, he was at least an early stage of the spirit transformation realm, so if he was really allowed to enter the city of Polaris, the people of Polaris would be in trouble. But when Chui Lingfei just wanted to go forward to stop Dechuan Hui, Mike's figure then arrived in front of him like a ghost. The person you're going to face is the right one, it's me. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc, and his tone was icy cold to the extreme. The words had not yet fallen. Only when Mike raised his right hand, a giant hammer that was pitch black and covered in bizarre patterns appeared in his hand. Immediately following, the giant hammer was swung in an instant and slammed against Chui Lingfei. Boom! The moment the giant hammer was swung, the surrounding area was like heavenly thunder descending into the world, emitting bursts of thunderous sounds, wrapped in a powerful destructive force pointing straight at Chui Lingfei. When Chui Lingfei saw this strike, his entire body immediately widened his eyes, and a flash of fear flashed across the bottom of his eyes. If this hammer hit, he would definitely die. At this moment, only this thought remained in his mind. He wanted to dodge, but it was as if his entire person was imprisoned in place by a force, unable to move. 5-colored Linglong Pagoda, brush. Gu Qianhua saw that Chui Lingfei was out of sorts and promptly offered the 5-colored Linglong Pagoda out, a 5-colored divine light heat brushing against the black giant hammer. Rumble! The giant hammer smashed solidly on top of the 5-colored divine light, emitting a deafening buzz. The air around them became distorted as a result, as if it was trembling. The 5-colored divine light that Gu Qianhua had offered up was also directly smashed to pieces by this hammer. But the good thing was that it was able to block the giant hammer and save Chui Lingfei. It's actually an innate treasure. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain from this trip. The moment he saw the 5-colored glazed tower, a flash of greed flashed across Mike's eyes. He reversed his target, holding a pitch-black giant hammer, and attacked directly towards Gu Qianhua's position. Gu Qianhua was startled and immediately offered the 5-colored divine light to block it once again. Boom! The giant hammer clashed with the 5-colored divine light once again, and the 5-colored divine light was smashed by the hammer without surprise. At this point, Gu Qianhua's heart was already filled with gravity. This person is even stronger than Yusu. Previously, when facing Yusu on Immortal Island, the 5-colored glazed pagoda was still able to hold out for a while. But now, facing Mike, the 5-colored divine light emitted by the 5-colored glazed pagoda couldn't even last a single blow. How terrifying was Mike's strength? Could it be that it was the late stage of the Forbidden Realm? Not waiting for Gu Qianhua to think more. After smashing the 5-colored divine light with a hammer, Mike continued to rush towards Gu Qianhua's direction. I advise you not to use this innate treasure again. Your strength at the spirit transformation realm simply can't bring out its full strength. If you use it again and cause this treasure to be smashed by me, then I will be very angry. At that time, I will keep you alive and let you see the destruction of this country with your own eyes. Mech said with a smile. It was clearly a smile that was revealed, but this smile was actually terrifying to the extreme in Gu Qianhua's eyes. Will I do as you wish? Gu Qianhua was not defeated by fear. Instead, he held a fierce anger in his heart, and his entire body's aura surged, directly pouring into the 5-colored glazed pagoda. Buzz! The 5-colored glazed pagoda was pushed to its limit by Gu Qianhua, and immediately erupted with a dazzling divine light. In the next instant, the divine light coalesced into a straight line, shooting head-on at Mike like a laser. How dare you disobey me? Very well, I will do what I said just now. Seeing this, a sinister color flashed across Mike's face. Immediately following, his right arm was suddenly wrapped in a pitch-black flame until it spread over the giant hammer. Heavenly Ashes obscure flame hammer. A bellowing cry was shouted out. The huge hammer covered in pitch-black flames tore through the air, heading head-on towards this divine light. Kazi Kazi. The giant hammer clashed with the divine light, and in just the blink of an eye, that 5-colored divine light unexpectedly could no longer support itself and began to emit a loud sound like it was about to shatter. Bang! Until finally, the entirety of the 5-colored divine light shattered, and along with the body of that 5-colored glazed tower, a tiny crack appeared. However, the attack of that black giant hammer still didn't stop. Gu Qianhua's face was pale and his heart was in despair. He didn't expect that the full force of the 5-colored glazed pagoda couldn't even stop Mike. How could this even be a fight? In a trance, the black giant hammer had already arrived in front of Gu Qianhua. When Chui Lingfei and Lu Feiyu, who were on the side, saw this, they were suddenly enraged. Senior Gu, I'll save you. Chui Lingfei was the first to move out, his body's aura fully energized, like a meteor flying towards Gu Qianhua's position. Lu Feiyu was right behind him, his pitch-black feathered wings completely open, countless feather-formed signaling arrows breaking through the air towards Mike's direction, wanting to interfere with his line of sight. But all of this, it was already too late. Mike's speed was far beyond what Chui Lingfei could match. Even Lu Feiyu, who was known for his speed, was far inferior. The giant black hammer smashed straight towards Gu Qianhua's torso. This hit Mike intentionally stay hand, after the hit, although not to let Gu Qianhua fell on the spot, but also was definitely fall into a crippled end. Gu Qianhua's eyes were full of unwillingness. But in his heart, he was deeply helpless. The difference in strength between the two was too great and could not be compensated for at all. Bang! It wasn't until a crisp buzz sounded. Only then did Gu Qianhua realize that the destructive hammer that should have landed on him had not come. The mic in front of him seemed to have suffered something in the process of swinging the hammer, and the pitch-black giant hammer skewed uncontrollably towards the side. What is it? Mike's eyes stared, and immediately saw clearly what the thing that hit on top of his giant hammer was. A sword. The sword's body was sharp, engraved with black and gold dragon patterns, and an imperial aura emanated from it. Phew! After saving Gu Qianhua from mech, the long sword flew back towards the distance as if it had accomplished its mission, rather spiritually. Mike's gaze, too, followed the sword towards the distance. A young man was standing on top of a foreign beast, and after the longsword flew to his side, it was directly grasped by him. Immediately following that, the man also turned his gaze towards Mike and spoke faintly. You people from the Shadow Group, how dare you come to Daxia to act recklessly, looking for death? The words had not yet fallen. The man had already arrived beside Gu Qianhua and the others. When Gu Qianhua's three people saw this, the despair on their faces gradually dissipated. The three of them simultaneously clasped their fists and respectfully shouted, "General Zhou. 094. Generous conditions?" Zhou Luo nodded slightly as a response to the crowd. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Mac. "You, not someone from the Shadow Group?" Mike's looks were very similar to those from the Nordic continent. Both had a pair of deep eyes, coupled with a high nose peak. And the pupils showed a light golden color, completely different from the people on Sakura Island. Shadow Group? Oh, that kind of trash organization, how could it be worthy of letting me enter? Mech just smiled disdainfully at his words. The highest leader of the Shadow Group, Tokugawa Taro, was already his servant at this moment. How could the district Shadow Group possibly accommodate him? Moreover, even if he told Tokugawa Taro that he wanted to join the Shadow Group, he would have to see if Tokugawa Taro dared to accept him. I'm afraid that he would be directly scared and kneel on the ground. "General Zhou, this person should be someone from beyond the heavens," Chui Lingfei hurriedly explained to Zhou Luo, and briefly recounted everything that had just happened. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but look downwards at the city of Extreme City. Rolling smoke floated up from the city center location, and countless buildings had collapsed, obviously having just suffered a huge change. "Leave this place to me, you guys go stop Tokugawa Hui and capture him. Little Harvest, you go along as well," Zhou Luo decisively ordered. Not much time had passed since Tokugawa Hui had entered the Extreme City. It was still not too late to stop him. Yes. Chui Lingfei immediately led the order. Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu also had this intention earlier, and the three of them immediately flew towards the direction that Tokugawa Hui had left. Skyfrost Thunder Harvest also followed them and flew in the direction of the city of Polaris. On Mike's side, he directly ignored the actions of the three. From the beginning to the end, he had only one purpose, and that was Zhou Luo. Now that Zhou Luo had appeared, his purpose had been achieved. The other things would wait until he had resolved Zhou Luo. But at this moment, Mike suddenly froze in place. He looked at Zhou Luo with a face full of incredulity, his eyes full of shock. "Fifth level of the taboo realm? How could you be at the fifth level of the taboo realm?" Just now, when he didn't have the time to observe Zhou Luo's cultivation, Mike didn't think anything of it. But now that he had a clear look, his entire body was almost confused. Didn't Tokugawa Hui say that Zhou Luo's realm was the fourth level of the taboo realm after he came out from the Immortal Island? How did he get to the fifth level of the taboo realm again after just how long had passed? This kind of cultivation speed. A flash of jealousy flashed across the bottom of Mike's eyes. In a day's time, breaking through from the fourth level of the taboo realm to the fifth level of the taboo realm, this kind of thing was something even he couldn't do. No, let alone him, even his superior Augustus, or even those geniuses in the Legion, it was simply impossible to do it. This speed of growth was simply too terrifying. This son must have a spiritual slave mark planted in his body and be included within the Legion. If this method doesn't work, then it can only be decapitated and absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Hee, just seeing my realm clearly has frightened you? Zhou Luo saw how frightened he looked, but he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "I thought how strong you people outside the heavens were, but it turns out that it's nothing more than that." When Mike heard this, the shock on his face gradually began to converge. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a cold voice, "I'm just surprised at how fast you've grown. A mere fifth level of the taboo realm poses no threat to me at all. Since you know that I'm a person from beyond the heavens, then I'll give you a chance now. Go back with me, plant a spiritual slave mark, and become one of our Heavenly Ashes Crusaders. Don't worry, your talent is very valuable to utilize. After becoming one of us, not only will we not treat you poorly, we will also provide you with resources for you to cultivate." Mike said slowly, his tone no longer having the disdain he had at the beginning. What he said was not false. Zhou Luo had such talent, and as long as he planted a spiritual slave mark in his divine consciousness to ensure his complete loyalty to the Heaven's Embers Crusade, the Legion would train him as one of their own. All sorts of resources would be at his disposal, and his treatment would be exactly the same as the top geniuses within the Legion. This kind of treatment, even Mike himself was eye-catching. Moreover, if he could successfully persuade Zhou Luo to be swayed and bring him back to the Legion, then he and Augustus would be rewarded by the Legion. After all, geniuses of Zhou Luo's caliber were just too hard to find. Breaking through from the fourth level of the taboo realm to the fifth level of the taboo realm in a single day, this speed was too heaven-defying. Even with the aid of external objects, it was all called perverse. After listening to Mike's words, Zhou Luo's face, however, did not show any hint of faltering. He smiled coldly. "Want to plant a spiritual slave mark in my divine sense? Absolutely impossible. Just kidding. Being planted with a spiritual slave mark by someone else, wouldn't that make you a slave to be driven by others at will? Even if the treatment that Mike said was good, a slave was still a slave. One word from someone else could send you to your death. This kind of thing, there was absolutely no way that he, Zhou Luo, would agree to it. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Arrogant." Seeing Zhou Luo's refusal, a coldness flashed underneath Mike's eyes. "It seems that we can only use strong arm tactics to bring you back." Only a tremor was seen in his body. The pitch-black colored flame burst out from his body once again, wrapping the entire giant hammer. An aura of the late taboo realm spread out in all directions from within him. It really is the late stage of the taboo realm. Zhou Luo's face did not change. The first time he saw Mike, he could clearly sense that this person was quite a bit stronger than the streams of Yusu and Yuzhen. However, it had not yet reached the level of surpassing the taboo realm either. Thus, the projection was at the late stage of the taboo realm. I'll give you one last chance, yield, or resist. Mike held the black flame giant hammer in his hand, and his golden pupils were full of threatening intent. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the 5th level of the taboo realm, you'll be able to fight me. Let me tell you, the gap between taboo realms is not as small as you think. If you want to fight, within 10 moves, I will be able to kill you. If you promise to submit, I won't make a move and leave you in a decent state. Before the words fell, Zhou Luo then held the Taiya sword and swung it out at Mike. The sword light was as fast as lightning, chopping away like it was going forward. Humph, obstinate. Mike snorted coldly, then without further words, he smashed his hammer against this sword light. Between the swinging of the giant hammer, the pitch-black flames hooked up countless tongues of fire, and even the surrounding air began to become hot. Bang! The two weapons collided together, fiercely colliding with sparks flying everywhere, and the power from the clash almost distorted the surrounding space. The next instant, Mike actually felt a huge force coming from his arm, shocking his palms. How could it be so strong? His figure retreated violently, the hand holding the black flame giant hammer was trembling slightly as he looked at Zhou Luo with a gaze filled with shock. A 5th level of the Forbidden Realm had managed to force himself back. How can this be? It's that sword. He quickly reacted, his gaze snapping to the Taiya sword in Zhou Luo's hand. A rare touch of gravity appeared in Mike's eyes. One must know that this huge hammer in his hand was a genuine innate spiritual treasure. And it was still the top tier amongst the innate spiritual treasures. When paired with his own Heavenly Ember's obscure flame breathing technique, under the enchantment it could even be compared to an innate supreme treasure. But even so, he had felt an invisible sense of oppression from above that long sword in Zhou Luo's hand. This sword was definitely a top-tier innate supreme treasure. A level that was even higher than the 5-colored Linglong Pagoda in Gu Qianhuo's hands just now. A small blue star, there are so many treasures, it's really interesting. It's just as well, after resolving you, this sword will be mine, it can definitely bring a huge boost to my strength. Mech licked his lips, his eyes looking at the Taiya sword were already filled with greed. Delusional. Zhou Luo sniffed, but he snorted. He urged the aura in his body, and the black and gold dragon pattern on the Taiya sword in his hand instantly flowed and became alive. So what if it's in the late stage of the Forbidden Realm? The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, and a huge sword intent erupted from within the same body. This sword of mine, I wonder if you can withstand it? Before the words fell, a sword light that seemed to split the heaven and earth chopped down towards Mike's head. 095.3 Sword Lords. The collapsed Tokugawa Hui. What a strong sword. After Zhou Luo swung his sword, a flash of gravity flashed underneath Mike's eyes. He swung his black flame giant hammer and slammed down against the sword light. Boom! A deafening collision sound rang out. This time, the black flame giant hammer unexpectedly and obviously could not support the might of the sword light. The pitch-black flames attached to the giant hammer were diminished by the residual energy emitted by the sword light, and after a few seconds, it completely dissipated in this world. As for the black flame hammer in Mike's hand, a crack had already begun to appear on the surface. Until finally, with a bang sound, the entire hammer body exploded. Mike's figure retreated violently, his face extremely ugly. Although his heart had already been constructed. However, Zhou Luo's sword was still far beyond his imagination. The power of this sword light was several times stronger than the previous one. It was completely not an attack that a cultivator in the middle stage of the Forbidden Realm could unleash. Even if that sword in Zhou Luo's hand was an innate supreme treasure, it was still outrageous enough. The first sword, your weapon can't hold up, so how are you going to resist the next sword? Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhou Luo's face. Before the words fell, the Taiya sword was swung out once again. A sword light that was as cold and white as the moon and as powerful as a dragon chopped extremely swiftly towards Mike. It did not give him any chance to catch his breath. Damn! Mike was shocked in his heart, such a powerful sword, Zhou Luo was able to swing it twice in succession. How could this fight? Was he a late stage of the Forbidden Realm, or was Zhou Luo a late stage of the Forbidden Realm? The speed of the sword light was extremely fast. It did not give Mike any time to react. In desperation, Mike could only mobilize all the aura in his body to form a black flame's shield in front of him. He wanted to resist Zhou Luo's overwhelming sword. Boom! The sword light chopped solidly on top of the black flame shield. After a few seconds of their clash, the black flame shield was rendered invincible. A moment later, it was directly chopped into a mass of broken flames. But a few seconds was enough time for Mike to get out of the way, narrowly avoiding the sword. Just when he was celebrating himself, suddenly, a magnificent Tarzan shadow appeared out of nowhere, enveloping his entire person. Mike, who had used almost his entire body's aura to condense the black flame shield, was already in a weakened state. Being enveloped by the shadow of Tarzan, it was as if his feet were shackled and his actions instantly became slow. The first sword, you used your weapon to shatter as the cost to resist. The second sword, you used your entire body's aura as the cost to resist. Then next, how should you respond to the third sword? A voice like that of a god of death rang in his ears. Zhou Luo had already appeared beside him. The Taiya sword in his hand was swung out at the same time. A plain and simple sword shadow flashed by. Mike wanted to dodge, but because he was suppressed by the Taishan shadow, he could only watch as the sword shadow chopped at him. But an arm, accompanied by a column of blood, flew into the sky. Zhou Luo's sword did not directly take Mike's life. The pain that drilled through his heart caused Mike's entire face to become distorted. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from the corners of his forehead, and Mike's entire person had completely lost the aura of a late-stage taboo realm powerhouse. Nowadays, he wasn't even as good as someone in the spirit transformation realm. Tell me, the Heaven's Embers Crusaders behind you, how many more have come? Zhou Luo walked forward and asked in a cold voice as he placed the blood-stained blade of his sword across the position of his throat. He didn't kill Mike because he wanted to ask him about the Heaven's Ashes Crusaders that he was talking about, what exactly was their origin. As well as, how many people had come to Blue Star and where the stronghold was. Wanting me to betray the Legion, think twice. But Mech surprisingly did not fear death in the slightest, just coldly looking at Zhou Luo. The strength of the Legion is not something you can imagine. If you dare to kill me, my Legion commander will surely take revenge for me. At that time, not to mention you, your entire Dixiao will be reduced to hell and disappear from this planet. Of course, you still have one more chance to regret now. Let me plant a spiritual slave mark and return to the Legion with me. If you do so, all the conditions you were promised before will be honored, and this country of yours will not suffer extinction. You have to think about it. Mike stared at Zhou Luo dead in the face, waiting for his answer. But a sword light flashed. Mike's head instantly shot up into the sky. Zhou Luo shook off the blood stained on the blade of his sword and sheathed it. If I can kill you, I can also kill the person behind you. Want to threaten me? Do it in your next life. Zhou Luo coldly glanced at Mike's corpse, and then he withdrew his gaze. Letting someone else plant a spiritual slave mark on him, this kind of thing Zhou Luo could never accept. In his last life, he was enslaved and driven because he was not strong enough. In his second life, he would definitely not repeat the same mistake. As for the legionnaire that Mike said, Zhou Luo was also not afraid in the slightest. Against Mike, Zhou Luo did not use his full strength at all. He had only utilized the two major means of the Woyue Sutra and the Taiye sword. The power of the two great innate treasures, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and the jade pure glazed bottle, should not be underestimated. It seems that the information will have to be asked from Tokugawa Hui's mouth. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze looked within the city of Extreme Mountain. Since Tokugawa Taro had become Mike's slave, he must know something. When Lu Feiyu and the others captured Dechuan Hui back, he would see if he could pry some useful information out of Dechuan Hui's mouth. Thinking of this, several figures suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's field of vision. Coming. His spirit lifted as he looked into the distance. Led by the Skyfrost Thunder Harvest, with Lu Feiyu and the others walking at the back, a group of people slowly walked towards Zhou Luo's position. As for Dechuan Hui, who had just been sent into the city by Mike, at this moment, he was already bruised and swollen, and there was not a single piece of his body intact. Obviously, after being captured by Lu Feiyu and the others just now, this guy hadn't suffered a severe beating. General Zhou. We've brought the man back. Chui Lingfei stepped forward and reported the happy news to Zhou Luo. Before he could finish his words, he saw the headless corpse of Mike that had fallen to the side. There was also the head that rolled to the side. General Zhou, you have killed this person? Chui Lingfei's eyes widened at once. The faces of Lu Feiyu and Gu Chenhua, who were traveling with him, couldn't help but be filled with shock as well. How long had it only been? Not even 10 minutes, right? Mike, who was so powerful and had nearly crushed them to death just now, had already been beheaded by Zhou Luo. This was a late-stage taboo realm powerhouse. To what extent had Zhou Luo's strength reached? No, it's impossible. How could you kill Lord Mech? Unlike the shock of the three, Tokugawa Hui was on the verge of collapse at this moment. He had just thought that although he had been arrested by Lu Feiyu and the others, as long as Mike decapitated Zhou Luo, he would still be saved. But now, his hopes were completely dashed. In his eyes, the powerful and suffocating Mike had died so easily at the hands of Zhou Luo. 096. Straight to the Legion Chief. Bang! Dechuan Hui had just let out an unbelievable hiss when he was directly kicked in the face by Chui Lingfei. The intense pain went straight to his head, causing Tokugawa Teru to close his mouth immediately. The facts are in front of you, your master is already dead, why are you still crying and howling here? Crying in mourning. Chui Lingfei sneered, this kick was not to mention how relieving it was. The ugly face of Dechuan Hui just now, he could still remember it clearly now. Let me ask you, how many people did Mike and the others come to Blue Star this time? What is the strength in geometry? Zhou Luo walked forward, his icy gaze fixed on Dechuan Hui, and opened his mouth to ask. Who am I to tell you? Tokugawa Hui's face was distorted by the pain, and his mouth was even filled with blood between his words as he vaguely said to Zhou Luo. Yo-ho, still so stubborn? Zhou Luo sneered, then looked to Cui Lingfei and the others. Look at him like this, not very cooperative. How about the brothers give him some more lessons? Alright. General Zhou, you watch, we guarantee to give him a beating that even his mother does not recognize. Cui Lingfei couldn't wait to agree. He had long felt that the beating just now wasn't enjoyable enough. Now that he had the chance, he couldn't wait to hurry up and do it. The faces of the duo of Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua also flashed with a touch of viciousness. Remember, leave a breath. Don't beat him to death. Zhou Luo barked a sentence, and then he stopped looking in the direction of Dechuan Hui. A burst of heart-rending roars rang out one after another behind Zhou Luo. Just by listening to the sounds, one could feel Tokugawa Hui's pain. It rang for about 5 minutes or so. The dying Tokugawa Hui was then carried back to Zhou Luo by Cui Lingfei and the others. I'll ask you one more time, to speak or not to speak? Zhou Luo looked at Dechuan Hui playfully. If I say it, can you spare me? Tokugawa Fai was about to be beaten to delirium at this point, and spoke with difficulty. Of course, if you say it, I will let you go. Zhou Luo nodded. Good. Then I'll tell you, Mike and the others claim to be from the Heaven's Embers Crusade. I'm not sure what kind of force this Heaven's Embers Crusade is, but I know that they came to Blue Star this time, and they only came with 2 people. One of them is Mike, late Taboo Realm Strength. He alone decimated all the Spirit Transformation Realm powerhouses from our Shadow Group and the Sacred Court Church. And the other person, Mike called him Legion Commander Augustus, is Mike's superior. As far as I know, the realm is above the Taboo Realm. But it seems that because of the influence of the Blue Star, he can only utilize the strength of the peak of the Taboo Realm and the Blue Star. That Augustus, right now, is at the headquarters of the Sacred Court Church, in the main church. Tokugawa Hui intermittently told everything he knew. At this time, Mike was dead, the spellcaster was dead, and the spirit slave mark in his mind had disappeared. Otherwise, he would never have betrayed Augustus. But whenever an inkling rose in his mind, he would be forcefully controlled by the spirit slave seal. So that's it, just 2 people came. After listening to Tokugawa Hui's narration, Zhou Luo's face couldn't help but flash a flash of color. I've said everything that should be said, can you let me go? I promise you that after returning to Sakurajima, I will never look for trouble from your Desya again. Even we Sakurajima can become your Desya's vassal, the same as thousands of years ago. Tokugawa Hui said pleadingly. He was truly afraid. Those 3 guys from Cui Lingfei, their hands were simply too ruthless, completely not treating him as a human being. And most of all, he didn't want to die. If he could be allowed to return to Sakurajima, even if the Shadow Group was almost wiped out now, he would still be the emperor of the people of Sakurajima. And could still enjoy being on high. But the words had not yet fallen. A sword light then chopped straight into Tokugawa Teru's throat. A large good head rushed up into the sky. Until he died, Tokugawa Teru's face still maintained the humble pleading color from earlier. Spare you? What a beautiful thought. Zhou Luo sneered. In front of this kind of fellow, he didn't intend to be some kind of gentleman who did what he said. Good kill. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them, Cui Lingfei, on the side could not help but clap their hands. This person, Tokugawa Teru, was really too inviting to hate. Dying 100 times was not enough for them. Major General Cui, here, I'll leave it to you to clean up. Zhou Luo looked towards Cui Lingfei and said slowly. No problem, but General Zhou, where are you going? Cui Lingfei nodded his head in agreement, and then he saw Zhou Luo take a step onto the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, seemingly going somewhere, so he asked suspiciously. The Sacred Court Church. The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, and after a command, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk immediately lifted its wings and flew towards the Nordic continent. What he was going to do was very simple. It was to kill that so-called army chief, Augustus, as well. Since the Heaven's Embers Crusaders had only come with 2 people, then don't blame him for not being polite. Although according to Tokugawa Hui, this Augustus realm was above the Taboo realm. Estimating that, it had reached the shackled realm that the Skyfrost Thunderhawk had spoken of. This was also what Zhou Luo projected. This was because according to the Yusu and Yuzhin duo sent by Luo Fuhal, it was not difficult to see that the first wave of these extra heavenly forces that were sent into Blue Star would not be particularly strong. Therefore, there was a high probability that Augustus was not in the Broken Realm, but rather in the Shackled Realm. Of course. Tokugawa Hui also gave Zhou Luo a very crucial piece of information. Augustus could only exert the strength of the peak of the Taboo Realm because of some reason of the Blue Star. This was also where Zhou Luo's bottom line was. It didn't matter what kind of Yoke Realm or Broken Realm you were in. Since he only had the strength of the Taboo Realm and the Blue Star, he didn't carry any fear at all. The late Taboo Realm's Mike had been decapitated by his own 3 swords, let alone the peak of the Taboo Realm. Who? With the whistling sound of the gale, the figures of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk and Zhou Luo traveled further and further away. At the same time, In the Nordic continent, in the main church of the Sacred Court Church, Augustus was sitting on top of the bishop's throne, his chin propped up with one hand, his eyes closed tightly as he waited for Mike's return. But suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly and his eyes snapped open. Mech's aura dissipated? Augustus' pupils shrunk slightly, and a flash of shock flashed across the bottom of his eyes. As the minor legionary leader of the Heaven's Embers Crusade, every one of his men would deliver a trace of soul breath to him. With these soul scents, he would be able to sense the situation of his men. Now that Mike's soul breath had dissipated, it meant that Mike had fallen. This Zhou Luo is actually so powerful? Able to kill Mech? A flash of gravity flashed across Augustus' eyes. He had far underestimated Zhou Luo. This time, they had descended to the blue planet because the power of the layer of the great avatar outside the blue planet that stopped all cultivators had gradually weakened. As a result, it was only then that those of them were able to descend. However, since the great avatar was still in place, only cultivators of the Yoke Realm could enter at the highest. Moreover, when they were in the middle of the blue star, they could only utilize the strength of the peak of the Forbidden Realm for a short period of time. If he wanted to utilize his full strength, he could only wait until half a month later, when the power of the great avatar weakened again. He was the second level of the Yoke Realm, and had been assigned by the Heaven's Embers Crusade to enter the Blue Star. Thinking of this, Augustus quickly rose from his bishop's throne. This time he came to the Blue Star, it was because he knew that the cultivators within the Blue Star were meager in strength, at most only at the Spirit Transformation Realm, that he only brought Mike alone to enter. Now that Mike was dead, Zhou Luo's strength must have reached the peak of the Forbidden Realm, the same as his. In this situation, it was necessary to call for support. But just at this moment, outside the main church, there was actually a loud cry. "Augustus, get out and die." The voice spread throughout the entire church, echoing within the house. Augustus's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a murderous intent as his gaze looked towards the church door. A man and a beast were currently standing at the gate. Zhou Luo was holding the Taiya sword, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Augustus. His aura was like a rainbow. 097, hand to hand. Shackled Realm Mystery. You are Zhou Luo? Augustus stared intently at Zhou Luo, his face filled with coldness. It wasn't hard to guess. Who else but Zhou Luo could be the Blue Star Man who could call out his name and exuded a Forbidden Realm aura? Mike, killed by you? He looked at Zhou Luo and slowly asked. In his tone, there was a murderous intent. Mike was his incomparably loyal henchman. In order to cultivate him, it had cost Augustus a lot of energy. Now that Mike had died, he had lost a powerful general under him, a great loss. That underling of yours, who doesn't know his own strength, isn't it normal for him to die? Zhou Luo couldn't help but sneer at his words. What a big mouth. The coldness between Augustus' brows became even colder, his eyes so sharp that it seemed as if they were going to penetrate everything. Dare to kill my Heaven's Embers Crusaders? Have you ever thought about the consequences? You, including your family and the country behind you, will all be destroyed by our Heaven's Ashes Crusade, leaving no one behind. The words had not yet fallen. Augustus then reached out and made a move. A black and gold colored lance then appeared in his hand. The spear's shaft was made from a special metal, with a fine black and gold pattern engraved on its surface, making it look mysterious and incomparable. The tip of the spear was transparent, like amber, but it faintly emitted a murderous aura. An innate treasure? Zhou Luo could tell the quality of this gun at a glance. It was undoubtedly an innate supreme treasure. Today, I will use this obscure moon demon gun to kill you here. Augustus slammed the end of the gun into the ground. Rumble. With the tail of the gun as the center, the ground of the main church suddenly spread out a spiderweb like crack, accompanied by a deafening sound. The large main church actually collapsed in an instant. Countless concrete stones fell from the roof, accompanied by a sky of dust, and hundreds of meters in a circle nearly turned into ruins. Buzz. Between the collapse of the main church, Zhou Luo keenly heard a very small air-breaking sound coming from not far ahead. 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, open. He reacted quickly and directly sacrificed the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, and a black and white shield suddenly appeared around him. Not only did it intercept the falling debris from the sky, a moment later, an amber-like gunblade was also blocked outside the shield. Augustus had actually taken advantage of the collapse of the church to use his physical body to smash all the way through the rubble, and holding the obscure moon demon gun, he stabbed towards Zhou Luo. Bang! The spear blade ruthlessly stabbed outside the shield, emitting a dull sound. At the same time, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc hanging high behind Zhou Luo's head erupted with a red-orange halo at this moment. A powerful counter-vibration force was transmitted straight back to Augustus's gun-wielding right arm. Bang bang bang! Augustus back with a stock not less than the huge force of his gun to force back and forth. Every step back, the surrounding ground actually issued a wail that could not withstand. You have an innate treasure with such a strong defense, no wonder Mech would die in your hands. After Augustus stabilized his stance, his eyes looked towards the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc behind Zhou Luo's head and said in a cold voice. Is that so? But I didn't use this treasure when I decapitated that underling of yours. Zhou Luo heard this but let out a cold laugh, the sneer in his tone was obvious. Hearing this, the killing intent in the bottom of Augustus' eyes became more and more intense. He no longer intended to plant a spiritual slave mark in Zhou Luo's divine consciousness and make him a member of the Legion, but rather, he was going to kill him outright. Mike's death had told him that Zhou Luo was an extremely unruly person. If he was to be made a slave, it was expected that he would not submit to all deaths. Since this was the case, this kind of unusable supreme genius must be put to death in the cradle. Otherwise, it would bring big trouble to the Legion in the future. Big brother, the strength of this person's flesh is extremely high. It is estimated that he is a Shackle Realm powerhouse who specializes in the path of body refining. As the two confronted each other, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk standing beside Zhou Luo whispered beside Zhou Luo's ear. Specializing in the path of body refining? There's still this kind of argument? Zhou Luo frowned slightly and said, "That's right, in the Shackle Realm, every time you break a shackle, you can use a spiritual object as your own foundation. The stronger the spirit object is, the stronger the foundation forged will be, and one's own strength will rise. The difference between spirit objects and spirit objects is extremely great, and this person, presumably, has used a spirit object that has an extremely high increase to the physical body, and the grade is not low." Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest explained. After saying that, he didn't forget to remind, "If we can kill him, we can extract the spirit substance in his body as a material for you, big brother, to break your shackles and forge your foundation in the future." Oh? There is actually such a thing. Zhou Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the words. Immediately afterward, his eyes turned fiery as he looked at Augustus. Unexpectedly, there was still the saying of forging a foundation with a spiritual object in the shackled realm. Moreover, listening to what the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had said, the spirit item this fellow used was not of a low grade. But this was normal. From the initial encounter with him just now, it could be seen that Augustus's physical strength was indeed terrifyingly terrifying. Casually slamming the end of his gun into the ground was able to collapse such a huge church. Every time his footsteps stepped out, it was even more like an earthquake, causing 100 meters in a radius to shake. I didn't expect that your blue star would be so backward that you haven't even figured out the subtleties of the celestial and human three realms. It's really a waste of this resource-rich planet. Hearing the conversation between Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, Augustus couldn't help but snort coldly. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle, and his tone was icy to the core. "As a blue star native, your arrogance also staggers me. To think that you can kill me and extract the root spirit essence in my body? Haha, I might as well tell you that the spirit item I used to forge my root foundation is called the Heavenly Cyan Dragon Bone Gold, which is the top grade amongst spiritual treasures. If you want it, then show some skill and kill me. However, I don't see you having this hope in your life." The disdain in Augustus' tone was obvious to the extreme. As a top powerhouse who had already broken open 2 shackles, even if there was a great divine power in the blue star that limited his strength and locked his realm at the peak of the taboo realm. However, a strong physique refined through the heavenly green dragon bone gold would not be restricted much. The Zhou Luo of the regional taboo realm was simply no match for him. "Is the heavenly green dragon bone gold? I see." Zhou Luo sniffed, but was not affected by the disdain in Augustus' tone. Instead, it stirred the fighting spirit in his heart. "If you say I can't get it, I can't get it? I'll even show you today. Little Housey, back off a bit, don't get caught in the waves." Zhou Luo gave the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk a look, and the latter immediately understood and quickly stepped back. A battle between top powerhouses of the taboo realm, a single aura casually emanating from them might be something that the spirit transformation realm couldn't withstand. Don't want that little beast of yours to get hurt? It's really a deep love between master and servant. Augustus couldn't help but sneer at the sight. "Since that's the case, then I'll leave you alive later, and after crippling you, I'll capture that little beast and flay him in front of you. I wonder what kind of expression you will have at that time." At those words, Zhou Luo's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. The Taya sword in his hand already crossed in front of his body. Who wins and who loses is still unknown. Don't say big words so early. Before the words fell, the black and gold dragon pattern on the Taya sword began to flash with golden light. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Luo had already arrived in front of Augustus with his sword, and chopped out at the position of his throat. 098. Terrifying heavenly embers obscure flame. Looking at the swift sword, Augustus' eyes stared. And he raised his spear to block it. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The Taya sword and the obscure moon demon lance clashed together, and the two powerful forces kept exchanging blows, emitting an aura that almost distorted the surrounding air. It really is a good strong force. Zhou Luo sighed in his heart. The immense power coming from the obscure moon demon gun was something he had never felt before when he fought with others. Even Mike, who was holding that black flame giant hammer, did not have such powerful greatness. This made Zhou Luo even more curious about that heavenly green dragon bone gold. Between thoughts, Augustus' right arm lashed out, jolting Zhou Luo back a few meters. Your body strength, is it even this high? How could? At this moment, Augustus' face clearly had more than a touch of shock. Just now, his shot had only landed on top of Zhou Luo's 9yang8 trigrams shield and was not considered to be a head-on fight with Zhou Luo. This time was different. The moment the obscure moon demon lance clashed with the Taiya sword, Augustus felt a terrifyingly huge force from the Taiya sword's body that was almost approaching his own. Plus, just now, he had once again tested the waters and exerted his power to shock Zhou Luo back. If it was an ordinary taboo realm powerhouse, no, even a top taboo realm powerhouse would have been shaken back hundreds of meters by his strike. But what about Zhou Luo? He had actually only retreated a distance of several meters before stopping. This meant that Zhou Luo's physical strength, I'm afraid, wasn't even close to his own. You have to know, this guy was only in the Forbidden Realm. He, on the other hand, was in the Yoke Realm. He was also in the Shackle Realm that had the first root forged by the heavenly green dragon Bone Gold. Although the spiritual treasure used to forge the second root foundation was something he had yet to find, the strength of his physical body was already able to rank amongst the legions. That's why I say, don't talk big so early. You can't blame others if you flash your tongue at that time. Zhou Luo couldn't help but slightly tickle the corners of his mouth when he saw the shocked look on Augustus' face. Although he wasn't in the Yoke Realm and didn't have a foundation forged by the heavenly green dragon Bone Gold. However, he had the Nine Spectres' chaotic body. His physical strength had always been far ahead of his peers in the same realm. Of course, if he could obtain this heavenly green dragon Bone Gold and forge a foundation when he broke through the Shackle Realm, then Zhou Luo's physical strength would be taken to the next level. With the Nine Pantheon chaotic body, coupled with the heavenly green dragon Bone Gold, what level the two could reach when added together, Zhou Luo didn't even dare to think about it. Really underestimated you. A rare touch of gravity appeared between Augustus' eyes. He realized that Zhou Luo's strength didn't seem to be the same as what he thought at first. It seemed that it was necessary to use his full strength. Heaven's embers obscure flame, ignite. Augustus' body shook. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black flame identical to Mike's actually surfaced on the surface of his body. Only, the pitch-black flames summoned by Augustus were clearly a step above Mike in strength. The moment the pitch-black flames appeared, they wrapped the entire obscure moon magic gun. The current obscure moon demon lance, at the end of the day, had realized the words obscure moon demon lance. Just by looking at it, the pitch-black flames that seemed to devour everything caused one's heart to palpitate. Whoosh! Accompanied by a cracking sound. Augustus stomped his feet, and his entire body was like a meteor dragging pitch-black flames as he furiously rushed towards Zhou Luo. Wherever he stepped through, it turned into a ruin, with gusts of pitch-black flames burning on it. Zhou Luo's eyes stared, immediately raising his Taiya sword to stop him above his head. Boom! A deafening buzzing sound exploded violently. Attached by pitch-black flames, the gigantic obscure moon demon gun ruthlessly smashed on top of the Taiya sword. A great force directly shook Zhou Luo's entire body to the point where he sunk 3 inches into the ground, along with a large crater shaken out in a 100-meter radius. At the same time, the aftereffects of the heavenly ember's obscure flame began to spread towards the surroundings with Zhou Luo as the center. It was not until the entire pit was ablaze with pitch-black flames that it showed signs of stopping. This time, it was Augustus who struck out with all his might. Fortunately, the Taiya sword was the very best of the innate treasures, and after withstanding Augustus' full force, it still did not show any signs of collapse. Surprisingly, you can even withstand this strike. Boy, your strength is indeed good, it's just a pity that you can't be used for me. Seeing Zhou Luo still standing upright, Augustus could not help but flash a color of regret under his eyes. But soon, this color of regret disappeared. In its place, there was a flash of intense killing intent. Cut the crap, if that's all the strength you have, then don't blame me for using this sword and chopping off your dog's head. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly as he let out a cold smile. In the next instant, the Taiya sword then drew out and chopped at Augustus' throat position. Bang! Augustus reacted extremely quickly, lifting his lance and blocking it. Then, without saying a word, Zhou Luo struck out one after another, countless sword shadows like falling leaves and escaping clouds, misty and full of endless killing intent. The two figures were like lightning, shuttling back and forth amongst the ruins. Wherever they passed, not a single tile remained. The large sacred court church headquarters was actually about to be reduced to rubble. Bang bang bang! Every sound of metal clashing rang out, leaving a large crater on the ground. Not only that, the pitch-black flames that vibrated away from the obscure moon demon gun were also about to spread to almost the entire ruins. Hundreds of meters in a radius, all suffered from the ripples. From afar, it looked as if the end had come. Boom! Along with a deafening roar emitted, the two figures each retreated violently to 100 meters away. Augustus was holding the obscure moon demon lance, and his breathing was no longer as steady as it was in the beginning. On the contrary, Zhou Luo, although his realm was a step weaker than Augustus, his breathing was stretched and powerful, and between the rise and fall of his chest, it was like the earth's veins were surging. I didn't expect that you even have a not bad breathing method. Augustus took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Luo with eyes full of complexity. Obviously, he was the one who was outside the heavens. How did it feel? Zhou Luo had more treasures on him than him. Was this normal? What, can't fight anymore? Zhou Luo ignored his envious and jealous eyes and sneered, if you can't fight anymore, then don't blame me for chopping off your dog's head. Humph, arrogant. Augustus' eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth gradually arched. Do you know why our legion is called the Heaven's Embers Crusaders? Zhou Luo stared at him closely and did not reply. See the heavenly ashes obscure flames scattered around? Augustus didn't care and said to himself, the heavenly ashes obscure flame will spontaneously escape to the surroundings when fighting until it forms a cross seal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's brows furrowed as he observed his surroundings. Without looking, he really found something wrong with these pitch-black flames. True to Augustus' words, the pitch-black flames scattered all over the ruins were already forming a huge cross-shaped seal at this moment. Immediately, Augustus' voice came again. When this cross-shaped seal is formed, it will be the day when we, the Heavenly Ashes Crusaders, conquer all powerful enemies. Heavenly Ashes High Cross, rise. Only to see Augustus raise the obscure moon demon lance high, followed by a heavy slam into the ground. Rumble. The surrounding heaven's embers obscure flame, as if it heard the call, herculeanly ignited a canopy of blazing flames. Immediately following, the cross-shaped flames actually rose up from the ground, forming an impermeable wall of pitch-black fire that pushed straight towards Zhou Luo. Augustus had a maniacal expression, like a devout to the point of madness believer. All strong enemies will fall in the heavenly embers obscure flame. You are no exception. 099. Beheading. Take the heavenly green dragon bone gold. Wherever the cross flames passed, the air was scorched to the point of distortion. Accompanied by a roar, a high wall of flames pounced unstoppably towards Zhou Luo's position. In Zhou Luo's eyes, there was an extra touch of gravity. This move was more powerful than any of Augustus' previous attacks. It completely surpassed the taboo realm and was definitely a shackle realm strike. I wonder if the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc can block it. Zhou Luo composed himself and immediately urged his entire body's spiritual energy. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc hanging high behind his head suddenly blossomed with a red-orange halo, just like a blazing sun. A 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield that was several times more solid than before instantly enveloped Zhou Luo. Give up, even if it's an innate supreme treasure, it can't stop the burning of the heavenly ashes obscure cross. You today will surely die. Augustus laughed maniacally. Zhou Luo didn't say a word, only concentrating fully on supporting the 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield. In a blink of an eye, the heavenly embers obscure cross had already arrived in front of him. The pitch-black flames that could devour everything directly wrapped Zhou Luo's entire person. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield floating outside Zhou Luo's body was instantly attached by the pitch-black flames. The blazing fire burned. It was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds. Zhou Nang clearly noticed that the energy of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield was rapidly diminishing. Even though he continuously urged his spiritual energy to pour in, he still could not stop its receding trend. This flame, it really is strong. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly said in his heart. As he watched, the heavenly embers obscure flame was about to break through the 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield and surge into Zhou Luo's side. However, Zhou Luo did not panic at all. If it was an ordinary defensive supreme treasure, it might really be burned through by you. It's just a pity that my 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc can do more than just defense, it can also attack. Zhou Luo suddenly grinned. Immediately following, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc behind his head once again bloomed with golden light. Boom! As a violent rumbling sound rang out. Those pitch-black flames attached on top of the 9 Yang 8 trigrams shield, at this moment, they actually turned their direction collectively and scattered towards the surroundings. Countless channels of heavenly embers obscure flame collided 2 by 2, emitting a burst of creepy burning sounds in the air. A moment later, that huge cross-shaped high wall of flames was actually on the verge of completely dissipating at this moment. How could this be? In the distance, Augustus' expression completely froze. He looked at the cross-obscure flame that gradually disappeared into the heavens and earth, and his eyes had completely lost their vigor. The cross-obscure flame that he was so proud of was actually dissolved by such a forbidden realm kid like Zhou Luo. Is there any justice in heaven? Older brother, what kind of bird heavenly embers obscure cross you have? It doesn't seem to work either. After dispersing all of the heavenly ashes high crosses, the corner of Zhou Luo's mouth grinned, revealing a mocking smile. He could tell. In order to utilize this heavenly embers high cross, Augustus had almost used all his strength. At this moment, there was very little aura left in his body. You madman, merely with a few innate supreme treasures in your hands, how dare you denigrate our heavenly ashes crusaders' divine ability? Damn it, damn it. Augustus had completely lost his original lofty demeanor, as if he was holding everything in his hands. Instead, he gradually turned into a maniac. Boom! He lifted his obscure moon demon lance and with a stomp of his feet, he shot violently at Zhou Luo. The tip of the gun that flashed with a biting cold light pointed straight at Zhou Luo's heart. Bang! Zhou Luo lifted his sword and picked it, directly sending the obscure moon demon gun flying. The remaining aura in his body was no longer enough to support Augustus in exerting the terrifying power of the shackle realm. His current strength, to say that he was in the late taboo realm would be lifting him up. At best, it was the strength of someone who had just broken through the taboo realm. Boom! After picking off the obscure moon demon gun, Zhou Luo once again stomped out, sending Augustus' entire body flying and smashing heavily into the ground. In the next instant, Zhou Luo once again appeared in front of Augustus, one foot directly stepping on his chest. The Taiya sword in his hand had also been placed across his throat. It was already clear which one would win or lose. Ha 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 ha! Being stepped on by Zhou Luo, the expression on Augustus' face became more and more maniacal. The corner of his mouth grinned a reckless smile. Although you defeated me, it was only because I couldn't utilize the strength of the shackled realm. When the great avatar that restricts strength on the blue planet weakens in half a month, the yoke realm will no longer be restricted. At that time, the Legion will absolutely send out other yoke realm powerhouses that will only be stronger than me. Sooner or later, all of your countries will perish, and you, too, will be killed, and all of your planet will be occupied by the Legion. Ha ha ha. Augustus laughed maniacally. He knew deep down that he wouldn't survive today, so he already had nothing to worry about. Telling Zhou Luo all this was just to make him spend this last half-month in pain. But the sword light flashed. Augustus' head was then directly severed. Blood flowed like a stream. So arrogant even at the brink of death. Zhou Luo looked at Augustus' corpse at his feet expressionlessly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Putting away the Taiya sword, Zhou Luo beckoned to the distant heavenly frost lightning harvest. When the latter saw it, he quickly came next to Zhou Luo. You just said that you could extract the heavenly green dragon bone gold from his body after killing him. How? Zhou Luo asked as he looked at the heavenly frost lightning harvest. He hadn't forgotten about the heavenly green dragon bone gold in Augustus's body that was capable of forging roots and strengthening his flesh. If this thing was given to him, when he broke through the shackle realm and used it to cast the first root foundation, his strength would definitely skyrocket again. It could not be missed. Big brother, I'll teach you. The heavenly frost lightning harvest smiled innocently and immediately began to narrate the method to Zhou Luo. It turned out that all that was needed was to use spiritual energy to evoke the heavenly green dragon bone gold in Augustus' body and slowly pull it out of his body. A moment later, Zhou Luo then followed the method taught by the heavenly frost thunder hollow and took out a piece of green-colored metal shaped like a spine from Augustus' body. The metal exuded a warm aura around it, and when Zhou Luo held it in his hands, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within. Good stuff. Zhou Luo looked delighted and immediately pocketed it. His current realm was the 5th level of the taboo realm, and with the support of the 9 netherworlds chaotic body and the 5 mountain scripture, he would soon break through the shackle realm. When he broke the first shackle, he would directly use the heavenly green dragon bone gold as a spiritual treasure to forge the first foundation. Zhou Luo was already a little impatient. According to Augustus, there is a great avatar on the blue planet that is capable of restricting strength. What is this great avatar? Who laid it down? After storing the heavenly green dragon bone gold, Zhou Luo pondered again. He always felt that there were still quite a few hidden secrets on the blue star. He had this speculation before in the secret realm of Mount Li. Inside the Athen palace forged by the first emperor, could it be that those sophisticated giant weapons were built to deal with Augustus, the people from beyond the heavens? In half a month's time, will the great divine power be weakened and not restricted to shackle realm powerhouses? Zhou Luo took a deep breath as a sense of urgency arose in his heart. There was not much time left for him. It was imperative to break through to the yoke realm within half a month. Otherwise, by the time the people from the Heavens Embers Crusade, where Augustus was, descended on the blue star once again, the situation would not be favorable. However, Zhou Luo wasn't too worried. In half a month's time, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to reach the shackle realm if one was bored with cultivation. However, Zhou Luo knew a piece of news. Within the Great Summer, the next secret realm was about to open. The location, located in the Kun Mountains. The Kun Mountain secret realm, before he perished in his previous life, within the Grand Xia. No, it should be said that it is the most massive secret realm in the entire blue star. There is no one. Even the immortal island could not be compared to it. Big brother, this gun is also not a mortal object, should we put it away? Between thoughts, the voice of the heavenly frost thunder harvest suddenly brought Zhou Luo back to reality. Of course, this thing has to be put away. Zhou Luo nodded, and immediately leapt onto the heavenly frost lightning harvest. The huge obscure moon demon gun was also placed on the back of the heavenly frost thunder horde by him. Go, back to Grand Xia. Zhou Luo gave an order, and the heavenly frost lightning harvest immediately answered back. Yes. As the heavenly frost thunderstorm flapped its wings, the two flew towards Grand Xia at an extremely fast speed. 100. The Kunlun vision appears, racing against the clock. On the way flying back to Daxia, Zhou Luo sat on the back of the heavenly frost thunderhawk, his eyes closed tightly, his chest rising and falling with his breathing as the heaven and earth spiritual chi around him surged madly into his body. His cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. In half a month's time, breaking through from the taboo realm to the shackle realm was not an easy task. Thus, he had to race against time to cultivate. Big brother, something doesn't seem right up ahead. At this moment, the naive voice of the heavenly frost lightning harvest rang in his ears. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, and a haze of unusual colors was clearly reflected in his eyes. Only to see that in front of the great summer's boundary, the entire sky was actually enveloped by a channel of haze light. Looking at its source, it seemed to be in the northwestern part of Grand Xia. It's the Kun Mountains. Zhou Luo muttered. At this point in time, and with such a vast and massive vision, other than the Kun Mountain range, there was no other secret realm that could do it. It seemed that his prediction was correct. The opening day of the Kun Mountain range was indeed coming. Big brother, is there another great secret realm about to open? Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked into the distance and slowly said, "It's strange to say that once every secret realm on this planet opens, I can sense an extremely deep hidden power from the secret realm, and it only targets our Fey Beast clan. It's like, if I dare to step into the secret realm, that power will erupt and put me to death. It's very terrifying." After listening to the words of the heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, Zhou Luo couldn't help but nod his head. Indeed, the secret realms on the Blue Star do not allow foreign beasts to enter. This rule he had long known. But what exactly was the reason for it, he was not sure. Then, big brother, do we still need to return to Grand Xia? Skyfrost Thunderhawk asked. No, let's not go back, let's go directly to the Kunlun Mountain range. Zhou Luo pondered for a moment and then instantly decided to head directly to the Kunlun Mountain range. If he were to return to Grand Xia now, then when the Kunlun Mountain range opened, it would take time to travel there again. It would be better to head directly to the Kunlun Mountain range, and there would also be less running around. Cultivating anywhere was cultivation anyway, and Zhou Luo wasn't picky about the environment. Seeing Zhou Luo's words, the heavenly frost lightning harvest then reversed its direction and flew towards the location of the Kunlun Mountains. The visions of the Kunlun Mountains almost enveloped the entire Asia-Europe continent. Even the Ganges continent could be seen clearly. At this moment, Brahma Heaven, in the middle of a luxurious temple. Yang Tianying and Lu Ruyan, one on each side, were serving within the sanctuary. The aura of the two had actually broken through to the taboo realm. It was several times stronger than when they left Great Xia. On top of a sumaru seat in the sanctuary, a man with deep brows was sitting. The man was dressed in a gauzy robe, with an open chest and a leaky belly. His expression was calm, and his deep blue pupils were peacefully drooping. In addition to Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying, there was also a middle-aged man whose looks were clearly in line with the people of the Ganges continent, standing by the man's side. If someone from Brahma Heaven came to the sanctuary, they would be able to instantly recognize that this middle-aged man was Brahma Heaven's Grand Vajra, and the person with the most esteemed status in Brahma Heaven, a Diffier. Over there, what's happening? On the sumaru seat, Tivadai raised his eyes, looking towards the gate of the sanctuary, the wisp of haze that had intruded, and slowly asked, "My lord, it seems that there is a secret realm present." A Diffier lowered his brows and lowered his eyes, respectfully answering, "What kind of secret realm has such a vision?" Hearing that it was a secret realm, there was actually an extra wave in Tivadai's calm eyes. "My lord, I'll go investigate." After a Diffier bowed respectfully, he slowly left the sanctuary. After a long time, he returned once again. "My lord, it's the Eurasian continent, within the country called Great Xia, a secret realm called the Kunlun Mountains. Xia, Kunlun Mountain Range." Tivadai turned his gaze to the Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying duo. "As I recall, you are the people of Daxia, right? Tell me, what is so special about this Kunlun Mountain Range?" What? It erupted with a vision that would be so huge. Hearing Tivadai open his mouth, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. When they escaped to Brahma Heaven, they were surprised to find that the supreme ruler of Brahma Heaven had changed hands. From the original Great Vajra Diffier, it had changed to Tivadai, who was currently sitting on the sumaru seat. And they also learned Vajra Diffier had become Trivedi's slave. After discovering this secret, they tried to escape, but were immediately caught by a Diffier, who had already broken through the forbidden realm. Subsequently, Tivadai felt that the duo had good talent, so he planted a spiritual slave mark on them as well. At this point, the duo had become Tivadai's slaves, just like a Diffier. As for their strength, they had also broken through into the taboo realm with Tivadai's help. "My lord, let me narrate it to you." Yang Tianying stepped forward and said respectfully, "The Kunlun Mountain Range, within Daxia, has always held the title of Dragon Vein, and since ancient times, it has been a sacred place in the hearts of Daxia people. With such a precious place, it's not strange for such a vision to appear." After hearing what Yang Tianying said, a look of interest surfaced on Tivadai's face. He had been sent to Blue Star by the Brahma Lotus sect as a vanguard, carrying 3 tasks on his back. 1. To rush to form a force belonging to the Brahma Lotus sect on the Blue Star before those other forces that were eyeing the Blue Star. The second was to allow this force to occupy as much territory as possible, to ensure that when the Lotus sect descended on the Blue Planet in the future, it would have enough territory. And the third task was to pay close attention to the major secret realms that appeared on the blue planet. Especially big secret realms with a great reputation like the Kun Mountain range. This concerned the deepest hidden secrets in the blue star. It was also the reason why a group of their heavenly powers had been keeping a close eye on the blue star for thousands of years, waiting until that great divine ability that separated heaven and earth revealed a crack, then sending people to descend on the blue star one after another. In that case, then you guys will go to Dacia, enter the secret realm of the Kun Mountains, and take back all the great opportunities inside. Is there any problem? Tividai said slowly. All at your lord's command. Adithier, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying bowed at the same time and answered in unison. You guys go. Tividai waved his hand, signaling the three to go forward. However, at this time, Lu Ruyan spoke once again. My lord, you don't know, within the Great Xia, there is a man named Zhou Luo who is powerful and gifted, and had already broken through the spirit transformation realm as early as when we arrived in Borneo Sky. And now, it is estimated that he has long since broken through the taboo realm and cannot be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Tividai couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at Lu Ruyan. It's just a mere taboo realm. Aren't the three of you just as much of a taboo realm? You would still be afraid of him? My lord, this person has many means. I implore you to send another fierce general to set out with us. Lu Ruyan looked incomparably sincere. She was truly afraid of Zhou Luo. The things that Zhou Luo had done were all beyond her imagination. Now that she had the chance to be able to kill him with the help of Brahma Heaven, she did not want to make any mistakes. My lord, I confirm that Zhou Luo is indeed no ordinary person. I implore you to send another fierce general. Yang Tianying also stepped forward and said respectfully. Tividai's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a long moment of contemplation, he agreed. In that case, then I will have my favored beast accompany you on your expedition. For this operation, only success is allowed, no failure is allowed. If you guys don't get the great chance in the Kun Mountain range, I will personally send you all to Abyss. Do you hear me? Tividai spoke indifferently. However, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying's backs were already wet with cold sweat, and the two of them were trembling. Even Adithier, who was standing at the gate, was not spared and trembled. 101. Come out and be powerful. Don't worry, my lord, this trip to the Kun Mountains, we will definitely bring back all of its great opportunities. The three knelt down at the same time and said at the same time. Good, get up. Tividai nodded in satisfaction, then reached out and waved his hand. A stream of light flashed by, and outside the sanctuary gate, there was a figure that covered the sky. The body was footless in length, 5 king cobra-like heads grew above the body, and the 10 dark red eyes were filled with furious killing intent. Naga great god. Upon seeing these 5-headed Naga, Adithier actually knelt down directly and reverently. This was a god of high status in their Brahma heaven mythology. Unexpectedly, the beast pets in Tividai's mouth were actually the 5-headed Naga. Adithier, who was already incomparably loyal to Tividai, had already worshipped him as a god in his heart at this moment. Peak Forbidden Realm Foreign Beast. As for Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying, they were dumbfounded as they looked towards these 5-headed Naga. The beast pets that were casually summoned were the peak of the taboo realm. Then how powerful should Tividai's own strength be? Without a doubt, it definitely reached above the taboo realm. Go and return quickly. Tividai's voice pulled the three back to reality. Yes. The three of them reacted and immediately followed the 5-headed Naga, heading towards the direction of the great summer Kun Mountains. Kun Mountain. Zhou Luo stood on top of the mountain, his eyes gazing at a black hole like airflow in front of him. Is this the entrance to the Kun Mountain's secret realm? Zhou Luo muttered. At this moment, the black hole-like airflow was raging furiously, and although the center location erupted with a sky-high haze, Zhou Luo could sense that if someone dared to step in, they would be seriously injured if they were lightly injured, or they would fall down directly if they were heavily injured. Only when the Kun Mountain mystic realm opened would this air current calm down and reveal the true entrance. Big brother, don't worry about cultivating, I'll help you guard the surroundings. Skyfrost Thunderhawk stood next to Zhou Luo, observing the surroundings with a vigilant expression. Due to this raging air current in front of him, anyone who stepped into the boundaries of the Kun Mountains would suffer from the effects of their 5 senses. It was also for this reason that the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest had to be vigilant so that no one would secretly do anything bad. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Zhou Luo nodded. He still very much recognized Skyfrost Thunderhawk as his little brother. Although there were times when he seemed reckless, he was almost always able to successfully complete the things that were explained to him. Just as Zhou Luo was about to start cultivating. Suddenly, Skyfrost Thunderhawk's expression became off. Big brother, something's not right, look over there. Zhou Luo immediately followed the sound and looked. Only to see that in the southwest direction of the Kun Mountains, that distant location of the Ganges continent, a black shadow that covered the sky suddenly appeared, and was rapidly running towards this side of the Kun Mountains. Wherever it passed, some small border towns located at the junction of the Eurasian and Ganges continents were all destroyed. Until the black shadow was about to arrive at the Kun Mountain range. Only then did Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest see its face clearly. It was a king cobra with 5 heads. No, it should be said that it was only the head of this foreign beast that looked similar to a king cobra, but on closer inspection it was completely different. And beside this beast, there were 3 other figures. 2 of them, Zhou Luo recognized at a glance. Ruyan Lu, Yang Tianying? The words had not yet fallen. The 5-headed Naga then carried Lu Ruyan, Yang Tianying and Adithier to the middle of the Kun Mountain range. It was also less than 1,000 meters away from the top of the Kun Mountain where Zhou Luo was. Who is that? Adithier saw Zhou Luo standing at the top of the Kun Mountain and immediately frowned and asked. Zhou Luo. Lu Ruyan's face instantly became excited as she pointed at Zhou Luo and said, "This person is the Zhou Luo I've been talking about, the strongest person within the Great Xia. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he appeared on his own without us having to look for him." Yang Tianying also couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. "Great, what a great achievement. Originally I was thinking about how to go and kill you, but in the end, you sent yourself to the door." His face was filled with killing intent. Until now, he clearly remembered the scene when Zhou Luo, in front of countless people, cuckoo smacked him in the mouth. It was really humiliating to the extreme. This revenge, he finally had the chance to avenge it. He's the only one? Adithier scanned the surroundings, and other than Zhou Luo and the Skyfrost Thunderhawk, he did not find anyone else. And he also sensed the aura of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk. It was only the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, it couldn't stir up any waves at all. In other words, Zhou Luo was now alone. They, on the other hand, had 3 taboo realm experts, as well as the 5-headed Naga at the peak of the taboo realm. It was easy to kill him. "Great Vajra, after we take this person down, please let me come and kill him myself." The excitement on Lu Ruyan's face could no longer be concealed, and her gaze towards Zhou Luo was filled with killing intent. "As you wish, as long as it doesn't affect your lord's plan," Adithier said indifferently. "Don't worry, Great Vajra, I definitely have the greater good in mind." Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly. Soon, the 3 of them, Lu Ruyan, as well as the 5-headed Naga, arrived at the top of Kunlun where Zhou Luo was. The 3 of them leapt down from the Naga and came to the ground. 2 gazes that were as cold as vipers instantly looked towards Zhou Luo. Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying's expressions at this moment were extremely arrogant. "Zhou Luo, what a long time no see." Ruyan Lu took a step forward, the corners of her reddish mouth evoking a heart-stopping smile. "Ruyan Lu, Yang Tianying, I didn't expect that you would get involved with the Brahma Heavens people, it really opened my eyes." Zhou Luo stood upright, his hands behind his back, eagle-eyed as he scanned the 3 of them, Lu Ruyan, as well as the 5-headed Naga, and laughed coldly. From Adithier's looks he could tell that this person must be from the Brahma heaven of the Ganges continent. And the 5-headed Naga behind them also fit the looks of the mythical divine beast Naga from the Ganges river continent. No matter which power we join, as long as we can kill you, everything is worth it." Ruyan Lu smiled coldly as she sniffed. In her eyes, Zhou Luo was already a dead man at this moment. She, who had broken through the taboo realm, was able to perceive that Zhou Luo's realm was roughly in this range of the middle to late taboo realm. Within such a short period of time, just by himself, he had cultivated to the late stage of the taboo realm. This speed was truly staggeringly fast. However, even if you cultivate even faster and are even stronger, so what? When you come out to hang out, you need to have power and a background. His own side was full of 4 taboo realm powerhouses, among which there was also a peak taboo realm 5-headed Naga. Wasn't he just casually hanging Zhou Luo? What makes you infer that you can definitely kill me? The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly as he looked at Lu Ruyan and the others without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that he would really have to fold in the hands of Ruyan Lu and the others today. But he was not an ordinary Forbidden Realm powerhouse. Augustus of the Shackle Realm had been decapitated by him. These few people, Lu Ruyan, were not his opponents at all. Little Hao Zi, your current realm, you should be at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Zhou Luo ignored Ruyan Lu and Yang Tianying's gazes that were about to kill, and looked behind him at the Skyfrost Thunderhawk and asked, "Yes, big brother, what's wrong?" Skyfrost Thunderhawk scratched his head, not understanding what Zhou Luo meant by suddenly asking this. Zhou Luo smiled, his gaze looking towards the 5-headed Naga at the peak of the taboo realm, and then whirled back to Skyfrost Thundercloud. "If, say, I give you a Beast King pill at the peak of the taboo realm, will you be able to break through the taboo realm?" "Of course, big brother, not to mention breaking through the taboo realm. If I were to serve that Beast King Dan, it wouldn't be impossible for me to directly reach the middle or even late taboo realm." The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk instantly looked delighted at the words and hurriedly replied. But immediately, it reacted, its gaze looking towards the 5-headed Naga. "Big brother, the peak taboo realm Beast King Dan you mentioned, it wouldn't be this guy, would it? Arrogant." Ruyan Lu and Yang Tianying, as well as Adithier also reacted, and the 3 of them immediately shouted angrily. Too arrogant, this guy, Zhou Luo, hadn't put them in his eyes at all. Surprisingly, right in front of them, he was talking about killing the 5-headed Naga and taking out its Beast King Dan. 102, Bloodline Suppression. How can a miscellaneous dragon compare to a true dragon? Arrogant, just too arrogant. Even the 5-headed Naga beside the trio let out a hiss filled with rage. The 10 cold snake pupils stared at Zhou Luo, as if they wanted to skin and bone him and swallow him into their bellies. How dare you humiliate the Naga great god, looking for death? Adithier was the first to be unable to resist. Naga was a god of high status in their native mythology. How could he let Zhou Luo humiliate him like this? Before the words fell, he then instantly arrived in front of Zhou Luo, and with his hands together, several golden lights suddenly erupted from his body, and rolling Buddhist sounds resounded all around. In the next moment, the golden light transformed into a flickering Buddha palm and blasted towards Zhou Luo's location. Bang! When Zhou Luo saw the flickering flower Buddha palm coming towards him, he didn't even dodge or avoid it. He only saw a tremor in his body, and a magnificent shadow of Mount Tai appeared behind him. Zhou Luo drew out his right hand and slapped his palm at the flickering Buddha palm, and the magnificent shadow of Tarzan instantly enlarged and followed the palm towards Adithier's position. Buzz! Tarzan shadow and flickering Buddha palm in mid-air convergence, the two stalemate for a few seconds. Flickering Buddha palm even vaguely cannot support the image, a moment later will be reduced to a fragment of golden light. On the other hand, the shadow of Tarzan was still moving forward, smashing towards Adithier with a monstrous might. How could it be so strong? Adithier's gaze trembled in shock, but he didn't panic too much. He just closed his hands together, and a raging-eyed Vajra statue instantly enveloped him. Immediately afterward, the angry-eyed Vajra stored up a fist and smashed it against the Tarzan shadow, trying to resist. However, the moment the Vajra fist shadow came into contact with the Tarzan shadow, it was actually also like the flickering Buddha palm from the party, which began to gradually crumble. The farce is over. When Zhou Luo saw this, he raised his palm and pressed it, and the Tarzan shadow suddenly erupted with a supreme greatness. Bang! The Vajra Fury statue instantly collapsed in a matter of moments. Even Adithier's expression became extremely terrified at this moment. Boom! With the suppression of the Tarzan shadow, Adithier's legs were the first to fail to support him, and with a kazi sound, he knelt on the ground. Broken leg bones, stabbing out from Adithier's knees, looked extremely horrifying. Immediately after that, the Tarzan shadow went further and further downwards. Adithier's spine also began to resound with the sound of crumbling. Until finally, his entire body burst open in a heck of a way, and blood sprayed on Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying's faces, causing them to be at a loss for words. How did this happen? Ruyan Lu's face was filled with horror, even her fingers were trembling, the same as the taboo realm. Why are you so strong? Why? Yang Tianying's body couldn't help but tremble as well. His gaze towards Zhou Luo was like seeing a devil. Adithier's realm, which was the middle stage of the taboo realm, was a little stronger than them. But even so, surprisingly, Adithier hadn't lasted more than 3 minutes in Zhou Luo's hands. Zhou Luo had only produced one palm, and it destroyed the flickering Buddha palm, and then shattered the Vajra Fury statue. In the end, even Adithier couldn't withstand the suppression and died violently on the spot. Everything progressed so quickly. They hadn't even reacted before Adithier had already fallen. I said, it's time for the farce to end. Zhou Luo's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying with killing intent. Some time ago, he hadn't had the time to clean up the duo until they absconded overseas. Now since they had taken the initiative to come and find themselves, it was absolutely impossible for Zhou Luo to let them escape again. Great God Naga, please take action. Lu Ruyan reacted at the first opportunity and immediately bowed her head to the 5-headed Naga next to her. Seeing this, Yang Tianying hurriedly followed suit. Even Adithier, who was stronger than them, couldn't last more than 3 minutes in Zhou Luo's hands. If they were allowed to go on, they were afraid that they would end up in the same situation. Thus, one could only pin their hopes on the 5-headed Naga at the peak of the taboo realm. At this moment, Lu Ruyan only felt grateful in her heart. Fortunately, when she set off, she pleaded with Tivitai to send out 5 more Naga. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would have died by now. Human, you hurt my believers, I will devour you today. The 5-headed Naga heard the duo's call, its 10 icy snake eyes releasing a fierce chill as it looked at Zhou Luo with a gaze full of killing intent. Today, the 2 of them will surely die, not to mention you Naga. Even if Shiva comes, she won't be able to stop them. Zhou Luo sniffed but laughed coldly and directly drew out the Taya sword at his waist. The black and gold dragon pattern on the sword body, at this moment, actually spontaneously dispersed a true dragon's chi. The 5-headed Naga felt this aura. The snake pupil instantly trembled more than a touch of fear from the depths of the bloodline in the eyes. Naga, in myths and legends, had a trace of dragon bloodline. Some believers will also directly call it dragon. But no matter how it was called, it could not change the fact that it only had a tiny trace of bloodline. The Taya sword in Zhou Luo's hand, on the other hand, was once worn on the body of the ancestral dragon day after day. Every day it was nourished by the huge dragon energy, and had long since evolved its own consciousness. At this moment, when the divine sword was unsheathed and realized that there was actually a stray dragon in front of him, the dragon's might in the sword naturally erupted. Roar! Sensing the threat, the Naga hissed, and its 5 heads heralded out 5 channels of venom capable of dissolving everything, shooting towards Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo was not panicked and did not even have the heart to offer up the 9yang 8 trigrams plate, but instead flew head on towards the Naga in the air. The 5 channels of venom, the moment they were about to touch him, were easily dodged. And Zhou Luo's figure also arrived in front of one of the heads of the 5-headed Naga. Clang! A sword was swung out. The Taiya sword suddenly emitted a dragon's roar, and a strike of sword light containing the true dragon's chi, he chopped towards the 5-headed Naga. But the sword light was devastating, and the moment it touched one of the heads, it directly chopped it off. Ow! The 5-headed Naga let out a heart-rending hiss, the intense pain causing its remaining 4 heads to stop wailing. This is only the first sword and you can't stand it anymore? What about the next few swords? Zhou Luo grinned a smile, then lifted the Taiya sword and swung it out again. But another head, easily chopped off. With the dragon might of the Taiya sword, against the Peak Taboo Realm Naga, Zhou Luo felt even more relaxed than a diffier. This was the suppression from the depths of his bloodline. Looking at the 5 Naga that were losing faster than a diffier, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying were about to despair. No, we can't sit and wait for death, let's go together as well. Lu Ruyan clenched her silver teeth, her entire body instantly rose up in the air, and a calamity chi erupted around her. Yang Tianying also understood this and joined the battle along with him. The monstrous calamity chi instantly covered towards Zhou Luo. Can't sit still? Zhou Luo glanced at Lu Ruyan and laughed coldly. The calamity chi, it is indeed powerful, but I am no longer of any use. Next, I will let you see what it means to have a gap in strength. The words had yet to fall. A 9yang 8 trigrams disc suddenly hung behind Zhou Luo's head. The 9yang 8 trigrams shield suddenly surfaced around him, blocking all of the incoming calamity chi. At the same time, Zhou Luo raised his right arm, and the spirit chi in his body was urged to attach itself to the Taiya sword, which was densely covered with dragon patterns. It was so close that it could not be stopped. His gaze looked towards the 3 figures in front of him, and his right arm steeply exerted force as he swung out his sword. Roar! In a flash, a dragon's roar seemed to resound in the heavens and earth. A sword light that was enough to encompass a city slashed towards Lu Ruyan, Yang Tianying, and the 5-headed Naga whose bodies were trembling. Facing this sword light with supreme might, Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying seemed to have lost their consciousness, frozen in place in a daze, unable to move. In their eyes, they were filled with fear, as well as a strong sense of remorse. Shouldn't Ti have feuded with Zhou Luo? This was the last thought in their minds. They had clearly realized how ridiculous their initial thoughts were. Revenge, completely impossible. As the sword light whisked by, the bodies of Lu Ruyan and Yang Tianying gradually annihilated within the sword light. The remaining 3 heads of the 5-headed Naga were chopped off, and before it died, its gaze was still thick with terror and awe. It was all like seeing a true dragon. Phew! With a wild wind blowing, the sword light went far away until it gradually dissipated. On the Kun Mountain, it was a mess. Only 2 figures remained, Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Little Housie, fetch the Beast King Dan. Zhou Luo sheathed his sword and gave a clear shout. In the next instant, the Skyfrost Thunder Horde rushed over. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother's divine might. When he said this, the corners of Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's mouth were grinning up to his ears. 103. Entering Kunlun. The iron pellets moved differently. As Skyfrost Thundercloud gave the 5-headed Naga's corpse a good unraveling. In the end, from within the 5-headed Naga, he dug out a dark red Beast King Dan that emitted a forbidden aura. Big Brother, this Beast King Dan, is it really for me? Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked towards Zhou Luo and asked blearily. Zhou Luo gave him a blank look. Who will you give it to if not you? Hurry up and refine it to boost your own strength. Yes. Skyfrost Thunderhawk hurriedly agreed. Peak Forbidden Realm Beast King Dan, good treasure, hey. Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked at this Beast King Dan in his hand and smiled foolishly. Follow Big Brother and eat 999 meals in 3 days. His choice to follow Zhou Luo in the first place was truly the best decision he had ever made. Without saying a word, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest swallowed the Beast King Dan in one gulp and began to start refining it. Zhou Luo, on the other hand, continued to start cultivating. At this moment, his realm had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Forbidden Realm. It was only 1 step away from the 6th level. It was estimated that it would only take 1 to 2 days to successfully break through. When this speed was put on other people, it was actually already frighteningly fast. In the Forbidden Realm, every breakthrough was incomparably difficult. Even top geniuses would have to spend 10 days and half a month before they could go further. But Zhou Luo still felt that this speed was far from enough. His goal was to successfully break through to the Shackle Realm within half a month. Only then would he have the strength to deal with the forces from beyond the heavens when they descended. Cultivate peacefully first, everything will be decided after the Kunlun secret realm opens. Zhou Luo withdrew his mind and began to concentrate on running the great circumference in his body. 7 days passed quickly. On this day, the visions on the Kunlun Mountains became more and more visible. Countless channels of haze light spread across almost the entire Eurasian continent. Along with the surrounding Ganges continent, Congo continent, and the distant American continent were all affected. Many of the great summer awakenings had also long since arrived in the Kunlun Mountains, waiting for the opening of the secret realm. However, none of them dared to step onto the top of the Kunlun Mountain, because of the figure sitting on the ground above the top of the Kunlun Mountain. Zhou Luo. Everyone present looked at Zhou Luo with a touch of deep awe and admiration in their gazes. There was nothing else. It was because Zhou Luo had saved countless people from the hands of overseas forces, as well as the Beast King, 3 times, avoiding the destruction of several cities and the lives of countless ordinary people. No one would not admire such a person. And for that reason, seeing Zhou Luo sitting at the top of Kunlun Mountain cultivating, not a single person at the scene went up to disturb him. Buzz. At the top of the Kunlun Mountain, the raging air current gradually calmed down with time. Zhou Luo also slowly opened his eyes. The aura within his body had once again strengthened by 1 point from 7 days ago. It reached the 6th level of the taboo realm and was about to break through the 7th level of the taboo realm. The time is coming. He looked towards the air current not far away and slowly stood up. Seeing Zhou Luo exit his cultivation state, Cui Lingfei, Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua, who had been waiting for a long time, also quickly walked forward. General Zhou, you've made another breakthrough. Cui Lingfei stepped forward, feeling Zhou Luo's strength at the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm. He couldn't help but let out an exclamation. No matter how many times he had seen it, he was still staggered by Zhou Luo's cultivation speed. If he were to be replaced, breaking through from the 5th level of the Taboo Realm to the 6th level simply wouldn't be doable without half a month. Your strength progress is also not bad. Zhou Luo looked at the 3 of them with a touch of appreciation in his tone. At this moment, the 3 of them, Cui Lingfei, had all reached the peak of the Spirit Transformation Realm and were vaguely on the verge of breaking through the Taboo Realm. This was undoubtedly good news. In the future, when the forces outside the heavens invaded Blue Star, it would not be enough for him alone to be strong. After all, he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he definitely couldn't take too much into account. At this time, there was a need for someone else to step forward. Not to say that they were stronger than him, but they should have the strength of the Taboo Realm. Otherwise, in front of those people from the forces outside the heavens, it would be no different from cannon fodder. After a brief cold reminiscence, that air current at the top of Kunlun Mountain had begun to dissipate significantly. A few moments later, the last air current dissipated in the middle of the sky and earth, revealing a light door overflowing with haze. The entrance to the secret realm has opened. Seeing this, Zhou Luo's expression instantly became serious. However, he did not choose to enter directly, but instead turned his head to look towards the heavenly frost lightning harvest and asked, "Can you still feel that mysterious force that prevented your foreign beasts from entering?" Well, and this time, the power is even more terrifying than before. A flash of undisguised fear flashed through the eyes of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk as he looked towards that light door. It was as if as long as he dared to take a step forward, he would be doomed. Since that's the case, then you'd better wait for me outside. Zhou Luo nodded, and after instructing the Skyfrost Thunderhawk a few words, he leapt towards the entrance of the secret realm. Buzz. By the time he stepped into the light door, his entire person disappeared. General Zhou has gone in. Let's walk up as well. When the others saw Zhou Luo enter first, they also ran towards the top of Kunlun Mountain in a rowdy manner. Choosing to enter only after Zhou Luo had gone in was not because they were afraid of the dangers within the light gate, but because of their respect for Zhou Luo. If someone dared to jump ahead of Zhou Luo and try to enter, even if Zhou Luo didn't have a problem with it, the guys would be the first to say no. Inside the Kunlun Mountain's secret territory. Buzz. With a buzzing sound. Above the sky, a figure suddenly appeared. Here, is this within the Kunlun Mountain's secret realm? After Zhou Luo left through the door of light, he cast his eyes around and surveyed the area. Green peaks spitting out the moon, spiritual springs gargling jade, and cranes constantly flying past in the clouds. To say that it was the immortal realm, Zhou Luo would also believe it. What a rich aura! He closed his eyes and faintly felt it, and was instantly shocked by the rich aura of this place. In this Kunlun Mountain, it's actually a scene like this. No wonder they say it's the dragon vein of the world. As far as I know, there are no innate treasures like the Taya sword in the Kunlun Mountain secret realm, but relatively speaking, there are spiritual springs and strange fruits all over the secret realm. Each and every one of them is comparable to heavenly treasures on the blue planet, capable of aiding one's cultivation or enhancing one's qualifications. These things are extremely helpful to me right now, and perhaps I'll be able to break through the shackle realm in one fell swoop within the secret territory. This thing. Zhou Luo was just thinking about where to start collecting heavenly materials when he realized that something was stirring in his pocket. Reaching out, he discovered that the restlessness was none other than the iron pellet that he had previously acquired along with the Taya sword within the Afong Palace. At the moment, the iron pill's body constantly emits a gust of black aura. And this wisp of arcane black breath, even as the celestials pointing the way in general, are drifting in one direction. It is guiding me? Zhou Luo's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze looked in the direction that the arcane black aura was guiding him. It was an endless stretch of land between mountains. Looking at it from high above, this piece of mountains was actually like a true dragon. 104 Cliffstone Platform. Kunlun Hidden Secrets. Could this be the dragon vein? Zhou Luo's pupils shrunk violently. One must know that the Kunlun mountain range had been called the dragon vein of the world by the people of Xia since ancient times. And within the Kunlun mysterious realm, there was even a mountain range shaped like a true dragon? This forced Zhou Luo to associate it with a dragon vein. Go and take a look. Zhou Luo did not hesitate and immediately followed the guidance of the iron pill's aura and flew towards that mountain range. Flying through the mountains. The arcane black aura emanating from the iron pill gradually led Zhou Luo towards a cliff that was too deep to see the bottom. Is this to make me go down? Zhou Luo looked at the bottomless cliff and his eyes could not help but flash with a flash of thought. However, he did not hesitate too much and directly chose to leap down. Phew! Whistling gusts of wind blew past Zhou Luo's body in all directions. The height of the cliff surprised even Zhou Luo. It was only after descending for almost 10 minutes that the bottom of the cliff could be seen. A scorching aura instantly surrounded Zhou Luo. The bottom of the cliff was covered in lava, and looking down from above, it was as if it was a river of lava. But the strange thing was, within just such a large swath of lava river, there was actually a square-shaped huge stone platform that was large enough for a person to land on. And the direction guided by Iron Pill's breath was right on top of that stone platform. Thump! Zhou Luo landed peacefully. Looking around at the magma that bubbled up from time to time, his pupils suddenly shrunk. How could there be such pure aura inside this magma? No, it's more than just aura. Zhou Luo came to the edge of the stone platform and squatted down, carefully observing the river of magma in front of him. A moment later, a touch of ecstasy actually appeared on his face. This unique aura can actually help me cultivate the Woyue Sutra. I only absorbed a strand of it, and the 5 Mountains Sutra's senses went to the next level. If I absorb this entire magma river, how many levels will the 5 Mountains Sutra break through to? Zhou Luo's eyes changed instantly as he looked towards this magma river. All along, the speed at which he perceived the 5 Mountains Sutra had been quite a bit slower than his cultivation realm. It wasn't because his talent wasn't good, on the contrary, with the 9 sepulchral chaos body to add to his talent could be said to be top-notch. However, the breathing method of the 5 Mountains scripture was very special. Wanting to raise the number of repetitions didn't just depend on one's comprehension. During the comprehension process, one also had to extract the surrounding earth vein qi, otherwise the speed of comprehension would be greatly reduced. Ever since he obtained the Woyue scripture, Zhou Luo would start practicing whenever he had the time. But up until now, he had only practiced to the 4th level. Although the increase in cultivation speed provided by the 5 Mountains scripture had allowed Zhou Luo's realm to skyrocket to the 6th level of the Forbidden Realm today. However, what had been causing Zhou Luo a headache was the enhancement of the 5 Mountains scripture itself. After all, the abilities given by the 5 Mountains scripture were simply too strong for every 2 weights it raised. The first level's Tarzan Shadow alone, and the 3rd level's Huashan Sword Intent, allowed Zhou Luo's combat power to increase by several steps. The 3 major abilities in the back, Zhou Luo had always been craving for them. Now that he finally had the opportunity to properly level up the Woyue scripture once, how could Zhou Luo not be excited? Is it better to cultivate the 5 Mountains scripture with the help of the magma first, or should we go and take a look at the center of that stone platform first? Zhou Luo expediency in his mind for a while, and finally decided to go to the stone platform first. This magma river was a dead thing, and it wouldn't be able to run away even if he came over later. But that stone platform was different. Zhou Luo wasn't sure of the relationship between this iron pellet and the stone platform. If he was delayed, causing him to lose a great opportunity, what should he do? Then there was no place to regret. Come to the center of the stone platform. The iron pill in Zhou Luo's hand flew up in the air uncontrollably. It seemed to have sensed the air of the iron pill. The center of the flat and incomparable stone platform, at this moment, is actually slowly rising a mechanism. In the center of the organ, there was a circular hole, which seemed to be specially built for this iron pellet. In addition, around the hole, there was also a circle of crimson grooves. Click. The moment the mechanism appeared, the iron pellet was directly drilled into the hole, merging with it. Seeing this, Zhou Luo also held his breath and waited for the organ to open. But after a long time, the mechanism did not move. Only the iron pill was still embedded in the hole. Could it be that there are still other conditions missing? Zhou Luo frowned slightly, his eyes looking towards the circle of crimson grooves around the hole. The key to breaking the game was probably above this groove. Between thoughts, Zhou Luo suddenly felt that this circle of crimson grooves was very similar to the surrounding magma river. Could it be? A wave of speculation rose in Zhou Luo's heart. Immediately following, he went straight to the edge of the stone platform and sat down cross-legged. With the 9 Pantheon chaotic body running at full speed, the aura in the surrounding magma, along with the strands of earth vein chi, were continuously absorbed by Zhou Luo. The aura within Zhou Luo's body was constantly surging. Until an hour passed. Zhou Luo's body shook, and his realm had already broken through from the 6th level of the taboo realm to the 7th level of the taboo realm. And the layers of the 5 mountain scripture had gradually come to the peak of the 4th. It was just one step short of the threshold to break through to the 5th level. Continuing to gulp. Another hour passed, and a sound like an egg breaking its shell suddenly came from within Zhou Luo's body. Ka-ching! Immediately following it was a majestic force of earth veins that surged into Zhou Luo's body. Phew! Zhou Luo closed his eyes tightly, and between the exhale and inhale, his chest bulged like a mountain, and when he exhaled, it deflated like a cliff. Until an incomparably hot breath was spewed out along with his breath. The surrounding magma, as if it had seen its master, even kept converging beside Zhou Luo, cheering. The next instant, Zhou Luo's tightly closed eyes violently opened. Between his pupils, a strange crimson color appeared. But soon, the splash of color was hidden, leaving only a deep black. The 5th weight of the 5 mountain scripture, so this is how it feels. He stretched out his right hand and tightened his grip. Instantly, the magma around him directly became furious, as if it was an ancient ferocious beast. Zhou Luo then slowly loosened his hand, and the berserk aura above the magma quickly receded and turned into normal. The 5th level of the 5 mountain scripture, refining the essence of the Hangshan mountain fire, burning rivers, and drying up the sea between breaths. Zhou Luo could feel that at this moment, he was the lord of all the lava in the world. As long as he wanted to, this river of magma around him would be able to pour out, drowning the entire secret realm in lava. The aura within the lava, there is still quite a lot left. If I want to absorb it all, it will take at least another day. There is no rush first. Zhou Luo's gaze once again looked towards the organ. It was time to imprint his thoughts. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo walked forward and came before the organ. Immediately following, he raised his hand and summoned a Hangshan Earth Flame Essence Spirit, injecting it between the crimson grooves. Waiting until the crimson notches were all filled. In the next instant, the iron pellet that was embedded in the hole actually began to rotate. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound. On top of the stone platform, a dark door leading to the depths of the underground was opened. On both sides of the dark door, countless ancient torches provided the only light. It was as if they were welcoming the guests they had been waiting for 1,000 years. 105, Ancient Secret Tales. The Huanyu Supreme Treasure? What a deep dark passage. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and stepped directly within the dark passage, slowly descending down the stairs. After walking within the dark passage for a full 3 minutes, Zhou Luo finally reached the depths of the dark passage. The depths of the dark passage was a secret room cast in bronze. In addition to a stone platform placed in the center of the secret room, there was also a large door made of a special material that was unknown. However, at this moment, Zhou Luo's attention was completely attracted by what was on top of that stone platform. It was a square box made of colored glass. Inside the box, a golden stream of light shaped like a 5-clawed golden dragon was constantly flying inside the box. This is? Zhou Luo's heart shook. An extremely heaven-defying conjecture surfaced in his mind. Dragon vein. This golden stream of light, could it be related to the dragon vein? Or perhaps it was the dragon vein? With an agitated mood, Zhou Luo slowly stepped forward and came to the stone platform. He also noticed at this time that in addition to this glazed square box on the stone platform, there was also a golden silk book. On top of the silk book, there was a neatly sequenced small seal script. Ing Si personally opens it. At the beginning of the small seal script, there were 4 words that were ancient and desolate. When Zhou Luo saw this, his expression couldn't help but freeze. This is, written by the first emperor himself. He looked at this golden silk book, his gaze extremely complicated. At the same time, his heart was quite curious. Ever since he had seen that image of the first emperor facing the overlord inside the Athen palace, Zhou Luo had been trying to figure out what exactly happened at that time. Now, the answer was finally going to be revealed. This made him very excited. Zhou Luo slowly reached out, wanting to pick up the golden silk book. But the moment he touched the silk book, suddenly a golden light erupted from the silk book, devouring Zhou Luo. Until Zhou Luo opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already in a vast starry sky. And in front of him, there was an additional figure dressed in a metaphysical black dragon robe. Posterity, you have finally come. The figure then slowly turned around, and a stalwart face suddenly appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. The hoarse and low voice was exactly the same as the one Zhou Luo had heard when he was in the Athen palace. First Emperor? Zhou Luo asked tentatively. At this moment, his heart could be described as incomparably excited. He had never thought that he would have the chance to meet the ancestral dragon. Moreover, it was still in this form. Junior, I believe that it has already been 2,000 years since Great Qin, right? The first emperor looked at Zhou Luo and slowly spoke. Do you know, above the stone platform, placed inside the glazed box, what is contained? I don't know. Zhou Luo replied respectfully. That is the Kunlun dragon vein that Mr. Gigu and I together ingested. The first emperor spoke without shock, a sentence that directly shocked Zhou Luo on the spot. It really is a dragon vein? Zhou Luo took a deep breath, his breathing becoming rapid. Although he had long had this suspicion, he was still thrilled beyond measure after learning the truth from the first emperor's mouth. But at this moment, Zhou Luo had doubts in his heart. Why did the first emperor, with the legendary Mr. Ghost Valley, ingest the dragon vein out? And also the dragon vein will be closed in that glass box, sealed in the Kun Mountain secret, which in the end what is the secret of the secret? It seemed that he could see what Zhou Luo was thinking. The first emperor looked towards the sky and slowly spoke. At the beginning, there was a race of people who called themselves the Wan Ditch and descended on my great Qin. They were powerful, and after they descended, they went to war with my great Qin, and in just 3 days, Great Qin lost several cities. In order to resist them, I pretended to build the Afan Palace, and made the Amo family secretly build the Thunder Pivot inside the Afan Palace, which really drove the Wansu people back after it was completed. But the good times don't last long, as if the Wansu people can't be extinguished by 100 deaths, a steady stream of them appeared. Later, I learned that the Wanyu people were visitors from the sky, and they came to Great Qin only to find a Huanyu supreme treasure. If this Huanyu supreme treasure is taken away, then the entire Great Qin, and even the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands, will have to be destroyed with it. But this Huanyu supreme treasure is extremely precious, and for this reason, they are willing to sacrifice everything, even if they have to raise their entire clan's strength to get it. They were extremely powerful, far beyond the Qi refiners of my great Qin, so I had no choice but to cooperate with Mr. Guiga to ingest the Kunlun dragon vein. At the cost of cutting off all immortal paths between heaven and earth, I performed a great divine power to isolate the Wansu people from the heavens. But the Wanyu people's heart of thievery is undead, and before they were forced to retreat to the outer heaven, they secretly communicated with Xiangji, wanting to destroy my great Qin. My great Qin had already suffered a great loss of national strength due to the fight against the Wanchu, so I could not resist Xiangji's successive attacks and my dynasty fell. However, I also fought to the death to kill Xiangji, digging out the last hope left by the Wansu people in Great Qin, while also leaving behind the last divine soul hidden in the palm book. Speaking of this, the first emperor's gaze once again looked at Zhou Luo. The great avatar performed at the cost of severing the immortal path can only last for more than 2,000 years. Mr. Gigu projected that after more than 2,000 years, when the power of the great avatar gradually dissipates, the aura that has been suppressed will completely explode, and at that time, a descendant that can withstand the wand drains will be born. Hearing this, Zhou Luo could not help but stare. This descendant was talking about himself? At this moment, he also understood who the Wansu man in the first emperor's mouth actually was. In the ancient books, there was indeed a record of this mysterious group, the Wansu people. It said that they were visitors from the heavens, and at the time when he saw it, Zhou Luo still didn't believe it. Now that he looked at it, it was surprisingly true. The so-called Wanda people were presumably the Luofu Temple, Brahma Lotus sect, and the Heavenly Ashes Crusaders, which were the forces outside the heavens. After figuring out the identity of the wannabe drains, Zhou Luo had doubts again. He looked at the first emperor and respectfully asked, "The late generation has a doubt. I ask the first emperor to solve it." "Speak." The first emperor slowly nodded his head. "What exactly is that Huanyu supreme treasure you mentioned? Why do the Wanquans want it so badly?" Zhou Luo slowly spoke. That Huanyu supreme treasure is related to the top secret of the celestial and human 3 realms, the Jindan realm. With it, one will be able to achieve the strongest Jindan in the world, without anyone being able to match it. The first emperor spoke in a shocking manner. Zhou Luo's entire body was slightly confused after hearing this. A top secret concerning the Jindan realm, with it, one would be able to achieve the strongest Jindan in the world? Zhou Luo immediately felt his heartbeat become extremely fast. If he remembered correctly, according to what the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had said, the so-called Golden Dan realm was to refine a star into the body and achieve the Golden Dan. This was already an overwhelming greatness that Zhou Luo had heard of. But the first emperor even said that this universal treasure was capable of creating the strongest Golden Dan in the world? Could it be that it was even more perverse than a star? Do not be overly ambitious. The first emperor's voice sounded once again, that Huanyu supreme treasure is not something you can control at the moment, and its location is within that door in the secret room. This secret room is built according to it. In the future, if you reach the peak of the broken realm, you can come and take it away and refine the golden pill. Until then, you can't open that door, and if you try to force your way through, you will be beheaded on the spot by that Huanyu supreme treasure. After saying these words, the first emperor's gaze once again looked towards Zhou Luo. Since now that you have stepped into the secret chamber, that means that the wand drainer has initially descended. Junior, this divine sense of mine won't survive for long. From now on, this heaven and earth will be handed over to you. After you go out, that Kunlun dragon vein, you can treat it as a spiritual treasure that forges the root of the shackle and refine it within your body. Remember, must guard this heaven and earth. Don't let the wand dragons get the Huanyu supreme treasure. Also don't fail Taya. As the voice fell, The residual shadow of the first emperor gradually dissipated in Zhou Luo's eyes. The next instant, Zhou Luo only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and after he reappeared in the light, he realized that he had already returned to the secret room. In his hands, he was holding the golden silk book. 106, Breakthrough. Breaking through the shackles. Zhou Luo gazed at the golden silk book in his midway and stood silently in place for tens of seconds before putting it down. I really didn't expect that there were such secrets in ancient times. He couldn't help but sigh a sigh. It turned out that the giant precision weapon he had seen inside the Efeng Palace in Mount Li was built by the first emperor specifically to deal with those outside the heavens. And it could be deduced from what the first emperor had said. The so-called sickness change era was just a vision that eventually erupted when the blue star's heaven and earth aura was suppressed to the extreme. The Kunlun dragon vein, which can be used to forge the foundation of the shackled realm, this thing, it should be even more powerful than the heavenly green dragon bone gold, right? Zhou Luo's gaze looked towards the golden dragon vein in the glazed box. He had originally planned to use the heavenly green dragon bone gold to cast his first foundation after breaking through the first level of the shackle realm. Now it seemed that this plan would have to change. With the Kunlun dragon vein in hand, the heavenly green dragon bone gold would first be set back slightly. By absorbing all of the magma river outside, I should be able to steadily break through the shackle realm. Perhaps, this magma river, and even the Woyue Sutra, was also prepared for me by the first emperor? Zhou Luo couldn't help but think. After all, in order to open this dark door, one would have to cultivate the Five Mountains scripture. If there was no Heingshan earth fire essence from the Five Mountains scripture, then the empty ion pill would not be able to open the mechanism. The location of the Five Mountains scripture can be found in Mount Tai. Shi Huangdi is the first in Mount Tai Zen people. It is difficult to say that the Five Mountains scripture is not his handiwork for future generations. Thinking of this, Zhou Luo could not help but sigh. One could only say that the arrangements of the first emperor were really too thoughtful. There is also that Huan Yu supreme treasure. Zhou Luo put down the silk book and slowly walked outside the special gate in the secret room. The gate was made of special materials, dark and heavy, and had the ability to make people sink. Zhou Luo felt that his mind would be sucked into the gate just by looking at it from the side. Dangerous. Zhou Luo hurriedly retracted his gaze and stopped looking at this mysterious gate. The first emperor had said that before he reached the peak of the broken realm, if he tried to force his way in, his life would be in danger. He didn't want to try it like a rash youth. As the saying goes, listen to the advice of others and eat your fill. Not to mention the words of the ancestral dragon. But listening to advice was still listening to advice. Zhou Luo still couldn't help but be curious as to what this so-called Huanyu supreme treasure was that could help someone forge the strongest Jindan. It had also caused forces such as the Luofu Palace, the Brahma Lotus sect, and the Heavenly Ashes Crusaders to covet it for over 2,000 years. This treasure, it was absolutely precious. Let's go up first and raise our realm to the Yoke realm. Zhou Luo did not stay within the secret room for much longer. He quickly left the secret room and returned to the stone platform located in the middle of the magma river. The secrets of the Huanyu supreme treasure would be explored later when he broke through to the peak of the broken realm. Until then, Zhou Luo only had one task. It was to rapidly increase his strength. Luo Fu Hall and the others had been staring at this treasure for more than 2,000 years, and at this time, when the great avatar was gradually weakening and was able to cause them to descend, they would definitely not let it go easily. The first emperor had said that if this universal treasure was obtained by them, then all of the blue stars would instantly perish. And this level of treasure, Zhou Luo didn't want to give it away either. Gulp gulp. The surrounding lava, upon Zhou Luo's appearance, instantly stirred. Zhou Luo immediately sat on the ground and began to extract the aura from the lava, as well as the earth's vein qi. Ganges continent. Brahma heaven, in the middle of the sanctuary. Tivadai sat on the Sumeru seat, his brows filled with sorrow and anger. Just a moment ago, he had received news that the Adifir, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Tianying that he had dispatched had all died on top of Kunlun. And his beast pet, the five-headed Naga, didn't escape either. This made him furious. It was fine if Adifir, Lu Ruyan, and the others died, they were all Blue Star natives, he didn't have half a bit of pity. But the five-headed Naga was different. These were beast pets that had accompanied him for many years, their strength was located at the peak of the Forbidden Realm, and they were only a foot away from the Shackle Realm. If he succeeded in breaking through, then he would have a major extra helping hand. His own position within the Brahma Lotus sect would also rise. But now, everything was ruined. The five-headed Naga, dead in Zhou Luo's hands. The natives of the Blue Star, why can they be so powerful? I don't understand. There was both anger and deep doubt in Tivadai's expression. As far as he knew, when the Lotus sect first descended on the Blue Star more than 2,000 years ago, the strength of the Blue Star people could be said to be very weak. The strongest among them were only two people. One was the current emperor, and the other was an old man from the deep mountains. Both were in the shackled realm, and had failed to break through even the broken realm. And the key is, 2,000 years ago, these two people did not know what kind of magic performed a hand of Jedi Heavenly Passage grade magical power. It directly drove all of them, the outsiders, out of the Blue Star. But the price is the Blue Star within the Immortal Road all cut off, no one can cultivate. Nowadays, the great avatar is gradually declining. The aura in the Blue Star is also gradually recovering. However, counting the time, there are only a few dozen Blue Star rotation cycles. Within such a short period of time, how could such a powerful Zhou Luo suddenly pop up? It was really too outrageous. It seems that it is necessary for me to personally take action. Tivitai rose from the Sumeru seat. Nowadays, Zhou Luo's strength was already so terrifying that he was able to kill a 5-headed Naga at the peak of the Taboo realm. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that he would break through to the Shackle realm. The Lotus sect would soon be able to descend on a large scale, and if he left such a great scourge behind for the Lotus sect, then he would be punished as well. Zhou Luo must be cut down before then. There are still almost 7 rotation cycles to go before the great avatar abates the time. According to the Blue Star people, which is 7 days. Now that I can already feel the power of the great avatar diminishing, my strength has also returned to half of its original level, no longer only at the peak of the Taboo realm. It should be easy to kill him. Tividai slowly walked out of the sanctuary. In the next instant, his entire person disappeared into the heavens and earth, as if he had never appeared. At the same time, within the Kunlun mysteries, Zhou Luo was still sitting on top of the stone platform. The surrounding magma river had completely lost the last trace of aura. Ka-ching! Only a shattering sound was heard. Inside Zhou Luo's body, it was as if a shackle had been completely opened. The sky and earth instantly swept up several gales that raged at the bottom of the cliff. Even the top of the cliff suffered, and the entire mountain range was instantly shrouded in darkness, with countless pieces of dark clouds perched high in the sky, blocking all light. The other awakened who had entered the secret realm and were currently searching for celestial treasures around the mountain range were also startled by this heaven and earth phenomenon. One after another ran towards the distance, fearing that some supreme evil was about to come out. Beneath the cliff. A moment later, Zhou Luo violently opened his eyes. A majestic aura, with him as the center, he burst out in all directions. The howling winds around him were directly shattered and dissipated into this heaven and earth. The black clouds that were perched high in the sky were also broken open in an instant, reappearing brightly. The first shackle has been broken. A flash of delight flashed across the bottom of Zhou Luo's eyes. This magma river had not let him down, successfully allowing him to break the first shackle. Only the beauty of it was that he could feel some emptiness in his body, as if something was missing. This was the result of not having forged a foundation. It's time to go get that dragon vein. Zhou Luo withdrew his admiration, pressed down his excitement, and walked towards the secret room. 107. Dragon Vein Casting Root Foundation. The Lotus sect came. Entering the secret room, Zhou Luo came directly to the stone platform. Looking at the golden dragon vein swimming within the glazed box, a flash of anticipation flashed across his eyes. The heavenly green dragon bone gold is the foundation for forging an extremely strong fleshly body. Then the Kunlun dragon vein, what effect should it have? Holding on to this anticipation. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo directly opened the glazed box and grabbed that golden dragon vein, refining it in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the golden dragon vein was then directly hidden into Zhou Luo's body. Zhou Luo could also clearly perceive that an extremely powerful force had broken into the Dantian. The Dantian was where the first shackle was located. After the dragon vein converged into the Dantian, Zhou Luo then composed himself and began to operate his Dantian, slowly absorbing the dragon vein and casting the first foundation. Kunlun Mountain Peak. The heavenly frost lightning harvest sat on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. Within his body, a powerful force was operating. After this period of refining, that 5-headed Naga's beast King Dan was already going to be almost absorbed by him. Only this last one remained. As for his realm, he had also come from the spirit transformation realm to the 4th level of the forbidden realm today. This breakthrough speed, it could not be said to be fast. A few moments later, that powerful force within the heavenly frost lightning harvest had completely disappeared and was absorbed. And with that, the aura of the heavenly frost lightning harvest broke through to the 6th level of the taboo realm. It was considered to have stepped into the threshold of the late taboo realm. After adjusting his breath, he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Everything is normal. Ever since Big Brother wiped out the Shadow Group and the Sacred Court Church, not many people have dared to come and try to break into Disya's secret realm. It also saves me a lot of things, before I had to keep an eye on it from time to time, he. A naive smile appeared at the corner of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk's mouth. Who would want to work when they could touch fish? But even though there were a lot less things to do, he was still vigilant in his heart. Don't look at him staying at the top of the Kunlun Mountain, but he had actually released a spiritual sense and traveled between the entire Kunlun Mountain range. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately notice it. According to this progress, I estimate that it won't take long for me to break through to the shackle realm either. At that time, I'll be able to master the transformation technique and won't have to drag such a large body around every day. The Skyfrost Thunderhawk silently looked forward in his heart. For the Feybeast clan, as long as they reached the Yoke realm, they would be able to transform into the form of a half-beast with a beast head and body. Not only would this save energy, it would also not be easily exposed when one needed to perform certain secret tasks. Just as the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was thinking about the future. Suddenly, the light door at the top of the Kun Mountain opened once again. In an instant, countless awakened ones who had entered the Kun secret realm were all teleported out. The secret realm is closed? Skyfrost Thunderhawk gazed over and searched through the crowd, but he didn't see Zhou Luo's figure. Where's my big brother? Doubt flashed through his gaze, and just as he was about to find Lu Feiyu and the others to ask, he realized that they had already walked towards his side. Brother Hao Luo, it's been hard for you to help us guard the outside of the secret boundary. Lu Feiyu walked forward and said to the Skyfrost Thunder Horde with a smile. No harm, it's all Big Brother's orders, you guys don't need to thank me. Skyfrost Thunder Hollow said in a naive voice. Although the words were said this way. But he was also a bit secretly happy in his heart. After all, after so many years of being a Fey beast, this was the first time that a human had called him brother and said thank you, treating him with incomparable respect. To know, above the ancestral planet, the relationship between Fey beasts and humans was not this good. Either the beasts slapped the weak humans to death, or the strongest of the humans slapped the beasts to death. The two were incompatible. Brother Harvest, your realm has broken through? Late Forbidden Realm? At this moment, Gu Qianhua suddenly saw the current strength of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk and immediately asked in awe. Yes, it's all thanks to the Naga Beast King Dan that big brother gave me, otherwise I'd still be at the Spirit Transformation Realm. Skyfrost Thunderhawk nodded, a touch of complacency in his tone. Awesome, with Brother Hao's current strength, even if you turn around and meet those five-headed Naga head-on, I guess you'll be able to defeat them. Chui Lingfei said with a smile. Even though that five-headed Naga is dead, if it dares to climb up again, I'm definitely not afraid of him. The corners of Skyfrost Lightning Harvest's mouth were grinning up to its ears at the praise. It was cool. He now even regretted a little bit how he hadn't come to the Blue Star earlier and worshipped Zhou Luo as his big brother. It turned out that the feeling of being respected was so powerful. You guys are quite impressive as well, all of you have broken through to the middle stage of the Taboo Realm. It seems that there are quite a lot of chances within the secret territory this time around. After commercially blowing each other up again with Lu Feiyu and the others. Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest asked at this time, by the way, have you guys seen my big brother? Why didn't he come out with you guys? That's something I didn't see. Lu Feiyu shook his head. We haven't found Brother Zhou since we entered the secret territory. Hey, that's really strange. Skyfrost Thunderhawk scratched his head, puzzled in his heart. According to reason, the fact that everyone had been teleported out at the same time meant that the secret realm had definitely ended. But why hadn't Zhou Luo come out yet? Just as he was pondering. Suddenly, above the sky, there was an additional figure holding a Vajra stick, wearing a celluloid crown, and with a fluttering silk belt. The moment this figure appeared, a powerful to suffocating pressure instantly enveloped the entire top of Kun Mountain. Even the Taboo Realm's Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk, Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua's several people felt that it was difficult to move their bodies. Who is that? The crowd looked above the sky in unison, their gazes filled with shock and doubt. Zhou Luo, where is it? In the sky, Tibadai had a dignified appearance of a treasure, his brows lowered as he looked towards the crowd on the ground and spoke faintly. He clearly did not make much noise. However, these words were transmitted to the ears of everyone present without exception. Some of the awakened who were in a lower realm and were still in the divine anomaly realm actually had their eardrums directly ruptured, and blood flowed out along their ears. The visitor is not good. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. At the same time, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk snapped to his feet, exuding vigilance all over his body. He looked at Tibadai with a touch of contemplation in his eyes. The celestial clothes paladin belt that Tibadai was wearing, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Ancestral Star. Suddenly, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest figured it out. Previously, when he was in the Ancestral Star, the black-robed man who had gone from one Fey colony to another to ask if any Fey wanted to go to the Blue Star, he would have leaked out a palazzo belt similar to the one Tibadai was wearing from time to time. Coupled with what Zhou Luo had told him earlier. This person must be someone from the Brahma Lotus sect. Oh? Among the humans, there's even a foreign beast mixed in, or a beast king? As the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk sized up Tibadai. Tibadai also noticed him. Your body. Has the Naga's aura, the Naga's beast king Dan, was it taken by you? After looking at the Skyfrost Thunder Harvest for a few seconds, Tibadai suddenly flashed a flash of anger in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he even directly picked up the adamantine stick in his hand and slammed it towards the Skyfrost Thunderhawk. 108, completely crushed. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was startled and revolved his entire body's aura, wanting to avoid it. As the Vajra baton smashed down, it actually manifested countless shadows of the baton, almost surrounding Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest could feel that each of these stick shadows contained a strike from the peak of the Forbidden Realm. If one was struck, one would either die or be crippled. Brother Harvest, we've come to help you. At this moment, Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua didn't just stand by and watch, but directly came to the side of the Skyfrost Thunderhawk. Lu Feiyu's black wings unfolded behind his back, fanning out a hurricane containing berserk spiritual chi at the shadow of the stick, in order to blow away all of the shadow of the stick. Chui Lingfei, on the other hand, catalyzed all of the mountain and river power in his body and blasted out a fist at the monstrous stick shadow. Gu Qianhua directly sacrificed the 5-colored glazed pagoda, erupting several 5-colored divine lights that swished down against the monstrous stick shadow. Boom boom boom. Several attacks clashed with the stick shadow at the same time, erupting a fierce aftershock in midair. Seeing this, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest didn't freeze in place, but instead directly summoned a channel of Heavenly Frost Chi, wanting to freeze the countless stick shadows. A moment later, the monstrous stick shadows were then dispersed by the combined efforts of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde and the others. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts, only to see an icy coldness flash through Tivitai's eyes, the Vajra stick in his hand suddenly erupted with a golden light. The next moment, phew! The adamantine stick transformed into a tens of meters long golden shadow, as if it was going to split mountains and rivers, smashing towards the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest and the others. An extremely powerful force instantly enveloped the several people. This power had already exceeded the range of the taboo realm, and it was completely beyond the ability of Heavenly Frost Thundercloud and the others to block. Boom! A sound like destroying the heavens and the earth rang out. The top of the Kun Mountain was directly smashed out into a huge pit. In the pit, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde was lying inside, dying. Along with Lu Feiyu, Chui Lingfei, and Gu Qianhua, the three of them were also spitting blood from their mouths, their complexions shriveled. The surrounding awakened also suffered from the waves, injuring countless people, but fortunately, the attack was not rushing towards them, and no one died. Good. Strong person, who the hell is he? The awakened ones looked at Tividai in horror, their hearts full of doubts. This strength of Tividai's was something they had never seen before. Surprisingly, even Lu Feiyu and the others who had broken through the taboo realm, as well as Zhou Luo's mount, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest, could not walk more than 3 moves in this person's hands. It was completely crushing. When the crowd was shocked, Tividai had already withdrawn his Vajra stick shadow and slowly landed in the big pit. He walked over to the side of the dying Skyfrost Thunderhawk and the others. His eyes were like the eyes of a Vajra's fury as he opened his mouth and asked, "Tell me where Zhou Luo is, and I will spare your lives." Flew. Flew. The dying Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk raised its eyes to look at Tividai and said with a cold smile. Tividai did not get angry at the words, but turned his eyes to Lu Feiyu and the others. "What about you guys?" He, betraying my own people is something I would never do." Lu Feiyu also spat out a mouthful of turbid blood and looked at Tividai with eyes full of coldness. "Kill me if you have the guts, I won't serve as a dog for you group of people from the forces beyond the heavens." Chui Lingfei couldn't help but sneer as well, his tone full of provocation. He also guessed out that Tividai who possessed such strength, who else could it be besides the group of people from outside the heavens? Gu Qianhua, on the other hand, was silent, his pale eyes staring intently at Tividai. The next instant, the long stick in Tividai's hand suddenly swung out. Bang! Only a shattering sound was heard, and the 5-colored Linglong pagoda beside Gu Qianhua was actually directly knocked to pieces. Seeing this, Gu Qianhua's face changed violently, and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out once again, his complexion becoming more and more withered. "Making small moves in front of me, it seems that you guys are truly determined to die." Tividai looked at the several people, and a touch of coldness could not help but appear in his tone. "It doesn't matter if you guys don't say anything, the entire Blue Star is just a little bit bigger. No matter where Zhou Luo hides, I will find him out without any trouble. And you guys, just hit the road." The words had not yet fallen. Tividai then lifted his adamantine stick, wanting to directly slash the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and the others to death with a single slash of the stick. But just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "I'm Zhou Luo, aren't you looking for me? I'm here." Upon hearing this, Tividai stopped his hand movements and turned his head to look, only to see the location of the teleportation exit of the Kun Mountain secret realm. Zhou Luo's figure was clearly appearing in it. "Big brother." Seeing Zhou Luo appear, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk lying on the ground immediately became anxious. "You quickly go, this person is very strong." "Is the Shackle realm?" Before he finished speaking, the adamantine stick in Tivitai's hand then struck at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde with a blow to the head. Bang! However, the imagined sound of the head cracking did not ring out, but instead a sound of gold and iron clashing erupted. The Vajra baton was stopped in midair by a black and gold-colored long sword. The person holding the sword was none other than Zhou Luo. "Bullying my little brother in front of me, you are not qualified enough." Zhou Luo looked at Tividai, his eyes filled with coldness. Refining the Kunlun dragon vein had taken him some time. But it was good that he came in time, otherwise, I'm afraid that the lives of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and the others would really be in jeopardy. Whether it's enough or not, it's not for you to say. Tividai sniffed, but he didn't put Zhou Luo in his eyes in the slightest. He was a genuine Shackle Realm powerhouse, and with the gradual expiration of the Jedi Heavenly Pass, he had now regained half of his Shackle Realm strength. Don't look at only half. But compared to the peak of the Forbidden Realm, it was many times stronger. Zhou Luo, on the other hand, was just a Blue Star native with a little more strength. What waves could he stir up? Thinking about this, the Vajra stick in Tividai's hand then once again exerted force. The great power from the Shackle Realm instantly pressed towards the Taya sword. However, the expected image of the Taya sword being directly crushed did not appear in Tividai's eyes. Instead, Zhou Luo was holding the Taya sword, its blade as steady as a rock, firmly stopping the Vajra stick in midair. What's the situation? Tividai was startled in his heart. In the next moment, a reddish golden light suddenly erupted between his pupils as he looked towards Zhou Luo. This was their Brahma Lotus Sect's unique means, the Brahma pupil that could see through all disguises. Shackled. Shackled realm? A moment later, Tividai's face gradually became incredulous. In his eyes, Zhou Luo's realm was surprisingly a genuine shackle realm. Not the forbidden realm he had imagined. What? Surprised. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, and the Taya sword in his hand flipped in a flash. A cold aura directly chopped towards Tividai's throat. Boom! Tividai reacted extremely quickly, his adamantine stick directly stopped the Taya sword, and then his body quickly retreated violently. Until he retreated to 100 meters away. Only then did he restabilize his stance, looking at Zhou Luo with nothing but intense shock in his eyes. Impossible, how did you break through to the shackle realm? The aura of this heaven and earth has been cut off for more than 2,000 years, and it has only been restored for a few days now? How could you have such a fast cultivation speed? Tividai's tone was no longer as calm as it was earlier. However, Zhou Luo did not intend to talk nonsense with him. This question, you might as well save it for the hell and think about it slowly. Just now, what you did to them, I'll take it back on you now. A cold aura flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes. In the next instant, he dodged to Tividai's body. The Taya sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a golden light, and a true dragon figure emerged around the sword. Along with Zhou Luo's back, a pair of dragon eye silhouettes faintly appeared. 109, Golden Lotus Destruction. Perverted Brahma Lotus Sect. Zhou Luo slashed out with his sword, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The sword aura was like a true dragon, roaring as it slashed towards Tividai. Facing this sword light, Tividai's pupils shrunk violently, his face was like an enemy, and he immediately swung the Vajra stick in his hand, wanting to block. A prime-like shadow of the stick suddenly struck out, colliding in mid-air with this sword swung by Zhou Luo. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound. An invisible wave of fluctuation rushed out in all directions. Anyone who was swept by this fluctuation instantly felt their heartbeat within their body slow down by half a beat. This sword of mine, is it not something you can block? Zhou Luo coldly laughed as the Taya sword in his hand once again erupted with dragon might. In the next instant, that Vajra stick shadow was actually directly chopped to pieces by the swordlight, turning into golden fragments that filled the sky. After removing this roadblock, the swordlight invincibly chopped towards Tividai. Tividai was shocked in his heart and once again danced his Vajra stick, manifesting a stick shadow in an attempt to block it. However, the moment these stick shadows touched the dragon mighty swordlight, they were all crushed. It was like crushing an ant. Bang! Breaking through the heavy stick shadows, the swordlight directly enveloped Tividai. In the heat of the moment, Tividai discarded the adamantine stick in his hand and quickly pinched his hands, a gilt-colored shield appearing around him. This was his back-breaking life-preserving stance, able to withstand even a blow from a shattering realm powerhouse. However, now that his strength was suppressed to half-step shackle realm, the power of the gilt shield he had displayed was greatly reduced. The sword light slashed on top of the shield, directly splitting a large hole in it. However, it was good that it preserved Tividai himself, and a moment later the shield shattered and disappeared into the world. No, this is by no means a power that you Blue Star natives can possess. Tividai's eyes that looked at Zhou Luo at the moment only had horror and disbelief in them. There was no other. It was really Zhou Luo's strength growth rate that was too heaven-defying. Even those top geniuses within the Lotus sect were like small wizards in front of Zhou Luo. After all, he had never heard of anyone being able to break through from the initial realm to the shackle realm within a few dozen days. This was too appalling. It's not my power, could it be yours? Looking at Tividai's terrified look, Zhou Luo couldn't help but slightly tickle the corner of his mouth and sneer. He was also able to see it. Tividai's current strength was much stronger than the last time he faced Augustus. It is estimated that he has already broken through the taboo realm. This should be the reason why the Jedi Heavenly Passage was gradually failing. If one were to give Tividai a little more time, when his strength was fully restored, then one might be able to feel tricky. But now, If one were to think highly of him, then one would count oneself as having lost. After all, the real shackled realm right now was not Tividai, but him, Zhou Luo. So what if I've broken through the yoke realm? Do you really think that I don't have the slightest means to deal with the yoke realm? Tividai sniffed, a flash of ruthlessness gradually flashing across the bottom of his eyes. I'll let you see the means of my lotus sect. He shouted, his voice blossoming like spring thunder, transforming into a golden lotus in the surroundings. The moment that one golden lotus appeared, his mouth opened wide, and countless channels of spiritual light surged from his body into the golden lotus. At the same time, Tividai's body, visible to the naked eye, began to become parched. It was as if he had been drained of his flesh and blood by the golden lotus. What does he want? Looking at this bizarre scene, alarm bells rang in Zhou Luo's heart. After killing you, no one on this planet will be able to stop the lotus sect's pace anymore. Take your talent and destroy it with me. At this moment, Tividai's face had become distorted. His voice was hoarse and incomparable, and his body's flesh and blood gradually dissipated, all surging into the golden lotus. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Zhou Luo instantly understood what Tividai was thinking. In the next instant, he directly offered up the 9 Yang 8 trigrams plate, urging all the aura of the shackle realm within his body to sink into the plate. 8 trigrams heaven diffracting formation. Buzz. The 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc erupted with a golden light. A large formation large enough to envelop the entire top of Kun Mountain appeared. At the same time, Tividai had already completed his sacrifice. His body, only the last piece of skin and flesh remained. The golden lotus around him was also as if it had been fed, and its figure was a whole circle larger than it was at the beginning. In a blink of an eye, countless golden lotuses, blooming in unison. Rumble. An earth-shaking sound exploded high above Kunlun. The destructive force almost distorted space. The heavens and earth instantly became gray, and all the living beings outside the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation, hundreds of miles in circumference, were all blown to smithereens at this moment. This scene was even more terrifying than a nuclear weapon. Buzz. Amidst the explosion, the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation was running at full speed, defending all the forces outside the formation. However, since the explosion was too terrifying, even the 8 trigrams diffraction heavenly formation, which Zhou Luo had urged with all his might at the shackle realm, was vaguely showing signs of not being able to support it, and was emitting a mournful cry. It lasted for several minutes. Only after Tividai sacrificed his life in exchange for a blow did it gradually come to an end. As for Zhou Luo's 8 trigrams heaven diffracting formation, a crack had also appeared on the surface. If this attack lasts for a few more seconds, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc won't be able to support it. Zhou Luo secretly marveled in his heart. This tactic of Tividai's was truly an eye-opener for him. It was much more terrifying than that heavenly embers obscure cross that Augustus had cast. However, the cost was also extremely obvious. The last piece of flesh and skin left behind by Tividai had long been crushed into dust in the violent explosion. Are all the people of this Brahma Lotus sect so perverted? Silently, he retrieved the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he had seen that one would even give up their life so easily in order to help the forces behind them. Luofu Hall's Yujin Yasu duo, as well as Heaven's Embers Crusaders Augustus, didn't have this realization of his. Looking around, the originally lush and green Kunlun mountain range was actually smoothed out by the explosion of the golden lotus at this moment. All the flowers, plants, trees, insects, fish, birds and beasts were all reduced to pieces. Not even the slightest fragment of flesh and blood was left behind. How ruthless! Zhou Luo was secretly staggered. It was worthy of being the self-detonation of a shackle realm powerhouse at the cost of his life. This power, it was too astonishing. In the future, one would have to be more careful when they ran into the Brahma Lotus sect's people. Hell knows if they would follow Tividai's example and give him a few more of these. After all, right now, it was only Tividai alone who had descended to the Blue Star. When the Jedi's heavenly pass fails, then it would be the real Brahma Lotus sect that would be coming. How many people there would be, Zhou Luo didn't dare to guarantee. Many thanks General Zhou. I can't repay General Zhou for saving our lives. Me too. At this time, Zhou Luo heard shouts coming from everywhere behind him. Turning his head to look, he found that it was those great Xiao awakened ones who had come out of the Kunlun secret realm. At this moment, they were all giving a big salute to Zhou Luo, looking at Zhou Luo with gratitude in their eyes. They had also all seen how miserable the surrounding Kunlun mountains were. If Zhou Luo hadn't unfolded the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation and protected them in it, then along with the insects, fish, birds and beasts that had been reduced to pieces, they would have to be added to the list. For the crowd's gratitude, Zhou Luo only smiled, did not say much. Expanding the 8 trigrams heaven diffracting formation, although it was extremely consuming for him, he was also unwilling to sit back and do nothing. After all, everyone was a member of the Great Xia. Those who were able to come to the Kunlun mysterious realm were also the top batch of awakened within the Great Xia. In the future, the forces outside of heaven would invade. These people, too, could become the mainstay of Great Xiao's defense against the forces outside the heavens. Let's go see how Little Harvest and the others are doing first. Zhou Luo withdrew his mind. He quickly walked towards the location of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde and the others. 110. Changing the heavens. Zhou Luo's plan. After arriving in that large pit, Zhou Luo realized that the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had already passed out with serious injuries. And Lu Feiyu and the others weren't in any better shape, their internal breaths were all rising and falling. Especially Gu Qianhua. He, who had been shattered by the five-colored glazed pagoda, suffered a backlash, and his internal breath was several times more depressed than the others. If he didn't have the five viscera immortal body to hold him up, I'm afraid he would have fallen long ago. Here, you guys take these fruits first. Zhou Luo took out a few gray and green colored exotic fruits and handed them to the three of them. Lu Feiyu. Many thanks, General Zhou. The three of them replied with a thank you, then took it and swallowed the foreign fruits into their bellies. The moment they swallowed it, they then realized that there was an extremely pure healing qi in their bodies, traveling around and repairing their injuries. General Zhou, this is a repair type of heavenly material? Cui Lingfei's face changed as he hurriedly asked Zhou Luo. Lu Feiyu and Gu Qianhua also felt the effects of this grayish-green colored foreign fruit, and their eyes, which were already grateful, became even more complicated at this moment. Many thanks for General Zhou's great kindness. The three of them spoke at the same time. There was no need to mention the preciousness of the three repair-type heavenly treasures. At a critical moment, it was something that could be used as a means to save one's life. But Zhou Luo just took them out and gave them. Such a great favor was truly difficult to repay. It doesn't matter, you guys get well first, the forces outside the heavens will soon descend on Blue Star. When we return to Daxia, I have something to tell you. Zhou Luo waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to say much. He then came to the side of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk. Looking at the already unconscious Heavenly Frost Thundercloud, a flash of heartache flashed across Zhou Luo's eyes. Anyways, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was also his little brother, and was very loyal to him. Now that his little brother had been beaten like this, how could he, as a big brother, endure it? The good thing was that he had already helped Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk to avenge his death. Zhou Luo once again took out a greenish-gray foreign fruit and forced it into the Heavenly Frost Thunder Hollow's abdomen. Afterwards, he was at the side running his spiritual energy to help it digest. A moment later, the breath of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde gradually stabilized. The breathing was also not intermittent like earlier, but became long and smooth. This fruit is quite effective. Seeing that the Skyfrost Thunderhawk was no longer in any serious condition, Zhou Luo withdrew his spiritual energy. These greenish-gray exotic fruits were picked by him in passing when he left the Kunlun Secret Realm. The Kunlun Secret Realm was filled with exotic treasures, and green-gray exotic fruits like these were just one of them. As for why everyone else had already been teleported out by the Kunlun Secret Realm in its entirety, while he was still able to stay within the Secret Realm for so long, there was naturally a reason for that. After refining the Kunlun Dragon Vein, Zhou Luo was surprised to find that he could freely enter and exit the Kunlun Secret Realm. As long as he came to the top of the Kun Mountain, with a thought in his mind, he would be sucked into the secret realm. He guessed that this was also a chance left to him by the first emperor. After all, if he wanted to obtain that Huanyu Supreme Treasure in the future, he would have to enter that secret chamber within the secret realm in order to do so. In addition to that, there were also many unpicked exotic fruits within the secret territory, and they had all become things that Zhou Luo could pick at will. These few greenish-gray exotic fruits were just the tip of the microscopic scale. It wasn't long. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk then woke up leisurely. After feeling the breath within his body and seeing Zhou Luo standing beside him, he instantly understood what had happened. Many thanks to Big Brother for saving me. Skyfrost Thunderhawk hurriedly got up and said in a naive voice. Finished recovering, right? Zhou Luo asked when he saw him awaken. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde sniffed and hurriedly said, it's already recovered 70 to 80%. That's good, pack up, we're ready to go back. Zhou Luo nodded, then looked at the Lu Feiyu several people on the side. Everyone, why don't you follow me? It's just as well that I can also inform you of my plans. No problem. The three of them all nodded their heads. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest then changed its shape and became a small mountain-like body, enough to carry hundreds of people. Zhou Luo brought the three of them, Lu Feiyu, to the back of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde as one, and flew towards the direction of Daxia. General Zhou, you just said that you have something to say to us. I wonder what it is? Cui Lingfei asked first. Do you all know that there are less than 7 days left before the forces outside the heavens officially invade Blue Star? Zhou Luo looked at the crowd. Less than 7 days? When the three of them heard this, they were shocked and their faces changed slightly. They had all seen the strength of the people from beyond the heavens already as well. Whether it was Yusu, Yuzhen, or Mike from before, as well as today's Tividai, all of them were in the late Taboo Realm, or even above the Taboo Realm. This was only the initial vanguard sent to Planet Blue by these extraterrestrial forces. They didn't dare to think, if when those extra heavenly forces invaded in full force, how much of an extinction Blue Star would suffer. Don't worry, it's not as serious as you guys think. Zhou Luo shook his head and said, after 7 days, the power that is blocking the forces outside the heavens will once again weaken drastically, breaking open a gap even larger than before. This gap will not allow all of them to enter the Blue Star, but the number of people who can descend will also be far more numerous, if not dozens of times greater than before. Moreover, the strength of each and every one of them is probably at the taboo realm, and the strongest of them has strength above the taboo realm. Zhou Luo slowly said. When the three of them, Lu Feiyu, heard this, their faces immediately became extremely complicated. According to what Zhou Luo had said, this matter was indeed not as serious as the invasion of the heavenly beyond forces raising their clans as they had imagined. However, the fact that dozens of taboo realms descended at once, which also included powerhouses above the taboo realm, this was still a force that was difficult for them to resist. As I say this, you should all be aware of the seriousness of the current situation. Zhou Luo suddenly straightened his face and looked at the crowd. Therefore, I called you all here today because I want to tell you something. I'm going to use Grand Xia as the center to establish the Blue Star Federation throughout the entire Blue Star. People from other major countries must join the Blue Star Federation and resist the forces beyond the heavens together. Likewise, countries that join my Blue Star Federation, if they encounter a crisis, we will come to their aid. If there are those who are unwilling to join, they will be left to fend for themselves. After a few words, the Lu Feiyu trio was directly shocked on the spot. How could they not expect that Zhou Luo was going to do such a big thing? Enlisting the entire Blue Star's large and small countries to form the Blue Star Federation. This was a move that no one had ever done before in all of history. However, after careful thought, it was normal. After all, the situation now was different from any time in the past. What Blue Star had to face was the forces outside the heavens. If they didn't screw together like Zhou Luo said and still fought separately, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop the attack of the heavenly beyond forces at all. Major General Cui, this matter, I'll leave it to you. After returning to the Alliance headquarters, inform to the entire Blue Star. Inform them of the matter of the heavens beyond forces and the critical nature of the current situation. If there are people who are unwilling to join even with this, then no longer pay any attention to them and let them fend for themselves. In the future, when the heavens beyond forces fight their way in, and these unwilling ones come to ask for help from us, all of them will be ignored. Zhou Luo looked at Cui Lingfei, his gaze deep, right and wrong. Tell them clearly, our Blue Star Federation only welcomes fellow travelers. Ming understands. Cui Lingfei sniffed and slowed down in place for a while before he came back to his senses and saluted Zhou Luo. His expression, at the moment, was filled with excitement. Cui Lingfei knew that after today, the entire Blue Star was going to change. They Xia would become the unique top power on the blue planet. And all of this was because of Zhou Luo. 111. The Lotus Sect reappears. Beast King Crisis. After leaving from the Kun Mountains, as soon as Cui Lingfei returned to the Grand Xia Alliance, he reported all of Zhou Luo's plans to the headquarters. As soon as the headquarters was informed, the current chief alliance head of the Grand Xia Alliance Lu Xiaoyun directly held a high-level meeting. At the meeting, all the top brass agreed to Zhou Luo's plan. And as soon as the meeting was over, Lu Xiaoyun found Zhou Luo and discussed with him, elevating Zhou Luo's authority from honorary general to alliance master. In the future, Zhou Luo will be on equal footing with Lu Xiaoyun, and if he has any ideas, the Great Summer Alliance. No, I should say the Blue Star Federation will implement them with full force. Because Lu Xiaoyun, as well as a group of senior management of the Grand Xia Alliance all know that the reason why the Grand Xia Alliance can go from the opening of the disease change era to today is because of Zhou Luo. In this regard, Zhou Luo did not refuse. On the same day, the Great Xia Alliance publicized the news of the establishment of the Blue Star Federation, causing a complete uproar. Many forces instantly panicked when they heard that in 7 days, there would be an extra heavenly force coming down. The strongest among them were only at the spirit transformation realm right now. If they didn't join the Blue Star Federation and seek refuge, when the people from beyond the heavens descended, everyone knew in their hearts what the outcome would be. Thus, a large number of forces expressed their willingness to join the Blue Star Federation and be governed by it. However, there were still some forces that had previously had a bad relationship with the Grand Xia Alliance that didn't want to believe all of this and chose not to join. Brahma Heaven was one of them. After Tivadai came to the Blue Star, he found Brahma Heaven's great Vidra Adifir directly and unknowingly, and after planting a slave seal on him, he used Adifir's hand to secretly control Brahma Heaven. Therefore, besides Adifir, the people of Borneo Heaven are not aware that their forces have long been infiltrated by people from outside the sky. A few days ago, after Adifir's inexplicable disappearance, they were also frantically searching for him, but unfortunately to no avail. The inexplicable disappearance of the Great Vidra had already caused Brahma Heaven's nerves to tighten. Adding to that, now that Xia was suddenly trying to form the Blue Star Federation, it once again stirred their taut nerves. Thinking that it was because Xia knew about Adifir's disappearance and so found this excuse to annex Brahma Heaven, they rejected it harshly and even made mocking remarks. In response, the Blue Star Federation directly ignored them. Anyway, Zhou Luo had said that those who refused would be left to fend for themselves. If they met a crisis in the future, don't come to their federation for help. The entire Blue Star was in turmoil at the moment. At the same time, on the backside of the moon outside the Blue Star, the Brahma Lotus Sex branch station near the Blue Star was rooted in it. Inside a large hall shaped like a temple, the Lotus Sect's Grand Elder Garrosh suddenly opened his eyes. Tivadai's aura has dissipated. Who killed him? Garrosh's deep pupils looked beyond the deep sky, in the direction where Blue Star was, and golden lotuses surged around him as he spoke. Great Elder, that guy Tivadai was too careless. He must have been assassinated by the Blue Star people. Dharmadhatu, who was standing next to Garrosh, immediately spoke up. Now that the Jedi Heavenly Pass has broken through the cracks, why don't you let me descend to the Blue Star and fulfill the Lotus Sect's great cause? No, you can't go. Garrosh directly denied his request and slowly said, Tivadai being killed is definitely not as simple as carelessness. There are forces within the Blue Star that we are unaware of. It's also possible that Tivadai was killed by the Rovian Temple, or the Legion. I'm afraid that you will also be in danger if you enter rashly. Darmador asked doubtfully, then what should we do? With Tivadai already dead, our Lotus Sect will have no one to take over in the Blue Star, and if we descend in the future, we will definitely lag behind them. Hearing this, Garrosh was silent for a moment, then he spoke again. Let the beast race go. The Jedi antenna's suppression of the beast race is smaller than it is for us. Now that the Jedi antenna has broken through the rift, we can already send the beast race of the Shackle realm into the Blue Planet, enough to complete the mission. Dermidal recognized this very much. A good plan from the Grand Elder. Then I will go prepare now and let the beast race descend. After saying that, he turned around and left the Great Hall straight away. Blue Star, Jiangnan City. Zhou Luo had just finished a week of cultivation and walked out of the quiet room. Little Harvest, 3 days have passed. How is the establishment of the Blue Star Federation going? After he came out, he looked at Skyfrost Thunderhawk, who was guarding the doorway, and asked. As today, Skyfrost Thunderhawk was also familiar with Chui Lingfei and the others, so Zhou Luo arranged a new errand for him. It was to help him receive news from the outside world while he was cultivating and inform him when he was out of the gate. Back to Big Brother, 70% of the forces on the Blue Star have chosen to join the Blue Star Federation, but there is still the last 30% who have chosen to reject it. They feel that whatever people outside the heavens are nonsense is an excuse for us, the Blue Star Federation, to annex them. Skyfrost Thunderhawk spoke. Let them be. Zhou Luo shook his head, not caring. His original intention of establishing the Blue Star Federation was only to unite the strength of the humans on Blue Star to fight against foreign enemies. It didn't matter if they couldn't unite like this. His energy was limited anyway. Zhou Luo slowly walked to one of the gardens of Jiangnan Villa. Now that it was nearing late fall, many of the flowers were fading. Zhou Luo casually found a bench and sat down, and began to feel the realm within his body. Shackle Realm First Channel. It would take some time before the second yoke was broken. After refining the Kunlun Dragon Vein, the foundation I forged should already be at the ceiling level. Not only has the strength of my flesh increased drastically, completely not losing out to Augustus, who forged his foundation with the heavenly green dragon bone gold, the thickness of the aura in my body has also increased by quite a bit. The Kunlun Dragon Vein is indeed a top-tier spiritual treasure. Zhou Luo murmured. He then took out the heavenly green dragon bone gold. Although the heavenly green dragon bone gold is not as good as the Kunlun Dragon Vein, I won't be able to find a better spiritual treasure in a short period of time. After breaking the second shackle, let's not rush to refine it first and observe it more. Zhou Luo looked at the heavenly green dragon bone gold in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. With the Kunlun Dragon Vein in front of him, he was actually somewhat unable to look at this heavenly green dragon bone gold. Moreover, according to what Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had said, for every yoke that was broken, the opportunity gained to forge a root foundation was only once. The 5 roots of the shackled realm were extremely important. In the same realm, the stronger the root foundation of the person, the more they would be able to suppress the other person head-on in battle. Therefore, Zhou Luo didn't want to waste his 5 chances so easily. With the Kunlun Dragon Vein in front of him, the 4 foundations he would forge in the future, not to say that they would surpass the Kunlun Dragon Vein, but they couldn't be too far behind, right? Of course, if one could surpass the Kunlun Dragon Vein, that would be even better. It seems that in the future, I have to pay more attention to it and see if I can still find extremely high-quality spiritual treasures. Or perhaps, when those people from beyond the heavens descend, cut them down and snatch their spirit treasures. Zhou Luo rubbed his chin and pondered. At this moment, the figure of the heavenly frost lightning harvest suddenly ran from the distance. Big brother, something's wrong. I've sensed the aura of many of my kind. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's urgent voice came. 112. White Bone Peacock. Yoke Realm Beast King. What's going on? Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo immediately frowned and looked towards the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk and asked. Big brother, there are many beast races that have descended on the Blue Star. Just from what I've sensed, there are no less than 5 Forbidden Realm Beast Kings. Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked grave. Moreover, I also sensed an extremely strong Beast King aura from the side of the Ganges continent, possibly a Beast King of the Shackle Realm. A Beast King of the Yoke Realm? Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. Do you think that it could be the Brahma Lotus Sex means? It's possible. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest nodded. They should be the only ones who can control our Fey Beast clan and teleport us into the Blue Star. Zhou Luo let out a cold smile. It seems like they knew about Tivatai's death, so they started using the Beast clan to test us. At this moment, one of the communicators on the Skyfrost Thunderhawk suddenly rang. Soon, Chui Lingfei's voice came from inside. Brother Han, so many Beast Kings have appeared in the Federation, there are 3 in the Taboo Realm alone. Brother Liu, Senior Gu, and I have already headed to the place of the incident for support and were able to take care of 2 Beast Kings, but there is still one more Taboo Realm Beast King that no one can go to. Can you do us a favor? Just stall him, and when we kill those 2 Beast Kings, we will immediately come to provide support. Chui Lingfei's voice was anxious. And there was also a sound of wind coming from within the communicator from time to time. It seemed that he should be rushing at full speed to the place where the Beast King had landed. The Skyfrost Thunderhawk sniffed and was about to reply. However, Zhou Luo grabbed the lead. That other Forbidden Realm Beast King, leave it to me, you guys can just deal with those 2. General Zhou? You've come out of the gate? Upon hearing that it was Zhou Luo's voice, Chui Lingfei was overjoyed. That's great. With you out there, we are relieved. Alright, then it's decided. Zhou Luo nodded his head and instantly hung up his communicator. Big brother, there's no need to bother you with this kind of small matter. In fact, one of me is enough. Skyfrost Thunderhawk was full of pride at this time. After refining that 5-headed Naga Beast King Dan, my realm has now reached the 7th level of the Taboo Realm. An ordinary Taboo Realm Beast King is not my match at all. Looking at his confident look, Zhou Luo couldn't help but want to laugh. Alright, then go by yourself. He acceded to the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's request. However, he did not let him leave directly, but continued to ask, you just said that there was a Beast King of the Shackle Realm that descended on the Ganges continent, right? Yes. That aura is definitely in existence above the Taboo Realm. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest affirmed. Then if say, I kill it and take out a Beast King Dan of the Yoke Realm, will you be able to break through the Yoke Realm? Zhou Luo asked again. Upon hearing this, Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde's face instantly became thrilled, even its 2 round eyes filled with tears of emotion. Big brother, how can I trouble you to do so much for me? Alright, don't get into this with me, I'm just asking if you can break through. Zhou Luo gave him a blank look. Can. Definitely can. Skyfrost Thunderhawk nodded immediately. If it was just a Shackle Realm Beast King Dan, then I probably wouldn't be able to break through. But as long as I decapitate this Forbidden Realm Beast King and also take out its Beast King Dan and take it along with the Shackle Realm's Beast King Dan, then I'll definitely be able to break through the first shackle. Alright, then you should set off. Zhou Luo waved his hand, and then he himself looked in the direction of the Ganges continent. That Beast King Dan of the Shackle Realm, watch me retrieve it for you. By the way, let those people from the Brahma Lotus sect know about the strength of our Blue Star again. The waters of Blue Star are not as shallow as they think. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, and in the next moment, he flew towards the location of the Ganges continent. Seeing this, the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk also rushed forward towards the Federation's territory, the location of the other Taboo Realm Beast King. Ganges continent. Within the Brahma Heaven sphere of influence. Just an hour ago, a gale suddenly rose up next to a temple in Brahma Heaven. The gale was mixed with a thunderstorm, and the escaping thunder almost destroyed everything around it. It lasted for a full half hour before the vision gradually dissipated. Just when the people of Brahma Heaven thought that the danger was going to end, a white bone peacock of the Shackle Realm burst out from a spatial crack that was lifted by the thunderstorm. The moment it appeared, the living beings in a radius of dozens of miles were all devoured by it as blood food, and the area around the temple was instantly turned into an inferno. How could this Beast King be so powerful? It's already beyond the range of the Taboo Realm. An existence above the Taboo Realm. Oh great God Shiva, please bless our Brahma Heaven. Not good, it's looking towards us. The group of powerful people from Brahma Heaven had all arrived near the temple. Looking at the heavenly god like white bone peacock in front of them, there was deep fear in all their eyes. Without waiting for them to react, the white bone peacock then spread its wings and flew above the heads of the crowd at an extremely fast speed. The faces of the Brahma Heaven crowd were filled with despair at this moment. Just when they thought that the white bone peacock was going to devour them as blood food, suddenly, the white bone peacock spoke. Humans, are you the leaders of this land? Its porous eyes just stared at the crowd as it slowly said. The Brahma Heaven's people's hearts fluttered at the stare, but one of them still braced himself for fear and replied, yes, on this continent, we, Brahma Heaven, are the greatest power. Very well, then I ask you all, do you want to live? The white bone peacock spoke again. Beast King Lord, you are willing to spare us? Hearing this, a flash of hope flashed in the eyes of the person who had just answered. The faces of the others also gradually turned into a touch of ecstasy. I can spare you all, but you have to work for me, and you must unconditionally comply with all my orders. Willing or not. The white-boned peacock's beak bone opened and closed, obviously without any flesh and blood. The sound it emitted could actually penetrate the surrounding. The scene was extremely bizarre. It was assigned by the Lotus sect to take control of a party immediately after descending to the Blue Star, and then wait for the Lotus sect to descend 3 days later. The group of people in front of him was the best choice. Willing. Of course they are willing. The Brahma Heavens people nodded their heads in agreement, fearing that if they said one word late, they would be killed by the white-boned peacock. Very good, you guys are very sensible. The white-boned peacock nodded in satisfaction. It was about to open its mouth to issue its first order when a voice suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. They are willing, but I am not. In a split second, the faces of the Brahma Heavenly One crowd on the ground changed violently. One by one, they all looked around at the voice and said angrily, "Where did that madman come from? Shut up." It was so hard to find a way out, but now there was an ungrateful person who came out to provoke them. How could they be willing to do so? A cold aura also flashed through the white-boned peacock's eyes as he looked towards the figure that appeared out of thin air and said in a cold voice, "Are you their leader?" "No, I'm not the leader of their group of losers, don't insult me." Zhou Luo, who was being stared at by the white-boned peacock, shook his head with a cold smile. "Then what kind of person are you that you dare to stop me?" The white-boned peacock's tone instantly became sinister when he heard this. Before the words fell, an underworld ghost flame erupted from within its body and flew straight towards Zhou Luo. 113. The might of the Earthfire Essence Spirit. The speed of the underworld ghost flame was extremely fast. In less than the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Zhou Luo. A bone-piercing coldness instantly spread in all directions with the ghost fire as the center. "A mere aborigine, how dare you stop me? You really don't know how to die." Watching this scene, the white-boned peacock couldn't help but sneer. It was a beast king of the Shackle realm, carrying the top talent of the underworld ghost flame, and had extremely strong battle prowess. Even a beast king of the same level would have to weigh up against it. And this Blue Star native that suddenly appeared in front of him was at most the strength of the taboo realm. Under the scorching of the underworld ghost flame, there would definitely be no bones left. After releasing this underworld ghost flame, the white-boned peacock then stopped directing its gaze towards Zhou Luo and turned back to the Brahma Heaven crowd. "Where is your headquarters? Take me there." However, it realized that these humans were not listening to its words at the moment like they had just done. Instead, they were all staring at the direction where the spectral ghost flame had flown off with wide eyes, frozen in place. What's the situation? The white-boned peacock was puzzled in its heart and also followed the line of sight. This glance directly shocked it on the spot as well. It only saw that the spectral ghost flame came before and after Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo raised his right palm and blasted out at it. The underworld ghost flame that seemed to scorch everything in the heavens and earth was actually directly slapped apart. The scattered flames fell into the forest near the temple. Any flowers, plants, and trees that touched the flames were actually turned into ashes in an instant. Sculptor's skill, this is your means? Zhou Luo slowly withdrew his palm, his gaze looking towards the white-boned peacock, a mocking-like smile hanging on his face. How is that possible? How can you block my underworld ghost flame? The white-boned peacock was shocked beyond measure in its heart. Before it descended, it had heard from the people of the Lotus sect that the strongest of the natives of this world was only at the taboo realm. This was the conclusion that the Lotus sect had projected based on the outbreak of Blue Star's aura. This strike from it, let alone the taboo realm. Even the Yoke realm would have to feel a headache. But now, it was actually dispersed by Zhou Luo's palm? And looking at its state, it seemed to have wasted no effort at all. Come on, take out your full strength and fight me. Zhou Luo looked down at the white-boned peacock, a coldness flashing in his eyes. If you're still this weak, then don't blame me for killing you and taking your beast King Dan. After breaking through the Shackle realm, Zhou Luo had always wanted to find someone to test his true strength. The previous Tivitai, although also a Shackle realm powerhouse, was restricted in cultivation by the Jedi Heavenly Passage, and it was not much fun to fight. Now it was not easy for a beast king of the Yoke realm to appear. Zhou Luo would not let this opportunity go easily. He wanted to properly test whether his strength was strong or weak in the Yoke realm. That way, he wouldn't be so passive when the people from beyond the heavens descended in the future. Outspoken. The white-boned peacock was instantly about to explode with anger when he heard this. A mere Blue Star native, how dare he open his mouth and say that he wanted to take away its beast King Dan? Wasn't it too much to put it in its eyes? Although there was a mistake in the intelligence, and a strong person of the Shackle realm even appeared in your group of natives, but the result is the same. Since you're here today, you don't want to leave, my underworld ghost flame will completely burn you to ashes. The white-boned peacock suddenly lifted its wings and flew up. Above its eerie white skeleton, clusters of ghostly flames unexpectedly ignited, wrapping it up as much as they could. Until finally, a peacock covered in ghostly blue flames took shape. It's finally decent. Seeing this scene, Zhou Luo's eyes grew more and more excited. The Taiya sword at his waist was already sheathed. Human, I will make you regret provoking me just now. The white-boned peacock's eyes, which were glowing with ghostly blue firelight, stared eerily at Zhou Luo, his tone filled with killing intent. The next instant, only seeing it flap its wings, hundreds of spectral ghost flames fell towards Zhou Luo like a torrential rain. Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not retreat. Instead, he held the Taiya sword and urged his aura to stimulate the power of dragon might in the Taiya sword, and swung it out. Roar! A true dragon's shadow, accompanied by the sword light chopped at the monstrous underworld ghost fire, invincible. After the sword light intersected with the underworld ghost fire, the torrential rain of ghostly flames of the underworld unexpectedly died out in an instant. The sword light that Zhou Luo had chopped out, however, was still shining at this moment. Phew! The sword light chopped through again. The remaining underworld ghost flame disappeared with it. At the same time, the sword light, which was shaped like a true dragon, then chopped forward towards the white-boned peacock's body. The white-boned peacock was horrified in his heart and wanted to resist, but he was simply too late to react to the speed of the sword light and was hit by it. In an instant, the underworld ghost flame that surfaced above one of the white-boned peacock's bone joints actually withered instantly at this moment. A huge sword mark was left behind at the location of its chest and abdomen. Damn it, how could you be so strong? The white-boned peacock stared deathly at Zhou Luo, its tone no longer as arrogant as it was just now. Instead, there was a touch of fear. What, you can't hold on anymore? A touch of disinterest flashed across Zhou Luo's eyes. It seemed that he who had refined the Kunlun dragon vein was far stronger than the average Shackle Realm First Dao. Human, don't speak too soon. The white-boned peacock couldn't help but flash a fierce color in his eyes when he heard this. My white-boned peacock clan is not as weak as you think. Before the words fell, one could only see the ghostly flames all over the white-boned peacock's body bloom once again. What was different from before was one of the bone joints at the position of its original tail also completely opened at this moment. The bluish ghostly flames were attached to the tailbone, like a ghostly blue feather fan of ghostly flames. Dozens of miles in a radius became dim with the opening of its tailbone. The sun that hangs high in the sky, when passing through this area, all seemed to be fearful and deliberately avoided. My white-boned peacock clan, once the screen opens, it is immortal. Today, I will definitely kill you. The white-boned peacock's voice came out like the underworld, echoing in the surroundings. Zhou Luo saw this, but his face remained as normal. Fine, then let me see how you're going to kill me. He smiled faintly and stood with his sword, not fearing in the slightest. The white-boned peacock was silent. Its piece of spectral ghost fire that was like a tail feather exploded at this moment, splitting into countless clusters. Enough ghost flames to cover dozens of miles were united in their goal at this moment, shooting violently towards Zhou Luo's position. Since that's the case, then I'll also try to see whose flame is stronger. Seeing this, Zhou Luo did not strike his sword. Instead, he took a deep breath and his chest instantly bulged high. After he exhaled that turbid breath, a crimson red earth fire essence spirit surged out as he breathed in and out. In just a moment, a tens of meters long fiery molten stream emerged in the midair where Zhou Luo was. Stab, 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 stab. The moment the incandescent molten stream appeared, it surged towards the ghost fire in an overwhelming manner. A piercing sound resounded continuously. Until the very end, the piece of spectral ghost fire conjured up by the white-boned peacock was actually ablated cleanly, with not a single ball remaining. 114. Deep space battle. How could this be? The white-boned peacock was already frozen on the spot at this point. It looked incredulously at the piece of blazing fire molten flow in front of it, its tone filled with deep shock and incomprehension. To know. Their white-boned peacock clan's underworld ghost flame was considered to be at the top of the list of fire aptitudes. How did they meet such a blue star native like Zhou Luo, and the fire avatar he had executed was able to dissolve all of its underworld ghost flame? Its heart was filled with unwillingness. However, Zhou Luo would not give it any more time. At the moment when the white-boned peacock froze, Zhou Luo had already arrived in front of it with his sword. The Kunlun dragon vein in his body operated in an instant, and as a dragon whistle sounded, the sword light directly chopped the white-boned peacock to the ground. With a mood full of unwillingness, the white-boned peacock gradually lost its last trace of breath. The white bones all over its body were scattered all over the ground in an instant as if they had no support. The only thing that stood in the center of the pile of bones was a Mori white beast King Dan. Right now, it seems that my strength should be located around the second path of the Shackle Realm. This white-boned peacock that broke the first yoke is not my opponent at all. Zhou Luo stepped forward and took away the beast King Dan, and immediately pondered in his mind. However, he did not become conceited because of this. One must know that there were quite a number of strong Shackle Realm practitioners within these heavens beyond forces. Among them, there were definitely also top-tier powerhouses who had broken the 5 yokes. Although after 3 days, the broken Jedi Heavenly Passage still restricted the descent of Shattering Realm powerhouses. However, if someone with 5 yokes appeared, it would also be extremely tricky. It's still necessary to hurry up and raise our strength. Zhou Luo let out a dark sigh, and immediately left straight away. At the moment the white bone peacock fell. On the backside of the moon, in the Brahma Lotus sect's Grand Hall. Garrosh, who originally had his eyes closed tightly with a calm expression, suddenly opened his eyes. The white bone peacock, too, has fallen. He slowly spoke, a touch of sulkiness in his tone. How did this happen? Damoto also opened his eyes, his expression angry. Great Elder, this is by no means something the Blue Star natives could do. It's even if Tivadai, who had his realm suppressed, died, but now that the white bone peacock, who had the strength of the Shackle realm, has also fallen, there's definitely a trick in the works by the Loof Hall and the Legion. Other than them, no one can do such a thing. And I suspect that it's the two of them joining forces. After hearing what Damoto said, a touch of ice coldness also flashed through Garrosh's gaze. They are too unruly. They once said that each of them would obtain that supreme treasure based on their own merits, but now they have even teamed up to deal with my Lotus sect. Do you really think that my Lotus sect is easy to bully? The words had not yet fallen. A golden lotus beside Garrosh's body was actually tinted with a touch of blood color at this moment. An extremely strong killing intent instantly filled the entire hall. Even Damoto was affected by it, lowering his eyebrows and his body trembling slightly. Damoto! Suddenly, Garrosh called out to him. Dermidal immediately knelt on the ground. Great Elder, please command. Dermidal is all ears. Accompany me on a trip to the Luo Fu Hall and Legion. Garrosh said indifferently. In the next moment, his entire body rose, and the blood-colored golden lotus surging around him dissipated at the same time. Dermidal's trembling body then gradually calmed down. He hurriedly responded, yes. The two of them left the Great Hall and stepped into the air towards the deep space of the universe. A few moments later, the duo arrived in front of a large silver-colored hall floating in deep space. The moment they arrived here, a man's figure with flowing clothes flew out from within the silver-colored hall. What is the Lotus sect's business patronizing my Luofu Hall? When Damajuo saw this man appear, without saying a word, 6 Luohan arms were borne behind his back and several punches were thrown at him. The man was taken by surprise and was smashed solidly on top of his body by these punches, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dharmadhata saw the situation, just about to punch him to death. The Luo Fu Hall will come from a not angry and authoritative voice. The Lotus sect is, but my Luo Fu Hall is good to bully not. How dare to come to my temple in front of the injury of my disciples? The next instant, an old man in white robes then appeared in the void. Hall Master. The disciple who had been injured breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw this person appear. Garrosh, are you trying to start a war with my Luo Fu palace? Qingdianzi stood with his hands bound, his deep gaze looking at the duo of Garrosh and Dermidal in front of him, his tone bland yet with a touch of hidden anger. Why did I come to you guys? Is it not clearing your mind? Garrosh laughed coldly as the blood-colored golden lotus reappeared beside him. Your Luofu Hall colluded with the Legion and killed my Lotus sect's children twice in a row in the Blue Star. This account, I will first retrieve it from you today. The words had not yet fallen. The countless blood-colored golden lotuses beside Garrosh bloomed at the same time. Bursting out with supreme divine might, they blasted towards King Dianzi. Don't be credulous. When has my Luofu Hall ever joined forces with the Legion? I think you're just determined to pick a fight. Seeing that Garrosh had inexplicably started a war with himself, Qingdianzi was instantly enraged as well. With a wave of his big hand, countless streams of light and haze suddenly surged out of the void and intersected with the golden lotus. The two exchanged blows one after another, and the escaping aftershocks destroyed countless asteroids around them. A moment later, the surrounding deep space was bare and black, with nothing other than the silver-colored hall behind the King Dianzi. Garrosh, have you gone crazy? Do you really want to go to war with my Luofu palace? King Dianzi looked at Garrosh in front of him, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing this, Garrosh couldn't help but sneer on his face. King Mizi, you're ing less pretentious there. The protector Tivadai that my Lotus sect sent to the Blue Star, as well as that white bone peacock, weren't they all beheaded by your Luofu palace and the Legion in a joint effort? Wanting to exclude my Lotus sect from that supreme treasure, you think I don't know? Hearing these words, Qingdianzi's brows furrowed as he said in a cold voice, I don't know what you're talking about, this kind of thing, my Luofu Hall has never done it before. Furthermore, the two disciples that my Luofu Hall sent to the Blue Star also died in the Blue Star a long time ago, and would never team up with anyone to deal with your Lotus sect. The moment these words came out, Garrosh instantly calmed down. He looked towards King Dianzi, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are you telling the truth? The people that your Luofu Hall sent to the Blue Star are all dead as well? Of course, what need do I have to lie to you? Qingdianzi snorted coldly and threw his sleeve robe behind him. You must give me an explanation for today's matter, or else my Luofu Hall will not be finished with your Lotus sect. Dog Day Legion. A flash of anger flashed under Garrosh's eyes once again. He looked at Dermidal behind him and said to him, You, tell King Dianzi the whole story. Yes. The named Dharma duo hurriedly answered and replied, and then, with a feeling of apprehension, he explained the ins and outs to King Dianzi. There's actually this matter, your Lotus sect's people were also beheaded? After receiving the truth of the matter, Ching Meizi's face also turned ugly. What a legion, to break the agreement between us and want to monopolize that supreme treasure. Definitely can't let them succeed. He then looked towards Garrosh. Why don't you and I join forces now and go ask that Maxim fellow what he really wants? Garrosh sniffed and didn't refuse. In that case, then we'll set off now. If Maxim doesn't give us an explanation, then that supreme treasure of Blue Star, their legion won't be able to get their hands on it. 115. Great misunderstanding? The joint forces descended, and the Blue Star was in danger. Cosmic deep space. Outside the starship where the Heaven's Embers Crusade was located, Garrosh and Cyan Maxi appeared like ghosts. Maxim, come out to me. After arriving outside the battleship, Garrosh stored up a mouthful of aura and let out a thunderous sound that could resonate through deep space. In an instant, the large Crusader battleship suddenly lit up with alarms. Countless blackened cannon holes were also aimed at Garrosh's group at the same time. Maxim, do you hear me? Come out for me. Garrosh's face didn't change, still raising his breath and roaring at the battleship. A moment later, a man in dark red heavy armor slowly walked out from the battleship. Garrosh, King Dianzi, what are you trying to do by coming to my legion's gate and provoking it like this? Grand Army Leader Maxim's majestic eyes stared deathly at Garrosh and his party, his tone filled with anger. You still have the face to ask? Don't think you can fool us by pretending you don't know anything. Absolutely not. Garrosh sneered. In the next instant, golden lotuses blossomed around him once again, and an extremely powerful might instantly wrapped Maxim. Jingdianzi wasn't willing to show weakness either, only to see him wave his hand, and countless channels of haze appeared in deep space, blasting towards Maxim. Two madmen. Maxim's face changed drastically, and after cursing angrily, he also offered his own means to battle with the duo. Three top powerhouses of the Broken Realm exchanged blows, and the air that escaped caused the deep space to vibrate. An hour passed. The three people's auras were no longer as powerful as they were at the beginning, and they all became much more withered. Garrosh, King Dianzi, what exactly do you guys want? If you don't give me a reason, I'm going to use the cross-heavy artillery. Maxim's figure retreated violently until he reached the vicinity of the Crusader battleship before slowly stopping. A pair of eyes filled with anger and incomprehension stared at the duo. He didn't understand why the Lotus Sect and the Luo Fu Hall would suddenly join forces to find him and strike without saying a word. Had he invited them to mess with them? Maxim, you still have the nerve to ask us? Wasn't it your legion that reneged first, decapitating all the people we, the Lotus Sect and the Luo Fu Hall, sent to the Blue Star, wanting to monopolize that Huanyu supreme treasure? Garrosh stared coldly at Maxim, his tone filled with rage. That's right, two disciples of my Luo Fu Hall. Not long after they were sent to the Blue Star, their soul auras dissipated into the world. At that time, I only thought that they were unlucky and encountered the powerful Blue Star natives, so I didn't think much of it. But later on, Garrosh found me and said that the two strong men sent by their Lotus Sect had also fallen one after another. Who else could have done such a thing besides your legion? King Dianzi's face was also filled with ice, his tone covered in frost. However, when these words fell on Maxim's ears, they directly caused him to freeze. All of your people are dead as well? He looked at Garrosh and Cyan Hierophant, his face extremely odd. What do you mean? Seeing this, Garrosh and King Dianzi frowned at the same time. Augustus, the legion leader that our legion had sent to the Blue Planet, also died on the Blue Planet some time ago. And before he died, he also sent back a message back to the legion that there was a native of the Blue Planet with an extremely powerful talent. Maxim said word for word. The tone of his voice was full of gravity. What? How could this be? The two of them, Garrosh and King Dianzi, were both shocked by what they heard. How could they not have expected that the legionnaires had all died on the Blue Star as well? Moreover, according to Maxim, it was very likely that all three of their people were killed by that extremely powerful native. How could this kind of person appear in Blue Star? It seems like we have to discuss a plan. Maxim observed the duo's reactions, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Damn it, I've been tricked because of a native. Garrosh was furious, his eyes filled with rage. There had never been a moment when he wanted to kill an indigenous of a lowly planet so badly. Like usual, such natives on the Blue Planet were all existences that he had slapped to death with a large number of slaps. But nowadays, there were actually people who could make their Lotus Sect suffer defeat one after another. Since there is such a supreme genius on the Blue Planet, we can't continue to sit back and wait. Ching Meizi looked at Maxim and said in a low tone, the reason why our people were able to be killed by that indigenous person is because of the lack of unity. By now. Why don't we put aside everything else and join forces to eradicate that native first? After getting rid of him, the matter of the Huanyu supreme treasure, we'll then go our separate ways. What do you two think? After hearing these words from King Dianzi, Garrosh and Maxim could not help but slowly nod their heads. Good, let's do as you say. Maxim looked at King Dianzi and slowly said, nowadays, the Jedi Heavenly Passage has not yet been completely broken, and there are still limitations on the powerhouses above the Shackle Realm. Therefore, our people descending to the blue planet this time cannot be as unobtrusive as before. They should hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to move. My legion is willing to send out another Yoke Realm Junior Legion leader. What about you? Upon hearing this, Qingdianzi then said as well, my Luofu Hall is also willing to send out a disciple of the Yoke Realm. After both of them finished speaking, they simultaneously looked in Garrosh's direction. Garrosh was silent for a moment, and then his gaze turned to Dermidal behind him. Dermidal, this time, you will be the one to complete the operation. Are you willing to do so? Back to Great Elder, disciple is willing. Damajuo agreed without hesitation. As King Dianzi and Maxim watched this scene, their brows couldn't help but jump slightly. Damajuo, in the Lotus sect, was ranked as one of the 12 protectors, and his realm was at the 4th path of the Yoke Realm. With such strength, it should serve as the top battle force that descended on the Blue Star after the Jedi Heavenly Passage no longer restricted the Yoke Realm. But I didn't expect that Garrosh would be so impatient to let Dermidal enter the Blue Star ahead of time. It seems that this old man doesn't generally hate that native. Maxim's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered in his heart. He felt that this was not a good plan. Because of the presence of the Jedi Heavenly Pass, no matter how many shackles you broke, you would have to be suppressed when you entered the blue planet. If during this period, Dermidal fell for some reason, the loss would not be ordinary. Alright, since it's been decided, I'll go back to the Legion first and contact you guys again after finalizing the candidate. Together, we will send the person into the Blue Star without leaving any chance for that native. Maxim retrieved his mind and said immediately with a wave of his hand. He then turned around and returned to the battleship. The two of them, Garrosh and King Dianzi, also quickly left the realm where the Heaven's Embers Crusaders were located. A few moments later, in the Blue Star, above a glacier on the Antarctic continent, 3 streams of light suddenly flashed by, and then 3 figures appeared on the glacier. Here, is this the Blue Star? After landing, a red-haired Dermidal, looking around, a smile grinned at the corner of his mouth. This time, the Lotus Sect's plan would never go awry again. That native who had killed Tibidai and the White-Bone Peacock one after another would definitely die under his hands. 116. Ghost Valley Ridge Vision. Meet and greet. Jiangnan City. Inside a huge underground military base, Zhou Luo sat in the command room, listening to the reports from Wang Lin and Xu Hanyun. General Zhou, the defense lines in the south and north have been established. Among them, the south is under the control of Elder Gu, while the north is under the control of the Black Feather King, so if there are any forces from beyond the heavens descending, as long as their strength is below the Yoke Realm, both defense lines will be able to take care of themselves. The eastern defense line, on the other hand, is guarded by Major General Cui, the only western defense line that will take some time to build up. Xu Hanyun's voice echoed within the command headquarters. After he finished speaking, Zhou Luo then opened his mouth and asked, I see, Gu Qianhua and Lu Feiyu, what realm have they reached now? Xu Hanyun immediately replied, Senior Gu is currently at the 7th level of the Taboo Realm, King Black Feather is at the 5th level of the Taboo Realm, and Major General Cui is also at the 5th level. Hearing this, Zhou Luo could not help but flash a sigh under his eyes. This speed, it was still a bit slow. Calculating the time, there were less than 3 days left until the effect of the Jedi Heavenly Passage waned. At that time, the forces outside of the heavens would be able to send strong individuals from the Yoke Realm into Blue Star. This would definitely be a destruction-level blow to Blue Star. In this case, you take all these things and send them to them. Zhou Luo said, and with a wave of his hand, a bunch of exotic fruits appeared on the table in the command room. Among them were exotic fruits that enhanced cultivation realms, as well as exotic fruits that increased talent and enhanced perception. These exotic fruits were extremely helpful to the Forbidden Realm, but at Zhou Luo's current Shackle Realm, they were somewhat tasteless and unfavorable. There was no use in keeping them for himself, it was better to leave them to Gu Qianhua so that they could hurry up and raise their strength to the Shackle Realm. Otherwise, in the future, when the forces from beyond the heavens descended, the pressure on him would be a little too great. Yes, I'll immediately have someone send them there. Xu Hanyun saluted and answered aloud. Also, have there been any strange movements within Great Xiao recently? Or any secret realms that have appeared? Zhou Luo whirled around and looked at Wang Lin again, asking, General Zhou, we have followed your orders and paid close attention to the secret realm visions within the Grand Xia. Just last night, where the Shi Quan Ghost Valley Ridge is located, it suddenly emitted a huge noise. Upon receiving the news, the Shi Quan branch sent people into the Ghost Valley Ridge to check it out, and found a stone house within the ridge that was blocked by a mysterious force outside the house, and the branch's members wanted to enter but were blocked, so they had to report it to me. Wang Lin slowly said, Ghost Valley Ridge? When Zhou Luo heard this name, his eyes could not help but narrow slightly. This name could be somewhat unusual to him. Because he remembered that the first emperor had said when he entered his Sea of Consciousness that back then, it was Mr. Ghost Valley who had performed the Jedi Heavenly Power Grand Avatar with him. And the Ghost Valley Ridge was the legendary hiding place of Mr. Ghost Valley. Now that the effect of the Jedi Avatar is gradually weakening, coincidentally, the Ghost Valley Ridge has erupted again, which may have a connection. I see, you guys did a good job, and remember to report back to me in the future when there are more such things. I will immediately set off for a trip to Ghost Valley Ridge to see what kind of divine phenomenon is inside. You guys sit tight in Jiangnan. Zhou Luo nodded appreciatively, then he got up from his chair and left the command room straight away, returning to the ground. At the entrance of the military base, an 8-foot-tall muscular man stood here with his hands clasped over his chest, but what was odd was that this man's head was actually shaped like a unicorn. Behind him, there was also a lion-like tail that hung down to the ground. This person was precisely the heavenly frost lightning harvest that had broken through the shackle realm and mastered transformation. Upon seeing Zhou Luo come out from the military base, he immediately went forward. Big brother, you're out, everything is safe around you. Well, follow me on a trip to Ghost Valley Ridge, be quick. Okay. In a split second, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk transformed back into its original form, and Zhou Luo leapt onto it. With a spread of the huge wings, the two of them were like supersonic missiles as they sped towards the direction of the Ghost Valley Ridge. But a moment. The two arrived above the Ghost Valley Ridge. It's ready, follow me down. Zhou Luo directly leapt and descended directly from a height of 10,000 meters to the Ghost Valley Ridge. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde also transformed into its Beastman form and followed closely behind. After searching in the Ghost Valley Ridge for a while, Zhou Luo really saw the stone house that Wang Lin had mentioned. The stone house had a sparse and normal appearance, and there were no divine sites around it. However, Zhou Luo could clearly feel a force, if any, flowing around the stone house. This should be the mysterious force that blocked entry, right? Zhou Luo stood in place, his eyes looking at the stone house, his mind pondering how to enter. But just at this moment, he suddenly felt that the power of the Kunlun dragon vein within his body was vaguely trembling. In the next instant, Zhou Luo then felt that he had an inexplicable connection to this power near the stone house. Pressing down the doubts in his heart, Zhou Luo walked forward and tried to step into the scope of the power. The result was exactly as he thought and was not blocked. Little Harvest, try if you can come in. Zhou Luo turned his head to look at the Skyfrost Thunderhawk and said, Big brother, I can't get in. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk tried and couldn't step in at all. Good, then you can help me guard outside. Zhou Luo's heart was already clear. It seemed that this stone house was most likely reserved specifically for him by Mr. Ghost Valley. Or perhaps, it was specially reserved for someone who had refined the Kunlun dragon vein. Holding on to his curiosity, Zhou Luo slowly stepped into the stone house. The stone house was very simple, with only a stone table, several stone stools, and a stone bed. Is this Mr. Ghost Valley's hideout? Zhou Luo looked around the stone house and felt some emotions in his heart. It would not even be an exaggeration to describe this stone house as an ugly room. It was hard to imagine that a powerful person who could perform such great aptitude as the Jedi heavenly power had once lived in a place like this. It's the scent of the dragon vein. Looks like it's you who came. Suddenly, an old voice rang out from within the stone house. The next moment, Zhou Luo then saw the shadow of an old man with a stooped figure slowly appear on top of a stone bench. Mr. Ghost Valley? Zhou Luo asked tentatively. It's me, it seems that Zhao Zheng has already told you about that old story. Come on, sit down and talk first. With a faint smile, Ghost Valley raised his hand and brushed over another stone bench, signaling Zhou Luo to sit down. Many thanks. Zhou Luo said a word of thanks before sitting on the stone bench. Subsequently, Ghost Valley Z waved his hand again, and two bronze jars actually surfaced on top of the stone table. You have come all the way here, and there is nothing here that can entertain you, so let's use this Jade of Enlightenment tea as a gift of meeting. Ghost Valley said with a smile. Enlightenment tea? Zhou Luo looked at the illusory bronze genet in front of him, which indeed held a cup of light tea inside. Could this be drunk? Zhou Luo was doubtful in his mind. However, he still reached out tentatively, and the moment he touched the illusory bronze jade, Zhou Luo could actually feel a hint of touch. He picked up the bronze jade and drank it. A stream of clear tea soup rolled down Zhou Luo's throat and into his abdomen. The moment the tea soup entered his belly, Zhou Luo only felt that his soul was clear, and when he looked at everything around him, it was as if he could penetrate its essence. This enlightenment tea is actually so magical? Zhou Luo was overjoyed in his heart. Immediately after, he instantly closed his eyes and actually directly sensed the 5 mountains scripture in place. On the other hand, Ghost Valley Z was smilingly sitting on a stone bench, silently waiting. 117. Huge change in the world. Advanced Secret Realm. Time flew by. Zhou Luo's eyes were tightly closed as he fully devoted himself to comprehending the 5 mountains scripture. The progress of the 5 mountains scripture was growing by leaps and bounds. Until about 3 hours passed. Only when the sky gradually darkened did Zhou Luo slowly open his eyes. A bone-chilling aura escaped from his body from time to time. The 7th level of the 5 mountains scripture. Zhou Luo's complexion was filled with delight. This small cup of enlightenment tea had unexpectedly raised his Woyue Sutra from the 5th to the 7th level. Not only had he comprehended the 7th grading of the Hangshan Cold Marrow, the efficiency of the Woyue Sutra in transforming aura was also far higher than before. This enlightenment tea, what a treasure. Zhou Luo couldn't wait to have another cup. Seemingly seeing Zhou Luo's thoughts, Ghost Valley couldn't help but smile. This enlightenment tea is a rare and precious treasure that I obtained from a secret realm back then. The only person who has drunk it, besides Zhao Zhang and I, is you. After listening to Ghost Valley's words, Zhou Luo couldn't help but be curious. Secret realm? So there was a secret realm 2,000 years ago. Of course. Ghost Valley Z nodded. Counting the time, the secret realms that appear nowadays are actually considered to be low-level secret realms, and inside are some insignificant small chances. The Woyue scripture, Taiye sword, and the 9 Yang 8 trigrams played on your body are actually all specifically left behind by Zhao Zhang and I for the future generations, and they are not considered treasures in low-level secret realms. Ghost Valley Z's words were not surprising. Zhou Luo froze immediately after hearing this. Low-level secret realm? It had never occurred to him that there were even grades between this secret realm. It was no wonder that since the opening of the Sickness Change era, secret realms had appeared frequently in various places within the Grand Xia, but to say that the ones with the greatest chances were only the ones that he had participated in. Moreover, the greatest chance within these several secret realms is actually left by Ghost Valley and Ancestral Dragon. This enlightenment tea is what I obtained from an advanced secret realm. Ghost Valley Z smiled and continued, everywhere in the advanced secret realm are treasures, and the enlightenment tea is only a small part of it. But since an advanced secret realm exists, why have I never seen it during this period of time? Zhou Luo asked suspiciously. Because it's not yet time for them to open. Ghost Valley Z gently stroked his long beard and slowly said, the appearance of advanced secret realms requires aura to be triggered, and now that the aura that has been cut off for 2,000 years has just been restored, if you want advanced secret realms to appear, you still need to wait for a while. I see. A flash of realization flashed across Zhou Luo's eyes. But well, I do have a method that can invoke the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in advance, allowing the advanced secret realm to appear in advance. Ghost Valley said carelessly. What method? Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. The enlightenment tea, being a small portion of the chance in the advanced mysterious realm, was able to bring him such a great enhancement. If he could make the advanced secret realm appear earlier, he would be able to raise his strength as much as possible before the forces from beyond the heavens descended. This secret method can only be performed by me, it depends on whether or not you are willing. Ghost Valley said. Could there be side effects? Zhou Luo was puzzled. This secret method will consume the energy of the Jedi Heavenly Passage, causing the Jedi Heavenly Passage to fail prematurely. Ghost Valley Z looked at Zhou Luo and slowly said, originally, the Jedi Heavenly Passage should completely expire after 3 months, but if this secret method is used, it will be advanced to 1 month. At that time, the wand drains will no longer be restricted and can enter and exit the blue star at will. In exchange, there will be at least 3 advanced secret realms appearing within this month. At those words, Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and after calculating the gains and losses in his mind, he continued, please ask Mr. Gigo to make a move to make the advanced secret realms appear earlier. Are you sure you want to do that? Ghost Valley looked at him, his gaze turning serious. The late generation has the confidence to answer the battle against the wannabe drainer in January. Zhou Luo's tone was firm. He had thought about it. With his 9 ghosts' chaotic body, in a month's time, along with the resources in the advanced mysterious realm, he was confident that he would be able to reach the broken realm. This was still only a conservative estimate. At that time, he would have the strength to be able to deal with this group of extra heavenly forces head-on. If he just relied on the low-level secret realm, it was hard to say whether he would have the spiritual treasures that forged his foundation even if he broke the 5 shackles. Good, this boldness of yours, even if you were placed in Great Qin, you would still be a first-class brave general. Ghost Valley nodded appreciatively. But I can remind you, most of these advanced secret realms are triggered by that Huanyu Supreme Treasure, and what's inside, even the Huanyuan drains are hot for it. When the advanced secret realm opens, they will definitely come to compete with you, so you can be careful. Ghost Valley reminded. I will pay attention. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. Then it will be as you wish. Before Ghost Valley Z's words fell, Zhou Luo then realized that the scene in front of him gradually became illusory. In the blink of an eye, the stone table and chairs in front of him, as well as the surrounding stone houses had all disappeared. It was like having an unreal dream. Hee, big brother, when did you come out? The heavenly frost thundercloud guarding the outside of the stone house was a little shocked at the moment. He had only glanced elsewhere just now, and in the turn of his head, Zhou Luo had already arrived by his side. It was simply like a ghost. Zhou Luo just wanted to speak. In the next instant, it was as if heaven and earth had been invoked by something. A majestic aura instantly filled the entire blue star. What is this? Skyfrost Thunderhawk froze, his face shocked as he felt the aura in the heavens and earth that was several times denser than before. Zhou Luo, on the other hand, gazed into the distance. The direction of the South Pole continent was even faintly lit up with a blinding dark red light at this moment. Just by glancing at it from afar, Zhou Luo found it difficult to calm his mood. Advanced Secret Realm. A flash of excitement flashed across Zhou Luo's face. With such a vision, he couldn't think of any other possibility other than the advanced secret realm that Ghost Valley Z had mentioned. The speed at which advanced secret realms appear is even faster than I imagined. It seems that I can enter the secret realm and explore it before the effect of the Jedi Heavenly Passage diminishes. Zhou Luo had some expectations. This first advanced secret realm could very well be the key to breaking his second shackle. It was even possible that an extremely high-grade spiritual treasure that was comparable to the Kunlun dragon vein would be found inside for forging the foundation. These things, however, could not be given by a low-level secret realm. Little Harvest, let's go and check out the situation. Zhou Luo gave an order. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde then transformed into its beast form and carried Zhou Luo towards the direction of the South Pole continent. At the same time, above the South Pole continent, a huge dark red spatial crack was hanging high above the glacier. Demoto, Yuhong, and Lucid stood above a glacier, looking up at the dark red crack. This is a high-level secret realm caused by the Huan Yu Supreme Treasure. Demoto looked at the dark red crack with some excitement in his expression. I had heard that because of the Huan Yu Supreme Treasure, some secret realms harboring great opportunities would appear inside the blue star from time to time, and when I saw it today, it was indeed so. A touch of fire was also present in the gazes of Yuhang and Lucid as the two of them looked towards the dark red crack. However, very quickly, Demoto suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the duo and said, with such a secret realm appearing, that extremely powerful native of Blue Star will definitely come over to have a look as well. Let's retreat first. Retreat to the distance, wait for the secret realm to completely open, and after he enters, then we'll follow behind and wait for an opportunity to move. 118. The Blood Sea Secret Realm. Exponentially more opportunities. It took less than half an hour. Zhou Luo had already arrived with the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk in the sky above the South Pole continent. Looking at the dark red crack in the distant sky, Zhou Luo's heart couldn't help but surge with anticipation. Big brother, this high-level secret realm, it's completely different from the previous low-level secret realm. This time, I surprisingly didn't feel that force from within that blocked our beast race from entering. Skyfrost Thunderhawk looked at the dark red crack, his face filled with puzzlement. Oh? In that case, waiting for this advanced mysterious realm to open, you will be able to enter with me as well? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow and said. If that force doesn't appear after the secret realm opens, then I should be able to enter with you, big brother. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest nodded. Zhou Luo couldn't help but have a flash of thought in his eyes when he heard this. If the force that Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk had spoken of really had not appeared, then it was very likely that in the previous few times in the secret realm, that force was also left behind by the first Emperor and Mr. Ghost Valley duo. It was highly likely that it was for the purpose of letting the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and other supreme treasures fall into the hands of the great Xia people. After all, that node, if the Beast King could also enter the secret realm, then humans could basically stop playing. Let's find a place to wait first. Zhou Luo slowly landed on top of the glacier with the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest. He released his divine sense out, and after scanning around the area, he did not find the presence of other people. Afterwards, Zhou Luo silently withdrew his divine sense and waited for the moment when the advanced mysterious realm opened. And at the same time, a full hundreds of miles away from the dark red crack, the three of them, Demoto, were hidden on top of a glacier. That native is here. Yuhong had aura floating around his eyes at this time, and a golden light flickered in his pupils, causing his vision to be enhanced, enabling him to view the scene 1,000 miles away. The arrival of Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk naturally fell in his eyes as well. Have you seen clearly? What strength? Dermidol and Lucid on the side asked. First Dao of the Yoke Realm, with a foreign beast of the same realm beside him. Yuhong continued after some careful observation. There's even a Yoke Realm foreign beast that's his companion? What a surprise! A flash of hostility flashed across Demoto's face as he heard this. The descent of the Fey Beast clan to Blue Star was their Lotus Sex handiwork. This was with the intention of letting the Fey Beast race explore the path first and stir up the environment of Blue Star, but who would have thought that there would be a Beast King submitting to the Blue Star natives? But who would have thought that a Beast King would submit to the natives of the Blue Planet? What a miscalculation. Two Shackle Realm warriors, it's a bit troublesome. Lucid, on the other hand, looked grave. They were currently suppressed by the Jedi Heavenly Passage, and their strength was only half of their original strength. If they met Zhou Luo and the Skyfrost Thunderhawk head-on, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. There's no harm, we'll wait for an opportunity when we enter the secret realm. The enemy is in the light and I am in the dark, not to mention that there are three of us. Would we be unable to defeat him, a Blue Star native? Demoto snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. As a top-notch powerhouse who had broken through the four shackles, he had since looked down from the bottom of his heart on a Blue Star native like Zhou Luo who had only broken open one yoke. Although his realm was suppressed, he had quite a few means. In a head-on encounter, it didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't fight. Lucid and Yuhong heard this and did not refute it. Their thoughts were not much different from Demoto's. A few moments later, The dark red crack in the sky above the glacier had widened, until the sound of a thunderous explosion came from the crack. The next instant, the huge dark red cracks suddenly unfolded, revealing a dull, lightless, black hole-like entrance. It's about time. Underneath the crack, Zhou Luo's complexion immediately perked up when he saw the situation, and he directly rose up in the air. Little harvest, follow. Yes. The heavenly frost thunderhawk also quickly spread its wings and followed Zhou Luo into the range of the crack. In the distance, when Demoto and the others saw the scene, they also moved. The three of them drilled into the rift at an extremely fast speed. Within an endless dark red sea, the two of them, Zhou Luo and the heavenly frost thunder harvest, landed on top of a small island. The small island was small in size, only about tens of square kilometers, compared to the endless dark red sea around them. This island appeared to be full of life. However, what grew in it were plants that Zhou Luo had not seen before on the blue star, in strange shapes. Big brother, the scent of so many heavenly treasures. As soon as Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk landed on the ground, he started sniffing with his nose. After a long time, a flash of excitement appeared on his face and he hurriedly said to Zhou Luo, "How many?" Zhou Luo couldn't help but brighten his eyes as well. "A lot, at least. Least a dozen." The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest felt it carefully. Worthy of being an advanced secret realm. Zhou Luo sighed in his heart. One must know that there weren't many exotic fruits that could reach the level of a heavenly material treasure on the blue planet. Just the appearance of one would already be extremely rare. But now, there were more than a dozen of them on a single island in the middle of this advanced mysterious realm. It completely crushed the few low-grade secret realms that had appeared before. Moreover, as he observed this dark red sea, there was not just this island under their feet. On top of the other islands, there might also be opportunities equal to it. Or even more. Go, take me to pluck it off. Without saying a word, Zhou Luo immediately urged the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest to move. The latter also immediately began to move upon hearing this. At the same time, on top of another sea island that was more than 300 miles away from the island where Zhou Luo and his duo were, the three Darmadors landed here at the same time. As soon as the three of them landed, they realized that there were quite a lot of opportunities on this island. However, they did not choose to go and pick them first. Instead, they asked Yu Hong to quickly open his golden light eyes to find Zhou Luo's location. Yu Hong pinched a spell with one hand, and his eyes were gradually wrapped in aura, and a golden light appeared between his pupils. The gaze, which was sufficiently capable of penetrating 1,000 miles, quickly skimmed over one of the surrounding islands. Eventually, it stopped at one of the islands. Found it. Yu Hong looked at a not-so-small island in the distance and slowly said. In the middle of his gaze, Zhou Luo was under a dark red spirit vine with the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, picking the heavenly treasures on it. Is there a chance? Dermadal could not see Zhou Luo and could only follow Yu Hong's gaze towards the distance, asking tentatively. Yu Hong did not answer directly, but after sweeping his gaze around the island for a week, a flash of color suddenly flashed in his eyes. Only to see a dark red depression. There was a strange-looking beast of unknown race that was creeping in it. Moreover, this beast's strength realm was not low, and it had already broken through the first shackle. What a heavenly opportunity! Yu Hong's tone was filled with excitement. He turned his head to look at Demoto and Lucat on the side. I found a foreign beast of the Yoke realm on that native's island, and if nothing goes wrong, that native will definitely want to fight with it. Let's secretly sneak into the island first, and when they are fighting fiercely, then sneak attack in the dark. This native will definitely not be able to react. This is a good opportunity, don't miss it. What do you two think? Sniffing. A flash of cruelty could not help but flash through the eyes of Dermadal and Lucat at the same time. This is very good. Before the words fell, the three of them then concealed their breath and quickly flew towards the island where Zhou Luo was. 119. Killing Fey Beasts. Core Area Guidance. After searching the island for a while, Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest duo had already picked almost all of the heavenly treasures on the entire island. Under a careful count, there were 13 of them. All of them are top-tier heavenly materials on the blue star. Zhou Luo couldn't help but see a flash of delight in his eyes as he looked at the harvest during this period of time. The decision to choose to open the advanced mysterious realm early was indeed correct. Just this one island had allowed him to harvest quite a lot. Not to mention that he could see the shadows of quite a few islands in this boundless dark red blood sea. If they were all scavenged, I'm afraid that the resources inside would be enough to break his second shackle. Big brother, I smell the scent of a kindred spirit. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's nostrils slightly shrugged, and then his gaze turned to a depression on the island. No, not only the same kind, there is also a peculiar flavor that does not belong to the heavenly materials, but I'm afraid it's even more precious. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk's complexion became slightly excited. Zhou Luo sniffed and also raised his spirits. Go over and take a look. The duo whirled around and immediately headed towards the depression. After traveling for a few moments, the first thing that caught their eyes were several dark red pools of varying sizes. Near the largest of these swamp pools, there was a crocodile-like beast lying prostrate. The aura of its kind that I sensed, that's it. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk stopped and looked at the foreign beast and said, "A foreign beast of the Yoke Realm, not much of a problem." Zhou Luo already had a number in his heart after observing it. Immediately afterward, he looked at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde again. "Where is that treasure you mentioned?" "In its stomach, it was swallowed by it." Skyfrost Thunderhawk pointed at the location of that foreign beast. "Big brother, you and I will combine our efforts to kill it and then take out that treasure." "No need." The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, and he had already taken a step forward. "It's just a Shackle Realm Fey beast, I'm good enough on my own. You stay where you are and help me keep an eye on the surroundings, lest there are other Fey beasts coming to sneak in." The words had yet to fall. Zhou Luo had already walked towards the direction of that foreign beast. Yes. The Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk also perked up, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The moment he stepped into the range of the swamp pool, that giant crocodile then awoke from its slumber, its scale-covered eyelids raised, and two yellow eyes like snake pupils looked at Zhou Luo with a fierce light erupting. The next instant, the giant crocodile's four limbs steeply exerted force, directly drilling into the swamp pool, looking out of sight. Ran away? Zhou Luo frowned, his eyes quickly traveling around. At this time, the swamp under his feet suddenly flashed with a black shadow, and a bloody mouth instantly drilled out from it. The giant crocodile was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, it was about to swallow Zhou Luo into his mouth. Good timing. Seeing this, Zhou Luo's face did not show a trace of fear, but flashed with a flash of excitement. He was afraid that this giant crocodile would not come out after drilling into the swamp pool, and then he would have to make a lot of effort to find it. Boom! Zhou Luo's aura erupted steeply, his right hand lifted up, and a majestic cold current roared out directly from his palm, surging towards the giant crocodile's bloody mouth. Roar! The giant crocodile's bloody mouth was frostbitten by this cold stream that carried a bone-chilling chill, emitting a mournful cry. It quickly retreated, wanting to burrow back under the swamp. Still want to run? However, Zhou Luo did not intend to give him a second chance. The cold current bypassed the giant crocodile's body and directly slapped on top of the swamp pool underneath its feet, and the entire pool instantly turned into a sheet of solid ice. Bang! The huge body of the giant crocodile directly impacted on top of the solid ice and did not manage to penetrate through the ice, being firmly blocked on the outside. Boom! Seeing that its retreat was blocked, the giant crocodile's eyes couldn't help but flash through a flash of vicious color. Immediately after, a blood-colored mist directly erupted around it, covering the entire depression. And its figure was gradually hidden in the mist. Trying to sneak attack with a blindfold? Sorry, you've got the wrong person. Seeing this, Zhou Luo just sneered. The next moment, between his eyes, a greenish-golden divine halo erupted. Dharma Pupil Speech Spirit. This talent that evolved from the Nine Sepulchre Chaos body was capable of surveying all illusions. The blood mist cast out by a mere Shackle Realm foreign beast was simply not enough to look at. Found you. After opening his Dharma Pupil Speech Spirit, Zhou Luo locked onto the direction of the giant crocodile in a moment. Immediately afterward, a towering Tarzan silhouette emerged behind Zhou Luo, and he threw a punch in the direction of the giant crocodile. The towering Tarzan immediately crushed towards the giant crocodile. The monstrous power locked it. The giant crocodile only felt its body shaking like a sieve, and a flash of fear flashed between its pupils. Boom! Click click click. With a sound of bones cracking, countless bone joints within the giant crocodile's body shattered under the pressure of the Tarzan shadow. Zhou Luo once again urged his entire body's aura, adding to the Tarzan shadow. The giant crocodile gradually couldn't withstand it, and blood spilled out from between its skin, until finally, all of its internal organs were ruptured, its eyes bulged out, and it died of bloodshed. In the entire process, Zhou Luo had only made 3 moves. A foreign beast of the Yoke Realm was crushed to death without any resistance. My strength, it's getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the corpse of the giant crocodile at his feet, Zhou Luo clenched his fist in the void, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With the Kunlun Dragon Vein as his first foundation, his strength was already beyond the range of the first shackle. Now, he had also drank the Enlightenment Tea at Ghost Valley Z's place, and had broken through the 7th level of the Woyue Sutra. His strength had reached a very terrifying point. I'm afraid that even against a strong person who had broken the second yoke and forged his roots, he would be able to remain undefeated. This is not enough. Zhou Luo lowered his arm and silently shook his head. His goal could be more than just this. The Brahma Lotus sect and other forces were eyeing him at the moment, and in a little while, the enemies he would have to face could all be Shackle Realm powerhouses. Breaking through the first and second yoke was estimated to be just a family affair. There was even no shortage of top-tier powerhouses who had broken through the third, and even the fourth and fifth paths. If he didn't hurry to raise his strength, he could only be slaughtered in the future. The time left for him was still too little. Less than a few months of growth time was going to make him face monsters that had lived for an unknown number of years. The fog gradually dispersed. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest had also come to Zhou Luo's side at this moment. Big brother, I smelled it, that treasure is inside this guy's stomach, I'll take it out for you. Heavenly Frost Thunderclap stepped forward and unraveled the corpse of the giant crocodile, and immediately took out a blood-red jade tablet from the belly. What is this? Taking the jade token from the hands of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, Zhou Luo gazed at it, a touch of doubt appearing in his eyes. However, he soon sensed an aura from the jade token. This aura seemed to be guiding him towards the depths of the Blood Sea. That's... Zhou Luo stood in the air, his gaze following the guiding direction. In the depths of the Blood Sea, a solitary island that was several times larger than this island under his feet was floating in it. The area of this solitary island was larger than all the surrounding islands. Could it be that there is the core location of this advanced mysterious realm? Zhou Luo's eyes lit up. 120. Absolute spiritual treasure. Misty Sea Blood Phoenix. After discovering this guidance, Zhou Luo did not hesitate and decisively brought the Skyfrost Thunderhawk towards that huge isolated island. And just the moment they left the island, it was only at this moment that Demoto, Yu Hong, and the three of them, Lucid, slowly stepped out from the shadows. The strength of this native is far beyond our imagination. Yu Heng's eyes gazed at the direction where Zhou Luo had left, his face grave. The scene of Zhou Luo's battle with the giant crocodile just now, even though it was covered by the blood mist, it still couldn't escape his golden light eyes. Within 3 moves, a Yoke Realm Fey beast had fallen. Looking at Zhou Luo's state, there wasn't even the slightest bit of loss. Killing this giant crocodile was as easy for him as it was for him. If it wasn't for the golden light eyes surveying Zhou Luo's realm, which was indeed at the first path of the shackle realm, Yu Heng would have to wonder if he was a strong person who had broken the 3rd, or even the 4th, shackle. There are a lot of resources in this secret realm, and now that he's gone to that center island, why don't we just gather some resources around and leave the secret realm, waiting for the army to come to Blue Star for support? Lucid's face didn't look too good either, and his tone became very grave. In his opinion, this was the best method. Now that they were suppressed by the Jedi Heavenly Passage, the 3 of them were afraid that their combined strength was only at the first path of the Yoke Realm. If they were to meet such a terrifying Zhou Luo head-on, they would definitely not be able to do well. I agree. Yu Hong nodded, he felt that Lucid's proposal was good. However, Dermidol's eyes were staring at Zhou Luo's departing direction, and only after a long time did he slowly say, "Didn't you guys see it just now, the aura emanating from that jade tablet? Therein is clearly the aura of a supreme spiritual treasure. The greatest chance of this secret realm is feared to be on top of that island." These words came out. Yu Hong and Lucid's breathing instantly became rapid. An absolute spiritual treasure. Treasures of this level were not something that could be encountered at any time. Even figures such as Qingdianzi, Garrosh, and Maxim would have difficulty in seeking out an absolute spiritual treasure. Among the 3 major powers, those who could use an absolute spiritual treasure to forge a foundation could not even be found in a handful. Are you willing to let go of this opportunity just like that? After Dermidol finished speaking, his extremely aggressive gaze was directed at the duo. If Yu Hong and Lucid still refused, then he would also go to that island alone and fight with Zhou Luo. Of course not. Yu Hong took a deep breath and said slowly after calming the excitement in his heart. A supreme spiritual treasure, how could a mere Blue Star native deserve it? The caution in Lucid's eyes at the beginning was no longer there, instead they were filled with desire. In that case, let's not waste any more time here. Demoto licked his lips. A supreme spiritual treasure is not something that can be taken so easily, and above that island, there is definitely a great terror guarding it. It's best if we can directly behead Zhou Luo and we reap the benefits. There's no time to lose, let's set off. The words fell. The 3 of them then headed towards that central island in unison. After stepping on top of that center island, the jade tablet in Zhou Luo's arms then suddenly became hot. The surrounding huge sea of blood, as if it had boiled, actually vaporized a sky of blood mist. The entire Blood Sea mysterious realm had its sight blocked. Deep, big brother, there is an extremely strong aura on this island. The tone of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was a bit ominous. He looked towards the depths of the blood mist and a flash of gravity flashed in his eyes. How can we be afraid when we're all the way here? Zhou Luo wasn't panicked in the slightest. However, to be on the safe side, he still offered the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc ahead of time. Go in and take a look. With the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest in tow, Zhou Luo followed the Jade Plate's guidance and gradually went deeper into the island. After traveling for a while, a huge altar gradually appeared in the eyes of the duo. This is... After stepping into the confines of the altar, the blood-colored jade token in Zhou Luo's arms rose directly into the air as if it had heard the call. In the next instant, a streak of blood-colored streams of light escaped from the jade tablet and converged in the array of patterns on the altar. The mysterious patterns that covered almost the entire altar suddenly took on color at this moment, turning blood red. For a moment, the blood fog that covered the entire Blood Sea mysterious realm actually began to gather towards the altar at an extremely fast speed. The sea of fog churned over the altar, in which thunderous sounds resounded continuously, and a moment later, it actually transformed into a blood phoenix with a blood-red body. Clank! A phoenix cry that resounded through the heavens and earth exploded above the altar. The terrifying strength of the second path of the yoke realm erupted from within the misty sea blood phoenix. The two narrow phoenix eyes looked coldly in the direction where Zhou Luo was. Second Tao of the shackle realm, somewhat interesting. Looking at the misty sea blood phoenix in front of him, fear did not arise in Zhou Luo's eyes. Instead, his battle intent surged. Clang! A crisp sword sound rang out. The Taya sword at his waist had already been pulled out by Zhou Luo. The cold blade of the sword flashed through a cold aura, and the black and gold dragon pattern on the sword body even lit up at this moment. It was as if it was responding to the raging battle intent in Zhou Luo's heart. Come on, today, let me see just how strong the second path of the shackle realm is. Zhou Luo's sword blade flipped. A sword light that was as cold and white as a sea of clouds then directly chopped towards the blood phoenix. It was crashing. Facing this sword light, the blood phoenix did not show any weakness, and immediately unfolded its wings, and countless blood rain like feathers shot skyward towards Zhou Luo. Every single feather was mixed with the strength of the second path of the shackle realm, and the taboo realm would fall on the spot if they touched it. Phew! The sword light clashed with the rain of blood, cutting down countless feathers. However, there were still fish that missed the net, shooting violently in Zhou Luo's direction. Big brother, I'll help you. Without waiting for Zhou Luo to strike, the heavenly frost thunder harvest then rose up in the air first. A heavenly frost chi erupted from his body and surged towards the incoming blood rain feathers. Pouncing, pouncing, pouncing. Any feather that touched this heavenly frost chi was instantly frozen into ice crystals and crashed to the ground. The heavenly frost thunderhawk that had broken through the shackle realm had also long since risen in strength. Good, it's up to you and I, the two brothers, to meet this misty sea blood phoenix together. Zhou Luo laughed loudly, and his entire body shot towards the blood phoenix's location like a sharp sword. Before and after arriving at the blood phoenix's body, Zhou Luo's aura exploded in an instant, and a crimson lava and a frost-covered ice river appeared around the blood phoenix. The earth fire essence spirit and 10,000 years cold marrow came out in unison, the two forces that should clearly be mutually exclusive. At this moment, they even blended together, wrapping the entire body of the blood phoenix. Roar! A dragon's roar also resounded throughout the entire sky at this moment. A true dragon silhouette emerged behind Zhou Luo, and the Taya sword in his hand chopped out a golden light, transforming into the shape of a dragon as it pranced towards the blood phoenix. 3 attacks, all striking at the same time. The blood phoenix, who was caught off guard, was hit one after another. Nico Nico! A mournful sound rang out. After the cold marrow and earth fire smashed the blood phoenix to the ground, the sword light from the Taya sword left a sword mark on top of its body without any surprise. For a time, phoenix blood filled the sky. But the good times didn't last long. The blood that was scattered around the area, after a few moments, turned back into blood mist and was absorbed by the blood phoenix. The blood phoenix spread its wings and soared in the sky again. Its long and narrow phoenix eyes also gradually turned blood-colored. An even stronger aura than just now escaped from its body. This is the third path of the shackle realm? Zhou Luo's pupils shrank. 121. Beheading the blood phoenix. The misty sea blood phoenix, nirvana with blood. Looking at the blood phoenix in front of him that emitted the aura of the third path of the shackle realm, Zhou Luo only felt that it was a little tricky. However, the good news was that although the misty sea blood phoenix had temporarily raised its realm to the third Tao of the shackle realm, its roots had not been perfected. This led to the fact that its strength was still that much worse compared to the true third path of the yoke realm. Nico Nico! A crisp phoenix call broke Zhou Luo's thoughts. Only to see the misty sea blood phoenix unfold its wings, the thousands of feathers on its body instantly flew out, transforming from the feathery form into a roiling blood mist that directly wrapped the entire altar. For a moment, Zhou Luo and the heavenly frost thunderhawk, who were in the range of the blood mist, only felt that the vision in front of their eyes had greatly diminished, and they were only left with a distance of 1 meter. Dharma pupil, open. Fortunately, Zhou Luo had the pupil of exploring all laws, and after opening it, his vision instantly cleared up and recovered quite a bit. Big brother, I can't see. The heavenly frost thunder harvest on the side didn't have such a skill. Instantly both eyes went black, even Zhou Luo's position was indistinguishable from where it was. Don't panic, I can see you, listen to my command. Zhou Luo opened his mouth, slightly stabilizing the heavenly frost thunderhawk's mind. The words had yet to fall. A pair of phoenix eyes that flashed with a scarlet halo appeared in Zhou Luo's line of sight. The misty sea blood phoenix was hidden in the blood mist, and with a speed as fast as lightning, it transformed into a bloody stream of light and attacked towards the heavenly frost lightning harvest. This strike contained the terrifying strength of the third Tao of the yoke realm. It was able to easily pierce through a person in the first Tao of the shackle realm. Lotus! An ear-piercing whistling sound pierced through the dark and blood-stained fog. The Skyfrost Thunder Harvest was alert. He could feel a powerful aura approaching, but how close it was, where it was located, he couldn't figure it out. A near-death fear involuntarily surfaced in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of gold and iron clashing exploded in his ears. The entire body of the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk was shaken with fear, and his eyes that were so tense that they were covered in blood instantly followed the sound. "Don't be afraid, it's me." Zhou Luo's voice came from the front. Only to see that in front of himself, Zhou Luo was holding the Taiya sword, the blade of which was stopping before the phoenix peck of the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix. The powerful force of the third path of the Shackle Realm caused the Taiya sword to tremble slightly. Zhou Luo also felt his hands slightly numb. However, his hand holding the sword remained as steady as Mount Taishan, while his mouth bellowed, "It's right in front of me, get on it." Boom! Before the words fell, a monstrous heavenly frost cold chi erupted around the heavenly frost thunder horde, forming a waterfall of rewinding cold streams that poured towards the Blood Phoenix's position. Seeing this, the Blood Phoenix wanted to retreat and dodge, but Zhou Luo did not give it the slightest chance. The shadow of Mount Tai erupted behind him, directly suppressing the top of the Blood Phoenix's head, and the powerful force caused the Blood Phoenix's speed of movement to instantly slow down. Rumble! A cold waterfall landed precisely on top of the Blood Phoenix's head. The power of the cold and piercing cold tide almost froze the body of the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix. Nico Nico! It couldn't help but let out a wail. Well done! Seeing this, Zhou Luo couldn't help but look pleased. This was a good opportunity. As soon as the thought flashed by, the Taiya sword in his hand was already swung out. A strike of sword light mixed with dragon might once again chopped at the chest of the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix. But the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix, which had been hit by the Heavenly Frost Chi, did not have the slightest resistance against this sword light. In an instant, the sword light cut through and Phoenix blood gushed out. The breath of the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix instantly became withered. The corner of Zhou Luo's mouth slightly hooked up, and he was about to wield his next sword to end it all, when suddenly, the eyes of the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix suddenly flashed with a flash of red light. With a double wing strike, the Blood Phoenix shot up into the sky, and the blood-colored mist that permeated the surroundings reappeared as 10,000 feathered wings. Clank! A phoenix cry broke through the clouds and resounded throughout the entire Blood Sea mysterious realm. The next moment, the thousands of blood-colored feathers around them actually directly transformed into a blood-colored storm, closing in towards Zhou Luo and Skyfrost Thunderhawk's position. "Not good, little Housie, quickly come over." Zhou Luo's complexion condensed, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc behind his head immediately erupted with red-orange light, and the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation instantly unfolded. Click click click. Thousands of feathers were like sharp blades, constantly striking on top of the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Each feather was like the full force of a peak taboo realm powerhouse. The energy of the 8 trigrams heaven diffracting formation was gradually weakening. Block them all. Zhou Luo's expression was stern. The aura in his body poured out, sinking into the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc and urging it with all his might. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out as the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation was once again strengthened. The storm of sharp blades composed of blood-colored feathers was still spinning. It wasn't until it lasted for about half an hour that the monstrous feather storm gradually dissipated. Countless tattered blood-colored feathers fell almost all over the entire altar. The Misty Sea Blood Phoenix's aura also minimized at this moment. It's not going to be able to hold on much longer. Zhou Luo's heart stirred. The instant the storm of feathers dissipated, he directly rushed out of the range of the 8 trigrams diffractive heaven formation and slashed his sword at the Blood Phoenix. But this time, after the Blood Phoenix was chopped down by the sword light, it no longer had its previous divine splendor. Its scarlet phoenix eyes gradually became dim. Until the light dissipated, the blood-colored feathers on the ground suddenly turned into a stream of blood-colored light that converged into its body. And the body of the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix directly escaped into the original blood mist in front of Zhou Luo. But soon, the blood mist recondensed towards a point. Eventually, a palm-sized, scarlet-colored chalcedony appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes. An extremely pure spiritual treasure aura escaped from the chalcedony. This is a extreme-grade spiritual treasure? Zhou Luo's pupils suddenly shrunk. The aura of this blood-colored chalcedony was the same as the Kunlun dragon vein. The two were definitely spiritual treasures of the same level. Advanced secret realm, worthy of being an advanced secret realm. It's truly heaven helping me. Zhou Luo's complexion was filled with excitement. The amount of heavenly treasures in this Blood Sea mystic realm was already enough to allow him to break the second shackle. He was worried about what to use to forge the second root after breaking the second yoke. As a result, this blood-colored chalcedony was found for him. The decision to let the advanced mysteries come out in advance was just too right. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and pressed down the excitement in his heart, reaching out to pocket the blood-colored chalcedony. But right at this moment, 3 majestic auras suddenly erupted from the surroundings. "Let go of me. You don't deserve to possess such a supreme treasure." A furious cry rang out. The 3 figures led by Demoto appeared in front of Zhou Luo at the same time. The moment they shot violently towards the blood-colored chalcedony, the 3 of them reached out at the same time, wanting to snatch the chalcedony away. But their speed was still too slow. Zhou Luo had the advantage of distance and had already taken the Scarlet Chalcedony into his arms before they arrived. The three of you, are you people from beyond the heavens? After storing the Scarlet Chalcedony away, Zhou Luo's figure stormed back hundreds of meters to the outside of the altar, his gaze coldly looking at the three. 122. Intense battle. The dress and aura of the three Darmadors were very similar to Zhou Luo's impression of the Luofu Temple, the Brahma Lotus sect, and the Heavenly Ashes Crusaders. With a single glance, Zhou Luo could tell who they were. A mere native, how can you be worthy of holding a supreme spiritual treasure? Hand that over. Having failed to seize the Scarlet Chalcedony, Dermidal's eyes instantly turned violent as he said in a cold voice to Zhou Luo. Yu Hong and Lucid, who were on the side, also stared at Zhou Luo with a face of anger, while at the same time, there was a touch of extreme greed hidden in the bottom of both of their eyes. Just now, the moment that blood-colored Chalcedony appeared, the three of them recognized its grade. It was definitely the very best amongst the spiritual treasures, ranking amongst the absolute spiritual treasures. Even if Garrosh and the others were to arrive in person, they would have to be red-eyed at this moment. Between the universes, high-grade spiritual treasures were already hard to find. How many Shackle Realm powerhouses, after breaking their shackles, had poured out everything they had in order to seek out a spiritual treasure? Not to mention, a supreme spiritual treasure like the Scarlet Chalcedony. Placed in the deep space of the universe, it could definitely cause a bloody storm. Want it? Then come and get it with strength. Zhou Luo sneered, while observing the strength of the three. Without exception, they were all strong at the Yoke Realm level. Although with the suppression of the Jedi Heavenly Passage, it was not possible to see how many shackles the three had broken, Zhou Luo was able to realize that the one with the strongest aura among them was the leader, Dermidal. Now the effect of the Jedi Heavenly Passage was weakening. Although the strength of the three had not truly reached the original, they were not far from the Shackle Realm. Both of you, he just fought with that Blood Phoenix, at this moment, his body's aura is definitely deficient, kill him and that supreme treasure will be ours. Damoto stared coldly at Zhou Luo, but was talking to Yu Hong and Lucid. That's how it is. Yu Hong nodded slightly, and at some point, a long-handled battle sword had appeared in his hand, standing at his side. Lucid did not speak, but the pitch-black colored flames that gradually surfaced above his arms already indicated his attitude. Seeing this, Zhou Luo could not help but have a flash of gravity under his eyes. If he had met these three people before beheading the Blood Phoenix, then he would have been able to kill all three of them with just a casual strike. But now, he had just fought a battle with the Misty Sea Blood Phoenix. The aura in his body had already been depleted quite a bit. Even though his recovery speed was extremely fast, he needed more or less time. The key to delaying time, the 9 Yang 8 trigrams disc, was also consumed in that battle just now. An opportunity is needed. Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the surroundings. The Jade Pure Glazed bottle, this innate treasure, hadn't been used since the last time he faced off against the Jade True Jade vegetable duo on the Immortal Island. Now, a full 5 drops of glazed holy water had been accumulated in the bottle. With 5 drops of glazed sacred water, it was already enough to kill the three of them. However, the key was that the glazed sacred water had to be taken by surprise in order to maximize its effect. If it was offered directly, and the three people were on guard, the effect would drop quite a bit. It seemed to have sensed Zhou Luo's thoughts. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest on the side, suddenly blocked in front of Zhou Luo. If you want to rob my big brother's treasure, first pass me. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde unfolded its wings, and the Heavenly Frost Chi surfaced around its body, and the entire altar was filled with a cold aura. A beast race, my Lotus sect went to great lengths to send you to this planet to allow you to seize this planet's resources. But you even recognized a native as your master, it's really a disgrace to your beast race. When Damoto saw this scene, a coldness could not help but appear on his face. Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk heard this, but did not feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead he laughed coldly and said, "Your grandfather, I can recognize whoever I want as my master. When did I need you, a dead bald donkey, to recognize me? If you have the ability, you can beat your grandfather me and then blah 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 here." Being scolded by the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk like this. Darmador, who already had anger in his chest, at this moment, a ferocious light erupted from his eyes. Arrogant. He coldly looked at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, killing intent evident in his tone. "Since you're so loyal and protective of your master, then I'll chop off your head today in front of this native, and then skin you." Before the words fell, Dermidal's figure had already shot violently towards the Skyfrost Thunderhawk. "You two, I'll take care of this Shackle Realm beast race, the two of you go ahead and install that native. After I kill this beast race, I'll go back to help you guys." After dropping the 2 words, a Vajra Rohan silhouette emerged behind Dermidal, and 4 illusory arms grew out from his back. His head of red hair also rose up to the sky upside down, living up to the appearance of an angry Vajra. "Good." Yu Hong and Lucid immediately agreed, and the 2 of them came out in unison, instantly stopping in front of Zhou Luo. "With you guys, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me." Zhou Luo's face was ice cold, and the Taya sword in his hand had already begun to faintly tremble, the black and gold dragon pattern on the sword gradually lighting up. Now that he had the Heavenly Frost Thunderbolt to help him hold back one person, the space for that jade pure glazed vase to play out would be much greater. Arrogant to the extreme. Yu Hong couldn't help but coldly laugh at his words. Before the words fell, the long-handled battle sword in his hand had already cut through the air, and the mighty and domineering blade energy was clearly slashing towards Zhou Luo. Luke had also summoned the Heaven's Ember's obscure flame, transforming into a giant sword of black inflammation, slashing down at Zhou Luo's head. Zhou Luo's complexion condensed as he quickly raised his Taiya sword and swung a sword sheet towards Yu Hong. His left hand then slightly flipped. The 9 netherworld's cold tide came out in response to the momentum, stopping in front of Luke. The three of them quickly engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. On the other hand, on the side of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest, the situation was a bit bad. Dermidol transformed into a furious Vajra. Every punch he swung out carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and it seemed as if he could penetrate the void between the whistling shadows of his fists. Although the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was at the Yoke Realm, it had also consumed a lot when it fought with the Blood Phoenix earlier. At this moment, facing up to Dermidol, there was already a hidden momentum of not being able to withstand it. "You little beast, with only this much strength, you dare to speak to me like that?" Darmador's 6 arms continuously blasted forward, the winds of his fists smashing towards the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest like a storm. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest was overwhelmed, but had to concentrate to deal with it. This every fist wind is not small power, where was smashed in one, light as broken, heavy as internal organs rupture, he did not dare to underestimate. A moment later, in the bottom of Demoto's eyes, a flash of impatience flashed. End it there. He lightly drank. The Rohan silhouette behind him instantly turned 100 feet tall, covering the sky. 6 thick arms, igniting a golden flame, simultaneously smashed against the Skyfrost Thunderhawk on the ground. Boom! The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde clenched its teeth and summoned a Heavenly Frost shield in front of its body with all its might, wanting to block this blow. However, after the 6 fist shadows smashed on top of the Skyfrost shield at the same time, the shield directly shattered. The fist shadows fell, directly smashing the ground out of a huge pit more than 10 meters deep, and the Heavenly Frost Thunderhawk that landed in the pit spat out more than blood, its breath wilting. "You little beast, do you regret it?" Derminal sneered, and the 100 feet tall Rohan Shadow extended an arm towards the pit, grabbing the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde. Immediately afterward, a second arm once again grabbed towards the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde's head. "When I say I will remove your head, I will remove it." There was a touch of cruelty in Derminal's tone. "If you want to blame it on the fact that you shouldn't recognize a native as your master, and repent to the Lotus Lord after you enter the abyss." The words had not yet fallen. The Vajra Luohan silhouette was about to strike out to wring off the head of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. But just at this moment, the corner that Dermidol, Yu Hong, and the three of them, Lucid, hadn't even noticed. There were 5 drops of jade liquid that shimmered with 10,000 colors of haze light that had quietly arrived behind Dermidol. 123. Kill the 3. Extracting the spiritual treasure. The moment it was close to touching Darmador, the 5 drops of glazed holy water suddenly changed into 1,000 drops, directly wrapping Dermidol's entire person. It was also at this moment, after Darmador realized that his immediate field of vision was blocked and countless drops of strange water surrounded him, he instantly stopped his outstretched hand towards the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. There was a fluttering sound. Without the influence of external forces, the Skyfrost Thunderhawk had crashed to the ground. "What is this?" Darmador looked at the surrounding glazed holy water, his face extremely gloomy. He could sense that this piece of water droplets around him contained a very terrifying energy. Glazed sacred water, gather. In the distance, Zhou Luo, who was fighting with Yu Hang and Lucid, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest had been saved. The next moment, without hesitation, he pinched his spell, causing the glazed sacred water to gather on one side. Buzz! The millions of scattered drops of glazed holy water all gathered at this moment with Dermidol as the center, flying at high speed. The Vajra Lohan silhouette that emerged next to Darmadhata's body was first corrupted by the glazed holy water. Prickly la prickly la. After a burst of creepy sounding sounds rang out, the 100 feet tall Vajra Luohan silhouette was actually directly eaten dry. "What the hell is this?" Darmador's face was unsightly, and he immediately blasted a fist in one direction, wanting to open a path to escape and leave. But after he blasted out a fist, that piece of glazed holy water, however, as if it had a consciousness of its own, actually flew to the surroundings to escape. When the wind of the fist brushed past, it regrouped again. The next instant, countless pieces of glazed holy water, breaking through the last remnants of the Vajra's shadow, gathered towards Darmadhata's location. Prick la, prick la. A sound of peeling and etching flesh resounded all around. Ah! Darmador's mournful miserable scream also rang out. The moment this miserable scream appeared, the two of them, Yu Hong and Lucid, who were fighting with Zhou Luo, simultaneously had their hearts shaken and looked back. Without looking, they didn't realize. Once they looked, they realized that the originally incomparably strong Dermidol had completely lost his human form. The whole person's appearance was corroded beyond recognition, and where it was serious, the skin and flesh were even completely eliminated, revealing white bones. Originally the powerful aura that was ahead of the two of them. At this moment, it instantly became withered. Even the aura of the taboo realm could not be maintained. It's my turn now, isn't it? Let's see your grandpa harvest come and slaughter you and pull your head off. The Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, who was originally at a disadvantage, had already arrived in front of Dermidol at this moment. A claw probed out, about to grab Dermidol. Stop! This time, it was the duo of Yu Hong and Lucid who became anxious. Only to see Yu Hong shouting, his figure immediately leapt out, wanting to stop the Heavenly Frost Thunder harvest. Lucid also followed closely behind. But as they were trying to move, Zhou Luo, at some point, had already stopped in front of them. To leave before the fight is over, what do you two take me for? A sandbag? Zhou Luo sneered. The Taya sword in his hand swung out a sword light in an instant and chopped at the two of them. Damn it! Yu Heng's face showed a difficult expression as he picked up his long-handled battle sword and tried to fend it off, and Lucid also raised the black flame giant sword in his hand with a black face. Bang! The two of them shot out in unison, blocking the sword light that was swung towards them. At the same time, the Heavenly Frost Thunder Harvest side had also finished brewing. After grasping Dermidol, whose breath was shriveled and almost defenseless, in its claws, the Skyfrost Thundercloud didn't hesitate to use its other hand to remove its head. Having been corroded by the glazed holy water, causing the strength of his body to be greatly reduced, coupled with the fact that his realm had fallen to less than the taboo realm, Dermidol was simply unable to resist. He could only watch in incomparable horror as his field of vision grew taller and taller, finally tending towards darkness. One of the Lotus Sect's 12 protectors, Dermidol, who had broken the fourth yoke, fell. When Yu Heng and Lucid saw this, a flash of despair gradually flashed across their eyes as well. The two of them had already felt a bit overwhelmed when they faced Zhou Luo. All of them had managed to hold out until now with the thought that Demoto would come to help after swiftly resolving the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. But now, the Dermidol they had been thinking about had already been killed. Very ridiculous, said to remove the head of the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde, but at this moment was instead removed from the head. Dead cannot be dead again. Once Damajuo died, their end, in fact, was already doomed. Next, it's your turn. The corners of Zhou Luo's mouth hooked up slightly, his tone as if he was a stern ghost locking up souls in the nine hells. The two of them, Yu Hong and Lucid, heard this and their faces became unsightly. Sobering. The two of them shot out in unison to make a last-ditch effort. However, in front of Zhou Luo, there was not the slightest threat. Without having to be distracted to manipulate the glazed sacred water, Zhou Luo was completely liberated. With a few swords, he ended the lives of the duo. Little Hao Zi, well done. Zhou Luo sheathed the Taya sword and said with a smile as he looked at the Heavenly Frost Thunder Horde at the side. He, big brother, what should we do with these three corpses? There can still be spiritual treasures inside them, why don't I extract them all for him? Skyfrost Thunder Horde scratched his head and said. Extract it, I'll see what they all are. Zhou Luo nodded his head in agreement. Alright. The Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest immediately began to extract all of the root spiritual treasures that remained within the three of them, starting with the Jade Balance. However, the results were a huge disappointment to Zhou Luo and the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. Miscellaneous spiritual treasures, miscellaneous spiritual treasures, miscellaneous spiritual treasures again. Skyfrost Thunderhawk revealed a disappointed expression as he counted the spirit treasures in front of him. The spirit treasures used by the Yu Heng and Lucid duo to forge their roots were all inferior goods. It was very common in the deep space, not even as good as the heavenly green dragon bone gold extracted from Augustus earlier. Only on Demoto's body, among the 4 spiritual treasures extracted, there was a handful of purple pixie iron sand that was quite good, and was on the same level as the sky green dragon bone gold. The effects of the two were also check and balance. The heavenly green dragon bone gold was to enhance the strength of the physical body, while the purple specter iron sand was able to attach the fierce and domineering purple specter chi to the spiritual chi that was exerted. Little Hao Zi, this violet specter iron sand, it's yours. Zhou Luo immediately made his decision, and after he finished speaking, he also took out the heavenly green dragon bone gold along with it. This heavenly green dragon bone gold will also be given to you, as a spiritual treasure for you to cast the first 2 Dao roots. Seeing this, the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest couldn't help but stare blankly, and then a flash of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Big brother, such a good treasure, and it's all given to me? The heavenly green dragon bone gold and violet pixie iron sand, although not as good as the Kunlun dragon vein and scarlet chalcedony, when placed amongst the spiritual treasures, the grade was not considered low. Otherwise, the Dharmador who had broken the 4 shackles would not have only 1 violet pixie iron sand inside the 4 roots he had forged. Spiritual treasures, they were all extremely hard to find existences in the deep space. Take it if I tell you to, what's the point of being polite with me? Zhou Luo blankly glanced at him, then without waiting for him to refuse, he directly and forcefully shoved the heavenly green dragon bone gold into the hands of the Heavenly Frost Lightning Harvest. 124. Breaking the second yoke. The day of descent. Thank you, big brother. The heavenly frost lightning horde was instantly moved beyond measure as he deeply bowed to Zhou Luo. He was well aware of the preciousness of these two spiritual treasures. Ordinary Shackle Realm powerhouses would do anything and everything to find spiritual treasures that forged their foundations. It was evident when people of great power like Yu Hong and Lukat could only use lower-grade spirit treasures to cast their roots. But Big Brother, to give himself these two heavenly green dragon bone gold and violet pixie iron sand, which were described as upper-grade spiritual treasures, without hesitation, showed that he was truly good to himself. Alright, you'll stay here for now and finish forging the first foundation. As for me, I'll go to the other small islands on this sea to wander around and collect and gather all those heavenly materials and treasures in preparation for trying to break through the second yoke. After instructing the heavenly frost lightning harvest, Zhou Luo then left this center island straight away. Previously, on the first island, 13 heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been collected. It was evident that this advanced mysterious realm was rich in resources. Standing in the sky above the center island, looking around a little, Zhou Luo could see no less than 3 islands. Collecting all the resources from these islands would, if nothing else, help him break the second shackle. Seeing Zhou Luo leave, the heavenly frost thunder harvest directly sat down on the ground, taking out the heavenly green dragon bone gold as a spiritual treasure to cast the first foundation. Time passed slowly. When Zhou Luo returned, the heavenly green dragon bone gold had already been refined by the heavenly frost thunder horde. The first foundation firmly completed. The already incomparably strong body of the Beast King was now even more strengthened by the heavenly green dragon bone gold, becoming extremely terrifying. Just by casually stepping out, if he didn't deliberately restrain his strength, he would be able to instantly stomp out a spiderweb like crack in the ground. Worthy of being a top-grade spiritual treasure, the effect is too good. The heavenly frost lightning harvest happily tried bouncing in place a few times, and the entire island began to shake. Stop bouncing, if you do, watch out for the island collapsing. Zhou Luo laughed and scolded, then he began to count up his harvest from this stroll. Ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I've collected 36 of them, and there are also 6 high-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which also have an extremely strong effect on the Shackle Realm. Taking these will be enough for me to break the second yoke. After Zhou Luo took an inventory, he immediately prepared to start refining. Little Hao Zi, help me protect the law. Yes. Skyfrost Thunderhawk answered in a hurry. At the same time, above the deep space, in the middle of the Heaven's Embers Crusader battleship, Lukat, dead. Inside the conference room, Maxim had just received the news and his face was extremely ugly. Yu Hong has also fallen. Qingdianzi's face was equally unsightly, his tone full of murderous aura. Only Garrosh sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed as he tried to feel Dermidol's aura. After a long time, he still couldn't find that trace of life. Darmador, surprisingly, has also fallen. Garrosh violently opened his eyes, his tone filled with shock and disbelief. To say that Yu Hong and Lukat died, he wasn't surprised. After all, these two were both people who had just broken the first yoke. But Damajuo was one of the 12 protectors of their Lotus sect, a strong person who had broken the 4th yoke. Before he left, he had also instructed Dermidol to hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to move. But he didn't expect that in the end, Dermidol still died. The natives on the Blue Star are this powerful? It actually killed 2 of my Lotus sect's disciples one after the other, including a protector. Garrosh immediately got up and slapped his palm on the conference table made of a special alloy, furious. Originally, he still felt that the natives on the Blue Star were not half as threatening. After all, when the Lotus sect invaded the Blue Planet in a big way 2,000 years ago, the strength of the natives of the Blue Planet was felt. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Wrong by a wide margin. I don't know what kind of change had occurred within the Blue Star, but the natives on it were able to kill Tivitai and Dermidol one after the other. Not only that, but they also took care of the people from the Luofu Temple and the Heaven's Embers Crusaders together as well. This strength was really not like the Blue Star whose aura had only been revived not long ago. He almost wondered if there was something wrong with his memory, that there was no such thing as the immortal path being cut off in the Blue Planet, and that the aura still existed within these 2,000 years. Garrosh, calm down first. Maxim opened his mouth and said, now that things had come to this, he didn't want to hitch another costly table. Calm down, how do you expect me to calm down? Garrosh got angry again as soon as he heard that, and slapped another palm on the conference table. Taking 2 palms from Garrosh one after another, the conference table instantly let out a mournful sound, and then it directly shattered to the ground. Maxim was filled with speechlessness. He looked at Garrosh, his eyes filled with helplessness. When will this violent temper of yours change? Now that the person is dead, is it useful for you to vent here? How about thinking more about how to solve that native? The words had not yet fallen. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was knocked on. Someone from the Ashes of Heaven Crusaders walked in and whispered a few words beside Maxim's ear. Maxim's face instantly became ecstatic. What's up, Maxim? What news did you receive? Why don't you share it with us as well? Seeing this, Qingdianzi couldn't help but frown and asked. Garrosh's gaze also looked at Maxim. Both of you, good news. Maxim's face was filled with a smile that hooked slightly as he said, just a moment ago, the process of the Jedi Heavenly Passage's diminishing effect has somehow sped up. Now, our people are able to descend to the Blue Star, and as long as they are within the Shackle Realm, their strength will not be limited. However, since the Jedi Heavenly Passage has yet to fully diminish in effect, we can't descend too much at once. When he finished speaking, the two of them, Garrosh and King Maizi, immediately looked uplifted. That's enough. Garrosh let out a cold smile, his face filled with a grim look. Limiting the number of people, no big deal, as long as the realm is not limited. The Blue Star natives are in the palm of our hands. Both of you, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to join forces again, and settle that powerful native first, how about it? Garrosh's cold gaze looked towards King Dianzi and Maxim. Of course, my Luofu Hall wishes to send a disciple of the third path of the Yoke Realm first, how about you too? King Maizi directly accepted the offer. We, the Legion, are also willing to send out a Legion leader of the third Dao of the Yoke Realm. Maxim said slowly, then he looked at Garrosh. What does your Lotus sect wish to do? Damoto is dead, so I naturally want to avenge him. Garrosh's tone was filled with heavy killing intent, to thwart that native in a crushing manner, without giving him any chance to turn the tables. This time, my Lotus sect is still sending a strong person of the fourth path of the Yoke Realm, ranking as one of the 12 protectors. There's no time to lose, you two, move. The words had not yet fallen. Garrosh's figure had already disappeared.